Chapter 1. The Tsundere Princess, Li Xiaoning. Illegitimate son Chen Xian, having embezzled family wealth and divulged crucial family secrets, is to be punished by the death penalty as per clan regulations. However, in consideration of his parents' contributions to the clan, the sentence is commuted. He is now commanded to select 1 wife and 3 concubines. He shall be sent to the frontier of the Great Qian to serve as the chief of a branch family, expanding the clan's lineage while redeeming his past transgressions. Upon the high platform, the patriarch of the Chen clan finished reading the decree inscribed on the silk cloth and cast a cold glance at Chen Xian within the grand hall, stating, "The clan spares your life, you must express your gratitude. Choose your wives and concubines swiftly and proceed to the frontier to assume your role as the branch chief." Dressed in a blue robe, Chen Xian stood tall, his handsome features setting him apart amidst the crowd. With a slow bow, he replied with an expression devoid of emotion, "I shall comply with the clan's arrangements." Having traversed into this world for 3 days, he finally grasped the essence of his identity. The Chen family, one of the 3 prominent families of the Great Qian dynasty, wielded immense power. He was the 13th illegitimate son of the Chen family, having lost his parents early and received little affection from his uncle. His downfall stemmed from a fleeting glance at the daughter of the Duke of Lan, whom his elder brother secretly adored. Out of jealousy, his brother framed him for embezzling family wealth, leading to his imprisonment. Though the Chen clan held considerable influence, its members were few, with only 13 in the current generation. Thus, the decree for marriage and concubinage was a punishment intended to expand the family's branches. Was this truly a punishment? Chen Xian considered it a reward. Even if the frontier was fraught with conflict and peril, it was infinitely preferable to the treachery of the Chen family. As long as he could distance himself from this vortex, he would embrace the freedom of the world beyond, where one could establish a home anywhere. At that moment, the patriarch of the Chen clan called out, "Bring forth the guilty women." His voice echoed through the spacious hall before fading away as 2 guards clad in black, swords at their sides, ushered in a group of over 10 condemned women. Each was shackled and bound, presenting a pitiful sight. Yet, despite their dire circumstances, their graceful figures and stunning beauty shone through their tattered garments, commanding attention. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. This group comprised noble women who had previously offended the Chen clan and were wrongfully imprisoned, including daughters of merchants, officials, and even a princess of the rival Tang dynasty. The prospect of marrying such women was enticing, but without absolute power to control them, there lay the risk of backlash. His gaze shifted to the foremost woman, tall and proud, her figure striking against the backdrop of her ragged attire. Her curvaceous form was accentuated beneath her torn clothing, and her defiant beauty made her stand out amidst the crowd. Li Xiaoning, the princess of the Tang dynasty. Possessing a body of exquisite worth and an extraordinary aura that attested to her noble status, she had inadvertently injured a member of the Chen family upon her reckless entry into the Great Qian and was subsequently captured. Upon discovering her identity, the Chen family, fearing retaliation, sought to conceal the incident, ensuring that only members of the clan were aware of the truth. Chen Xian furrowed his brow logically. Such a dangerously prominent figure should not have been brought forth as a candidate for marriage. How did I end up here? His gaze inadvertently fell upon the left side of the grand hall, where a flamboyantly dressed young man with venomous eyes stood amidst the crowd. I understand now. This was the handiwork of his older brother, Chen Tian, whom he had previously provoked. It appeared that the other party intended to use Li Xiaoning to orchestrate his demise. Chen Xian could not help but shake his head in silence. This was not merely a trap set for him. It was as if Li Xiaoning and the powerful Tang dynasty behind her were presented as a dowry to bolster his position. The patriarch of the Chen clan resumed his seat and spoke with a measured tone. "Chen Xian, according to clan regulations, you may select 1 wife and 3 concubines. Once chosen, these decisions are irrevocable. Any change or regret will result in severe punishment. Let's commence." "Understood," Chen Xian replied, and amidst the envious gazes of his kin, he approached the group of several condemned women, scrutinizing them closely. The women, filled with shame and indignation, lowered their heads, casting anxious glances at Chen Xian. For them, being labeled as condemned meant their lives had been deemed forfeit, Even if they were to survive, they would be subjected to the torment of the Chun clan as mere playthings. Chun Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. They were all remarkably beautiful, each possessing unique qualities. To choose only four was indeed a formidable challenge. Suddenly, the foremost Li Xiaoning spat on the ground, her delicate face turning cold as she disdainfully declared, "You wretched scum! I am the princess of Pingyang from the Tang dynasty. How dare you lay a hand on me? I shall make sure my father eradicates your entire lineage." As her threatening words fell, the patriarch's eyes narrowed, and he cast a glance at the guard behind her, prompting immediate action. With a crack of the whip, they struck her back with force. Crack! The prison garb tore apart, exposing her tender skin to the air, a red mark slowly appearing. The guard coldly stated, "The Chun family must not be humiliated. Punishment is warranted." With that, he swung the whip again. Crack! Chun Xian stepped forward, grasping the whip tightly, and turned to the clan patriarch, declaring, "Patriarch, I choose her as my wife." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Has this lad lost his mind? Li Xiaoning is a princess of the Tang. With intricate forces supporting her, selecting her is tantamount to a death sentence. Indeed, while this woman may be beautiful, she is far from harmless. Better to choose one of the older women at the back, at least that would ensure safety. Hearing the murmurs of his clan, the patriarch's expression darkened. "Are you certain? She is a princess of the Tang once you choose her as your wife, if word gets out." Chun Xian responded with conviction, "I am certain." The patriarch sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. "Very well. The wife has been chosen. Now, proceed to select the remaining 3 concubines." As his words concluded, Chun Tian, standing amidst the crowd, wore a sinister smile, secretly reveling in his triumph. What audacity! He truly dared to select Li Xiaoning. "The moment you leave the Chun family, I shall inform the Tang Emperor, ensuring your demise without a trace. Even if by some miracle you make it to the borders, the incessant wars will render your existence a living hell. A worthless fool, daring to covet the daughter of the Duke of Luoan, truly unaware of the peril he invites." With a wife chosen, it was now time to select the concubines. Confronted by 6 charming young women, each possessing their own unique beauty and physique, Chun Xian found himself in a moment of indecision. This sensation echoed his past life experiences in a club, where he yearned for every enticing technician, yet was hindered by external constraints and limitations. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in Chun Xian's mind. Detecting Li Xiaoning's affection level. 1. Affection system initiating binding. Binding successful. Host, Chun Xian. Martial skills, none. Items, none. Affection recipients, Li Xiaoning, and Rushiwe, Lu Qiqi, Su Qingcheng. Li Xiaoning, affection level 1. And Rushiwe, affection level 0. Lu Qiqi, affection level 0. Upon the initial breakthrough of 1, 30, 60, and 100 points in the affection level of the recipient, rewards will be granted. Similarly, as the affection level increases, the recipient's attitude towards the host will also change. 1 point denotes friendship, 30 points signifies brotherhood, 60 points represents a deep mutual understanding, and 100 points illustrates an inseparable bond. Conversely, should the affection level fall below 0, actions against the host may ensue. Detecting that Li Xiaoning's affection level has just surpassed 1 point. Reward. 4th stage martial artist qualification. The emergence of the system filled Chun Xian with immense joy. In Deqian, aside from the officials and commoners, there existed another class of individuals known as martial artists. To embark on the path of martial arts endowed one with strength beyond measure, mastering the discipline could enable one to shatter mountains with a fist. Those who achieve mastery could even establish their own sects and become lords in their own right. The martial realm is categorized into 8 grand stages: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, martial monarch, and martial saint, each further divided into 9 minor tiers. Chun Xian felt fortunate to have chosen correctly with Li Xiaoning. Heavens, Chun Xian, this lad has truly gifted himself a remarkable surprise. Turning his gaze towards Li Xiaoning, he noted that after the recent incident where he had shielded her from a whip, her previously icy demeanor had softened, the disdain in her eyes had notably dissipated. Contemplating their future interactions, Chen Xian felt an inexplicable thrill of control. At that moment, the system's frigid notification echoed once more in his mind. Li Xiaoning, affection level 1. Immediately, Li Xiaoning, raising her hand to conceal her modesty, glared at Chen Xian with disdain, coldly uttering, "Rogue." Chen Xian replied. It was evident that this woman was rather capricious. The journey to enhance affection would be arduous. Chen Xian approached a pale, tattered young girl whose delicate features evoked immediate compassion. Her eyes, tinged with redness, drew forth an instinctual urge to protect. "You, don't choose me. I refuse to be a concubine, please." Before Chen Xian could utter a word, the girl retreated like a startled kitten, her eyes reflecting profound terror. In the aristocratic circles of Deqian, a concubine was merely regarded as a plaything to eat tea times. Guests visit the household, and the host may even present a concubine for shared enjoyment, treating her as a gift to be bestowed upon others for their amusement. Once selected, her future is often less than that of a courtesan in a spring house. Chen Xian remained silent for a moment, then bypassed her to approach another woman, whose demeanor was cool and whose figure was graceful. She slowly closed her eyes, as if she had long since transcended the concerns of life and death, indifferent to the peculiar gazes of others and the whispers that surrounded her. Whether to kill or to torture, I leave it entirely to your discretion. Chen Xian scrutinized the serene woman before him, realizing that her beauty and poise set her apart from the other condemned women present. She also exuded an aura of a martial artist. Could she be a warrior? After a moment of serious contemplation, he deemed it highly probable. If he could select a warrior as a concubine, it would surely afford him greater safety on the journey to the border. With this thought, he turned to the patriarch of the Chun clan and declared, "For the first concubine, I choose her." His words sent shockwaves through the assembly, prompting hushed whispers among the attendees. Chen Tian's body trembled as if he had been stepped on, akin to a cat whose tail had been trodden upon, and he sprang forth in agitation. Absolutely not. Chapter 2. Unveiling Strength. Shocking the audience according to the clan's rules. Once the chosen women were selected, the remaining would be evenly distributed among the disciples of the Chen family as handmaidens. The cold and composed woman before him was a disciple of the Snow Sword sect, possessing secret techniques, and was one of the individuals he had set his sights upon. Li Xiaoning was the one he had instigated to harm Chen Xian, while the other women were strategically arranged for his own acquisition. If Chen Xian were to select her ahead of time, all of his previous schemes would be rendered futile. Chen Tian presented himself with an air of righteousness, as if everything he did was for Chen Xian's concern. This woman was a disciple of the Snow Sword sect. Even though she bore internal injuries, she still wielded the prowess of a sixth-tier martial artist. Chen Xian was merely a waste who could not cultivate. If she were to be chosen, it was likely that she would meet a clandestine demise on the way to the frontier. He deliberately emphasized the words "unable to cultivate." Chen Xian scoffed internally. "Isn't it your own desire to thwart me? I shall not grant you your wish." With a slight tremor of his shoulder, a surge of vital energy erupted from him, lifting dust from the ground several meters away. His fourth-tier martial prowess was now on display. "Just cultivation. I never claimed I lacked it." "What? How can you possess cultivation? You are clearly a waste." Chen Tian's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The other clan members were equally astonished. Wasn't Chen Xian supposed to be physically impaired? He had been unable to cultivate since childhood. This was a truth spoken by the clan leader himself. Why now? It dawned on him that Chen Tian had meticulously arranged for several extraordinary women to enter this selection, intending to exploit the rules to acquire them and the benefits they brought. He had never anticipated that Chen Xian would seize the opportunity first. Chen Tian's expression darkened, momentarily forgetting to uphold the dignity expected of an elder brother. He threatened with a furious glint in his eyes, "Chen Xian, do not overstep your bounds. She is predetermined for me." "Overstep? This matter is far from concluded." Chen Xian chuckled lightly, casually probing into his consciousness to observe the names displayed on the azure panel: Li Xiaoning, and Rushua, Lu Qiqi, and others, totaling 7 women deemed suitable for gaining favor by the system. Turning to the clan leader, Chen Xian stated earnestly, "Clan leader, I wish to claim all 7 of these women, including Li Xiaoning." He boldly articulated his desires, casting a challenging glance at Chen Tian. "You think you can compete with me? You are still too weak." The remaining clan members were taken aback, their interest piqued by Chun Xian's audacious defiance. Eager to witness how Chen Tian would respond, Chen Tian found himself utterly bewildered. To demand one was already audacious, yet he sought to claim them all? This would entirely dismantle his plans, rendering all his previous efforts mere garments for Chen Xian. Chen Xian, you are courting death. The clan leader could not help but furrow his brow. He had never encountered such a situation before. It was evident to any discerning eye that this was not the time to provoke enemies. Yet Chen Xian deliberately chose to act contrary to this wisdom, as if to deliberately provoke Chen Tian by selecting all the women. Chen Xian, your decision is rather rash. Chen Xian, seemingly unfazed, declared, I am about to venture to the frontier to expand my lineage. In the capital, my parents have bequeathed me 3 residences and a commercial establishment, all of which hold no value for me. Should the clan leader be willing, I would exchange these assets for the 7 condemned women. Upon hearing this, the clansmen could not help but shake their heads in disbelief, mocking Chen Xian for his apparent folly. To sacrifice his parents' legacy for a handful of women rendered him no different from the worthless second-generation signs outside. The clan leader of the Chun family found himself in a state of indecision. Years ago, Chen Xian's parents had taken to the battlefield multiple times, earning significant accolades from the court, including these very assets. Ultimately, the allure of wealth proved irresistible, and the clan leader acquiesced. Very well, do as you wish. Chen Tian, furious and flushed with anger, attempted to intervene, only to realize it was too late. His previous schemes had all fallen apart. Once the selection of brides concluded, he rushed toward Chen Xian, his voice sharp. Do not blame me for not giving you a chance. Hand over the women, or you shall not leave the Chun residence today. Unfazed, Chen Xian regarded him with a mocking gaze. Go ahead, make your move. Chen Xian. Chen Tian bellowed in fury, raising his fist to strike, hoping to impose his martial prowess upon him. However, Chen Xian was no longer the worthless individual he once was. With the elevated affinity bestowed by Li Xiaoning, he had achieved the 4th rank of martial artist, surpassing Chen Tian, who remained at the 3rd rank. With a cold snort, Chen Xian reciprocated the strike. As their fists collided, a shockwave erupted, and Chen Tian's arm emitted a sharp crack as it broke, causing him to wail and be sent flying several meters away. Chen Xian looked down upon him disdainfully. You garbage, dare you challenge me? You. Chen Tian, overwhelmed with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. The other clansmen, witnessing this, offered no assistance, instead lowering their heads and chuckling as they swiftly departed. For them, the internal strife within the Chun family meant that with one less competitor, their chances of ascending to the position of clan leader increased significantly. Chen Xian departed the grand hall with the 7 condemned women, heading toward his own residence. His acquisition of these women was not merely to vex Chen Tian. More importantly, they represented potential allies who could elevate his standing. Even with a 1 in 10 chance, it was inevitable that 1 or 2 would yield critical rewards, becoming martial experts in due time. In a secluded courtyard in the capital, Chen Xian led the 7 women inside, methodically unlocking their shackles. Take a bath, cleanse and adorn yourselves well. I shall procure garments for you. Li Xiaoning rubbed her wrist, which bore the marks of iron chains, gazing at him with a complex expression. What could possibly motivate this man to exchange 3 residences and a commercial establishment for 7 condemned women? Such a trade seemed utterly unwarranted in her eyes. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd broke the silence, weeping. Woo woo woo. I thought I was doomed, yet I have found a glimmer of hope. Thank you, young master. In this life and the next, I vow to serve you like an ox or a horse. Alas, I too share the sentiment. Women, in their essence, are unparalleled in conveying emotions. When one weeps, others inevitably follow suit. Before long, only Li Xiaoning remains composed, her expression as serene as before, while the others exhibit red-rimmed eyes. Chen Xian's lips twitch slightly as he raises his hand, asserting, my intention in rescuing you is not to summon tears. Attend to your grooming and prepare, for we shall journey to the frontier on the morrow. Yes, a slender woman, her visage gently rounded, rises from the crowd, wiping her tears with resolve, declaring, a life saved deserves a boundless debt of gratitude. We shall ensure the young master flourishes and bears many robust offspring. Chen Xian's eyes widen in astonishment. Are there indeed married women among them? Was it not said that they were all maidens? The diversity of their backgrounds is rather remarkable. The remaining women, taken aback by her bold proclamation, flush with embarrassment, lowering their gazes. Even Li Xiaoning can't help but press her lips together in contemplation. Li Xiaoning, affection level 1. As this is not the first acquisition of affection, no reward is granted. Su Qingcheng, affection level 1. Affection level has increased by 1 point. Rewarding a martial artist level 5 capability. Lu Qiqi, affection level 1. Affection level has increased by 1 point, rewarding a fine iron sword. And Rushua, affection level 10. As Chun Xian listens to the continuous notifications resonating in his mind, his heart swells with joy. In this instance, he has garnered the fondness of 5 women of questionable reputation. At this moment, his cultivation reaches the 5th level of martial prowess. The remaining rewards consist of weapons, mere trifles of little value. Chun Xian gazes at the prominently displayed name on his panel. And Rushua? One of the women Chen Tian desperately yearned to claim? She piques my interest. Chapter 3. Acquiring arms and conspiring rebellion. Having settled the women in a small courtyard, Chun Xian ventured out to procure suitable garments for them, simultaneously liquidating all his family assets in exchange for cash. Most pawn shops in the capital were owned by the Qin family, and the proprietors were nearly all acquainted with Chun Xian. Upon hearing of his exchange of properties for 7 condemned women, they merely sighed and promptly converted his assets at market value. After settling 3 residences and a shop with the Qin family, Chun Xian retained 2 secluded courtyards and a collection of gold and silver jewelry, all inherited from his parents who had perished on the battlefield. The total sale fetched 6,000 taels of silver. For convenience, Chun Xian converted everything into small gold ingots, exchanging 10 taels of silver for 1 tael of gold, leaving him with 600 taels of gold, a weighty sum that instilled in him a fleeting sense of newfound wealth. Yet, he was acutely aware that this fortune would soon be expended. The borders of Deqian were unlike those of other nations, torn by conflict and strife, where the common folk struggled for survival. The prospect of thriving was dim, let alone flourishing. Additionally, Chen Tian would undoubtedly dispatch assassins to intercept him along the way, possibly revealing Li Xiaoning's identity and whereabouts to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. This journey was fraught with peril. Gazing towards the blacksmith shop on the street, Chun Xian contemplated briefly before striding over. Upon entering the blacksmith shop, he surveyed the array of commonplace iron knives, swords, and spears, finding the selection rather uninspiring and ill-suited for self-defense. In Deqian, where the nation was founded on martial prowess, the practice of weaponry was fervently embraced. "Do you have any weapons forged from fine iron?" Chun Xian inquired, directing his attention to the middle-aged man laboring at the forge in the back. The man looked up with a grunt, hesitating before responding. Though our Deqian does not prohibit weapons, the regulation on fine iron is quite strict, especially concerning weapons capable of inflicting harm upon martial artists. What do you intend to do with such arms? Chun Xian produced his family insignia, stating, "I am Chun Xian of the Qin family, seeking to purchase a few fine iron weapons for self-defense. Money is not an issue." The 3 prominent families possessed the privilege of circumventing certain regulations, a fact tacitly acknowledged by the emperor, which was precisely why Chun Xian revealed his insignia to allay the man's suspicions. The middle-aged man glanced at the insignia, his expression growing more perplexed. "You are the illegitimate son of the Qin family, cast out to the borders? The one who squandered his entire fortune for 7 condemned women?" Chun Xian's pupils constricted. How had such trivial matters reached this far? The man, seemingly discerning Chun Xian's thoughts, scratched his head and explained, "Well, it's not that I'm being overly chatty, but since early this morning, news of this incident has been circulating, and now everyone in the capital is aware." Lowering his voice and glancing cautiously around, he continued, "I've heard that among those condemned women are the Princess of Pingyang, Li Xiaoning, and the senior sister of the Snow Sword sect, and Rushua. Is that true?" Chun Xian's expression darkened. The unfolding of events diverged significantly from his expectations. He had not anticipated that Chen Tian would be unable to contain his desire to disseminate this matter so quickly. Was he attempting to coerce him into yielding someone through such means? His impatience betrayed a lack of foresight. Chun Xian contemplated hastily completing his purchases and departing the city. If this information were to be substantiated by Tang's meticulous spies, it would spell considerable trouble. His rapport with Li Xiaoning had yet to flourish. should he be apprehended. Even his fifth-tier martial prowess would not spare him from execution. Of course, if he could elevate his standing. Addressing the Emperor of the Tang as his esteemed father-in-law would afford him protection under Li Xiaoning's aegis, rendering any opposition moot. Do you intend to sell this weapon or not? Chun Xian inquired, extracting a few pieces of gold from his pocket and placing them on the table. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in astonishment, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, absolutely. In total, he expended 2 taels of gold to procure 15 finely crafted steel sabers, and an additional 10 taels to acquire a prized long spear forged from meteorite iron from the blacksmith's shop. Initially, the proprietor hesitated, but upon seeing the gleam of 10 taels of gold, his demeanor shifted remarkably, akin to a child encountering a long-lost parent, and he readily consented. Through subtle inquiries, Chun Xian also learned that the middle-aged man privately possessed a cache of crossbows designated for several prominent families. Crossbows were indeed valuable. The Dacian dynasty prohibited the possession of swords and blades, yet strictly forbade the clandestine trade of crossbows. Below the rank of martial artist, the crossbow reigned supreme. A single arrow could pierce through 2 targets with ease. After much negotiation, Chun Xian ultimately spent 8 taels of gold to acquire 2 of these coveted weapons. Thus, he had procured 15 steel sabers, 1 meteorite iron long spear, and 2 crossbows, totaling 20 taels of gold, an incredibly reasonable expense given Chun Xian's current predicament. He instructed the middle-aged man to deliver all the weapons to a secluded courtyard before he turned his attention to acquiring additional supplies. Having finished purchasing necessities, Chun Xian's gaze drifted towards the imposing entrance of a grand building not far away. The plaque at the entrance gleamed with golden characters spelling out Chang'an Escort Agency. The path to the frontier was fraught with dangers. With ample funds at his disposal, recruiting escorts from the agency seemed a prudent course of action. Resolving this in his mind, Chun Xian strode purposefully towards the Chang'an Escort Agency. Before he could enter, he was halted by a spirited young woman wielding a red tassel spear. This is a restricted area of the Chang'an Escort Agency. No unauthorized personnel allowed. I am here to hire escorts, Chun Xian replied nonchalantly. The young woman, clad in a sharp red outfit with a brown leather belt cinched at her waist, presented a striking contrast with her delicate features, reminiscent of a playful kitten. Notably, her figure was accentuated by 2 remarkably prominent curves. Ding! Detected potential acquaintance. Young Ying'er. 0 points of affinity. Chun Xian was taken aback. The system had the capacity to trigger the acquisition of acquaintances. It appeared that forming connections was not a fixed occurrence, but could be initiated through chance encounters with various women. Chun Xian perceived this as a benefit, preventing the unfortunate possibility of hanging lifelessly from a tree. Young Ying'er, noticing Chun Xian's unwavering gaze upon her bosom, instantly felt her cheeks flush crimson. She raised her spear and struck towards him, indignantly exclaiming, "Lecher." Young Ying'er, affection 1. It's a misunderstanding, I merely. Chun Xian sidestepped, realizing that the young lady before him, much like himself, was undeniably a martial artist. As for her realm, it remained uncertain for the time being, but considering her youth, it likely wasn't exceedingly high. Chun Xian retreated a couple of steps, on the verge of clarifying, when young Ying'er, with her spear in hand, swiftly closed the distance. Rogue, don't you dare flee. A sense of dread washed over Chun Xian, prompting him to decisively counterattack, lunging towards young Ying'er and seizing the spear's shaft. In the midst of their entanglement, his foot slipped, and he inadvertently toppled her. Their lips met, sweet and enchanting. Chun Xian found himself momentarily entranced. Young Ying'er hastily rose, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, wiping her lips in a flustered rage, resembling someone on the verge of tears. You actually dared to kiss me? With that, she retrieved her spear from the ground, emanating a chilling aura unique to martial artists, ready to strike once more. Chapter 4, Sister-in-Law. There is no need for such behavior at this moment. A middle-aged man with a square face briskly exited the Chang'an Escort Agency. Ying'er, cease at once. Father. Young Ying'er, as if she had found her anchor, called out, and the oppressive aura surrounding her dissipated. She threw herself into the embrace of the middle-aged man, sobbing, Father. This scoundrel has wronged me. The man's gaze turned cold as he shifted his attention to Chun Xian. Upon recognizing the latter's countenance, he paused in surprise. Master 13? Seeing an old acquaintance, Chun Xian sheepishly scratched his head. Regarding the earlier incident, Yang Sun, the chief escort of the Ping'an escort agency, possessed remarkable martial prowess, having attained the realm of a martial master. Previously, the Chun family had specifically invited him to instruct the younger generation in martial arts, and Chun Xian was among his students, hence their familiarity. As for the unfamiliar Ying'er, Chun Xian surmised she was likely the rumored young master of the Chang'an escort agency, the only daughter of Yang Sun. Yang Sun's pupils slightly contracted. As Chun Xian's mentor and a martial master, he quickly discerned the latter's extraordinary transformation. At this moment, Chun Xian had astonishingly reached the 5th tier of martial cultivation. Isn't he supposed to be hindered in his cultivation? Yang Sun pondered, astonished. Could it be that Chun Xian has encountered fortuitous circumstances? He kept his thoughts to himself. Master 13, let us discuss this indoors. Chun Xian, being the 13th in the lineage of the Chun family, was rightly addressed as Master 13 by Yang Sun due to the hierarchy within the family. In the conference hall, Chun Xian meticulously recounted the events that transpired, causing Yang Sun's expression to slightly improve as he felt exasperation towards his daughter's recklessness. Apologized to Master 13 at once. How could he, a young master of the Chun family, ever engage in such frivolous conduct? Ying'er pouted, muttering reluctantly under her breath. Who says that wealth and status prevent one from admiring beauty? Yang Sun's face darkened, and with an awkward demeanor, he addressed Chun Xian, Master 13. My daughter has grown accustomed to her arrogance. I hope you can forgive her. Chun Xian nodded and took the opportunity to broach the subject of the escort request. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room turned somewhat somber. Yang Sun lowered his head, sipping his tea, remaining silent for a considerable time. Chun Xian furrowed his brow and inquired, Uncle Yang, are you troubled by the recent rumors concerning the Tang Empire's Empress Li Xiaoning and the matters surrounding the condemned women? Li Xiaoning's status was exceedingly delicate. As a princess of a nation, she had been reduced to a prisoner by the Chun family and was subsequently bestowed upon a clan member to be exiled to the frontier. Regardless of perspective, the Tang Empire would surely retaliate upon learning of this, resulting in dire consequences for those involved. Furthermore, given Chun Xian's lack of favor within the Chun family, it was inevitable that enemies would seek to eliminate him, rendering this escort mission perilously risky. Yang Sun's expression grew troubled. Master 13, it is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but rather that there are some troubling elements around you. I do not wish for my escorts to perish needlessly. Chun Xian nodded in understanding and responded, would it suffice if I were to offer more money? It is not merely a monetary issue. 100 taels. Silver is abundant in our household. Gold. Yang Sun was taken aback, stammering, 13th Master, do you mean 100 taels of gold? That amounts to a full 1,000 taels of silver. He realized he had misjudged Chun Xian. Individuals capable of offering 1,000 taels of silver are a rarity in all of Kyoto, typically only found among the prominent families. Chun Xian pondered for a moment and continued, if that is insufficient, I shall add another 100 taels. That is sufficient. Quite enough. Yang Sun's breathing grew rapid, yet he soon subdued the stirring excitement within him with reason. 100 taels of gold would pose challenges for transportation to the frontier, but our Chang'an escort agency can escort you out of Kyoto, beyond the treacherous Bandit Mountain 300 miles away. The journey thereafter would be relatively smoother, and with your family in tow, the risks would be mitigated. Alternatively, you might seek another agency for the escort further along. Yang Sun scrutinized Chun Xian cautiously. What do you think? Chun Xian calculated silently. The distance from Kyoto to the frontier spans a total of 1,200 miles. The initial 300 miles is the most perilous, particularly the notorious Bandit Mountain, infamous for its pillaging and violence. Having previously robbed Qintian, it is certain that the adversaries would not let this affront go unpunished. There is a high probability they have already prepared their private soldiers to await his arrival at the Bandit Mountain. Yang Sun's willingness to undertake this most hazardous segment was already a significant risk. Thus, the latter part of the journey need not be overly demanding. Very well. Yang Sun sighed in relief upon hearing this. He had genuinely feared that Chun Xian would raise the price, compelling him to escort to the frontier. With such a sum of money, even if this escort carried substantial risk, he would have to contemplate it earnestly. The two proceeded to draft a contract, signing and sealing it. Chun Xian immediately provided 20 taels of gold as a deposit, and Yang Sun assured him that he would bring along 50 skilled escorts the following day. as they departed from the Ping'an escort agency and returned to the secluded courtyard. Twilight had begun to descend. Before Chen Xian could step inside, he noticed the yard cluttered with various items, and several large carts were parked at the entrance, delivering the purchases made earlier. Upon entering the courtyard, he found 7 women, led by Li Xiaoning, who had already bathed and donned clean dresses. Each one was fair-skinned and beautiful, with bright eyes and pearly teeth. Their presence lent the previously neglected courtyard an aura reminiscent of the enchanting spider cave from Journey to the West. Chen Xian internally marveled at the stark contrast that the presence of women brought. More than a dozen women approached Chen Xian in unison to express their gratitude, which he graciously declined. The woman who had mentioned childbirth earlier, her eyes sparkling, exclaimed, "Young Master Chen has saved our lives and provided us with new garments. It would be remiss not to bear him a few children. I propose we consummate tonight. Who will be first? Isn't that a bit premature? I am not ready for that. How embarrassing." A group of 18 or 19-year-old maidens, unlike the woman who spoke so boldly, immediately averted their gazes in shyness at the mention of consummation, yet they couldn't help but sneak curious glances at Chen Xian. The vast majority of them have internally accepted their roles as concubines of Chen Xian. Li Xian, affection level 1, affection breakthrough detected. Reward 50 taels of silver. Lu Qiqi, affection level 1, affection breakthrough detected. Reward 200 taels of silver. And Rushua, affection level 10. Warning, and Rushua's affection level has reached 20 points, posing a significant risk of taking action against the host. Please exercise caution. What have I done to provoke you? Chen Xian felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as he turned to gaze at Rushua, who remained unperturbed at the back of the crowd. This woman appears indifferent on the surface, yet her inner turmoil seems quite pronounced. Just then, the earlier woman licked her red lips and gazed greedily at Chen Xian, saying, "Young master, since none of the sisters are willing to offer themselves, allow me to serve you tonight. I possess experience and can surely provide a splendid beginning for the sisters, ensuring that you enjoy a comfortable night of springtime revelry." Chen Xian shuddered involuntarily. This simply cannot be. Although this woman before me retains a certain charm, her age remains rather unsuitable. Chapter 5. Acquiring the enchanted whip to win her affection. By the way, what is your name? The young lady slightly bowed, responding to the young master. My name is Su Ruolin. Ruolin, my intention in bringing you all back is neither for the bridal chamber nor to have you serve me. It is solely out of a desire to rescue you. Chen Xian felt a discomfort wash over him as he uttered these insincere words. Everyone, please accompany me for a month. Once we reach the border, those who wish to leave my side need not stay. The journey from the capital to the frontier would take approximately a month. During this time, he would not press for affection, for who, in this day and age, would hang themselves on a single tree? Upon hearing this, Su Ruolin pursed her lips, tears brimming in her eyes. Does the young master disdain my humble form? Though I hail from a brothel, I still possess my worth. Rest early, we depart at dawn. Chen Xian's face darkened, and he hurriedly retreated to his room, leaving a group of astonished young women behind. The ladies exchanged glances. Some felt disheartened, while others were relieved. They had not anticipated that the rumored Chen Xian was such an honorable person. Perhaps they had misjudged him. What an elegant gentleman he is. What should I do? I seem to have developed a fluttering feeling for the young master. Ding. Li Xiaoning, affection 5, Lu Qiqi, affection 5, Su Qingqing, affection 5, and Rushua, affection 30, current affection, 10 points, detecting an initial breakthrough of 1 point in affection. Reward, enchanted whip. Using the whip on any object of affection will restore their favor, and each strike increases affection by 1 point, with a daily limit of 5 points. In his room, Chen Xian observed the notifications popping up on the panel, smiling broadly until he noticed that Rushua's reward was, in fact, a whip. He was taken aback. He retrieved a blood-red whip from the system space. The whip was not long, measuring only 1.2 meters, entirely woven from soft rope, its inner contents a mystery. It felt heavy in his grasp. Women, much like compliant cats, would respond favorably when stroked gently, but would surely recoil if treated harshly, unless, of course, they were the rebellious type. Clenching the enchanted whip, he gazed at the panel displaying Rushua's affection level of 10. This woman's favor fluctuated rapidly. What was the reason behind this? Could it be due to his growing interest in the ladies? Chen Xian deemed this the most likely explanation. Recalling Enru Xue's identity as the senior sister of the Xuejin sect, he fell into contemplation. The Xuejin sect was a renowned sword cultivator sect within the Deqian realm, home to formidable warriors. It was said that the sect's matriarch, over 300 years old, had ascended to the martial emperor realm, standing alongside the empress of Deqian in terms of prestige. If she indeed held such a status, then courting her would undoubtedly not be a wise course of action. However, all of this has become irrelevant. He possesses the enchanting whip. Should Enru Xue's fondness wane too swiftly, he shall not hesitate to administer a thorough thrashing. 5 strikes a day will elevate her affection by 5 points, and eventually, it shall rise. Ladies, your king has arrived. Chen Xian rested his chin upon his hand, leaning earnestly against the table as he contemplated how best to engage with this complex assembly of women. Their multifaceted identities and diverse temperaments presented a considerable challenge. 3 women could easily perform a play, and this ensemble could very well star in a drama series. Solely relying on the enchanting whip would prove insufficient without an effective means of interaction. The following day, before a secluded courtyard, the sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Yang Sun, having honored his word, arrived with 50 bodyguards, all clad uniformly in black garments adorned with the insignia of the Ping and Escort Agency. Each bore a tall stature and resolute countenance, unmistakably skilled in martial arts. Such a display of grandeur led Chen Xian to believe it rivaled even the guards of the Grand City Lord's manor. Accompanying them was young Ying'er, whose gaze, when directed at him, seemed venomous, perhaps a remnant of the misunderstanding from the previous day. Inquiring of the system regarding her fondness, he discovered it stood at a mere 1. 13th Master, we are all prepared. When do you deem it appropriate to set off? Yang Sun inquired, a sword at his waist, respectfully bowing. Chen Xian glanced at the time, estimating it to be around 9 in the morning, and replied, we may depart now. As his words concluded, 7 enchanting young women, fair-skinned and delicate, gracefully emerged from the courtyard. This spectacle caused the assembled bodyguards to widen their eyes in astonishment. Could they handle such a multitude of women? Yang Sun, witnessing this scene for the first time, was taken aback, for other clients typically entrusted valuables, goods, or correspondence. Yet here, Chen Xian was entrusting women, 7 in total. Young Ying'er scoffed, spitting disdainfully upon the ground, her expression one of utter revulsion. This is a disgrace, utterly nauseating. This fellow is no good. Young Ying'er, fondness too, Chen Xian felt somewhat resigned. Aside from Enru Xue, who harbored her inner turmoil, young Ying'er seemed no different. The days ahead promised to be arduous. Ping and Escort Agency set forth. With Yang Sun's command, the 50 bodyguards mounted their mighty steeds and gallantly rode toward the city's outskirts. The citizens gathered in the streets, assuming a noble procession was underway. Upon spotting Chen Xian at the forefront, they were taken aback. How could a once exiled scion possess such wealth to hire an escort agency? Ah, you are unaware. His parents are formidable. Who? The late Emperor's appointed General Chen Lin, and his wife, of the esteemed Qin family. The onlookers whispered among themselves, their conversation rife with intrigue. Chen Xian paid them no mind, whether good or ill. He let them chatter on, for as long as he reached the frontier, he would be free to act as he pleased, build high walls, and proclaim oneself king. By that time, all rumors and slanders will have been effortlessly dispelled. The Qin family, including cousins and distant relatives, shall become mere specters beneath his sword. The team, grand and imposing, departed from the capital, journeying westward. Meanwhile, within the antiquated and elegantly adorned living room of the Chun residence, Chen Tian struck the table with a forceful palm. In an instant, the surface shattered into countless fragments. Cough, cough. Just after venting his fury, Chen Tian was suddenly seized by a fit of intense coughing, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as his body swayed unsteadily. He had been injured by Chen Xian. Although he had consumed medicinal pills, his wounds had only partially healed, and now, in his rage, the injuries had flared anew. Young master, please temper your anger. A servant, resembling a sycophant, hastily stepped forward to support him. Get away. Chen Tian, his face twisted with rage, kicked the servant to the ground. Why does the young master exhibit such fury? At that moment, a man clad in a black Taoist robe, adorned with a silk cap and wielding a feather fan, entered through the door. Chapter 6. Despicable men. The team departed from the capital in a grand procession, journeying westward. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Chun residence, a furious Chun Tian slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into countless fragments. Coughing violently, he felt a surge of blood at the corner of his mouth, his body swaying unsteadily. Though he had taken medicinal pills to mend the injuries inflicted by Chen Xian, his rage had reignited the wounds. Why such fury, young master? A man clad in a black Dao robe, adorned with a silk cap and wielding a feather fan, entered the room. Upon seeing him, Chen Tian quickly altered his demeanor, rushing to greet him. Mr. Sima, you have finally arrived. Following your ingenious plan, I successfully framed that useless Chen Xian and imprisoned him. The women I have my eye on are exceptional, especially that female disciple from the Snow Sword sect. If I were to cultivate with her, I would soon transcend my current realm. How dare he covet what is rightfully mine? He deserves nothing less than death. With a smile that exuded confidence, Sima Shiba raised his hand gracefully and replied, Do not fret, young Master Chun. I have already arranged for this matter to be handled. Chun Xian will not survive beyond the borders, and as for the women you desire, I shall ensure they are retrieved unscathed. The journey was long and arduous. Li Xiaoning and Enru Xue, along with the other women, were ensconced in a carriage, surrounded and protected by the escort agency. Meanwhile, Chun Xian sat within the carriage, engaging in casual conversation with Yang Sun, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Yang Ying'er, who rode a white horse. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall have your eyes plucked out. Yang Ying'er huffed, evidently irked by Chun Xian's gaze. Yang Sun immediately reprimanded her. Ying'er, do not be disrespectful. Although Chun Xian bears the weight of disgrace, he remains a scion of the esteemed Chen family, one of the three great families of the De Qian dynasty. I must honor him as the 13th master. Moreover, he was currently their benefactor, deserving of both respect and courtesy. Father, who is being disrespectful? Clearly, it is he who is leering. That I have not acted already is quite gracious. Yang Ying'er exclaimed, squeezing her legs against her horse and cracking the whip, causing her steed to rear up and distance itself from them. Watching his defiant daughter, Yang Sun felt a wave of helplessness. He turned to Chen Xian, bowing apologetically. 13th Master, my apologies for my daughter's unruliness. Please forgive her. Ha, no offense taken, Chen Xian replied with a carefree laugh. He found Yang Ying'er's rebelliousness endearing rather than irksome. Ding! Detected a positive affinity of one from Yang Ying'er towards the host. The sudden chime of the system left Chun Xian momentarily speechless. This mischievous girl, he had not uttered a word against her, so how could she feel offended? The carriage continued its journey, pausing only for half an hour at noon for a meal. As afternoon transitioned into dusk, Yang Sun's expression turned grave. 13th Master, we have departed from the capital and shall soon enter the treacherous territory of the Bandit Mountains. The Bandit Mountains were infamous for their perilous nature. Countless peaks concealed thousands of bandits, and whether it was merchant caravans or dignitaries passing through, they often had to pay a toll in the form of heavy losses. The imperial court had previously dispatched large armies to eradicate the bandits, but the complex and rugged terrain of the mountains made it exceedingly difficult, resulting in significant losses and eventual withdrawal. Even the court found itself powerless against the notorious bandits, who had thus gained a fearsome reputation. However, after the court's attempts to subdue them, the bandits had lost much of their former strength and were not as brazen as before. If they encountered a sizable escort, the bandits would think twice before launching an attack. Chun Xian's convoy was quite substantial, comprised of robust men from the escort agency, all possessing formidable combat skills. Even if they encountered bandits, the latter would have to weigh their options carefully. The Bandit Mountains harbored dozens of bandit strongholds, with the larger ones housing over 1,000 individuals, while the smaller ones could still boast hundreds. If they stumbled upon a small bandit lair, their group would have little to fear. It would be the bandits who ought to be wary. Yet, should they encounter a large bandit stronghold, they would have cause for concern. As Yang Sun spoke, his brow furrowed deeply. Were it not for the substantial rewards offered by Chen Xian, he would have preferred not to undertake this escort mission. Then let us remain vigilant, Chen Xian replied, his countenance now serious. Logically, given the proximity of the Bandit Mountains to the capital, one would expect relative safety. Yet, the area was plagued by banditry, leaving the local populace in dire straits. This reminded Chen Xian of the Lion Camel Ridge from Journey to the West, where the closer one got to the spiritual mountain, the more one encountered the remnants of battles and rivers of blood. Everyone, stay alert. Yang Sun called out with a booming voice. We have reached the most dangerous part. Let us rest for a moment, eat something, and regain our strength, Chen Xian suddenly suggested, acknowledging the fatigue that had set in after a day of travel. Very well. We shall heed 13th Master's words and take a break. Yang Sun raised his hand in agreement. The convoy halted to rest. Suddenly, a head poked out from the carriage, with large, sparkling eyes surveying Chen Xian up and down. In a sweet, delicate voice, she said, Husband. The sound was so soft and tinged with sweetness that it sent shivers down one's spine. Ahem, Miss Su, what is it? Chen Xian coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. I need to use the restroom. Su Ruolan's delicate face flushed slightly, revealing a hint of shyness. In this desolate wilderness, there were no facilities nearby. Perhaps she could find a secluded grove for a moment of convenience. Chen Xian felt a bit embarrassed. Oh dear, I've heard that there are many bandits in this vicinity, and I feel quite unsafe. Would you accompany me, my dear? If any miscreants attempt to spy, you can drive them away. Su Ruolan blinked her eyes, exuding a charming allure. For a moment, Chen Xian was uncertain whether she truly needed to relieve herself or if she was merely attempting to flirt with him. Very well. Is there anyone else who wishes to join? Chen Xian inquired, casting his gaze towards the other women in the carriage. I won't go? Neither will I. They protested in unison, their heads shaking vigorously like rattling drums. They would rather endure discomfort than allow Chen Xian to witness such a private matter. The embarrassment was too much to bear. Oh dear, my sisters barely drank any water before we set off, and I seem to be the only one who indulged. Su Ruolan slyly winked, a mischievous glint in her eye. This enchantress, could it be that she wished to engage in some mischievous activity in the grove? Ahem, very well. You may descend, and I shall keep watch. Chen Xian cleared his throat lightly, prompting Su Ruolan to promptly alight from the carriage, and together they ventured into the nearby grove. Bah, lewd wolf, how disgusting! Ying'er muttered under her breath, unable to restrain her disdain as she watched the pair depart. Chapter 7, Ambush. Ying'er, you must show the proper respect to Master 13. Yang Sun reprimanded sternly, feeling perplexed as his daughter had persistently displayed disdain towards Chen Xian during their journey. I will not show him any respect. He is unworthy. Ying'er huffed, causing Yang Sun to feel an acute sense of frustration. Ding. Ying'er's favorability too, as Chen Xian ventured into the small grove with Su Ruolan. A voice echoed in his mind. What have I done to offend that girl? Chen Xian pondered, somewhat exasperated. They had arrived at a tranquil thicket, devoid of any onlookers. My dear husband, please turn around and do not sneak a glance at me, Su Ruolan said playfully as she approached a tree. Very well, Chen Xian nodded, obediently turning his back. Su Ruolan was taken aback. Was this man truly so compliant? Unbeknownst to her, Chen Xian's thoughts were far from her, as he contemplated how to win Ying'er's favor, which had plummeted to negative levels. My dear husband, you must not peek, or I shall feel shy. Su Ruolan teased. Rest assured, Chen Xian gestured reassuringly, but his mind suddenly recalled the enchantress whip. Although it could only be used once a day, it could elevate favorability by 5 points. Should he use it on Ying'er? No, he would need a private setting for that. Yet, Ying'er was as wary of him as a thief. They had no opportunity for solitude. Perhaps he could experiment with the whip on Su Ruolan first? At that moment, Chen Xian heard the sound of water flowing, momentarily distracting him. Su Ruolan's beauty was undeniable, her fair skin, exquisite features, and the ability to enchant men were enough to stir any normal man's desires. Chen Xian, you must not falter. He admonished himself. If he were to engage in such acts, it would take at least half an hour, and while the escort agency would have no objections, the favorability of all the women, including Li Xiaoning, would surely plummet into the negatives. My dear husband, what are you thinking about? Just as Chen Xian was suppressing his unruly thoughts, a fragrant presence wafted beside him. Su Ruolan had approached him without his notice. Her eyes bore a hint of melancholy, surprised that he had not stolen even a glance at her. Was it that his standards were too high? Or had her allure faded? Turn around, Chen Xian suddenly commanded. Huh? Su Ruolan was taken aback. Here? Chen Xian nodded. Where else could it be? My dear husband, is this not a bit too hasty? A blush crept across Su Ruolan's face, yet she complied, turning around, arching her back, and closing her eyes, presenting an attitude of submission. as if to say, "Whatever you wish to do, I shall not resist." Chun Xian suddenly felt a surge of wicked desire in his lower abdomen. Without hesitation, he withdrew the whip meant for controlling women and lightly struck Su Ruolin's rounded and pert posterior. Ding! Su Ruolin's favorability increased by 5. A soft moan escaped Su Ruolin's lips, her cheeks flushed. "Ah, my dear husband, so you have a penchant for this." She awaited Chun Xian's next action. However, after a prolonged silence, her curiosity prompted her to open her eyes, only to discover that Chun Xian had already moved to the exit, waiting for her. "My dear husband, is this it? Are we finished? Let us go. Everyone is awaiting us." Chun Xian cleared his throat. Su Ruolin was taken aback. This insufferable man managed to restrain himself from touching her? Did he have some issue? In less than half a stick of incense's time, they returned to the caravan. 13th Master, back so soon? Yang Sun expressed surprise, then realized he had misspoken and quickly covered his mouth. "Let us be on our way." Chun Xian shook his head, too indifferent to explain. "All right, everyone, stay alert. We shall depart." Yang Sun promptly issued the order, and everyone swiftly gathered their belongings to continue their journey. Meanwhile, less than a mile from their convoy, the roadside was overgrown with shrubs, concealing lurking figures. Second in command, they have arrived. A frail man, resembling a beggar, scurried into the thicket and addressed a one-eyed man. "Excellent. After squatting in this wretched place for a day and a night, we have finally caught sight of this fellow." The one-eyed man stretched his limbs, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he commanded, "Everyone, listen up. Prepare for action." "Stop." Yang Sun abruptly raised his hand, signaling the caravan to halt. "There is something amiss." Chun Xian frowned. Throughout their journey, the sounds of insects and animals had accompanied them. Yet upon reaching this point, an uncanny silence enveloped them. Not a single bird was in sight. The unusual indicates danger. Even Chun Xian sensed the abnormality, and Yang Sun, a seasoned escort, instinctively felt the tension. Suddenly, an arrow whistled through the air, striking a burly man from the escort agency beside young Ying'er in the throat. The sharp arrow penetrated his windpipe, spraying a fountain of blood. A portion splattered onto Chun Xian's face. Not good, there's an ambush. The seasoned men from the escort agency, accustomed to peril, reacted immediately, with one shouting, "Protect the women." The escort team quickly encircled Chun Xian and the women in the carriage, drawing their swords and vigilantly scanning their surroundings for the source of the arrows. Suddenly, arrows rained down like a torrential storm, mercilessly falling from the trees on either side of the road. "No, there is an ambush. Everyone, be cautious." Yang Sun's complexion changed dramatically, filled with urgency. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. He had thought they were merely on the outskirts of the bandit mountain, believing there would be no danger until they reached its depths. To his astonishment, they encountered an attack even at the periphery. Chun Xian maintained a stern demeanor. Although their situation was perilous, he understood that it was precisely in such moments that one must remain composed and calm. However, he could not help but ponder whether the assailants had been sent by Chen Tian. Clang, clang, clang. An endless barrage of arrows rained down. The guards of the escort agency, devoid of shields, could only wield their knives to fend off the onslaught. While they managed to deflect some arrows, the sheer volume shot by the ambushers was overwhelming. In an instant, cries of agony erupted. Many were struck by arrows, sustaining grievous injuries. Some were even hit in vital areas, succumbing instantly. The white horse beneath young Ying'er was startled, having been struck by several arrows, leading it into a frenzy. "Ah, father, save me." Young Ying'er was terrified, her delicate features drained of color, and in a moment of panic, she struggled to rein in her mount. Yet, the frightened horse had gone wild, beyond her control. "Ying'er, be careful." Yang Sun's eyes brimmed with tears as he clutched his large knife, yearning to rush forward and save his daughter. However, the rain of arrows was too dense. He could not break through. Whoosh! A notably thick red arrow hurtled toward young Ying'er's heart. This arrow was distinct, its speed far surpassing that of the others. Clearly shot by a master archer, none other than the one-eyed second-in-command, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to young Ying'er. "Father!" In that fleeting moment, the shadow of death loomed ominously over young Ying'er, as she beheld the crimson arrow racing toward her, seemingly locked onto her, leaving her nowhere to evade. "Ying'er!" Yang Sun's pupils constricted. He yearned desperately to rush forward to save his daughter, willing to take the arrow in her stead if necessary. But the arrow flew too swiftly. There was no time. It was simply too late. No. Yang Sun let out a heart-wrenching scream. Meanwhile, young Ying'er succumbed to despair. Even her father, a warrior of the fourth realm, could not save her. All that awaited her was death. Chapter 8. Scoundrel. Young Ying'er, in utter despair, closed her eyes, bracing herself for the crimson arrow that would pierce her body. Around her, the anguished cries of countless disciples from the escort agency echoed as they fell victim to arrows. Clang. Yet, in that moment of hopelessness, as she kept her eyes shut, she felt no pain from an arrow penetrating her flesh. What was happening? Why was she devoid of suffering? Had she perished? Just as confusion enveloped her, a familiar voice broke through her thoughts. Little sister, why are you closing your eyes? That voice, it belonged to that insufferable scoundrel. Young Ying'er abruptly opened her eyes and beheld Chen Xian, whose slight and somewhat lean figure stood before her, grasping the very arrow aimed at her. He had rushed over to intercept it on her behalf. Suddenly, without affording young Ying'er a moment to comprehend, her white steed began to rear wildly, intent on charging towards the direction from whence the arrow had come. The panicked horse startled her further, and she was thrown into a state of disarray. If the horse charged uncontrollably, she would surely be pierced by stray arrows. In that chaotic moment, Chen Xian, wielding a large blade, struck with unyielding resolve, severing the horse's head in one swift motion. In an instant, blood gushed forth as the steed collapsed, and young Ying'er screamed, her face meeting the ground. Suddenly, she felt a surge of strength at her waist. A large hand encircled her slender form, lifting her upright with grace. At that moment, a calm voice reached her ears. Are you all right? It was none other than Chen Xian. She turned to see his countenance, stern yet composed, one arm securely around her waist while the other wielded the blade, adeptly deflecting the barrage of arrows that threatened her. At that moment, young Ying'er found herself momentarily stunned. Had this scoundrel truly saved her? Do not speak. Stand behind me, he instructed, releasing her waist to focus on the relentless onslaught. Now possessing the strength of a fifth-tier warrior, he effortlessly countered the ordinary arrows. Meanwhile, Yang Sun, a fourth-tier warrior, struggled slightly but remained unharmed. In stark contrast, the disciples of the escort agency around them were either screaming in agony or falling lifelessly, the scene a horrific tableau of despair. As she gazed at Chen Xian, this detestable individual who stood before her in protection, she found herself inexplicably reassessing her feelings towards him. Suddenly, he did not seem quite so loathsome. Ding! The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Chen Xian's mind echoed with the sudden proclamation of his newfound strength. The aura of a sixth-tier warrior erupted from him, instilling terror in all who beheld it. The arrows that rained down were effortlessly intercepted, causing no harm to young Ying'er whatsoever. Let them shoot. Eliminate these scoundrels. Chen Xian's fury ignited as he questioned who dared to shoot an arrow at the carriage, knowing full well it housed a woman under the protection of Mr. Sima's orders. In the woods, the one-eyed dragon reveled in exhilaration. Their band of robbers typically relied on brute force, but today they had resorted to a cunning strategy, effortlessly taking down a significant number of the escort's men. The thrill of such overwhelming firepower was intoxicating. Originally, they lacked the resources for such an assault. After all, as bandits, they had limited access to such weaponry. Yet, Mr. Sima, perhaps aware of their unreliability, had dispatched 100 bows and 1,000 arrows for this ambush, culminating in the current scene. Had it not been for Mr. Sima's foresight, they would have resorted to their usual tactics of brazenly confronting their foes and uttering threats of territory. Second in command, we've run out of arrows. Came a report from one of the subordinates. Damn it, 1,000 arrows gone so quickly? They're utterly worthless. The one-eyed dragon cursed, surveying the ground littered with arrows and the cries of the fallen escort members. The remaining few were already incapacitated, reduced to mere targets. Now, my men, let us seize the money, grain, and women, he boisterously declared, wielding a hefty blade as he rallied his followers. In an instant, his men charged forth, brandishing an assortment of weapons, encircling Chen Xian and his convoy. This is dire. It's the mountain bandits. Yang Sun recognized their attire and their sinister demeanor, sensing impending doom. Chen Xian's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze upon their ambushers. To his astonishment, they were mere brigands, not the men sent by Chen Tian. Oh, you lot possess quite the resilience, surviving such a hail of arrows, the one-eyed dragon jeered, particularly fixating on Ying'er. He let out an impressed click of his tongue. What a striking beauty. I nearly ended her life with a single shot. How fortunate that she remains unharmed. To lose such a treasure would be a tremendous waste. As he spoke, he could not help but lick his lips, his remaining eye gleaming with a lascivious light. According to Mr. Sima's instructions, he was forbidden to touch the woman inside the carriage. However, the women outside the carriage were fair game. Scoundrels. Shameless. Ying'er felt her eyes welling with tears. Surrounding her lay the lifeless bodies of her brothers from the escort agency. Just moments ago, they had been full of life and laughter. Now, many had already crossed into the realm beyond. Although some still breathed, their bodies were riddled with arrows, leaving no hope for survival. The entire escort agency had suffered devastating losses. Ha, scoundrels. Did you all hear what this girl called us? Scoundrels? How laughable. We are nothing less than ruthless bandits. What is a mere scoundrel compared to us? The bandits erupted into uproarious laughter. Do not fret, little girl. I shall indulge you again shortly, the one-eyed dragon sneered. His gaze then fixating on Chen. Chapter 9. The Wisdom of the Second-in-Command. Moreover, judging by the sheer number of arrows surrounding us, it cannot be less than 1,000. Is it the work of mere bandits to unleash such a multitude of arrows upon our humble band? Chen had already deduced that there must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. The source points directly to Chen Tian. That scoundrel has engaged in dealings with bandits. The one-eyed dragon stroked his chin, a playful expression adorning his face as he fixated on Chen, before suddenly bursting into laughter. This mountain is mine to claim. This tree is mine to plant. If you wish to pass through here, leave behind a toll for safe passage. Beside him, Yang Sun's eyes were crimson, nearly bursting with fury as he bellowed. If you seek wealth, why are you so ruthlessly slaughtering my brothers from the escort bureau? Blood flowed incessantly from the fallen disciples of the escort bureau, creating a river of crimson. Many had already succumbed to silence. This journey had resulted in catastrophic losses, leaving them severely weakened. One can only say that your misfortune is unfortunate, old man. Under normal circumstances, had we encountered you escorting goods and you surrendered your riches, we might have spared you, depending on our mood. However, the very lad you are tasked with protecting is a high-profile target, specifically named for elimination by someone of great stature in the capital. This deed must be executed discreetly, leaving no survivors to return and alert others. Thus, we are left with no choice but to eliminate you all. The one-eyed dragon spoke nonchalantly, his face twisted in mockery, as if taking lives was a trivial matter to him. In his eyes, human life held no more value than that of livestock. Ha, the brilliance of the second-in-command, exclaimed one of the bandit-esque lackeys, immediately showering him with flattery. You beasts! You wretches! Yang Sun seethed with indignation, his entire head flooded with blood, his face turning a deep shade of red. Nearly 50 valiant men from the escort bureau had gathered, and in the span of mere moments, almost half had perished. The remaining severely wounded were barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. Meanwhile, these bandits laughed and bantered, treating the lives of the escort bureau as if they were mere cattle. This was utterly preposterous. How dare you insolent fools insult us? When the time comes to strike, you shall be the second to perish. As for the first, the one-eyed dragon cast a dismissive glance at Yang Sun, his expression brimming with contempt. For in his eyes, Yang Sun was already as good as dead. The one-eyed dragon then turned his gaze to Chen, raising his head high as he issued commands with an air of superiority. You there, your name is Chen, is it not? The infamous waste of the Chen family. I shall grant you an opportunity. Crawl over here on your knees, and I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, he licked his lips, a glint of ferocity in his eyes, suggesting that should Chen dare to defy him, he would face unspeakable torment. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, despair enveloped them. It's over. We have encountered merciless bandits. We are surely doomed. The woman, Su Ruolin, who had borne 4 children, peered through the carriage curtains to observe the unfolding situation outside, her countenance paling upon hearing the voices of bandits. Li Xiaoning and Ru Xue and several other women wore expressions of distress, completely unprepared for such an ordeal so soon after departing from the capital. Oh, why is my fate so cruel? Just escaped from prison, barely enjoying a couple of days of peace, and now this, she lamented. It was rumored that the bandits from the notorious Mountain of Thieves were exceptionally vile. Any woman who fell into their clutches would endure torturous experiences worse than death. The most unfortunate among them would be subjected to the disgrace of being stripped and violated by countless bandits in a single day, a fate far more tragic than that of women sold into brothels. Had she known she would encounter bandits, she might have preferred to remain in prison. Tears streamed down Su Ruolin's face as she cried, lamenting her misfortune. Her beauty was undeniable, and before her imprisonment, men on the streets had gazed at her with unabashed desire, each yearning for a moment of intimacy. The atmosphere within the carriage became suffocatingly despairing, and soon, Li Xianxian, Lu Qiqi, and the others found their eyes glistening with tears as well. A beautiful woman falling into the hands of men is a fate 1,000 times worse than that of an unattractive woman. The bandits of the Mountain of Thieves were notoriously feared. Who would not tremble at the thought? Princess Li Xiaoning wore a face of deep concern. If she were to fall into the clutches of these bandits, would her identity as a princess of the Tang dynasty afford her any protection? Likely not. The Mountain of Thieves lay within the territory of the great Qian dynasty, and even the imperial court could do little against these brigands, let alone her as a foreign princess. It was possible that upon learning of her royal status, the bandits would not only be undeterred but would find it even more thrilling. And Ruxue, a disciple of the Snow Sword sect, appeared pale and bloodless, her lips devoid of color, not from fear, but from internal injuries and unstable qi and blood. With a furrowed brow, she thought, as a proud disciple of the Snow Sword sect, how could she allow herself to be humiliated by bandits? If she truly fell into their hands, she was prepared to fight to the death. Even if her wounds were unhealed, she would summon her strength to eliminate any bandit daring enough to approach her. Yet, such a struggle could cost her life. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not choose this path. Oh, sisters, do you think our husbands might hand us over to the bandits to save themselves? Su Ruolin suddenly voiced her dreadful concern. Li Xiaoning shot her a glance and frowned. That shouldn't be the case. He is not that kind of person. Although she initially held no fondness for Chen Xian and even felt a distaste for him, her interactions had revealed that he was quite different from the rest of the Chen family. His character was commendable, and she found herself harboring a flicker of affection for him. Upon hearing Li Xiaoning's words, Su Ruolin immediately began to murmur, "How can that be impossible? A man, when cornered, is capable of anything. Just consider my former corrupt husband. After being exposed for embezzling disaster relief funds, he even attempted to make me take the blame. Men often appear dependable, yet when faced with adversity, they prove utterly unreliable." Su Ruolin continued to speak to herself, thumping her chest anxiously, embodying a demeanor of distress. The women inside the carriage, already on edge, grew even more apprehensive at her words, each fearing that Chen Xian might betray them to bandits. Meanwhile, outside, Chen Xian stood motionless before Ying'er, second in command. Why is this fellow standing there like a statue? Could it be that he has been rendered speechless by fear? It truly appears so, as if he has been turned to wood. Chapter 10. You may hit the road. Go check if his trousers are soiled. A group of bandits erupted into laughter, some even fixating their gaze on Chen Xian's groin, eager to witness his embarrassment. "Hey, are you all right?" Ying'er asked cautiously, somewhat dazed. How could the gallant Chen Xian suddenly become so still? Had he truly been rendered senseless as the bandits claimed? 13th Master? Yang Sun also looked towards Chen Xian, who remained unresponsive, as though he had not heard them. "This is a calamity. It seems our young master is not reliable either. My sisters and I are truly about to walk into the jaws of a tiger." Inside the carriage, Su Ruolin was engulfed in despair. If Chen Xian was frightened into immobility by these bandits, what hope was there for them, the weaker women? The other women were instantly thrown into a state of panic. Li Xiaoning sighed softly. "I thought Chen Xian had some abilities. I never imagined he would be so easily petrified by the bandits." And Ruxue's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of derision aimed squarely at Chen Xian. So that was it. Standing motionless, Chen Xian suddenly murmured to himself, a look of realization dawning upon his face. He had not been frightened into a stupor. Rather, he was engrossed in devising a new skill, the Dragon Claw technique. Simultaneously, he was circulating his internal energy, experiencing the power of a sixth-tier martial artist. Thus his attention was diverted from the outside. In the brief span of time, his internal energy had completed a full cycle, and he had thoroughly comprehended the Dragon Claw technique. Ding! Li Xiaoning's affection level, 5. Su Ruolin's affection level, 3. Li Xuanchuan's affection level, 2. And Ru Xua's affection level, 20. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Chun Xian's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. What on earth? In the moment of my distraction, why did the affection levels of the women around me plummet? What have I done to offend them? Kid, come over here. The one-eyed dragon sneered at Chun Xian. Are you instructing me on how to act? Chun Xian's expression darkened, given the drop in the women's affection levels. He was already in a foul mood and sought an outlet for his frustration. You scoundrel, you have provoked me, Chun Xian. Today, I shall turn your head into that of a dog. Chun Xian strode forward decisively. 13th Master, no? Yang Sun exclaimed in alarm, quickly warning him. 13th Master. This man is the second in command of the fierce bandit group from Shanjin Peak, possessing the strength of a 5th-tier martial artist. Even I would be at a disadvantage against him. 5th-tier martial artist? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian could not help but chuckle. He was now a master of the 6th tier. In the next moment, Chun Xian confidently advanced towards the one-eyed dragon. Hey, are you out of your mind? Ying'er exclaimed, extending her hand in an attempt to grasp Chun Xian. But he was swift, having already taken several steps away before her fingers could reach him. What is this fellow doing? Li Xiaoning was taken aback. Just moments ago, Chun Xian appeared dazed with fright, yet in the blink of an eye, he was charging towards the bandits. Oh my! I never anticipated that the young gentleman possessed such valor. I had underestimated him. Su Ruolin wore a look of astonishment, having recently worried that Chun Xian might sell them out for safety. Humph, merely seeking his own demise. And Ru Xua scoffed coldly. She had heard Yang Sun's words. The second in command of the Golden Peak stronghold, the One-Eyed Dragon, was a formidable warrior at the 5th stage. As she understood it, Chun Xian had merely reached the 4th stage when he defeated Chen Tian the day before. Within the realm of martial artists, there existed 9 minor realms, each with significant disparities. To challenge someone across realms was nearly impossible unless one were a legendary martial prodigy. Otherwise, it was futile. And Chun Xian was notoriously known as the Chun family's incapable, untalented one. While she did not comprehend how he had attained 4th stage capabilities, the gulf between the 4th and 5th stages was insurmountable for an ordinary individual. Thus, Chun Xian's reckless charge towards the one-eyed dragon was tantamount to courting death. Huh? Daring to approach me for a fight? Such foolishness. The one-eyed dragon sneered as he observed Chun Xian rushing forward, while the surrounding bandits erupted in laughter, viewing Chun Xian's attempt to confront their second-in-command as absurdly foolish. You may proceed. The speed of a 6th-stage warrior was akin to a soaring dragon. And in the blink of an eye, Chun Xian stood before the one-eyed dragon. In the next moment, he transformed his fingers into dragon claws, striking fiercely at the one-eyed dragon's neck. The jest is on you. The one-eyed dragon chuckled coldly, reaching out to seize Chun Xian's claw. However, his speed paled in comparison to that of Chun Xian. In an instant, Chun Xian's claws latched onto the one-eyed dragon's wrist, squeezing with tremendous force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated immediately, and an agonizing pain surged through the one-eyed dragon's wrist, eliciting a pained scream from him. His wrist bone had been crushed with no ability to defend himself. In the next moment, Chun Xian released the now-wrecked hand and, with a swift motion, seized the one-eyed dragon by the throat. The one-eyed dragon's expression shifted drastically as he attempted to speak. Yet, Chun Xian's claws tightened around his neck, cutting off his voice, leaving him only able to emit desperate gasps of pain. Chun, never speak in jest. When I declare that the one to perish is you, it can never be anyone else. Crack! No hesitation accompanied these words. Without a moment's pause, Chun Xian severed the one-eyed dragon's neck, granting him no opportunity to plead for mercy. Did you kill the second-in-command? The surrounding bandits' expressions shifted dramatically, and those with a hint of cowardice were so terrified that they collapsed onto the ground. After all, he was the second-in-command, a master of the 5th tier of martial arts, whose prowess was renowned throughout the entire bandit mountain. To think that he could be so easily slain by Chun Xian. I not only intend to kill him, but I will also eliminate all of you, Chun Xian declared coldly, a surge of murderous intent rising within him. The losses sustained by the escort agency were devastating, and he was determined to make the bandits of Jinfeng village pay a bloody price. In the next moment, Chun Xian drew his sword. With a swift thrust, a spray of crimson blossomed forth, and a life was extinguished. Initially, The bandits shouted for vengeance on behalf of their fallen leader. Yet, within mere breaths, the number of bandits falling beneath Chun Xian's blade surged past 20. And that count continued to rise. In an instant, the ground was littered with the twitching bodies of those who had succumbed to him. Chapter 11. The arrow is poisoned. Run. Quick, flee. This man is nothing short of a monster. His ruthlessness surpasses that of any bandit among us. Hurry, return, and inform the chief. The bandits were seized with terror, unable to comprehend how a human could be so brutal. One by one, they scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Chun Xian, wielding a blood-soaked long sword, pursued them relentlessly, dispatching foes with the ease of chopping vegetables. In a mere moment, countless bandits lay defeated at his feet. Yet, despite his prowess, some nimble bandits managed to slip into the woods, fleeing in various directions. Chun Xian found himself at a loss, unable to pursue each one individually. Inside the carriage, all the women were left in a state of shock. They could scarcely believe that the man they had once deemed cowardly, Chun Xian, could annihilate these vicious bandits in less than a tea break. This man is astonishingly fierce. He is indeed the partner I have chosen, truly formidable. Su Ruolan's eyes sparkled with admiration, nearly bursting with enthusiasm. She thought to herself, I want to bear his children, 10, 100. Li Xiaoning cast a silent glance at this woman, who had just moments ago been lamenting Chun Xian's ineptitude, only to now wear a completely different expression. And Rushua, taken aback, had initially thought Chun Xian's charge at the one-eyed bandit was a desperate struggle, a last stand. The outcome, however, was far beyond her expectations. How could a fourth-tier warrior so effortlessly dispatch a fifth-tier master? It was utterly inconceivable. He cannot be merely a fourth-tier warrior. And Rushua's beautiful eyes flickered as she suddenly realized that Chun Xian's strength was profoundly unfathomable. Ding. Affection from Su Ruolan, 10. Affection from Li Xiaoning, 10. Affection from Rushua, 20. Lu Qiqi. The affection points that had just diminished were instantly restored. Chun Xian felt a surge of joy within. If this continued, as soon as anyone's affection reached 30, he would be rewarded with a new system bonus. If fortune smiled upon him, he might receive a critical reward. Just the thought sent a thrill through him. But what was the situation with Rushua? Why did her affection fluctuate so dramatically each time? It seemed he would need to motivate her more earnestly. Suddenly, as Chun Xian reveled in his triumph, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air behind him. It was the voice of Ying'er. His heart sank, a premonition of dread washing over him as he turned to see Ying'er, cradling half of Yang Sun's body. Weeping inconsolably, Yang Sun's complexion was darkened, his face a shade of purple, lips pale, with black blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. This was a sign of poisoning. This is bad. Chun Xian's expression darkened as he rushed over, only to discover that an arrow had struck Yang Sun's abdomen at some point unbeknownst to him. However, in order to spare others from worry, he broke the arrows. Yet, the arrowhead remained embedded within him, and it was poisoned. Damn it, these bandits are so treacherous. Chun Xian gritted his teeth. He had never anticipated that these ruffians would not only lie in ambush, but also coat their arrows with poison. Rogue, please, save my father. Ying'er cried, her tears cascading like pearls strung on a broken thread, her eyes nearly swollen from weeping. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xian rushed to the corpse of the Cyclops and began to search it thoroughly. Typically, those who administer poison possess an antidote. As the leader of their gang, it was most probable that the antidote resided with the Cyclops. However, after scouring his entire body, he found no antidote. Damn it, he has no antidote. The Golden Peak stronghold must have one. I shall go there to retrieve it. Chun Xian clenched his jaw. Although he was unaware of the precise location of the Golden Peak stronghold, he knew that by pursuing the fleeing bandits and interrogating them, they would inevitably lead him there. He had been struck by the 10 poisons powder of the southern frontier, and without an antidote within the span of an incense stick, not even a celestial being could save him. And Rushua dismounted from the cart, and, upon observing Yang Sun's condition, immediately discerned the type of poison he had been afflicted with. Do you possess an antidote? Chun Xian inquired urgently, and Rushua, of extraordinary lineage, might have a solution. Yet, she gently shook her head and replied calmly, the southern frontier is the most enigmatic region of the great Qian dynasty, renowned for its poisonous goo. However, the southern frontier seldom intervenes in the affairs of the central plains, and the court does not permit its people to enter. The bandits of this savage mountain are merely a rabble. They could not possibly procure goo poison from the southern frontier. It appears that those plotting your demise possess the means to connect with the southern frontier, indicating formidable strength. With that, Enrushue fell silent. Her stance was clear. Yang Sun was beyond salvation. Even if Chun Xian were to locate the Golden Peak stronghold and find the antidote, it would be futile. In an instant, Yang Ying'er felt as though the sky had collapsed, nearly succumbing to darkness. She could not fathom that her father would meet such a tragic fate, and she wept with a heart-wrenching sorrow. "Ying'er, my dear, do not cry. It is unbecoming for a young lady." Yang Sun could feel his bodily functions waning, the poison ravaging his flesh and inflicting excruciating pain. Aware that his time was short, he bore the agony and wiped the tears from Yang Ying'er's face before casting a weak glance at Chun Xian, murmuring, "13th Master, I am here." Chun Xian stepped forward, his heart heavy as he gazed at him. He understood that Yang Sun was preparing to deliver his final words. "13th Master, Ying'er has been without her mother since childhood. This time, as we escort you out of the savage mountain, all members of the Yang escort agency have rallied together. In this moment, they have all been struck by arrows, each tipped with venom. It appears that my Yang family's escort agency may face utter annihilation. Fortunately, you managed to protect Ying'er in the end, preventing her from harm." At this point, Yang Sun displayed a faint smile of relief. Chun Xian had bravely intervened at a critical moment to shield Yang Ying'er, and Yang Sun was deeply appreciative of this act of salvation. As for Yang Sun, Chun Xian felt an overwhelming weight in his heart, as if it had been filled with lead. This time, the Yang family's escort agency, with the exception of Yang Ying'er, could be deemed entirely decimated. Chun Xian's spirits were profoundly burdened. It must be said that Yang Sun is a man of deep loyalty and affection, despite being burdened by past transgressions. Chun Xian could have been refused this escort mission, yet Yang Sun chose to come anyway. Given the present circumstances, Chun Xian felt a deep sense of guilt. It seemed that Yang Sun noticed Chun Xian's remorse as he reached out towards him, as if to grasp something intangible. Chun Xian immediately took hold of his hand, feeling distinctly the decline in Yang Sun's body temperature, while the potent poison relentlessly ravaged his internal organs, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 12. Trust in you. 13th Master, there is no need for you to feel guilty. Those of us in the escort agency have always treaded the razor's edge, and our current fate is merely the hand of destiny. I accept it. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he was seized by a violent bout of coughing, dark, toxic blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. "Father." Beside him, Yang Ying'er wept bitterly, her face a tableau of tears. Yang Sun summoned the last of his strength. Grasping Yang Ying'er's hand and placing it in Chun Xian's palm, his voice frail yet resolute. 13th Master, my time has come. The only thing I cannot leave behind in this world is my daughter. Once I am gone, she will be utterly alone. In my youth, I served as a companion to your father, a valiant warrior of the great Qin dynasty. Alas, fate is often cruel to the gifted. You are his flesh and blood, and I have watched you grow. I trust in your character. Therefore, I implore you to care for Ying'er after I depart." As he spoke, Yang Sun was overtaken by another fit of coughing, blood spilling from his lips. "Very well, I promise you, as long as I live, I shall always look after your daughter." Chun Xian held Yang Sun's hand with unwavering resolve. Yang Sun had entrusted his daughter to him, and he could never betray such loyalty. "Good, 13th Master, I have faith in your capabilities." Upon hearing these words, a weight lifted from Yang Sun's heart. The tension he held finally eased. In the next moment, his grip slackened, his head tilted, his pupils gradually losing focus, and silence enveloped him. "Father." Yang Ying'er collapsed onto Yang Sun, weeping inconsolably. Chun Xian sighed softly, reaching out to close Yang Sun's eyes. It is essential to shut the eyes of the departed, otherwise, they remain in eternal unrest. Around them, the other disciples of the escort agency, who had initially wailed in agony, fell silent. The entire escort agency, save for Yang Ying'er, had perished. "Now it is all over. Our protectors are gone. How shall we venture to the frontier?" Su Ruolin descended from the carriage, her gaze sweeping over the sea of corpses, her expression one of shock. The other women were equally terrified, their faces pale. This was their first encounter with such devastation. Even the Princess Li Xiaoning of the Tang dynasty was visibly shaken by the grisly sight. However, Being a princess, her mental fortitude surpassed that of the others. While the others remained in shock and fear, Li Xiaoning quickly regained her composure and steadiness. Of course, the calmest among them was Enrushua. As a disciple of the Snow Sword sect, she was accustomed to life and death, and the sight of so many corpses no longer fazed her. Miss Li. Chun Xian suddenly rose, fixing his gaze upon Li Xiaoning. What is it? Li Xiaoning frowned, displeased by the term miss, for she was a dignified princess of the Tang dynasty, and such a title felt beneath her station. However, in this current situation, she would not dwell on trivial matters. Please take the lead and ensure that Master Yang and the other members of the escort agency are laid to rest. Chun Xian's voice was grave, each word resonating with profound strength. And what about you? Li Xiaoning paused, taken aback. Chun Xian's request for her to undertake such a task indicated that he had other matters to attend to. What was he planning? I seek vengeance. Chun Xian's countenance was as frigid as frost, and with a sudden gesture towards Ying'er, he declared with unwavering resolve. Will you accompany me to pay your father a final tribute, or will you join me in seeking retribution at Jinfengzhai, where blood debts are settled with blood? At his words, Ying'er lifted her head. Disbelief etched across her features as she regarded Chun Xian. She had never anticipated that he would utter such sentiments. Avenging her father? If it were possible, why not? I will seek vengeance for my father and all the brothers of the escort agency. Without a moment's hesitation, Ying'er spoke resolutely. Very well, then follow me. Chun Xian nodded, dispensing with further words, and turned to pursue the fleeing bandits. Ying'er cast a lingering glance at her father, her teeth clenched, and immediately followed suit. My heavens, are they truly heading to the bandits' lair? My husband is far too audacious. Su Rulin found herself in a state of bewilderment. In her view, driving the bandits away and preserving their lives was already a significant achievement. Yet, Chun Xian intended to storm their stronghold, aiming for a complete annihilation, which seemed exceedingly reckless. The other women, too, displayed expressions of shock. None had anticipated that Chun Xian would take such drastic action. To directly attack the den of 1,000 bandits required immense courage. Yet now, he was determined to assault their lair, leaving them momentarily at a loss. On the way, Chun Xian quickly pinpointed a direction based on the footprints on the ground and pursued it. Ying'er, possessing considerable strength at the second level of martial prowess, was afforded a slower pace by Chun Xian, allowing her to keep up. Soon, Chun Xian discovered several bandits gasping for breath by a pond. Damn it, our second-in-command, possessing the 5th level of martial strength, was killed by him. This guy is terrifying. We must hurry back to inform the chief. The bandits, recalling Chun Xian's ruthless rampage, were still filled with trepidation. He was nothing short of a merciless killer. At that moment, Chun Xian stepped forward, his gaze icy as he fixed them with a piercing stare. Instantly, the temperature in the area seemed to plummet. Why you? The bandits' eyes bulged in horror, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. They could never have imagined that Chun Xian would follow them. One particularly timid bandit, overwhelmed with fear, soiled himself, a foul odor emanating from his trousers. Chun Xian uttered no superfluous words, directly plunging the sword in his hand into the ground. In an instant, several bandits were seized with terror, their faces turning pale as death. Spare us, please spare us, they pleaded, hastily kneeling and fervently knocking their foreheads against the earth until blood began to flow. If you wish to live, lead the way. Chun Xian's voice was cold and unwavering. The bandits were momentarily taken aback. Lead to where? To Jinfeng's stronghold, Chun Xian declared with icy resolve. Upon hearing this, the bandits exchanged glances filled with apprehension. Jinfeng's stronghold was their stronghold, where their leader was a formidable warrior of the 7th realm. In the entire bandit mountain, the prowess of their leader was renowned. This individual had just slain their second-in-command, and instead of fleeing, he dared to aim for Jinfeng's stronghold? Was he out of his mind? Yet for them, this presented an extraordinary opportunity. Chapter 13. Accompanying you to kill. Firstly, if they could escort Chun Xian to Jinfengzhai, their lives would be preserved. Secondly, the current leader was stationed at Jinfengzhai. Should the leader discover that his second-in-command had been slain by this ruthless individual before them, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. At that moment, he would surely seek vengeance upon Chun Xian. This was indeed an unparalleled opportunity. Spare us, old man. We shall take you to Jinfengzhai at once. Several bandits hastily assumed the role of guides. However, Scarcely had they finished speaking when Chun Xian struck. And in an instant, 3 sanguine blossoms erupted. All 3 bandits met their demise, their throats sealed by Chun Xian's blade. Yu, the last remaining bandit, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground in a heap. He had never envisioned that, in his quest for survival, Chun Xian would so mercilessly slay his 3 companions. Would he be next? Gazing at the blood-soaked sword in Chun Xian's grasp, this sole survivor trembled uncontrollably, his face a canvas of terror. One guide will suffice. Chun Xian's voice was chillingly devoid of warmth. Had Yang Sun lived, perhaps he would have shown leniency towards these bandits. Yet, with Yang Sun's demise before his very eyes, only blood could pay tribute to his spirit. Lead the way. Noticing the bandit rendered speechless by fear, Chun Xian issued a sharp reprimand. Why yes, the bandit, snapping back to reality, stumbled forward, his trembling legs quaking as if they could no longer support him. Ultimately, with a woeful expression, he scurried ahead, rolling and crawling as he went. Chun Xian followed closely, his demeanor as frigid as ice. Ying'er trailed behind Chun Xian, her expressive eyes brimming with vengeful wrath. Her only kin had perished at the hands of these brigands. She must exact retribution, the individual guiding her towards this vengeance. Ying'er regarded Chun Xian's back, her gaze momentarily clouded with complexity. Upon their first encounter, Chun Xian had taken advantage of her, leading her to believe he was nothing more than a lecherous rogue. After witnessing his numerous concubines, she was even more convinced of his licentiousness. Yet now, she beheld a different side of Chun Xian. Despite his numerous wives and occasional irreverent remarks, he proved to be remarkably dependable in critical moments. Furthermore, her father had entrusted her care to him in his final moments. Ying'er had faith in her father's judgment. If he had chosen so, this rogue must possess qualities yet undiscovered by her. Beep. Detected Ying'er's favorability level at 10. As Chun Xian walked expressionlessly behind the bandit, he was momentarily taken aback by the voice of the system resonating in his mind, prompting him to glance back at Ying'er. Why has this young girl suddenly increased her affection so drastically? As Chun Xian turned around, Ying'er met his gaze for a fleeting moment. In that instant, their eyes intertwined, and for reasons unknown, Ying'er experienced a peculiar sensation. Her heart's rhythm momentarily faltered, and an unusual feeling welled up within her. What are you staring at? Ying'er shot him a glare. Oh, it's nothing, Chun Xian replied, shaking his head. After a brief pause, he continued, later, I shall cleanse the entire Jin Feng stronghold with blood. Are you afraid? These bandits are indeed ruthless, committing heinous acts without remorse. Slaying them would not be an affront to heaven, but rather a righteous act. However, one must consider that Ying'er is merely a blossoming young girl. Would accompanying him in taking lives inflict lasting trauma upon her? I have accompanied my father on escort missions since childhood. What have I not witnessed? Death is but a mere occurrence, and not only have I seen it, but I have also taken lives myself. Moreover, these bandits have claimed my father's life. Exterminating them is merely poetic justice. Ying'er gritted her teeth in determination. All right, as long as you're not afraid, I will lead you to slay. Chun Xian nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the bandit mountain, under Li Xiaoning's guidance, 7 women dug a large pit and a smaller one. The larger pit was intended for burying the disciples of the escort agency. Given their sheltered upbringing, it was impractical for them to dig pit after pit, especially since only Enrushua among them was accustomed to such toil. Digging these 2 pits had nearly cost them their strength. Under Li Xiaoning's command, they dragged the bodies of the escort agency's disciples into the larger pit, piling them atop one another before covering them with soil. The smaller pit was reserved for the solitary burial of Yang Sun, and Li Xiaoning procured a stone for Enrushua to etch the words grave of Yang Sun. After all, as a princess of the Tang dynasty, her conduct was impeccably dignified. Moreover, her current status as Chun Xian's legitimate wife afforded her an equal standing in the household, while concubines were relegated to a lesser rank. Thus, when Li Xiaoning instructed Su Ruolin and Li Xianxian to perform their tasks, they dared not voice any complaints. Even the usually aloof and proud Enrushua participated in the effort. They only buried the bodies of the escort agency members, leaving the corpses of the bandits slain by Chun Xian to rot in the wilderness, subject to scavenging by wild dogs or vultures. Sisters, do you think our husband is being too impulsive by taking that little girl Ying'er directly into the bandits' den? Could this lead to dire consequences? After completing their grim task, the group of women rested nearby. Su Ruolin, who had borne 4 children, was particularly restless and began to voice her concerns for Chen Xian's safety. Her sole reliance now rests on Chen Xian. Should anything happen to him, she would find herself at a loss for survival. After all, with her beauty and grace, lacking a dependable man to lean on would inevitably lead to a grim fate, being sold into a brothel and reduced to a life as a courtesan. Alas, I must say, her husband should not have acted so impulsively. That was a den of bandits. Lu Qiqi exhaled softly, admitting that, truthfully, she disapproved of Chen Xian taking Ying'er for revenge. It was already a miracle that they had escaped the clutches of those bandits. He should have fled instead of charging into their lair. Was he not courting disaster? Yet, one must not underestimate him. Our husband is a capable man, and perhaps he truly could eliminate that band of robbers. Li Xianxian could not help but interject. In her heart, the moment Chen Xian took Ying'er to exact vengeance was nothing short of heroic. A true man ought to act in such a manner. Chapter 14. When Disaster Strikes. Each takes flight. Such is the saying. Yet have you ever contemplated that should our Lord perish, we would all become widows? Su Ruolin could not restrain herself from speaking. My avaricious former husband has already been executed by the court. Now, having barely known my new lord for a few days, and without sharing a bed, should he meet his demise, I would undoubtedly be branded a husband killer. When word spreads, men will surely shun me, leaving me no hope of remarriage. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to weep, lamenting, "Oh, my fate is truly wretched." The surrounding women looked at her in silence, realizing she was merely concerned about the stigma of being a husband killer. No wonder, having borne 4 children, her mindset diverged vastly from that of the younger women. Enough with the tears. Your lamentations are quite bothersome, Li Xiaoning admonished sharply. As the legitimate wife and a princess of the Tang dynasty, she had been raised in luxury and exuded an extraordinary presence. Her reprimand effectively silenced Su Ruolin, who obediently closed her mouth. What shall we do now? Shall we simply wait here for our Lord's return? It is already dark. Should we not seek an inn for rest? Lu Qiqi timidly inquired, glancing toward Enrushue and Li Xiaoning. Although Enrushue was also a concubine, her demeanor was remarkable, and she remained composed in times of crisis. With her status as a disciple of the Snow Sword sect, she stood on equal footing with Li Xiaoning in their eyes. However, in response to the women's inquiries, Enrushue maintained a cold expression, showing no inclination to engage, standing apart with her sword in hand, as if she were alone under the moonlight. Su Ruolin's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. Perhaps we ought to part ways now? After all, our Lord's wealth is still in the carriage. We could divide it amongst ourselves and each go our separate ways. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily entertained the thought. They had no deep ties with Chen Xian, and if he were truly not to return, it would be better to disperse and claim their share of the inheritance. Preposterous. Just then, Li Xiaoning shot her an angry glare and spoke sternly. Anyone who dares to mention dividing the inheritance will face my family's discipline. Li Xiaoning's voice was icy, her gaze fixed on Su Ruolin. Su Ruolin immediately recoiled, akin to a startled quail, daring not to utter another word. Internally, she pondered, family discipline? What sort of discipline? Chen Xian saved me just yesterday. He has not established any family rules. She felt somewhat wronged, perceiving Li Xiaoning's authoritative stance as an overreach of her status as the legitimate wife. Yet the severity of Li Xiaoning's demeanor left her too intimidated to voice her grievances. Where shall we go now? Surely, we cannot remain here indefinitely, Lu Qiqi remarked, her voice subdued in deference to Li Xiaoning's authority. In this moment, we shall wait until dawn. Should he return, we will accompany him to the frontier. If he does not, we will divide the family estate and pursue our own paths. After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaoning spoke solemnly. If he is not returned by dawn, it would signify that Chen Xian's fate is dire. Thus, there would be no further need for us to wait for her. This proposal stands as the most prudent course of action at present. For a time, even Su Ruolin, who had expressed grievances, found no words to contest this suggestion. Deep within, she harbored a hope for Chen Xian's return, yet simultaneously wished he would not return at all. After all, the gold within the cart would suffice for her indulgence for quite some time. To accompany Chen Xian to the harsh and frigid frontier was uncertain, fraught with unknown hardships. Such are the convoluted thoughts of a woman. Li Xiaoning cast a complex glance at Enrushue. Enrushue was a martial artist, her realm unknown to Li Xiaoning. However, should she wish to depart, none among the women present could hinder her. Thus, the present moment was indeed the most opportune for Enrushue to leave. Understanding the unspoken implications in Li Xiaoning's gaze, Enrushue let out a cold snort, declaring, "I, Enrushue, am not one to take advantage of another's misfortune. I shall not flee in his absence." At her words, Li Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, Enrushue's presence granted her a sense of security. Despite her injuries, the martial artist could still exert a fraction of her strength to safeguard them. As night enveloped the land, dark and tempestuous, 30 miles from the entrance of the Bandit Mountain, there lay a peak known as Golden Summit. Upon this peak stood a stronghold, the infamous Golden Summit stronghold. At this moment, the flickering bonfire illuminated the raucous celebration of the bandits within, as they drank heartily and feasted on meat. "Ha ha ha, Chief, we have struck it rich this time." That Master Sima was extravagantly generous, offering a full 1,000 taels of gold for the life of that worthless Chun family scion, Chun Xian. Our second-in-command personally led 200 men to set an ambush, armed with bows and arrows provided by Master Sima. I've heard that Chun Xian summoned the Yang family escort agency for protection. That agency is merely a small outfit, and our second-in-command will undoubtedly annihilate them all. The bandits of Golden Summit laughed heartily, convinced that their second-in-command's mission to eliminate the inconsequential Chun Xian would be effortlessly achieved. At this moment, the chief of the Golden Summit stronghold occupied the highest seat, draped in a tiger skin coat, adorned with intricate tattoos of dragons and tigers. His fierce gaze emanated a chilling aura. In hand, he held a vessel crafted from a skull, drinking deeply from it, his face betraying a look of triumph. The second-in-command was his most loyal dog, always executing tasks without a hitch, and he awaited news of the second-in-command's triumph. Suddenly, a disheveled bandit, clad in tattered garments and bearing an expression of sheer panic, stumbled in. It was Zhang the Bald returning, which signified the victorious return of the second-in-command. The other bandits, witnessing the disheveled state of this man, erupted in laughter. "I say, Zhang the Bald, why do you look like a drowned rat? Where is the second-in-command? Did you bring back the body of that fellow named Chun Xian? Mr. Sima has explicitly demanded his remains. And what of the women who accompanied that lad? I hope you scoundrels Haven Tea laid a finger on them, for those women are intended to be sent back to the capital for Mr. Sima." Chapter 15. Who is the bandit? The entire bandit den turned their gaze upon the disheveled figure of the returning bandit, who had fled in a state of utter disarray, eliciting a chorus of teasing remarks from the onlookers. Despite his ragged appearance, it was evident to all that he had hurried back after a long journey, leading them to believe that the second-in-command had successfully accomplished his task. Zhang Tuzu, panting heavily, was drenched in sweat from head to toe. His throat parched and his body on the brink of dehydration. He had no time to respond and seized a water jug from a nearby table, greedily gulping down its contents. His antics provoked hearty laughter among the surrounding bandits. "Have you quenched your thirst yet? Can't you see the chief is waiting for your good news?" One of the nearest bandits jested, giving him a playful kick. Everyone was eager for him to deliver tidings of joy. However, once Zhang Tuzu had quenched his thirst, his face bore no trace of excitement. Instead, he appeared as if mourning the loss of his parents, lamenting with a woeful expression, "They're dead, all dead." "What? All dead?" The chief rose from his chair, towering and imposing, his chiseled features accentuated by a fierce visage. Draped in a tiger skin coat, he exuded an air of authority, yet at that moment, his expression was grim, and he let out a deep, discontented grunt. What was the second-in-command thinking? Did I not specify that we were to spare the life of Chun Xian and not harm the women surrounding him? And now he has gone and killed them all. When Mr. Sima demands his people back, where am I to find women to replace them? As he spoke, his countenance darkened ominously. The surrounding bandits began to murmur their dissatisfaction. The second-in-command acted too rashly. Indeed, how could he have harmed the women? Now we'll surely have to refund half of Mr. Sima's payment. These bandits, notorious for their ruthless plundering and even daring to confront officials, found themselves filled with profound respect for Mr. Sima, who had engaged their services. This respect spoke volumes of Mr. Sima's elevated status and the formidable power he wielded. When the second-in-command returns, I shall demand an explanation. The chief's displeasure was palpable, causing the younger bandits to lower their heads in silence, none daring to speak on behalf of the second-in-command. Zhang Tuzu, observing the reactions of the crowd, was momentarily taken aback. "This is a misunderstanding," he hastily clarified. "Chief, it is not Chen Xian and his women who are dead. Rather, it is the second-in-command and our brothers who have perished, with only a few managing to escape. As it stands, I appear to be the sole survivor, and the fate of the others is bleak." Boom. At this revelation, the entire scene was plunged into a profound silence. Every face was etched with disbelief. "What did you say?" The leader's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the bald man before him. His gaze was as sharp as a steel blade, capable of slicing through flesh, if looks could kill. The bald man would have been flayed alive by now. The second-in-command, that Chen Xian, he is no mere waste. Memories of Chen Xian's merciless demeanor flickered in the bald man's mind. The horror of him slaying 10 men in a single stride, unflinching in his brutality. He was far more ferocious than any of them, the bandits. Thank heavens he had managed to escape, otherwise. The thought sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to recount the events with urgency. "You mean to say he snapped the second-in-command's neck with a single move? How is that possible?" The disbelief was palpable. The second-in-command was the second strongest fighter in their stronghold, a formidable warrior at the 5th tier. Even the leader could not have dispatched him with a single strike. Wasn't Chen Xian reputedly the incapable waste from the capital? Moreover, how old was he? Barely in his 20s, while the most celebrated genius of the Chen family, Chen Tian, was only at the 4th tier. Could he truly have slain the second-in-command in an instant? As many expressed their skepticism, the bald man hastily affirmed, "Leader, every word I speak is the truth." Just then, an underling stumbled into the room, his face a mask of terror. "Leader, it's bad. Someone has attacked our stronghold. They've killed many of our guards." "What?" The atmosphere erupted in chaos. Who had the audacity to assault Jin Feng's stronghold? Could it possibly be those scoundrels from Lu Feng's stronghold? That wretched gang had long sought to annex them. At the mere mention of Lu Feng's stronghold, the bandits' faces contorted with hatred. In the realm of banditry, there were dozens of hideouts, each vying for dominance. Lu Feng's stronghold was larger than Jin Feng's stronghold and had persistently attempted to swallow them whole over the years, but Jin Feng had resolutely resisted. The two factions had clashed for years, suffering heavy casualties, establishing themselves as bitter rivals. Damn it, they must have realized that the second-in-command took men out. And now that we're shorthanded, they launched a surprise attack. Someone quickly deduced the motive, gritting their teeth in rage. "How many of them are there?" the leader asked. His fists clenched tightly. "2, leader," came the reply. "What did you say?" The revelation left everyone stunned. "Indeed, leader, just 2, 1 man and 1 woman, both youthful. The man is dressed in fine garments, appearing like a young master, yet is merciless in his bloodshed. The girl looks barely a teenager, trailing behind him." As the bald man listened, a sense of dread washed over him. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He slapped his forehead, his eyes bulging in horror. "It's Chen Xian. He has come to exact revenge." As the echoes of his words faded, the sudden clang of clashing swords and the anguished cries of the wounded pierced the air. "Oh, the chief is in peril. Someone has forcefully breached the Golden Peak stronghold." With a resounding crash, a lifeless body was hurled through the entrance. In the next moment, Chen Xian stepped inside, wielding a long sword, advancing deliberately with each stride. Backlit by the light, the crowd momentarily struggled to discern his features, only catching a vague outline. Ying'er followed closely behind, her once vibrant eyes now dulled, swollen from tears that had long since dried. She had accompanied Chen Xian through a path of carnage, countless bodies lying in her wake, her garments stained crimson with blood. "So this is the Golden Peak stronghold," Chen Xian mused. As droplets of blood continued to fall from his sword, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of all present. Chapter 16. Eliminate him immediately. Ultimately, Chen Xian's gaze fixed upon the leader, the very embodiment of authority, himself, Chen Xian. Zhang the Bald, upon beholding Chen Xian's frostbitten visage, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his terror manifesting in frantic cries. In that moment, all eyes were riveted on Chen Xian, particularly those of the leader, who lingered on him for a brief instant. Noticing the absence of reinforcements behind Chen Xian, he finally ascertained that Chen Xian had come alone. You possess tremendous audacity to intrude upon my Golden Peak stronghold. The leader's tone was icily menacing. Yet, Chen Xian, disinterested in verbal parley, unsheathed his sword and charged forth, delivering a decisive strike aimed at the leader. Engaging with these brigands through discourse proved futile. Only by overwhelming them with sheer force could one compel their submission. You. Observing Chen Xian's disregard for his words and the immediate threat posed by the sword, the leader's fury ignited. Such insolence was an affront to his dignity. As a formidable warrior of the 7th rank, how could he endure such humiliation? He swiftly drew a knife, clashing it against Chen Xian's sword. Clang, clang, clang. Within a mere exchange, Chen Xian was forced to retreat 3 steps, while the leader remained steadfast, unmoved. This brief skirmish revealed a minor setback for Chen Xian. Your prowess is merely at the 6th rank. The leader's astonishment was palpable. Initially, he had presumed Chen Xian's strength to be at least 8th rank, if not higher. After all, according to his subordinates, Chen Xian had dispatched the second-in-command, the one-eyed dragon, in a single move. Even he, the leader, could not boast such lethal efficiency. Thus, when Chen Xian advanced, a sense of trepidation had enveloped him, and he had already contemplated an escape route should the confrontation turn unfavorable. However, upon engagement, he realized that Chen Xian's rank was indeed inferior to his own, which bolstered his confidence. This individual was no match for the leader. Damn it, he entered with such bravado that I was led to believe he was exceptionally formidable. The leader mused. This fellow is far too arrogant. Should he leave here alive? What will become of our dignity at Golden Peak Stronghold? Eliminate him. Yes, eliminate him at once. The surrounding bandits rallied in fervent support. With a clearer understanding of Chen Xian's capabilities, the leader's vigilance began to wane, replaced by a hint of disdain upon his countenance. I once thought you might be a formidable adversary, but it appears you are but a trifling annoyance. That waste of space, the second-in-command, should have been capable of fleeing, even if he could not defeat you. For him to perish at your hands is a testament to his utter ineptitude. Nevertheless, it matters not. I shall swiftly avenge him. How you dispatch the second-in-command is precisely how I shall deal with you. As he spoke, the leader's gaze fixed menacingly upon Chen Xian's throat, his lips curling into a cruel smile. Chen Xian's expression was grave. The strength of the leader was far superior to that of the one-eyed dragon. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the situation. Nevertheless, as a man endowed with a system, even if he could not prevail in battle, he could still make a swift escape. However, he was accompanied by young Ying'er, who, despite being a martial artist, was only at the 2nd tier of the martial realm. If Chen Xian attempted to flee with her, his speed would be significantly hampered. Moreover, it was paramount to consider that he had already boasted of his intentions. He had brought young Ying'er along to seek vengeance. To be driven away by bandits in such a manner would be rather embarrassing. Yet, if he chose not to flee, he knew he stood no chance against the leader. The only hope lay in whether young Ying'er's affection for him could surpass 30 points. Currently, the system recorded her affection level as 16. This meant he required an additional 14 points of goodwill. Once her affection reached 30 points, he would receive a second reward from the system based on her feelings. However, how could he possibly win her affection now? If he failed to exact revenge today, not only would he forfeit the chance to gain her goodwill, but he might even incur her disdain, leading her affection to plunge into negative territory. After much contemplation, Chen Xian realized he had but one course of action: to demonstrate his unwavering determination for vengeance before young Ying'er, resolute until death. Today, Jin Fengzhai has ambushed us, slaughtering over 50 members of the Yang Family Security Bureau. This blood debt must be washed away with the blood of your bandits, he declared, his voice cold and resolute. I will slay you and place your head before Yang Sun's grave, to honor his spirit in the afterlife. His words were articulated with chilling precision. Ha ha ha, what a joke. You, a mere 6th-tier martial artist, thinking you can kill me? You are deluding yourself. The leader laughed heartily, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke. Around him, his bandit subordinates joined in derisive laughter, mocking Chen Xian's audacity. The one who faltered in the first engagement dares to seek revenge? Behind him, young Ying'er, her eyes reddened, watched Chen Xian being ridiculed, her heart heavy with unease. It was evident that Chen Xian had ventured into this den of danger to avenge her. The thought of him dying here sent shivers down her spine. Perhaps we should find a way to leave. Better to preserve our lives than to risk everything, young Ying'er suggested softly. She yearned to eradicate every last bandit, but the circumstances dictated that retreat was the wisest choice. However, Chun Xian turned to her, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. I have already stated my purpose. I brought you here to kill. A man of honor keeps his word. His resolve was unmistakable. He would not retreat. Yang Ying'er sighed. But your realm is lower than his by 1 tier. You cannot defeat him. Chun Xian, with an air of righteousness, declared, even if I cannot defeat you, I shall still fight. The 50 souls of the Ping'an Escort Bureau perished because of me. I am willing to lay down my life here to provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yang Ying'er was momentarily taken aback. An explanation? It became evident that this man would rather perish in battle than betray his promise. Aside from his slight lecherous tendencies, he truly seems commendable. Ding. Detected Yang Ying'er's affinity level at 20. Yang Ying'er's affinity for the host has surpassed 30, reaching 36. Granting system rewards. The host is rewarded with an elevation of 1 minor realm, attaining the 7th tier of martial artist. Congratulations, host, on receiving a critical hit bonus, doubling the rewards, and elevating another minor realm, reaching the 8th tier of martial artist. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed coldly in his mind, while Chun Xian himself was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. Chapter 17. I am Mr. Sima's man. Yang Ying'er is truly his lucky star. Her wave of affection propelled him to ascend 2 entire realms. Now, he stands a full realm above the leader of the Golden Peak stronghold. In an instant, Chun Xian exuded an imposing aura, casting a cold, mocking glance at the bandits. So, you are the leader of the Golden Peak stronghold? I present you with 2 choices. Either take your own life for a swift end, or I shall personally ensure your suffering is beyond imagination. The leader scoffed derisively. You, a mere 6th-tier martial artist? In my eyes, you are nothing but an insignificant insect. Ha ha ha, leader, why waste words on such a fool? Just kill him already and avenge the second-in-command. One of the bandits exclaimed, eyeing the charming woman accompanying him. She was quite lovely, pure and adorable, still untouched. And once the leader had his fill, they would enjoy her as well. The surrounding bandits had encircled them, their lecherous gazes fixated on Yang Ying'er. With her long figure, tall stature, delicate skin, and exquisite features, she was a beauty beyond compare, captivating in any setting. The bandits, with eyes gleaming with greed, felt parched and kept licking their lips, already envisioning the torment they would inflict upon her. A group of shameless scoundrels. Yang Ying'er clenched her silver teeth, her body trembling with rage. Ying'er, do not worry. I shall not spare any of these wretches. Chun Xian turned to her, offering a reassuring smile. Huh, you think you can? The leader sneered, and in the next moment, he lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air with terrifying speed, aimed directly at Chun Xian. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, transforming into a palpable pressure that enveloped the leader. How could a 7th-tier martial artist feel oppressed by a mere 6th tier? There was only one explanation. Chun Xian's realm surpassed his own. 8th-tier martial artist? The leader's eyes widened in disbelief. How was this possible? Clang. In an instant, Chun Xian's sword flicked out, disarming the leader with a single motion. In the next heartbeat, his sword moved with such swiftness that it left afterimages, as the leader emitted for piercing cries before collapsing to the ground. Deep, crimson wounds marred his wrists and ankles, blood gushing forth wildly. His tendons had been severed. Moreover, Chun Xian had no intention of showing mercy. With one thrust, he pierced the leader's dantian. Ah, you have ruined my dantian. You have made me a cripple. The leader's anguished wails echoed. But they were swiftly silenced as Chun Xian pressed his sword against the leader's neck. With but a slight exertion, the sword could instantaneously sever his head from his shoulders. In that moment, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping would have been audible. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to fathom that in the blink of an eye, Chun Xian had turned the tide of battle. Their formidable leader from the Golden Peak stronghold had been so easily incapacitated. Please, do not kill me. The chief's face was a mask of terror. At that moment, he was gripped by fear, an overwhelming dread of death. Had it not been for his tendons being severed, he would have gladly knelt and fervently begged for mercy. However, confronted with the chief's utmost fear, Chun Xian regarded him with an expressionless gaze. His demeanor was unmistakable. Today, He was destined to die? Seeing Chen Xian's unyielding attitude, the chief felt a chill seep into his bones, yet he was unwilling to accept his fate so easily. If there were even the slightest chance of survival, he would grasp at it like a lifeline. I beg you, do not kill me. I will reveal why the Golden Peak stronghold sought to harm you. It was Mr. Sima who commanded us to do so. Mr. Sima? Chen Xian frowned. This name was unfamiliar to him. Observing a shift in Chen Xian's impassive expression, the chief seized what he perceived to be his last opportunity. He hastily continued, Mr. Sima is a significant figure in the capital. The ambush against you was orchestrated by him, and the arrows we used were supplied by Mr. Sima as well. To be frank, Mr. Sima is likely affiliated with the court. Previously, when the Imperial Army came to eradicate us bandits in the Mountain of Bandits, it was Mr. Sima who dispatched someone to warn us. Each time the officials arrived, we fled. Once they departed, we returned. Over time, the Imperial forces grew weary and simply ceased their pursuit of us. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had long been aware of the Imperial Army's impotence against the bandits of the Mountain of Bandits, yet he had never imagined such a connection existed. The depths of the Mountain of Bandits ran deep indeed. Noticing another shift of expression on Chen Xian's face, the chief hurriedly pressed on. In fact, it is not merely the Golden Peak stronghold, but the entire Mountain of Bandits, comprising dozens of peaks, that maintains connections with officials of the court. Some bandits from various peaks are even akin to lapdogs for high-ranking officials, engaging in unspeakable deeds. The reason the Imperial Army struggles against our bandits is not solely due to our ability to receive prior warnings. Rather, it is because of the interference from court officials, rendering the army incapable of effectively quelling the bandits. At this revelation, Chen Xian comprehended the situation. It was not that the bandits of the Mountain of Bandits were particularly formidable, nor was it that the military of the great Qian dynasty lacked combat prowess, but rather that internal strife within the court rendered the fight against the bandits futile. Many of the bandits were, in fact, nurtured by officials of the court. The entire great Qian dynasty was rotten to its very core. In truth, as one of the three prominent families in the capital, the Chen family often found itself entangled in the whirlwind of internal court disputes. However, the Chen family was substantial and influential. No matter how fierce the internal strife within the court, the three great families remained steadfast and unyielding. Therefore, you cannot take my life. I am a man of Master Sima, and Master Sima is an esteemed individual within the court. In the entire De Qian dynasty, who would dare to defy the imperial authority? If I were to perish, Master Sima would undoubtedly seek retribution against you. The leader spoke hastily, attempting to leverage the court's power to intimidate Chen Xian. What is the true name of this Master Sima? What position does he hold within the court? Chen Xian inquired calmly, determined to unearth the identity of this individual. The true name of Master Sima? The leader hesitated momentarily. The people of Jinfeng had always referred to him as Master Sima or Sir Sima. As for his actual name, that remained a mystery. I only know that Master Sima's surname is Sima. Beyond that, I am uncertain of his given name, the leader replied, forcing the words out. Chapter 18, Affection and Loyalty. In the Grand Dacian dynasty, the surname Sima is quite prevalent, especially within the capital, where the Sima family boasts considerable influence, with many members serving in the imperial court. What is his name? Then what use do I have for you? Chen Xian's voice was chillingly cold, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he harbored intent to kill. In an instant, the leader felt a wave of icy dread surge within him. Why you mustn't act rashly, he stammered. However, Chen Xian was disinclined to engage in further conversation and swiftly swung his sword. You. The leader's pupils constricted sharply as he desperately attempted to flee, but Chen Xian, wielding the formidable power of an 8th-tier martial artist, completely overwhelmed him. To think he could escape was nothing short of a delusion. With a sickening sound, Chen Xian's blade cleaved through the leader's neck. In that moment, a spray of crimson erupted, followed by the head being violently tossed into the air. It rolled several times on the ground before coming to rest at the feet of a small bandit. The leader's eyes bulged in terror and disbelief. He could hardly fathom that after dominating the bandit realm for decades, he would ultimately perish at the hands of Chen Xian. A profound silence enveloped the scene. As all eyes fixed upon the severed head, the once vibrant leader had met his end so abruptly. The next moment, a more horrifying proclamation ensued. With an expression void of emotion, Chun Xian issued his chilling decree. From this day forth, let there be a bloodbath at Jinfeng Zhai. Swiftly, as his words echoed, Chun Xian unleashed a savage onslaught. The mightiest warrior of Jinfeng Zhai had fallen beneath his blade, leaving the remaining bandits as mere rabble. This man is a remorseless harbinger of death. Run! The bandits screamed in panic, scattering in all directions. Some among them sought to seize Ying'er as a hostage to threaten Chun Xian. However, he would allow no such opportunity. With each swing of his sword, another head was sent soaring. Chun Xian resembled a reaper from the depths of hell, relentlessly harvesting lives. In a flash, the area transformed into a battlefield of carnage, drenched in the blood of the fallen, painting the entire Jinfeng Zhai crimson. Ying'er trailed closely behind Chun Xian. Each life he extinguished, diminishing her hatred, until she herself became numb to the slaughter. Time lost all meaning. The entirety of Jinfeng Zhai lay strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Chun Xian's sword grew heavy with the weight of his deeds. Thus, every bandit in Jinfeng Zhai, from top to bottom, was eradicated without exception. Chun Xian fulfilled his vow. Do you feel somewhat relieved now? He asked, driving his sword into the ground, his visage and attire soaked in blood, resembling one who had emerged from a blood-soaked abyss. He too felt numb from the violence he had wrought. The burden of grief weighed heavily on Ying'er, for her father would never return. She harbored no interest in violence. Her sole desire was for her father's safe return. However, it appeared increasingly unlikely. Upon hearing her words, Chun Xian sighed softly, lamenting that his martial prowess, now at the 8th level, had come too late. Had he possessed such strength during the ambush by the one-eyed dragon and his band, not a soul from the Ping and escort would have perished. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to express gratitude. Thank you for avenging me, he said, as Ying'er bit her lip and managed a smile. At least she recognized Chun Xian's sense of responsibility. This scoundrel kept his promises. Chun Xian then took a moment to rest before igniting a blaze that consumed the entirety of Jinfeng Zhai. The flames soared into the sky, illuminating half of the bandit mountain. As dawn approached, the horizon began to brighten with a pale hue. At the entrance of the bandit mountain, Li Xianyuan wore a worried expression. Where's my husband? Could something have happened? She fretted. Perhaps we should divide our luggage now. At first light, the bandits will be active again. If they spot us, we may be in grave danger. We might save ourselves by fleeing with our belongings, Su Rulin urged, her gaze fixed on the considerable amount of gold in the cart. Her suggestion stirred the hearts of several women present. If Chun Xian truly did not return, they could not simply remain idle. If they encountered bandits again, escape would be impossible. Although Su Rulin's proposal seemed ruthless, it was perhaps the most pragmatic course of action. Let us wait another half hour, Li Xiaoning insisted, her brow furrowed with concern. She understood that if something had befallen Chun Xian, their group would inevitably disperse. A gathering of women like them could not achieve much. Parting ways might indeed be the wisest choice. Yet, what if Chun Xian returned alive? Another half hour? Pray tell. Li, could it be that you have genuinely fallen for him? You have known him but a day, Su Rulin interjected, unable to contain herself. Li Xiaoning shot her a glare, chastising, what nonsense is this? My continued wait is merely to repay his life-saving grace. I, Li Xiaoning, am a person of principle. I must act in good conscience. Ah, so you imply we are heartless and ungrateful? Su Rulin retorted sarcastically. Her background in the brothel had shaped her pragmatic nature. For women like them, survival was paramount. As long as Chun Xian lived, she would remain with him. If he were gone, she would flee without hesitation. This was the rational choice of any sensible person. Whether we are heartless or not, one knows one's own heart, Li Xiaoning remarked. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Rulin, her disdain palpable. Su Rulin opened her mouth, eager to retort, yet the words lingered on her lips, stifled. Firstly, Li Xiaoning's status surpassed hers. Not only was she a princess of the Tang dynasty, but she was also the legitimate wife of Chun Xian, the head of the household. In contrast, Su Rulin was merely a concubine. Should she provoke Li Xiaoning's ire, it would be entirely plausible for Li Xiaoning to eliminate her on the spot. Suddenly, someone approached, and Ruoxue, who had been standing silently by, her expression devoid of concern for her surroundings, abruptly opened her eyes. She sensed a formidable presence rapidly drawing near. Who could it be? Surely, it could not be the bandits coming for them, could it? Oh no, I had long suggested we separate and flee, yet you all refused. Now, look where we are. The bandits have arrived, and there is no escaping this predicament." Su Ruolin nearly broke into tears. The mere thought of falling into the hands of the bandits filled her with dread, causing her eyes to well up with tears. Chapter 19. A Bloodbath. The emotions of those surrounding were instantly stirred by Su Ruolin, their faces transforming into masks of concern. "You cursed crow, silence yourself. Perhaps it is my husband returning." Su Qingsheng could no longer contain herself and muttered under her breath. Though she spoke thus, the apprehension on each woman's face deepened. "It is he who has returned." And Ru Xue's eyes gleamed with a frigid intensity. Although she had not yet laid eyes upon Chen Xian, she could sense a distinctive martial aura that unmistakably belonged to him. "Are you referring to the bandit or my husband?" Lu Qiqi inquired. "Oh, how foolish you are. It must surely be my husband. If it were a bandit, Missen would have already urged us to flee." Su Ruolin, despite her questionable character, possessed a sharp mind. Upon hearing this, all the women turned their hopeful gazes toward the front. Gradually, two figures emerged into their line of sight, none other than Chen Xian and Ying'er. Their appearance was disheveled, their clothes stained with dried blood, and their faces were so grimy that, were it not for their recognizable features, they might have been unidentifiable. "Oh, my husband, Miss Yang. You have finally returned. I knew you would come back safe and sound," Su Ruolin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she hurriedly approached Chen Xian, her hips swaying with each step. Seeing Chen Xian in such a tattered and filthy state, she wore an expression of distress. "My husband, how did you come to look like this? Those despicable bandits have reduced you to such a state. They deserve nothing less than death. You cannot imagine how worried we have been for you. Yet through it all, we steadfastly believed in your safe return. Come, my husband, you must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders." As she spoke, Su Ruolin sweetly began to knead Chen Xian's shoulders and gently pampered him. The other women watched her sycophantic display, somewhat speechless, considering that she had been the first to suggest parting ways. Now, she was uttering such nonsense. One could only marvel at how a woman of her background could spin such tales, truly skilled in the art of captivating men. In truth, after annihilating the Jinfeng stronghold and making his way back, Chen Xian was indeed fatigued. The act of having someone attend to his shoulders was a delightful comfort, warming his heart. Yet, what warmed him most was the fact that none of these women had departed. In reality, as he returned from the destruction of the Jinfeng stronghold, Chen Xian had contemplated whether, without his watchful eye, these women might seize the opportunity to escape. After all, there was no deep emotional bond between them, merely a debt of gratitude for saving their lives. Should they choose to leave, he would harbor no resentment against them. To his surprise, not a single one had left, not even in Ru Xue, who could have easily slipped away without anyone being able to stop her. "You have endured much," he thought to himself. Feeling the gentle fingers of Su Ruolin continuously pressing on his shoulder, Chen Xian smiled and replied, "Oh, dear, what you say is quite unnecessary. As your man, it is only natural for you, as my woman, to attend to me." Su Ruolin immediately chimed in with a sweet and charming tone. The sweet-talking of courtesans is always effective when directed at men, regardless of the time or place. At least, after hearing her words, Chen Xian's affection for Su Ruolin soared dramatically. The members of the Ping and escort agency are all buried there. Li Xiaoning approached with an air of cold grace. She did not inquire about Chen Xian's actions after storming the bandit lair, focusing solely on the matter at hand. Chen Xian turned to look in the direction Li Xiaoning was pointing, where two mounds of earth lay, one large and one small. The larger mound concealed all the members of the Ping and escort agency. After all, as women, we lacked the strength to dig individual graves for each of them, so they had to be buried together. The smaller mound belonged to Yang Sun. Li Xiaoning continued, glancing at Yang Ying'er as she spoke. Yang Ying'er remained silent as she knelt before Yang Sun's grave, tears brimming in her eyes. "You have all endured much," Chen Xian remarked, compelled to acknowledge that Li Xiaoning had executed this task exceptionally well, ensuring that all members of the escort agency were buried and a tombstone was erected for Yang Sun. "Your strength has increased once more?" Suddenly, Ru Xue fixed her gaze on Chen Xian, her brow furrowed in curiosity. For reasons unknown, in just 2 days, Chen Xian had begun to exude an air of unfathomable depth. When they first met, he had merely possessed the strength of a fourth-tier martial artist. However, upon defeating the one-eyed dragon, the second in command. His strength had evidently surpassed the 5th tier, possibly reaching the 6th. Now, he emanated an enigmatic aura that left her perplexed. Just a bit stronger, Chun Xian replied with a smile, offering no further elaboration. And Rushue fell silent for a moment before continuing. What of Jin Fengzhai? How has it fared? Chun Xian slowly uttered 4 words, wiped out completely. With a start, and Rushue's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity. She had assumed that Chun Xian, accompanied by Ying'er, would retreat if they could not prevail against Jin Fengzhai. After all, it was a bandit stronghold. And with Ying'er's limited combat prowess, she was more of a burden than an asset. Surviving the encounter would have been commendable enough. To her utter astonishment, Chun Xian had managed to eliminate the entire bandit group? Is that true? And Rushue questioned, struggling to accept the reality. Even she, uninjured, would not dare to boast of such a feat if she were to assault Jin Fengzhai. Indeed, it is true, Chun Xian affirmed with confidence. And Rushue took a deep breath, suddenly regarding Chun Xian with an unfamiliar gaze. She realized that this man before her was truly enigmatic, growing increasingly difficult for her to comprehend. In the capital city, within the confines of a brothel, Chun Tian cradled a voluptuous woman in his left arm, while his right embraced a youthful beauty, his hands wandering unreservedly over their delicate forms. Before him stood a dashing young man, elegantly attired with a feather fan and a silk cap, exuding an air of sophistication. However, this young man was devoid of female company, leaving one to ponder whether this was due to a lack of interest or some other reason. Mr. Sima, you claim that you can present me with Chun Xian's head today. Surely, you jest? Chun Tian spoke slowly, his earlier amusement with the 2 women dissipating as he mentioned Chun Xian, his expression morphing into one of dark displeasure. Rest assured, young Master Chun, my words are not mere folly, Sima Shiba replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Chapter 20. Truly heartless. May I be so bold as to inquire, Mr. Sima, what method did you employ to eliminate Chun Xian? Chun Tian's eyes flickered as he posed the question. How could Sima Shiba possibly divulge the truth? With a gentle shake of his feather fan, he smiled and replied, Young Master Chun, it is best not to inquire into matters that ought to remain unspoken. Even if you do, there will be no answers. This remark left Chun Tian feeling somewhat disgruntled. However, given Mr. Sima's formidable reputation and his penchant for unsavory dealings, where he had never failed, Chun Tian dared not offend him. Rest assured, the head will undoubtedly be delivered to you tonight, along with the women you desire, all of whom will arrive at your residence unharmed. I may need to leave the capital for a few days, so I would appreciate it if you could settle the remuneration with me now, Sima Shiba said, his smile unwavering yet exuding an air of insistence. Upon hearing this, Chun Tian felt a surge of irritation. He had yet to lay eyes on Chun Xian's corpse, and the women he had sought had not yet been delivered. The task was far from complete, so why demand payment now? Nevertheless, his annoyance was overshadowed by the understanding of Sima Shiba's prowess. Thus, he replied, I am well aware of Mr. Sima's esteemed abilities. Here is the 5,000 taels of gold you requested. As he spoke, he tossed out a spatial ring, an expensive item capable of holding objects of considerable size. The larger the capacity, the higher the price. Chun Xian had never possessed such an item. It was not a matter of affordability, but rather a reflection of his modest upbringing. Having grown up without parents and living frugally on the meager inheritance they had left behind, Sima Shiba accepted the spatial ring and, with a sweep of his spiritual sense, confirmed it contained exactly 5,000 taels of gold. He promptly produced his own spatial ring, transferring the gold from Chun Tian's ring into his own. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, young Master Chun. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave, he said, returning the ring to Chun Tian and bowing slightly as he prepared to depart. Seeing this, Chun Tian furrowed his brow. Was he leaving already? Yet, he refrained from voicing further objections, recognizing Sima Shiba's exceptional competence. He had never failed in any task he was paid to perform. The only downside was his exorbitant fees. 5,000 taels of gold equated to 50,000 taels of silver. Damn Chun Xian, for your wretched life, I must expend so much of my wealth. When your corpse arrives, I shall certainly exact my vengeance. Chun Tian seethed, yet soon a smile crept upon his lips. Ah, tonight the women will be delivered to my chamber, especially that little vixen and Rushue from the Snowsword sect. who is said to possess an ethereal beauty and remains untouched. If I were to engage with her in a dual cultivation, drawing upon her essence to nourish my own, within a year I would undoubtedly transcend the realm of a martial artist and ascend to the level of a martial master. Should I attain the status of a martial master, I would become the youngest individual in the Chun family to achieve such a feat in a century, a once-in-100 years prodigy. At that point, the family's cultivation resources would be directed towards me, accelerating my training at an extraordinary pace, allowing me the prospect of contending for the position of clan leader in the future. Although spending 5,000 taels of silver pains me greatly, it is indeed worthwhile. If the people of Jinfeng Stronghold were to learn that Sima Shiba received 5,000 taels of gold from Qintian, while they, the laborers, were given a mere 1,000 taels, they would surely weep in despair. This is indeed a heartless intermediary, utterly unscrupulous. Having gone a night without sleep, Chun Xian and the women sought refuge in an inn to rest, intending to recuperate before continuing their journey and purchasing several fine steeds for travel. Unfortunately, the horses brought from the capital had all succumbed to poisoned arrows. While they rested within the inn, they remained unaware that a tremendous uproar had erupted throughout the Bandit Mountain. Within the Lufeng stronghold, the conversation was rife with disbelief. What did you say? The entire Jinfeng stronghold, all of its hundreds of bandits, have perished? The reply from the subordinate was firm. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Not only has everyone at Jinfeng stronghold been wiped out, but the stronghold itself has been set ablaze. This information is not only known to us at Lufeng stronghold. The nearby hills are also aware, and the news of Jinfeng stronghold's annihilation is spreading further and further. It is absolutely true and cannot be false. Damn it. What kind of existence did that foolish group at Jinfeng stronghold provoke to face such annihilation overnight? Could it possibly be the authorities behind this? Such a thought was dismissed. No, Jinfeng stronghold, like us at Lufeng, appears to be bandits but in reality serves as pawns to the court, undertaking illicit tasks for those in power. If the court intended to eliminate them, they would have received warning in advance. But if it's South not the court, then who could it be? Is it possible that an exceptionally formidable figure has recently arrived at our Bandit Mountain? An air of anxiety enveloped Lufeng stronghold, as even the leader, Lu Jinyu, felt a twinge of unease. After all, Lufeng stronghold is the closest to Jinfeng stronghold. If they could obliterate Jinfeng stronghold overnight, could they not do the same to us? It would be unnatural not to fear. Damn it. Immediately dispatch a message to inform Lord Qin of the situation. He is a high-ranking official of the court, second to none, and surely possesses knowledge of the matter. After much contemplation, Lu Jinyu ultimately issued the command. Soon, a carrier pigeon soared from the mountaintop of Lufeng stronghold, flying straight to the residence of a third-rank official in the capital. Half an hour later, a pigeon emerged from that residence, heading directly back to Lufeng stronghold. When Lu Jinyu read the contents of the letter, he was left utterly stunned, momentarily dazed. Boss, what does the letter from Lord Qin say? A group of subordinates eagerly urged for the revelation. You may read it for yourselves. Lu Jinyu tossed the letter towards them. However, this band of outlaws, having turned to a life of crime, were illiterate, unable to recognize even a single character. Those capable of reading would have pursued a profession as teachers rather than resorting to banditry. Not one of them could decipher the words on the page. Observing their confusion, Lu Jinyu felt at a loss and picked up the letter to read aloud. Lord Qin states, he himself is also unaware of the circumstances surrounding the destruction of Jinfeng stronghold, and he instructs us to investigate the reasons for their demise. Once we ascertain the truth, we are to inform him immediately. As Lu Jinyu recounted the contents of the letter, a pallor swept over the faces of all the brigands of Lufeng stronghold. Chapter 21. A catastrophe. The band of robbers appeared utterly disheartened, their faces as pale as bitter melons, reflecting their dismay. To ask them to investigate the annihilation of Jinfeng village? Although Lufeng village was larger in scale and boasted more skilled fighters, their prowess was hardly formidable. The ability to wipe out Jinfeng village overnight, leaving no survivors, indicated an extraordinary level of mastery, far surpassing that of ordinary martial artists. The leader of the assailants must have been a figure of great renown, at least a master-level warrior. If we were to investigate, we might provoke someone dangerous, and we could very well be the next victims of a bloodbath. How could Lord Qin possibly assign us such a perilous task? The court is filled with formidable experts. Why not dispatch one of them to conduct the investigation? The petty bandits grew increasingly anxious, many wearing expressions of resentment, feeling that Lord Qin's demands were rather excessive. Silence. Lord Qin holds an esteemed position. His decisions are not subject to your idle gossip, Lu Jinyu interjected, his voice cold and fierce as he scanned the faces of those present, as if ready to strike down anyone who dared to speak out of turn. Bring forth a few individuals. I require a thorough investigation into who entered the bandit mountain yesterday. Lu Jinyu named several individuals, commanding them to look into the matter. Those singled out wore expressions of despair, appearing as if they had just lost their parents. Though reluctant, they dared not voice their objections and reluctantly descended the mountain to conduct the investigation. Similar trepidation gripped the other bandit nests on the mountain. For the truth of the saying, when the rabbit dies, the fox mourns, resonated with all. The destruction of Jinfeng village cast a shadow of fear over the other strongholds. Who could say they would not be next? In the capital, within the Chen residence, Chen Tian sipped his tea in a state of blissful contentment. After all, this morning at the brothel, Sima she had assured him that by nightfall at the latest, the body of Chen Xian would be delivered. The thought of Chen Xian having embarrassed him publicly just days prior ignited a seething resentment within him. Chen Xian, you worthless fool, what can you possibly compare to me? Crushing you would be as effortless as squashing an ant. The only lament was that he could not personally enact this vengeance. Young master, Mr. Sima has arrived. Just as Chen Tian was lost in his reverie, a servant rushed in to report. Mr. Sima? Was he not heading to Jiangnan? Why has he returned? Chen Tian pondered, somewhat surprised. However, he dismissed the thought. If Sima had not departed and had come to see him in person, there must be a reason. Please, show him in. Moments later, Sima she entered, but his demeanor was markedly grim, even somber. Mr. Sima, what troubles you? Upon witnessing his demeanor, an unsettling premonition instantly enveloped Chen Tian. Sima she's countenance had grown chillingly severe, seemingly lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees. Clenching his teeth, he uttered, all my men are dead. But rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. The payment has been received, and within 3 days at most, Chen Xian's corpse will be delivered to you. Previously, he had fervently assured that Chen Xian's remains would arrive that very night. However, with the emergence of this calamity, Sima she found himself perplexed by the obliteration of Jinfeng Zhai. His personal visit was merely to reassure Chen Tian that he had not departed from the capital and would personally oversee the affairs in the city, ensuring that Chen Tian's requests would be fulfilled. Despite Sima she's assurances, Chen Tian remained deeply dissatisfied. A surge of pent-up frustration simmered within him, as he had intended to indulge in the company of Li Xiaoning and Enrushue that evening. With no outlet for his ire, his already irritable mood intensified, urging him to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet, after some contemplation, Chen Tian ultimately restrained himself, mustering a smile as he remarked, Mr. Sima, your determination to remain in the capital rather than travel to Jiangnan is truly commendable. I shall await your favorable news for a few more days. Even as a member of the Chen family, Chen Tian dared not provoke the formidable influence behind Sima Shi. Rest assured, I will deliver the person to you. Sima Shi replied, turning to leave without even sipping his tea. He was resolute in uncovering the true cause behind the massacre at Jinfeng Zhai and determining whether Chen Xian's group had survived. I shall await Mr. Sima's good news here. Chen Tian maintained a smile as he watched Sima Shi depart, until the latter vanished from his sight, at which point his expression abruptly turned cold and devoid of emotion. Humph, they call him the invincible young master Shiman, yet it appears he is but a hollow title. Chen Tian scoffed, a hint of derision crossing his features. He then closed his eyes, the visage of Chen Xian materializing in his mind, causing his facial muscles to twitch with agitation. Damn Chen Xian, whether you are alive or dead, even if you have turned to ash, I shall unearth you and scatter your bones. His animosity towards Chen Xian was palpable, steeped in intensity. Meanwhile, in a nearby inn at the foot of the bandit mountain, Chen Xian awoke in his room, having already bathed and donned a fresh set of clothing. The inn had 5 rooms in total, 1 for Chen Xian, 1 each for Li Xiaoning, Ying'er, and Enrushue, while the final room housed Li Xianxian and Lu Qiqi along with their 4 concubines. Stepping outside, Chen Xian noticed that Li Xiaoning and the others were still asleep, choosing not to disturb them. However, As he passed Ying'er's room, he suddenly heard the sound of muffled sobs emanating from within. She was crying. A pang of guilt washed over Chen Xian. The Ping and escort agency had over 50 members, yet only Ying'er survived. Had it not been for this escort mission, there was a gentle knock on the door. After a moment, it creaked open. Ying'er had wiped her face clean, showing no traces of tears, but her eyes were red and swollen, clearly indicating she had been weeping. "What do you want?" she asked, sitting back on her stool and turning her head away to prevent Chen Xian from seeing her face, as her tear-streaked eyes were unsightly. "Are you all right?" Chen Xian inquired with concern. "It's none of your business." Ying'er sniffled. "Sigh." Chen Xian closed the door, letting out a soft sigh as he approached her. "My father has just left. What are you planning to do?" Ying'er, like a startled rabbit, immediately regarded him with suspicion. Chen Xian felt a twinge of frustration. "Do I appear to be a beast? At just over 20, you already have 7 concubines. You are not merely a beast. You are worse than one," Ying'er retorted with scorn. Chapter 22. The Cycle of Heaven and Earth. Chen Xian found himself at a loss for words. He had not come to quarrel with Ying'er, and if she chose to berate him, so be it. "Rest assured, I am not the person you perceive me to be, and I have promised your father that I would take good care of you. I shall never go back on my word." Chen Xian's expression was grave. Had Ying'er heard such words in the past, she would have scoffed, for in her eyes, apart from her father, all men were deceitful liars. However, Chen Xian had fulfilled his promise to her the previous night, avenging her grievances and bloodily dismantling the Jin Feng stronghold. It was a treacherous domain, a veritable den of tigers, where many had perished at the mere mention of its name. Yet, Chen Xian had led her straight into the fray, his garments stained crimson with blood, leaving no one alive. Therefore, she believed that Chen Xian's promise was not mere jest. "This predicament stems from my own folly. Had I not sought your father at the Ping and escort agency?" Chen Xian sighed softly, lamenting his decision to enlist Yang Sun for the escort. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Ying'er raising her hand. "My father once said, 'Men die for wealth, birds perish for food,' in our line of work. We dance upon the edge of a blade. If calamity does not strike today, it may well do so tomorrow. He has always warned me that if one day he were to meet misfortune while escorting, I must never harbor resentment towards the paying clients. If one dies during an escort, it is due to one's own inadequacy. One must accept their limitations. To survive is a testament to one's skill, while death is merely fate." As she spoke, Ying'er's eyes glistened with unshed tears, the pent-up sorrow evident. Standing beside her, Chen Xian regarded her with solemnity. "Do you wish to learn martial arts?" Immediately, Ying'er lifted her gaze to meet his, their eyes locking. "If you wish to learn, come with me to the border, and I shall teach you." "All right." Ying'er was not a woman prone to sentimentality. She nodded straightforwardly. "Now, if you have something on your mind, do not bottle it up. If you need to cry, let it out. I am here, and my shoulder will always be available for you to lean on." Chen Xian gently ruffled her hair. In that moment, he felt a genuine compassion for the girl. Ying'er saw in Chen Xian the embodiment of her father's spirit and responsibility. The grievances and heartaches that had long been suppressed within her erupted forth. Unable to contain herself any longer, she clung to Chen Xian's waist, burying her head in his embrace and weeping bitterly. "Be good, let your feelings flow. Do not hold them in, for it only brings discomfort." Chen Xian softly caressed her head, offering gentle solace. Uncertain of how long the tears flowed, perhaps it was fatigue from a sleepless night, Ying'er eventually succumbed to slumber in Chen Xian's arms. "As long as you can sleep, that is what matters. Once you do, the sorrow will not weigh so heavily." He lifted Ying'er effortlessly, carrying her to the bed, tucking her in before quietly closing the door behind him. Sleep eluded him, for there were still numerous matters awaiting his attention. Chen Xian descended the stairs and observed the proprietor diligently calculating accounts behind the counter with an abacus. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" the proprietor inquired with a smile, recognizing the significance of this valued customer and eager to maintain a cordial rapport. "Has there been any notable occurrence in the bandit-infested mountains recently?" Chen Xian deliberately probed. Logically, the massacre at Jin Feng would soon become a topic of conversation, inevitably causing quite a stir. Thus, he sought to gather information. "My dear guest, you have come to the right person regarding this matter. Although our establishment is modest, We welcome a multitude of patrons from all corners of the land, frequently engaged in discussions that sometimes unveil significant secrets. The proprietor chuckled, continuing, just yesterday, a remarkable incident transpired in the Bandit Mountains. Oh, what kind of incident? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow with intrigue. Well, esteemed guest, it is not that I wish to remain silent, but certain matters are best left unspoken, as discussing them may invite trouble, the proprietor replied with a knowing smile, indicating his reluctance to gossip. Understanding the implication, Chen Xian casually extracted a small piece of gold from his pocket and tossed it to him. With no silver or copper coins at hand, he resorted to spending gold, treating it as an investment for information. The moment the proprietor glimpsed the gold, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He quickly grasped it and bit down, leaving an unmistakable dent, a testament to its authenticity. Such generosity, esteemed guest. The proprietor's face blossomed with joy. With the gold in hand, his demeanor transformed, and without needing further prompting from Chen Xian, he began to recount the tale with fervor, eager to divulge all he knew. You may not be aware, but the Bandit Mountains are rife with outlaws, boasting dozens of mountain passes. Among them lies a notorious stronghold called Jinfeng, an old den of brigands harboring around 300 to 400 ruffians. Their leader is a martial arts expert, reputed to be of high caliber. Typically, the bandits of Jinfeng engage in pillaging and terrorizing the common folk, instilling fear in our hearts. However, just yesterday, divine retribution struck. Was the heavens merciful? The infamous Jinfeng, from the elderly bandit of 80 years to the young scoundrel who had yet to open his eyes, was utterly annihilated, none left standing. It is said that the scene was horrendous. Some witnesses, upon seeing the bodies littered across the ground, were so terrified they lost their senses, with some even wetting themselves in fright, scrambling away in panic. The proprietor recounted the events vividly, as though he had been a first-hand witness. Oh, such a thing happened? Did no one report this to the authorities, given that an entire village of hundreds perished? Chen Xian feigned ignorance, adopting a facade of astonishment. Report to the authorities? What a jest! The officials would rather see them all perish. They certainly will not concern themselves with this matter. Subsequently, the innkeeper engaged in idle chatter with Chen Xian, for he had received a considerable sum of gold from him. Fearing that Chen Xian might take his leave, he endeavored to provide emotional value. Good innkeeper, I require a map of Bandit Mountain. Ideally one that marks all the bandit dens and hills, Chen Xian requested. Chen Xian had no time to listen to the old man's ramblings. He had pressing matters to attend to. Ah, that is quite simple, esteemed guest. Many who venture into Bandit Mountain purchase maps to avoid the other bandits. A single map is not inexpensive. However, I feel a fortuitous connection with you, and shall present you one free of charge, the innkeeper replied with a beaming smile, as he opened the drawer beneath the counter and gently handed Chen Xian a parchment resembling sheepskin. It is indeed true that money can accomplish wonders. Chen Xian wasted no words, accepting the map and scrutinizing it intently. At last, he spotted the words Lufeng Stronghold. This was also a bandit lair, and according to the map, it was in close proximity to Jinfeng Stronghold, merely a distance of less than 10 miles. Innkeeper, prepare a horse for me, Chen Xian instructed, producing a small amount of gold and silver to toss once more to the innkeeper. The innkeeper's heart swelled with joy. He felt as though he had struck gold today. Encountering a Navi scion of a wealthy family, spending gold as though it were water. With the payment secured, the quality of service naturally followed suit. Before long, the innkeeper summoned a tall steed for Chen Xian, though it was a rental that he would need to return. Should he choose not to, an additional payment of 50 taels of gold would be required, within the typical price range for a horse. The innkeeper was not concerned that Chen Xian might abscond on horseback. After all, the women he had brought along remained within the inn. Once my companions awaken, inform them that I have stepped out to attend to some matters and shall return shortly. They should wait for me here at the inn, Chen Xian instructed as he mounted the horse. Chapter 23, A Grand Background. Rest assured, esteemed guest, I shall convey your words without omission. The innkeeper grinned widely, revealing a row of large teeth, brimming with joy. Half an hour later, at Lufeng village, the village chief Lu Jinyu reclined on the grand seat, snoring. Boss, we have news. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to report. Lu Jinyu immediately shook off his drowsiness, his eyes wide open as he inquired, What news? Speak swiftly. The subordinate replied, Yesterday, many witnessed the second-in-command of Jinfeng village, the one-eyed dragon, lying in ambush at the entrance of the Bandit Mountain, seemingly intent on assassinating a person of great importance. However, they were all eliminated. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu could not help but show a look of astonishment and asked, "Who was the target of their assassination? Is there any news?" The subordinate responded, "It is said to be a member of the Qin family." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu's brows furrowed. The Qin family from the capital? As one of the three foremost families in the capital, many members of the Qin clan hold significant positions within the court, possessing formidable power. Have those fools at Jinfeng village lost their minds? Do they dare to kill someone from the Qin family? They must be courting death. Lu Jinyu could not help but curse. The subordinate quickly interjected, "According to my investigations, the individual the Jinfeng village gang intended to kill seems to be quite weak and holds little status within the Qin family." Lu Jinyu immediately scoffed. Even if he is weak and lacks status, he is still a member of the Qin family. Now, tell me, who are they attempting to assassinate? The subordinate scratched his head and said, "It appears he is named Qin Xian. Damn it, it's that brat." Lu Jinyu's expression suddenly turned peculiar. "Do you know who this Qin Xian is?" The bandits shook their heads in unison. One individual cautiously asked, "Boss, does he have a significant background? Is he a high-ranking official of the court or a master of martial arts? Surely, he must be an extraordinary figure." Listening to the chaotic speculations of his subordinates, Lu Jinyu was both amused and infuriated, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "You fools, you understand nothing. That brat, an extraordinary figure? The reason he is well known in the capital is not due to his prowess, but because he is notoriously inept. His father was a celebrated genius of the Qin family, the youngest general of the Daiqian dynasty, conferred a title before the age of 30. His glory was boundless, but alas, he died young, perishing on the battlefield. His mother also had an illustrious background. It is said she might have been a princess of a foreign nation, a formidable female general who fell alongside his father in battle. And this Qin Xian was born beneath their radiant legacy. Everyone expected him to inherit his father's remarkable talent. Yet to their utter shock, he was born with blocked meridians, a natural failure. The young man exhibited a meek and submissive demeanor, entirely devoid of the valor that characterized his father. Bullied throughout his childhood, he stood in stark contrast to his father's formidable reputation and illustrious legacy. Lu Jinyu shook his head in disdain, lamenting the fact that Qin Xian's fame was solely a byproduct of his father's brilliance, leading many to have high hopes for him. Ironically, despite the expectations, he proved to be utterly disappointing, incapable of cultivation and burdened by a timid nature, rendering him a subject of ridicule. Unbeknownst to Lu Jinyu, the current Qin Xian was no longer the same as before. Although he inhabited the same body, his soul had transformed entirely. Such a worthless individual, even within the Qin family, was disregarded. Even beggars on the street would spit in his face. And now, to suggest that the downfall of Jinfeng village was linked to him? Lu Jinyu found it preposterous, berating his subordinates mercilessly for their absurd claims. To him, the intelligence gathered by his men was undoubtedly false. The demise of Jinfeng village could be attributed to anyone, except for Qin Xian, whose reputation for ineptitude was well known. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. "Boss, a rider has arrived at the entrance of Lufeng village, claiming he wishes to see you." Lu Jinyu paused, immediately inquiring, "Who seeks my presence? What do they look like? What is their name?" A sense of unease crept into his mind. Could it be the individual who annihilated Jinfeng village last night? The subordinate quickly replied, "According to the boss, it is a young man who identifies himself as Qin Xian, a member of the esteemed Qin family, one of the three great families of the capital." The room fell into an immediate silence. As if a pin could be heard dropping, Lu Jinyu stood in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been discussing Qin Xian's ineptitude, and now he had arrived at their doorstep? Most astonishingly, he had declared his identity as a member of the Qin family. Thus, the possibility of a namesake was rendered moot. This worthless individual dared to approach me? Lu Jinyu could hardly fathom the audacity. It was as if he had summoned the devil by merely speaking of him. Send word to block his entry. I must see if he possesses the audacity to breach my threshold. Meanwhile, in an inn, a door creaked open slightly, and a head cautiously emerged. Glancing around to ensure the corridor was empty, with a sly smile, the figure stealthily slipped out, closing the door behind them with utmost care. The entire motion was executed with remarkable lightness, akin to a thief fearful of being discovered. Hee, while you all slumber, this young lady shall quietly infiltrate my husband's chamber and ensure our union is consummated. Once I bear him a child, I will hold the upper hand, and even the primary wife shall have to accord me some respect in the future. The woman covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, as if celebrating her own cleverness. She was Su Ruolin, once a courtesan, who, due to her striking beauty, was redeemed by a high-ranking official to become his concubine. However, before their union could be consummated, the official was exposed as a corrupt figure and lost everything, leading to her imprisonment. Aware of her humble origins, Su Ruolin understood that to secure her future, she must capture the hearts of the men around her. Thus, despite having toiled through the night while others rested, she resolved to stealthily enter Chun Xian's chamber and engage in intimacy, hoping to conceive before her sisters could. My dear husband, I have arrived. Su Ruolin's cheeks flushed with anticipation as she prepared herself mentally. She knocked on Chun Xian's door, yet received no response. She tried again, but still, silence prevailed. How peculiar. Could he be sleeping so soundly? A smile crept across her face. A deep slumber suggested he had rested well, which would likely enhance his vigor later. She gently pushed the door open, and it creaked in protest. The emptiness of the room unfolded before her eyes. Su Ruolin's heart sank. Where was Chun Xian? Had he sought the company of Li Xiaoning? Li Xiaoning had her own room, as did Enrushua. Panic gripped her. Had the primary wife outmaneuvered her? Su Ruolin pressed her hand to her heart in regret, realizing her delay had cost her dearly. Cursed be Li Xiaoning. She would see if her husband was indeed flirting with her. Unwilling to accept defeat, Su Ruolin approached Li Xiaoning's door and pressed her ear against it, straining to listen. However, it was eerily quiet within. Not a sound could be heard. What could this mean? Perhaps he was with Enrushua, that cunning vixen, who appeared demure but was the most adept at deception among them. Muttering under her breath, Su Ruolin sought a glimpse into Enrushua's room, only to find it devoid of Chun Xian as well. Might he have taken refuge with the young Ying'er? But young Ying'er was still but a child. Could her husband have such inclinations? Doubt crept in as she peered into young Ying'er's quarters. Yet again, Chun Xian was absent. Her expression darkened as her mind raced to the worst possibility. She shrieked in alarm. It's over. Sisters, our husband has abandoned us. Chapter 24, Braving the Bandit Den Alone. Did he come alone, or did he bring a throng with him? Lu Jinyu could not restrain his inquiry. In his recollection, Chun Xian was the type who wouldn't dare to retaliate even when assaulted. A character of such timidity would surely not venture forth unaccompanied. It was likely he had a formidable entourage behind him. If indeed he was accompanied by a large number of followers, it would make sense that the downfall of Jin Feng Zhai was somehow linked to him. He came alone, according to the doorman. Came the immediate response from a subordinate. Are you certain he wasn't followed by anyone else? Lu Jinyu remained skeptical. Absolutely, if I speak a word of falsehood. The chief would have me minced and fed to the dogs. The subordinate asserted with unwavering certainty, albeit with a hint of frustration, pondering why the chief doubted his earnestness. There's something amiss. There must be a catch. Lu Jinyu's suspicions deepened. Before he took to a life of banditry, he had thrived in the capital as a figure of prominence. A person of his stature was certainly not akin to the mindless brigands. Chun Xian's solitary approach was undoubtedly fraught with implications. What could he possibly be scheming? At that moment, his mind was engulfed in conjectures, rendering him increasingly restless. Lu Jinyu sensed that Chun Xian's audacity in seeking him out was not without purpose. Report. Just as he grappled with his thoughts regarding Chun Xian's intentions, another subordinate rushed in, his face battered, one nostril still oozing blood, clearly a victim of violence. Xiao Lu, did you fall? One of the bandits could not help but inquire. Xiao Lu, bearing a countenance of indignation, retorted, I did not fall. I was bloody beaten. Beaten? By whom? This is Lu Fengzhai, our territory. Who dares lay a hand on you? Instantly, the bandits erupted in fury, their expressions transforming into that of ferocious beasts, seemingly eager to rend the assailant to pieces. The air was thick with curses and vows of vengeance for Xiao Lu. It was me who was beaten. Just as their tempers reached a boiling point, a cool voice interjected. Though the tone was not loud, it resonated with crystal clarity in the ears of everyone present. Attributed to the speaker's robust presence and formidable inner strength, which possessed a powerful penetrating quality. With a single roar, It could even shatter eardrums. In an instant, silence fell over the gathering. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where a young man atop a splendid steed was making his entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, he gently pulled the reins, and the horse obediently halted in place. "It is the chief. It is he," Chun Xian, the first subordinate to bring the news, hurriedly exclaimed. "Boss. It was he who struck me. He urged me to inform you to come out and see him immediately. When I told him to stop talking nonsense and wait patiently, he beat me." Little Six, feeling unjustly treated, quickly reported. "As a mere gatekeeper, how dare you speak to a distinguished guest like me with such disdain? Shouldn't you be the one to receive a beating?" Chun Xian, seemingly indifferent, spoke with nonchalance. Even though he had ventured deep into the den of bandits, a place rife with danger, he remained unfazed, maintaining an air of relaxed confidence. "You." Little Six, infuriated, could hardly believe the audacity. "This is a lair of bandits, not a brothel. What right do you have to chastise me for my tone? Just because I spoke harshly, I deserve to be beaten? What kind of logic is that? Wait a moment. I am a bandit. Why am I the one who must reason with you? Kid, do you really think so highly of yourself?" Little Six laughed in rage, recalling how he had pleaded for mercy at the entrance of the village when no one came to his aid. But now, within the confines of the stronghold, he had the entire Lufeng Zhai to back him up, especially the formidable leader, who was renowned throughout the bandit mountains. It was outrageous that Chun Xian dared to be so arrogant. "Do you remember what I said before you struck me? I told you to wait. You'll see what is coming for you." Little Six ground his teeth as he spoke. "Oh, I am quite eager to witness how you intend to make me see." Chun Xian replied with a smile. "In this world, the realms of cultivation are divided into 8 stages: martial apprentice, martial artist, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial deity, and martial saint. Little Six, a mere small-time bandit, only possessed the strength of a 4th or 5th tier martial apprentice, slightly stronger than an ordinary person." Seeing Chun Xian's dismissive attitude, which suggested he regarded Little Six as inconsequential, the latter seethed with resentment. He quickly turned to Lu Jinyu, pleading, "Boss, you must avenge me." "Little Six is right, boss. This brat is far too arrogant. He must be taught a harsh lesson. We must kill him today and hang his head atop the stronghold as a warning to others who dare to provoke Lufeng Zhai. But this brat belongs to the Qin family. So what if he does? He has been cast aside by them. The Qin family would not go to war over a worthless outcast." The bandits clamored loudly, their dissatisfaction brewing as they eyed Chun Xian and his bold demeanor as he strode into Lufeng Zhai. They felt it was imperative to kill him and desecrate his remains to quell their anger. However, despite the raucous shouts of his men, Lu Jinyu, the bandit leader, remained silent, scrutinizing Chun Xian intently, as if attempting to discern his true capabilities. Similarly, Chun Xian gazed at him. "You are the esteemed leader of Lufeng village, are you not?" "Indeed." Lu Jinyu narrowed his eyes. "How does your strength compare to that of the leader of Jinfeng village?" Chun Xian inquired. "The leader of Jinfeng village possesses the prowess of a 7th tier martial artist. This Lu Jinyu should surpass him." "Humph. How could the leader of Jinfeng village even be worthy of comparison with our esteemed leader? He merely wields the strength of a 7th tier martial artist, unworthy even to carry our leader's shoes. Were it not for the backing of that esteemed Lord Sima, they would have long since been consumed by our Lufeng village." Upon mentioning Jinfeng village, a disdainful murmur arose among his subordinates. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow. Once again, he had heard the name of Lord Sima. It appeared that the people of Lufeng village possessed some knowledge. Perhaps he could glean the answers he sought from their lips. A smile crept upon Chun Xian's face. Chapter 25. Brothers should speak frankly. Who exactly is this Lord Sima? What weight does he carry in the capital? And why would he employ bandits to eliminate Chun Xian? Does he share any ties with Chun Tian? For the present Chun Xian, all of this remains an enigma. Regardless of any connection between this Lord Sima and Chun Tian, he has become a target that Chun Xian must eliminate. After all, it was he who ordered the men of Jinfeng's High to ambush Chun Xian's carriage. Apart from Ying'er, everyone associated with the Yang family security agency has fallen victim to Jinfeng's High. This Lord Sima is the mastermind behind it all. He must die? You're the leader, aren't you? Pray tell, who is this Mr. Sima? Chun Xian inquired directly, eschewing any pretense or roundabout conversation. Lu Jinyu furrowed his brow. initially expecting Chen Xian to either issue threats or engage in empty bravado. To his astonishment, Chen Xian was inquiring about Mr. Sima. He is a figure from the capital. How could you not know him? Lu Jinyu began instinctively, but as the words left his lips, he seemed to realize something and quickly shook his head. I nearly forgot. Regardless of how one might regard Mr. Sima, he is undeniably a person of high status in the capital. Although you hail from the Qin family, you are ultimately just a lowly pawn, unworthy of engaging with someone of Mr. Sima's caliber, hence your ignorance is quite understandable. In response to such remarks, Chen Xian neither contested nor displayed indignation, for the truth was indeed spoken. I am inquiring about Mr. Sima's identity, yet you divert the conversation to my past, which is irrelevant. Chen Xian shook his head, realizing that the bandits were unyielding to reason. Since a civil discourse was falling on deaf ears, he resolved to employ a language they could comprehend. His eyes suddenly sharpened, locking onto Lu Jinyu. Then I shall see whether you possess the capability. Lu Jinyu retorted with a cold snort. With a swift motion, he spread his arms wide, unleashing a terrifying aura that caused the fabric of his upper garment to burst apart, revealing his formidable musculature. Bring me my great sword, he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, leaving an echo in the air. Immediately, a subordinate presented a blade measuring a full 1.2 meters in length, significantly larger than the average sword and appearing exceedingly cumbersome, requiring 2 hands for an ordinary person to wield. Yet, Lu Jinyu grasped the sword's hilt with one hand and effortlessly lifted it, exuding an air of wild ferocity. Let me see what you're made of. Without further ado, Lu Jinyu swung the sword towards Chen Xian. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing that this fellow's prowess was at the 8th tier of martial arts, placing him on the same level. He promptly dismounted and, with a firm slap to the horse's flank, urged it to flee, seeking to escape the impending danger. There was no alternative. If Lu Jinyu did not restrain himself, he could cleave the horse in two with that blade. Bang! The massive sword swung directly at Chen Xian, who swiftly evaded, the blade striking a lion statue beside him with a deafening crash. The statue shattered, underscoring the formidable power of that weapon. It may not have been exceptionally sharp, but its weight was undeniable. Should it strike a human, it would surely crush bones to dust. As Lu Jinyu pivoted after his strike on the statue, he withdrew the sword and lunged at Chen Xian once more. He relied solely on brute strength, eschewing any finesse. It must be acknowledged that his might was astonishing, and Chen Xian was devoid of a suitable weapon. Even if he had one, he would not dare confront Lu Jinyu head-on. That sword could effortlessly sever ordinary weapons. This kid is no match for the chief, cowering like a turtle. The bandits jeered, their leader exhibiting the prowess of a war god, inciting their raucous cheers. Yet, in the next moment, their raucous cries fell silent, eyes wide in disbelief. In a stunning turn, Chen Xian, who had been on the defensive under Lu Jinyu's relentless assault, seized the fleeting moment when Lu Jinyu lowered his sword. With lightning speed, he struck, his fingers transforming into claws that gripped Lu Jinyu's neck with fierce precision. This was the system's critical strike reward, the Dragon Claw technique, a high-level martial art of the Xian tier. Martial arts are categorized into 4 realms: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each further divided into 3 sublevels: Advanced, Intermediate, and Beginner. The high-level Xian techniques are immensely powerful across the entire Daiqian dynasty. Lu Jinyu was utterly unprepared for Chen Xian's sudden counterattack, having grown complacent with his weapon in hand. Don't move. One twitch and I will snap your neck. Chen Xian's grip tightened around Lu Jinyu's throat, a shadow of death swiftly enveloping him. With a mere exertion of strength, he could end Lu Jinyu's life in an instant. Fear etched itself onto Lu Jinyu's face. At that moment, he faltered, relinquishing his grip, and the heavy sword clattered to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering the tiles beneath. He raised both hands in surrender, forcing a grimace that was more pitiful than a cry. Brother, let us discuss this calmly. Now you wish to speak civilly? Chen Xian scrutinized him, a bemused expression dancing across his face. Lu Jinxian managed a bitter smile and remarked, "The truth is, I had no idea, my brother, that your strength had reached the 8th rank of a martial artist. Had I known, I certainly would have refrained from engaging you in combat." The surrounding bandits, who had been vociferously demanding Chen Xian to release their leader and threatening him with dire consequences, fell into an immediate silence upon hearing Lu Jinyu's revelation about Chun Xian's formidable prowess. 8th rank of a martial artist? How could this be possible? He is barely in his 20s. Our leader, nearing 30, dedicates himself to rigorous training and has only attained the 8th rank. Yet this young man has already achieved such remarkable strength. Wasn't he labeled as the Chun family's good-for-nothing? How could a so-called waste possess such power? At that moment, their expressions were a tapestry of astonishment, confusion, and fear. Chapter 26. A moment of hesitation. It has become clear to me that Jinfeng village must have been obliterated by him. The leader of Jinfeng village is merely a 7th-tier martial artist, and when confronted by an 8th-tier expert, he stood no chance whatsoever. No wonder he dared to storm into our Lufeng village alone. He is not simply a reckless youth, but rather a person of genuine capability. The bandits, one and all, fell into a subdued silence, afraid to even breathe too heavily. Brother, let us converse amicably. In truth, we are both from the same hometown. I hail from the capital as well. I was apprehended by the court for a crime and sentenced to death, but I managed to escape while on my way to execution. As Chun Xian continued to grip his throat with no intention of relenting, Lu Jinyu began to forge connections. Realizing that his primary objective was to stabilize Chun Xian and secure his own life, Chun Xian's demeanor was indifferent as he stated, "You refuse to listen when I speak to you kindly. Must I resort to force?" Lu Jinyu quickly replied with a forced smile, Yes, you are absolutely right, brother. I should not have been obstinate. It was my fault. Who are you calling brother? Do not try to get cozy with me." Chun Xian narrowed his eyes. Lu Jinyu hastily waved his hands. "I misspoke. Young Master Chun, please do not hold it against a rough fellow like me. I will discipline myself." Saying this, he slapped himself twice, too fearful to touch Chun Xian's hand. As a fellow 8th-tier martial artist, Lu Jinyu was acutely aware that if he dared to be insubordinate, his neck would be snapped without a glimmer of hope for survival. "Next, I shall ask you a question. If I receive the answer I desire, I may spare your life. If I do not hear a satisfactory response, you are well aware of the consequences." Chun Xian spoke coldly, disinterested in engaging in further trivialities. "Very well, please ask. I shall tell you everything I know," Lu Jinyu replied, more obedient than ever. Chun Xian resumed. "Let us return to the earlier question. Who is Mr. Sima?" Lu Jinyu quickly responded, "To my knowledge, Mr. Sima is the son of the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Lord Sima, known as Sima Shiba. I acquired this information because I am affiliated with Lord Qin, who serves as the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of War and has connections with Lord Sima. In truth, all the bandits in our mountain stronghold are essentially supported by the court officials. Why is it that the Imperial Army, tasked with subduing bandits, has been unable to capture us? It is because we are all on the same side. How could one possibly turn against their own?" Chun Xian had not inquired deeply, having only asked about Mr. Sima. Yet, out of fear, Lu Jinyu voluntarily divulged information beyond what was solicited. The son of the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Sima Shiba? What a ridiculous name. Chun Xian furrowed his brow, swiftly searching the memories of his former self. Before long, he began to piece together the puzzle. He recalled that the Deputy Minister of Personnel, Lord Sima, would pay annual visits to the Qin family. After all, the Qin family, as one of the 3 prominent families of the capital, held a status nearly comparable to that of royal kin. Furthermore, many members of the Chun family held high-ranking positions within the court. The esteemed Lord Sima has several sons, among whom there exists one named Sima Shiba, who seems to share a cordial relationship with Qin Tian. The previous incarnation of Chun Xian had once observed the two discreetly mingling. However, at that time, his lowly status prevented him from inquiring further. What connection does Sima Shiba have with Jinfeng Zhai? Chun Xian continued to probe. In truth, he had already formed a conjecture, yet some matters necessitate clarity. All the bandits of Jinfeng Zhai are akin to dogs raised by Sima Shiba, tasked with executing his nefarious deeds. For instance, was your convoy not ambushed while traversing the treacherous Hanfei mountain? To my knowledge, it was Sima Shiba who commanded Jinfeng Zhai to lie in wait for you. Lu Jinyu spoke without a hint of hesitation, his words flowing fervently as if his life depended on his promptness. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's heart had already arrived at a conclusion. Ultimately, the true mastermind behind the assassination plot was none other than Qin Tian. With a swift motion, Chun Xian discarded Lu Jinyu to the ground as though he were refuse. Coughing violently, Lu Jinyu grasped at his throat, revealing 5 deep imprints of fingers upon his neck. In that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration from having survived a brush with death, yet he was simultaneously astounded, unable to believe that Chen Xian had so easily spared him. Chief, are you all right? The surrounding bandits rushed forward, expressing concern for him. Meanwhile, one of them, gritting his teeth, declared, "Surround him." Instantly, a throng of individuals obstructed Chen Xian's retreat, evidently unwilling to permit his departure. "Are you not allowing me to leave?" Chen Xian chuckled. "Humph. You merely seized the opportunity to ambush our chief while he was unprepared, employing underhanded tactics. Had our chief engaged you without his blade, relying solely on his fists, you would undoubtedly have been no match for him." Little Six, filled with indignation, retorted. Chen Xian shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "Since you have no intention of letting me pass, I shall have to recount the tale of how I bloodied Jin Feng Zhai once more." Upon hearing this, every individual present felt a shiver run down their spines. Did Chen Xian imply he would also bathe Lu Feng Zhai in blood? "You, cease your boasting. Our Lu Feng Zhai is not the sort of place that can be so easily trampled upon like Jin Feng Zhai." One bandit could not help but counter. Though his tone betrayed a lack of conviction, there was little recourse. Chen Xian's demeanor was far too composed. His calmness suggested that the notion of slaughtering Lu Feng Zhai was merely a matter of course. "Do you doubt me? Then let us see." Chen Xian, having little patience for further discourse, resolved to send them all to meet their maker. After all, should he eliminate them, the news would not only spare him scorn, but rather elevate him as an agent of justice. "Wait, young Master Chen, these foolish subordinates know not what they say. Please do not heed their words." Just as Chen Xian was about to take action, Lu Jinyu, startled, hurriedly spoke up, repeatedly bowing in apology. "Young Master Chen, please show mercy, please show mercy." While his band of ruffians remained undaunted, their leader was the one who faltered. "Boss, what is going on?" The bandits were left dumbfounded. In their minds, Lu Jinyu was a ruthless figure capable of killing without a second thought. He had been pursued by the authorities and sentenced to death precisely because he had annihilated an entire family of 30 belonging to a 6th-grade official overnight. A few years prior, he had escaped from prison and arrived at the bandit stronghold of Hanfei Mountain. His ascendancy to the position of chief at Lufeng village was due to his notorious ruthlessness, having brutally dispatched the previous leader. The entire band of bandits at Lufeng village had been brought under his iron-fisted control. Even bandits from neighboring hills showed him some deference, earning him the moniker Lu the Madman. Yet now, he was the one who had cowered? Chapter 27. The Tyrant's Den. Silence. "You bunch of fools." Lu Jinyu seethed, his thoughts turning dark as he surveyed his subordinates. Had they not witnessed how close I came to having my neck twisted just moments ago? The realization struck him. Chen Xian was at least a master of the 8th rank in martial prowess. Moreover, he had arrived alone, exuding an air of calm that surpassed all others. What did this signify? It implied he was utterly unafraid. Lu Jinyu found himself at a loss, unable to decipher Chen Xian's true capabilities. In the face of the unknown, fear invariably creeps in. Upon receiving such a reprimand, his underlings hastily fell silent. How many among those who could ascend to the position of chief were truly benevolent? If any of his subordinates dared to defy him, it would be entirely normal to eliminate them without hesitation. "Young Master Chen, disregard the ramblings of these imbeciles. From now on, you may come and go from Lufeng's stronghold as you please. Consider it your own home." Lu Jinyu forced a smile, intent on placating Chen Xian and swiftly ushering this harbinger of misfortune away. The longer Chen Xian lingered, the more perilous Lu Jinyu felt. Though Chen Xian had gleaned the answers he sought, he did not depart immediately. Furrowing his brow, he suddenly inquired, "Which faction holds the greatest power in the entirety of the Bandit Mountain?" At this, Lu Jinyu paused, momentarily taken aback. Why was he asking such a question? Could it be that this Chen sought to provoke the mightiest faction? The possibility was indeed alarming. Why else would he inquire about them, if not to stir trouble? Lu Jinyu now perceived Chen Xian as a restless troublemaker, or perhaps a challenger seeking to confront each faction in turn. He could not shake the feeling that Chen Xian's strength far surpassed the 8th rank. Lu Jinyu envisioned Chen Xian as an enigma of immense power. It was no wonder. After all, Chen Xian's father was the youngest general in the history of the Great Qian dynasty, achieving the rank of martial king in his 20s, a prodigy of unparalleled talent. His mother, a princess from a neighboring kingdom, reportedly brought a dowry so extravagant it could only be described as astronomical. Furthermore, she herself had reached the pinnacle of martial mastery at a young age, a remarkable woman who stood equal to any man in prowess. This extraordinary couple were paragons of talent. Had they not met with an untimely demise, they would have surely ascended to at least the realm of martial emperor. If not martial venerable, how could such a gifted pair have produced a worthless offspring? It must be an act, without a doubt. Lu Jinyu began to comprehend that the notion of Chun Xian being a waste, with meridians blocked and unable to practice martial arts, was a mere facade. After all, stripped of his parents' protection, the Chun family no longer regarded him with favor, compelling him to feign weakness, posing no threat to anyone, in order to survive. For years, he had lain in wait, and now, the time had come for him to reveal his true self with a resounding impact. In just a few short breaths, Lu Jinyu's mind raced with revelations surpassing those of anyone else present. Had Chun Xian been aware of the inner turmoil of this fellow, he would undoubtedly have found it amusing. Lu Jinyu, with a quick flicker of his eyes, contemplated how to swiftly divert Chun Xian's attention. He promptly responded, "In answer to your question, young Master Chun, the most formidable peak of the bandit-ridden mountain is known as Overlord Stronghold. This stronghold boasts a band of brigands numbering in the thousands, and they are notoriously overbearing. Whenever we from Lufeng Stronghold encounter members of Overlord Stronghold, we are compelled to take a detour. The stronghold's name alone speaks volumes of its tyrannical nature. The notorious leader of Overlord Stronghold, known as Li the Overlord, possesses martial skills that are truly formidable, having reached the realm of a martial master years ago. Presently, in the domain of martial masters, none save himself are privy to the extent of his prowess. It is said that the court has long sought to pacify him, wishing to bring him into their fold. However, Li the Overlord adamantly refuses. In a fit of rage, the court attempted to eradicate him, yet whenever the imperial forces approach, he swiftly retreats with his men, only to return as soon as they depart. This back and forth has left the court utterly powerless against him." Upon hearing this, Chun Xian could not suppress a chuckle. The bandits of the robber mountain, behind each peak, were backed by court officials. Did they truly expect to pacify themselves? The internal affairs of the Dacian dynasty's court were far from tranquil. While the capital may outwardly exude peace, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents swirled, leaving everyone uncertain of what the next moment might bring. The realm of martial masters. Chun Xian murmured to himself. Currently, he had attained the 8th tier of martial prowess, and his rate of advancement was akin to riding a rocket. Yet, this was still woefully insufficient. Upon reaching the borders, he would face even greater perils. Moreover, the frontiers of the Dacian dynasty were fraught with unrest, where conflicts frequently erupted, and the weak could only become vassals of the strong. Hence, Chun Xian was resolute in his quest to win the favor of the women around him at any cost. "Young Master Chun, are you perhaps seeking to stir trouble with Overlord Stronghold? I know its location and can guide you there," Lu Jinyu eagerly offered. Chun Xian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied coolly, "I harbor no grievances against the people of Overlord Stronghold. Am I to seek out trouble with them for no reason? What folly! The chieftain of Overlord Stronghold has long since entered the realm of martial masters. Those of this caliber can unleash their inner strength externally, capable of shattering stones from a distance. A mere physical blow from such a master could easily shatter bones. 10 pinnacle 9th tier martial artists combined would struggle to overcome a single martial master. Though I possess a system, I am not devoid of reason. A challenge from an 8th tier martial artist against a martial master would be tantamount to courting death." "Ah, you do not intend to provoke Overlord Stronghold?" Lu Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated his miscalculation. If he had no intention of confronting Overlord Stronghold, then why had he inquired about the foremost power of Robber Mountain? Merely posing a question, that suffices. It is no longer your concern. Chun Xian felt that remaining here served no purpose, for he had already acquired the knowledge he sought. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and departed. The startled horse did not venture far. As the gates of the village had been firmly shut, it could only meander within the confines of the stronghold. The bandits, initially intent on closing the gate to thwart any intruders, had aimed their ire at Chun Xian, never anticipating that this so-called intruder would become their formidable leader. Mounting his steed, Chun Xian rode away, leaving the bewildered residents of Lufeng's stronghold in disarray. What is this situation? Our leader, this man entered our village, bested our men, and then simply walked away? We harbor no enmity towards him. On what grounds does he act thus? Having been bandits for so many years, I have never endured such humiliation. A chorus of grievances erupted among the bandits. Chapter 28. Where has my husband gone? In the past, it was only the bandits who descended from the mountains to seize the belongings of the common folk, food, women, and when faced with disobedient villagers, they would beat them mercilessly. Today, however, Chun Xian entered the stronghold, demanding neither their money nor their provisions, nor even their women. He merely sought answers to a few questions and took the liberty of thrashing some of them. After delivering his punishment, he departed. What could this mean? Silence. Lu Jinxian commanded, exasperated by the grumbling around him. A cold glance sufficed to quiet the murmurs, yet the discontent was evident upon each face, revealing their displeasure at Chun Xian's seemingly effortless exit. If any of you feel wronged, take matters into your own hands and detain him. Whoever can slay him will assume my position as the leader. Lu Jinyu cursed vehemently, his gaze sweeping over his subordinates. The moment his eyes fell upon someone, that individual would avert their gaze, not daring to speak. Are you jesting? You, the leader, nearly met your end at his hands, and you expect us to confront him? Even if we had 10 heads, it would not suffice to appease him. As his subordinates shouted bravely, their courage faltered at the thought of action. Lu Jinyu snorted derisively and barked, "Bring me paper and ink. I must inform Lord Qin of this matter immediately." He was, after all, a man of the esteemed Lord Qin from the capital, and it was thanks to Lord Qin's clandestine assistance that he had escaped execution. His life was essentially a gift from that noble man. Lord Qin had tasked him with investigating the massacre at Jinfeng's stronghold and to relay the findings post-haste. Now that Lu Jinyu had ascertained that Chun Xian was responsible for the destruction, he felt compelled to notify him without delay. Meanwhile, at the inn, where could my husband have gone? Could it be that he has deemed us a burden and chosen to abandon us? All of his wealth remains with the main house. Perhaps we should divide the money and part ways? Awakening from a restful slumber, a group of women found Chun Xian missing, and they were instantly thrown into a state of bewilderment. Each speculated wildly about his whereabouts. Had he left of his own accord, or had he been captured? Li Xiaoning wore an expression of unease. For reasons unknown, Chun Xian's absence left her feeling inexplicably hollow, and Ru Shui stood silently to the side, her expression impassive as she gripped a long sword, maintaining an aura of cold indifference, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil around her. Enough daydreaming. Let us divide the money, Su Ruolan urged, unable to contain her thoughts. Surely, my husband will not return. Let us split the funds and go our separate ways. Li Xiaoning, already fraught with anxiety, found her irritation exacerbated by Su Ruolan's incessant chatter. She frowned and replied coolly, "If you wish to leave, you may do so now. No one will stop you. As for Chun Xian's wealth, you shall not lay claim to a single coin." She would not refer to Chun Xian as my lord like other women. Instead, she would address him by name. After all, she is a princess of the Great Tang. Although the Chun family has betrothed her to Chun Xian, their union is not one of formal marriage. Furthermore, Li Xiaoning harbors a sense of pride and does not believe Chun Xian is worthy of her. Even the youngest prodigy of the Chun family does not measure up to a single toe of hers. Su Ruolan, taken aback by such a reprimand, felt a tinge of guilt, causing her tone to soften slightly as she muttered to herself, "If we are indeed to part ways, then why be so fierce? If it weren't for your status as the primary wife, I would surely engage in a quarrel with you." As she spoke, she felt a hint of grievance. "What do you think? Where has my lord gone? Will he return?" Lu Qiqi, a refined young lady from Jiangnan, was well versed in the arts. Yet her family had fallen victim to charges of treason. Ordinarily, such a fate would mean certain death for her entire clan. Yet she was taken in as a concubine by Chun Xian. The Chun family's ability to rescue even a daughter of a treasonous family from prison attests to their considerable influence at court. Whether among the ministers or the noble lords, all must show respect to the Chens. He will undoubtedly return. Just as everyone was speculating, a melodious voice rang out. All heads turned to see that the speaker was none other than Ying'er. At this moment, Ying'er had shed her previous dirt and donned a beautiful horse-faced skirt, complemented by a saber at her waist. Unlike in Rushua, who wielded a sword with an air of coldness, Ying'er exuded a refreshing boldness. "How can you be so certain he will return?" And Rushue, who had remained silent, cast a glance at her and spoke coolly. It is quite simple, for I believe he is a man of his word. Ying'er replied with conviction. He promised my father he would take care of me, and he avenged me. So I trust that he will assuredly come back. Suddenly, the door swung open with a creak. Why are all of you in my room? Chun Xian re-entered, momentarily taken aback by the sight of all the women gathered in his chamber. You went missing, and everyone thought you had abandoned us. Li Xiaoning was startled, realizing that as soon as Ying'er had finished speaking, Chun Xian had arrived. For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing Chun Xian, her heart felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted. Oh my lord, you have finally returned. I was so worried about you. Where on earth have you been? You could have at least informed us or left a note, so we wouldn't have worried unnecessarily. Su Ruolin quickly adopted a melodramatic tone, moving closer as if to embrace Chun Xian, appearing utterly distressed by concern for him. Where have you been? Ying'er also inquired. Except for Rushue. All the women turned their gaze upon Chun Xian, seemingly awaiting his response. In truth, although Rushue deliberately averted her gaze from Chun Xian, her ears were attuned to listen. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Chun Xian inexplicably felt as though he were a criminal being judged by a panel of jurors. For a moment, he was at a loss as to how to respond. Should he candidly confess that he had just been to the bandits' lair to confront them? What if these women probed for further details, leaving him to explain for an extended period? Or should he simply offer a vague excuse? Noticing Chun Xian hesitating, caught between words, Li Xiaoning's demeanor suddenly turned cold. Her expression remained impassive as she remarked, "It is merely a question of where you have been. Is it truly so difficult to articulate? Could it be that you have been engaging in some clandestine affair, something too shameful to disclose?" Chapter 29. The mud stains in his pants. As soon as Li Xiaoning uttered those words, all the women turned their gaze toward Chun Xian. Su Ruolin boldly declared, "What the first wife says holds truth. My dear husband, you must have engaged in some unspeakable deeds. From my years of understanding men, I can tell that a man only feels guilt towards the women at home when he has strayed. Otherwise, he would not shy away from addressing the inquiries of the matriarch." In an instant, the women's expressions turned hostile. Strayed? Are they suggesting that this fellow, while they slumbered, had ventured into the brothels? Truly, he is a busy man. Yesterday, he was occupied with travel, and last night he fought off bandits. How could he possibly find time to indulge in such pursuits? At that moment, a woman with a sarcastic tone chimed in. Su Qingqing, one of the junior wives. Like Lu Qiqi, she hailed from Jiangnan, her beauty exquisite, features delicate, and skin as smooth as jade. Chun Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. What nonsense is this? Do not speak such absurdities. I am not that kind of person, he quickly defended himself. Not that kind of person? Look at yourself, 1 wife and 6 concubines. Isn't that enough for you? Must you seek pleasure elsewhere? You truly are a shameless lecher. Ying'er's voice rose in indignation, her brows furrowing in displeasure as she regarded Chun Xian with contempt. The other women wore expressions of accusation, and Rushue even displayed her disgust openly. Beep. Ying'er affection 10, current, 26. Li Xiaoning affection 10, current, 2. Lu Qiqi affection 10, current, 3. And Rushue affection 40, current, 25. Su Qingqing. System notification. If any one of the affections falls to -100, the host will face severe penalties from the system. Should the affection reach 200, the system will deem the host unqualified and proceed to eliminate them. A cold voice echoed in Chun Xian's mind. He was left utterly dumbfounded. The system intends to eliminate him if his affection drops too low? Is this not tantamount to a death sentence at the hands of women? Chun Xian felt utterly despondent. It was as if he had jumped into the Yellow River and could not clear his name. He had not strayed at all. This was an egregious misunderstanding. It could only be said that women are exceedingly sensitive regarding a man's infidelity. In the blink of an eye, apart from Ying'er, whose affection for him remained positive, all others had plunged into the negatives. And Rushue's affection fluctuated alarmingly. She was the most perilous presence among them. Chun Xian could not help but glance at Rushue, thinking that he must first appease this woman. Why are you looking at me? With so many women at home, is it not enough for you to handle? The notion of seeking out those unclean pursuits is utterly repugnant. And Rushue let out a cold laugh, her face etched with mockery. My dear husband, if your thirst is truly unbearable, why not seek solace in my company? I have previously assured you that my skills in the bedroom are unparalleled, certain to satisfy your desires. Moreover, my body is pristine, far superior to those gaudy harlots outside. Alas, how foolish you are. Su Ruolan gazed at Chen Xian with a reproachful expression, exuding an air of melancholy, as if lamenting her own worthiness. Oh, a cultivated flower cannot compare to the allure of a wild bloom. Men, once they have tasted the forbidden fruit, find even the foulest of pleasures enticing. And Ru Shui continued her derision. But, dear husband, our bodies remain untouched by your affections. You would rather consort with those sordid women than embrace us, the virtuous ones. Have we not performed adequately? Su Ruolan could no longer contain her thoughts, and Ru Shui fell silent, casting a discerning glance at Su Ruolan. Realizing that this woman was deliberately trying to win Chen Xian's favor. It was evident that she was a social climber, adept at flattering those in power. Only moments ago, she had clamored for a division of wealth, yet now she shifted blame towards herself for not measuring up. Such a woman, one could only describe as a green tea, destined to be adored by men. Are you all convinced that I have ventured to the brothel? Chen Xian felt an urgent need to clarify his position, for if he did not dispel this rumor, the stain of infidelity would cling to him, akin to a yellow stain on his trousers, neither excrement nor anything less vile. What? You wish to vindicate yourself? Ying'er regarded him with a sidelong glance. Just as Chen Xian prepared to speak, Su Ruolan interjected, Oh, dear husband, there is no need for explanations. I understand men all too well. Explanations are mere veils, and veils conceal the truth. Chen Xian was left speechless. Ying'er promptly covered her nose, her expression one of disdain as she exclaimed, Repugnant man, keep your distance. I can detect the lingering scent of a vixen upon you. Lu Qiqi added, I have heard that those indiscreet women often carry diseases, venereal ones no less, which are contagious. With that, she cast a penetrating gaze at Chen Xian. The other women recoiled as if from a plague, hastily retreating several paces, with some even pressing against the walls, eager to maintain a vast chasm between themselves and Chen Xian. Li Xiaoning, her demeanor as frosty as winter's chill, declared, In the future, keep your distance from us. We do not wish to be infected. Chen Xian felt more wronged than the legendary Doi. These women possessed an overactive imagination, already suspecting him of harboring venereal disease, and were refusing him proximity. He even observed Lu Qiqi and the others using handkerchiefs to cover their mouths and noses, as if merely sharing the same air with him could taint their purity. With a darkened expression, Chen Xian reiterated, I shall emphasize once more, I have not visited a brothel. Is that akin to visiting a brothel? One might as well prefer a brothel, for at least some of the women there are respectable, offering performances without compromising their dignity. The women in such establishments, however, are merely commodities, their allure exploited by many. Su Ruolan immediately took it upon herself to enlighten others, recounting her own experiences in the brothel where she belonged to the category of performers who maintained their virtue. Upon hearing this, the other women grew increasingly wary of Chen Xian. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as though his attempts at explanation only served to tarnish his reputation further. With his arms hanging limply by his sides, he exhaled the tension he had been holding and resignedly stated, Very well, I shall reveal to you my whereabouts. The capital city. What? The destruction of Jinfeng Zhai was orchestrated by that incompetent Chen Xian? How could this be possible? Within the Sima residence, Sima Shiba, upon receiving a report from his subordinates, stood abruptly, his countenance ablaze with indignation as he clutched a letter delivered by carrier pigeon from Lufeng Zhai. Clenching his fists, he seethed, The intelligence is erroneous. This information is unequivocally mistaken. Chapter 30. The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and Face Death. Within the realm of banditry, the fierce mountain bandits and their forces maintain their own network of spies. To put it simply, even the bandits engage in a game of espionage. In Lufeng Village, there exists an informant from Jinfeng Village, a placement orchestrated by Sima Shiba. Consequently, whatever transpires in Lufeng Village is stealthily conveyed to Sima Shiba via a carrier pigeon. Now, as Sima Shiba peruses the letter, he is engulfed in a tempest of shock and fury. He had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding the annihilation of Jinfeng Village. Perhaps his enemies orchestrated the attack, dispatching individuals to obliterate Jinfeng Village, thereby leaving him devoid of loyal subordinates for his clandestine endeavors. Alternatively, Jinfeng village may have offended other bandit factions from the fierce mountains, inciting a relentless pursuit for their demise. He even entertained the notion of internal strife within Jinfeng village, resulting in mutual destruction and a fiery end, with only a handful surviving the chaos. He had envisioned every conceivable scenario, except for the shocking revelation that Chun Xian was behind the destruction of Jinfeng village. Although he vocally dismissed the authenticity of the letter's contents, deep down, he was acutely aware that the informant embedded within Lufeng village had witnessed Chun Xian single-handedly assaulting the village and defeating their leader. How could such an event be fabricated? Immediately, he ordered the preparation of a carriage. I must meet Chen Tian. Sima Shiba's countenance darkened to an extreme. The attendants around him were utterly perplexed by his sudden agitation, knowing only that this usually poised gentleman must have suffered a significant affront, for his anger was uncharacteristic. They dared not inquire further and busied themselves with the carriage preparations. Inside the inn, Chun Xian recounted the reason for his absence to the women. You mean to say you ventured alone into Lufeng village, defeated their leader, and returned unscathed? He had no choice. If he failed to clarify the situation, they would solidify their suspicions regarding his alleged indiscretions. The last thing he wanted was a decline in their affections. Indeed, that is the truth, Chun Xian affirmed earnestly. Yet, the women exchanged skeptical glances. Yang Ying'er expressed her doubt. A man's words can be deceitful. Why should we believe you? What if you are merely fabricating tales? I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Chun Xian replied, somewhat exasperated. I have already confronted those from Lufeng village and discovered that the mastermind behind Jinfeng village's ambush is none other than Sima Shiba. Sima Shiba, the son of the Minister of Rights? Li Xiaoning inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. As a princess of the realm, Li Xiaoning was acutely aware of the immense power wielded by the Deputy Minister of Personnel, who stood second only to the minister himself within the entire department. Although Sima Shiba was merely his son, one could only imagine the myriad of endeavors he could undertake by leveraging his father's reputation. I bore no grudge against him, nor did I even know him. How could I have offended him? Chun Xian shook his head and replied, You have not wronged him. So why would he seek to harm you? Because of Chen Tian. Chun Xian narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. While I am uncertain of the exact relationship between Chun Tian and Sima Shiba, it is evident that this ambush against us is surely linked to Chen Tian. After all, I am still a member of the Chen family. Even if Chun Tian harbors a deep-seated hatred for me, he would not dare to kill me openly. He requires the aid of others, and Sima Shiba is the hand he has chosen to employ. Yet they could never fathom that even a band of ruffians could not overpower me. In fact, I have vanquished them. As he spoke, Chun Xian's expression grew increasingly frigid. A dragon has its reverse scales. To touch them is to invite death. This Chen Tian, relying on his parents, has bullied me since childhood. I have meticulously kept account of every grievance. Once I have consolidated my power from the borderlands, I shall return and settle the score with him. The women present observed how Chun Xian's demeanor transformed into one of icy detachment upon mentioning Chen Tian, each understanding that a deep-seated enmity lay between them. Consequently, they refrained from further discussion. However, Su Ruolin's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly asked with a playful smile, My lord, is this Chen Tian the same one you struck down the other day? At that time, when Chun Xian had chosen them all as concubines, Chen Tian had been utterly indignant. After the clan leader departed, he intended to teach Chun Xian a lesson, only to end up thoroughly beaten, losing face and becoming a laughingstock, a scene Su Ruolin and the others had witnessed firsthand. Indeed, it is he, Chun Xian nodded. Oh, I knew it was that scoundrel, Su Ruolin exclaimed, her expression confirming her thoughts. She continued, My lord, if I may say, your strike was far too lenient. You ought to have put that scoundrel to death. You see, that scoundrel is a lecher. Even while we were imprisoned, he leered at us with his lascivious gaze, particularly at Sister Enrushue and Sister Qingqing. That scoundrel even attempted to defile those two sisters while in prison, had not the jailer intervened in time. Who knows what might have transpired? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's expression darkened. Is that true? Su Ruolin nodded fervently. Absolutely. Would I fabricate such a tale? If you don't believe me, you may inquire with the main house or Sister Chi. They all witnessed it. Chun Xian immediately turned to the others, observing their expressions, which ranged from anger to discomfort and cold indifference. The answer was glaringly apparent. What she said was indeed true. Li Xiaoning spoke with an impassive expression, stating that this individual named Chun Tian was consumed by lust and had even contemplated laying hands upon her. However, he was deterred by her identity as a princess of the Great Tang, harboring thieving intentions yet lacking the courage to act. As she spoke, a hint of derision surfaced on her otherwise expressionless face, a clear indication of her disdain for such a man. This wretched creature. I shall surely avenge myself upon him in due time. Chun Xian let out a cold snort, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. He is your kin. Do you truly dare to take his life? Are you not afraid of retribution from your clan? Li Xiaoning inquired, somewhat astonished. Among clan members, even in the face of conflict, the most one could expect was a grievous injury, but taking a life would be deemed fratricide, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 31. Turning against each other. Consider this. A person who dares to slay even their own kin is surely devoid of sanity. The larger the family, the more stringent the regulations against fratricide. In any case, one might maim or incapacitate such a person, or even imprison them for life, keeping them beneath one's heel, or banish them to distant lands. Yet, taking their life remains utterly forbidden. For instance, Chun Xian was so loathed by Chun Tian that he ground his teeth in fury. Yet he dared not directly kill Chun Xian. Instead, he framed him for stealing the family's treasures, leading to his exile to the borderlands. Thus, when Chun Xian proclaimed that he would eventually kill Chun Tian, Li Xiaoning found it difficult to believe. Nevertheless, she could perceive the resolute killing intent emanating from Chun Xian, which felt far from mere bravado. I will slay him, and none shall hinder me. What of the clan's punishment? Once I attain a certain level of strength, no one will dare speak against me, nor will anyone have the audacity to punish me. Chun Xian declared with an exuberant spirit and unwavering confidence. For reasons unknown. Although the women were acutely aware that he was merely painting grand visions, none perceived his words as empty boasts. In that moment, a subtle thrill stirred within each of their hearts. Ding! Li Xiaoning favorability 1, Su Ruolan favorability 1, and Ru Xue favorability 10, Lu Qiqi. In an instant, the voice of the system echoed in Chun Xian's mind. This brought him great delight. The women around him were developing fondness for him once more. Though the increments were modest, even the smallest gain is still a gain. Enough talk. I have instructed the innkeeper to prepare the carriage. We shall depart after our meal. Please, tidy yourselves. I shall wait for you downstairs, Chun Xian stated before turning and exiting. It was now afternoon, nearing dusk, and he estimated that by the time they finished their meal, darkness would envelop the sky. Bandits often roamed the treacherous mountains during the day, so Chun Xian resolved to travel at night, exercising caution as the wise sailor navigates perilous waters. He was well aware that aside from the formidable chieftain of the tyrant's lair, other mountain strongholds also harbored martial masters. Currently, Chun Xian was merely at the 8th rank of the warrior realm and would have no chance against such masters in a direct confrontation. Moreover, he was accompanied by several women. Although he had dealt with the Jinfeng stronghold, who could say whether Sima Shiba and Chun Tian had other schemes to eliminate him? Thus, traveling by night was the wisest course of action. After all, even bandits require rest. In the capital city, is this truly the case? Can that worthless Chun Xian be so formidable? In the front hall of his residence, Chun Tian slammed his palm on the table, rising with eyes widened in disbelief. Before him stood Sima Shiba, fan in hand. Yet, the former air of confidence and strategic foresight had vanished from Sima Shiba's demeanor. Instead, his expression was dark and evidently displeased. Would I deceive you in such matters? As Chun Tian recounted the details, he was met with a disbelieving expression from Sima Shiba, igniting a flicker of anger within him. Chun Tian, how foolish of me to place such trust in you. You claimed that he possessed no more than the strength of a 4th-tier warrior. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, I dispatched half of Jin Fengzhai's forces to ambush Chun Xian's convoy, and even covertly supplied them with bows and arrows, all borrowed from the imperial armory, which must be returned once used. And now, look what has transpired. Jin Fengzhai has been utterly annihilated, and I must replenish the imperial stock with my own funds. This endeavor has yielded not a single profit. In fact, I would say I have suffered grievously. You have led me into a dire predicament. If it were possible to take action, Sima Shiba would have relished the thought of throttling Chun Tian. Although Chen Tian had offered him 5,000 taels of gold as remuneration for the assassination of Chen Xian and the capture of his wives and concubines, Sima Shiba's losses extended beyond the borrowed bows and arrows from the imperial armory. The most significant loss was the bandit stronghold of Jinfeng Zhai, which he had painstakingly developed over nearly a decade. Now, in a single night, it had been reduced to ashes. The prospect of nurturing another Jinfeng Zhai would require far more than 10 times the 5,000 taels of gold. Seeing Sima Shiba lay the blame at his feet only fueled Chen Tian's ire. "You incompetent fool! You accepted the payment, yet failed to execute the task. And now you dare to blame me, your benefactor?" However, given Sima Shiba's status, although Chen Tian felt resentment, he did not dare to express it openly. Instead, he managed a conciliatory smile. "Mr. Sima, this is entirely my folly. I did not anticipate that Chen Xian, that useless individual, would be so formidable. It appears he is not the so-called untrainable waste we believed him to be. He has been feigning weakness all along, and we have all been deceived." Sima Shiba scoffed, his sleeves sweeping dismissively as he declared, "This debacle has cost me dearly, and you bear the primary responsibility. You should seek others to carry out the task of eliminating Chen Xian." It was clear he intended to withdraw from the arrangement. Chen Tian felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Having accepted his payment, failing to complete the task was already disappointing. Now, to be blamed and threatened with withdrawal? If you choose to disengage, at the very least, refund the commission you received. Just as Chen Tian was about to broach the topic of the commission, Sima Shiba, seemingly anticipating his words, interjected with a scowl. "The reason for my substantial losses this time lies in the erroneous intelligence you provided. Thus, you must compensate me for the loss of the bows and arrows, which I estimate to be around 1,000 taels of gold. Yet, that is not the primary concern. The true loss is the forces of Jinfeng Zhai, a stronghold I have painstakingly cultivated over the years, now decimated due to your blunder. You must at least compensate me with 10,000 taels of gold." Upon hearing this, Chen Tian felt his temper flare. While he could endure the failure of the task and the withholding of his commission, now he was being asked to pay for the damages? With a brazen demand, he proclaimed a staggering sum of 11,000 taels of gold. "What, are you unwilling?" As Chen Tian struggled to contain his rage, his face flushed crimson, Sima Shiba scoffed. "The losses I have incurred this time amount to no less than 30,000 taels of silver. Do you have any idea how much it costs to nurture a bandit stronghold for a decade? 11,000 taels of silver is already a paltry sum." Chen Tian felt a profound discomfort in his heart. "You rob me and still complain it's insufficient? This is utterly absurd." Though his anger was nearly overwhelming, Chen Tian dared not confront Sima Shiba. He hastily poured a cup of tea and offered it to Sima Shiba, forcing a smile as he said, "Sima, have a cup of tea to calm your temper. It is not that I am unwilling to compensate for your losses, but 11,000 taels of gold is an exorbitant amount, and I cannot possibly gather such a sum at once. Could we perhaps consider a discount in light of our friendship?" As he spoke, Chen Tian extended 5 fingers. Chapter 32, Betrayal Amongst Kindred. The implication was clear. Offer you 5,000 taels of gold, and this matter would be settled. 5,000 taels. Are you treating me like a beggar? However, faced with the sum presented by Chen Tian, Sima Shiba erupted in fury, slamming his teacup onto the table and glaring intensely. Chen Tian was taken aback by this display, feeling a sense of foreboding wash over him. "If it weren't for your status as the son of the Minister of Personnel, you would not even see a fraction of that 5,000 taels. The money is merely a favor to your father, Sima Darren. And yet you dare to complain about the amount? If it weren't for your lineage, who would consider you worthy? 11,000 taels, not a single coin less." Sima Shiba scoffed, leaving no room for negotiation. His eyes glinted ominously as he declared, "Tomorrow, I expect to see the money. If not, your secret of hiring an assassin will reach the ears of your family patriarch." Upon hearing this, Chen Tian was struck with astonishment and rage. His anger boiled within him, almost compelling him to strangle Sima Shiba. Yet, he dared not act on it. After all, he was merely a distant descendant of the Chen family, while Sima Shiba was the esteemed son of a high-ranking official. In terms of social standing, despite being a member of the Chen clan, he was grossly overshadowed by Sima Shiba. Thus, when faced with such a blatant threat, he found himself utterly powerless. "Sima, please calm down. Let us converse rationally. I shall procure the 11,000 taels for you. though he felt his teeth grinding in frustration. Chen Tian refrained from displaying anger and instead attempted to placate Sima Shiba with flattering words. Humph. As if I am unaware of how to explain the annihilation of Jinfeng Zhai to my father. You think I desire more than the 11,000 taels? Sima Shiba retorted dismissively, asserting that even if Chen Tian were to add another 20,000 taels, it would still fail to compensate for his losses. Their dialogue had reached an impasse, and Sima Shiba, with a final haughty flick of his sleeve, turned and departed, leaving no opportunity for Chen Tian to continue speaking. As for the 11,000 taels, he had little doubt that Chen Tian would comply, delivering the sum to his residence by the morrow. How infuriating! I am utterly exasperated. As Sima Shiba disappeared beyond the threshold, Chen Tian finally allowed himself to vent his frustrations, cursing vehemently. You scoundrel! You rogue! This is utter nonsense, akin to banditry. While others successfully complete their tasks without demanding a single penny, this rogue dares to demand I compensate him with 11,000 taels. It is sheer audacity. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that he was indeed being bullied, and he found himself devoid of any recourse. Damn that Chen Xian. All this misfortune is your fault. Suddenly, his ire shifted entirely onto Chen Xian. If only Chen Xian had perished directly, these troubles would never have arisen. Do you think you can escape the assassination at Jinfeng Zhai and live unscathed in the frontier? Let me assure you, such notions are but a delusion. You have caused me to expend so much wealth. You must pay the price. Call forth someone. With a resounding shout, Chen Tian commanded several household servants to rush in and kneel before him. At that moment, the servants trembled in fear, too intimidated to raise their eyes to Chen Tian, fully aware of his foul mood and apprehensive that he might unleash his wrath upon them. Prepare the ink and paper. I require a letter, Chen Tian ordered through gritted teeth. Even if Chen Xian manages to traverse the bandit mountain and reach the frontier, I shall ensure he finds it impossible to survive there. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a radiant moon began its ascent, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. Within the confines of the bandit mountain, Chen Xian's caravan continued its journey. They remained in the same horse-drawn carriage that transported Li Xiaoning and the others, while Chen Xian rode on horseback, accompanied by Ying'er. Mirroring their departure from the capital, the sole difference was that all the men from the peace escort had perished, leaving only Ying'er as the lone woman. Ahead lay Lufeng, crowned by the Lufeng stronghold. Chen Xian sensed Ying'er's mood was somber, though she did not openly display her distress. The shadow of her father's death loomed over her. Thus, throughout the journey, Chen Xian endeavored to engage her in conversation. Fortunately, Ying'er was not one to remain silent. She responded to whatever he said. Do you think the bandits at Lufeng's stronghold will resent you? She inquired, glancing at the towering Lufeng mountain. After all, you defeated their leader through a surprise attack. Might they not ambush us like the bandits from Jinfeng's stronghold? Chen Xian retorted, slightly irked. What do you mean I ambushed him? I won fair and square. Ying'er pouted. That was only because they underestimated you. Think about it. If their leader hadn't wielded that enormous heavy sword, impairing his speed, would you have easily seized his throat? Her argument held merit. Indeed, a person wielding a heavy weapon would be encumbered. It was undeniable that Lu Jinyu had been hindered by his cumbersome sword. However, Chen Xian's dragon claw technique was a formidable high-level martial skill. Even without the heavy sword, he would have subdued Lu Jinyu, albeit with a bit more difficulty. Suddenly, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Enrushua's fair visage. Missin, do you require something? Chen Xian smiled at her, mindful of her importance. He dared not offend her, as her favor could plummet dramatically with a single misstep. To date, her opinion of him remained in the negative. The system had warned that should her favor reach a value of 200, his consciousness would be directly obliterated. Thus, Chen Xian was compelled to wear a smile in her presence at all times. Enrushua cast a glance at Chen Xian, sensing an air of insincerity in his smile, though she refrained from commenting on it. Instead, she frowned and said, There are people ahead. Chen Xian was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze forward. Although it was night, the moonlight illuminated the ground, rendering it not entirely dark and allowing him to discern the path ahead. In Chen Xian's line of sight, the area was desolate, populated only by trees and stones, devoid of any presence. There's no one here, Ying'er remarked with a hint of confusion. However, despite her words, A sense of vigilance had already begun to stir within her. After all, upon entering the bandit-infested mountain, they had similarly encountered an ambush without sighting anyone. And Ru Shui spoke in a low tone. I can sense that there is a group ahead, quite substantial in number, and they remain utterly still. At her words, a weight settled in Chun Xian's heart, compelling him to take her words seriously. And Ru Shui was a disciple of the Snow Sword sect and a core disciple at that. Prior to her injury, her strength had undoubtedly surpassed his own. Moreover, there was no reason for Ru Shui to deceive him. Thus, it was evident that there were indeed people ahead. But who could they be? Chapter 33. Seeking refuge prior to mastering martial arts. When one's strength reaches a formidable level, it generates a unique magnetic field that influences the surrounding environment. Thus, any subtle changes in this environment signify a shift in the magnetic field, which can be sensed. And Ru Shui currently finds herself in such a situation. Her strength and instincts inform her of a large force ahead. Although invisible to the naked eye, their presence is unmistakable. Chun Xian, already at the 8th rank of martial arts, felt a twinge of surprise. Despite his prowess, he was oblivious to any anomalies ahead, while Ru Shui had detected them. This indicated that, barring any injuries, her strength far surpassed his own. Wait here, I shall scout ahead, Chun Xian declared after a moment of contemplation, his demeanor serious. It was prudent to investigate alone, allowing for an easier retreat should an ambush be present. The women had no objections. Recalling the previous encounter with the one-eyed dragon, none dared to take unnecessary risks. Just as Chun Xian was about to mount his horse, he caught sight of a timid figure huddled atop a large rock, shielding his eyes as he peered in their direction. Suddenly, the scruffy figure spotted Chun Xian and erupted with excitement, bounding like an exuberant monkey. Turning to shout at those behind him, "The boss is here. He has arrived at last." A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from a band of bandits. "Quick! Invite Master Chun over." Right away, the scruffy voice echoed in response, and with agility akin to a nimble monkey, he scurried across the ground towards Chun Xian. "Is that a monkey?" Su Ruolin exclaimed in astonishment. Under the cover of night, the group could only navigate by the moonlight, while nearby objects were discernible. Anything further away remained obscured. The peculiar figure approaching them indeed resembled a monkey, leaving Su Ruolin bewildered. That monkey seems rather large, and it's unafraid of humans? Boldly approaching us, does it not fear having its brain eaten? As she spoke, she licked her lips, almost drooling at the thought. It's been ages since I've indulged in monkey brain. The taste. Li Xiaoning shot her a disapproving glance. Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Take a good look. That is no monkey. It is clearly a person. What? A person? Su Ruolin blinked in surprise. At that moment, the scruffy figure drew much closer, and as Su Ruolin focused her gaze, she finally discerned his appearance. Clad in clothing, he bore the semblance of a human, albeit gaunt with a peculiar visage, thin lips, an upturned nose, resembling an incomplete evolution, yet devoid of any facial hair. Indeed, he was unmistakably a person. How peculiar this person is, mimicking a monkey's gait. One might think they were preparing for a feast of monkey brains this evening. Su Ruolin could not help but comment. Her words were somewhat irreverent. Chun Xian cast a second glance at the woman, surprised to discover her penchant for food. He is approaching us. And Ru Shui furrowed her brow, glancing at Chun Xian, curious about his response. In truth, there was no need for her to speak. Chun Xian was already scrutinizing the individual imitating a monkey. The more he observed, the more familiar the figure seemed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Little Liaozi? Was this not the brigand from Lu Feng Zhai whom he had bested?" "Greetings, Master Chun." Little Liaozi bowed, an obsequious smile plastered across his face. He then turned to Li Xiaoning and the other women, grinning widely. "Greetings to all the esteemed wives of Chun." The women exchanged startled glances, astonished that Chun Xian was acquainted with this person. "Dear husband, who is he?" Su Ruolin could not restrain her curiosity. "He is merely a minor brigand from Lu Feng Zhai. As I mentioned earlier," Chun Xian replied casually. He then fixed his gaze on little Liaozi, frowning. "Why have you descended from Lu Feng Zhai? Shouldn't you be minding your own affairs?" Meanwhile, Chun Xian had already deduced the answer. The group in Ru Shui had mentioned must indeed be the people from Lu Feng Zhai. "The Chun family wishes to see you, Master Chun," little Liaozi grinned, gesturing toward the rear. "Your presence is eagerly awaited." "To see me?" Chun Xian raised an eyebrow. "What? Does your leader harbor grievances and wish for a rematch. At his words, Li Xiaoning and the other women instantly grew wary. They had heard tales of brigands' vengeful spirits. Having only heard of it before, they now witnessed it firsthand. Such swift reprisals seemed almost alarming, occurring without the passage of a night. Little Liaozi, startled by the misunderstanding, quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Master Chun. Please do not misconstrue. Our leader admires you greatly and would never seek vengeance. However, he knew well enough that words spoken outside among acquaintances could scarcely be trusted, especially when the individual in front of him was not a friend, but rather someone whom he could label as a semi-adversary. Chen Xian laughed. If you are not here to retaliate, then why is there a throng hiding ahead instead of coming forth to greet me? Are you attempting to lure me into a trap? Little Liaozi was momentarily taken aback. The distance from their current position to where Lu Jinyu and his companions stood was considerable, and under the cover of night, visibility was poor. How could Chen Xian possibly know of the crowd ahead? Truly, he was a formidable opponent who had bested their leader. Realizing Chen Xian had misinterpreted the situation, Little Liaozi hastily clarified, Master Chun, it is not as you imagine. Our leader indeed has a gathering waiting ahead, but it is not to ambush you. Rather, they wish to ally with you. Now, the entire treasure of Lufeng village has been completely emptied by us, and an overwhelming amount of luggage is piled up there, making it rather inconvenient to come over. As for the specifics, I cannot articulate them clearly. A visit would elucidate everything. Seeking refuge with me? This time, it was Chun Xian who was taken aback. He had contemplated numerous possibilities, such as Lu Jinyu's unwillingness to relent, laying an ambush for him, or perhaps attempting to extort a sum of money from him. He even considered the notion of hiring Chun Xian to launch an assault on other mountain strongholds, seizing additional bandit dens. He had considered every conceivable scenario, yet he never anticipated that Lu Jinyu would seek to ally with him. Not only that, but he also intended to bring along his entire family, planning to incorporate all the bandits of Lufeng village. The bandits of Lufeng village number over 500. Moreover, each one is a robust young man. After all, the bandits of the entire Hanhai Mountain are not your typical outlaws. They resemble more closely the private soldiers nurtured by governmental officials, or, one might say, a death squad. Chapter 34, Me Too. What on earth are you doing, little Lu? I asked you to invite Master Chen over, and yet it has taken you an eternity. A voice filled with exasperation echoed, belonging to Lu Jinyu. Growing impatient with little Lu's delay, he had come over personally. It's not that my efficiency is lacking, boss. But Master Chen. Little Lu felt a wave of injustice rising within him, wanting to express that it was Master Chen's disbelief in their allegiance that was the issue. However, he swallowed his words just as they were about to escape his lips. Enough. Go stand aside, you useless fellow. Lu Jinyu dismissed him without a second thought, turning his attention to Master Chun and immediately plastering a smile across his face. Master Chun. Chun Xian couldn't help but find him amusing, chuckling as he remarked, Lu, it hasn't even been half a day, and you've already changed how you address me? Lu Jinyu promptly clasped his hands together and replied with a grin, Today, you could have taken my life, yet you graciously spared me. Such a great kindness is unforgettable. Thus, it is only fitting that I address you as master. Chen Xian had little patience for such flattery. Speak plainly, get to the point. At this, Lu Jinyu slapped little Lu on the back of the head, grumbling. What is wrong with you? Didn't you convey my intentions to Master Chen? Little Lu felt deeply wronged, as if he were the most unjustly treated person in the world. With tears unshed, he said, Boss, you cannot blame me. I have already informed Master Chen that all the heroes of our Lufeng village have pledged their allegiance to him, but Master Chen does not believe it. Lu Jinyu scoffed. It's certainly because you look so untrustworthy that Master Chen doubts you. Little Lu was left speechless. Untrustworthy? You know I'm untrustworthy, yet you send me to invite him? Is it just to insult me today? He grumbled internally, though outwardly he remained submissively compliant. Master Chen, since little Lu has already spoken on our behalf, I shall refrain from unnecessary words. What he said is true. I have resolved to bring the entire Jinfeng village to pledge our loyalty to you. Lu Jinyu's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Chen Xian was taken aback. These ruffians, who were content as bandits, suddenly wished to defect? Lu, are you jesting with me? He refrained from giving an immediate answer, for his life experiences had taught him that nothing comes without a price. Lu Jinyu's behavior was exceedingly peculiar. There must be more to this situation than meets the eye. Master Chun, I, Lu, swear upon my life that I am willing to follow you and shall never betray you. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Lu Jinyu suddenly raised a hand to the heavens, swearing an oath. In this world, oaths held great significance. Those who swore would invariably uphold their promises. The vast majority of individuals regard oaths as more significant than their own lives. Thus, when Lu Jinyu uttered these words, it was evident how resolute he was. Around him, Li Xiaoning and others displayed expressions of astonishment. They had initially believed that the bandits from Lufeng village had come seeking revenge against Qin Xian. To their utter disbelief, they discovered that they were there to pledge their allegiance to him instead. What on earth was happening? Did this man possess such profound charisma? To be candid, even Qin Xian did not anticipate this outcome. Initially, he had intended to refuse, but now that Lu Jinyu had sworn an oath, he pondered whether it would be heartless to decline. Nonetheless, despite Lu Jinyu's solemn vow, Qin Xian remained skeptical about the notion of fortune falling from the heavens. Such a desperate desire to align oneself with me must surely harbor ulterior motives. Qin Xian chose not to mince words or engage in riddles, directly inquiring about Lu Jinyu's intentions. Should Lu Jinyu fail to provide a satisfactory answer, there was no way he would accept him. Lu Jinyu had anticipated that Qin Xian would pose such a question and responded without hesitation. I wish for Master Qin to impart his martial arts skills to me. First, after Master Qin decisively defeated me today, I am completely convinced. The martial techniques you employed have left me envious. I know you hail from the esteemed Qin family, one of the 3 prominent families in the capital. The Qin family is grand and illustrious, a lineage of nobility, possessing an abundance of martial arts techniques. Even a mere fraction of what you might share would suffice for me. Second, I, Lu, am unlike other bandits. I am a person of ideals and aspirations. Turning to banditry was not my choice, but rather a necessity. If circumstances allowed, who would willingly choose the life of a bandit? However, I found myself trapped in this existence, resigned to my fate. Yet now, everything has changed. As he spoke, Lu Jinyu lifted his head, his gaze keenly fixed on Qin Xian, articulating each word with conviction. I see hope in you, Master Chun. At such a tender age, in your early 20s, you have already surpassed me in strength. Given time, you will undoubtedly achieve greatness. By aligning myself with you now, I am securing my own future. This is a gamble, and you, Master Chun, are worth the risk. Lu Jinyu's words were imbued with a resolute spirit, as if he had staked his entire future on Qin Xian. His impassioned declaration left Li Xiaoning and the others in a state of bewilderment. Initially, they had assumed that Lu Jinyu and his band of brigands harbored ill intentions. However, after hearing his fervent speech, he now appeared as a person of ideals and ambitions. To doubt his sincerity at this juncture might lead Li Xiaoning and her companions to question their own narrow-mindedness. Qin Xian could not help but stroke his chin in contemplation. Unexpectedly, Lu Jinyu possesses quite the eloquence. Had he existed in the world before Qin Xian's, he would undoubtedly have been a master of persuasion in the realm of pyramid schemes. Were it anyone else, they might have been swayed by his charming words, easily falling prey to his deceptive rhetoric. But who is Qin Xian? A modern-day individual transported from the 21st century, having witnessed countless tempests in the vast sea of the internet in his previous life. If he were to believe Lu Jinyu's sweet nothings, it would render his 2 lifetimes utterly futile. Noticing Qin Xian stroking his chin, seemingly deep in thought, Lu Jinyu speculated that he was hesitating. Seizing the moment, he fervently declared, I, Lu, vow to follow Master Chun till death, and I earnestly implore you to accept us. Meanwhile, Xiao Li, eager to mimic, quickly echoed, me too. Qin Xian regarded the duo with a wry smile, inquiring, so, you are so eager to follow me? They both nodded vigorously. Qin Xian clicked his tongue and remarked, while I do not oppose your desire to accompany me, I do have one condition. Chapter 35, The Lion's Roar. Upon observing Qin Xian's ambiguous smile, Li Xiaoning and the others felt a twinge of unease, suspecting that he might be concocting some devious scheme to ensnare them. However, none of them dared to voice their concerns. After all, they were loyal to Qin Xian and would never side with Lu Jinyu's faction at this juncture. Moreover, despite Lu Jinyu's eloquent rhetoric, the true intentions of one's heart remain inscrutable, and no one could ascertain his underlying motives. As soon as Chun Xian began to articulate his terms, Lu Jinyu's heart soared with elation. The fear of Chun Xian withholding his demands was far greater than the prospect of negotiation itself. The mere act of stipulating conditions signified that dialogue was at hand. Lu Jinyu boldly thumped his chest, declaring, "Master Chun, feel free to state your demands. Whatever they may be, I shall face fire and sword to fulfill them." Chun Xian shook his head, replying, "There is no need for such extremes. A little monetary compensation will suffice." Lu Jinyu was taken aback. Money? He had anticipated that Chun Xian would propose some exceedingly harsh terms, yet to his astonishment, the request was merely for funds. "No problem. Here at Lufeng Stronghold, we have managed to save a bit over the years. How much do you require? Speak freely." After a moment's contemplation, Chun Xian extended a single finger. 100 taels of silver? Lu Jinyu ventured tentatively. Chun Xian's expression darkened immediately. 100? Are you attempting to insult me? Lu Jinyu hurriedly plastered on a smile. "Master Chun, I was merely jesting. There's no way I would offer merely 100 taels. Even if you truly desired such a paltry sum, I would never settle for so little." He continued, probing further. "How about 1,000 taels of silver?" Given that Chun Xian had only raised a single digit, it could be interpreted as a starting figure. 1,000 taels was indeed a considerable amount, yet for a band of robbers like those at Lufeng Stronghold, with a cohort of 500, it was hardly an insurmountable sum. Over the years, through acts of thievery and highway robbery, they had amassed quite a fortune, arguably more than many affluent landowners. Chun Xian's demeanor softened slightly, but his expression remained stern. It seemed that even 1,000 taels did not entirely satisfy him. Lu Jinyu pondered inwardly. I never imagined this young man to be so avaricious. Had it not been for Lord Qin's instructions. On the surface, however, he continued to smile. "Master Chun, would you be seeking 10,000 taels of silver?" To be candid, this was no trivial sum, but if that were indeed his wish, Lu Jinyu assured him, "I can procure it for you immediately." Chun Xian could not help but smile. He had not expected this bandit to possess such wealth. 10,000 taels of silver, readily available at his disposal. It was noteworthy that Chun Xian's own total assets amounted to merely 600 taels of gold. Given the exchange rate of gold to silver at 10-to-1, this equated to 6,000 taels of silver. Now, Lu Jinyu could effortlessly produce 10,000 taels. What else could be termed as wealth if not this? However, since the slaughter had commenced, why not extract a bit more from the carcass? At that moment, Chun Xian shook his head and continued, "I believe you must have misunderstood. What I desire is indeed 10,000 taels, but not in silver. Rather, it is in gold." "What?" Lu Jinyu's eyes widened in astonishment. "My heavens! 10,000 taels of gold." Xiao Lu was so shocked that he fell to the ground, mouth agape, nearly exclaiming that this was an outrageous demand. Surrounding them, Li Xiaoning and the others exchanged glances, taken aback by Chun Xian's audacity. 10,000 taels of gold equates to a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. In the wealthy households of the capital, this sum represents a significant fortune. If the bandits could produce such an amount, why would they still be bandits? "Master Chun, your demands seem rather excessive." Lu Jinyu cursed internally, realizing that even if they emptied the entire Lufeng village, they could not gather 10,000 taels of silver. They were merely bandits, not moneylenders. "Is that too much?" Chun Xian shot him a disdainful glance, then pointed to his 7 wives, saying, "Do you not see how many women I must support? My primary wife deserves a little more, so I shall require 2,000 taels of gold for her. The other concubines will each receive 1,500 taels of gold. Altogether, that sums to 11,000 taels of gold. And I am only asking you for 10,000, which means I still need to cover a deficit of 1,000 taels myself." Lu Jinyu was left speechless. "Your women are of no concern to me. Why should I bear the cost? They will not let me touch them." His heart swelled with indignation. Yet, amidst his frustration, another felt joy. Upon hearing that Chun Xian was procuring funds on their behalf, Su Rulan burst into a fit of laughter, unable to contain her delight. "Oh, my dear husband truly cares for us, understanding that we lack money and has come to our aid." Ding! Su Rulan's affection 10. Current affection level 16. The system's voice echoed in Chun Xian's mind, startling him. He never anticipated that Su Rulan's affection would increase so dramatically. In that moment, he grasped a profound truth. As long as one caters to a woman's desires, providing her with what she cherishes, her affection will soar. For instance, Su Ruolin's affection had previously incremented only gradually. Now, in connection with her desired wealth, it surged by 10 points. The more he offered her, the higher her regard for him would rise, and he estimated it would soon surpass 30 points. Once it crossed that threshold, Chen Xian would immediately receive a new system reward. He deliberately waited and observed that only Su Ruolin's affection had increased. What was amiss? Why had the affections of the other women not risen? This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Did Li Xiaoning and Lu Qiqi not appreciate wealth? Master Chen, it is not that I, Lu, am stingy, but even if I were to empty the entire Lufeng village, I could not possibly produce 10,000 taels of gold. Lu Jinyu let out a bitter smile, seriously doubting that Chen Xian was deliberately putting him in a difficult position. Not only was he unable to produce such a substantial sum of money, but even the esteemed Lord Qin behind him. Although Lord Qin could indeed afford it, he was unlikely to offer assistance. After all, had he been a bandit for so many years, was he truly that impoverished? Unable to procure even 10,000 taels of gold, Chen Xian cast a sideways glance at him, and Lu Jinyu instantly felt the sting of disdain. If I had money, would I still be a bandit? He forced a smile and said, Lord Lu, to speak candidly, it has become common knowledge in recent years that the notorious bandits of Hanfei Mountain have multiplied. Anyone passing through must part with a bit of road tax, leading many to prefer longer routes rather than venturing our way. Life in our line of work has become increasingly challenging. Some mountain strongholds, unable to secure sufficient funds and burdened by the number of mouths to feed, have even begun to expel their own members. Chen Xian could not help but exclaim, What? Can bandits also face unemployment? Chapter 36. Likewise, can bandits also be unemployed? This statement left Lu Jinyu momentarily speechless. Yet upon further reflection, it rang true. The bandits of the Savage Mountain required neither the elderly nor the young, but rather the vigorous and youthful. Master Chen, if I truly possessed such wealth, I would certainly present it, but alas, my pockets are rather bare. Might you consider accepting a lesser amount? Lu Jinyu managed a strained smile as he spoke. Li Xiaoning and the others exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions reflecting their bewilderment. How peculiar this man was. While other bandits resorted to robbery and plunder, he, as a bandit leader, shamelessly sought to offer money to Chen Xian. It was evident to all that something was amiss. At that moment, even the money-loving Su Ruolin refrained from voicing her thoughts. There exists a saying, some money may be claimed with one's life, yet it does not guarantee one can spend it. Such money, eagerly offered, must surely harbor significant issues. Chen Xian scrutinized Lu Jinyu for a moment, sensing instinctively that this man would cling to him like a stubborn plaster. If he were to deny him companionship, Lu Jinyu would undoubtedly devise other means to attach himself. If my memory serves me correctly, you are affiliated with the esteemed Lord Qin of the court, are you not? Lord Qin is the Minister of Rights, and associating with him would surely be more advantageous than accompanying me. Lu Jinyu had invoked his powerful connection when he was nearly throttled during the raid on Lufeng stronghold. Lord Qin, as a minister among the 6 departments of the court, held a rank superior to that of Sima Shiba's father, the esteemed Sima Shirlang. Anticipating Chen Xian's words, Lu Jinyu was prepared and responded without hesitation. Indeed, Lord Qin is my backing, yet I am acutely aware that he merely regards me as his pawn. Following him would confine me to obscurity, relegating me to a life of banditry in this desolate corner of Savage Mountain. A true man aspires to greatness, and I, Lu Jinyu, am dignified and ambitious. I cannot resign myself to a life of ignominy as a despised bandit. Moreover, the court has consistently pursued the eradication of banditry in Savage Mountain. According to my information, the recent failures in subduing the bandits have caused great embarrassment to the court, inciting the Emperor's wrath, who is now contemplating the mobilization of forces to once again eradicate banditry, determined to transform Savage Mountain into a bandit-free territory. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian chuckled, interrupting him. Are not the bandits of Savage Mountain merely puppets of the court? Should the court dispatch a substantial army to eliminate bandits, your patrons will surely protect you. In essence, the inefficacy in eradicating banditry was a result of these ministers pulling strings behind the scenes. Seeing Chen Xian speak so casually, Lu Jinyu sighed with a bitter smile and replied, It is not as simple as you perceive. Though the bandits of Savage Mountain are indeed linked to the court, it is impossible for the court to support every bandit. In truth, only a handful of high-ranking officials in the court maintain bandits. Within the court, factions abound. And while there are treacherous ministers, there are also loyal ones. Furthermore, within the imperial court, who holds the utmost authority? Undoubtedly, it is the emperor himself. When the emperor resolves to eradicate banditry, who among his subordinates would dare to engage in repeated subversion? Thus, the brigands of our formidable bandit mountain find their lives precariously tethered, for each additional day of existence equates to further profit. According to Lu Jinyu, the ministers of the court are certainly aware of the existence of bandits, for beneath the emperor's gaze, no secrets can remain concealed. Previously, they merely turned a blind eye. However, during the last campaign, the court dispatched troops to eliminate the bandits. Yet instead of resolving the issue, they suffered a tremendous humiliation. This incident rendered the entire court a subject of ridicule, even inviting derision from neighboring nations. The Grand Dacian dynasty, with its vast territories and a formidable army of millions, found itself incapable of quelling the bandits within its own borders. This has raised serious doubts regarding the true combat capabilities of the Dacian dynasty. Consequently, many seemingly compliant neighboring states have begun to harbor ulterior motives. This situation not only slapped the court in the face, but also brought shame upon the emperor himself. In response, the emperor has convened a cabinet, intending to purge treacherous officials and reorganize the military to eradicate the bandit mountain. How could a mere bandit possess knowledge of court affairs? Upon hearing Lu Jinyu's words, Qin Xian was taken aback. Even if Lu Jinyu's patron was a high-ranking official, it was astonishing that such a person would confide in a lowly bandit like Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu forced a smile and remarked, "Though I may be a dog raised by Lord Qin, I am no ordinary hound. I possess intellect, and there are those within the Qin residence who are loyal to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Xian's expression shifted to one of astonishment. This individual is indeed talented, managing to place his own spies beneath the very nose of Lord Qin. What kind of bandit could accomplish such a feat? Yet, human hearts are inscrutable. One cannot fully trust even the words of a virtuous person, let alone those of a bandit. Nevertheless, since Lu Jinyu insists on accompanying him, regardless of his true intentions, Qin Xian finds himself in need of capable individuals. He deliberately paused for a moment, feigning contemplation, and after a brief silence, with a hint of amusement, he said, "If that is the case, then you may follow me." Lu Jinyu immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chun, for your generosity." Behind him, Xiao Liuzai mimicked the gesture, kneeling and cupping his fists. "Me too." Without waiting for Qin Xian to speak, Lu Jinyu eagerly added, "Master Chun, while we at Lufeng village cannot offer vast sums, we can still provide some modest support. We have brought all our belongings on this journey. And while we must reserve some for our brother's sustenance, we can present you with approximately 1,000 taels of gold as a token of respect." Having encountered considerate individuals before, Qin Xian had never seen such thoughtfulness. Although this fell significantly short of the 10,000 taels he initially requested, the 1,000 taels felt like a windfall from the heavens. Qin Xian nodded nonchalantly and instructed, "Please count it up and hand the money to my wife later." Lu Jinyu immediately turned his gaze towards the women, momentarily at a loss. Among the 7 women present, which one was the legitimate wife? He found himself reluctant to inquire. Li Xiaoning, perceiving his hesitation, stepped forward and assured him, "Leave it to me." In name, she was indeed the rightful wife, while the others, even in Rushua, were merely concubines. Although Qin Xian had not established a marital bond with them, the designation had already been made, regardless of legality. The Chen family had audaciously united them all in marriage to Qin Xian. Meanwhile, Su Rulin curled her lips in disdain, longing to manage the finances, yet constrained by her status as a mere concubine, lacking the authority to do so. Unless Li Xiaoning chose to forsake her life with Qin Xian, rendering the legitimate wife position vacant, Su would have no chance of ascending to a more favorable position. Chapter 37. The 3 Obediences and 4 Virtues of Women. However, returning to the topic, the first wife is a princess of the Tang nation, and once she reaches the border, she may not wish to continue her life with her husband. At that time, if she departs, I could contend for the position of the legitimate wife. Su Rulin's eyes darted with scheming thoughts, already contemplating future possibilities. "Very well, my lady. Shortly, I shall instruct someone to deliver the money to you." Lu Jinyu, A man adept at reading the room immediately nodded respectfully to Li Xiaoning and then addressed Chen Xian. Master Chen, our men await you ahead. Chen Xian acknowledged with a slight sound, and Lu Jinyu, along with the young boy Lu Liuzi, proceeded ahead. Do you find this fellow reliable? Li Xiaoning inquired, glancing at Chen Xian, unable to suppress her curiosity. She was perplexed by Chen Xian's willingness to accept a band of outlaws accompanying them. Whether reliable or not is of little consequence, Chen Xian shrugged. They have come with a purpose, and although I am unaware of their intent, I do know that if I refuse their company, they would cling to us like a stubborn adhesive. Her words rendered Li Xiaoning momentarily silent. After a pause, she frowned and remarked, but allowing them to follow us is akin to harboring a tiger. Their presence poses a constant risk of betrayal. One cannot trust a bandit. Not even a single word. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. I have certainly considered that. My own safety is of lesser concern. Rather, I worry for your safety. Our safety? The women were taken aback. Indeed, there shall undoubtedly be dangers along this journey. I fear that I may not be able to protect each of you adequately should peril arise. Thus, while these bandits are akin to ticking time bombs, as long as I can manage their leader, they can be of service and provide protection for you. Chen Xian explained, his consent for the bandits to accompany them rooted in this consideration. So, it turns out that my husband is also concerned for our well-being. Su Ruolin instantly broke into a charming smile. Regrettably, they had to continue on their journey. Had there been an inn nearby, she would have relished the opportunity to share a romantic bath with her husband and attend to him, allowing him to experience her delicate charms. Her alluring eyes sparkled with mischief, her words laced with seduction. Chen Xian felt a flush of embarrassment, with so many eyes upon them. Was it too brazen to speak so openly? Nearby, Li Xiaoning and Enrushua cast disdainful glances at Su Ruolin. This brazen vixen truly has no shame. In contrast, Lu Qiqi and Su Qingcheng felt their cheeks flush. They were still innocent maidens, evading discussions of romantic matters, and even a mere mention would leave them blushing. The blush of a young girl surpasses all romantic sentiments in the world. Suddenly, Su Ruolin placed one hand on Chen Xian's shoulder while the other grasped his hand, guiding it to encircle her slender waist. She then playfully tilted his chin with her fingers, gazing at him with enchanting eyes, exuding a captivating allure. In that moment, before the other women, it seemed as if she wished to merge her very being with Chen Xian's. The atmosphere in the room became subtly charged. Chen Xian felt his face flush and his heart race, an unexpected awkwardness washing over him, especially with so many onlookers. Although they were all his women, he was not one to engage in such public displays of affection. He prided himself on being a respectable man. Clearing his throat, he gently pushed Su Ruolin's hand away from him. How frustrating. My dear, you truly lack a sense of decorum. Su Ruolin feigned a pout. If you must be flirtatious, could you not choose a more private moment? Is it appropriate with so many witnesses? And Rushua interjected coldly, her gaze fixed on Su Ruolin's overly seductive demeanor, which she found utterly distasteful. What is the harm? We are all his women, destined to share his bed eventually. Consider this merely a demonstration for you all to follow suit in the future, Su Ruolin remarked nonchalantly. Who desires to share a bed with him? And Rushua shot her an incredulous glare. Su Ruolin shrugged indifferently. Among our 7 sisters, there are 7 days in a week. It perfectly aligns for him to spend a day with each of us, ensuring fairness. Since you, and Rushua, wish to abstain from sharing a bed with him, why not allow me your turn? If you want to accompany him, I shall. Is this something a respectable woman would say? And Rushua was taken aback by Su Ruolin's audacity, her anger boiling over. Su Ruolin, unfazed, rolled her eyes and retorted, the shameless one here is you. As a woman of his, adhering to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues is the most fundamental choice. Sharing a bed with one's man is a basic principle. To refuse is immoral and deserving of disdain. You, and Rushua had not anticipated Su Ruolin's verbal prowess, leaving her seething with rage. Meanwhile, Lu Qiqi, Su Qingcheng, and the other women stood by, somewhat bewildered. Su Ruolin's words seemed to carry some weight, yet Rushua's stance was not without merit. Chen Xian, astonished, realized that even within the confines of their brief acquaintance, these women were already embroiled in conflict. In this predicament, whom should he support? Ordinarily, he would certainly side with Su Ruolin, as she was advocating for him. After all, she was indeed a good woman. However, he dared not offend Rushua. It is truly exasperating. This woman is utterly peculiar, and the fluctuations in her favorability are exceedingly vast. If I were to deeply offend her, my favorability could plummet to a mere 200, resulting in my immediate obliteration by the system. It is incredibly vexing. Just as the throbbing in Chen Xian's head intensified, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Li Xiaoning, who was observing the scene unfold. Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Of course, Li Xiaoning is the legitimate wife. Matters of the harem are not within my purview, but surely she can oversee them. Without delay, Chen Xian adopted a stern expression and addressed Li Xiaoning. Xiaoning, until we reach the frontier and our party disperses, you are recognized as the legitimate wife. As such, it is your responsibility to manage those around you. Now, if Ruolan and Ru Shui are quarreling, and you, as the legitimate wife, choose to remain a mere spectator instead of intervening, it is your dereliction of duty. Confronted with this unexpected reprimand, Li Xiaoning frowned slightly. Nevertheless, she bore no resentment. After all, she is a princess of the Tang Kingdom, a woman well-versed in decorum. And Chen Xian's words held merit. Her mother, the matriarch of the harem, oversees the entire court. With a harem of 3,000 beauties, her mother ensures that each one is managed with utmost diligence, never allowing the affairs of the harem to disturb the emperor's tranquility. Chapter 38. I shall be your master. Li Xiaoning, now officially recognized as Chen Xian's legitimate wife, was indeed responsible for managing the matters concerning Su Rulin and Ru Shui. As for the possibility of parting ways once they reached the frontier, that would be a matter for another time, before arriving at their destination. She must ensure that no disturbances arise along the journey. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaoning took a deep breath, gazed at Chen Xian, and nodded slightly, indicating her understanding. Subsequently, she separated the still bickering Su Rulin and Ru Shui, taking each aside for a conversation. The details of their discussion remained unknown to Chen Xian. Nevertheless, upon her return, Su Rulin wore a cheerful smile, while Ru Shui maintained her characteristic scowl. Fortunately, her feelings towards Chen Xian had not diminished. Observing Ru Shui's sour expression, Chen Xian couldn't help but ponder whether he should wield the whip against her. When Ru Shui's affection surpassed 1 point, he had received a critical reward, a whip that could grant him 5 points of favor with any woman he struck. The only drawback was that it could only be used once a day. To this day, he had yet to utilize it, contemplating the need to find an opportunity to discipline her effectively. After resolving the conflict between Ru Shui and Su Rulin, the caravan continued onward, soon encountering a band of nearly 500 bandits from Lufeng village, laden with various supplies. The bandits, though few in number, possessed around 30 horses, alongside some oxen and mules to carry goods and provisions for the journey. Greetings, Chief. Upon Chen Xian's arrival, Lu Jinyu immediately led his men to kneel before him, each bowing their heads in respect. What do you call me? Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Lu Jinyu promptly looked up, his face beaming with a smile. We have discussed this internally. From today forth, I shall step aside and yield the position of chief to you, Master Chen. I will take the role of second in command. Am I to be equated with you bandits? Chen Xian shook his head decisively, stating, No, you shall remain the chief. All the forces of Lufeng village shall be under your command. Lu Jinyu was taken aback. Was this an intention to maintain distance or draw a line? His purpose in following Chen Xian was to gain his trust and uncover the secrets desired by Lord Qin. How could Lu Jinyu allow Chen Xian to keep him at arm's length? With a forced smile, he responded, Master Chen, we cannot say that. We shall heed your commands. And you are undoubtedly the chief. Though Chen Xian had no desire to assume that title, he realized it was necessary to let Lu Jinyu retain the position for the sake of fostering camaraderie. Chen Xian replied nonchalantly, Are you to follow my directives, or I yours? Of course, I shall heed your guidance. Noticing Chen Xian's growing displeasure, Lu Jinyu quickly plastered a smile on his face. Since you are to heed my words, refrain from uttering any superfluous remarks. You shall continue to be the chief of Lufeng Zhai, while I shall assume the role of your master. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chen Xian declared coldly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Lu Jinyu's lips twitched in response. You, my master? How dare you take advantage of me? You may be the chief, and I the deputy, which makes us brothers in a sense. However, if you claim to be my master, the dynamics shift entirely. I am beholden to my own master, the esteemed Lord Qin. A woman does not serve 2 husbands, nor does a slave serve two masters. It is evident that Chen Xian's maneuver is exceedingly vexatious. Is it truly a grievance for me to be your master? Chen Xian remarked with a mocking tone, noticing Lu Jinyu's expression had soured. Lu Jinyu seethed inwardly, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Were it not for Lord Qin's directive, he would have relished the idea of surrounding Chen Xian with his bandits. You may be formidable alone, but what of the women at your side? If I were to capture them as hostages, how would you maintain your bravado? Yet, such thoughts were mere fantasies. He was on a mission and could not afford to falter. Otherwise, Lord Qin would not let him off lightly. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Lu Jinyu knelt before Chen Xian and swore to the heavens. Oh, great heavens, from this day forth, I, Lu Jinyu, shall become Master Chen's servant, pledging my unwavering loyalty. Should I betray this oath, may thunder strike me, and may I meet a wretched end. Chen Xian was taken aback by the fervor of Lu Jinyu's oath and the venomous gravity of his words. A smile threatened to escape him as he replied, There is no need for such a grand vow. I trust your sincerity. Lu Jinyu was nearly driven to the brink of fury. You could have mentioned that sooner. Now that I have knelt, you choose to say such things? His frustration boiled beneath the surface, yet he forced a smile, seeking to appease Chen Xian. Master Chen, our master-servant relationship is now solidified, witnessed by heaven and earth. If you still harbor doubts about my loyalty, let us take a further step. Let us seal our bond with blood, sworn before the heavens and earth. With that, he called out to his subordinates, Bring forth the incense burner. Immediately, his men brought forth an altar, laden with an incense burner and offerings, along with several thick incense sticks and a sharp dagger. Lu Jinyu intended to offer incense to the heavens, then cut to draw blood, mixing it with wine for a blood oath. Was this not a rite reserved for sworn brotherhood? Did a master require to shed blood for their servant? Chen Xian was certainly reluctant to partake in such a ritual. However, given Lu Jinyu's commitment and the substantial gift of 1,000 taels of gold he had recently presented, which was now in Li Xiaoning's possession, it would be remiss to disregard his display of respect. Moreover, one must consider that in the future they will be summoned to carry out tasks. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Chen Xian boldly mingled his blood with the wine, exchanging cups and partaking in the sanguine libation. Master Chen, from this day forth, I am your loyal servant. Through mountains of blades and seas of fire, at your command, I would not hesitate to face any peril. Lu Jinyu bellowed with fervor. The band of ruffians behind him knelt in unison, their postures remarkably synchronized. Observing their demeanor, Chen Xian couldn't help but find amusement. These individuals hardly resembled brigands, but rather appeared as well-trained soldiers. Could they be construed as the private militia maintained by Lord Qin? No wonder the court sought to eradicate banditry. If allowed to flourish unchecked, even the emperor's throne would be precarious. While traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire may be excessive, there is indeed a matter that requires your attention, Chen Xian declared. Lu Jinyu paused, taken aback. I was merely being courteous, yet you truly are unyielding. Chapter 39. Unflinching in the Embrace of Beauty. I have only just pledged my allegiance, and you are already dictating my actions? Lu Jinyu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction within, sensing that Chen Xian was being somewhat unreasonable. If you wish to command me, at least wait until we are more familiar with each other, until our relationship has deepened. However, given that circumstances had developed to this point, he could only suppress his grievances, forcing a smile as he inquired, What orders do you have, Master Chen? Please feel free to speak. You have spies in the capital, do you not? Chen Xian observed him with a smile that concealed his intentions. Lu Jinyu was tempted to deny this, for all his knowledge regarding the capital came through messages from Lord Qin via carrier pigeons. Yet, he knew he could not speak the truth at this moment. His objective was to demonstrate his value to Chen Xian and, in turn, earn his trust. Therefore, he nodded in affirmation. Very well, instruct your spies to keep a vigilant watch on the movements of Sima Shiba and Chen Tian. Should either of them leave the capital, notify me immediately, Chen Xian said, his eyes narrowing slightly, a trace of coldness manifesting on his face. Lu Jinyu sensed a hint of murderous intent emanating from him. Master Chen, do you wish to eliminate these two? He asked cautiously. It would be unthinkable to act against them within the capital. Sima Shiba was the son of the deputy minister of personnel, and in the Dai Qian dynasty, a minister held a position of significant authority. The two deputy ministers beneath him were also ranked at the second tier. A figure of such stature could certainly stir the winds of change within the capital. If his son were to perish there, it would surely provoke a rigorous investigation. Likewise, Qin Tian was a scion of the esteemed Qin family, one of the three great families of the Daiqian dynasty. The death of a direct descendant within the capital would be a severe affront to the family's honor. They would undoubtedly scour the earth to uncover the perpetrator. Should either of these men die in the capital, the entire populace would be unsettled until the culprit was found. Thus, even if Chen Xian possessed the capability to eliminate them, he could not afford to return to the capital to do so at this juncture. However, should they venture outside the capital, the scenario would shift dramatically. If they were to die beyond its borders, no matter how infuriated the deputy minister or the Chen family might become, as long as Qin Xian covered his tracks well enough to leave no trace, he would remain unscathed. It must be said that Lu Jinyu was astute. Qin Xian merely instructed him to have his spies monitor Sima Shiba and Qin Tian. Yet Lu Jinyu immediately surmised that Qin Xian intended to eliminate them. Simply dispatch your people to observe them. There is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else, Qin Xian remarked coolly. Just newly established as master, and already he begins to lay down the law. Lu Jinyu could not help but mutter internally. After all, he had been the chief of Lufeng village for many years, wielding power with ease, and now, having someone above him was somewhat disconcerting. Nevertheless, regardless of his internal discontent, he could only endure and bear the burden of humiliation. Rest assured, Master Chen, I understand what must be done, he replied with a serious expression. Subsequently, they journeyed through the night. The vast expanse of the great Qian dynasty stretched over 1,000 miles from the capital to the border town of Man. Fortunately, after Qin Xian had subdued the bandits of Lufeng village, traversing through the treacherous Hanfei mountain proved to be a seamless endeavor. Along the way, they encountered other mountain bandits. Those with discernment, upon witnessing the formidable size of their caravan, dared not attempt robbery and fled immediately. However, some less astute bandits, emboldened by their own territory, despite recognizing that Chen Xian's convoy comprised members of Lufeng village, still dared to engage in plunder. Not only did they seek gold, but they also aimed to seize the beauty of the 7 women, each possessing striking grace that could captivate any beholder. For such insolence, Chen Xian saw no reason for discourse and promptly commanded Lu Jinyu to eliminate them. Servants, after all, are meant to be ordered. Among the bandits, some were particularly audacious, boasting their affiliations with either the Tyrant village or the Black Wind village. These strongholds were notorious dens of bandits within Hanfei Mountain, each harboring martial experts. It was precisely this reputation that fueled their arrogance, dismissing Lufeng village entirely. In the past, Lufeng village might have tolerated such affronts, but now, Lu Jinyu had no intention of returning to a life of banditry. He was destined to accompany Qin Xian to the border and would no longer endure their provocations. Consequently, by the time they had traversed 180 miles through Hanfei Mountain, the number of bandits who met their demise at Lu Jinyu's hands numbered no less than 80. Hanfei Mountain was indeed perilous. Yet, it was an indispensable route to the border. To avoid it would necessitate a detour of over 1,000 miles, traversing muddy and dilapidated paths, prolonging their journey by an entire month. Thankfully, the bandits of Lufeng village had allied themselves with the gentlemen, providing them with protection and allowing them to exit Hanfei Mountain safely. Otherwise, they might have faced dire consequences. What was there to fear? With the gentlemen present, which bandit would dare to bully them? He would personally eradicate them, as demonstrated by his handling of the situation with Jinfeng village. Inside the carriage, a group of women engaged in casual conversation. After several days, with the comfort offered by Liu Xiaoning, young Ying'er found her sorrow somewhat alleviated. Simultaneously, she grew increasingly familiar with Qin Xian. Suddenly, young Ying'er realized that Qin Xian was not as lecherous as she had initially presumed. Despite having numerous concubines, he had not made advances toward any of them throughout their journey. Most notably, Su Ruolin had attempted to seduce him on multiple occasions. Yet he maintained an air of propriety, akin to Lu Xiaohui, and refrained from taking advantage of her. If he could resist such a proactive woman, it was unlikely that he would engage with those who were more reserved or seemingly aloof. To marry so many wives yet not touch a single one. Was there something amiss with him? Little did she know. It was not that Chen Xian shunned the company of women, but rather that he was exercising restraint. Firstly, Hanfei Mountain lacked inns, and they had not encountered a suitable place to rest throughout their journey. If they were to indulge in any scandalous activities, they would have to retreat to a secluded grove. In this way, would it not become apparent to everyone that he had engaged in illicit activities with a certain woman? Should other women feel envious, their affection would wane, and Chun Xian's heart would surely shatter. While beauty undeniably serves as a physiological desire, the paramount concern at present lies in survival and the pursuit of strength. Thus, each time Su Rulin seduced Chun Xian, igniting a restless yearning within him, a forbidden fire igniting in his core, he consistently managed to restrain himself. The advantage of this restraint is that not only did Su Rulin's affection for him remain unchanged, but the affections of other women also flourished. For instance, young Ying'er had seen her fondness for him rise to 50 points, with just an additional 10 points, reaching 60. She would be eligible for new system rewards. Chapter 40. Undercurrents. The fondness levels of Li Xiaoning and Lu Qiqi have risen to over 10, not far from the 30-point mark. Meanwhile, Enrushua's affection rating has finally moved out of the negative. Throughout their journey, Chun Xian was tempted to use the woman-taming whip on her. However, Enrushua consistently evaded any opportunity for a private meeting. Chun Xian even noticed that this woman refrained from using the restroom and subsisted solely on medicinal pills when hungry. It seems that disciples of the Snow Sword sect are indeed extraordinary. Alas, Chun Xian could not possibly wield the whip in front of other women. Thus it remained untouched since his acquisition of it. Upon exiting the Bandit Mountain, they arrived in the capital city. At the Chun residence, the head of the family sat upon a majestic chair crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood. The most esteemed seat is the Emperor's Dragon Throne, and just below it lies the Python chair. Typically, such chairs are reserved for princes and noble lords, while even the highest-ranking officials, like the Prime Minister, are not permitted to sit upon a python chair. Yet, the head of the Chun family boldly occupied one, a testament to the family's formidable standing in the capital. The family head, Chun Xian, has emerged from the Bandit Mountain and is en route to the frontier city. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. Kneeling before him and presenting a letter, the head of the Chun family opened his eyes wide, exuding an air of authority without a trace of anger. Yet, astonishment flickered across his face. Oh, he actually walked out of the Bandit Mountain alive? The shadow immediately replied, not only did he survive, but he also subdued the bandits of Lufeng village. Detailed intelligence is contained within the letter. Upon hearing this, the Chun family head cast a glance at the letter in the shadow's hand, took it, and casually perused its contents, instantly comprehending Chun Xian's recent exploits. I have personally examined Chun Xian's body. He is a waste incapable of cultivation. Yet, his recent feats, first defeating Qin Tian, then pacifying Jinfeng village, and now subjugating all the bandits of Lufeng village, indicate otherwise. The leader of Lufeng village, a young man named Lu Jinyu, possesses an 8th-tier martial prowess. Yet even he was no match for him. It seems this young man has concealed much from us. However, upon reflection, it is only natural. His father was extraordinarily gifted, a rare martial arts prodigy, and his mother was a princess of remarkable intelligence. How could the offspring of such illustrious parents be a mere failure? They must have left him with contingencies before their demise. Sending him to the frontier was indeed a wise decision. As he spoke, a whimsical smile crept across the face of the Chun family head. In truth, as the head of the family, wielding immense power and with a network of spies throughout the capital, he was well aware of the truth behind Chun Tian's scheme to frame Chun Xian for stealing family treasures. The reason he chose not to expose the truth and instead dispatched Chun Xian to the frontier was entirely deliberate. Thus, although Chun Xian has departed from the capital, his every move remains under the vigilant scrutiny of the head of the Qin family. Patriarch, the leader of the Lufeng stronghold, Lu Jinyu, is connected to Lord Qin. The Minister of Rights, according to our intelligence, the shadowy figure cautioned. Qin Jin's man, the head of the Qin family, narrowed his eyes slightly. In his view, even a second-rank official such as a minister does not warrant the honorific of Lord. What does Qin Jin intend? Has he set his sights on my Qin family? The shadowy figure hastily replied, Patriarch, Chun Xian's parents were indeed extraordinary, and their untimely demise raises much suspicion. Everyone believes they must have left behind rare treasures or unparalleled martial arts. Yet, despite extensive searches, no one, not even our Qin family, has found anything. The only lead is Chun Xian himself. he is being watched by more than just Lord Qin. The left vice minister of the Ministry of Rights, Lord Sima, also harbors intentions towards Qin Xian. His youngest son colludes with Qin Tian to eliminate Qin Xian, and Lord Sima deliberately refrains from intervening, indicating he has ulterior motives. Those who ascend to high office within the court are all cunning and calculating individuals, whose every action is weighed for its consequences. Should Lord Sima's son succeed in eliminating Qin Xian, the investigation by the Qin family would undoubtedly unearth the truth, and that truth would inevitably lead back to Lord Sima. At that point, the Sima family would have effectively provoked the Qin family. Under normal circumstances, one would prevent their offspring from meddling in matters concerning the Qin family, as no one wishes to invite trouble. Yet this left vice minister feigns ignorance. It is impossible that he has no ulterior motives. Both a minister and a left vice minister show interest in the younger members of my Qin family. Is their next step to covet our power and position? Do they seek to usurp us? The head of the Qin family let out a cold laugh. The shadowy figure murmured, "Patriarch, shall I confront them?" The patriarch cast a disdainful glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "No need." The Minister of Rights, Qin Zhen, is a confidant of the emperor, while the left vice minister is aligned with Prince Qi. Our Qin family is not what it once was. Some matters cannot be handled with the same audacity as before. We must tread carefully. Upon hearing this, the shadowy figure lowered his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. Once, the Qin family stood at the pinnacle of the great Qian dynasty's three prominent families, unrestrained, even commanding respect from the emperor. What a glorious era it was. Yet now, such splendor has faded, and every action requires careful consideration. Enough, you may withdraw. The head of the Qin family closed his eyes to rest. The shadowy figure bowed his head and retreated, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, how intriguing that my man has become your servant. This lad possesses some merit. While in the capital, he feigned madness and folly, leading everyone to perceive him as a waste incapable of safeguarding his family's wealth. Now that he has left the capital, he seems to be revealing his true potential. For 2 decades, he has feigned an inability to cultivate. Fully aware that countless eyes are fixed upon him, Qin Zhen, the Minister of Rights, set down the letter in his hand and rose to his feet, one hand resting on his abdomen with his thumb pressed against it, while the other gently stroked his beard, revealing a contemplative expression. I find myself rather intrigued by how he managed to clandestinely elevate his prowess to the pinnacle of martial artistry, perhaps even to the realm of a martial master, beneath the scrutiny of so many watchful gazes. Since the mysterious demise of Qin Xian's parents, he has become the target of widespread suspicion. Countless individuals are eager to uncover the techniques his parents practiced and the invaluable treasures they left behind, in search of the secrets they harbored. Yet, such secrets are known solely to Qin Xian. However, being a member of the Qin family, none dare to overtly abduct him. They can only dispatch skilled individuals to keep him under covert surveillance. Chapter 41. Each with hidden intentions. Who could have anticipated that, upon closer observation, it became evident that Qin Xian was indeed an incapable individual devoid of any cultivation potential? Moreover, his timid disposition rendered him susceptible to bullying, and his intellect appeared rather lacking. Initially, many believed that Qin Xian was merely feigning weakness for self-preservation. However, to their astonishment, he remained a waste of potential for 2 decades. Consequently, everyone, even the members of the Qin family, came to accept the unfortunate truth of his ineptitude. Yet, no one could have foreseen that after being wrongfully accused of theft and exiled to the frontier, Qin Xian would begin to reveal his true capabilities. This child's remarkable ability to endure suggests he is destined for greatness. Even if he does not achieve the heights of his father, he will certainly not fade into obscurity. I wonder if my decision to place Lu Jinyu by his side was wise or foolish. Qin Zhen murmured, his gaze revealing profound contemplation. Simultaneously, within the Spring Breeze Pavilion in the capital, the largest brothel in the city, a conversation unfolded in a private chamber. How could this wretched waste manage to emerge unscathed from the bandit-infested mountains? Even if he successfully reaches the frontier, does he believe he can establish roots there? Such aspirations are merely fanciful dreams. Qin Tian, one hand embracing a curvaceous woman, let his fingers wander restlessly over her smooth, delicate skin, while the other raised a cup to drown his sorrows in drink. Yet, as he sipped, a cold smile crept upon his lips. For years, the Chun family members in the frontier have long since severed ties with the Chun family in the capital. The capital's Chun clan has always sought to dominate their frontier counterparts. In truth, they no longer heed the chief's commands, choosing to follow their own whims instead. Chun Xian, oh Chun Xian, do you think that reaching the frontier will grant you peace? How many of the clan members dispatched from the capital to the frontier have returned alive over the years? Moreover, with a letter I shall compose to stoke the flames further, I need not lift a finger. There are plenty who covet your life. With that, he took another large gulp of wine, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused, as if he could already envision the moment of Chun Xian's demise, followed by a fit of mad laughter. The only regret is that I cannot personally bring about your end, nor can I possess that little vixen, and Rushua. She is a paragon of beauty. Were she to be mine, I could ascend to the martial master realm within a year. Curse you, Chun Xian, for thwarting my grand ambitions. At the residence of the Sima family, Sima Tingfei, the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, was engrossed in reviewing a family record. A knock echoed through the room. Come in. Sima Tingfei, a middle-aged man with a square face and a goatee, exuded an air of distinction. The door creaked open, and Sima Shiba stepped inside. Father, I have obtained the latest news. The Chun Xian you have been monitoring has emerged from the bandit-infested mountains. Sima Shiba relayed all he knew to Sima Tingfei. After so many years of concealment, it seems he can no longer remain hidden, Sima Tingfei chuckled. Observing this, Sima Shiba couldn't help but display a look of confusion and inquired, Father, did you not wish for his demise? Why are you pleased that he emerged alive from the bandit mountain? Sima Shiba, in collusion with Chen Tian, conspired to ensnare Chun Xian, ultimately leading him to his demise. Under the directive of Sima Tingfei, he could not fathom why his father, a respectable left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, a high-ranking official of the second grade, would resort to such treachery against a worthless individual. Yet now, despite the fact that Chun Xian had not perished, he seemed even more elated. What could be the reasoning behind this? Sima Tingfei cast a glance at his son and replied coolly, There are matters that should remain unasked. Knowing too much may bring you no benefit. Indeed, Sima Shiba, being astute, immediately bowed his head and refrained from further inquiry. Sima Tingfei scrutinized him deeply and suddenly inquired, Have you been spending more time with Princess Chongning lately? Sima Shiba fell silent, uncertain how to respond. The princess was undeniably unattractive and possessed a fiery temper, a disgrace to refinement. The thought of deceiving his father into believing there was an intention to match him with the princess was utterly disheartening for Sima Shiba. He would rather wed a courtesan than be bound to Princess Chongning. Noticing his demeanor, Sima Tingfei snorted in disdain and admonished, Fool! The princess is the most cherished daughter of Prince Qi. If you were to marry her, it would be a blessing bestowed upon you for generations. Moreover, Sima Tingfei's eyes gleamed with intensity. The current sovereign is not a man. There is considerable discontent within the court, and many secretly support Prince Qi. Did you not see the considerable resistance the sovereign faced in eradicating a mere bandit? The ministers below do not respect her. If Prince Qi were to ascend the throne, Princess Chongning would become a true princess, and you would find yourself even less worthy of her. Upon hearing this, Sima Shiba's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a monumental secret. Father, does Prince Qi aspire to replace the current sovereign? Sima Tingfei shot him a warning glance and reprimanded. Speak cautiously. Sima Shiba quickly sealed his lips. After all, loose words could lead to disaster. Should this matter reach the ears of the emperor, the entire Sima family would face annihilation. Sima Tingfei's gaze flickered as he continued. Prince Qi has long possessed the capability to challenge the sovereign, yet he has refrained from action while seeking a certain object. If the chances of success are currently at 50%, finding this object would elevate it to 90%. Sima Shiba could not contain his shock. What is this object that could so significantly enhance Prince Qi's chances of seizing power? Sima Tingfei replied coldly. This is not something you need to know. Suffice it to say that within the entire Deqian dynasty, only Chun Xian is aware of its whereabouts. Sima Shiba's pupils dilated in disbelief. He had never imagined it was connected to Chun Xian. For 20 years, this young man had feigned madness and incompetence, and everyone had lost hope regarding the object left by his parents. Little did they know, this young man had just revealed his true self. Should I acquire that object and assist Prince Qi in ascending to power, it would be a merit of dragon-like significance. My name would undoubtedly grace the top of the merit list, and I would hold the esteemed position of prime minister in the great Qian dynasty, standing just below one and above thousands. You must dispatch additional personnel to covertly monitor that young man, Chen Xian. Be cautious. We must not alert him, nor allow others to discover our intentions. Sima Shiba took a deep breath, and in that moment, he comprehended the gravity of Chen Xian's importance. He nodded solemnly and remarked, "Father, I understand what must be done." After departing from the Bandit Mountain, Chen Xian and his companions continued their journey towards the northwestern frontier of the great Qian dynasty. After enduring a prolonged trek lasting nearly half a month, they finally caught sight of a massive city wall rising majestically in the distance. Chapter 42. A Display of Authority. The city wall loomed before them, resembling a colossal beast prostrate upon the earth, magnificent and imposing, with each brick etched with the scars of time. "We have arrived at Barbarian City," Chen Xian proclaimed, retrieving a map that marked their destination, the border city of the great Qian dynasty, right before them. The convoy advanced, soon reaching the base of the formidable wall. "Strange, didn't you inform the Chen family of your arrival? Why is there no one here to greet you?" Li Xiaoning inquired, her astonishment palpable. The Chen family's branch in Barbarian City held a prestigious status. Logically, a welcoming party would be assembled for a direct descendant from the capital. Yet, at the city gates, only common folk passed through, subjected to baggage inspections, and not a single individual adorned in the Chen family attire appeared to offer a welcome. "I cannot say," Chen Xian replied, shaking his head. Unperturbed, he thought that if the branch had chosen not to send anyone to greet him, he would simply seek them out himself. Beside him, Li Xiaoning fell silent, yet her mind began to formulate hypotheses regarding their lack of reception. There were two possible explanations for the absence of a welcoming party. The first was that the branch members regarded Chen Xian with disdain, dismissing him as inconsequential. "What does it matter that you are a direct descendant from the capital? Here, the dragon must coil, and the tiger must lie low." The second possibility suggested that the branch was deliberately attempting to assert their authority over Chen Xian. Regardless of the scenario, both possibilities indicated that their stay in Barbarian City would not be devoid of challenges. "Stop! Who goes there?" As they attempted to enter the city, the guards halted Chen Xian's convoy with an outstretched arm. In the capital, Chen Xian produced a token and displayed it to the guard. "I am of the Chen family. The great Qian dynasty's three prestigious families, second only to the royal lineage, were renowned throughout the land. The Chen family's branch in Barbarian City was substantial, wielding considerable influence. Presenting the Chen family insignia should have commanded respect from the guards." "From the capital's Chen family? Are you that Chen Xian?" The guard's expression shifted to one of surprise upon glimpsing the token. "You know of me?" Chen Xian was taken aback. Although he bore the reputation of a notorious wastrel in the capital, he hardly expected his name to have traveled so far to Barbarian City. Yet, the guard's recognition indicated that he had achieved a modicum of notoriety. "Oh, I have heard of you." The guard's demeanor abruptly turned frosty. "What brings you to Barbarian City with such a large entourage?" He cast a glance at the hundreds of followers accompanying Chen Xian. "By the order of the clan leader, I have come to Barbarian City to strengthen our lineage," Chen Xian stated, his words formal yet truthful. "Very well. Understood. Please wait aside for now." The city guards waved their hands, signaling Chen Xian and his companions to stand aside and not block the entrance, as there were others wishing to enter and exit. "What does this mean? Are you preventing us from entering the city?" Lu Jinyu, observing the guard's unusual demeanor, could not help but speak up. "And who might you be?" The guard scrutinized Lu Jinyu, lifting his chin with a hint of disdain. Lu Jinyu's anger surged. Having been a bandit for so many years, he was accustomed to holding himself in high regard, and he had never encountered a mere gatekeeper who dared to behave so arrogantly before him. Yet, they were newcomers in an unfamiliar place, and this guard was an official soldier of the court, which made it inappropriate for him to resort to violence. Suppressing his fury, Lu Jinyu managed to speak calmly. "I am a man of Chen, essentially one of the Chen family." "Understood. A member of the Chen family shall wait aside." The guard replied dismissively. His tone implied that anyone not associated with the Chen family could enter the city freely, while those connected to the Chen family were to be hindered. "You!" Lu Jinyu erupted in anger, his face turning crimson. Meanwhile, his bandit subordinates approached, their expressions menacing. After all, how many among them were of gentle disposition? What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately preventing our entry? By what right do others enter while we are made to wait, subjected to this humiliation? Several prominent bandits from Lufeng's stronghold bared their teeth, their words dripping with menace. What do you intend to do? This is Man City, not a place for your rampant behavior. Behind the guards, a contingent of soldiers clad in armor, numbering in the dozens and armed to the teeth, advanced towards Lu Jinyu and his crew, reprimanding them sternly. We warn you, Man City boasts 8,000 elite soldiers. Anyone who dares to cause trouble here and incite the wrath of the prefect shall be dealt with mercilessly. The centurion declared coldly. These soldiers bore the unmistakable demeanor of seasoned warriors, each exuding a palpable aura of danger. In that moment, Lu Jinyu's band of bandits felt a twinge of intimidation. The boss, these soldiers are not to be trifled with, they murmured, glancing anxiously at Lu Jinyu. He too felt a swell of uncertainty. He had intended to assert himself before Qin Xian, to demonstrate that the gatekeepers should not behave so arrogantly. However, the guard's blatant disregard left him feeling humiliated and at a loss. Should he back down and lose face? Or should he stand firm, knowing that the centurion's words hinted at the formidable force of 8,000 troops guarding Man City? After all, this city was a vital frontier hub of the Dacian dynasty, making a substantial military presence entirely reasonable. With such numbers, they could easily annihilate his band of 500 bandits without a trace. What should he do? Lu Jinyu was at a complete loss. He swiftly turned his head, casting the troublesome matter to Qin Xian, inquiring, Master Chun, what shall we do when these individuals refuse us entry into the city? After all, Qin Xian was the one who held the ultimate authority. At that moment, Qin Xian's brow furrowed. He could distinctly sense that the soldiers guarding the city were deliberately targeting him. I am a member of the Qin family. I kindly request that you report my presence to the members of my family, he stated, attempting to adopt a conciliatory tone, as he was new to this place and wished to avoid trouble. However, the centurion scrutinized Qin Xian from head to toe, and upon hearing the initial report from the guarding soldier, he scoffed derisively. A member of the Qin family, is it? A young master from the capital, I presume? Just remain quietly to the side and do not obstruct others from entering the city. Qin Xian's expression darkened slightly. It was evident that this was not merely a matter of disrespect, but a deliberate affront. When may we enter the city? Qin Xian asked in a low voice. If I say to wait, you should simply comply without further ado. Why all this unnecessary chatter? The centurion replied, his tone brimming with impatience. Chapter 43, Provocation. Behind the centurion, a group of soldiers erupted into laughter, their derisive mirth unmistakably mocking. Do not overstep your bounds. This is sheer bullying. Ying'er, Su Rulin, and the other women expressed their indignation. Oh, who would have thought you had such beautiful women by your side? Here is a proposition, Chun. Let my brothers and me indulge in your companions for a couple of hours, and once we've had our fill, we shall allow you entry into the city. What say you? The centurion suddenly licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with lust as he leered at Ying'er and the others. Ha ha ha, how generous of the centurion. While you feast on meat, do not forget to offer us a taste of the broth. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, centurion. Young man, if you are wise, let your women entertain us. Otherwise, you shall find no passage into the city today. Not only will you be barred from entry, but you shall not leave either. The soldiers behind him laughed heartily. Damn it. These men are deliberately provoking us. Lu Jinyu cursed softly, casting a furtive glance at Qin Xian, pondering how he would handle such a humiliating situation. At that moment, Qin Xian's expression had darkened significantly. Li Xiaoning, noticing his demeanor, worried he might act rashly, gently tugged at him and whispered, They are clearly trying to provoke you. Do not fall for their tricks. If they deny us entry, we shall simply wait here, and enter when we can. As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Su Rulin and the others. Su Rulin, quick-witted, immediately responded, Oh, my dear, let us not stoop to their level. If they refuse us entry, we do not even desire to enter. We can rest here after our long journey. Ying'er chimed in, Do not be angered by such lecherous fools. It's hardly worth the trouble. The other women urged him as well, concerned that Qin Xian might act impulsively. Only Rushu stood aloof, her sword in hand, silent and frosty. Li Xiaoning understood her nature and did not press her to persuade Qin Xian. However, in the face of the women's entreaties, Qin Xian smiled softly, assuring them, Do not worry, I know what I am doing." At his words, Li Xiaoning and the others felt a sense of relief. He then strode directly to the centurion. Clad in armor, the centurion appeared vastly larger than the man in white garments standing before him. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Xian, dismissing him entirely. "I know you are acting under orders, deliberately barring my entry into the city. I had no intention of holding you accountable. But you have crossed a line by coveting my women. You shall pay dearly for this." Chen Xian spoke coldly. Yet, the centurion brushed off his words, erupting into laughter. "You think I will pay a price?" Laughter erupted, and I could hardly wait to see what price you would make me pay. The soldiers behind me joined in raucous laughter, mocking Chen Xian for his audacity. This was the barbarian city, not the imperial capital. Suddenly, Chen Xian struck with lightning speed, seizing the centurion's throat. His dragon claw technique, an advanced martial skill of the mysterious tier, was executed with a swiftness that left no time for defense. The centurion was caught completely off guard. Not even a master warrior could evade such a rapid assault. Chen Xian's speed was simply too formidable, leading to easily successful ambushes, resulting in death. The centurion's pupils dilated in shock as he experienced a suffocating grip around his neck, rendering him breathless. He longed to threaten Chen Xian, but words eluded him. With a sharp crack, a clear sound echoed from his neck. His face contorted in horror, swiftly morphing into sheer terror. Though he was not yet deceased, he realized that his neck had been broken. He could never have fathomed that Chen Xian would dare to brazenly snap his neck in front of everyone in this barbarian city. The centurion's eyes widened as life ebbed away from him. Ultimately, his head drooped, breath extinguished. With a dismissive motion, Chen Xian discarded him to the ground as one would toss aside refuse, creating a dull thud. An instantaneous silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood frozen, utterly astonished that Chen Xian had dared to strike. How could he be so audacious? Even Lu Jinyu, known for his reckless defiance, broke into a cold sweat. After all, the centurion was a commanding officer of the city guards. His refusal to allow entry was certainly rooted in duty. Had Chen Xian truly just killed a man in such a manner, would he not fear retribution? Li Xiaoning, Ying'er, and the other women were left in stunned silence. They had assumed Chen Xian would swallow his indignation, never anticipating such a moment of direct vengeance. And Ru Shui's previously expressionless face now bore a hint of surprise. She had not expected Chen Xian to act so decisively. This man showed no signs of cowardice at all. In that instant, her gaze toward Chen Xian transformed, tinged with newfound intrigue. The most astonished individuals were undoubtedly the city guards. They could not fathom that Chen Xian would dare to act so brazenly beneath the city walls. This was beyond their comprehension. Had the centurion merely been knocked unconscious? Surely, the audible crack of bone contradicted that notion. He had not been merely incapacitated, but rather, his neck had been snapped. It was inconceivable that he would dare to kill a centurion. He must be tired of living, or perhaps he had only rendered him unconscious. Quickly, some guards rushed to assess the centurion's condition. However, when he attempted to assist the centurion to his feet, he was horrified to discover that the centurion's body was limp, resembling a mass of decaying flesh, astonishingly heavy. They were all seasoned warriors, familiar with the weight of the dead, and they understood that such a heaviness could only signify one thing: the individual was lifeless. The young soldier's complexion paled dramatically as he instinctively placed his hand over the centurion's nostrils to check for breath, only to find none. The centurion's eyes remained wide open, and despite the dilated pupils, the expression of terror was unmistakably etched upon his face. He could scarcely fathom that his life would conclude in such a manner. "What is the condition of the centurion? Should we summon a physician from the city?" inquired the other soldiers with genuine concern. The soldier who had been assessing the injuries spoke with a tremor in his voice, stammering as he uttered, "The centurion. He is dead." Chapter 44, Ambitious. In an instant, the eyes of all the city guards widened in disbelief. Surround this culprit. With a swift motion, the guards immediately mobilized, encircling Chen Xian and his companions. Lu Jinyu felt a surge of dread wash over him. They had just arrived in Man City, and already had stirred up such a colossal mess. "Brother, are you truly unafraid of death? Even if you are a dragon crossing the river, the locals here are the true serpents of the land. Do you not understand that a formidable dragon cannot suppress the local snake?" Lu Jinyu lamented silently. However, this was not the time for grievances. He understood that although he had pledged loyalty to Chen Xian, The two had forged a master-servant bond, yet Chen Xian remained wary of him. Now was the perfect moment to demonstrate his loyalty. Simultaneously, he recognized that Chen Xian was not a reckless individual. His audacity to publicly slay this centurion must be grounded in reason. With a thunderous voice, Lu Jinyu commanded, "Protect Master Chen." In an instant, the bandits surrounding them formed a tight circle around Chen Xian and Li Xiaoning. "Should anyone dare to harm Master Chen or the ladies, we will lay down our lives to fight them to the bitter end." Lu Jinyu roared passionately. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The bandits echoed, raising their hands to unleash a resounding battle cry that reverberated through the heavens. Momentarily, the city guards were taken aback. They had not anticipated such audacity. Not only had these individuals slain their centurion, but they also dared to confront them? Such boldness! Did they presume their numbers alone would protect them? Go summon reinforcements from within the city. None of these people shall escape today. A soldier dashed toward the city, seeking backup. The situation escalated dramatically. Meanwhile, atop the city tower, two young men were engaged in tea. "Young Master Qing, I have instructed someone to attend to the matter you mentioned. As for the issue with Miaoying Pavilion, I will require your eloquence to assist me." The individual referred to as young Master Qing wore a scholarly green robe, exuding an air of elegance. However, his triangular eyes betrayed a striking contrast to his demeanor. The one speaking was clad in purple, emanating a subtle yet captivating charm. These two were none other than Chen Qing, son of the Chun family's branch in Man City, and Zhang Tianxi, son of the city's governor. "Rest assured, young Master Zhang, as long as you fulfill your end, I shall ensure your affairs are handled with equal diligence," Chen Qing said with a smile, sipping his tea. In the realm of Man City, these two were the epitome of privilege, young heirs of wealth and power, capable of striding confidently through not only Man City, but also its neighboring realms. "Haha, well said. I have instructed the soldiers guarding the city that anyone bearing the surname Chun from the capital shall not be permitted entry, regardless of their given name." Zhang Tianxi chuckled heartily, exuding confidence, asserting that as long as young Master Qing remains steadfast, that Chen Xian from the capital shall never set foot in Man City for the entirety of his life. Chen Qing smirked, joining in the laughter, and remarked, "Though our Chun clan in Man City is but a branch, we have deeply rooted ourselves here for many years, growing increasingly estranged from the main lineage in the capital. Moreover, the primary Qin family in the capital has been steadily declining, losing their grip on the other branches. Now, the clan leader sends a letter requesting that we surrender our authority to a young man named Chen Xian. What a farce! After developing our branch in Man City for so long, how could we simply relinquish our power? Furthermore, as far as I know, this Chen Xian is infamous for his ineptitude, utterly incapable of cultivation, and has become a laughingstock in the capital. The clan leader requests that we entrust our power to such an individual and assist them in expansion. What an absurdity! Just wait and see. Denying him entry now is merely a show of strength. It won't be long before the clan leader receives news of his demise." A glint of malice flashed in Chen Qing's eyes. Zhang Tianxi suddenly burst into laughter, stating, "Over the years, your Chun family from the capital has sent individuals to seize control of our branch in Man City not once, but multiple times. Yet several of them have met their end, each succumbing to illness. Logically, the Chun family in the capital should grasp the implications of this. Yet they persist in sending more people. It is truly laughable." He laughed outright at the mention of illness, clearly aware of the underlying mysteries. Chen Qing scoffed derisively. In recent years, the main lineage of the Chun family in the capital has produced nothing but useless individuals. It is only because the clan leader still lives that he can maintain order, preventing us branches from acting recklessly. Yet, as the clan leader ages, should he ascend to the heavens, then? Chen Qing's words trailed off abruptly, but his eyes narrowed, revealing a deep-seated ambition. They, the branches of Man City, seem intent on usurping power. After the passing of the Chun clan leader, they aspire to take the helm of the Chun family in the capital. Haha, I hadn't anticipated young Master Qing harbored such grand ambitions. I am truly impressed. Zhang Tianxi laughed heartily. However, this is but a small ambition. It is said that the governor has gained favor with the court and may have the opportunity to be transferred to the capital to serve as an official. Should we all enter the capital, then young Master Zhang and I must support one another. Chen Qing smiled, envisioning a future of mutual assistance in the capital. Zhang Tianxi let out a soft chuckle as he set down his teacup and remarked, "The Chen family is indeed well informed. I never imagined that even the whispers of my father's esteemed recognition by the court would reach your ears. It is true that the court holds my father in high regard, and he may very well be summoned to the capital in the future." As he spoke, his chin lifted slightly in a display of pride. Chen Qing smiled mysteriously, poised to continue with words of mutual assistance and collaboration. Suddenly, a tumultuous commotion erupted from below the city tower. The uproar showed no signs of abating. On the contrary, it intensified with each passing moment. What is happening? Do they not see that I am engaged in tea with young Master Qing? Who dares to cause such a ruckus? Zhang Tianxi's expression darkened, revealing his palpable displeasure. In response to his inquiry, a servant quickly reported, "Young master, we have just received word that the member of the Chun family from the capital, whom you mentioned by name, has arrived, but the city guards are refusing him entry." Chapter 45, Paying the Price. So, is it true that the Chun family member from the capital has caused a ruckus by not being allowed into the city? Zhang Tianxi's countenance reflected his displeasure. The servant nodded slightly. What a bunch of incompetent fools. Could they not have driven him away? Why has the noise only escalated? Must I be the one to teach them? Stealthily, Zhang Tianxi observed Chen Qing's reaction. Noting his impassive demeanor, he intentionally snorted, seeking to assert his authority before Chen Qing. The servant, with a wry smile, reported, "In response to your inquiry, young master, a centurion has already been dispatched to expel him. However, to our astonishment, this Chen family member from the capital is quite formidable, having killed the centurion." In an instant, both Zhang Tianxi and Chen Qing sprang to their feet, incredulity etched upon their faces. "What did you say?" Zhang Tianxi questioned, doubting his own hearing. "He killed a centurion?" The servant affirmed with a nod. A surge of intense fury flickered in Zhang Tianxi's eyes. The governor of Barbarian City commands 8,000 elite troops. Who would not tremble in fear? To slay a centurion is tantamount to slapping the governor's face. The governor is none other than Zhang Tianxi's own father. Thus, to strike his father's face is to strike his own. What audacity! To dare slay my men. This is Barbarian City, not the capital. Zhang Tianxi let out a cold snort, and suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Qing. After all, Chen Xian belonged to the Qin family, and Chen Qing's branch of the family held significant sway in Barbarian City. Therefore, despite his overwhelming rage, Zhang Tianxi knew he must give due respect to the Chen family and consider Chen Qing's perspective. "Young Master Qing, what is your take on this matter?" Chen Qing's expression was grim. His original intent was to have the city guards block Chen Xian at the city gates, to assert his dominance and prevent Chen Xian from entering, thereby frustrating him and tempering his spirit for easier future manipulation. If he could control him, that would be ideal. If not, he would devise another means to eliminate him. Despite his earlier bravado about replacing the capital's Qin family, Chen Qing was acutely aware that the current strength of his branch in Barbarian City made any such ambition mere fantasy. The capital's Qin family still retained considerable influence over their external branches. They had merely weakened, not been vanquished. A dying camel is still larger than a horse. Their clout remains palpable. If it came to a serious confrontation, they could easily sever the ties of any disobedient branch. Thus, while Chen Xian could indeed perish, it must not be at this moment. Should he die immediately after arriving from the capital, how would the Qin family members in the capital perceive it? What would the clan leader think? How could one justify such a demise to your branch? However, if some time were to pass before discreetly arranging for his demise, the circumstances would differ. At that point, the branch could conveniently attribute his death to local hardships, a scorpion sting, or perhaps an assassination by bandits. Chen Qing's expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness, his fists clenched tightly before relaxing once more. Ultimately, he let out a cold chuckle. It seems that this Chen Xian is indeed a tough opponent. I intended to give him a lesson, yet he has unexpectedly turned the tables on me. Zhang Tianxi's eyes flickered with a hint of coldness as he raised his hand to gesture across his throat. "So, young Master Qing implies." Chen Qing shook his head and replied, "First, we should dispatch more men to diminish his arrogance. As for his life, we shall spare it for now." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxi nodded slightly. "Very well, we shall heed young Master Qing's counsel." With that, he signaled to a subordinate nearby. The subordinate understood immediately, nodded, and stealthily withdrew. Meanwhile, Beneath the city tower, a synchronized sound of footsteps emerged from within the city. Soon after, a large group of armed soldiers surged forth, numbering over 1,000, surrounding Chen Xian and his companions. "Who dares to lay hands on my men?" A towering figure rode forth on a magnificent steed, emanating a fierce aura. "It is the captain." A subordinate promptly pointed at Chen Xian. The captain's keen eyes fixated on Chen Xian, and in that instant, the temperature around them seemed to plummet several degrees. To ascend to the position of captain in the wild city, one must possess exceptional prowess, having emerged from a veritable sea of blood and corpses. After all, Wild City lies on the frontier of the Dacian dynasty, a region perpetually ravaged by war and rife with banditry. The leaders of the 100,000 men, as well as the generals here, are products of relentless trials. In fact, the 100-man leader recently slain by Chen Xian was an aggressor, which allowed Chen Xian to dispatch him with relative ease. Had it been someone else, such as Lu Jinyu, despite his superior realm, he would have found it nearly impossible to subdue the opponent without numerous exchanges, given the latter's extensive combat experience. "This is bad, boss. We've truly kicked a hornet's nest this time." Chen Xian was too impulsive. How could he have choked the 100-man leader to death right off the bat? Now, the situation has escalated. The bandits from Lufengzai wore expressions of despair. Previously, when they raided in Hanfei Mountain, they had always boasted of their numerical superiority. Now, however, they found themselves outnumbered in this place. "Oh dear, that soldier looks fierce, with a head like a tiger and eyes like a leopard. I hope my husband won't come to harm," Su Rulin exclaimed, visibly shaken by the multitude present, especially the captain, whose piercing gaze resembled a steel blade, making it impossible to meet his eyes. Li Xiaoning and the others also displayed concern. The situation had escalated to this degree, leaving them pondering how to resolve it. In contrast, Ru Shue, typically wearing an expression of indifference, revealed a fleeting smile upon witnessing the scene. "Is it you who has slain my men?" The captain, perched atop his imposing horse and wielding a precious sword, directed his accusation at Chen Xian. His voice was resoundingly deep and powerful, reminiscent of the king of hell demanding souls. "It was I, Chen Xian, who stepped forward, locking eyes with the centurion." The centurion was taken aback, not expecting Chen Xian to remain unfazed by his imposing presence. However, that moment of surprise swiftly transformed into indignation. Not only had this man slain his comrades, but he also displayed no fear of him. Was this not an affront? "A life for a life. Since you are oblivious to your own peril, I shall send you on your way." The centurion unsheathed his sword, preparing to strike. "Wait," Lu Jinyu suddenly shouted. "We are from the Qin family, and this gentleman is a direct descendant of the Qin lineage. Do you dare to raise your hand against us?" That would be to provoke the Qin family. He was at a loss, genuinely wishing to avoid conflict with these individuals, and thus resorted to invoking the Qin family's name, hoping to instill some trepidation in the centurion. Chapter 46. A swift strike to the throat. Yet, how could the captain of 1,000 be unaware that Chen Xian was from the Qin family? In truth, the refusal to allow Chen Xian and his companions entry into the city was the intent of the Qin family from Barbarian City. "Regardless of your origins, under my watchful gaze, should you take the life of my kin, you must face the consequences." The captain of 1,000 sneered, and with a sudden tug on the reins, his steed reared up, charging directly at Chen Xian. Everyone gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the captain's unreasonable aggression. Chen Xian narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing within. Had the captain approached him with civility, he would have reciprocated with respect. However, with the captain resorting to violence, Chen Xian saw no need to show him mercy. Whether it be one life or two, a kill remains a kill. Having already slain a 100-man captain, what was another 1,000-man captain to him? In the instant the captain's steed charged at Chen Xian, he swiftly moved to stand beside Ru Shue. "Missin, may I borrow your sword?" And Ru Shue cast him a sidelong glance, her tone indifferent. "Do not disgrace my sword." With that, she flicked her thumb against the sword sheath, and the long sword flew into the air. Chen Xian seized the hilt with a firm grip, exclaiming, "A splendid sword." At that moment, the captain had closed in on horseback, intent on humiliating Chen Xian by piercing his body with the long sword and trampling him beneath the hooves of his steed, leaving him barely alive. "Come forth." Chen Xian did not shy away from the oncoming horse. Instead, he burst into an excited laugh. Suddenly, he struck, his form a wraith-like blur, moving with lightning speed. And his sword aimed at the horse's two front hooves. With two crisp sounds, it must be said, and Rushue's sword was indeed magnificent, slicing through flesh and bone with ease, severing the horse's front hooves without any resistance. With a pitiful cry, the steed collapsed, deprived of its support, crashing heavily to the ground. The captain, taken aback, could hardly fathom Chun Xian's swiftness, which far exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, as a seasoned warrior, he had experienced his fair share of falls from horseback. As the horse plummeted, the captain rolled, landing on his feet. Though slightly unsteady, he managed to regain his balance. Yet, before he could compose himself, Chun Xian lunged forward with his sword. The captain's heart raced, and he instinctively raised his sword to parry, but it was too late. Chun Xian struck his sword hand, twisting forcefully, causing the captain's grip to tear and a pained groan to escape his lips as he was compelled to relinquish his weapon. With a swift motion, the sword in the captain's hand spun several times before Chun Xian flicked it aside, embedding it into the ground. "You!" The captain staggered back several steps, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that Chun Xian had defeated him with such ease. It is worth noting that he was a formidable warrior of the 7th rank, having dwelled in this realm for many years, merely a step away from the 8th rank. Just as he remained in shock, Chun Xian advanced, the tip of his sword pressing firmly against the captain's throat, blood immediately seeping forth. With a slight further thrust, the blade could pierce his windpipe, sealing his fate. "Captain! Damn it! Release Captain at once, or none of you shall leave here alive." The soldiers encircling Chun Xian were struck with horror. They had never imagined that their once mighty captain, akin to a god of war in their eyes, could be so easily bested by Chun Xian. Lu Jinyu's throat moved as he swallowed hard, a fleeting expression of astonishment crossing his face. He now realized that Chun Xian had shown him mercy when they clashed earlier. Truly magnificent. These insufferable ruffians had long been an eyesore to him, and Chun Xian proved his worth beyond doubt. How dare these uncouth brutes from the barbarian city look down upon us? Now their captain is being treated like a dog by Chun Xian. Let us see how they maintain their arrogance. The bandits erupted in excited cheers, raising their fists in support of Chun Xian. "My lord is incredible, providing such a sense of security." Su Ruolan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she could not help but swallow nervously, murmuring, "With a physique like that, if he can best such a burly man, imagine what he could do in bed. He would surely leave his partner thoroughly exhausted." As she spoke, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, her mind wandering to fantasies of Chun Xian's more ferocious side in the bedroom, causing an inexplicable warmth to envelop her. "Could you be more proper? You are a woman. After all, you should exhibit some decorum." Su Qingcheng, closest to her, could not help but interject. Su Ruolan scoffed, rolling her eyes. "It is precisely because I am a woman that I am concerned for my lord. Tell me, if you were to leave him for a sickly man incapable of satisfying you, what use would such a man be?" Su Qingcheng, taken aback by Su Ruolan's bluntness, felt her face flush with embarrassment. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She truly found it unbearable that this woman always veered the conversation toward such topics. "My dear Su, you simply have not yet experienced a man. You do not understand the pleasures that await. When you find a partner, you will come to comprehend my sentiments." Su Ruolan said with a teasing smile, finding amusement in the flustered reactions of the women around her. "Do not act impulsively. Let us converse calmly." At this moment, the centurion, with a sword poised at his throat, bore a countenance as grim as it could be. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead, erasing any remnants of the earlier bravado he had displayed. Now he sought to engage in civil discourse. Chun Xian's voice was frigid, his gaze fixed upon the centurion with the intensity reserved for the deceased. The centurion felt as though he had been dealt a resounding slap across the face, the sting searing. Just moments ago, when Chun Xian attempted to reason with him, he had dismissed it, choosing instead to threaten Chun Xian's life. Now, in the span of mere breaths, his fate lay entirely in Chun Xian's hands. "I concede I am outmatched." The centurion forced himself to speak. "However, you must not take my life. I am one of the 8 centurions of the city of Man. If you were to kill me, the governor would not spare you, nor would our commander." Chapter 47. A great incident has occurred. The commander is a master of martial arts. Although you possess considerable strength, I find it hard to believe that you surpass a martial artist of such caliber. As the words commander escaped his lips, the centurion's face was filled with profound respect. It was evident that this commander held a position of immense esteem in his heart. At this moment, you are the fish, and I am the knife. It would suffice if you merely acted with decorum, yet you dare to threaten me? Chen Xian scoffed coldly. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his wrist, he pressed the blade against the centurion's throat, sharpening its edge further. In an instant, the wound at his throat widened, and blood began to flow profusely, staining his neck a deep crimson in mere moments. The centurion was immediately engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of suffocation. He yearned to take a step back to distance the blade from his throat, but fear gripped him. He understood all too well that should he retreat, his head would surely roll. Chen Xian would undoubtedly sever it with a single strike. What do you intend to do? The centurion stammered, a hint of trepidation coloring his voice. He realized that Chen Xian's restraint in not killing him immediately indicated there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, the previous captain had been silenced without so much as a chance to speak. Now, as he still had the opportunity to negotiate, it signified that his life might yet be spared. Chen Xian's gaze was electrifying as he barked an order. Kneel. What did you say? The centurion's pupils dilated in shock. His status was of utmost nobility. In this barbaric city, save for the commander who led 8,000 elite soldiers and the governor, who would dare treat him with anything less than reverence. And now, Chen Xian had the audacity to publicly demand his submission? This was not mere humiliation. It was a flagrant affront. Indeed, Chen Xian was deliberate in his provocation. He was acutely aware that the refusal to allow him entry into the city was orchestrated by unseen hands. He had no interest in uncovering the identities of those behind the scenes. As long as they obstructed his comfort, he would ensure they faced equal discomfort. I will count to 3. If you do not kneel, you shall die. Chen Xian's voice was devoid of compassion, leaving no room for negotiation. 3, 2, 1. The centurion clenched his jaw tightly. To kneel before the crowd was a disgrace of the highest order. Yet, as Chen Xian reached the final number, his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and his legs quaked beneath him. Do you believe the centurion will kneel? Huh. The centurion is not one to submit. Throughout his life, only the governor and the commander could compel him to bow. Indeed, the centurion's resolve was as unyielding as iron. He would not kneel before anyone. How can you be so certain? Because I am a soldier under the centurion's command, and I understand his character well. Suddenly, amidst the murmurs of the crowd, the centurion's trembling knees could bear the weight no longer, and with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground in submission. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. Those who had just proclaimed that the captain would never kneel found their jaws nearly hitting the ground. The captain's soldiers felt a searing embarrassment on their faces, as if they had been ruthlessly slapped down by someone else's shoe. Hilarious. Who was the fool that claimed their captain would never submit? Is he not kneeling faster than anyone else? It is utterly comical. The bandits behind Lu Jinyu laughed heartily, hands on their hips, their laughter unabashed and boisterous, as if they feared no one could hear them. This unrestrained and exaggerated mockery fell upon the captain like relentless slaps, inflicting upon him a profound sense of shame. Yet, he was powerless. Chen Xian had already declared the numbers, and if he did not kneel now, his head would truly be forfeit. I have knelt. Surely, you can spare me now? The captain murmured, his voice hoarse, feeling as if he had lost face in the most humiliating manner. A deep-seated hatred flickered in his eyes, and he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Resolute in his vow that if he survived this day, he would make Chen Xian pay back the humiliation tenfold, 100-fold. Did I say I would spare you? Just as the captain thought he might live, Chen Xian's cold voice transformed his countenance. What do you mean by that? He never imagined that despite having knelt, his life was still in peril. According to reason, his life should have been secured now. Yet, from Chen Xian's tone, it seemed he had no intention of letting him go. I merely commanded you to kneel. I never promised to spare you. Your life is in my hands. I decide whether you live or die. Chen Xian's voice was frigid as he continued. Now, I will ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I may consider sparing your life. If they do not, swish. The tip of the sword pressed against the captain's throat once more. The meaning clear. To kill him would be but a mere flick of the wrist. What do you wish to ask me? The captain, astonished and terrified, felt the prick of pain in his throat, a constant reminder of his proximity to death. He had no choice but to bow his head and endure the humiliation imposed by Chen Xian once again. Who ordered you and your men to prevent my entry into the city? Chen Xian inquired coldly. Upon arriving in the city, he had been met with a blatant refusal, and this grievance could not be so easily settled. He must extract the mastermind behind this affront. The captain was caught in a dilemma. Whose command was it? Such matters were not for him to disclose. To speak would be to betray, yet silence would mean that Chen Xian's sword could take his life at any moment. Thus, he found himself in a precarious position. With a clenched jaw, the centurion murmured, "I advise you to remain oblivious, for this individual is one you cannot afford to offend." Is that so? Are there truly individuals in Barbarian City whom I should fear? I shall see for myself who it is. Chen Xian retorted with a cold smirk. Are you certain you wish to know? The centurion hesitated. Chen Xian's gaze sharpened, causing the centurion's heart to tremble. He quickly added, "Do not act rashly. I shall tell you." On the city wall, a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, "Young master, a grave matter has arisen." Zhang Tianxi and Qin Qing were leisurely enjoying their tea, unhurried to depart as they awaited the delightful news of Chen Xian being thwarted and humiliated outside the city. Upon hearing the subordinate's urgent announcement, Zhang Tianxi's expression soured. He reprimanded, "What a disarray! What kind of decorum is this? What calamity could possibly have occurred? Surely, the sky over Barbarian City cannot be collapsing." With a glance at Qin Qing, he smiled and said, "My apologies, young Master Qing. It appears I have failed in my guidance. My subordinates are in a flurry, lacking in manners. I hope I have not disturbed you." Chapter 48. Utterly embarrassed. No worries, Chen Qing chuckled. Not only is the sky over Man City not about to fall, but even if it did, the governor can certainly bear it. We need not fret. This was a subtle flattery, for the governor of Man City was none other than Zhao Tianxi's father. To praise the governor was tantamount to extolling Zhao Tianxi himself. Naturally, Zhao Tianxi was quite pleased, his smile brightening further. However, upon turning around and noticing his previously flustered subordinate, his expression darkened. What was that fluster all about? Is there some grave matter at hand? Have the northern barbarians come to invade again, or are the bandits attempting another raid? Situated on the border of the great Qin dynasty, Man City frequently faced incursions from enemy nations, particularly from the northern Rongdi, who were adept horsemen, swooping in and out swiftly, plundering goods and leaving the populace in dire straits. Furthermore, the past few years had been plagued by drought and calamities, resulting in an ever-growing number of refugees, who, when gathered, turned into bandits. Consequently, the great Qin dynasty had been augmenting its forces at the border annually. Man City, which once boasted a mere 3,000 elite soldiers, had now expanded its ranks to 8,000. Nearby cities had also seen varying degrees of troop increases. In total, the entire northwest frontier had amassed an army of 100,000. Speak up. What exactly is the matter that has you so agitated? Zhang Tianxi inquired with a sidelong glance at his subordinate, maintaining a calm demeanor. To him, as long as it pertained to Man City, it was hardly a concern. Qin Qing, intrigued, gazed at the subordinate, eager to hear what he had to say. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Qin Qing instinctively remarked, "What you're about to discuss isn't related to Chen Xian down by the city wall, is it?" Just as the subordinate was about to respond, Zhang Tianxi scoffed. "Impossible. That Chen Xian is nothing to worry about. I have already dispatched a captain to deal with him. A captain commands 1,000 elite soldiers. Handling Chen Xian will be a piece of cake." In his view, a mere Chen Xian could hardly stir up any significant trouble. "My lord, it truly is related to Chen Xian. The captain is on the verge of being killed by him." The subordinate hastily interjected, fearing that if he did not speak, the captain's life would be forfeit. "What did you just say?" Zhang Tianxi fixed him with a piercing gaze, disbelief washing over him. Chen Qing's brow furrowed in concern as he gravely stated, "You must be mistaken. How could Chen Xian possibly be a match for a captain? As far as I know, those who attain the rank of captain possess at least the strength of a 7th-tier warrior, whereas Chen Xian is merely a waste incapable of cultivation." Qin Qing had already gathered extensive information about Chen Xian through various channels. From childhood, his meridians had been blocked, his vital energy stagnant, and his extraordinary channels unmanifested. He was a natural failure, utterly incapable of cultivation. In the capital, he had suffered scorn. Even dogs on the street could bark at him. It was precisely for this reason that when Chen Xian was wrongfully accused of theft and exiled to the border, no one came to his defense. No one would plead for a worthless individual. Chen Qing, in his arrogance, forbade Chen Xian from entering the city, attempting to assert his dominance due to Chen Xian's inability to cultivate. He had anticipated easily manipulating Chen Xian, yet he was taken aback when his subordinate informed him that a centurion was on the verge of being slain by Chen Xian. Was this not absurd? Witnessing their disbelief, the subordinate smiled wryly and said, "Gentlemen, this is no fabrication. How could I dare deceive you regarding such a matter? You ought to see for yourselves. If you delay, the centurion's life may be lost. I have already notified Commander Ling Mo. In my humble opinion, without Commander Ling Mo's direct intervention, it is unlikely that anyone could save the centurion." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tianxi furrowed his brow, still wearing a skeptical expression. Humph, is Chen Xian truly that formidable? Does it require Commander Ling Mo's personal involvement? I refuse to believe it. Lead the way. I must see for myself if he possesses some extraordinary power. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing added, "I shall accompany you." The two promptly descended from the city tower. As they reached the ground, they beheld Chen Xian with his sword pressed against the centurion's throat. The centurion's neck was drenched in blood, his face a mixture of shock and terror. Zhang Tianxi and Chen Qing arrived, just in time to witness Chen Xian demanding to know who had instructed the centurion to deny him entry into the city. Surrounding them were thousands of soldiers, encircling Chen Xian's group, yet each of them hesitated, paralyzed by fear of retaliation. Zhang Tianxi, witnessing this scene, felt an overwhelming sense of indignation. How could a single individual intimidate so many? It was a disgrace to the entire city. Stop this at once. Zhang Tianxi bellowed in fury. Although the centurion had brought shame upon himself, he was nonetheless a martial artist of the 7th rank. The loss of such a skilled fighter would be a significant blow. It was imperative to preserve the centurion's life. It is young Master Zhang. Splendid. Young Master Zhang has come to save the centurion. The soldiers, previously paralyzed with fear, erupted in joy upon Zhang Tianxi's arrival. The centurion's eyes brightened, as if he had seen a savior, and he cried out, "Young master, save me." Chen Xian turned to see a young man clad in luxurious silks, adorned with an exquisite jade pendant, glaring at him with fury. Behind him stood another young man in a blue robe, exuding an air of elegance. Clearly a scion of a wealthy family. On the embroidered emblem on his chest, Chen Xian discerned the character for Chen. This blue-robed youth was a member of the Chen family. At that moment, Chen Qing caught Chen Xian's gaze, their eyes locking in an instant. Chen Qing's eyes brimmed with haughty disdain, as if he were a sovereign gazing down upon a feeble creature. Chen Xian was taken aback. How could this distant branch of the family possess such arrogance to look down upon him, a direct descendant of the esteemed Chen family in the capital? Cease this at once. Zhang Tianxi glared fixedly at Chen Xian, his jaw clenched tightly, visibly agitated. As he beheld the centurion, his neck brutally snapped by Chen Xian, and the captain drenched in blood, along with the horse that lay bleeding from its severed forelegs. The entire scene was one of utter chaos. This was the barbarian city, where the governor's mansion represented the pinnacle of authority. The 8,000 elite soldiers were under its command. The citizens of the city would tremble at the mere sight of anyone from the governor's estate. Yet now, this outsider, Chen Xian, was mercilessly striking them across the face. How should the populace regard those associated with the governor's mansion upon witnessing such a display? You maintained such a formidable army, appearing invincible and fearsome, yet here you are, being soundly defeated. It hardly seems impressive at all. Chapter 49. What are you? Zhang Tianxi felt that Chen Xian, the outsider, was openly challenging the authority of their entire governor's mansion. I command you to cease at once. Are your ears deaf? As he watched Chen Xian ignore his command, the sword remained pressed against the throat of the centurion, and Zhang Tianxi seethed with fury. However, Chen Xian merely cast him a dismissive glance and nonchalantly replied, "What are you?" Boom. The moment those words left his lips, an uproar erupted throughout the scene. What did this boy just say? Has he lost his mind? The young Master Zhang Tianxi, the firstborn of the governor, who in the entire barbarian city would dare to disrespect him? How could he possibly insult young Master Zhang? He must be insane. Everyone was taken aback. In the whole of barbarian city, aside from the governor himself, who would dare speak to Zhang Tianxi in such a manner? Even Zhang Tianxi himself was momentarily stunned. Where did this fellow find the audacity to insult me? Does he not know my identity? It must be so. Realizing this, Zhang Tianxi's expression darkened as he coldly declared, "What am I? I am Zhang Tianxi, son of the governor of Barbarian City. I warn you, put down your sword immediately, or no one will be able to save you." He introduced himself, believing that anyone with a discerning eye would back down, ideally even admitting fault. After all, in order to survive in Barbarian City, one must heed his authority. However, Chen Xian was already well aware of this man's identity. After reaching the 8th level of martial arts, he possessed keen senses, able to discern even the faintest conversations from dozens of meters away. When Zhang Tianxi appeared, he had heard the surrounding soldiers' idle chatter clearly. Now, as Zhang Tianxi proclaimed his identity, instead of intimidating Chen Xian, it only served to amuse him. So what if the governor himself arrived? What does it matter that you are the son of a governor? Do you think you can command me? Chen Xian's expression turned scornful. Zhang Tianxi's face darkened to a purplish hue, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. He had anticipated that revealing his identity would earn him some respect, perhaps instilling fear and prompting an apology. To his utter astonishment, not only did Chen Xian refuse to show him any deference, but he also insulted him outright. This left him feeling utterly humiliated. After so many years in Barbarian City, he had never faced such disgrace. "You are seeking death." Zhang Tianxi was ablaze with fury, his ears reddening with anger, his gaze sharp enough to seem lethal. Meanwhile, Chen Qing subtly shook his head. Although he did not know how Chen Xian had defeated the centurion, it was no longer relevant. What mattered was that Chen Xian had irrevocably offended Zhang Tianxi. Even if he were to be killed today, it would be entirely deserved. The clan leader in the capital would not hold their branch accountable for this incident. After all, it was Chen Xian who took the initiative to provoke the host, and his demise would be in vain. The clan leader would never dispatch someone to seek retribution against the governor of Barbarian City for the sake of a mere Chen Xian. Contemplating this, Chen Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He had merely intended to give Chen Xian a taste of humility, preventing him from entering the city. Yet he never anticipated that matters would escalate to such an uncontrollable extent. Having Zhang Tianxi eliminate Chen Xian would indeed serve as a clever means of indirect assassination. "Zhang Tianxi, kneel before me and bow thrice, uttering 'Grandfather, I was wrong. Only then may I spare the life of this centurion. Otherwise, with but a slight gesture, I can ensure his head rolls," Chen Xian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Zhang Tianxi. Preposterous. Zhang Tianxi erupted in fury. What was his status? In this barbarian city, he was akin to a prince. How dare Chen Xian demand he kneel? This was sheer audacity. This madman had the gall to humiliate young Master Zhang. "I tell you, he is surely doomed. Even the mightiest of beings cannot save him." When has Zhang Tianxi ever displayed such rage? The last time bandits besieged the city, seizing untold provisions and women, he did not exhibit such ire. Around them, spectators buzzed with speculation. At that moment, they all shared a singular belief. Chen Xian was courting disaster. "Boss, do you think Chen Xian is being a bit too reckless?" "Indeed, he usually appears so refined, yet he is shockingly ruthless." Zhang Tianxi is a local authority. They say a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. One ought to show some respect, yet Chen Xian is slapping him in the face, escalating the situation further. What are we to do now? A cadre of bandits began to express their concerns. This was, after all, their adversary's territory, and should conflict arise, they would be at a significant disadvantage. What to do? How should I know? Lu Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. He racked his brain, unable to comprehend why Chen Xian would oppose Zhang Tianxi. Why not simply deal with this centurion? The more he pondered, the more frustrated he became, unable to fathom Chen Xian's motives. Suddenly, he felt that following Chen Xian was akin to walking on a tightrope, dancing on the edge of a blade. He could not discern what thoughts occupied Chen Xian's mind. At times, he seemed wise and composed, yet now, he appeared to be nothing less than a lunatic. However, Li Xiaoning and the others began to regard Chen Xian with increasingly clear eyes. Through their time together, they had grown to perceive him as a dependable man. Firstly, Chen Xian was not lustful. Initially, he had taken all the women under his wing, leading Li Xiaoning and the others to mistakenly believe he was an unrepentant lecher. Throughout their journey, Su Ruolin employed various seductive tactics to entice him, even suggesting the idea of engaging in a rendezvous in the wilderness. Yet, Chen Xian consistently declined her advances. Initially, onlookers presumed that Chen Xian's reluctance stemmed from a disdain for Su Ruolin's lack of innocence. However, it soon became evident that this was not the case. Chun Xian harbored no so-called obsession with virginity. His abstention from Su Rulin was solely due to his belief that their relationship had yet to reach that profound level of intimacy. The pleasures of the flesh pale in comparison to the symbiotic connection of the spirit. Moreover, Chun Xian's restraint extended beyond Su Rulin. He refrained from engaging with anyone. Having made numerous promises that upon their arrival in Barbarian City, those unwilling to remain by his side were free to depart. Upon their departure, he would even provide them with provisions for their journey. Such a man is truly a rarity, nearly impossible to find. Yet now, in Barbarian City, due to a centurion's lewd remarks towards several women, Chun Xian, in a fit of rage for the sake of his beloved, recklessly confronted the centurion and ended his life without regard for the consequences. Chapter 50. Continuous Breakthroughs. After eliminating the centurion, the captain of 1,000 came seeking vengeance, only to be similarly dispatched by Chun Xian. Zhao Tianxi arrived to reprimand him, but was met with such scorn from Chun Xian that his anger flared, turning his face crimson. This man was undeniably audacious. Women are inherently drawn to strength. Had Chun Xian displayed timidity in the face of the soldiers defending the city, all the women around him would inevitably regard him with disdain. Even Su Rulin would be no exception. Perhaps she would offer him comforting words, advising him not to stoop to the level of such individuals, but deep down, she would certainly harbor contempt. Once they entered the city, she might seize an opportunity to take the money and flee without a second thought. In this world, a man must possess formidable strength to ensure that a woman willingly remains by his side. Chun Xian was indeed valiant, but would such fervor lead to an irretrievable situation? Dear sisters, Su Rulin expressed her concern. The soldiers around us are increasing in number, and this Xiao is calling for reinforcements. What should we do next? A look of worry crossed their faces. Part of this anxiety stemmed from the fear of becoming prisoners, while another part was genuine concern for Chun Xian. And Ruxue furrowed her brows, clearly unsettled by how the situation had escalated to such a perilous level. Noticing their distress, Chun Xian reassured them with a smile. Do not fret. As long as I am here, no one can harm you. Turning his gaze towards Zhao Tianxi, he continued, You refuse to kneel, do you? Well then, the life of this captain of 1,000 is on your hands. Zhao Tianxi scoffed, dismissively retorting, This princess does not believe you would dare to kill him. Chun Xian, disinterested in further dialogue, cast a cold glance at the captain of 1,000 and stated indifferently, Remember, it is Zhao Tianxi who chose not to rescue you. Should your spirit linger in vengeance, seek out Zhao Tianxi. Now, I shall send you on your way. With that, Chun Xian swung his sword. No. The captain's face contorted in terror as he let out a desperate, strained scream. He wished to plead for mercy, but as he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to utter a sound. His vision began to swirl. To onlookers, it appeared as though Chun Xian's sword had cleaved through the air, severing the captain's head, which soared high before plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud. His eyes remained wide with fright, his mouth agape, and his expression was a mixture of horror and regret. He lamented his earlier arrogance in confronting Chun Xian. Had he approached with reason from the outset, perhaps he would not have met such a tragic fate. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. His life had ended here, blood gushing from his neck and staining the earth crimson. In that moment, the entire scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. Every face was etched with profound shock. How could he act so decisively, with the captain of the 1,000 declaring death so readily? And in front of young Master Zhang, no less. Was he not too audacious? It was as though he regarded young Master Zhang with utter disdain. The crowd was left agape, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Oh, dear heavens! What shall the leader do now? This was an irrevocable situation. The bandit stood there, stunned. Had Chun Xian spared the captain, perhaps there could have been a chance for reconciliation. But now, with the captain slain, the rift was irreparably widened. This was a matter of life and death. My goodness. Lu Jinyu was equally bewildered. This was a captain of 1,000, one of only 8 in the entire barbarian city. Such a life extinguished so easily. If worst comes to worst, I may have to resort to my life-saving provisions. Lu Jinyu sighed, utterly speechless. What? Leader, you still have life-saving items? The few loyal subordinates beside him, initially filled with despair, now harbored a flicker of hope, never expecting their leader to have a contingency plan. Silence. Keep your voices down. Lu Jinyu shot them a glare, witnessing their hopeful expressions, and let out another sigh. These life-saving items can only ensure my own safety. As for whether they can protect you, that remains uncertain, truly uncertain. Upon hearing this, the previously hopeful bandits felt their spirits plummet. The gentleman, Su Ruolin, stood frozen in shock. Lu Chi-Chi and the other women turned away, unable to bear the sight of the captain's corpse. After all, the image of dismemberment was far from pleasant, even cruel. That scoundrel Chen Xian. Li Xiaoning felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. It was absurd that in such dire circumstances, Chen Xian still dared to take a life. Yet, it was amusing how he exuded a quintessential masculinity, decisive in his actions without a hint of hesitation. Make Zhang Tianxi kneel, you refuse? A single chance is all you get. If you do not kneel, I will execute the captain without mercy. And he granted no opportunity for pleas. As a princess, Li Xiaoning understood that a man with such a ruthless heart was capable of achieving great things. Ding! Li Xiaoning's favorability level, 15. Now reaching 31. Congratulations to host Li Xiaoning for surpassing a favorability of 30 points, rewarded with an elevation in cultivation level. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed within Chen Xian's mind. Instantly, he felt a tremor throughout his body, and a crisp crack resounded from his spine as a surge of formidable power radiated from his vertebrae to every limb. In that fleeting moment, he realized his physical prowess had surged dramatically. He had reached the pinnacle of the martial artist's 9th tier. Furthermore, it signifies the realm of a martial artist. Currently, within the entirety of the Great Qian dynasty, there is no one under the age of 20 who has attained such a level. The sudden surge in Li Xiaoning's favorability is both unexpected and crucial. Chen Xian could not help but chuckle at this pivotal moment. The enhancement of his strength could indeed alter the tide of fate. Ding! Lu Chi-Chi favorability, 2. Su Ruolin favorability, 1. Su Qingqing. In addition to the increase in Li Xiaoning's favorability, the other women's favorability has also risen. However, the increments are minimal, failing to reach the threshold of 30. This left Chen Xian somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a new voice from the system jolted him into a state of exhilaration. Enrushua favorability, 20. Previously, Enrushua's favorability was 11. It now stands at 31. Congratulations, host. Within a single day, 2 women have surpassed a favorability of 30, granting you a critical reward. Host strength has been elevated by 1 tier, and the reward is the Earth tier low-level martial technique, Mighty Diamond Foot. Chapter 51. The Couple. Birds of a feather, a terrifying aura erupted from within Chen Xian. Immediately, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body. Every bone within him resonated with a sound reminiscent of popping sugar beans, crackling and snapping. Moreover, a warm current surged from his dantian, spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Chen Xian felt as though every pore in his body had been unsealed, pulsating rhythmically with his breath. Simultaneously, he perceived an extraordinary clarity in his vision. He could even discern a mosquito 100 meters away. With the slightest movement of his ears, he could hear the faint buzzing of its wings. Along with his newfound strength, his senses, vision, hearing, and smell, had all experienced a remarkable enhancement. Chen Xian raised his gaze towards the towering city wall before him, which stood a formidable 10 meters high, resembling an ancient behemoth resting in place. Without ascending the internal stairs, it would be nearly impossible to scale the wall. Yet now, Chen Xian felt as if he could simply run up it, akin to the lightness depicted in the martial arts dramas of his previous life. Is this the realm of a martial artist? Chen Xian mused, sensing an unprecedented sense of ease enveloping his body. At that moment, if he were to engage with a 9th-tier martial artist, he believed he could effortlessly overpower them with just a single finger. Although the difference between the 9th-tier martial artist and the martial master was merely 1 realm, the disparity in power was monumental. You wretched being. Zhang Tianzi glared fiercely at Chen Xian, his anger boiling over. He never anticipated that after slaying the captain, Chen Xian would display no trace of fear. Instead, he appeared to revel in the moment, eyes closed in enjoyment. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian had transcended his previous limits and was now experiencing the formidable strength of the martial master realm. In Zhang Tianzi's eyes, Chen Xian's demeanor was nothing short of provocation. However, Chen Qing, standing behind, sensed something amiss and furrowed his brow, a foreboding feeling washing over him. Yet, he chose to remain silent. After all, it was Chen Xian who had a conflict with Zhang Tianzi. He merely needed to observe the unfolding drama from the sidelines. Bring forth that Chen fellow and his companions. Eliminate them all without mercy. Zhang Tianzi snarled through gritted teeth, consumed by fury. In that moment, his rage clouded his judgment, driving him to exact retribution upon Chen Xian at all costs. The most effective method for Chen Xian to pay was to witness the slaughter of those around him, one by one, allowing Zhang Tianzi to savor the satisfaction of vengeance. As soon as Zhang Tianzi issued his command, the surrounding soldiers stirred with agitation, having long since surrounded Chen Xian and his party. Moreover, reinforcements continued to arrive, with their numbers having long surpassed 1,000, and several captains adorned in armor had already made their way here. It could be said that Chen Xian and his companions were utterly surrounded. "It's over, boss. This is the end," Xiao Liuzai lamented. Encircled by such a multitude, even if they possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, escape was an impossibility. Even if they grew wings upon their backs, they would be shot down without hesitation. Lu Jinyu felt a profound sense of frustration. He increasingly regarded Chen Xian as a lunatic, acting recklessly without regard for consequences. Even their bandits, known for their desperate ways, would assess the strength of their opponents before engaging in robbery. If the adversary boasted formidable backing, they would simply let them go. They only targeted those without protection. Chen Xian, however, seemed indifferent to such considerations, regardless of the adversary's influence or whether they were the local tyrant. He would not hesitate to eliminate them when the time called for it. "Let us resist for a while. If we truly cannot win, we can surrender. I will produce that item, which should ensure our safety," Lu Jinyu whispered to a few of his trusted subordinates. He chose not to kneel immediately, opting instead to resist for the moment. This scoundrel has a heart as cruel as iron, intending to slay us all without mercy. How utterly despicable. Su Ruolin and the others were visibly shaken. Li Xiaoning's expression turned grave. Observing Tianxi's demeanor, it was evident that he was resolute in his murderous intent, sparing not a single soul. "When the fighting begins, you all stand behind me," suddenly spoke Rushua, who was usually reticent and aloof. Though her tone was frigid, it brimmed with confidence. "Second mistress, can you truly protect all 6 of us on your own?" Su Ruolin inquired with concern. She had always referred to Li Xiaoning as the first mistress, as she was the primary wife, while calling Rushua the second mistress. Due to Rushua's frosty demeanor and enigmatic presence, Su Ruolin dared not offend Rushua, so she placed her before herself, deeming herself the third mistress. As for Su Qingcheng and Lu Qiqi, Su Ruolin had not designated them any ranking. Regardless, they were all beneath her and had to heed her commands. Initially, Rushua was greatly displeased by Su Ruolin's title of second mistress and had reprimanded her for it. Yet, Su Ruolin paid no heed, calling her as she pleased, daring Rushua to act against her. This was indeed somewhat audacious on her part, for Rushua, being a disciple of the Snow Sword sect, would not truly harm a defenseless mortal woman, thus she tolerated it. As time passed, after half a month of tumultuous travel, she had grown accustomed to it. "Enough of the idle chatter. As long as you remain still and stand properly behind me, I can guarantee your safety." Rushua cast a sidelong glance at Su Ruolin, giving a cold snort. Su Ruolin immediately pressed closely to Li Xiaoning, beckoning Lu Qiqi and the others to huddle together. At that moment, Chen Xian suddenly broke into a smile. He slowly approached and said, "Do not worry. With me here, none of you shall come to harm." He then gently addressed Rushua, "The woman I cherish, Rushua, shall never have to stand before me to bear the brunt of adversity. For I shall always stand in front of her, shielding her from the storms of life." To outsiders, these words might sound overly sentimental, yet to the 7 women, they resonated like a thunderclap, echoing powerfully in their hearts. Having once been captured and imprisoned, they had endured profound suffering and understood deeply how rare it was to have someone who would support them unconditionally. It is often said that couples are like birds of a feather, flying apart in times of crisis. If even true couples can act thus, how much more so for Chen Xian and these women, who, despite bearing the title of husband and wife, lacked the essence of a genuine marital bond. Chapter 52, Kneel Before Me. The most intense impact naturally fell upon Rushua, for Chen Xian's words were directed at her. In that fleeting moment, Rushua felt as if her body had been electrified, and an inexplicable fluttering sensation surged within her, typically as cold as ice. She found herself at a loss for how to respond to Chun Xian's declaration. A peculiar emotion stirred in her heart. Her husband truly was a responsible man. Had he been a heartless scoundrel, he would have long abandoned us. For we sisters to wed him together is indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Younger sister Ying, I propose that if we all survive this ordeal, you should simply marry our husband as well. Being the youngest, you could take your place as his 8th wife. Su Ruolin, moved to a state of bewilderment, suddenly tugged at the side of Ying'er, trying to draw her into the conversation. Ying'er's face flushed crimson, and she immediately shook her head fervently, exclaiming, "No, no, no, I want to marry. Oh dear, you little girl, how can you be so oblivious? I merely mean to say that such a fine man should not be squandered on outsiders. A man like him is as rare as a lantern in the dark. Miss this opportunity, and you shall find no other. Moreover, hasn't he avenged you? According to custom, you ought to repay him with your heart." Su Ruolin spoke eloquently, her words flowing like a stream, leaving Ying'er blushing furiously. On the sidelines, Lu Jinyu felt utterly helpless. He had come to terms with Chun Xian's eccentricity, but now his companions seemed equally unhinged. What was their current situation? They were surrounded, teetering on the brink of death. Yet here they were, chatting away, even discussing adding a concubine to their husband. Were they completely oblivious to the gravity of their predicament? Zhang Tianxi could not have anticipated that despite his orders to annihilate them, Chun Xian and the women around him exhibited no fear. Instead, they engaged in lively banter. Were they dismissing his threats as mere trifles? This was utterly preposterous. He bellowed in rage, "Act now, kill them all." In an instant, the soldiers encircling Chun Xian sprang into action, brandishing swords and firearms, the metallic clashing echoing ominously as they prepared to strike. Just then, an apparition darted forth like lightning. Before anyone could react, Chun Xian had vanished from sight, only to reappear before Zhang Tianxi, as if he were a specter, a mere step away. Zhang Tianxi was momentarily stunned, and when comprehension dawned, he found himself utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, there had been several dozen paces between them. How could Chun Xian have closed the distance in the blink of an eye? A wave of intense danger washed over him, prompting Zhang Tianxi to retreat, desperate to create space between himself and Chun Xian. However, the moment his heels shifted, a suffocating sensation surged forth. Chun Xian's formidable hand had, unbeknownst to him, already clasped around his throat. Zhang Tianxi instantly felt a constriction in his breath, as if death were imminent. That powerful hand, with merely a slight exertion, could swiftly usher him into the afterlife. Those who dare make a move, I shall promptly snap their neck. Chun Xian's gaze swept the surroundings as he spoke coldly. His voice, though not loud, resonated with piercing clarity in the ears of all present. In an instant, the restless soldiers were rendered motionless, each glancing towards their superiors. The common soldiers looked to the sergeants to the captains, and the captains to the commanders. The son of the governor had been captured. Should we intervene or refrain? At that moment, 3 commanders stood amongst them, and with the lifeless body of another commander on the ground, there were a total of 4 commanders present. This signified that 4,000 soldiers had converged here, 4,000 encircling Chun Xian and his mere 500, a scenario that seemed assured victory. Yet, the situation had taken a sudden turn. "You scoundrel! Release young Master Zhang at once." One commander bellowed in fury. Zhang Tianxi could not afford to come to harm under their watchful eyes. Otherwise, the governor would undoubtedly cast blame upon them. At that point, these commanders might not only lose their positions, but could also find themselves imprisoned and executed. After all, Zhang Tianxi was the governor's only son, cherished beyond measure. Chun Xian cast a glance at the speaker and coolly inquired, "Who are you?" The man promptly responded, "I am Wang Fun, a commander under the leadership of Ling Mo from Man City." "Wang Fun, I am unfamiliar with you," Chun Xian replied, shaking his head dismissively. "It matters not whether you recognize me. I advise you to release young Master Zhang immediately, or you shall deeply regret it." Wang Fun retorted angrily. However, at that moment, Chun Xian was disinterested in engaging with him. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king, having already ensnared Zhang Tianxi. Why should Chun Xian bother with a mere commander? Let this Wang Fun kneel and kowtow. Unless I command him to rise, he shall remain on the ground. Chun Xian coldly instructed Zhang Tianxi. "You must be dreaming." Zhang Tianxi gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse and intermittent due to the constriction around his neck. "Is that so?" I hadn't anticipated you possessed such backbone, Chen Xian replied with a chuckle. In the next moment, he lifted the hand gripping Zhang Tianzi, raising him into the air. A strangled, hoarse cry escaped Zhang Tianzi's throat as his limbs flailed helplessly in the void, the ominous shadow of death looming overhead. In that instant, he felt the air leaving his lungs, truly on the brink of demise. Should you remain disobedient, I shall send you on your way. Chen Xian spoke coolly, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. Beside him, Lu Jinyu stood in stunned silence. Just moments ago, they were surrounded by peril. And in the blink of an eye, Zhang Tianzi had been captured. In another fleeting moment, Zhang Tianzi's life hung by a thread. Lu Jinyu's emotions surged like a roller coaster, leaving him at a loss for words. He understood that he had no authority to alter Chen Xian's intentions. He could only silently pray that Zhang Tianzi would not succumb so easily to death. As long as Zhang Tianzi remained alive, the soldiers encircling them would hesitate, wary of taking reckless actions. Should Zhang Tianzi perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. My husband is truly remarkable, absolutely handsome. Su Ruolin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Li Xiaoning and the others were taken aback. They had never anticipated that Chen Xian would manage to capture Zhang Tianzi alive. Though Zhang Tianzi was on the verge of death, he was still among the living, and the surrounding individuals remained cautious. Chapter 53. A dog-like creature. No wonder this fellow dares to act so arrogantly. And Rushua murmured softly, her gaze revealing a hint of admiration as she looked at Chen Xian. Zhang Tianzi, suspended in midair by a grip around his throat, felt his face transform from a flushed red to a deepening shade of purple, rapidly approaching a sinister blackish hue. His struggles grew feebler, and his breath became increasingly faint. Do not act recklessly. Chen Qing, standing behind Zhang Tianzi, sensed the dire situation and quickly interjected. If he remained silent, Zhang Tianzi would surely perish. While Zhang Tianzi's death was acceptable, it could not occur in Chen Qing's presence. Otherwise, the governor of Man City would undoubtedly hold him accountable. The governor was notoriously protective of his own, and it was entirely possible that Chen Qing would be dragged down as well. The Chen family? Chen Xian had already taken note of him. The intricate embroidery on his chest bore a small character for Chen. Indeed, I am from the Chen family, the son of the Chen family head of Man City. Chen Qing. Chen Qing hurriedly introduced himself, adding, you must release him at once, or his life will be forfeit. However, Chen Xian merely scoffed derisively. I shall not release him unless that fellow Wang Fan kneels and kowtows. As for Zhang Tianzi, if he dies, then so be it. It merely adds another life to my tally. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's expression changed dramatically. He realized that Chen Xian was indeed a formidable character, willing to eliminate Zhang Tianzi regardless of his background. In an instant, he shouted at Wang Fan, kneel and kowtow at once. Wang Fan's face twisted in distaste as he shot a fierce glare at Chen Qing, his eyes seemingly conveying the message. Who do you think you are to command me? Chen Qing, inwardly cursing the fool for not noticing Zhang Tianzi's imminent demise, understood that Wang Fan was a man of the governor, not someone beholden to him. Hence it was only natural for him to disregard his orders. Immediately, Chen Qing turned to Zhang Tianzi and insisted, young Master Zhang, you must command Wang Fan to kneel and kowtow. Zhang Tianzi's complexion had turned a sickly shade akin to that of liver, and he could only emit a sound akin to drowning, utterly unable to articulate words. Chen Qing urged, release him so he can speak. Chen Xian sensed it was nearly time. If he continued to apply pressure, this man would certainly meet his end. Thus, he casually tossed Zhang Tianzi to the ground, where he landed heavily like refuse. Cough, cough, cough. He clutched his throat, coughing violently, greedily inhaling the air. The sensation of suffocation he had just experienced was truly unbearable. Young Master Zhang, are you all right? Chen Qing hastily approached to support him. Zhang Tianzi, however, rebuffed him with a venomous glare, pushing away the hand that sought to assist him. Had it not been for Chen Qing, he would not have been embroiled in a confrontation with Chen Xian. Regret gnawed at him. Had he known, he would never have involved himself in this affair with the Chen family. Had Chen Xian not been allowed to enter the city without restraint, the current turmoil could have been averted. Now, not only has a centurion and a commander been lost, but he has also suffered a severe loss of face. All of this is Chen Qing's fault. Yet, amidst his blame, Zhang Tianzi's deepest resentment was naturally directed at Chen Xian. That accursed Chen Xian. Instead of submitting to his authority like a proper subordinate, dared to resist, leaving him utterly humiliated. Sensing Zhang Tianxi's animosity, Chen Xian cast an expressionless glance in his direction. Just that single glance sent a chill down Zhang Tianxi's spine, enveloping him in a fleeting shadow of death. He quickly averted his gaze, fearful of having his hatred detected by Chen Xian. Simultaneously, he turned to Wang Fun, who appeared steadfast, and shouted hoarsely, "You wretched scoundrel! Do you wish to see me strangled?" Wang Fun immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in a gesture of submission, exclaiming, "I dare not, dare not. What is there that you, like a dog, would not dare?" Zhang Tianxi's fury was palpable, and he gritted his teeth, demanding, "Why are you not on your knees? Bowing your head. You shall not rise until your wretched head has been broken." His resentment towards Wang Fun was hardly less than that towards Chen Qing. After all, it was Chen Xian who had just compelled Wang Fun to kneel, and yet he had refused. It was precisely this defiance that nearly cost him his life at Chen Xian's hands. "Forgive me, my lord." Wang Fun, terrified, immediately prostrated himself on the ground, fully aware that Zhang Tianxi was a man who bore grudges. If he dared to defy him, there would be no refuge for him in the entire city. Without delay, Wang Fun knelt on the ground, his forehead striking the tiles with a resounding thud, quickly becoming bloodied and bruised, staining the floor with his blood. The other centurions around them could hardly bear to watch, feeling a sense of melancholy, akin to the sorrow of a rabbit mourning a fallen fox. "Have you not eaten? Strike your head harder." Yet, this was still insufficient for Zhang Tianxi. He was consumed by pent-up frustration that needed an outlet, and he had to take it out on someone. Wang Fun, fearing the consequences, increased the force of his bowing, cracking the tiles beneath him. "My lord, that should suffice." At that moment, one centurion, unable to bear the sight any longer, attempted to intercede for Wang Fun. "Silence, you worthless lot. You too shall bow." Zhang Tianxi's fury was far from abated, and the audacity of someone daring to plead for mercy ignited his wrath. He shot a venomous glare at the centurion who dared to speak. The centurion's face turned a deep shade of embarrassment. He had merely sought to plead for leniency and found himself ensnared in the chaos. "You insolent fool, do you think my words hold no weight? I see that each of you is eager to be subjected to scrutiny." Zhang Tianxi's visage contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. Just moments ago, he had nearly met his demise, and the pent-up resentment within him ignited an urge to annihilate everyone present. Upon hearing the term raid, the captain's expression shifted dramatically. "My lord, may misfortune spare my family. I shall kneel at once." The captain promptly descended to his knees. "Wait, you shall not kneel." Just as he was about to bow, Chen Xian's voice resonated with deliberate calm. The captain was momentarily stunned. Zhang Tianxi commanded him to kneel, yet Chen Xian forbade it? What could this mean? With a darkened countenance, Zhang Tianxi demanded, "What do you imply? Shouldn't you be pleased that I have ordered my man to kneel?" Chen Xian waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "I do not permit him to kneel. Do you take issue with that?" Zhang Tianxi's fury surged within him. "Why should my man heed your commands?" Chen Xian, perceiving his thoughts, remarked with a cryptic smile, "Dissatisfied, are you? Hold on to your grievances." Then, Chen Xian turned to Wang Fun, the captain who had already battered his forehead against the bricks, and spoke with indifference. "Wang Fun, is it? Enough of that. You may rise." Chapter 54, Commander Ling Mo. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly turned somewhat peculiar. Chen Xian unexpectedly instructed Wang Fun not to kneel and bow, but rather to stand up. This was utterly contrary to the natural order. However, despite Chen Xian's words, Zhang Tianxi did not command him to rise. Wang Fun, terrified, continued to prostrate himself, the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing through the air. Observing this, Zhang Tianxi felt a flicker of regained authority and pretended to speak gravely. "I won't command him to stand, even if he had 100 times the courage. He wouldn't dare." Witnessing this display of bravado, Chen Xian could not help but chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at him as he remarked, "What if I insist that he stands?" Upon saying this, his gaze towards Zhang Tianxi was laden with profound implications. The meaning was unmistakable. Should one dare to disregard my words, they must bear the consequences. A flush of embarrassment crept across Zhang Tianxi's face. Chen Xian was clearly slapping him in the face. "It is my responsibility to discipline my subordinates. Your interference is rather inappropriate," he retorted, masking his apprehension with a semblance of bravado. Yet, How could Chun Xian possibly grant him any leniency? He merely scoffed coldly. Your duty to discipline your own is yours alone. I am indifferent to it. However, should you dare to defy my words, then it becomes my responsibility to discipline you. With that, Chun Xian advanced a single step forward. This movement alone sent a jolt through Zhang Tianzi's heart, filling him with an ominous premonition. The shadow of death loomed once more in his mind. He was acutely aware of Chun Xian's swiftness. The distance of several dozen paces had been traversed in a mere stride, and now, with only a few steps separating them, should Chun Xian desire it, Zhang Tianzi would find himself ensnared like a chick in the talons of an eagle, with no escape in sight. Do not act impulsively. Let us converse calmly. Zhang Tianzi stammered, his hesitation evident as he witnessed the malicious smile upon Chun Xian's face, which rendered his countenance quite pallid. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and called out to Wang Fun. Enough, Wang Fun. Cease your bowing and stand up. Yet, Wang Fun persisted, his forehead colliding with the floor, producing a series of thuds. He had become so disoriented from his prostrations that he failed to hear Zhang Tianzi's voice. Zhang Tianzi's frustration boiled over, and he shouted to a sergeant, "Lift this fool, Wang Fun, up." The sergeant nodded and swiftly yanked Wang Fun to his feet, whispering a few words into his ear. Finally, Wang Fun exhaled in relief and bowed deeply to Zhang Tianzi, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Meanwhile, Chun Xian could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Zhang Tianzi had commanded him to kneel and bow, and Wang Fun's forehead had nearly been battered to pieces. Yet it was Chun Xian who had instructed Zhang Tianzi to allow him to stand. The first thing Wang Fun did was not to express gratitude to Chun Xian, but rather to Zhang Tianzi. What a perplexing situation. Nevertheless, it was a rather common occurrence, as Wang Fun was indeed Zhang Tianzi's subordinate, not Chun Xian's. However, it is worth noting that a rift was undoubtedly forming in Wang Fun's heart towards Zhang Tianzi. In other words, the enmity between the two individuals has been firmly established. Although Wang Fun currently appears to show utmost respect towards Zhang Tianzi, this deference is merely a facade, a consequence of power dynamics, while in reality, his loyalty has already begun to wane. As for Chun Xian, he has just deliberately donned the guise of a benevolent figure, planting the seeds of goodwill in Wang Fun's heart. Though these seeds have yet to germinate, once they do, they will enable him to win Wang Fun over to his side. What is of paramount importance in the Deqian dynasty? It is military power. Possessing military strength grants one the ability to command everything, whether it be launching campaigns to the south or the north, vanquishing foes, or exacting vengeance. All of these endeavors require the solid foundation of military might. Manching boasts an impressive force of 8,000 elite soldiers. Across the entire northwestern frontier, there exists a staggering total of 100,000 of Deqian's finest. Should Chun Xian manage to incorporate these 100,000 troops into his ranks, he would ascend to the status of a king in the northwest. What of the court? Even if it were to issue decrees to Chun Xian, he could choose to heed them or dismiss them outright, paying them no mind whatsoever. He would listen to the summons only when it suited him. In any case, his ambitions are vast. Eliminating Zhang Tianzi to establish his authority and sparing Wang Fun is merely the first step. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to the figure standing atop the city wall. Everyone instinctively looked up and beheld a silhouette standing there, expressionless as it gazed down. This was a middle-aged man, his skin bearing a bronze hue, with a hint of stubble adorning his face. His countenance was resolute, with sharp brows and piercing eyes. He stood with arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon the crowd, exuding an aura of authority that compelled onlookers to avert their eyes. It was none other than Commander Ying'er. He was certain to seek vengeance on behalf of young Master Zhang. Just wait and see. The one who dared to challenge young Master Zhang's authority is doomed. Indeed, this provocateur had slain both a 100-man captain and a 1,000-man captain, each of whom had been personally promoted by Commander Ying'er. The commander would undoubtedly seek retribution for those he valued. Countless voices erupted in speculation. The moment Zhang Tianzi caught sight of the bronze-skinned man, his face lit up with uncontainable joy, as if he had found a savior. He bellowed, "Commander Ying'er, come down at once and rescue me." Ying'er cast a brief glance in his direction, yet offered no response. Although Zhang Tianzi held a position of great esteem, he was still not deemed worthy of Ling Mo's deference. In all of Manchung, Only the esteemed governor warranted such obedience from him. However, despite his lack of reply to Zhang Tianzi, Ling Imo stepped forward from the parapet. With a thunderous crash, he leapt from the battlements, descending several meters in a freefall, landing squarely on the ground without bending his knees in the slightest. He then turned his gaze directly towards Chen Xian. Just that one glance was enough to make Chen Xian's heart race, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This Commander Ling Imo is formidable. This individual is not to be underestimated. And Ru Shui furrowed her brow, sensing a profound aura of danger emanating from the leader Ling Imo. Should a confrontation arise, even in her prime, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Ling Imo, act swiftly, eliminate him. Zhang Tianzi shouted sharply, his emotions surging with fervor. With Ling Imo at his side, vengeance was within his grasp. Chen Qing, however, raised an eyebrow slightly, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The formidable arrival of Chen Xian instilled a sense of pressure within him, as he feared that Chen Xian might execute a series of maneuvers against the Chun family of Man City, thereby jeopardizing their branch's power. Yet now, with the presence of the leader Ling Imo, the dynamics had shifted. As long as Ling Imo was willing, there was no one he could not vanquish. If Chen Xian were to be eliminated, a cold chuckle escaped Chen Qing's heart. Chapter 55, The Outlier. Do you wish to engage in a spar with me? Chen Xian gazed at Ling Imo, his demeanor devoid of any trepidation, instead radiating an exhilarating eagerness. Having recently embarked upon the realm of martial masters, he had been bestowed a low-tier earth-grade technique, the mighty Vajra kick, which yearned for a platform to be showcased. Ling Imo, with his unfathomable prowess, was the perfect candidate for honing his skills. Thus, Chen Xian's initial response upon seeing him was not fear, but rather exhilaration. Has this fellow lost his senses? Does he truly seek to challenge Commander Ling Imo? Surely, he must be out of his mind. Who is Commander Ling Imo, after all? He stands as the pinnacle of strength in Barbarian City, commanding 8,000 elite warriors, even earning the respect of the governor. In all of Barbarian City, spanning 100 miles, none could rival Commander Ling Imo, and yet he dares to provoke such an esteemed figure. What audacity! Those around were enveloped in astonishment. None anticipated that Chen Xian would not only be unafraid, but would audaciously utter such words. Was this not akin to disturbing the very heavens? Zhang Tianzi immediately broke into a sinister grin. You are courting death. Just moments ago, he pondered what would happen if Ling Imo chose not to heed him. Refraining from striking Chen Xian, wouldn't that render him quite embarrassed? Little did he expect that Chen Xian would be the architect of his own demise. To challenge Ling Imo directly, was that not a path to ruin? Chen Qing couldn't help but scoff. Even his father, the head of the Chen family in Barbarian City, would yield some respect to Ling Imo. What audacity grants Chen Xian the temerity to act so brazenly before him? A formidable aura. Lu Jinyu displayed apprehension. With each step Ling Imo took towards Chen Xian, he felt an increasing weight of pressure within. It was the oppressive might of a martial master bearing down upon a mere martial artist. He began to fret over the possibility of Chen Xian being subdued by Ling Imo within mere exchanges. As Chen Xian's foremost subordinate, should he submit gracefully or resist stubbornly? In any case, the scheming within him stirred once more. What is your name? Ling Imo approached Chen Xian, the distance between them a mere 7 paces. 7 paces, a safety threshold. Any closer would signal danger. Practitioners of martial arts maintain this distance unless they are friends, for breaching it is deemed a provocation. Chen Xian. Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. Ling Imo appeared somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Chen Xian's composure in his presence. You are of the Chen family? He glanced at Chen Xian, then cast a sidelong glance at Chen Qing. In truth, Ling Imo had already discerned the nature of the situation. He had been stationed atop the city wall for some time, and his subordinates had informed him of the conflict's origin. Zhang Tianzi, out of consideration for Chen Qing, had deliberately barred Chen Xian from entering the city and created hurdles. A member of the capital's Chun family. Chen Xian replied. The Chun family is one of the 3 prominent families of the Great Qin dynasty, with countless esteemed individuals within its ranks, holding titles and positions second only to the imperial family. One could even assert that the Chun family essentially functions as a house of princely status. Hence, Chen Xian requires no elaborate introduction. Merely stating that he hails from the esteemed Qin family of the capital suffices. Ah, During my decades in Barbarian City, I have encountered members of the Chun family from the capital on several occasions, yet they ultimately met their demise. Ling Mo wore a knowing expression. Chun Xian understood the implications of his words. In recent years, as the Chun family has weakened, its grip over the various branches scattered throughout the great Qian dynasty has also lessened. Some branches have become increasingly defiant, disregarding orders from the main family. Consequently, the Chun family of the capital has repeatedly sent members to these branches in a bid to reclaim authority. However, certain branches have audaciously resorted to eliminating members of the capital's Chun family in secret. For instance, the Chun family of Barbarian City has covertly orchestrated the deaths of several individuals over the past decade. They craft various accidents, leading to deaths by enemy hands, bandit attacks, or poisoning, each time managing to distance themselves from the consequences. In truth, the Chun family of the capital is well aware of these occurrences. However, given the vastness of the family, with branches spread far and wide, it is impossible to manage every detail. Even if they are cognizant of the situation, they can only turn a blind eye. You are an anomaly. While other members of the Chun family typically choose to endure humiliation, you have dared to take action, even going so far as to kill my people. Ling Mo spoke slowly, scrutinizing Chun Xian. For reasons unknown, this young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, emanated an aura of profound mystery. This youth possesses the prowess of a martial master. Ling Mo was genuinely astonished, for Chun Xian was remarkably young, yet his strength was extraordinary. Ling Mo recalled that at the same age, he had only attained the 6th level of martial prowess, a feat that had earned him the title of a martial arts prodigy. If you seek vengeance for your fallen comrades, then act directly. Let our fists reveal the truth. Chun Xian was eager to test the might of his earth-level martial skill, the great power diamond foot, and wished to avoid unnecessary banter with Ling Mo. This young man is deliberately provoking you. Cease the idle chatter and eliminate him. Zhang Tianzi interjected urgently, perplexed by Ling Mo's unusual hesitation. Why was the typically decisive commander, known for his brevity, now so hesitant? It was merely a matter of killing someone. Why all this delay? Revenge? Why should I avenge them? However, Ling Mo's words nearly choked Zhang Tianzi. Commander Ling, what do you mean? He has killed your people. Zhang Tianzi, with a grim expression, spoke with difficulty. Ling Mo let out a cold snort, declaring, You worthless fools, lacking in skill, dare to provoke others. Your demise is well deserved. Zhang Tianzi was rendered speechless. He had initially believed that Ling Mo's arrival would turn the tide, that he had come to confront Chun Xian. However, to his utter astonishment, not only did Ling Mo refrain from attacking Chun Xian, but he also reprimanded his own subordinates as incompetent fools. Those present were equally bewildered. No one had anticipated that Ling Mo would utter such words. Even Chun Xian himself was taken aback. Enough, the farce must come to an end. Ling Mo's voice suddenly turned icy as he addressed several centurions, commanding them to clear the area immediately. Everyone should disperse. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Chapter 56. The White Lotus. Zhang Tianzi was utterly bewildered. You are leaving just like that? You do not care about my life or death. With Ling Mo's arrival, he had gained a semblance of support, having just made a bold declaration before Chun Xian. Now that Ling Mo had departed, what if Chun Xian sought retribution against him? The mere thought sent shivers down Zhang Tianzi's spine. Sensing the dread within Zhang Tianzi, Ling Mo suddenly halted in his tracks. Without turning back, his voice resonated. If you wish to live, follow closely behind me. It was evident that Chun Xian was indeed capable of murder. Should he abandon Ling Mo now, Zhang Tianzi would undoubtedly provoke Chun Xian further, sealing his own fate. At these words, Zhang Tianzi felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had hoped that Ling Mo's presence would allow him to regain his lost dignity. Yet now he felt as though he had only embarrassed himself further. Unfortunately, he found himself powerless to change the situation. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself to follow Ling Mo. Chun Xian's expression shifted. If you leave, what will become of me? He too yearned to follow Ling Mo. But Ling Mo had not invited him to do so. Thus, he dared not make a move. Yet, if he chose not to follow, what would happen when Chun Xian turned his attention to him? At that moment, Zhang Tianzi glanced back at him, his tone indifferent. Young Master Qing, mind your own affairs. The implication was clear. He should not follow. Chun Xian's expression froze. With such a blatant dismissal, If he continued to pursue Ying'er, it would simply reflect his lack of awareness. Meanwhile, the bodies of the sergeant and centurion, felled by Chen Xian, were being dragged away. The soldiers encircling the city gates were also withdrawn at Ling Mo's command, restoring normalcy to the entrances and exits. No one dared to trouble Chen Xian any longer. Truly impressive. Su Ruolin, the sycophant, was a bit late to offer her praise, but she showered Chen Xian with compliments, almost to the point of wanting to embrace him. The other women also breathed a collective sigh of relief. The most relieved of all were Lu Jinyu and his bandit followers. They had just experienced a heart-stopping ordeal, each feeling as if their lives were hanging by a thread, the possibility of demise looming ever closer. Being surrounded by thousands of elite soldiers was an experience they had never encountered before. It was worth noting that, in previous years, when the imperial court dispatched troops to eliminate bandits, they had never faced such a situation. After all, when the imperial forces arrived, the winds howled, and they had long since received word to flee. Ding! Li Xiaoning's favorability 1, Su Ruolin's favorability 2, Lu Qiqi, and Rushue's favorability 5. In Chen Xian's mind, the system's voice echoed, bringing him a sense of satisfaction. Just within this brief moment, his favorability had increased once more. Although the increments were modest, every little bit counts, and in time, it would accumulate. Something feels amiss. Why is there a deduction? When Chen Xian heard the system mention and Rushua and the reduction of 5 points in favorability, he was momentarily taken aback. What was the matter with Rushua? Why was his favorability being diminished? He couldn't help but glance at her. At that moment, her expression had reverted to its usual icy demeanor, exuding an air of aloofness that suggested a strong aversion to interaction. Well, he had no idea what had displeased her, and he dared not offend her. However, to speak of the crisis that had been so effortlessly resolved, credit was due to Rushua and Li Xiaoning, with Li Xiaoning's favorability surpassing 30 points. Chen Xian had directly ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial artist. Furthermore, with Rushua's favorability also exceeding 30 points, he had achieved the status of a martial master and received a critical reward, an Earth-grade martial technique. It can be asserted that had Chen Xian not reached the martial master level, Ying'er would undoubtedly have been far less accommodating and would have taken action against him. After all, the difference between a martial artist and a martial master, though seemingly slight, was indeed vast. Chen Qing, was it? It was time to settle the score. Chen Xian smiled as he turned his gaze toward Chen Qing, who was dressed in a blue robe. I am Chen Qing, honored to meet you, young Master Chen Xian, a member of the esteemed family of the capital. Chen Qing performed a bow, presenting himself as a refined young gentleman. Enough of this charade. It was your decision to prevent my entry into the city, was it not? Chen Xian's smile grew somewhat frosty. Chen Qing was taken aback and quickly adopted an appearance of alarm and trepidation, hastily gesturing. There has been a misunderstanding, young Master Chen Xian. This matter is surely a misconception. He would never admit that the order to bar Chen Xian from entering the city was his idea. After all, he had witnessed Chen Xian's ferocity firsthand. The man was capable of taking lives at the slightest provocation. Even Zhang Tianzi had nearly met his end at Chen Xian's hands. To kill Chen Qing would be as straightforward as crushing an ant. Though Chen Qing was also a martial artist, he was merely at the 4th tier, still far from the martial master level. A misunderstanding? Chen Xian chuckled. If that were the case, why did you not intercede on my behalf with Zhang Tianzi just now? Chen Qing sighed in resignation. I did plead my case, but Zhang Tianzi insisted on making an example of you. He believes that as someone from the capital, you would be arrogant and unruly, and he sought to temper your audacity. My appeals were in vain. This statement was utter nonsense, merely an excuse crafted in the absence of Zhang Tianzi. After all, he was eager to clear himself of any blame, placing the entire responsibility on Zhang Tianzi. Is that so? Chen Xian regarded him with a knowing expression, clearly skeptical of his words. Chen Qing nodded vigorously. Absolutely. In any case, I must present myself as an innocent party. Chen Xian could hardly be bothered to argue further. After all, dealing with Chen Qing held little significance. Moreover, he has already instilled sufficient deterrence within him, ensuring that Chen Qing, regardless of any ulterior motives he may harbor, will refrain from revealing them in the short term. Lead the way, Chen Xian commanded, gesturing with a nod. Chen Qing exhaled in relief. As long as Chen Xian did not hold a grudge, his life was momentarily secured. Concerning the sustenance and accommodations for the 500 men, though it represented a considerable expense, it was but a trifling matter for the affluent Qin family. Please follow me. My father has prepared a welcoming banquet for you, Qin Qing said, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation and dutifully proceeding ahead. Meanwhile, in the heart of Manching, within the governor's office, Governor Zhang Tao was engrossed in reviewing the documents before him. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Zhang Tao's voice resonated deeply, commanding, "Enter." The door swung open, revealing a tall and graceful woman who approached and whispered a few words into Zhang Tao's ear. "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Tao's eyes narrowed sharply, intrigued by the revelation. Chapter 57. Beside the sleeping lounger. Where is Tianci now? Zhang Tao's expression was devoid of emotion as he cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside him. He had already grasped the full context of the events that transpired beneath the city tower. Reporting to the governor, "The young master is indulging himself at the Yihang courtyard," the woman spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao snorted coldly, "Fool. Resorting to women for release when faced with troubles will inevitably lead to demise at their hands. Governor, shall we ensure the disappearance of this Qin Xian?" The woman inquired calmly, as if orchestrating a person's vanishing were a matter of trivial ease. "Dare to touch my son, he must perish. However, not at this moment, nor by our own hands. Fortunately, we possess a sharp blade to wield," Zhang Tao replied, his narrowed eyes glinting with shrewdness as he whispered a few words into the woman's ear. "Understood." She nodded slightly, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished from her spot. If Qin Xian were present, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, for this woman possessed formidable strength, firmly situated within the martial master realm, and at least at the second stage of that level. Within Man City, the streets bustled with an unceasing flow of people and vehicles. Although it could not rival the opulence of the capital, Man City was one of the few grand cities on the northwestern frontier of the Qin dynasty. The Qin family's branch in Man City did not hold official positions. Instead, they engaged in commerce. Yet, historically, officials and merchants have been entangled, and the Qin family was deeply intertwined with the interests of the local government, particularly with the Zhang family. After all, the governor of Man City bore the surname Zhang, and the Zhang family held absolute sway over the city. At the entrance of the Qin residence, the head of the family, Chen Kuan, awaited with anticipation. "Young Master Xian, you have finally arrived. Since receiving the letter personally pinned by the clan leader, I have been eagerly awaiting your return." Chen Kuan, a middle-aged man with a rotund figure, appeared to be all exuberance. Even clad in loose garments, his bulk was unmistakable. Any movement caused his flesh to quiver. Upon spotting Qin Xian, he approached with fervor, seizing Qin Xian's hand and bombarding him with warmth and concern. "Young Master Xian, I trust your journey has been without hardship? These lovely ladies accompanying you must be the fiancés arranged by the clan. You are truly fortunate. It is a rare blessing even for an ordinary person to possess a beauty of unparalleled grace. Yet you have been bestowed with 7. How enviable." His words flowed like a machine gun, an incessant barrage of compliments directed at Qin Xian, praising Li Xiaoning and the others for their stunning beauty, while also extolling Lu Jinyu and the bandits for their valor and loyalty. After a lengthy diatribe, he finally circled back to the main subject, lauding Qin Xian as a promising youth destined for greatness. In summary, he exhausted every conceivable compliment. The head of the family was indeed eloquent and garrulous. Such a talent for oration would be wasted were he not to pen novels. Qin Xian responded with a smile, embodying the adage of not striking those who extend a hand in friendliness. Chen Kuan's warm demeanor was evident from the outset, though the true thoughts swirling within him were better left unexamined for the moment. Qin Xian, for his part, was determined to maintain the facade of cordiality. "Not at all. I speak only the truth. Young Master Xian, despite your tender years, has been entrusted with significant responsibilities by your family. Venturing to our borders to expand the family's legacy, such an endeavor is no small feat for an ordinary individual." Chen Kuan's expression remained perpetually cheerful. "Merely a scapegoat." Qin Xian replied with a self-deprecating smile. "Let us refrain from such grandiose terms. The Qin family is currently facing a depletion of talent, with the direct lineage dwindling. This is far from an auspicious situation. It is of utmost importance to bear more children and ensure the continuation of our bloodline. This matter is indeed paramount." Chen Kuan gazed at Li Xiaoning and the others with a smile, continuing, "Ladies, I implore you to aspire to bear many sons for the Qin family. After all, a mother's worth is often measured by her progeny." Chen Xian raised his hand, signaling for him to cease this line of conversation, as it served no meaningful purpose. "Family head, we have journeyed a long way and are quite fatigued." Chen Kuan smacked his forehead, a look of realization dawning upon him. "How could I forget? I have arranged a welcoming banquet within the estate, specifically to honor your arrival. Please come inside." With that, he stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. "Thank you." Chen Xian nodded, not wishing to stand on ceremony, and proceeded into the Chen residence. The estate was expansive, adorned with intricate carvings and water features, surpassing even the governor's residence in grandeur, as it belonged to the largest family in the city. By a nearby pond, numerous tables were set up, and all of Chen Xian's party took their seats. Lu Jinyu's subordinates occupied separate tables, while the central table hosted Chen Xian, Li Xiaoning, and Lu Jinyu. A stage was erected near the pond, where a troupe had been invited to perform. "Something feels off, Chenyi," Lu Jinyu remarked, cracking open a sunflower seed. "What seems amiss?" Chen Xian inquired, casting a glance in his direction. Lu Jinyu lowered his voice. "Just outside the city, that scoundrel Zhang Tianqi barred our entry. I suspect Qin Qing is up to no good. Now his father is treating us with such hospitality, offering fine food and drink. There is something suspicious about this. Are they playing good cop and bad cop?" Chen Xian chuckled lightly, unconcerned, and replied, "The reasoning is quite straightforward. They are intimidated." "Intimidated?" Lu Jinyu was taken aback, struggling to grasp the implication. Chen Xian elaborated, "Do you think this feast was bestowed upon us by happenstance? It was my doing. I presented myself as formidable at the city gates, instilling fear in the governor's office and the Qin family, compelling them to tread carefully. For the time being, they dare not flaunt their power before me. They will test my limits gradually, and once they ascertain my capabilities, they will strategize their next move. I perceive all of this quite clearly." Chen Kuan's politeness is merely superficial. The term smiling tiger aptly describes him. "Master Chen, do you mean they will take action against us?" Lu Jinyu's expression suddenly darkened. His words indicated a threat to us, not just to you. The inclusion of "we" signifies a collective identity, suggesting that they are in this together. Chen Xian took a sip of tea, gently placing the cup back on the table, casting a meaningful glance in Lu's direction, and slowly remarked, "How can one allow another to sleep soundly beside them?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu instantly grasped the underlying truth. It's a simple principle. When he was a bandit on the mountain, would he have welcomed anyone attempting to usurp his position as the leader and reduce him to second in command? Chapter 58. The uninvited guest. Of course, he was unwilling. Similarly, Chen Xian arrived in the barbarian city as a direct descendant of the capital. The branch family of the Qin clan had to heed his commands. Did the branch members welcome this? Certainly not with open arms. Being barred from entering the city was merely a display of authority. However, no one anticipated that Chen Xian was an unyielding madman who would slaughter the centurions and thousand-man commanders blocking his path. Would any rational individual act in such a manner? It was precisely due to Chen Xian's ruthlessness that Chen Kuan and the others treated him with such deference now. Meanwhile, in the Chen residence's courtyard, a loud slap resonated as Chen Kuan struck Qin Qing across the face. The force of the blow left a vivid red mark on Qin Qing's cheek. "You wretched fool! Who told you to incite Zhang Tianxi and instruct others to obstruct his entry into the city?" Chen Kuan radiated a sinister aura, glaring intensely at Qin Qing, wishing he could whip him to death. At that moment, he exuded an air of authority, entirely devoid of the amiable demeanor he displayed in front of Chen Xian. "Father, I merely intended to teach him a lesson, to ensure he behaves himself in Barbarian City," Qin Qing muttered, his head bowed, unable to meet Chen Kuan's gaze. He understood all too well how merciless his seemingly gentle father could be when enraged. "Fool, the entire Barbarian City is now aware of Zhang Tianxi's humiliation, and you happen to be present. It is clear to anyone with a functioning brain that you are the mastermind behind this." Chen Kuan scoffed coldly. Qin Qing remained silent, his head lowered in shame. At the governor's office, the humiliation suffered by young Master Zhang could not be separated from you. Tonight, you are to deliver 10,000 taels of silver to young Master Zhang to appease his anger. Your relationship with him must not deteriorate. As for this Qin Xian, The fact that he could command General Ling Mo without facing any repercussions indicates a depth we cannot comprehend. It appears the clans from the capital have deceived us. Claiming Chen Xian is incapable of cultivation, such nonsense. He is a master martial artist. During this period, we must endure and refrain from taking action against Chen Xian for the time being. Chen Kuan's mind was abuzz with various strategies. Endure? Chen Qing's displeasure was evident as he retorted, "Father, Barbarian City is our domain. What is Chen Xian to us? Even if he is a martial artist. Our family is not without martial artists. Chen Xian has humiliated him. I am eager to exact revenge now. To endure means to suffer in torment every moment." Imbecile. Seeing his son blinded by hatred, Chen Kuan pointed a finger at him in fury. "Are you using your brain or your backside? The capital clan has sent a martial artist here for a reason, to assert control over our branch. While they have sent others before, those were merely warriors, easily dealt with in the shadows. Their deaths were inconsequential, for they were mere warriors, not worth much. However, if a martial artist were to perish, particularly a young one, do you believe that the capital would remain indifferent? At that point, they would undoubtedly dispatch an elder to investigate, which would not bode well for us." As Chen Kuan uttered the term elder, a flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. Chen Qing, too, seemed doused with cold water, promptly adopting a more subdued demeanor. For those qualified to become elders possess, at the very least, mastery at the martial king level. A martial king can rival 1,000 troops. "Father, would you truly allow this Chen Xian to flaunt his power within our household?" Discontent marred Chen Qing's countenance. The mere thought of Chen Xian indulging in feasting at his family's front courtyard filled him with a sense of suffocation. "Patience, this rascal has gravely offended Zhang Tianci, effectively incurring the wrath of the entire governor's office. Our governor is notoriously protective of his own. Just wait and see. The governor will intervene, and this young man shall not endure for long." A cold smirk crept across Chen Kuan's lips. Having said that, he patted Chen Qing on the shoulder and remarked nonchalantly, "Now, accompany me to properly entertain him. Remember, greet him with a smile." Chen Qing felt 100 unwillingness in his heart, but ultimately steeled himself and nodded. "Haha, everyone, enjoy your meal and drink." As they transitioned from the rear courtyard to the front, Chen Kuan transformed entirely, extending a warm welcome to Chen Xian and his companions, even bringing forth a wine jug. "Young Master Xian, come, I must toast you." He poured himself a cup of wine, eager to clink glasses with Chen Xian. "Agreed." Chen Xian graciously accepted, pouring himself a cup as well. "Oh, young Master Qing, what is that red mark on your face? Were you struck by someone?" Lu Jinyu suddenly exclaimed with feigned astonishment. Chen Qing's heart sank instantly. The resounding slap from his father still stung, leaving a fiery imprint on his face, which had yet to fade. As they walked from the rear to the front courtyard, the servants, upon witnessing this, dared not speak of it, all choosing to feign ignorance. Yet, Lu Jinyu had unwittingly opened a can of worms. "I didn't sleep well last night. I simply slapped myself to wake up a bit." Chen Qing forced a smile, though his heart was ablaze with anger. Under normal circumstances, who would dare speak to him in such a manner? He felt provoked. However, in this moment, he could not afford to express his ire, especially after Chen Kuan's prior warning. "Oh, is that so? Even in fatigue, one should not resort to self-harm, for that would be self-torture," Lu Jinyu remarked, wearing a smile that was part amusement, part intrigue, as if to say, "Do you expect me to believe your nonsense?" Nevertheless, such matters are best left unspoken. They were still dining under another's roof, and one must extend some measure of courtesy. Lu Jinyu resumed his meal, wearing a cheerful grin and opting not to say more. Yet, it was precisely this demeanor that led Chen Qing to perceive it as mockery, igniting within him a resentment towards Lu Jinyu that even eclipsed his feelings for Chen Xian. "Young Master Xian, after dinner, you may need to accompany me for a while," Chen Kuan suddenly announced. "Where to?" Chen Xian inquired casually. "To the governor's office," Chen Kuan replied, his expression abruptly turning grave. "Ying'er has informed me of the incident at the city gate. Young Master Xian, you clashed with Zhang Tianci from the governor's office. Regrettably, I was unaware of this matter at the time. Had I known, I would have rushed over immediately to prevent your altercation." As he spoke, Chen Kuan clutched his chest, displaying a countenance of deep regret. Chen Xian, however, was not swayed by his insincere words, retorting, "I nearly eliminated the governor's son. It seems rather inappropriate for you to request my presence at the governor's office now. Chun Kuan, with a serious demeanor, quickly countered, now is, in fact, the most opportune moment. Chapter 59, Turning Hostile. Young Master Xian, it is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. You must accompany me to the magistrate's office to confess your transgressions. The magistrate is a magnanimous and benevolent individual, one who greatly values talent. Your presence would surely bring honor to man's city, and he will overlook your misdeeds. Chun Kuan explained with palpable patience, his expression seemingly inscribed with the words, I am doing this for your own good. Are you suggesting that I, having been barred from entering the city and nearly slain by his men, should now prostrate myself in apology? Chen Xian scoffed coldly. Chun Kuan had already surmised that Chen Xian would never acquiesce to such a request. Would a man bold enough to publicly slay a captain and nearly the magistrate's son ever admit fault? It was ludicrous to even consider. His insistence that Chun Xian confess was merely a tactic to provoke, yet the target of this provocation was not Chen Xian, but rather Magistrate Zhang Tao. Young Master Xian, while I acknowledge your sentiments, in these tumultuous times, one must occasionally bow their head. Man's city is the magistrate's domain, and although our Chun family holds considerable standing here, offending the magistrate could lead to dire consequences, even for me. Chun Kuan sighed softly, feigning a look of helplessness. Regardless, he had already uttered the necessary platitudes. Should Chun Xian meet an unfortunate end and investigators arrive from the capital, he could easily recount his words to them. You see, I did counsel him. He refused to listen and chose his own demise, so I cannot be blamed. Dear head of the family, if our young master were to confess at the magistrate's office, would he not be imprisoned? Su Ruolin suddenly interjected with concern. Chen Kuan was momentarily taken aback by her peculiar inquiry. Noticing his hesitation, Su Ruolin immediately unleashed a torrent of invective. You fat fool, what sinister intentions do you harbor? If admitting fault leads to imprisonment, then what is the point of confessing? I see now, the lavish feast you have prepared for us is merely a farewell banquet for my husband, is it not? You treacherous wretch, you have no good intentions. At this moment, her sole reliance was on Chen Xian, who had treated her with utmost kindness. The thought of anything happening to such a remarkable man filled her with dread for the future. How dare you speak to the head of the family in such a manner? Silence her. A figure emerged from behind Chen Kuan, ready to chastise her. Simultaneously, another approached, intending to deliver a couple of resounding slaps to Su Ruolin. This time, the previously jovial Chen Kuan did not intervene. In his eyes, he could afford to show Chun Xian some deference, but the woman accompanying him was of little consequence. How dare she address him so insolently? Most importantly, who in all of Man's City would dare to speak to him in such a manner? A subordinate of the Chen family swung his hand forcefully towards Su Ruolin's face. Such a blow, if it connected with her delicate visage, would surely leave her bruised and swollen. Li Xiaoning and the other women were taken aback, utterly astonished that the Chun family members, who had only moments before been cordial, could so swiftly turn hostile and resort to violence. And Ru Xue and Lu Jinyu prepared to rush forward to shield Su Ruolin from the impending slap. However, they were too far from her, and the attack was so sudden that it caught them off guard. They were unable to intervene in time. Just as the hand was about to make contact, Su Ruolin, realizing there was no one to save her, let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, a thunderous noise echoed through the venue. Aside from Su Ruolin's cries, the only sound was the resounding impact. Her screams continued, and after what felt like an eternity, she ceased to feel the pain of the slap. Only then did she lower her hands from her face, her almond-shaped eyes darting around in bewilderment. She noticed that everyone around her bore expressions of shock. The servant who had attempted to strike her was nowhere to be seen. Chen Xian had appeared by his side without her noticing. It was clear that he had come to her rescue. Su Ruolin, her eyes glistening with gratitude, immediately wrapped her arms around Chun Xian's waist, tears streaming down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. My lord, I was truly terrified just now. I almost thought I would never see you again. She sobbed. Chun Xian gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, do not worry, it is all right now. With me here, no one can harm you. Notification. Su Ruolin's affection 5. Yes, I knew you would treat me the best, my lord. Su Ruolin cooed sweetly, but then suddenly remembered something and asked, my lord, what happened to the person who tried to strike me? Chun Xian replied, he is no more. No more? Su Ruolin was momentarily taken aback. Look, Chun Xian gestured. In the direction he indicated stood a rockery in a courtyard, where a figure was pressed against it, motionless and devoid of life. It was indeed the very servant who had attempted to strike Su Ruolin. In the instant before his hand connected with Su Ruolin's face, Chun Xian had acted decisively. Employing a low-level earth-grade martial technique, the mighty Vajra kick. His speed was so astonishing that none could perceive it, and the servant was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the rockery, bloodied and unrecognizable, stuck there as if glued. How did he end up there? Su Ruolin feigned surprise. Her affected demeanor made Rushue feel nauseated, prompting her to roll her eyes in disbelief. Who do you think you are? How audacious. This is the Chun residence, and you are simply overstepping your bounds. Behind Chen Kuan, all the servants glared with indignation. They could hardly fathom that within their own domicile, an outsider had the audacity to take a life. Chen Kuan's expression darkened. Chun Xian's actions were nothing short of a stark slap to his face. Observing this, Chun Xing's eyes glimmered with a hint of malice as he urgently exclaimed, "Father, this transgression is utterly atrocious and warrants severe retribution." Internally, he was elated at the prospect of immediate vengeance. The possibility of the Chun family from the capital sending someone to investigate mattered little. His sole intent was to eliminate Chun Xian and avenge their grievances. A flicker of anger appeared on Chun Kuan's visage, causing the flesh on his face to quiver. He fixed his gaze upon Chun Xian and articulated slowly, "Young Master Xian, to take the life of my servant over a mere disagreement is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree?" In an instant, a throng of individuals from the Chun residence emerged from all directions, encircling them. "Damn it, brothers, have you all had your fill? If so, stand up." Lu Jingyu slammed his hand on the table and bellowed. "The boss has had his fill. Bloody hell, we knew this was a trap." The raucous bandits promptly overturned the tables, erupting into a cacophony of shouts and chaos. Chapter 60. Turning hostile just moments ago, both parties were cordial. Yet in the blink of an eye, hostility erupted. Tension filled the air. Impudence. This is the Chun residence. It is not your place to act so arrogantly. A steward beside Chen Kuan wore an expression of fury. What has happened to the Chen family? Are its members permitted to strike our masteress woman? Lu Jinyu let out a disdainful laugh. Chun Xian has just dealt a lethal blow to his servant. Regardless of the justification, he clings to the notion that the servant's assault on Su Ruolin grants them the moral high ground. Although Su Ruolin had not been harmed, it was only due to Chun Xian's timely intervention. How outrageous. When a man speaks, it is improper for a woman to interject. Furthermore, this woman dares to speak disrespectfully to the head of the family. Our servant merely acts on young Master Xian's behalf to reprimand this ill-mannered woman. The steward admonished angrily. Meanwhile, Chen Kuan maintained a cold demeanor, refraining from silencing the steward, effectively allowing him to voice his sentiments. Observing Chen Kuan's silence, Lu Jinyu seized the opportunity to retort. "What status do you possess that warrants my master addressing you directly?" He continued, "Is there a single word of truth in my sister-in-law's assertions? The head of the Chen family is indeed corpulent. Can he not bear the truth or permit others to comment on his weight? Under the bright daylight, you cannot all be so shameless as to assert he is slender." Laughter erupted from Lu Jinyu's 500 followers, each one joining in the mirth. "The chief is correct. Fat is fat, and thin is thin. Are we not allowed to speak the truth?" Even the current emperor, if he were portly, would be met with candid remarks from his officials. How is it that the head of the Chen family is above such honesty? The cacophony of ridicule resonated throughout the Chun residence, and Chen Kuan's countenance darkened, tinged with a shade of green. How could one of his stature endure such mockery? "Father, these individuals are utterly deserving of punishment." Chun Qing's expression twisted with fury as he incited. "Shall we summon the clan elders to eradicate them all?" Chen Kuan shot him a fierce glare. As a father, how could he be oblivious to his foolish son's intentions? All that had been discussed in the courtyard mere moments ago was rendered futile. Chen Qing, chastised by the glare, immediately lowered his head, unable to meet his father's gaze. Harboring resentment within, "If I were in control of the Chen family, we would already be the foremost clan in the frontier." The verbal skirmish continued, growing increasingly intense. Yet, it was merely a proxy battle. On Chun Xian's side, Lu Jinyu unleashed his verbal volleys, while Chen Kuan's steward argued vehemently, seizing upon Su Ruolin's remarks to label Chen Kuan a corpulent man, which was deemed a grave disrespect. "Silence. At the height of the quarrel, Chen Kun could no longer contain himself and let out a thunderous shout. In an instant, the Chen family fell silent. With this sudden hush, Lu Jinyu's side also quieted down. Yet, both parties remained locked in a fierce glare, the tension palpable, as if prepared for an exchange of heated words at any moment. Chen Kun's expression oscillated between anger and restraint, appearing ready to explode, yet holding himself back. Finally, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Young Master Xian, while I can overlook the insults directed at me by your woman, your act of killing my people is rather excessive. You owe me an explanation. An explanation? Chen Xian squinted slightly, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded him. What sort of explanation do you seek? Chen Kun pointed a finger at Lu Jinyu, his voice heavy with intent. That man, I demand him. Lu Jinyu, who had just been vociferous, felt a chill run down his spine at the realization that he had caught the old man's attention. You killed my man, yet you wish to take my subordinate? What does this signify? Chen Xian chuckled, bemusement evident in his demeanor. Lu Jinyu had exerted himself so energetically. If Chen Xian were to hand him over to Chen Kun, how would others perceive him? What would the women around him think? Seeing Chen Xian's reluctance, Chen Kun's anger simmered, his flesh quivering as he suppressed his rage. Young Master Xian, if you hand this man over to me, I shall let go of all other grievances. Chen Kun had slain one of his men and sought to claim one of Chen Xian's subordinates in return, balancing the scales of justice and preserving the dignity of the Chen family. What if I tell you I refuse? Chen Xian's tone was cold, his stance unwavering. Young Master Xian, do not overstep your bounds. I am aware of your strength, capable of vanquishing 1,000 warriors, yet within my clan, there are formidable martial masters. Should matters escalate, none of you shall leave this place unscathed. Chen Kun huffed heavily. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Chen Kun furrowed his brow. Chen Kun, do you truly consider yourself the patriarch merely because I address you as such? Chen Xian's demeanor suddenly turned icy. Do not forget that you are but a collateral member of the Chen family, while I am of the direct lineage. In terms of bloodline, mine is purer. The ancestors of the Chen clan proclaimed that the direct descendants hold the highest honor. Anyone bearing the Chen blood must bow before the direct line. Chen Kun, are you attempting to assert dominance over me? Do you wish to send a martial master to confront me? Let him come and try. In the face of this threat, Chen Xian not only showed no fear, but became even more resolute. Father, he is far too arrogant. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Chen Qing whispered fiercely into Chen Kun's ear, his heart seething with rage, urging the old man to take action. Summon the esteemed master at once to eliminate these individuals. It would be as effortless as crushing a swarm of ants. Chen Kun's fists were tightly clenched, his inner fury raging like an inferno. Yet, he restrained himself. For Chen Xian remained astonishingly composed. This left Chen Kun feeling somewhat uncertain. Could it be that Chen Xian possessed some hidden strategy? Gritting his teeth, Chen Kun spoke in a low voice. Since you, young Master Xian, are unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, I implore you to accompany me to the governor's office to apologize to the governor. Surely, you can agree to that. Chen Kun endeavored to maintain his composure, reluctant to sever ties with Chen Xian completely. Logically, it should be the governor who, having caused me such deliberate inconvenience, would come to offer an apology instead. Chen Xian shook his head. To suggest he should apologize? That was nothing short of absurd. It was Zhang Tianxi who instigated the conflict. Had he not instructed his subordinates to bar Chen Kun from entering the city, would there have been so much subsequent trouble? Chapter 61. The Rules. Chen Kun had anticipated that Chen Xian would never consent to an apology, and he chuckled softly. In light of this, there was little left to discuss. However, young Master Xian, there is one matter I must bring to your attention. Should the governor's office seek to trouble you, I hope you will refrain from using the Chen family as a shield. He aimed to delineate the boundaries between himself and Chen Xian. Rest assured, I shall bear the consequences of my own actions. If the governor's office wishes to confront me, they are welcome to do so, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly with a smile. Very well, I trust that young Master Xian speaks with conviction. Chen Kun's voice boomed. Given that matters had escalated to this point, I see no reason to continue this meal. Young Master Xian, I have arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me. This was clearly an intention to usher them out. After all, the two parties were on the verge of an outright confrontation, and prolonging the discussion would merely waste everyone's time. Lead the way. Chen Xian preferred to refrain from further trivialities. It was not yet the time to sever ties with Chen Kun completely. He needed to solidify his position here before gradually expanding his influence. Follow me. Chen Kun turned and strode ahead, leading the way. Meanwhile, Chen Qing seethed with discontent. The atmosphere had been tense, teetering on the brink of violence. Who would have imagined that Chen Kun could still exercise restraint? This only served to make him feel that his father was utterly weak and ineffectual. If he were in charge of the Qin family, there would be no mercy shown to Chen Xian. Brothers, let us move. Chen Xian called out, and Lu Jinyu's subordinates promptly rose to their feet. There was little left to say. Everyone was already full, and there was no meaningful conversation to be had with the Qin family. Remaining any longer would serve no purpose. Moreover, given the recent exhausting travels, having a place to rest would be welcome. Everyone followed behind Chen Kun. Exiting the Chun residence, they headed westward. Soon, they left the city and arrived at the outskirts. Ultimately, they reached a courtyard. It was a sealed courtyard, and upon their arrival, they found it still adorned with a notice of confiscation. Open the door, Chen Kun commanded, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Immediately, two individuals stepped forward, tore down the notice, and opened the door. As soon as the door swung open, a thick cloud of dust billowed forth. The courtyard was shrouded in dust, and one could only wonder how long it had been since it had last been cleaned. Young Master Xian, this is the place, Chen Kun remarked with a forced smile. Is this even habitable? Before Chen Xian could voice his thoughts, Lu Jinyu could not help but scoff. This dilapidated location clearly hadn't been tended to in years. The courtyard was overrun with weeds. The entire courtyard was not only covered in a thick layer of dust, but also resembled a desolate wilderness. To expect someone to reside in such conditions felt like an intentional hardship. Alas, in this city, where the population is abundant but housing scarce, I expended considerable effort to secure this courtyard. Chen Kun spoke indifferently, adopting an attitude that suggested indifference to whether one stayed or not. After all, there was only this one house. If one chose not to reside here, so be it. Very well, then let us stay here. I appreciate your effort, he remarked. Chen Xian could hardly be bothered to argue. Since arrangements had been made for him to stay here, he saw no need to contest it. He was well aware that Chen Kun was deliberately creating difficulties for him, yet it mattered little now. He, young Master Xian, rest well. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Chen Kun stated blandly. Please do, Chen Xian replied, choosing not to engage further. Given the unpleasantness that had already transpired, any additional words would only squander their time. With that, Chen Kun turned and left without another word. Soon after, the Chun family members from Man City departed entirely. Master Chun, they clearly intended to make things difficult for us by providing such a dilapidated house. Lu Jinyu exclaimed as soon as they were gone. This courtyard has been abandoned for countless years, and the floor is covered in a thick layer of dust. Never mind. Let's tidy this place up and make it our home for now. As for the brothers, Chen Xian surveyed the 500 bandits around him. A modest courtyard could hardly accommodate so many people. For the time being, let's make do with an inn, and in a few days, I shall secure a larger residence for everyone to stay together, he said slowly. Afterward, he instructed Li Xiaoning to bring forth 100 taels of gold to distribute among the bandits. Master Chen, you are far too generous, Lu Jinyu protested, quickly declining the offer. It is merely a token of my appreciation. My brothers have endured hardship alongside me, Chen Xian insisted, urging them to accept it. Very well. Since it is but a small gesture from you, Master Chen, we will graciously accept it, Lu Jinyu conceded, and then, with a grand wave of his hand, ordered, everyone, heed my command. Immediately clean the courtyard. Every corner must be spotless. We must ensure the sisters have a clean and comfortable place to stay. Yes. The entire group promptly sprang into action. With 500 individuals working simultaneously, the courtyard, no matter how dirty, was swiftly transformed into a pristine space. Even the tiles on the roof were scrubbed clean. Subsequently, Chen Xian directed them to purchase clean bedding and pillows. Before long, the entire courtyard had undergone a remarkable transformation. Today, everyone has worked hard. Now go and rest. However, there is one matter I must remind you of. No visits to brothels, and no drinking. Chen Xian spoke with a serious expression. What? No drinking is one thing, but no visits to brothels? The bandits protested. Master Chen, Please, this is unbearable. After more than half a month of travel, I have not been with a woman. I am burning with desire and need an outlet." A chorus of discontent echoed among them. Each complaint was clearly heard by Chen Xian. "I must inform you that not only are the members of the Chen family watching you, but also those from the governor's office are keeping a close eye on your actions. The moment you indulge in drinking or visit a brothel, individuals from both the Chen family and the governor's office will undoubtedly seek to cause trouble. Should you desire to end up imprisoned, that is entirely your choice. However, I must forewarn you that if you find yourselves incarcerated, I will not come to your aid." Chen Xian's gaze swept over each individual, his demeanor resolutely firm. Upon arriving in Barbarian City, these bandits constituted his foundational support. Yet, Chen Xian was acutely aware that these individuals were loyal to Lu Jinyu and might not heed his authority. Therefore, he felt compelled to establish rules to facilitate his future control over them. Naturally, Chen Xian's regulations incited considerable discontent among the assembled bandits. They had long awaited their arrival in Barbarian City to revel in the pleasures of the brothels. Being prohibited from doing so was understandably disheartening for anyone. They cast their hopeful gazes towards Lu Jinyu, seeking his intervention on their behalf. Lu Jinyu, caught in a dilemma, hesitated before responding, "Master Chen, the brothers have endured significant hardships during this period. They were merely looking forward to some relaxation upon reaching Barbarian City. Your prohibition, indeed, places them in a difficult position." Chapter 62. Using a Knife to Kill. Upon hearing Lu Jinyu intercede on their behalf, all eyes eagerly turned towards Chen Xian, hoping he might show leniency. Observing their eager and reckless demeanor, Chen Xian let out a cold snort. "So, you all wish to indulge in debauchery? Let me make this clear. Anyone who dares to do so is defying orders. I assure you, the officials from the governor's office will be watching closely. If you visit such establishments, they will promptly shut them down and apprehend you. Do not harbor the foolish notion that I will come to your rescue. If the governor's men do not deal with you, I will take matters into my own hands. Those who disobey orders shall face death." The final word resonated powerfully, leaving no room for doubt. Everyone's expression shifted dramatically. Initially, they had hoped that Lu Jinyu's plea would soften Chen Xian's stance, but who could have anticipated his unwavering authority? Lu Jinyu himself was taken aback by Chen Xian's refusal to grant him any face. Is it such a grave sin to visit a brothel? Who among us has not partaken at some point? He mused. However, Chen Xian had made his position abundantly clear. What he needed now was to earn Chen Xian's trust. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Jinyu gritted his teeth and declared, "Everyone, heed Chen Ye's orders. For the time being, behave yourselves. Anyone caught sneaking off to drink or indulge will face severe punishment." Upon hearing this, a chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. Countless individuals felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Recognizing their despondent expressions, Lu Jinyu understood that some would inevitably attempt to sneak away. How many among them were truly honest? "Everyone is to follow orders," he continued. "Establish your camp around those 4 words. No one is allowed to rest at the inn. I will personally patrol tonight, and anyone who dares to slip away will face lethal consequences." He had resolved to adhere strictly to Chen Xian's directives. As soon as the order was given, many faces turned sour. They had planned to secretly enjoy a little escapade, believing that with so many inns in the vast city, Chen Xian would not be able to find them. Yet, the leader's single pronouncement had dashed their hopes. He would be conducting personal patrols. In all of Lufeng village, he knew every individual by name. If anyone went missing, it would be immediately noticeable. "You all understand the consequences of defying my commands." Seeing his subordinates wailing in despair, Lu Jinyu let out another cold snort. Chen Xian could not help but pat his shoulder and smile, saying, "Well done." Lu Jinyu quickly offered a sycophantic grin. Who would dare disobey Chen Ye's orders? I would be the first to deal with them. Chen Xian nodded, casting him a meaningful glance, then suddenly inquired, "How long have you been stuck at the 8th rank of martial artist?" Startled by the question, Lu Jinyu paused. What did this mean? After contemplating for a moment, he candidly replied, "It has been 2 years." He found himself in a state of considerable distress, feeling trapped at his current level and unable to make any progress, which instilled in him a persistent sense of crisis. 2 years had passed, quite a lengthy period. Did he aspire to break through to the realm of a martial master? Chen Xian spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu's emotions surged with excitement. After the incident at the city gate, He was acutely aware that Chun Xian's prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of a martial master. Even the commander of the 8,000 elite soldiers from Barbarian City, Ling Mo, refrained from attacking Chun Xian out of fear. Lu Jinyu was bewildered by how someone as young as Chun Xian could have reached such a level. Yet, it was clear that he possessed his own methods. If only Chun Xian would be willing to impart those techniques to him. The thought invigorated Lu Jinyu. Yes. Without hesitation, he nodded fervently. If you perform well during this time, once things stabilize, I shall assist you in breaking through to the realm of a martial master. Chun Xian patted his shoulder, his expression laden with significance. It was akin to painting a grand vision for him. Whether Lu Jinyu would seize that opportunity was entirely his own affair. Regardless, the vision had been cast. Rest assured, Master Chun, as long as you direct me eastward, I shall not stray westward. I am prepared to brave fire and water for this. Lu Jinyu's heart raced with excitement. In this world, the strong commanded respect. If he were to attain a certain level of strength, would he still need to heed the commands of Lord Qin? Currently, Chun Xian was his pivotal ally in turning the tide. He resolved to cling to him tightly. Ding! Li Xiaoning's affection too. Su Rulan's affection too. Lu Qiqi. Suddenly, the sound of rising affection levels resonated in Chun Xian's mind. This unexpected development took him by surprise. He hadn't anticipated such an increase in affection. What could have prompted it? Could it be due to his recent refusal to allow the bandits to visit the brothel? After much contemplation, that seemed the only plausible explanation, as brothels were indeed taboo for respectable women. Father, are we truly going to let them go unpunished? Chun Qing's face was filled with resentment. He never imagined that Chun Xian could emerge unscathed from the Chun residence and even find refuge in the courtyard. Chun Kuan shot him an icy glance and scoffed. What else would you have me do? Do you think I can simply subdue him? Chun Qing murmured, but we possess an ancestor at the martial master level. At this, Chun Kuan nearly struck him, reprimanding, Fool. The ancestor is our trump card. We shall not reveal him unless absolutely necessary. Chun Qing protested. Are we just going to let him off the hook? Let him off the hook? A glint of malice flickered in Chun Kuan's eyes. Absolutely not. As they spoke, they had unknowingly arrived at the gates of the governor's residence. A sly smile crept across Chun Kuan's face. The governor must be exceedingly furious right now. With that, Chun Kuan strode confidently into the governor's mansion. In an instant, Chun Qing understood his father's intent, to utilize someone else's hand to achieve his own ends. Meanwhile, within the governor's residence, Lord Prefect, Chun Kuan requests an audience. A subordinate softly announced after knocking on the door. Oh, Prefect Zhang Tao responded with surprise. Shouldn't Chun Kuan be entertaining the members of the Chun family at their residence at this hour? Why has he come to see me? The servant replied, It is unclear. My lord, do you wish to receive him? Zhang Tao pondered for a moment, then said, Let us meet him first and ascertain what he wishes to convey. Soon, in the front hall of the prefect's residence, Zhang Tao sat in the main seat, brewed a pot of tea, and awaited Chun Kuan's arrival in silence. Commoner Chun Kuan pays his respects to the esteemed prefect. Upon entering, Chun Kuan immediately prostrated himself on the ground. This unexpected display took Zhang Tao aback. The two were old acquaintances. Under normal circumstances, why would Chun Kuan behave in such a manner? Something unusual must be afoot. Master Chun, we are old friends. There is no need for such formality, Zhang Tao remarked coolly, not allowing him to rise, curious to discover what he had to say. Chapter 63, Terrifying Indeed. Zhang Tao did not allow him to rise, and Chun Kuan, displaying an admirable sense of propriety, remained seated, respectfully declaring, The commoner is guilty. Guilty? Zhang Tao was momentarily perplexed by the implications of his words, astonished as he inquired, What crime have you committed? A member of my family has arrived, and upon arriving in Barbarian City, he has caused great calamity. Chun Kuan proceeded to recount the misdeeds of Chun Xian, detailing the murder of the centurion, the 1,000-man commander, and the near-fatal incident involving Zhang Tianci. Your Excellency, although Chun Xian is of my Qin family, he is a willful and obstinate youth. I have implored him on numerous occasions to come to the governor's office to offer his apologies. Yet, he has not only disregarded my counsel, but has also caused a ruckus at my residence, even resulting in the death of one of my servants. Out of consideration for our kinship, I have chosen not to hold him accountable. However, the murders of the centurion and the 1,000-man commander, as well as the humiliation inflicted upon young Master Zhang, shall not be shielded by the Qin family. Every word resonated clearly in Zhang Tao's ears. Having ascended to his position, Zhang Tao was cunning as a fox and could easily decipher the underlying meaning. Nevertheless, for the time being, everyone was playing the part of the oblivious. Master Qin, what are you implying? Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow. Chen Kuan, immediately meeting his gaze, enunciated each word with conviction. Any transgressions committed by Chen Xian shall bring no disgrace to the Qin family. Whatever the governor's office decides to do with him, I shall wholeheartedly support. This statement signified a complete severance from Chen Xian. I comprehend your intent, Zhang Tao replied with a knowing smile. After a moment of contemplation, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, how to deal with Chen Xian is my prerogative. You may leave now. Your Excellency, may your wisdom prevail. Chen Kuan bowed deeply and maintained his posture as he retreated, only turning to depart once he reached the doorway. As Zhang Tao observed his disappearance from view, a cold smile emerged on his lips. This old fox had not accumulated his bulk without reason. Every ounce of fat was laden with cunning. He then turned to a subordinate beside him and commanded, summon Ling Mo for me. Yes. The subordinate nodded and quietly withdrew. In the courtyard, Master Chun, someone wishes to see you. Little Lu rushed in, his demeanor eager as he pointed towards the entrance. Who seeks my presence? Chen Xian inquired, somewhat taken aback. It was his first visit to Barbarian City, a place unfamiliar to him, and he had no acquaintances here. While there were distant relatives by blood, such as Chen Kuan, their relations had soured. Moreover, Chen Kuan had only just departed. It was improbable that he would return so soon. As he pondered, the visitor had already entered uninvited. It's you. Chen Xian exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. At that moment, Lu Jinyu hurriedly entered, his face bruised and battered, evidently having just endured a beating. Master Chun, this fellow insisted on barging in, and I could not stop him. Lu Jinyu lamented, his expression woeful. Just moments ago, he had desperately attempted to intercept Ling Mo, only to be effortlessly subdued in a few swift moves, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. After all, he was once a formidable kingpin in the realm of the bandits, commanding respect and instilling fear. Yet, before Ling Mo, he felt like a powerless child, easily manipulated at will. Suddenly, Ling Mo cast a glance in his direction and flicked his fingers, sending a small black pellet hurtling towards Lu Jinyu. An assassination weapon. Lu Jinyu was taken aback, hastily dodging as the black pellet struck the ground and rolled to the threshold. This was the black jade blood-resolving pill. Ling Mo spoke coldly. At these words, Lu Jinyu's eyes widened in shock. The black jade blood-resolving pill was a high-grade, Xian-level elixir. Even for martial artists, it had the effects of invigorating blood circulation and easing muscles and bones. For a martial artist to consume such a pill would be a gross waste, for it could significantly enhance one's physical capabilities. It could even lead to an unprecedented transformation, aiding in the breakthrough of realms. Without hesitation, Lu Jinyu picked up the black pellet from the ground, brushed off the dust, and brought it to his nose. The rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled his senses. This was it. Overjoyed, Lu Jinyu realized he had been stuck at the 8th rank of a martial artist for some time. If he consumed this pill, he could potentially break through to the 9th rank within 3 days. And once he reached the 9th rank, he would be but a step away from becoming a martial master. In the past, he had thought the martial master realm was far beyond his reach, requiring at least 10 years, if not longer, to attain. But now, Chen Xian had mentioned he could assist him in breaking through to that level. Although no concrete actions had been taken yet, merely a promise, he believed that if he put in the effort to serve Chen Xian, that promise would soon be fulfilled. Thank you, Commander Ling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Jinyu had changed his address. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he took 2 steps forward to stand before Chen Xian, offering the precious pellet with both hands. Master Chun, this is a treasure, a token of my gratitude. Chen Xian could clearly see the reluctance in Lu Jinyu's eyes. I don't need it. You should keep it for yourself, he replied, shaking his head. In truth, such a high-grade elixir could benefit not only someone of his 1st rank, but even a 9th rank martial master. Consuming one after sustaining an injury could expedite healing, provided the injury wasn't fatal. However, since this item was given to Lu Jinyu by Ling Mo, accepting it would seem rather petty. He could not bring himself to seize a prized possession from his subordinate. Haha, thank you, Master Chen. Seeing Chen Xian decline, Lu Jinyu chuckled and quickly pocketed the pill. You called for me. Is there something you need? Chen Xian turned his gaze toward Ling Mo. This was their second encounter, and Ling Mo emanated an enigmatic aura, suggesting that his strength undoubtedly surpassed the third tier of martial masters. However, Chen Xian felt no trepidation in his presence, for he was endowed with a system. Moreover, Chen Xian possessed the low-grade earth-tier martial technique, Mighty Vajra Kick, a skill capable of significantly elevating his combat prowess. Should a confrontation with Ling Mo arise, Chen Xian was confident he would not be outmatched. It is essential to understand that martial techniques are formidable combat skills. Typically, martial apprentices and warriors are limited to learning the weakest yellow-tier techniques within the realm of heaven and earth. Only martial masters and kings have access to the profound tier techniques. As for earth-tier martial skills, they are a privilege reserved for the elite families and dignitaries within the vast Qin dynasty, generally mastered by peak martial kings and emperors. The legendary sky-tier techniques are said to exist only in myth. It is rumored that the imperial clan of the Qin dynasty possesses a sky-tier technique, One Yang Finger, capable of shattering mountains and rivers, quelling turmoil, and stabilizing the cosmos. Truly a fearsome power. Chapter 64, The Imperial Edict. However, it is said that even the royal family's celestial martial arts are incomplete, for in this world, there exists no perfect celestial martial technique. Yet, even the fragmented celestial martial arts can cultivate a family to prosperity, allowing them to stand atop the world for centuries. The celestial martial arts seem far too distant for Chen Xian. Nevertheless, he possesses terrestrial martial arts, and with his technique, the mighty diamond kick, challenging beyond his rank poses no difficulty. Do you comprehend the consequences of offending Zhang Tianxi? Ling Mo fixed his gaze upon Chen Xian, his tone icy. If you intend to trouble me, now would be the time to strike. Chen Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Ling Mo's eyes gleamed with a flicker of astonishment. What emboldened Chen Xian to be so audacious? He coldly retorted, "Are you not afraid I might kill you?" Chen Xian shook his head. "You lack the capability. Should you dare to act, I assure you, the one lying on the ground will undoubtedly be you. Is that so?" A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from Ling Mo. In an instant, everyone around felt as if a colossal mountain had descended upon their shoulders, the very air around them seemingly drained, rendering their breaths labored. Yet Chen Xian remained unyielding, channeling all his strength into his legs, prepared to strike the moment Ling Mo moved. However, the oppressive force radiating from Ling Mo lasted but a moment before dissipating. Is your confidence derived from her? Ling Mo's gaze abruptly shifted to Enrushua, standing behind Chen Xian. As a formidable martial artist, he could sense Enrushua's remarkable and unusual presence. It even instilled in him a sense of inscrutability. It is worth noting that this was while Enrushua was still injured. Had she not been wounded, only she could fathom the extent of her true power. In truth, the person who had previously wounded Enrushua was a master of the martial king level. Such individuals are exceedingly rare throughout the vast Qin dynasty. Upon noticing Ling Mo's scrutiny, Enrushua let out a cold snort. "If you wish to live, keep your distance." Ling Mo was taken aback by her commanding demeanor. Ever since he assumed the role of this barbaric city's leader, even the magistrate had shown him deference. What granted Enrushua the audacity to speak so arrogantly? "Do you think I am a mere sycophant?" At that moment, Chen Xian voiced his discontent. "I am well aware of my wife's prowess. She could eliminate you with but a single finger, yet you are unworthy of her personally intervening. I could dispatch you with ease." Ling Mo fell silent, refraining from rebuttal. Firstly, he truly could not see through Enrushua, sensing her depth was unfathomable. Secondly, he found himself equally perplexed by Chen Xian. He could clearly feel that Chen Xian's strength did not surpass his own, yet there lingered an instinctive awareness that Chen Xian concealed some hidden power. "Before I came to see you, the magistrate sought me out." After a moment of silence, Ling Mo suddenly spoke up. Chen Xian did not expect this individual, who had just been at odds with him, to abruptly change the subject. "He wants you to kill me?" Chen Xian chuckled. Upon entering the city, he had heard some rumors. The prefect was notoriously protective of his own. Many whispered behind his back, predicting that Chen Xian would undoubtedly face the prefect's frenzied retaliation. "No." Ling Mo suddenly shook his head. "On the contrary, the prefect holds you in high regard." "Holds me in high regard?" Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Ling Mo nodded and slowly continued. "Just now, the head of the Chen family, Chen Kuan, visited the prefect's residence, intending to distance himself from you. His message was quite clear. Should the prefect take action against you, the Qin family would not intervene and might even support him. However, the prefect is a man who values talent. He believes someone like you should not become his enemy. Hence, he sent me to persuade you. If you are willing, I can appoint you as the deputy commander of Man City, with a rank only slightly below mine. Upon saying this, Ling Mo gazed at Qin Xian, patiently awaiting his response. You want me to be the deputy commander? This outcome took Qin Xian by surprise. He had never anticipated that the prefect of Man City would make such a move. Wasn't he supposed to be fiercely protective of his own? Was this a strategy of retreat for the sake of advancement? Or perhaps the prefect was a cunning old fox who saw through Chen Kuan's intentions to use him against Qin Xian. Did he wish to avoid a mutual destruction scenario where the fisherman reaps the benefits? Ah, deputy commander of Man City. Such a high position. Our dear master is truly exceptional, being elevated to such a status upon arrival. Su Ruolin clapped her hands, her face brimming with delight. For her, having a stable life in Man City was the most desirable outcome. The other women exchanged glances, and to be honest, they too agreed with this proposition. After all, clashing head-on with the prefect of Man City was not a wise course of action. The eventual outcome would either be mutual destruction or survival for only one party. Naturally, they would not interfere with Qin Xian's decision. After spending some time together, they understood that Qin Xian was a person with his own opinions. Whatever he wished to pursue would be his own choice. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu wore an expectant expression, hoping that Qin Xian would agree immediately, thus allowing him to shed his bandit status and acquire an official one. He would then be part of the establishment. Moreover, since Qin Xian had dealt with a 1,000-man commander, he could easily take on that role himself, to be the deputy commander. Qin Xian chuckled. Doesn't that mean I would be your subordinate? Upon hearing this, Ling Mo frowned. After a brief pause, he replied, It is merely a title of lower rank than mine. In reality, I shall not command you to do anything. You may act freely, provided you do not disrupt the rules of Man City. In essence, this deputy commander position was merely a nominal one, a title bestowed upon Qin Xian to keep him from causing trouble, while he would not be given any authority over troops or military matters. In essence, this vice commander bears a resemblance to a mere stable master. Convey to the governor that I harbor no interest in the position of vice commander. If I am to serve, it must be as the primary commander. With that, Qin Xian issued an eviction order. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu was rendered utterly speechless. Good heavens, not only did you dismiss their offer, but you also set your sights on their position? How could they possibly acquiesce? Ling Mo furrowed his brow, a flicker of dissatisfaction gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated Qin Xian's ambitions to be so grand. Lacking experience in military command, you will find it difficult to maintain your seat as the primary commander. In the future, should you prove your worth, you may then consider displacing me from this position. Ling Mo spoke coldly. No, I, Qin Xian, shall never bow to another. Return and inform Zhang Tianxi's father that if he wishes to secure my allegiance, he must demonstrate genuine sincerity. Who do they think they can deceive with a mere vice command? I demand the rightful authority and military power. Qin Xian resolutely shook his head, his stance unwavering. Chapter 65. Where to go from here? Ling Mo was engulfed by a profound sense of discontent. He believed that Qin Xian was excessively greedy. After all, he was merely a young lad in his 20s. What gave him the audacity to aspire to lead 8,000 elite soldiers? It is worth noting that even he had to endure many arduous years before achieving prominence. However, Qin Xian indeed exuded an aura that left Ling Mo feeling perplexed. Those who elude understanding are the most formidable. Even a fierce tiger will shy away from prey that presents a threat. I will relay your request to the governor. Whether he concedes depends on your capabilities, but I must caution you. The opportunity to become a deputy commander may only arise once in your lifetime. If you fail to seize this chance, you may never encounter such a lucrative opportunity again. Ling Mo was not one for excessive words. Having spoken succinctly, he turned on his heel and departed. Is he truly leaving? Not even staying for a cup of tea? Lu Jinyu mused as he watched Ling Mo exit, feeling a twinge of regret. The two parties had parted on somewhat unfriendly terms. Nevertheless, Ling Mo paid Lu Jinyu no heed. For him, within the entire courtyard, only two individuals were worthy of his attention, Qin Xian and Enrushua. The others elicited nothing but disdain. Darling, why not agree to him? With an official title, who would dare to bully us in the future? Su Rulan lamented. A hint of disappointment flickered across the faces of Lu Qiqi and Su Qingqing, though they refrained from voicing their sentiments. As for Li Xiaoning, she remained emotionally unperturbed. After all, she was a princess of the Tang Kingdom, well acquainted with the ways of the world. The generals commanding 300,000 troops were all under her father's command. A mere city commander held little significance in her eyes, and Ruxue, on the other hand, was indifferent to the matter of command. Yet, she found herself astonished by Chun Xian's unwavering refusal of the deputy commander position. It was a gesture of goodwill from the governor of the city, who had even exposed Chen Kuan's betrayal by reporting to him. Yet, Chen Xian still chose to disregard it. What could he be contemplating? And Ruxue was unaware that her curiosity about Chen Xian was steadily growing. Ladies, there is a matter of great importance that I must solemnly address, Chen Xian suddenly declared, his expression turning grave as his gaze swept over each woman present. What is it? Li Xiaoning could not help but furrow her brow. It was the first time they had witnessed Chen Xian's countenance so serious. Even during their vengeful venture against the bandits at Jinfengzhai, his emotions had been filled with rage, not the gravity he now displayed. It was evident that he had something of great significance to announce. Previously, when I rescued you in the capital, I vowed that upon reaching the frontier, I would not confine your freedom. Should anyone wish to leave at this moment, I am prepared to offer 200 taels of silver as travel funds. Our acquaintance is a matter of fate, and I hope we part amicably. Now, if anyone desires to depart, please step forward, and I shall promptly present you with the money, Chen Xian declared solemnly. He believed that if the women remaining by his side did not genuinely wish to stay, there was no need to compel them. Granting them freedom would not only benefit them, but also himself. A moment of bewilderment enveloped the women present. None had anticipated Chen Xian's sudden declaration. My lord, do you wish to send me away? I shall not leave. My life was saved by you. I belong to you in life and in death. Even if you were to slay me, I would never depart. Su Rulan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Evoking a sense of compassion, Chen Xian felt a warmth in his heart and nodded gently in her direction. My father entrusted me to your care on his deathbed. Do you intend to go back on your word? That is out of the question. Ying'er interjected with a haughty snort, her lips pursed and nostrils flared. Chen Xian swiftly replied, this is no concern of yours. What right do you have to interject? Even if you wish to leave, I could never acquiesce. Unlike the other women, Chen Xian felt a sense of guilt towards Ying'er. Only if she found a suitable husband would he grant her freedom. Otherwise, he would continue to oversee her. My lord, I shall not depart, Lu Qiqi spoke softly. I too shall remain. My entire family has been slain. You and my sisters are my only family now, Li Xianxian added. Though my family is still alive, I can no longer return home, Su Qingqing sighed gently. Choosing to stay, I will not leave either, Lu Yi chimed in. Known for her reticence, she embodied her name, evoking the gentle breeze of spring. Her silence had rendered Chen Xian's understanding of her the least. In the end, Su Rulan, Su Qingqing, Li Xianxian, Lu Qiqi, and Lu Yi all opted to stay. Only Li Xiaoning and Ruxue were left. Eldest and second rooms, why do you remain silent? Do you wish to depart? Su Rulan could not help but inquire. Li Xiaoning's brows furrowed. As a princess of the Tang Kingdom, she hailed from a land of military strength, not a fallen nation. To put it plainly, her capture was merely an accident. Chen Xian's offer of freedom was an unprecedented opportunity. Had she been in the capital, she would have left without hesitation. However, after spending time together, she found herself feeling a twinge of reluctance. The prospect of leaving now stirred an inexplicable complexity within her heart. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiaoning finally spoke. The borders of Deqian lie in the northwest, rife with chaos, while my Tang Kingdom is situated to the south of Deqian. If I wish to return to my Tang Kingdom, I must traverse mountains and rivers, covering a daunting distance of 2,000 li. As a woman, I lack the means to make such a journey alone. Therefore, let us agree on this. During this period, I shall assist you in establishing a firm foothold in Barbarian City. Once you are secure, if I still desire to return, you shall escort me back. How does that sound? With these words, Li Xiaoning gazed into Chen Xian's eyes. She could not guarantee that she would remain indefinitely, yet for the present, her choice was to stay. This was, in essence, a significant gamble, for Chen Xian was, in the borderlands, utterly unanchored. Moreover, he had even offended 2 local power brokers. Li Xiaoming's decision to remain at this juncture fundamentally signified a commitment to not abandon him. Excellent. Without hesitation, Chun Xian acquiesced. He then turned his attention to Enrushue, the female disciple of the Snow Sword sect. Unlike Li Xiaoning, the Tang Kingdom was distant and arduous, whereas the Snow Sword sect was situated within the borders of the great Qin dynasty. Chapter 66. Willingness upon realizing that this predicament had finally befallen her. Enrushue furrowed her brows. All eyes were fixed upon her, and in the hearts of those present, Enrushue had always seemed an outsider. Thus, many believed that her departure was highly likely. Even Chun Xian shared this sentiment. Although he inwardly wished for her to stay, he had made a promise before their departure, and there was no rationale for reneging on it. Moreover, if she was resolutely intent on leaving, there would be little purpose in forcibly detaining her. Enrushue's demeanor was frosty, her eyes slowly closing at this moment, only to burst open a moment later with a glint of determination. She fixed her gaze upon Chun Xian and spoke deliberately. It was the court officials who injured me and imprisoned me. As for their identities, I have yet to ascertain. They have stolen from me a vital treasure, one of the sect's most prized possessions. Without recovering it, I cannot face my sect. With that, Enrushue fell silent. Yet her stance was unmistakably clear. She would not be departing any time soon. Those who wish to leave, I shall not detain. May we part amicably. However, for those who choose to stay, I wholeheartedly welcome you. Feel free to voice any requests, provided they are not excessively outrageous. I shall grant them. Chun Xian declared earnestly. Is that truly the case? Su Ruolan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Indeed it is. Chun Xian replied with a smile. My lord, might you be the first to share my bed tonight? Since our acquaintance, you have yet to touch me, and I feel as though I might suffocate. Su Ruolan exclaimed, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Chun Xian nearly stumbled, taken aback by her boldness. Ahem, I have matters to attend to this evening, he stammered, attempting to divert the conversation. My lord, you always evade such serious topics, Su Ruolan said, her expression tinged with melancholy. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hurriedly inquired, My lord, do you perhaps have some issues in that regard? If so, do not hesitate to speak up. The physicians of our Dacian dynasty are quite capable and possess specialized knowledge to remedy such concerns. Surrounded by 7 enchanting beauties, Chun Xian had astonishingly refrained from engaging with them for nearly a month. Could this truly be the behavior of a normal man? Thus, it was evident that he must have some physical ailment. This would explain his disinterest in women. Su Ruolan's words, rather than fading into the air, prompted a peculiar shift in the gazes of Li Xiaoning and the others, who began to regard Chun Xian with newfound curiosity. Even nearby, Lu Jinyu and the bandits exhibited expressions of intrigue. Some individuals wore expressions of sudden realization. Chun Xian, feeling a mix of despair and humor, pondered whether his choice to avoid women had somehow rendered him flawed. In truth, his decision was rooted in a desire for fairness. Engaging with Su Ruolan might lead to a decline in the affections of others, particularly the likes of Ying'er and Enrushue, whose feelings could plummet to negative levels in an instant. Enrushue, in particular, was a precarious variable. Her affections fluctuated dramatically, and she was prone to act unpredictably. Chun Xian had arrived in this realm with aspirations of achieving greatness. He had no intention of becoming a slave to his desires. I assure you, my reluctance is not due to any physical issue, but rather a desire to spare you the discomfort, he explained. But I am willing. Su Ruolan replied with a tinge of melancholy. I have always taken the initiative. As a girl, it can become exhausting after a while. Such matters can be discussed at a later time. Chun Xian chuckled nervously, feeling ill-equipped to handle the situation and contemplating a hasty retreat. Li Xiaoning and the others could hardly contain their laughter. Even when facing the formidable commander Ling Yamo, Chun Xian had exuded confidence. Yet now he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Su Ruolan. This inexplicably rendered him endearing in their eyes. Men who are not overly lustful often evoke an inexplicable sense of security in women. Suddenly, a notification chimed in Chun Xian's mind, indicating the affection levels. Enrushue, 20. Su Ruolan, 10. Such a nuisance, Su Ruolan exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Chun Xian, caught between amusement and exasperation, was relieved he had declined her invitation for an intimate evening. Now, everyone's affections had indeed increased. Enrushue maintained her usual stability, with a significant rise, while Chen Xian was taken aback by Su Rulin's sudden decline in affection. It appeared she genuinely yearned for his company. Such matters could be conducted discreetly. For instance, if she were to sneak into his bed in the dead of night, he would be compelled to act, lest he be perceived as lacking in manliness. However, with so many witnesses present, that was entirely out of the question. To uphold the affection levels, Chen Xian felt he must maintain his image of a man who shunned female company. Ahem, Miss Su, perhaps you could propose a different request, he suggested with a light-hearted smile, hoping to offer her some form of compensation. How can you refer to me as Miss Su? It sounds so distant. From now on, please call me Lon Lon, Su Rulin replied, her mood lifting. She was astute, well aware of how to navigate the complexities of male interactions. The first rule she adhered to was to never display anger towards men, regardless of her internal grievances. One must always maintain composure. Let me call you Rulin. Chen Xian chuckled. All right, I shall acquiesce, as long as it brings you joy. Su Rulin rolled her eyes playfully. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she continued. My dear husband, you mentioned earlier that you could fulfill one of our requests, correct? Chen Xian nodded in affirmation. Then I shall ask for 100 taels of silver. For I wish to explore the bustling streets of Manching with my sisters and procure some new garments, Su Rulin declared. Women possess an innate fondness for shopping excursions. Very well, Xiaoning, please provide Rulin with 100 taels of silver shortly, Chen Xian instructed. He nodded, knowing that Li Xiaoning currently managed the finances, truly the household steward. Li Xiaoning considered for a moment before responding. Then let us all venture to the Manching market together and buy whatever our hearts desire in one go. She too yearned for a stroll through the market. Chapter 67. Arrogance. Since departing from the capital, the group had been journeying without pause. A leisurely stroll through the marketplace would provide a much-needed respite. Husband, may I purchase a pipa? Lu Qiqi inquired, having initially refrained from addressing Chen Xian in such a manner. However, influenced by Su Rulin's daily calls, she found herself adopting the term. Of course, procure the finest one. Chen Xian readily agreed. Husband, I desire a guzheng, Lu Yi softly expressed. As Jiangnan women skilled in the arts, both she and Lu Qiqi sought to maintain their talents and occupy their time with these instruments. Certainly, each person's expenditure shall be elevated to 100 taels of silver. Feel free to spend within that limit. Should your purchases exceed 100 taels, simply inform Xiaoning, and with her consent, you may proceed. Chen Xian declared with sincerity. He wished to preserve the group's spirits and thus treated everyone equally, elevating the spending limit and affirming Li Xiaoning's status as the primary wife. Wonderful. Thank you, husband. Lu Qiqi and the others rejoiced, brimming with excitement as they prepared to embark. Even Ying'er wore an expression of eager anticipation. You may go. I have no interest, however. And Rushua turned and retreated into a room within the courtyard, shutting the door to rest. Her tendency to remain aloof was well known, and the others had long grown accustomed to it. And Rushua still bore unhealed injuries and required her rest. Li Xiaoning kindly stepped in to explain, alleviating the awkwardness in the atmosphere. The others understood and refrained from further comments. Subsequently, under the earnest persuasion of the ladies, Chen Xian reluctantly allocated some time to accompany them on their shopping excursion. He brought along only a few, allowing Lu Jinyu and Xiao Yozi to assist by carrying items. Coincidentally, it was market day in Monsong. Monsong, one of the few significant cities on the frontier, was bustling with activity, and market days were particularly vibrant. As Chen Xian and the others meandered through the streets, they discovered an array of goods in Monsong. While the opulence paled in comparison to the capital, the variety was surprisingly greater. Being situated at the confluence of several nations, Monsong facilitated trade during peacetime, offering many local specialties from neighboring countries. As women typically spent their time shopping for garments and cosmetics, their expenditures remained modest. With a budget of 100 taels each, the group collectively spent less than 200 taels, demonstrating remarkable thriftiness. This was not an intentional effort to conserve funds, but rather a reflection of Monsong's limited supply of luxury items. As a border city, survival remained the foremost priority. For those seeking to truly experience life, the capital and the picturesque Jiangnan region were far more suitable destinations. Make way, clear the path. A group of obstinate commoners, seemingly indifferent to their own safety, stood in the way as Chen Xian and his companions leisurely strolled along the road. Suddenly, The thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. Ahead, several spirited steeds charged forth, drawing a luxurious carriage behind them. The coachman, brandishing his whip, unleashed a torrent of curses, striking not the horses, but rather the hapless bystanders on either side. The whip lashed against flesh, leaving painful welts in its wake. The startled populace attempted to evade the oncoming chaos, but it was futile. The powerful horses, dragging the carriage, swept through the street with reckless abandon, creating a scene of utter pandemonium. "Young Master Qin is at it again," murmured the onlookers. "His audacity knows no bounds, deliberately driving into crowded areas to inflict harm upon us. Alas, what can we do? His backing is formidable, and in this entire barbaric city, few dare to cross him. Best we take cover. We cannot afford to provoke such a man." The surrounding citizens hurriedly dispersed, while Chen Xian and his companions remained oblivious to the commotion. All they perceived was the sight of 3 fierce horses charging directly towards them, pulling an opulent carriage. "Make way, you foolish commoners," shouted the exuberant coachman. A mocking grin plastered across his face as he indiscriminately swung his whip. The speed of the horses was astonishing. Chen Xian had just enough time to react and evade the impending collision, but Su Ruolin and the others were not so fortunate. "Ah, my lord, it's coming at us," Su Ruolin exclaimed. Panic etched across their faces as the carriage drew nearer, rendering them momentarily paralyzed, as if their feet had taken root in the ground. "Lu Jinyu." Chen Xian's expression turned icy as he cast a glance at Lu Jinyu. How dare he be so brazen in broad daylight? Lu Jinyu spat on the ground defiantly and stepped forward, clenching his fists. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of thunderous punches, Lu Jinyu struck the 3 horses with such force that each blow created a terrifying sonic boom. A martial artist of the 8th tier could easily shatter a massive boulder, let alone mere mortal horses. With a piteous whinny, the horses crumpled to the ground, flung several meters away. The carriage, too, was upended. What on earth is happening? From within the overturned carriage emerged a young man clad in fine garments, a jade pendant adorning his waist, clearly a symbol of nobility. His face twisted in fury as he had been enjoying the privilege of looking down upon the lower class, only to be suddenly thrown into disarray. "Daifu, how could you possibly drive the carriage so poorly? You've turned it over. What good are you to me, you worthless fool?" Qin Hao seethed, spitting a mouthful of blood-tainted phlegm onto the ground in frustration. "Young master, it is not that my driving skills are lacking, but rather that an oblivious individual not only obstructed our carriage, but also injured our horse. The insolent servant wielding a whip is none other than Lai Fu." At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, hair in disarray, hurriedly rushing to Qin Hao's side. "Young master, are you unharmed? You worthless fool. In the entire barbaric city, who dares to impede my carriage?" Qin Hao glared at him with a fierce expression. Lai Fu, on the verge of tears, suddenly turned his gaze towards Chen Xian and Lu Jinyu. His face contorted with intense hatred, and through gritted teeth he declared, "Young master, it is these 2 individuals. It was that young one who issued the order, prompting the older one to injure our horse." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately cast a cold glance at Chen Xian and Lu Jinyu. "You dare to obstruct my carriage? Have you truly lost your senses? Rampaging through the streets and injuring innocent bystanders. Do you believe you have any justification for your actions?" Lu Jinyu let out a cold laugh. Chapter 68, Stunned. These bandits have always been unreasonable, but today, they encountered a group led by Qin Hao, who were even more irrational. At the very least, these bandits would not recklessly drive their horse-drawn carriages into crowds in the bustling marketplace. "How dare you? Who do you think you are to speak to young Master Qin like that?" Lai Fu bellowed, commanding immediate submission. "Kneel and confess your wrongdoings, or I shall make your life a living hell." "Make my life a living hell?" Lu Jinyu laughed heartily. "Who is this young Master Qin? I've never even heard of him. Is he really that impressive?" Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Has this man lost his senses? Doesn't he even recognize young Master Qin? Young Master Qin is the legitimate heir of the esteemed Qin family, the 2nd most prominent family in our city, second only to young Master Chun of the Qin family. He must be an outsider. If he were local, he wouldn't dare provoke young Master Qin, even with 100 lives at stake. Indeed, if he were from around here, the mere mention of young Master Qin would have him trembling in fear. The citizens were utterly shocked. The 3 young masters of our city, the esteemed Zhang from the governor's manor, young Master Chun, and young Master Qin are figures that no one dares to cross. Their discussions, of course, reached the ears of Chun Xian and his companions. Lai Fu raised his chin arrogantly and declared, "Fool, now that you know young Master Qin's identity, are you afraid?" Lu Jinyu casually dug in his ear and shook his head. "Damn it, I thought he was someone of great consequence. Turns out he is just a young master from the second family in our city. Why not call him Qin the Second instead?" As Lu Jinyu pondered the significance of young Master Qin, he noted how the citizens reacted to the sight of Qin Hao's carriage. As if the king of hell were making an appearance, everyone scrambled to avoid him. Now, learning of his background, he thought, "Is that all there is? How audacious! You are seeking death." Lai Fu roared in fury. In this city, no one had ever dared to speak to them in such a manner. With a swift motion, he lashed his whip towards Lu Jinyu. However, despite Lai Fu being a martial artist of the 5th tier, he was no match for Lu Jinyu. With a powerful grasp, Lu Jinyu effortlessly seized the end of the whip and held it tightly. "You!" Lai Fu gasped, startled, as he attempted to retract the whip. Lu Jinyu had no intention of allowing that. "Come here," he taunted, yanking the whip towards himself. Lai Fu was pulled off his feet, and Lu Jinyu delivered a fierce kick directly to his abdomen. "Ah!" Lai Fu screamed in agony, his body flying sideways and crashing into a market stall, toppling it over. He let out a pitiful wail, nearly retching his bile. "How dare you strike my people?" Qin Hao was taken aback and filled with fury. He never anticipated that his personal servant, a martial artist of the 5th tier bestowed upon him by his family, would be so utterly feeble. "What is the matter with hitting him? I shall not only strike him, but I shall strike you as well." Lu Jinyu sneered mockingly. He first glanced back at Chun Xian, awaiting his command. Upon receiving a nod from Chun Xian, Lu Jinyu immediately interlaced his fingers, stretching his joints, which cracked audibly. In the next moment, he advanced toward Qin Hao, gazing at him with malicious intent. Qin Hao instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, and he promptly removed the jade pendant from his waist, retorting defiantly, "This is the jade pendant signifying the identity of the legitimate eldest son of the Qin family. Dare you strike me? Hitting me would equate to striking the Qin family. We shall not rest until one of us is utterly vanquished. Is that so?" "I am trembling with fear," Lu Jinyu mocked. Yet, to Qin Hao, it was not derision but genuine trepidation. "Humph, now you know fear. It is too late. Now, both you and that young man behind you will kneel and kowtow 1,000 times. Furthermore, those lovely ladies are indeed striking. I never realized such exquisite women existed in my city. I now demand you send them to my residence, where I shall educate them properly. Only after all this will I consider sparing your lives." His gaze leered over Li Xiaoning and the others. Indeed, these women were extraordinarily beautiful, each one a dazzling gem on the street, let alone as a group. Just a glance from Qin Hao left him enraptured, yearning to whisk them away for unspeakable deeds. "Damn it, I see you are truly seeking your demise. You dare covet my women?" Lu Jinyu tightened his fist and struck Qin Hao squarely on the forehead. With a resounding thud, his blow left Qin Hao with a blackened eye, disorienting him and causing stars to dance before his vision. You dare strike me?" Qin Hao cried out in agony, clutching his injured eye while glaring ferociously at Lu Jinyu with the other, as if he wished to devour him whole. "Oh, so you still have one eye to glare with? Let us see how I can obliterate it." Lu Jinyu cleared his throat with a harsh sound, then spat a thick wad of phlegm that landed squarely on Qin Hao's remaining eye. Qin Hao was immediately besieged by a nauseating, sticky substance that blurred his vision. Instinctively, he reached to wipe it away, but before he could act, he heard Lu Jinyu's vitriolic taunts. Soon after, Lu Jinyu's massive fist, imbued with ferocity, came crashing down. "Ah!" Qin Hao screamed in torment as his last uninjured eye was struck, and this blow was even more powerful than the first. Upon hearing his anguished scream, he collapsed onto the ground, writhing in agony. The eye that had absorbed the brunt of a hefty punch was no longer merely bruised. Blood streamed from the socket, painting a grim picture. As Lu Jinyu had remarked, one might as well have shattered his eye, though the eyeball remained intact. The extent of the bleeding suggested a dire predicament. In truth, this was a display of Lu Jinyu's restraint. Had he unleashed his full strength in that punch, a martial artist of the 8th tier could have easily obliterated Qin Hao's entire skull. "Ah, my eyes, my eyes." Qin Hao lamented as he rolled in torment on the ground. Who was this person? How can one be so tyrannical as to strike with such ferocity against young Master Qin? It is over for him. The Qin family will undoubtedly seek retribution. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their expressions betraying their disbelief. Chapter 69. A chance to save your life. Lo and behold, it is young Master Qin, reduced to such a state. Who are these outsiders, truly? Regardless of their origins, they shall not escape from Barbarian City today. It is essential to recognize that young Master Qin is not merely the legitimate son of the Qin family. He also possesses another significant identity. For the governor's wife is his aunt, making the governor his uncle by marriage. Furthermore, Zhang Tianxi is his cousin. The Qin family and the governor's residence are inextricably linked, akin to two sides of the same coin. To offend the Qin family is tantamount to incurring the wrath of the governor's residence. Those privy to Qin Hao's deeper connections could not restrain themselves and whispered among themselves. Immediately, a well-meaning individual, who harbored ill feelings towards Qin Hao, stealthily approached Chun Xian and his companions, offering a hushed warning. Gentlemen, you must flee at once. Qin Hao is not someone you can afford to provoke. Indeed. What gives him the audacity to act so arrogantly? Apart from relying on his status as the legitimate son of the Qin family, he has the governor's residence backing him. Our entire barbarian city is under the governor's jurisdiction. You stand no chance against them. Take this opportunity to escape while the Qin family and the governor's men have yet to arrive. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian broke into a smile. He realized that those associated with the governor's residence often exuded an air of arrogance. Leave? Why should we depart? I, Chun, have always held disdain for such tyrannical nobles. This Qin fellow enjoys trampling on the common folk, does he? He disregards the people as if they are naught but insects. Watch how I deal with him. With a calm smile, Chun Xian instructed Lu Jinyu, whose servant enjoyed cracking his whip upon the commoners. Use that whip on the two of them. Certainly. Lu Jinyu grinned in response to the command. He picked up the whip from the ground and seized the overturned vendor, Lai Fu, by the neck, dragging him over to Qin Hao's side. You two rascals enjoy driving your cart recklessly on the main road, do you? With a resounding crack, Lu Jinyu struck down the whip, landing a blow that left the two men with torn flesh and howling in agony. Enjoy using the whip, do you? Another crack echoed, intensifying their wails. You relish bullying the common folk, do you? You take pleasure in leveraging your position, do you? With each of Lu Jinyu's declarations, another lash followed, showcasing his expertise in inflicting pain, as he was the leader of bandits. Each strike guaranteed maximum suffering. The surrounding commoners stood in stunned silence. This was the eldest son of the Qin family, publicly humiliated in such a manner. Deservedly so, it serves him right. This scoundrel often drove his cart into the market, relishing in the torment of others. Just the other day, he had even killed 2 people, and when their families reported him to the authorities, it was he who ended up in custody. In the past, no one could subdue him, but now it seems that heaven has finally opened its eyes. Although the common folk were astonished that Chun Xian and Lu Jinyu dared to take action, many of them, upon witnessing the pitiful state of Qin Hao, could hardly contain their delight. It would be best if this heartless scoundrel were to be struck down. Indeed, eliminating this wretched villain would serve as a boon for the citizens of Man City. Countless individuals were stifling their anger. Had the Qin family not wielded significant power in Man City, they might have been unable to resist the urge to spit at him and hurl rotten eggs. Li Xiaoning and her companions heard the surrounding populace denounce Qin Hao, and while they initially felt a twinge of sympathy for his plight, it now appeared that the punishment was far too lenient. Old Lu, I suggest you increase the intensity, Chun Xian remarked, slightly lifting his chin. Understood, Lu Jinyu replied with a grin, having thoroughly enjoyed his task, and resumed striking with even greater fervor, the whip cracking down like thunder. Stop! Stop! I am the eldest son of the Qin family. If you kill me, the Qin family will not let you off. Qin Hao curled up, wailing in agony. The Qin family? What of it? Don't think that just because you're merely a son of the Qin family. If your father, the head of the Qin family, were here, I would still not relent. Lu Jinyu mocked disdainfully, his hands never pausing in their relentless work. I warn you, not only am I the legitimate son of the Qin family, but my uncle is also the esteemed governor. You know Zhang Tianxi, right? He is my blood relative. Qin Hao's desperation surged as he spoke, clenching his teeth anxiously. His body was already battered, and if this continued, it would be a miracle if he survived. Cease at once. Chun Xian raised a hand, signaling Lu Jinyu to stop, and the latter immediately withdrew the whip. What did you just say? Zhang Tianxi is your cousin? Chun Xian stepped forward, his gaze piercing into Qin Hao's. To Qin Hao's surprise, invoking the governor and Zhang Tianxi seemed to have an effect. With Chun Xian halting the punishment, he mistakenly believed that Chun Xian was intimidated. Suddenly emboldened, he sneered, "Now you know fear? Let me tell you, it's too late. My cousin Zhang Tianxi and I share a very close bond. If he learns of this mistreatment, he will be furious and seek vengeance. Even if you kneel and beg for forgiveness, I will not spare you." Seeing this wretch, in such a dire state, still audaciously threatening him, Chun Xian could only shake his head in disappointment. Fool! With a swift motion, Lu Jinyu lashed the whip down onto the ground, creating a deep scar in the tiles. Qin Hao flinched in terror, and beside him, Lai Fu feigned death like a lifeless dog. "Dare to speak back again, and I shall send you to the netherworld." Lu Jinyu bared his teeth in a sinister grin. Qin Hao, gripped by terror, trembled uncontrollably. A blend of fear and anger silenced him, forcing his lips to seal shut. Chun Xian, with arms crossed and a condescending gaze, looked down upon him and calmly inquired, "Do you wish to survive? I offer you a chance. Summon every ally you can muster. This is your sole opportunity to live. I am eager to see whether your connections are stronger than my fists." Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's heart soared with joy, and he hastily replied, "This is your promise. Do not go back on your word." "Of course," Chun Xian responded coolly. Qin Hao immediately attempted to rise from the ground to call for help, only to discover the severity of his injuries. As he stood, his legs trembled, betraying him, and he collapsed back onto the ground. Chapter 70. Moving out is futile. Upon observing the motionless figure of Lai Fu sprawled on the ground, Chun Xian remarked, "Enough, cease your pretense of death." With that, Lu Jinyu immediately lashed out with a whip, prompting Lai Fu to emit a pitiful cry. "You wretched creature, hasten to the governor's office and summon my cousin." Qin Hao bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, for Lai Fu's charade had cost him several lashes. Upon hearing that he could leave this place, Lai Fu felt a surge of joy. However, upon glancing back at Qin Hao, he realized he could not flee. If he did, he would surely face dire consequences upon his return. "Young master, what will you do if I leave?" Lai Fu lamented. "You fool, once my cousin arrives, all will be well." Qin Hao retorted vehemently. The reason he referred to his cousin rather than his father, the head of the Qin family, was due to a prior attempt that had proven futile. The Qin family name held no sway with Chun Xian. It was only upon hearing the words governor's office and Zhang Tianxi that he had ceased his actions. In the barbaric city, there was nothing that Zhang Tianxi could not resolve. If he, Zhang Tianxi, could not settle a matter, the Qin family would fare even worse. "Rest assured, young master. I shall fetch young Master Zhang at once," Lai Fu exclaimed, darting away with remarkable speed, far from the demeanor of an injured man, moving faster than a rabbit. "Gentlemen, you are mistaken. How can you allow a member of the Qin family to summon Zhang Tianxi?" They urged urgently. "You must flee quickly. If Zhang Tianxi arrives with his men, you will find escape utterly impossible." Indeed, once Zhang Tianxi learns of the situation and orders the city gates closed, none shall be permitted to leave, and you will find yourselves trapped. The surrounding citizens began to voice their concerns, bewildered as to why Chun Xian would allow Qin Hao to call for assistance. Was he not inviting trouble upon himself? "Ah, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I, Chun Xian, have come today to settle matters of peace or discord. I shall remain here and await Zhang Tianxi's arrival. I am curious to see if he dares to utter a word in my presence." Chun Xian chuckled nonchalantly, bowing to the concerned citizens as a gesture of gratitude for their advice to depart. "Young master, you are audacious. Such audacity I admire. You stand as a protector of the common folk, deserving of our utmost respect. Allow us to pay our respects." Some individuals were so moved that they performed a deep bow to Chun Xian, prompting others to follow suit, their admiration for him palpable, akin to a mother-in-law's fondness for her son-in-law. Simultaneously, this newfound admiration extended to Lu Jinyu. "Gentlemen, you are far too gracious," Chun Xian replied repeatedly, bowing in return. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu wore a peculiar expression. After years of being a bandit, it was a novel sensation to be regarded with gratitude by the common folk. He felt an inexplicable mixture of emotions, and her companions gazed at Chun Xian with gradually growing admiration. This man, they realized, was indeed worthy of their trust. Remaining by his side was undoubtedly the right choice. Li Xiaoning, her eyes shimmering, observed the affection the townsfolk held for Chen Xian, and a phrase surfaced in her mind. He who wins the hearts of the people gains the world. At this moment, was not Chen Xian the very embodiment of this principle? Although merely a few hundred souls populated the street, who could predict whether this fervor would ignite like wildfire across the entire frontier? A vague sensation stirred within Li Xiaoning, a peculiar force emanating from Chen Xian, instilling within her the belief that being near him harbored boundless possibilities for the future. At the governor's residence, the atmosphere was charged. What did you say? Someone dares to strike Qin Hao? Lai Fu knelt before Zhang Tianxi, recounting the incident with urgency. Zhang Tianxi leapt to his feet, his eyes wide with fury. Although Qin Hao was merely his cousin, he represented not only the Qin family, but also the Zhang family's honor. To assault Qin Hao was to disgrace the Zhang lineage. Young Master Zhang, that individual is arrogant and brazen, threatening to kill young Master Qin. Poor Qin. He endured lash after lash, a truly pitiful sight. Lai Fu lamented, tears streaming down his face as he painted a picture of their misery. Fool, did you not bring me into this? Zhang Tianxi's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Lai Fu, voice quivering, replied, Young Master, how could we possibly fail to invoke your name? The issue lies in the fact that once we mentioned you, the assailant dismissed it entirely, even proclaiming that Zhang Tianxi was nothing, and he would strike regardless. What did you say? Did he truly utter such words? Zhang Tianxi's anger surged. How dare he display such contempt? Absolutely true. If I speak a word of falsehood, may I be met with 1,000 tortures. Lai Fu affirmed, nodding vigorously. Arrogance. Zhang Tianxi clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table, rising in a fury. Having already been humiliated by Chen Xian at the city wall, he was seething for an outlet for his frustration. To discover that there were still those within the city who disregarded his reputation was utterly intolerable. Lead the way. I wish to see if this man possesses 8 heads and 6 arms, and dares to look down upon me. Today, I shall make him wish he were never born. Zhang Tianxi huffed with determination. You should be aware, that individual is quite formidable. A mere 5th-tier martial artist cannot withstand even a single blow from him. He is at least a 7th-tier martial artist, perhaps even stronger, Lai Fu cautioned. Zhang Tianxi shot him a sidelong glance. Fear not. I shall bring the head steward of the residence. Upon hearing this, Lai Fu finally exhaled in relief. The head steward was a top-tier martial artist of the 9th rank. Moreover, he is no ordinary warrior, a formidable 9th-tier master, rumored to be but a mere half-step away from the realm of the martial artist. In less than a quarter of an hour, within the bustling market, a resounding voice declared, Make way. Young Master Zhang has arrived. Disperse at once. From a distance, one could hear the audacious tone of Lai Fu, who had now regained his former arrogance. Mounted upon a steed and wielding a whip, he had reverted to his old ways, striking those who dared to obstruct his path. Some common folk, unable to evade in time, were struck by his whip, resulting in excruciating wounds. Following closely behind him were 2 men, both on horseback, one elderly and the other young. Zhang Tianxi has arrived. Accompanying him is the chief steward of the governor's mansion. Good heavens, he has even summoned the chief steward. It is said that this steward is the most ruthless individual within the governor's estate, ranking only beneath Commander Ling Mo. Many unsavory tasks are entrusted to him, and he is the one who carries out the dark deeds that the governor wishes to conceal, eliminating those whom he prefers not to encounter. Chapter 71. The bestowal of martial arts. Alas, those valiant heroes are destined to suffer. The exquisite women by their side are now ensnared in a grim fate. Upon witnessing the sinister visage of the elder beside Zhang Tianxi, the hearts of all the townsfolk, who were worried for Chen Xian, sank in an instant. Master Chen, that lad surnamed Zhang has arrived, Lu Jinyu remarked with a smile, turning to Chen Xian. He has brought along an elderly gentleman who appears quite formidable. The head steward accompanying Zhang Tianxi emanated an imposing aura. Anyone who passed by felt the temperature around them drop several degrees. His presence was undeniably powerful. Can you defeat him? Chen Xian inquired with a smile. Lu Jinyu shook his head with a bitter smile. His realm is likely superior to mine. Should a confrontation arise, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. What if I were to impart to you a high-level Xian-tier martial technique? Chen Xian spoke calmly. Boom. Lu Jinyu felt as though his mind had exploded. He stood there, momentarily stunned. Was he mistaken? A high-level Shantir martial technique? Such combat skills are the privilege of the most prestigious families. If he were to possess such a technique, challenging those above his level would be entirely feasible. Yet, these skills are never shared with outsiders. Even the top families only pass them down to their direct bloodlines. Now, Chen Xian was claiming he would teach him? Master Chen, is this truly the case? Lu Jinyu's voice trembled, disbelief mingling with immense anticipation. Previously, when Chen Xian offered to assist him in breaking through to the rank of martial master, it felt like a mere promise. Now, this was not just a promise, but a tangible gift. However, high-level Shantir martial techniques are opportunities that even many martial masters could scarcely hope to learn. Would Chen Xian truly impart such knowledge to him, or was it merely a casual remark? Should you accompany me in my endeavors, I will not treat you unfairly, Chen Xian stated calmly. He understood that Lu Jinyu had some ulterior motives for following him. Nevertheless, Chen Xian was indifferent. As long as he provided Lu Jinyu with ample benefits, it would only be a matter of time before he completely became his ally. Moreover, Chen Xian was in dire need of capable subordinates. He could not manage everything himself and needed to cultivate a few trusted aides to assist him. Come here. Chen Xian beckoned with a gesture. Lu Jinyu approached immediately, curious about how Chen Xian intended to impart this knowledge. Would it be through a book, or perhaps a live demonstration? Suddenly, he saw Chen Xian raise his hand and pointed at his forehead. Lu Jinyu was perplexed. What was the purpose of this? A mere touch could convey such knowledge? What kind of jest is this? However, in the next moment, Lu Jinyu felt an overwhelming surge of memories flooding into his mind. He stood there, utterly astonished, unable to comprehend what was transpiring. Immediately, a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind, the advanced martial art technique, Dragon Claw. Lu Jinyu was astounded, nearly dropping his eyes to the ground. How had Chen Xian accomplished this? Was he truly a martial artist? How could he transfer his own memories into another's mind? Looking at Chen Xian, Lu felt as though he were witnessing a ghost, for this was simply beyond belief. Ding! The host imparts martial skills to subordinates, deducting 43 points from Li Xiaoning's favorability. Li Xiaoning's favorability has reached 0. If it does not return to 43 within 10 days, the system will impose penalties on the host. A cold voice echoed in Chen Xian's mind. By forcibly transmitting the martial technique as a memory to Lu Jinyu, he had incurred a cost, much like activating a cheat in a game, which resulted in a penalty from the system. However, there was no other option. Chen Xian could not engage in live teaching, after all, with Lu Jinyu's current capabilities. Mastering an advanced martial art would take him no less than 2 to 3 months, and achieving proficiency might require a year of diligent effort. Mastering such techniques was not merely a matter of desire. It demanded persistent effort and inherent talent. Chen Xian did not have the luxury of time to gradually enhance Lu Jinyu's abilities. Instead, he had provided him with a sudden enlightenment, enabling him to master Dragon Claw instantly. All right, it's now in your hands. If you still cannot defeat that old man, then you might as well take your own life, Chen Xian remarked calmly as he withdrew his hand. Although there was a price to pay, it was manageable for him. At that moment, Lu Jinyu was overwhelmed with excitement, brimming with exhilaration, almost wishing to kneel and bow to Chen Xian in gratitude. This was akin to having been reborn. Rest assured, Master Chen, I will not let you down. Around them, Xiao Liuji and Li Xiaoning exchanged bewildered glances. Had Chen Xian cast a spell on Lu Jinyu? Was it truly possible to master a martial skill with just a touch to the forehead? Such rapidity seemed like a daydream. Yet, Lu Jinyu's fervent demeanor did not appear to be feigned. What was truly happening? They were left in a state of confusion. Cousin, save me. Qin Hao cried out in sheer excitement. His savior had finally arrived. Who did this to you? I shall tear him to shreds. Zhang Tianxi leaped down from his horse, and upon seeing Qin Hao's battered state, he realized that had he arrived any later, it might have cost him his life. Cousin, it was him. And him. Qin Hao pointed accusingly at Chen Xian and Lu Jinyu, his eyes ablaze with hatred. I want these two to die immediately. Their corpses displayed on the city wall for 10 days and nights. Let everyone witness the consequences of crossing me. Zhang Tianxi smirked. Fear not, now that I am here. I shall avenge you and make those who harmed you regret ever stepping into this world. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the two individuals pointed out by Qin Hao. At first glance, he noticed Lu Jinyu, who was standing relatively close. and he couldn't help but pause, feeling a sense of familiarity. He seems to be one of the subordinates of that troublemaker who caused a commotion at the city gate. Could it be? Zhang Tianxi immediately glanced towards Lu Jinyu's back, and this time, he beheld Chen Xian standing with his hands clasped behind him. It's you. His pupils dilated in shock, and his expression shifted dramatically. He had received word while at the governor's residence that Chen Xian had been assigned by the Chun family to a courtyard on the outskirts of the city. How could he possibly be here? He never anticipated that the one bold enough to confront Qin Hao would be his nemesis, Chen Xian. Zhang Xiao. It is a pleasure to see you again, Chen Xian remarked with a faint smile. Zhang Tianxi seethed with rage, his features contorted with fury, as if he were ready to devour someone whole. This was dire. Zhang Tianxi was exceedingly furious, and the consequences would undoubtedly be grave. The brave souls who sought to rid the people of harm were now in a perilous predicament. It was not merely a matter of danger. It was a certainty of death. Hadn't he heard Qin Hao declare that after executing them, their corpses would be displayed upon the city walls to be exposed to the elements for 10 days and nights, as a warning to others? Chapter 72. A modicum of compensation. It is a pity that such righteous individuals, dedicated to serving the people, are on the brink of destruction. The surrounding populace displayed expressions of sympathy, with many quietly lamenting the impending tragic fate awaiting Chen Xian and his companions. Cousin, this scoundrel is the mastermind behind it all. Eliminate him at once. Qin Hao seethed, his gaze fixed upon Chen Xian with unbridled animosity. Only then did Zhang Tianxi finally direct his attention towards Chen Xian. Upon seeing him, he was instantly struck dumb. It's you. The visage before him was one he recognized all too well, not merely familiar, but etched in the very marrow of his being with a profound hatred. For Zhang Tianxi, who had always been accustomed to having his way, particularly in the wild city, who dared to offend him? Yet Chen Xian was not merely a nuisance. He was an affront to Zhang Tianxi's dignity. The entire wild city buzzed with the tale of how he had been ruthlessly beaten at the city gates. Today, Chen Xian had utterly stripped him of his pride. Little Zhang, it is a pleasure to see you again, Chen Xian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips, as he regarded Zhang Tianxi with a bemused expression. Impudent wretch! How dare you refer to my cousin as Little Zhang? For that insolent remark, your demise will not be a mere hanging on the city wall. Before you meet your end, I shall ensure you experience agonizing tortures that render you wishing you had never been born. Before Zhang Tianxi could utter a word, Qin Hao erupted in a furious tirade, zealously defending his cousin's honor. Oh, is that so? I am trembling with fear. Chen Xian retorted with a mocking laugh, his indifferent gaze now sweeping toward Zhang Tianxi. If your cousin is such a formidable figure, perhaps you should inquire if he dares to make me suffer more than death itself? Qin Hao sneered. So you wish to be defiant? You will soon regret your very existence. With that, he swiftly turned to Zhang Tianxi, eager and impatient. Cousin, this insolent brat is far too arrogant. Dispatch him immediately. He finished with a cold smile, awaiting Zhang Tianxi's response. However, after a moment of silence, Zhang Tianxi remained unmoved. Qin Hao was taken aback, perplexed. What was happening? In the past, his cousin would have already begun to unleash a torrent of insults and violence. Turning again to Zhang Tianxi, he was astonished to see a look of apprehension etched across his cousin's face. What is the meaning of this? Cousin you. Qin Hao was bewildered, having never witnessed Zhang Tianxi exhibit such trepidation in all their years together. Silence. Zhang Tianxi suddenly glared at him with fierce intensity, the urge to slap him resounding in his mind. You fool! Of all the people to offend, you chose this one? Today, my life nearly slipped through my fingers because of him. Qin Hao could scarcely believe it. Zhang Tianxi not only refrained from attacking Chen Xian, but had audaciously commanded him to be quiet. Didn't I summon you here? The onlookers, too, were left in a state of confusion, unable to fathom the unfolding events. What was transpiring? Did I just mishear? Zhang Tianxi actually told Qin Hao to be silent? Shouldn't he have instructed this so-called righteous man to quiet down instead? This world has gone mad. Surely my ears must be malfunctioning. The onlookers displayed expressions of sheer disbelief. I said, young Master Zhang, your cousin sent you to deal with me, yet you tell him to hush. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Chen Xian remarked with a smile. Zhang Tianxi felt a sharp pang at the corner of his mouth, a flush of heat rising to his face as if he had been struck, leaving him utterly humiliated. Particularly, the surrounding populace cast him peculiar glances. and Zhang Tianxi found himself unable to bear such scrutiny, feeling as though he were being ridiculed under the glaring sun. However, the prowess of Chen Xian was such that he could easily crush a centurion. Zhang Tianxi had only brought along a chief steward, thus leaving him somewhat uncertain. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Tianxi asked warily. "Quite simple," Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. "Your cousin not only attempted to ram us with his carriage, but even sought to take my life. Thus, I will not make it difficult for you. Merely compensate me with some money." After all, he had 500 individuals to support. Since these men had chosen to follow Chen Xian, he could not allow them to revert to their former lives as bandits. They could not simply resort to robbery when funds were scarce. Every day brought needs for sustenance, incurring considerable expenses. Therefore, Chen Xian had to devise a way to acquire some money. In the entire barbarian city, the wealthiest entities were undoubtedly the governor's mansion, the Chen family, and the Qin family. Coincidentally, Qin Hao and Zhang Tianxi had stumbled right into his path. How could he not extract a bit of profit from them? Compensation? Zhang Tianxi let out a breath of relief. Money was his strong suit, and as long as Chen Xian did not demand a life in recompense, he felt secure. After all, he had personally witnessed Chen Xian's ruthlessness. He was capable of killing at the slightest provocation. Settling the matter with some money seemed a prudent choice. Moreover, by paying Chen Xian, as long as he remained in Barbarian City, that money would not leave his grasp. Sooner or later, he would be compelled to repay it with interest. "How much do you desire?" Zhang Tianxi inquired in a low voice. Upon hearing this, the surrounding citizens were utterly dumbfounded. Many had their eyes wide with astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. "Did I mishear? Zhang Tianxi actually backed down? He intends to settle this with money? What is happening? This world must be deranged, or perhaps I am losing my sanity and hallucinating." They wore expressions of disbelief. "Considering your honesty, I shall not make it arduous for you. To save your cousin, a mere 1,000 taels of gold will suffice," Chen Xian stated, extending a single finger. The muscles in Zhang Tianxi's face twitched uncontrollably. 1,000 taels of gold equated to 10,000 taels of silver. This was nothing short of extortion. Not only did the surrounding common folk stare in disbelief, but even those beside Chen Xian, including Lu Jinyu and Xiao Liuzi, found the situation utterly absurd. "Who exactly are the bandits here? Us or you? That is a staggering sum of 10,000 taels of silver. Our entire Lu Feng stronghold would need to rob for countless days to amass such wealth." Even Li Xiaoning and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Chen Xian was truly exceptional at extracting money. No, he was remarkably skilled at generating profit. "Are you jesting with me?" Zhang Tianxi's expression darkened. While the governor's mansion and the Qin family were indeed affluent, they were not naive fools. If this money were to be lost, the entire populace of Manching would surely mock them. "Do I appear to be joking with you?" Chen Xian replied coldly, his stance unmistakable. "Unless this money is paid, no one shall leave." Zhang Tianxi immediately clenched his teeth, nearly grinding them to dust. "Young master, why not simply eliminate such a person? What is the purpose of engaging in this lengthy discourse?" At that moment, the chief steward suddenly spoke up. Chapter 73. Have things gone awry? Throughout the unfolding events, the chief steward remained silent, standing behind Zhang Tianxi. After all, he was merely a servant and could not interject in his master's affairs. Moreover, Zhang Tianxi had just been engaged in negotiations with Chen Xian. If the talks were successful, his presence would not have been necessary. Yet, it was now evident that discussions had broken down. The sum of 1,000 taels of gold was beyond the financial reach of both the governor's mansion and the Qin family. Therefore, the chief steward felt compelled to intervene. With determination, he approached, intent on leaving no escape for Chen Xian. The chief steward was not to be trifled with. He had effortlessly slain a centurion, and even upon the appearance of Commander Ling Mo, he had not faced any repercussions. Zhang Tianxi spoke in a hushed tone. Previously, he had been unaware that Chen Xian was the individual whom Qin Hao had offended. Had he known, he would have summoned a formidable martial artist to assert control over the situation. Now, with only a peak martial artist steward at his disposal, Zhang Tianxi felt a sense of unease, doubting the steward's capabilities. To have so easily dispatched a centurion? Is that truly impressive? The chief steward scoffed, a glimmer of malice flashing in his eyes. A centurion is hardly formidable. The weakest among them is merely at the 7th rank of martial artists, and the stronger ones barely reach the 8th. I could easily dispose of them. This individual dares to act with impunity above you, young master. This is an affront that the governor's mansion cannot tolerate. Should you give the command, even in my advanced age, I am still capable of exacting their lives with ease. The chief steward's confidence in his prowess was palpable. Are you certain you can subdue them? Zhang Tianxi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If he could indeed capture Qinxian, it would be a moment of vengeance fulfilled. Dealing with a few inexperienced youngsters is a certainty, the chief steward declared with unwavering assurance. Very well, then act at once. Upon uttering these words, Zhang Tianxi stepped back several paces, creating space for the chief steward to engage. Xiao Lu, the time has come for you to shine. Do not let me down. Qinxian, too, retreated a few steps alongside Li Xiaoning and the others, widening the area further. The onlooking citizens, witnessing this spectacle, instinctively moved back as well. They were astounded. How could he possibly intend to confront the chief steward of the governor's mansion directly? This steward was one of the trusted aides of the governor, reputed to be invincible among those below the martial artist rank throughout the border regions. Alas, many shook their heads in disbelief, lamenting that Qinxian had truly overstepped his bounds. Fear not, Master Chen. Watch how I deal with this old fool. Lu Jinyu grinned, cracking his knuckles, the sound echoing like popping candy. He had recently mastered advanced techniques of the Xian rank and was eager for a chance to test his skills. The steward of the governor's mansion was about to take action, which, for Lu Jinyu, felt akin to a fortuitous opportunity falling from the heavens. The steward stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizing Lu Jinyu from head to toe. Noticing that the latter was merely in his 30s, he scoffed and remarked, "Young man, I perceive your aura suggests you are only at the 7th or 8th rank of a martial artist. Kneel and confess your mistakes, and I shall spare your life, merely severing one of your arms." Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu's temper flared, and he couldn't restrain himself from cursing. "You old fool. Are you relying on your age to intimidate me? You think you can put on airs before me? How audacious." The steward, incensed by his insolence, retorted, "You tread the path to your own demise, foolishly disregarding the chance I have afforded you. Very well, I shall send you on your way." With that, a terrifying aura erupted from the steward, and in the next instant, he lunged forward with unparalleled speed, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Lu Jinyu's head. "First, I will claim your life, and then I shall deal with that impudent young man behind you." The overwhelming force radiating from him was formidable indeed, rendering Lu Jinyu akin to a mere shrimp in comparison, utterly dwarfed in presence. However, rather than exhibiting the slightest hint of panic, Lu Jinyu's face lit up with excitement. "Come at me," he bellowed, having practiced the dragon claw technique countless times in his mind. Just as the steward closed in, poised to deliver a crushing blow, Lu Jinyu made his move. His hand sliced through the air like a swift and terrifying gale, tracing an uncanny arc. In the next moment, Lu Jinyu's seemingly supernatural hand had grasped the steward's neck with astonishing precision. Then, as effortlessly as one might lift a chick, he hoisted the steward into the air. "You." The steward's pupils dilated in shock, his body feeling as if all strength had been siphoned away in an instant. Gripped by the throat, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Is this the might of the Xian-level martial arts? Lu Jinyu's face radiated exhilaration, trembling in sheer delight. It was crucial to note that his own strength was only at the 8th rank of a martial artist, while the steward was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, even reputed to be on the brink of entering the realm of a martial master. Under normal circumstances, he would have had no chance of victory whatsoever. Yet now, the more powerful steward stood before him, having failed to withstand even a single move, a spectacle that could only be described as a complete collapse. You. Zhang Tianxi stammered in sheer terror. This scene felt eerily familiar. Just hours ago, he had witnessed Qinxian employing the same technique against him. Now, though the assailant was different, the method was identical. The crux of the matter was that Lu Jinyu was merely Qinxian's subordinate, and here was the steward, rendered utterly immobile, ensnared by Lu Jinyu's grip. "Master Chen, shall I now snap this old fool's neck?" Lu Jinyu turned to Qinxian with a grin. He was utterly convinced of Qinxian's prowess, for he had imparted genuine high-level martial arts techniques of the Xian tier. The exhilaration of overcoming challenges and achieving swift victories was simply unparalleled. Upon hearing the threat of having his neck broken, the steward's expression shifted dramatically. He wished to resist, but refrained from moving, fearing he might provoke Lu Jinyu. Do not act recklessly, Zhang Tianxi interjected, filled with trepidation. The steward was his father's trusted aide. Should anything happen to him, he would have no explanation to offer upon returning. Do you wish for him to live or die? Chun Xian inquired nonchalantly. Live. Zhang Tianxi responded without hesitation. 1,000 taels of gold. Chun Xian raised a single finger. Very well, I shall pay. Zhang Tianxi this time did not dare to hesitate and promptly agreed. Chapter 74. Does he deserve it? No, I believe you are mistaken. What I meant is that his life is worth 1,000 taels. Chun Xian gestured towards the chief steward and then pointed at Qin Hao. Adding their lives together amounts to 2,000 taels. He then pointed at Zhang Tianxi and continued, with your life included, it totals 3,000 taels of gold. What did you say? Zhang Tianxi's eyes widened in shock. 1,000 taels of gold per person? This is 3 times what was just mentioned. 3,000 taels of gold. You must be joking. Zhang Tianxi couldn't help but exclaim. Converted to silver, that would amount to 30,000 taels. The entire tax revenue of the barbarian city for a year might not even reach that amount. Of course, both the Qin family and the governor's office could easily procure such funds. After all, tax revenue is merely one of the many avenues for their profit. Moreover, a portion of the tax must be submitted to the court, leaving little for the governor's office, which has numerous other means of generating income. However, the leap from 1,000 to 3,000 taels was simply unacceptable for Zhang Tianxi. The difference was far too great. 3,000? No, I believe you have miscalculated. It is not 3,000, but rather 4,000 taels. Chun Xian shook his head and corrected him. How did it suddenly become 4,000 taels? Zhang Tianxi's face darkened completely. Have you forgotten about him? He is worth 1,000 taels as well. Chun Xian pointed towards the coachman, Lai Fu, who was currently hiding at the back, playing dead. Him. Zhang Tianxi turned around in shock and anger, his expression unmistakably conveying disbelief. Does he even deserve it? Lai Fu's expression stiffened. Zhang Tianxi's gaze chilled him to the bone. Of course, if I say he is worth it, then he is. Chun Xian replied indifferently. Now that we have reached this point, it is only prudent to extort a bit more. What if I refuse? Zhang Tianxi spoke in a low voice. Since you believe you are not worth 1,000 taels, then let me send you on your way. Chun Xian, uninterested in further dialogue, ordered, Little Six, see him off. Certainly, Master Chun. Little Six immediately responded with a grin. As a martial artist of the 3rd tier, he possessed a certain level of skill, as one must have some ability to be a bandit, and although not overwhelmingly powerful, he was more than capable of dealing with Zhang Tianxi. Little Six had concealed a dagger at the inner thigh of his trousers. He drew it forth with a sinister smile as he approached Zhang Tianxi. Zhang Tianxi's expression shifted. You, don't do anything rash. I am my father's only son. Little Six retorted dismissively. I don't care about that. He clicked his tongue, licked the sharp dagger, and raised it, revealing a devious grin. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. This was Zhang Tianxi, the esteemed young master. How could Chun Xian dare to kill him? Was he not afraid of retribution from the governor? Yet, observing Chun Xian's audacious demeanor, he seemed utterly unperturbed. Who is this individual, truly? How can he be so formidable? He dares to kill even the son of the governor? I believe I have discerned his identity. Who? He appears to be from the Qin family. Did something not occur at the city gate today? It is said that both a 100-man commander and a 1,000-man commander were slain, and Zhang Tianxi narrowly escaped his demise. I was in the vicinity at the time. This person is indeed the one who murdered the 1,000-man commander. Even Commander Ling Mo made an appearance, yet he did not take any action against him. The troublemaker at the city gate today is him. A single stone has stirred 1,000 waves. Countless individuals now regard Chun Xian with reverence. Zhang Tianxi felt an overwhelming sense of regret, as today was a shameful day for him. Not only that, but he also faces a considerable financial recompense. Chun Xian's ruthless nature, which he had witnessed firsthand, instilled a clear understanding within him. If he did not pay, this person would truly dare to kill him. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tianxi begrudgingly declared, Very well, I shall pay this sum. He arranged for it to be delivered to the courtyard on the outskirts of the city. Chun Xian spoke to Lai Fu, and then personally approached, seizing Zhang Tianxi by the collar and dragging him away. Xiao Liuzi similarly grasped Qin Hao by the collar, leading him along. As for Lu Jinyu, he held onto the chief steward's neck like a chick, leaving no opportunity for escape. The three of them departed swiftly. Left behind in the wind was Lai Fu, feeling utterly disheveled. He, too, was worth 1,000 taels of gold. Yet, Chen Xian did not capture him. Instead, he instructed him to notify the Qin family and the governor's office to procure the funds. It is over. Lai Fu felt as though the sky had fallen. Sending him to inform the Qin family and the governor's office for money posed no issue. The crux, however, was that he also required 1,000 taels of gold. Would the Qin family and the governor's office provide him with a servant to cover such an expense? If that money were indeed provided, the Qin family would not simply give it away. It would be tantamount to lending it to him. In due course, he would never be able to repay the 1,000 taels of gold in his lifetime. He stumbled, nearly falling to the ground, sensing a bleak future ahead. That scoundrel has met his match. It serves him right. This arrogant wretch has mercilessly lashed countless individuals on this very street. My husband was once beaten by him to the point of being bedridden for half a month. This is all retribution. In the courtyard. Oh, is that not the governor's son Zhang Tianxi, who was so ostentatious at the city gate today? How has he once again fallen into the hands of our esteemed Chen? A group of bandits, witnessing Chen Xian's capture of several men, quickly encircled them, eager to witness the spectacle. Zhang Tianxi felt humiliated, as if he were a mere monkey being gawked at. First, let us confine these three, Chen Xian commanded. Bring forth some hemp rope. I shall bind them. The bandits eagerly responded, swiftly tying up Zhang Tianxi, Qin Hao, and the chief steward, securing them like rice dumplings. The courtyard consisted of merely a few rooms, all of which had been claimed by Li Xiaoning and her companions, leaving the three individuals relegated to a corner of the yard. A gentleman may be killed, but he cannot be humiliated. Qin Hao seethed, feeling an overwhelming sense of disgrace. In his desperation, he lamented, "Oh, I wish I were dead, Xiao Liuzi. Go and finish me off." Chen Xian interjected directly, "All right then." Xiao Liuzi was a man of unwavering resolve. When directed eastward, he would not stray west. And he spoke not a word as he brandished his knife and strode forth. "You all, I was merely jesting." Qin Hao's complexion paled, for he had only wished to voice his discontent. However, Xiao Liuzi was unperturbed, standing before him with the blade poised, ready to strike. "Do not act recklessly. If I perish, you shall receive not a single coin of the Qin family's gold." Fear began to creep into Qin Hao's voice. "Fool, after your demise, we can simply take your corpse to the Qin residence and demand our due." Xiao Liuzi spat on the ground and unleashed a torrent of curses. Chapter 75. A gift for you. Hello, you are indeed the legitimate heir of the Qin family. With such a vast lineage, one would think they would possess a modicum of dignity. If they refuse to pay, we shall desecrate your corpse, and surely the Qin family will relent and pay up. Little Six wore a wicked smirk, for he was a rogue by nature, adept at tormenting others. "I was wrong. Please spare me." Qin Hao quickly yielded. "TCH, how boring." Little Six shook his head, initially anticipating that Qin Hao would show some resilience, allowing him to toy with him, but was disappointed by his rapid capitulation. Nearby, the chief steward shot a disdainful glare at Qin Hao, seemingly unimpressed by his lack of fortitude. "What's the matter, old man? You dare to defy me? Should I dispose of you first?" Little Six cast a sidelong glance at him. "No, I said nothing." The chief steward felt a surge of frustration. At the governor's residence, he had always been the one to reprimand others, rendering them speechless. Today, being humiliated by Little Six, he found himself unable to retort, swallowing his anger like a broken tooth. "Old man, you do well to behave." Little Six patted the stewardess' face, pinching it, then disdainfully remarked, "What a parched old visage, devoid of vitality." Afterward, he proceeded to pinch the faces of Qin Hao and Zhang Tianxi, expressing his satisfaction. "Ah, the delicate features of youthful faces are delightful to touch, so soft and tender, akin to a maiden. I could almost be tempted to kiss them." At this, Qin Hao and Zhang Tianxi exchanged horrified glances. Meanwhile, Chen Xian observed Lu Jinyu with an odd expression and inquired, "Does Little Six have a penchant for men?" Lu Jinyu scratched his head, replying, "It seems so." "What do you mean seems so? Provide a definitive answer," Chen Xian retorted with dissatisfaction. Lu Jinyu spoke in a hushed tone. "Back when we were bandits, there were times when the brothers sought solace in brothels, but Little Six never touched a woman, claiming to maintain his integrity. At the time, we all thought he was putting on airs, but now it appears he simply does not favor women." Chen Xian pondered for a moment and asked, Does little six favor those three? Gesturing towards Qin Hao, Zhang Tianxi, and the chief steward. Master Chen, I like women. Little six interjected immediately, but Chen Xian could discern the fleeting glimmer in his eyes, indicating he was not being entirely truthful. Rest assured, I am quite open-minded. If you prefer men, it is of no consequence to me. I shall not judge you, Chen Xian stated. Lu Jinyu initially intended to chastise this rogue for deviating from the admirable path to indulge in such unorthodox desires, bringing shame to the fierce band of the mountains. Yet, to his surprise, Chen Xian appeared to harbor no objections, even seeming somewhat supportive. Realizing the need to divert the conversation, he quickly altered his tone, aligning with Chen Xian's words, and mockingly declared, "You better speak the truth, or if you dare to lie in front of Chen Yi, I shall be the first to end you." Xiao Liuzi, feeling a bit embarrassed, nodded and then shook his head, pointing at the steward. These two young ones seem quite appealing, but that old fellow is just too aged, his rear is sagging, and he farts thunderously. My goodness, it appears he truly favors men. Very well, if the Qin family and the governor's office do not arrive with money to rescue them within an hour, I shall grant you these three individuals for your amusement. Do as you please with them, Chen Xian remarked with a chuckle. Really? Xiao Liuzi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Is there any falsehood in what Master Chen says? Lu Jinyu shot him a glare. No falsehood, no falsehood. Thank you, Master Chen. Xiao Liuzi was nearly ecstatic, almost leaping from his place. Meanwhile, Qin Hao and Zhang Tianxi turned ashen, feeling as though they had swallowed a fly. The mere thought of falling into Xiao Liuzi's hands made them wish for death. However, the steward secretly breathed a sigh of relief. There are advantages to age, after all. Being derided for a sagging rear is preferable to enduring actual suffering. What? My son has been taken? At the Qin residence, the head of the Qin family, Qin Bei, sprang from his golden Nanmu seat, his gaze fierce enough to devour. Before him knelt the coachman, Lai Fu, who was now weeping and slapping his own face, lamenting his inadequacy in protecting the young master. Explain to me precisely what transpired, Qin Bei demanded, forcing down his anxiety. Lai Fu hurriedly recounted the events. The ones who took my son are from the Qin family, right? The ones who caused a commotion at the city gate today? Such audacity. Bring me to the Qin family. Qin Bei slammed his hand on the table, furious. But, master, the one who took the young master, Chen Xian, does not reside in the Qin family. To my knowledge, he lives in the eastern outskirts of the city, Lai Fu quickly interjected. Fool, must I teach you? Qin Bei glared at him, reprimanding. I care not where Chen Xian resides. What matters is that he is one of the Qin family. If he is indeed from the Qin family, then I shall demand him from them. A moment later, at the Qin residence. Master Qin, are you saying that your son, Qin Hao, and Zhang Tianxi have both been captured by Chen Xian? Chen Kuan was taken aback upon seeing Qin Bei come to seek retribution. But Chen Xian is in the outskirts. How did he find himself at the marketplace and engage with Qin Hao and Zhang Tianxi? While Qin Hao is excusable, as he had never encountered Chen Xian, Zhang Tianxi was not so fortunate. He had suffered at Chen Xian's hands before. Was he a fool? Knowing Chen Xian's strength, why would he provoke him? Master Chen, do not blame me for lacking respect. This Chen Xian is indeed one of your kin. If you do not hand him over today, this matter will not conclude. Qin Bei huffed coldly. The Qin family is related to the governor's office. Qin Bei's sister is the lawful wife of Governor Zhang Tao. With such a connection, the Qin family would not dare to confront the Qin family. Master Qin, please temper your anger, Chen Kuan urged, striving to stabilize the situation. In a grave tone, he confessed, to be honest, I have already severed ties with this Chen Xian. Severed ties? Master Chen, are you jesting with me? To my knowledge, you arranged his residence in the eastern outskirts of Barbarian City. Is that what you call severing ties? Qin Bei's expression darkened ominously. Seeing his disbelief, Chen Kuan elaborated, today, with the best intentions, I hosted a welcome banquet for him, only for him to create a disturbance, resulting in the death of one of my subordinates. Consequently, I even personally visited the governor's office. He recounted the events succinctly, embellishing the narrative to portray himself as an innocent victim, while casting Chen Xian as an ungrateful miscreant. Master Qin, I must confess, this Chen Xian truly deserves his fate. Were he not a member of my Qin family, I would have personally seen to his demise. Chapter 76. Exaggeration. Has he not taken Zhang Tianxi and the chief steward of the governor's mansion as well? Let us proceed to the governor's residence and report this treachery to the governor. After Chen Kuan spoke, he seized Qin Bei and hurried towards the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, in the study of the governor's residence, Governor Zhang Tao was diligently practicing his calligraphy. Each stroke he made was robust and powerful. Every complete character inscribed on the rice paper flowed with grace and grandeur. Before him stood the commander of 8,000 elite soldiers, Ying'er. Are you suggesting that this young man looks down upon the deputy commander and desires your position? Zhang Tao did not lift his head, continuing his writing. His voice calm, yet imbued with an air of quiet authority. Having left the courtyard, Ying'er made his way directly here to report the events that had transpired. His ambition is considerable, Ying'er stated coolly. Do you believe he is worthy of your position? Zhang Tao chuckled. Ying'er's eyes narrowed suddenly, momentarily rendering him speechless. Noticing this, Zhang Tao raised an eyebrow in surprise. He set down his brush, contemplated for a moment, and with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "The fact that you hesitate to respond indicates that this individual possesses some capability. I find myself increasingly intrigued by him. Should he be brought under my wing for my own purposes?" As he spoke, Zhang Tao's eyes narrowed. Although he was aware that his son had been beaten by Chen Xian, even nearly to death, he was nonetheless fascinated by Chen Xian. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a voice. "Governor, the heads of the Qin and Chun families seek an audience." "Oh, why do these two come to see me simultaneously?" Zhang Tao expressed surprise but gave it little thought, waving his hand and instructing, "Let them enter." Moments later, the two entered, accompanied by Lai Fu. Upon seeing an unfamiliar servant, visibly injured, Zhang Tao furrowed his brow and inquired, "What does this mean?" Qin Bei immediately pointed at Lai Fu and commanded, "You will recount the events to the governor in full detail." "Yes." Lai Fu promptly bowed deeply to the governor and hurriedly began, "Governor, I am Lai Fu, a groom from the Qin family. Today, what did you say?" Upon hearing Lai Fu's account, Zhang Tao fixed his gaze upon him intently. Lai Fu suddenly felt as if a great weight pressed upon him, nearly suffocating him. He quickly asserted, "Every word I speak is the truth. Should there be a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down." In narrating the events, he undoubtedly embellished his own role while disparaging Chen Xian, and of course, he could not admit to that now. Meanwhile, even the composed and icy Ying'er displayed a momentary look of disbelief. How has Zhang Tianxi fallen into Chen Xian's hands once more? "My lord, the governor. That scoundrel Chen Xian has audaciously extorted 4,000 taels of gold from us. How do you intend to deal with him?" Qin Bei asked through clenched teeth. It is not that the Qin family cannot afford such a sum, but rather that they have grown accustomed to wielding power in Barbarian City. It is preposterous that they should be extorted by others today after having never extorted anyone themselves. Lead the way. I shall personally pay a visit to this Chen Xian to ascertain his true worth. Zhang Tao's countenance darkened. Just moments ago, he had been discussing how to bring Chen Xian under their control, but now he felt the situation was far more complex. "Ying'er, you shall accompany us as well." "Yes." Ying'er nodded. Qin Bei's face lit up with excitement. "Splendid. With Commander Ying'er present, should Chen Xian dare to defy us, Ying'er can summarily execute him on the spot." Meanwhile, Chen Kuan sneered inwardly. "Ah, Chen Xian, you truly are inviting disaster upon yourself by offending so many. This time, your demise is inevitable. If you perish at the hands of the governor's men, the noble families in the capital will investigate. Yet no trace of my involvement will be found. Allow me to stoke the flames further." Before they had even exited the governor's mansion, Chen Kuan suddenly spoke. "Gentlemen, although Chen Xian is of my family, I solemnly promise that I shall not shield him. Moreover, I must caution you all that Chen Xian is ungrateful and vicious. If he demands 4,000 taels of gold, you would be prudent to prepare that sum, just in case." Upon hearing this, Qin Bei erupted in fury. "What is Chen Xian to warrant our special preparation of 4,000 taels of gold? Today shall be his day of reckoning." Qin clan leader Chen Kuan attempted to interject with a tone of caution. However, he was abruptly silenced by Qin Bei's gesture, declaring, "Chen Kuan, do not meddle in this matter. I have already decided to take Chen Xian's head." At this, Chen Kuan feigned helplessness, sighed, and said, "Very well. Do as you please. Humph, do not dare to plead for Chen Xian later." Qin Bei scoffed heavily. Zhang Tao, with a graceful flourish of his sleeve, wasted no words, and ordered a sedan chair to be prepared. While everyone else walked, he alone took the sedan chair, making his way to the outskirts of the city. Simultaneously, 4,000 elite soldiers were mobilized within the city, surrounding the courtyard. Master Chun, the big boss, it's bad news. The officials have surrounded us. A bandit rushed in, panic-stricken. It's nothing to worry about. Why panic? Before Chun Xian could speak, Lu Jinyu calmly interjected. In his view, since Chun Xian dared to escalate the situation, he must have a plan to deal with the governor. Besides, this was not their first encounter with such a siege. Had they not been surrounded after beating up Zhang Tianxi last time? Ultimately, it had amounted to nothing. This time, my father personally arrived, bearing the surname Chun. The entire city of Mancheng is under my father's influence. What do you possess to contend with me? I advise you to release me at once. Upon hearing that the courtyard was surrounded by troops, Zhang Tianxi suddenly felt emboldened, a look of sheer ecstasy adorning his face. Beside him, Qin Hao hastily added, My father must have come as well. Your demise is assured today. The chief steward, however, kept his head down in silence, for he was well aware of his precarious position, having experienced much in his lifetime. They were, after all, hostages. As hostages, one must possess the awareness that accompanies such a fate. Boastful declarations can wait until after their rescue. These two fools remain obstinate. Chun Xian shook his head and called out, Little Liuzi. Yes, Master Chen, I'm here. Little Liuzi immediately rushed over, brimming with excitement, for he understood that when Chun Xian summoned him, it heralded an impending task. Chapter 77. Unexpectedly, you have a taste for this, Xiao Liuzi. Gag their mouths. Chun Xian commanded. Understood. Xiao Liuzi replied eagerly, rubbing his hands together. He rushed out and returned with a package, bouncing toward Zhang Tianxi and Qin Hao, who were bound tightly with hemp rope. What do you intend to do? The moment the two caught sight of Xiao Liuzi's beaming face, a foreboding sense of dread enveloped them, further intensified by an overwhelming, pungent odor. In the next moment, they beheld Xiao Liuzi extracting several pairs of foul-smelling, well-worn socks from the package. As soon as they were revealed, the noxious stench permeated the entire courtyard. Delightful. These are my treasured original socks, preserved for many years. Today, you are in for a treat, Xiao Liuzi exclaimed, inhaling the aroma of the socks with rapture. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Tianxi nearly retched. Xiao Zhang, what is that expression? Do you wish to be the first to indulge? Very well, I shall oblige you. Xiao Liuzi grinned mischievously, then seized one of the socks and attempted to shove it into Zhang Tianxi's mouth. Zhang Tianxi's eyes widened in horror as he resolutely kept his mouth shut, refusing to yield. The greatest flaw of city dwellers is their pretentiousness, Xiao Liuzi remarked, dissatisfied. Suddenly, he grasped Zhang Tianxi's cheeks, forcing his mouth open and cramming the odorous sock inside until it was stuffed to the brim, rendering him incapable of spitting it out. Instantaneously, Zhang Tianxi's face flushed crimson, his eyes watering from the acrid stench, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. Bound and helpless, he emitted muffled whimpers, nearly succumbing to despair, akin to a victim of a beastly assault. Meanwhile, Qin Hao, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear, particularly upon seeing Zhang Tianxi's mouth stuffed with socks. He instinctively swallowed hard, a purely physiological reaction. However, Xiao Liuzi caught this moment, erupting into raucous laughter akin to that of a duck. Xiao Qin, you secretly swallowed. You crave my original socks too, don't you? Very well, I have an abundance of stinky socks to share. With that, he rummaged through the package once more, eventually producing another pair of socks that would bring tears to anyone's eyes. He treated Qin Hao with the same cruel method as Zhang Tianxi. Soon, Qin Hao's mouth too was filled to capacity with socks, rendering him voiceless, only able to emit muffled sounds, resembling a woman subjected to a beastly violation. Tears cascading down his face, the cause of which remained a mystery, whether from rage or the overwhelming odor. Oh dear old friend, you are not exempt either. Xiao Liuzi suddenly directed his attention toward the head steward. The steward's face turned ashen. I am but an old man. Spare me the torment. Xiao Liuzi chuckled. Old? In my eyes, you shall forever be 18. You may say that they all received equal treatment, their fates intertwined. Beside them, Chun Xian, having gained new insights, could not resist glancing at Lu Jinyu and remarked, I never anticipated that Xiao Liuzi possessed such an obscure side. This lad is undoubtedly a peculiar character. What else more? During his bandit days, when he captured some unscrupulous wealthy landowners, Xiao Liuzai would even force-feed them gold juice. Lu Jinyu bore a look of nonchalance. Chen Xian was thoroughly impressed. Compared to being forced to swallow gold juice, having one's mouth stuffed with foul socks seemed relatively mild. Master Chen, the governor has arrived and wishes to see you. Accompanying him is the head of the Qin family, and there is an unfamiliar individual, presumably Qin Hao's father. Oh, and that fellow named Ling Mo is also here. One of his subordinates rushed in to report. Since guests had arrived, it was only fitting to meet them. Chen Xian did not allow them to enter, but instead proceeded out himself. Be cautious, my lord, Su Rulan called out anxiously from behind. As Chen Xian turned back, he noticed all the women were watching him, each face reflecting a shared concern. After all, the governor had come in person and surrounded them. If conflict were to erupt, the consequences would be dire. Even Ru Xue recognized the gravity of the situation. She chose not to meditate in the room, but stepped outside, ready to protect Li Xiaoning and the others at the first sign of danger. At that moment, Chen Xian felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. These families could not do without him. Without him, they would fall apart. Do not worry, I shall be fine, he assured them before stepping out. How audacious, Chen Xian. Why do you not kneel before the governor? A servant shouted at him beside the palanquin. As for the governor himself, he remained mysteriously seated within the palanquin, refusing to emerge. Chen Xian understood that these prominent figures relished in their air of profundity, yet he paid it no mind. You are merely a governor, slightly more significant than a petty official. What are you worth? Chen Xian thought, having come from the capital where he had encountered royal kin and nobility. What pretense could a mere governor maintain here? I am of the Chen clan's direct lineage, with esteemed officials in the current court. A mere barbarian city governor expects me to kneel? Does he truly merit such reverence? Chen Xian disdainfully declared. At his words, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone was taken aback, astonished that Chen Xian would utter such remarks. Chen Kuan felt a surge of delight. Well done, Chen Xian. I've witnessed recklessness, but yours is unparalleled. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. The Chen clan may be illustrious in the capital, yet this was the barbarian city. Moreover, the barbarian city governor was unlike others. He commanded an army of 8,000 elite soldiers and was favored by the court. And here you are insulting him? It would be a wonder if he did not seek your demise. Qin Bei immediately retorted with indignation. How audacious! Do you presume to consider yourself of any significance, daring to look down upon the esteemed prefect? Such an affront to authority is worthy of death 1,000 times over. Chen Xian cast a glance at him, noting a resemblance between this man and Qin Hao. It was evident without further thought that this man was indeed Qin Hao's father. While I was conversing with the occupants of the palanquin, you remained silent, yet this cur of yours was the first to bark, Chen Xian replied coolly, showing no inclination to be courteous, his fighting spirit at its peak. What did you say? Qin Bei, now seething with rage, felt his temper flare. How could the head of the Qin family be insulted as a mere dog? Grinding his teeth, he demanded, have the courage to repeat that. Such a peculiar request is a first for me. However, I am a man who obliges requests. If you wish for me to repeat myself, I shall indulge you. Cease your barking, for I am conversing with the master within your palanquin, Chen Xian replied casually. Chapter 78. A life for a stick of incense. What a sharp-tongued young man. I am eager to see just how long you can maintain your defiance. Qin Bei was nearly driven to fury, his face aflame with indignation. He turned to Ling Mo and gritted his teeth. Commander Ling, seize him at once. However, Ling Mo merely furrowed his brow, casting a fleeting glance at him without heeding his command. As the supreme commander of the barbarian city's forces, he answered only to the governor. Feeling humiliated by Ling Mo's disregard, Qin Bei hastily addressed the sedan chair. Brother-in-law, please issue your command. This time, he omitted the honorific governor and directly invoked their familial connection. Inside the sedan, Zhang Tao remained silent for a moment before his authoritative voice resonated. Chen Xian, I offer you a chance. Release Tian Ci, Qin Hao, and the chief steward, and compensate 4,000 taels of gold. If you comply, I shall overlook today's events. Zhang Tao intended to turn the tables on Chen Xian, demanding compensation instead of offering it. Meanwhile, Qin Bei grew increasingly anxious and voiced his discontent. Brother-in-law, why waste words on him? Simply allow Ling Mo to apprehend him. and Wun Ti that save Hao and Tian Ci. Moreover, seizing his assets would mean they all belong to you. As soon as he finished speaking, a corner of the sedan's curtain fluttered open, revealing Zhang Tao's indifferent eyes, which cast a chilling glare upon Qin Bei. The icy gaze sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to involuntarily recoil. Zhang Tao was warning him to remain silent. "Brother-in-law, I was wrong," Qin Bei muttered, lowering his head in trepidation and instantly becoming submissive. The curtain, once lifted, was soon drawn closed again. Observing this exchange, Chen Kuan could not suppress a smirk. The governor dared to demand 4,000 taels from Chen Xian? Such aspirations were utterly preposterous. Chen Xian was the most domineering and unreasonable individual he had ever encountered, one who would dare to kill a commander at the city gates. Would he be intimidated by a mere threat from the governor? Chen Kuan mused that the governor's bloodlust was not yet fully awakened. He must enhance this murderous intent. With that thought, he stepped forward, adopting a stern expression, and spoke in a condescending tone. "Chen Xian, the governor merely requests 4,000 taels of gold to pardon past grievances. This is a generous offer from him. If you are unable to procure such a sum immediately, allow me to intercede on your behalf. I can plead with the governor to grant you an extension for gathering the funds. Should you find it impossible to raise the required amount, you might consider borrowing from the barbarian city bank, albeit with interest. If you consent, the bank can prepare 4,000 taels for you at once, but you must first release young Master Zhang, young Master Qin, and the chief steward." His demeanor was one of feigned benevolence, as if genuinely concerned for Chen Xian's plight. Beside him, Qin Bei's eyes brightened with hope. The moneylender in Man City is jointly operated by the Qin family and the governor's office. According to the moneylender's rules, for every 10 pieces borrowed, only 9 are given. Yet the repayment amounts to 13. In other words, when Chen Xian borrows 4,000 taels of gold, he receives only 3,600, but upon repayment, he must return 5,200 taels. This is undoubtedly a practice of usury. However, the moneylender remains unfazed. Such exorbitant interest rates do not deter borrowers. Many failed merchants and gamblers, desperate for funds, are willing to pay any price for the privilege of borrowing. Qin Bei is not concerned about whether Chen Xian will repay the loan. As long as Chen Xian remains in Man City, he faces 2 fates: either repay the debt and serve as a beast of burden, or perish. The notion that one's debts vanish upon death is a fallacy. Qin Bei can always pursue the Chen family for repayment. After all, the idea of borrowing money originated with Chen Kuan, and Chen Xian is a member of the Chen family. If he dies, who else would Qin Bei seek for repayment? Should Chen Kuan refuse to pay, Qin Bei could easily invoke the governor's authority. The moneylender is partly owned by the governor's office. Thus, failing to repay is a matter that involves not only the Qin family, but also the esteemed governor. As long as Chen Kuan wishes to survive in Man City, he must obediently repay the loan, principal and interest alike. Reflecting on this, Qin Bei felt a surge of satisfaction. His mood noticeably lifted. His son remains a hostage in Chen Xian's hands, and he is already contemplating how to acquire even more wealth. "Chen Xian, while other moneylenders offer you 9 out of 13, I shall grant you 10 out of 13, taking a slight loss as an act of goodwill," Qin Bei proclaimed. Feigning generosity, Chen Xian regarded him with an expression of bemusement and suddenly raised a single finger. "What does this signify?" Qin Bei frowned, and others displayed expressions of confusion. "Within the span of a single incense stick, if 4,000 taels do not materialize, I will send your son on his way," Chen Xian stated coolly, leaving no room for negotiation. "What did you say?" Qin Bei's brows shot up in alarm. "Are you threatening me?" Chen Xian shook his head. "This is not a threat, it is a notification." Just then, Lu Jingyu instructed his men to set up a table at the entrance, adorned with an incense burner holding 3 sticks of incense. Lu Jingyu lit one of the sticks, which began to smolder slowly. "Our Lord Chun's intention is clear. Burn 1 stick, and 1 person dies. Once all 3 sticks are consumed, all will be slaughtered," Lu Jingyu grinned. Even in the face of an encircling army or formidable martial artists, he felt no fear, but rather a thrill of excitement. It is worth noting that Chen Xian had effortlessly imparted the dragon claw technique to him through profound enlightenment. What does this imply? It implies that Chen Xian possesses even more formidable martial skills. What does it matter if your governor's residence is populous? What significance does having a martial leader like Ling Mo hold? In the face of absolute power, everything else is but a jest. Lu Jinyu, with an inexplicable confidence, seems to derive his bravado from an unknown source. The incense gradually wafts through the air. Chen Xian, you truly are one who spurns the cup of kindness. Chen Kuan's face contorted with fury. He pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Xian as though he were on the verge of apoplexy. Finally, with a dramatic flourish of his garment, he exclaimed in anger, "Considering your ties to the Qin family, I have repeatedly extended my good intentions towards you. Since you choose to disregard them, I have nothing further to say." His expression and demeanor suggested that Chen Xian was a thankless wretch, while he, Chen Kuan, had already shown immense forbearance. "Old fool, what are you to presume to instruct me, Chen?" Lu Jinyu erupted with indignation. Chapter 79. Shall we make a bet? What do you say? Chen Kuan fixed his gaze intently on Lu Jinyu. The latter, with a mocking expression, retorted, "What is wrong with you, old rascal? You fool. You shall pay dearly for your arrogance." Chen Kuan's eyes glinted with malice. He had etched Lu Jinyu's visage into his memory. Once the governor made his move and something befell Chen Xian, he would ensure Lu Jinyu was captured alive, flayed, and made to regret ever entering this world. "Then why don't you give it a try? Let us see if you possess the capability," Lu Jinyu replied nonchalantly. As long as Chen Xian stood firm, he believed he would remain unscathed. Even if Chen Xian fell, he had contingencies in place. Should he reveal that hidden item, Chen Kuan would not dare to lay a finger on him, regardless of his bravado. "Chen Xian, I shall ask you one last time. Will you provide the 4,000 taels of gold, or will you not?" Chen Kuan's voice was cold as he fixed his stare on Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian was disinclined to entertain such trivialities and simply pointed towards the incense altar. At that moment, nearly a quarter of the incense had already burned away. The implication was clear. There was no need for further dialogue. If they continued to waste time, the incense would soon extinguish. "Very well, I have shown you enough mercy." Chen Kuan sneered, dismissively waving his hand, adopting an expression that conveyed indifference to their fate. "Lin Mo?" At this juncture, a chilling voice emerged from the palanquin. "Your subordinate is here," Lin Mo responded earnestly, directing his attention to the palanquin. "Proceed, apprehend him." Zhang Tao's voice was utterly devoid of emotion, as if he were addressing a mundane matter. "Understood." Lin Mo nodded, then turned his icy gaze towards Chen Xian. "Master Chen, should I handle this individual, or will you take charge personally?" Lu Jinyu queried quietly. Having mastered the dragon claw technique, his confidence surged, especially after easily subduing the housekeeper at the half-step martial master level. Consequently, he felt capable of challenging anyone he encountered. "You are not his match." Chen Xian shook his head, signaling him to retreat. He found Lin Mo's strength somewhat inscrutable. The man was at least at the 3rd tier of martial mastery. As for Lu Jinyu, even with his advanced techniques, he would struggle. Against a 1st or 2nd tier martial artist, he might contend with his dragon claw. Yet, against anyone above the 3rd tier, he stood no chance. Very well. Disappointment flickered in Lu Jinyu's eyes as Chen Xian barred him from engaging. Observing his demeanor, Chen Xian felt a twinge of surprise. Lu Jinyu was becoming rather overconfident. 10 moves. Lin Mo stepped forward, halting just 20 paces from Chen Xian, and spoke coldly. "If you can endure 10 of my strikes, I shall spare you." His tone was imbued with confidence, as if he were announcing an inconsequential matter. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow. Was this fellow truly so arrogant? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Was Lin Mo perhaps overestimating his opponent? Throughout the entire barbarian city, few exist who can withstand 10 strikes from Commander Lin Mo. In my view, this individual named Chen Xian stands no chance of enduring even 5 strikes before succumbing to defeat. 5 strikes? Such a sentiment belittles Commander Lin Mo's formidable prowess. Even if he were to fight with one hand, he would require no more than 3 strikes to vanquish him. The soldiers under Lin Mo's command are acutely aware of the terrifying might their general possesses. Within the courtyard, Li Xiaoning and her companions secretly observed the unfolding situation, their faces betraying a palpable concern. This Lin Mo exudes an aura that suggests he is not to be trifled with. What are the odds of our husband emerging victorious against him? Su Ruolin clutched her chest, a genuine tension evident within her. Rushua, as a disciple of the Snowsword sect, how formidable do you perceive Lin Mo to be? Li Xiaoning inquired softly, glancing at the icy demeanor of an Rushua. Regrettably, among them, Only Ying'er and Ying'er had engaged in martial training. Ying'er's abilities were rather modest, merely a practitioner, and she could not fathom the extent of Ling Mo's strength. Ying'er, however, was different. The Snow Sword sect is the foremost sect within the great Qian dynasty. The sect leader is someone who stands on equal footing with the empress of the great Qian dynasty. As a female disciple of the Snow Sword sect, Ying'er's extensive experience and formidable prowess rendered her the only one they could consult. Were I in my prime, a mere Ling Mo would hardly warrant my attention. Yet now, my strength is diminished to a fraction of its former self, and I cannot gauge his realm. Ying'er replied calmly, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing the dangerous aura Ling Mo emanated. Sister Ying'er, just how powerful were you before your injuries? Ying'er could not resist asking, and Ying'er cast a glance at her, contemplating before responding, capable of slaughtering the entire barbarian city. Upon hearing this, the women present collectively gasped in astonishment. Though Ying'er spoke nonchalantly, she was not merely referring to the effortless slaying of a few individuals. She meant the annihilation of every inhabitant within the barbarian city. Just how formidable must one be to achieve that? Sister Ying'er, you cannot possibly be a martial king-level expert? Ying'er inquired with admiration, believing Ying'er would not boast. If she dared to claim such, she must possess the capability. Ying'er shook her head, not quite, but I am close. Then how did you sustain your injuries? How did you end up in prison like us? Su Ruolin asked with a curious expression. A flicker of hatred crossed Ying'er's eyes as her grip on her sword tightened, her fingers whitening from the force. Humph, were it not for an ambush, I. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Ying'er halted abruptly and coldly declared, forget it. This matter is best left unspoken. In any case, I shall seek vengeance against that person in due time. Upon finishing his words, he raised his chin, signaling everyone to direct their attention toward Chen Xian, implying that they should refrain from prying into her affairs. The crowd understood well that if Ying'er was unwilling to divulge something, no one could pry it from her lips, so they wisely refrained from further inquiries. Meanwhile, Chen Xian had already taken a couple of steps forward, scrutinizing Ling Mo, momentarily unable to discern the depths of his character. Commander Ling, are you certain you wish to engage in combat with me? Chen Xian inquired with a smile. Enough with the trivialities. You may strike first, Ling Mo replied, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a seasoned master. This is rather dull. How about we make a wager? Chen Xian proposed, a grin spreading across his face. What do you wish to wager? Ling Mo asked, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. If I lose, I shall willingly release you and humbly admit my fault. Should you lose, however, you must abandon this prefect and align yourself with me. What do you say? Chen Xian's eyes shimmered with profound admiration. Chapter 80. A sudden kick. These words left Ling Mo momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Chen Xian would utter such a statement. Inside the palanquin, the governor, Zhang Tao, could no longer remain composed. How dare Chen Xian attempt to undermine him in his presence? This was utterly outrageous. Ling Mo, cease this idle chatter and take action. Zhang Tao huffed, his voice authoritative and commanding. Ling Mo regarded Chen Xian, shaking his head indifferently. I am the commander of Man City, loyal solely to the court and to the governor. It is inconceivable for me to betray the governor and align with you. Moreover, Ling Mo's eyes gleamed with confidence. You cannot hope to defeat me. Initially, you had a chance to survive, but you have now squandered it. I shall only grant you 10 moves. Withstand them, and I shall grant you a path to escape. Fail to endure, and it shall be a testament to your inadequacy. Do not look back on the road to the underworld. Boom. As his words fell, Ling Mo sprang into action. He had intended for Chen Xian to strike first, but observing Chen Xian's nonchalant demeanor, he surmised that a mere verbal spar would not suffice to provoke him. Ling Mo, a man of few words, had no desire to entertain meaningless banter. Thus he took the initiative. Swish. Ling Mo's strike was swift as lightning, propelled by an overwhelming force, as he unleashed a devastating punch aimed at Chen Xian's chest. This blow was fierce and unyielding. Should it connect, it could pierce through flesh and bone. Not good. It is the Tiger Demon Fist, exclaimed Ying'er in astonishment. Chun Kuan, Qin Bei, and the others displayed expressions of delight. Ha! I did not expect Commander Ling Mo to unleash the low-tier Xian-tier martial technique, the Tiger Demon Fist. right from the outset. This is his trump card, one he would not typically employ unless faced with a formidable foe. Clearly, Chen Xian has angered Commander Ling Mo. His demise is inevitable. Even divine intervention cannot save him now. They held a profound confidence in Ling Mo's martial prowess. In all of Man City, few could withstand the might of Ling Mo's tiger demon fist. Come at me. Chen Xian perceived Ling Mo as a ferocious beast charging towards him. However, while Ling Mo's speed was formidable, Chen Xian's was equally matched, for his martial technique was a high-tier Xian-level skill, surpassing Ling Mo's tiger demon fist by 2 levels. Swish! As Ling Mo's fist hurtled toward Chen Xian, the latter's fingers transformed into claws, tracing an uncanny trajectory through the air. In an astonishing moment, he evaded Ling Mo's punch, aiming directly for his throat. Should he succeed, even if Ling Mo possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would find himself grasped by the very essence of his life. Unable to escape, Ling Mo was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Chen Xian's martial skills would be so elusive. In a moment of urgency, he was compelled to retreat abruptly, creating distance between himself and Chen Xian. It was precisely this retreat that allowed Chen Xian's dragon claw to miss its mark, leaving him grasping at empty air. Did I just see that correctly? Commander Ling Mo actually retreated voluntarily? How could this be? Everyone around was dumbfounded, especially the captains under Ling Mo, who understood all too well the terrifying nature of their leader. Now, as Ling Mo launched his attack, Chen Xian stood his ground like an immovable mountain, resulting in Ling Mo's withdrawal. For them, this was nothing short of a thunderclap on a clear day. In their minds, how could Commander Ling retreat? This is splendid. My husband has forced him back. Su Ruolin exclaimed joyfully, almost ready to cheer. She could not comprehend the perilous nature of their brief clash. All she knew was that Ling Mo had been frightened away by Chen Xian's claw. The other women also breathed a collective sigh of relief. However, Enrushua narrowed her eyes, fixating intently on Chen Xian's retreating figure. In that moment, she sensed that Chen Xian was far from ordinary, for the technique he employed was certainly not of the Chen family's martial arts. Moreover, it was evident that Chen Xian's cultivation was not as high as Ling Mo's. Yet he managed to force Ling Mo back, while the latter wielded an advanced-level martial art. Thus, there could only be one explanation. The technique Chen Xian had utilized was superior to Ling Mo's, either an advanced or even higher level. Not only was it not from the Chen family, but it was also of a remarkable grade. Where could Chen Xian have learned such skills? Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu's face was alight with excitement. This is it, the Dragon Claw technique. I, Lu, can also perform it. Witnessing the Dragon Claw technique push Ling Mo back, he realized it was undoubtedly a genuine advanced martial skill, and his blood surged with fervor, longing to find a not-so-powerful martial artist to spar with. Ling Mo, could it be that you are intentionally holding back? A displeased expression crossed Qin Bei's face. I refuse to believe this young man could force you back. Let me remind you, should you lose, it would bring shame to the governor. Ling Mo snorted coldly. How dare Qin Bei suggest he was holding back? Such an insinuation was an affront to his character. Ling Mo, finish this quickly. A cold voice emerged from the palanquin. It was evident that Ling Mo had yet to subdue Chen Xian, which displeased him somewhat. Very well. Ling Mo nodded, and then like a phantom, he swiftly charged towards Chen Xian. In an instant, he stood before Chen Xian, his gaze icy and voice chilling as he declared, regardless of how formidable that last move of yours was, even if it is an advanced martial art, before me, it will only meet with a bitter end. Boom. He struck again, this time employing the tiger demon fist. However, the speed of this punch was swifter, more vigorous, and more domineering than before. Clearly, he had not exerted his full strength earlier, believing that with only 70% of his power, he could subdue Chen Xian. Now, he was using all his might. Is that so? Chen Xian suddenly smiled. The next moment, he raised one foot and, with a thunderous momentum, kicked fiercely towards Ling Mo's abdomen. In a flash, the kick struck with lightning speed, leaving Ling Mo utterly unprepared. Bang! Chen Xian's foot collided solidly with his abdomen, causing Ling Mo to bend like a shrimp, hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, he slammed into the palanquin, which shattered into fragments upon impact. Protect the magistrate. The surrounding onlookers gasped in shock, rushing toward the wreckage to extricate Zhang Tao from the collapsed palanquin. Magistrate, are you unharmed? Chen Kuan inquired urgently. At that moment, Zhang Tao appeared disheveled, his clothing in disarray and hair tousled. He had merely lifted a corner to observe the fierce clash between Ling Mo and Qin Xian, never anticipating that the undefeated Ling Mo would be sent flying by a single kick from Qin Xian. Not only was he knocked away, but he also crashed into the very palanquin he occupied. This left the esteemed magistrate in a state of utter disarray, his dignity thoroughly compromised. Ling Mo, what are you doing? Are you intentionally sabotaging this, seeking to endanger the magistrate? Qin Bei bellowed in fury. Chapter 81, A Shocking Revelation. No one remained unastonished. That was the renowned Commander Ling Mo, leading 8,000 elite soldiers. And yet, he was sent flying with a mere kick? Such an occurrence was utterly inconceivable. Consequently, Qin Bei harbored grave doubts regarding whether Ling Mo had intentionally allowed Qin Xian to triumph. Ling Mo, what on earth is happening? Zhang Tao, disheveled and in disarray, attempted to adjust his attire. Not only did Qin Bei doubt Ling Mo's intentions, but even this prefect was beginning to question the situation. After all, Ling Mo's prowess was well known to him. How could a master of the 4th rank in martial arts possibly be dispatched so easily? Moreover, Qin Xian was undeniably young. Prefect, I. Ling Mo clutched his abdomen, slowly rising to his feet. However, as he stood halfway, excruciating pain surged through his midsection, contorting his face in agony, rendering him unable to rise completely. He could only brace himself with one hand on the ground, arching his body to alleviate a modicum of discomfort. Yet, even in this position, he felt as though his stomach was in turmoil. Witnessing his plight, Zhang Tao's heart raced. He sensed that Ling Mo was not merely feigning. Could it be that Qin Xian had genuinely inflicted serious injury upon him? As this realization dawned upon him, Zhang Tao's expression shifted dramatically. Is his rank truly above yours? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he inquired, though he himself found the question incredulous. After all, Qin Xian was merely in his early 20s. To attain the rank of a martial artist at such a tender age was already a remarkable feat, making him a rare gem in the entire Deqian dynasty. Should Qin Xian indeed surpass Ling Mo in rank, he would possess at least the status of a 5th-rank martial artist. A 5th-rank martial artist at the age of 20? Such an occurrence had never transpired throughout history. Even the current empress and the esteemed leader of the Snow Sword sect, both martial monarchs, had not achieved such heights by the age of 20. As Zhang Tao's question echoed in the air, the countenance of everyone present transformed. Qin Bei's heart quaked. A 5th-rank martial artist could easily take his life as if plucking a flower. Chen Kuan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. The most formidable expert of the Chun clan in Barbarian City, their ancestor, was merely a 3rd-rank martial artist, weaker than Ling Mo. If Qin Xian truly possessed the rank of a 5th-rank martial artist, how could they contend with him? If he so desired, he could annihilate the Chun clan of Barbarian City. How could this young man be so powerful? Furthermore, why had the Chun family of the capital chosen to exile such a formidable talent to the frontier? Chen Kuan found himself utterly perplexed. There must be some underlying issue. My rank is certainly not inferior to his, Ling Mo declared solemnly, gritting his teeth with conviction. I can even sense that his strength is merely that of a 1st-rank martial artist. A 1st-rank martial artist? Are you certain? Zhang Tao gazed at him with skepticism. A 1st-rank martial artist could inflict such damage upon you? Ling Mo nodded vigorously, his voice deep and resonant. His internal strength is not particularly robust. It even gives me the impression of someone who has just stepped into the 1st rank of martial artists. The reason he appears so formidable is due to his extraordinary martial skills. Martial skills? Are you suggesting that the kick he just executed is an advanced technique of the Xian rank? Ling Mo continued. Indeed. The Chun clan is among the most prestigious families in the Dacian realm, so it is not surprising that he possesses advanced martial techniques. Zhang Tao, pondering the matter, turned to Chen Kuan and inquired, what martial skill was that kick of his, belonging to your Qin clan? Chen Kuan wore a perplexed expression and replied with a wry smile. In response to the esteemed governor's question, I am afraid I do not know. Our branch is merely a collateral line, and it is unlikely that the Chun clan would impart their refined martial techniques to us. Receiving a few sets of intermediate or even basic Xian rank techniques is already quite commendable. Advanced techniques of the Xian rank would only be taught if a master of the 6th level or above were to emerge from our branch. Only then would the Chun family in the capital consider sharing such knowledge. Thus, Chen Kuan found himself in an awkward position. Entirely unfamiliar with the technique Chen Xian had employed. No, it must be more than just an advanced Xian rank technique. Ling Mo's expression grew more serious than ever as he articulated, "If I am not mistaken, that kick he executed was likely a technique of the Earth rank." Boom. The moment those words were uttered, it was as if a colossal meteor had struck the calm surface of a lake. Earth rank martial skills? In the entirety of Monsong, there is not a single individual, not even one with a fragmented technique, who possesses such knowledge. How is this possible? To my understanding, only those at the martial king level can learn the Earth rank techniques of the Qin family, and moreover, such skills demand immense physical endurance and years of training to harness their power. How could he, merely a martial artist, possibly channel the strength of an Earth rank technique? Zhang Tao exclaimed, his face filled with astonishment. It is important to note that learning an Earth rank technique requires not only a certain level of mastery, but also considerable physical resilience. I cannot say for certain. He is quite an enigma. Ling Mo shook his head, feeling equally perplexed by Chun Xian's situation. Even a martial artist struggles to learn advanced Xian rank techniques. For instance, when I practiced the intermediate Xian rank technique, the Tiger Demon Fist, I endured 10 times the hardship compared to others. Earth rank techniques are beyond my reach. Not due to a lack of understanding, but rather because my body cannot withstand the intensity and consumption required. In the courtyard, Earth rank martial skills? Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. As a princess of the Tang nation, she was acutely aware of the implications. And Ruxue also displayed an expression of shock. Even the Xuejian sect, the foremost sect of the Daqian dynasty, places great importance on Earth rank techniques. The few Earth rank martial skills possessed by the Xuejian sect are limited in number, and only elder-level experts are qualified to practice them. Su Ruolin and her companions may not comprehend the true strength and significance of Earth rank techniques, but they could certainly perceive the astonished expressions surrounding them. Chen Xian had indeed left them awestruck. "My dear husband is truly remarkable, a man worthy of my admiration." Su Ruolin's eyes sparkled with delight, while the other women breathed a sigh of relief. The current Chen Xian exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Ding. Su Ruolin's affection level, 5. Li Xiaoning's affection level, 10. Lu Yi's affection level. The voice of the system echoed in Chen Xian's mind. Su Ruolin's affection level has surpassed 30. Congratulations to the host for receiving a qi gathering pill. Chen Xian focused his mind, and a purple pill materialized before him. He picked it up and inhaled its alluring fragrance. The pill emitted a captivating aroma that brought forth a refreshing sensation, as if every pore in his body had been awakened. Another woman had surpassed the 30 mark in affection. From the very first, Ying'er, to Li Xiaoning and Ruxue, and now Su Ruolin, this was already the fourth. Regrettably, there was no critical reward this time. Chapter 82. The Rude Bandit. Although there were no critical hit rewards, it is fortunate that the affection levels of Lu Qiqi, Lu Yi, Li Xianxian, and Su Qingqing are nearing 30 points. Once their affection levels surpass 30, they will soar. However, it is somewhat regrettable that Li Xiaoning's affection level has plummeted to 0. Even with the recent increase of 10 points, it remains merely 10. And even if it reaches 30, no rewards will follow. Only upon attaining 60 points will there be any further benefits. Everyone else stood in utter astonishment. Yet, amidst the crowd, one individual was reveling in joy, Lu Jinyu. He could hardly suppress his laughter. It is worth noting that he had just acquired the advanced martial skill, Dragon Claw. From now on, if he transforms into a sycophant, fervently flattering Chen Xian, and manages to bring him joy, perhaps in his exuberance, Chen Xian would bestow upon him the Earth-tier martial skill through enlightenment. The mere thought of this exhilarated him. Martial skills imparted by Chen Xian require no training. They are instantly mastered, an existence beyond comprehension. With this in mind, Lu Jinyu felt an ever-growing compulsion to perform extravagantly before Chen Xian. "What say you, do you yield?" Stepping forward, Lu Jinyu placed one hand on his hip and pointed at Zhang Tao and his companions, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he declared, "Step forth if you dare, I shall crush your skulls." Under normal circumstances, someone would have rebuked him immediately. However, now, all those around Zhang Tao had grown notably subdued. Even Qin Bei fell silent. What has caused this deafening hush? Were they not rather formidable moments ago? Lu Jinyu, emboldened, beckoned Qin Bei with a flick of his hand. Qin raised defiantly. You, come here. There's no need for our Lord Chun to intervene. I can handle you with one hand. At this, Qin Bei's face flushed with fury. If such words had emanated from Qin Xian, it would be one matter. But why should a mere underling of Chun Xian presume to speak so haughtily? As a martial artist of the 7th tier, how could he endure such insolence? He immediately prepared to teach Lu Jinyu a lesson. Master, please, do not act impulsively. The coachman, Lai Fu, urged quietly from the side. Humph, impulsive? A mere ant dares to chatter before me and expects me to endure? He must pay the price. Qin Bei scoffed coldly. Lai Fu, with a wry smile, replied, Master. The one hurling insults is the very one who captured the chief steward of the governor's mansion with a single move. Qin Bei instantly froze. He had always assumed the chief steward had been subdued by Qin Xian, for one capable of capturing such an individual must be at least a master-level expert. To his utter disbelief, it was Qin Xian's subordinate? Yet, the aura emanating from Lu Jinyu bore no resemblance to that of a master-level martial artist. Are you certain? Qin Bei's expression darkened as he turned to Lai Fu. Master, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Lai Fu, with a sense of helplessness, spoke up. Am I capable of deceiving you in such matters? Upon hearing this, Qin Bei, who had just taken a step forward, immediately retreated. Old rascal, were you not just eager to confront me? Why the sudden timidity? Lu Jinyu ridiculed him directly. Qin Bei felt a profound embarrassment, aware that numerous eyes were upon him, and he had just made a significant fool of himself. Yet, despite his humiliation, he dared not advance, for his son had already become entangled in this predicament. Should he step forward, he would likely find himself captured as well. In that case, Qin Xian and the others would surely demand an exorbitant sum, perhaps an additional 1,000 taels of gold. Cunningly, Qin Bei positioned himself beside Zhang Tao. At this juncture, nowhere felt entirely safe. Even Zhang Tao was not secure, having recently endured an attack on his palanquin. Nevertheless, standing next to Zhang Tao offered a semblance of safety compared to other locations. What a disappointment. I had thought you a man of courage, yet you proved to be so cowardly, Lu Jinyu lamented, shaking his head in disillusionment. However, in the next moment, he set his sights on Chen Kuan, a sly smile gracing his lips. You come here. Upon witnessing Lu Jinyu's grin, Chen Kuan instinctively knew that mischief was afoot. There was no way he would approach. Furthermore, he had already fallen out with Qin Xian, and Lu Jinyu, being Qin Xian's subordinate, would undoubtedly seek retribution on his behalf. It would be sheer folly to approach. Thus, Chen Kuan chose to ignore Lu Jinyu. Seeing his disregard, Lu Jinyu erupted in a torrent of insults. Old man, have your ears been blocked by wax, or can you not hear me? Should I give you a slap to dislodge the wax from your ears? His words were brash and vulgar. As the head of the Qin family in Monsong, Chen Kuan had never endured such indignity. Infuriated, his face flushed a deep red. He glared at Qin Xian and declared in a low voice, Qin Xian, control your people. Qin Xian shrugged indifferently, responding, freedom of speech. Chen Kuan nearly choked on his fury at such a statement and demeanor. What nonsense is this freedom of speech? Does it grant one the liberty to insult others? Old man, are you seeking to complain in front of me? Do you believe I won't strip you of your trousers and stuff them in your mouth to silence you? Lu Jinyu's tirade continued unabated, his fury unleashed. Having once been a bandit for many years, he and his companions were all rough characters. Accustomed to speaking in a coarse manner, their conversations devoid of civility. This is outrageous. Chen Kuan seethed. Dare you challenge me to a duel? Lu Jinyu taunted with a beckoning finger. However, Chen Kuan did not muster the courage to approach. He had heard Lai Fu's earlier words. In truth, Chen Kuan possessed formidable strength, being at the 8th level of martial prowess, certainly a skilled fighter. Yet, facing the chief steward, he had no chance of victory. Just as Lu Jinyu could easily subdue the chief steward, the same applied to him. It is truly disheartening, for each of you appears as timid as a turtle retreating into its shell. In my view, it would be more fitting for you to abandon your masculine pretenses and embrace the guise of a turtle instead. Observing that no one dares to step forward, Lu Jinyu felt a profound disappointment. Having uttered his sentiments, he dutifully positioned himself behind Qin Xian. After all, he had already made his presence known, and all he needed was for Qin Xian to recognize the potential in him, ensuring that he would be the first thought when opportunities arose. With only a quarter of an incense stick left, should the money not be delivered, I shall be compelled to take drastic actions. Chun Xian glanced back at the incense altar. The lit stick had burned down significantly. My blade has long been idle, dulled from disuse. And it seems providential that I might sharpen it by taking a few lives. Behind Lu Jinyu, an old bandit grinned wickedly, brandishing a knife that gleamed ominously, exuding an aura of lethal intent, clearly a weapon that had tasted blood. Chapter 83. Dragged down. The incense continued to burn, its flames growing fiercer as they descended. Both Qin Bei and Chun Kuan could not help but glance at Zhang Tao. Chun Kuan inwardly yearned for Chun Xian to swiftly eliminate Zhang Tianxi and Xin Hao, for they were not his kin. A decisive act would sever ties with the governor, leading to an irreparable conflict, an outcome he secretly longed for. Conversely, Qin Bei felt a rising anxiety. Xin Hao was his only cherished son. His thoughts raced towards the prospect of offering a ransom to rescue his boy. However, without a word from Zhang Tao, he dared not make any unilateral decisions. Zhang Tao's expression fluctuated between anger and apprehension. Since assuming the role of governor of the barbarian city, he had never faced such a blatant threat. To yield to Qin Xian would be a bitter pill to swallow, as it would challenge his authority. Yet, should he refuse to compromise, his son's life would be in grave peril. He genuinely believed Qin Xian would not hesitate to kill him. Reluctantly, he pondered before stating, "Qin Xian, I have dispatched 4,000 elite soldiers to surround you. What does your prowess matter? With a mere command, all those around you will perish. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot protect them all." Chun Xian regarded him with an expression of mockery, retorting, "If you give the order, I could simply end your life, couldn't I? Once you are dead, your soldiers would cease their loyalty. Who would follow a corpse into battle?" At this, Zhang Tao's countenance shifted. "You wish to kill me?" Chun Xian continued his derision. "And what of it? Do you consider yourself impressive? You are merely a minor governor of a barbarian city, a 7th-rank official. In the capital, I could easily apprehend a corrupt official far more significant than you." Zhang Tao's face turned a shade of green. In the barbarian city, he was an unchallenged authority, a 7th-rank officer sanctioned by the court. To Chun Xian, however, he was utterly inconsequential. It was imperative to note that his rank granted him military power, surpassing that of many 6th-rank officials. "You are exceedingly arrogant." Zhang Tao seethed, his fury palpable. Chun Xian shook his head, saying, "Surely you do not believe Ling Mo could protect you? That kick I delivered caused him internal injuries. Allow me to be frank. The technique I employed was a terrestrial-level martial art. Furthermore, I held back, using merely 70% of my strength. Had I unleashed my full power, Ling Mo would have faced far worse. Even if he survived, he would have been left crippled." His words were delivered with an air of nonchalance. Yet each syllable struck Zhang Tao and his companions like a thunderclap, reverberating with dread. Was it truly a terrestrial-level martial art? How could a mere martial artist like Chun Xian have been permitted to master such a formidable technique? And he had indeed perfected it. When Chun Xian voluntarily revealed the level of his martial arts skills, astonishment enveloped the crowd. What had previously been mere speculation was now unequivocally validated. "Ling Mo, how long can you hold him off?" Zhang Tao inquired in a hushed tone. Ling Mo, still crouched with his body bowed, slowly turned to glance at Zhang Tao. The moment their eyes met, a heavy weight settled in Zhang Tao's heart, for he noticed blood trickling from the corner of Ling Mo's mouth. It was evident that his injuries were far from trivial. Moreover, if Chun Xian's claims were accurate, he had only exerted 70% of his strength. If that were the case, a full-force kick from Chun Xian could indeed annihilate Ling Mo, a martial artist of the 4th tier. What does this imply? It signifies that Chun Xian could extinguish Zhang Tao's life with remarkable ease. "Bei, prepare 4,000 taels of gold," Zhang Tao declared through gritted teeth, unwilling to concede. The incense was nearly burnt down to the very end. Any further delay would lead to dire consequences. Additionally, Chun Xian's overwhelming demeanor offered no room for negotiation. Zhang Tao had no choice but to acquiesce. "Brother-in-law, why must I bear the burden of preparing 4,000 taels of gold alone?" Upon hearing the demand for his financial contribution, Qin Bei felt as though he was being skinned alive, overwhelmed with anguish. "What? Do you take issue with me asking for your money?" Zhang Tao, already in a foul mood, seethed with irritation at Qin Bei's words. If he didn't pay, who else would? Sensing Zhang Tao's fury, Qin Bei's heart raced, and he hastily responded, "Brother-in-law, it is not that I am unwilling to contribute, but rather that every place requires funds at the moment, and I cannot procure such a sum immediately. How about this? I will provide 2,000 taels of gold, and the remaining 2,000 can be covered by the Qin family. How does that sound? Forcing one person to gather 4,000 taels of gold for ransom was surely unacceptable. A companion was a necessity. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuan exploded with fury. Your ransom negotiations are of no concern to me. Why should I also be expected to pay? Without a moment's hesitation, he vehemently shook his head in refusal. Master Qin, this is your affair. Your son provoked others first, and it is only right that you bear the cost of his misdeeds. Involving me in this matter is rather excessive. Qin Bei let out a cold laugh. Chen Kuan, that brat is from your Qin family. If you cannot keep him in check, that falls squarely on you. Logically speaking, you should be the one to pay the entire 4,000 taels of gold. I am already being quite generous by offering 2,000. Chen Kuan's ire ignited at this remark. You expect me to help cover your half of the ransom, and then twist it to say you have generously given 2,000 taels for me? What sort of logic is that? Master Qin, your reasoning is utterly nonsensical. I will not pay a single coin. Refusal is not an option. You must contribute. This is the command of the prefect. Do you wish to defy the prefect's orders? Qin Bei, tired of the argument with Chen Kuan, cleverly invoked Zhang Tao to exert pressure on him. Zhang Tao and Qin Bei are indeed of the same lineage, with the financial institutions in Barbarian City being equally divided between the Zhang and Qin families. On ordinary days, the governor's office has frequently benefited from the Qin family, while the Qin family has also profited significantly from the governor's office. In such circumstances, Zhang Tao is undoubtedly inclined to support Qin Bei. Chen Kuan, the origins of this debacle can be traced back to your son's refusal to allow him entry into the city. Had he simply permitted him to enter, would there have been a ruckus at the city gates? If there had been no uproar at the gates, there would not have been a series of subsequent troubles. Ultimately, the unfolding of events has left your son, Qin Xing, entangled in this matter. Therefore, this time, the 4,000 taels of gold must be shared equally between the Chun and Qin families. Zhang Tao spoke coldly, leveraging Chen Xing's involvement to compel Chen Kuan for the payment. Chen Kuan's countenance darkened. As the saying goes, men perish for wealth, and birds for food. 2,000 taels of gold equate to 20,000 taels of silver. How long would it take to recuperate that amount? The incense has burned out. At that moment, the indifferent voice of Chun Xian resonated. The stick of incense on the altar had, at this very instant, been consumed completely. Chapter 84. Increase the stakes. The mere utterance of 4 simple words, the incense has burned out, caused a palpable tension to envelop everyone present. Bring them forth, Chun Xian commanded with an air of indifference. Immediately, Xiao Lu summoned a few individuals to usher out Zhang Tianzi, Qin Hao, and the steward. The 3 men, their mouths stuffed with foul socks, became agitated upon seeing Zhang Tao and Ling Mo emitting muffled cries of despair. They believed they were on the brink of salvation. However, in the next instant, Xiao Lu brandished a blade, accompanied by a whetstone, methodically sharpening the knife's edge with deliberate strokes. Master Chun, which one shall we execute first? Xiao Lu inquired with a sinister smile, spitting on the blade and spreading it evenly before pressing the edge against the steward's neck, grinning wickedly. Shall we commence with this old fool? Then, he shifted the blade to Qin Hao's throat, continuing his taunts. Or shall we dispatch this cur first? Finally, he pointed the tip at Zhang Tianzi's Adam's apple, adding, what about this little brat? The pupils of the 3 men constricted in sheer terror. Though they could not voice their fear, their expressions betrayed their shock. After all, the governor Zhang Tao himself had come personally, accompanied by his entourage. How could they still be deliberating on whom to kill first, as if disregarding the governor's presence? Let us begin with him. Chun Xian casually gestured towards Zhang Tianzi. In that moment, a chill ran down Zhang Tianzi's spine, his eyes widening in horror. He could scarcely fathom that Chun Xian dared to proclaim his intent to slay him in front of his father. Muffled cries erupted as he thrashed violently, desperately attempting to escape his bindings. His father was but a few steps away. If he could break free from Chun Xian's grasp and take refuge behind Zhang Tao, he would be safe. Yet, bound tightly like a dumpling, escape was impossible. He could only writhe on the ground like a worm. Lu Jinyu planted his foot firmly on Zhang Tianzi's back, pinning him to the ground immovably, cursing, "Thank goodness we tied this brat up securely. Otherwise, he'd be harder to restrain than a pig destined for slaughter during the new year." Xiao Lu, hand me the knife. I will personally carry out the execution. With that, he reached out, and Xiao Lu obediently passed the knife to Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu, now resolute and fiercely loyal to Qin Xian, was determined to prove his worth. He would undertake any dirty or laborious task that Qin Xian assigned him, convinced that his loyalty would not go unrewarded. Seizing Zhang Tianzi by the nape of his neck, he hoisted him up like a discarded refuse bag, pressing the knife against his throat, and grinned at Qin Xian. Master Chun, shall I slash his throat like one would a chicken, or plunge it straight in? As the blade grazed against Zhang Tianzi's skin, a wave of icy dread enveloped him, sending goosebumps cascading across his body, leaving him in a state of utter shock and fear. At this moment, the shadow of death loomed ominously above him. He was acutely aware that Qin Xian's subordinate was indeed capable of ending his life. Desperation surged within him, and he emitted frantic cries for help, while his eyes implored Zhang Tao, I am your only son. Why do you not come to my rescue? Stop this at once. Zhang Tao's face turned ashen. He never anticipated that as the governor of Man City, with years of absolute authority, his influence would fail him today when he took matters into his own hands. Release my son. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. Is it as simple as you say? You think you have any say in this? The incense has burned out, and one of these three must die, Lu Jinyu sneered, relishing the power to threaten others. At that moment, Qin Bei dared not speak, for Lu Jinyu was not targeting his son, and he saw no reason to invite trouble upon himself. As for Qin Kuan, a fleeting glimmer of excitement crossed his eyes. He eagerly wished for Lu Jinyu to eliminate Zhang Tianzi. If Zhang Tianzi were to perish, the governor would be irrevocably at odds with Qin Xian. Qin Xian, as long as you release my son, I am open to any terms you propose. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth, resigned to his fate. Despite the bitterness in his heart, he understood that sometimes one must swallow their pride. Qin Xian, uninterested in further discourse, raised a single finger. What does this signify? Zhang Tao felt a foreboding sense of dread. On top of the original 4,000 taels of gold, I require an additional 1,000. You will have the duration of a stick of incense. If the money is provided, your son will be freed. Should it fail to arrive, the consequence will be death. Qin Xian's tone was indifferent, leaving no room for negotiation. Zhang Tao's lips twitched in frustration. Another 1,000 taels of gold? Do you think gold is as plentiful as cabbage? Do you believe you can demand as much as you wish? Meanwhile, Shaoli had scampered off to ignite one of the remaining incense sticks on the altar. Zhang Tao immediately turned to fix a piercing gaze on Qin Bei and Qin Kuan, his voice heavy. Both of your families must contribute 2,500 taels of gold immediately. Qin Bei's face fell, and Qin Kuan was left stunned. So, we are to provide an extra 1,000 taels, and that 1,000 is to come from us? Will the governor's mansion contribute nothing? Damn it, it's my son at stake. Why should I bear the cost? What? Are you too unwilling? Observing their reluctance and pained expressions, Zhang Tao's cold smile morphed into a more sinister grimace. It appeared that he had been too lenient over the years, allowing them to grow too arrogant, to the point where they no longer heeded his words. A shiver ran down Qin Bei's spine as he sensed the chilling atmosphere. He knew that if he continued to hesitate, the head of the Qin family might soon change. The Qin family originally flourished through the support of the governor's office. Qin Bei's ascendancy to the position of family head was solely due to Zhang Tao's unwavering backing. At this juncture, should he exhibit disobedience, Zhang Tao could effortlessly replace him. Moreover, among the hostages they sought to rescue, there was indeed his own son. Qin Bei sighed in resignation, stating, Brother-in-law, it is not that we are unwilling to pay, but rather that it is impossible to amass such a sum of gold in a short time. That amounts to 5,000 taels of gold, not merely 500. Perhaps you could inquire if gold could be exchanged for silver? Zhang Tao pondered this. Gold, being far more precious and rare than silver, made it clear that not only was it unfeasible to gather 5,000 taels of gold in such a brief period, but even depleting the entire city of M.N. would likely not yield enough. However, if it could be converted into silver, they would have more than enough. Is it possible to exchange gold for silver? Zhang Tao immediately turned to Qin Xian, inquiring earnestly, for without the option of using silver as a substitute, they would be unable to gather the required amount. Chapter 85. Whispers of Malice. Of course, it is feasible, provided we exchange at a ratio of 1 to 10. Qin Xian nodded in agreement. After all, whether gold or silver, both constitute currency, Money is all that matters. However, silver is rather cumbersome and will require a cart for transport, which may take some time, perhaps more than a mere incense stick's worth, Zhang Tao remarked solemnly. We will also need to tally the amount upon its arrival, and all of this consumes time. I will grant you 1 hour. Should you exceed this limit, an additional 1,000 taels of gold shall be demanded, Chen Xian stated, imposing a strict time constraint. The initiative lay firmly in his hands, allowing him the freedom to extort as he pleased. Zhang Tao's capitulation stemmed from the undeniable truth. Ling Mo was no match for Chen Xian. Were Ling Mo capable of besting Chen Xian, it would be Chen Xian kneeling on the ground, facing the threat of a blade at his throat. Ultimately, strength dictated reality. The mightier the fist, the louder the voice. Two imbeciles, why are you still standing there? Zhang Tao bellowed at Qin Bei and Chen Kuan, who remained motionless. Scolded, they hurriedly dashed home to procure the funds. Along the way, Chen Qing whispered to Chen Kuan, Father, does Chen Xian not desire money? We could deliberately delay, provoking his ire. Chen Xian is known for his volatile temper. In a fit of rage, he might even slay Zhang Tianci. Even if he refrains from murder, he is likely to inflict injury. This would surely incite a bitter feud with the governor, which would be a tremendous boon for us. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kuan delivered a sharp slap to his forehead, scolding him vehemently. You foolish child. Are you intent on leading me to ruin? Zhang Tianci may perish, but it must not be due to our failure to gather funds. If that were to occur, not only would the governor seek vengeance against Chen Xian, but he would also annihilate our entire family. Although our Chen family is substantial in Man City, the common folk do not contend with officials. If the governor desires to ruin us, it would be effortlessly accomplished. To put it politely, we are his subjects. To be blunt, we are his pets, and he can dispose of us at his whim. No matter the circumstances, we must not offend him. His tirade left Chen Qing utterly chastened. Is it truly so dire? Chen Qing felt somewhat aggrieved. Surely, our Chen family is not so feeble as to be threatened in such a manner. He believed Chen Kuan was elevating Zhang Tao's stature excessively. Foolish pig. How many members does our Chen family comprise? Altogether, barely a few hundred, while the governor's household boasts throngs. His elite soldiers alone number 8,000. If he wishes to slaughter us, it would be as simple as killing a chicken. Chen Kuan gazed coldly at his son, perplexed. Usually, he appeared quite astute, often referred to as the little Zhuge among the 3 heroes of Man City. Today, however, he seemed remarkably dim-witted. Chen Qing was scolded to the point of silence. Yet he harbored an unyielding resentment within. He murmured, those 8,000 elite troops were dispatched by the court to defend against hostile nations and bandits. Now, they have nearly become the private soldiers of the Zhang family. They have slain few enemies and captured even fewer bandits, and are solely employed to intimidate common folk like us. Silence. Chen Kuan retorted angrily, delivering a sharp slap and seizing his ear as he dragged him home. There was no choice. They had only 1 hour. The Chen family needed to procure 2,500 taels of gold, which, when converted to silver, amounted to a staggering 25,000 taels. They had to hasten their efforts. Failing to gather the required sum within the hour would result in a price increase. Inside the courtyard, Su Rulan exclaimed, My husband is truly magnificent. 5,000 taels of gold, just like that. Being a money enthusiast, she was nearly starstruck by the prospect of such a windfall. The other women shared her delight, for the wealth of Chen Xian meant he would generously spend on them. Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes sparkled as she recognized Chen Xian's remarkable ability to generate wealth. Previously, when Lu Jinyu and his bandits sought refuge, the norm would have been for Chen Xian to bestow a considerable sum upon them for their services. Instead, Chen Xian had reversed the situation, compelling the bandits to pay him handsomely for his patronage. Now, he had amassed enough value equivalent to 5,000 taels of gold from the governor, the Qin family, and the Chen family combined. Though his methods of acquiring wealth were somewhat unconventional and not entirely legitimate, his talent for generating money was undeniable. This led Li Xiaoning to ponder whether Chen Xian might have a background among bandits. Was he truly a young master of the esteemed Chen clan rather than a brigand? His intimidating demeanor while extorting others seemed even more pronounced than that of the genuine bandit Lu Jinyu. If Chen Xian were to serve as a prime minister in the Tang Kingdom, he would likely force corrupt officials to disgorge every last coin they had greedily consumed over the years. The Tang Kingdom had been experiencing a fiscal deficit, often unable to meet its expenses due to the plethora of corrupt officials, causing the emperor much distress. Wait, how did I end up thinking about this? Li Xiaoning suddenly realized her thoughts had wandered too far and shook her head to regain her composure. The only one remaining calm in the courtyard was Enrushua. She had little interest in money. Her true fascination lay solely in items that could enhance her strength. Since they have gone to gather the funds, could you not release them? Zhang Tao observed his son bound tightly like a zongzi, with a foul sock stuffed in his mouth, the stench wafting towards him. He spoke in a conciliatory tone. We'll discuss it once the money arrives, Chen Xian replied, uninterested in further dialogue and offering no concessions. He was acutely aware that individuals like Zhang Tao would only gradually erode one's boundaries. If you agree to remove the foul socks from their mouths, the next step would be to have you untied. Once untied, they will assure you that the money is on its way, inevitable in its arrival, and might even suggest that a physician should examine you. Therefore, Chen Xian remained unwavering, refusing to yield even an inch. Observing Chen Xian's unyielding demeanor, Zhang Tao could only seethe silently with frustration. Having spent many years in Barbarian City, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to defy his wishes. Encountering someone as resolute as Chen Xian today felt like a stroke of misfortune. Such a person must either be eliminated or, if that proved impossible, driven out of Barbarian City. There were other territories beyond Barbarian City, and Chen Kuan began to concoct plans in his mind. If he could not eliminate Chen Xian or make him leave, he would find a way to persuade him to depart. In any case, it was imperative that Chen Xian not remain in Barbarian City. Meanwhile, on Zhang Tianxi's side, the three wept silently, not out of fear, but rather due to the unbearable stench of Xia Luzi's treasured collection of putrid socks, which brought tears to their eyes purely from the noxious aroma. Chapter 86. Silence. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, Chen Xian turned to Lu Jinyu and inquired, "How much time has passed?" "A full hour," Lu Jinyu replied, "which is equivalent to 2 hours. Chen Xian was unable to tell time himself, as he lacked a watch. In this world, people typically gauge time by observing the sun's movement. Lu Jinyu had planted a stick in the ground, allowing the sun to cast its shadow upon it. He glanced at the sky and then at the shadow of the stick, saying, "Master Chen, there is less than a quarter of an hour left until the hour is complete." Chen Xian responded with a nonchalant hum. He then cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Tao, his silence conveying a clear message. The time was nearing, and it was up to him to manage his own people. Zhang Tao's heart was a tumult of emotions. As a dignified governor, he found himself extorted and reluctantly compelled to part with his money. He had never previously endured such humiliation, if not for the fact that Ling Mo was at a disadvantage. He turned to look at Ling Mo, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, his complexion somewhat pale and appearing rather unwell. Clearly, Chen Xian's previous kick had inflicted significant internal injury upon him, leaving him unable to recover in the short term. Zhang Tao had contemplated directly overwhelming Chen Xian with his forces. With 8,000 men at his command, he was confident that one man could not withstand them all. However, after much consideration, he realized that this was not a prudent approach. Even if he managed to eliminate everyone around Chen Xian, the latter would likely escape. Should Chen Xian flee, the governor would find himself unable to sleep peacefully that night, constantly wary of the possibility of a stealthy assassination attempt at the governor's mansion. Furthermore, there was a perilous risk if Zhang Tao issued the order to attack, and Chen Xian employed the strategy of capturing the leader first. The governor himself could be seized, leading to utter disaster. Thus, after thorough deliberation, he found himself with no choice but to acquiesce. As for future retribution, that would have to be strategized upon his return. "Here comes the money." At that moment, a voice called out, heralding the arrival of several horse-drawn carriages. The soldiers on either side promptly cleared a path. The carriages halted at the entrance of the courtyard, some belonging to the Qin family and others to the Qin family. "Brother-in-law, I have brought 1,000 taels of gold and 15,000 taels of silver," Qin Bei declared, pointing at the two carriages with a pained expression. "Such a sum. I shudder to think of the exorbitant interest needed to recoup this loss. Governor, I present to you 1,200 taels of gold and 13,000 taels of silver." Chen Kuan lamented, his voice tinged with regret. He wished he had not accompanied them, realizing that this expenditure was entirely unnecessary. However, he recognized that had he not come along, Qin Bei would not have agreed to it. The latter had deliberately dragged him into this predicament. Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. The money had finally arrived. He addressed Chen Xian earnestly. The funds are here. Can we release the captives now? Not so fast. Let us first verify the amount. Chen Xian cast a meaningful glance at Xiao Liuzi. Understanding the cue, Xiao Liuzi promptly gestured, and a large group of bandits, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment, grinned as they blew gently on their palms. Excitedly rubbing their hands together, they surged forth to tally the total sum. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, each individual count was matched, revealing a total of 2,200 taels of gold and 28,000 taels of silver. In other words, the total value amounted to precisely 5,000 taels of gold, neither a single coin more nor less, meticulously accounted for. All right, let us bring it in. Chen Xian commanded with a wave of his hand, prompting Xiao Liuzi to rally the group to escort both horses and carts into the courtyard. We've struck it rich, Su Ruolin exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she eagerly urged Xiao Liuzi and the others to unload the gold and silver. However, Xiao Liuzi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Sister San, why unload it? The horses and carts are ours. Let the money stay where it is. This fellow displayed remarkable insight. Affectionately referring to Li Xiaoning as Sister Da, and Ru Xue as Sister Air, and Su Ruolin as Sister San. The remaining women were uniformly addressed as little sisters. Su Ruolin was momentarily taken aback by his words and couldn't help but inquire, what do you mean? Aren't we returning the horses and carts? These steeds and carts could fetch several hundred taels of silver. These belong to us, Xiao Liuzi replied with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, the women exchanged glances, astonished. Goodness, he truly leaves nothing behind. No wonder he's a bandit. He certainly knows how to leverage his expertise. Can we release the captives now? Zhang Tao said solemnly, noting that the cart laden with silver had already entered the courtyard, and it was becoming unreasonable to hold them any longer. Chen Xian glanced at Lu Jinyu and commanded, release them. Go on. Get out of here, Lu Jinyu said as he tossed the captives aside like discarded dumplings. Zhang Tao's men quickly caught them, unbinding their ropes and removing the foul socks from their mouths. Father, you must avenge me. As soon as the socks were removed, Zhang Tianzi was able to speak, collapsing into Zhang Tao's embrace in tears. I swear I will not rest until I see him punished, he cried out, consumed by an intense humiliation he had never before experienced. Yet Zhang Tao frowned, as the stench emanating from Zhang Tianzi's mouth was overwhelming and offensive. Enough. Stay quiet over there. You are not permitted to speak without my consent, Zhang Tao said sternly. However, Zhang Tianzi seemed oblivious to the command, continuing to weep and demand vengeance, further aggravating Zhang Tao. Already frazzled, the unbearable odor pushed him to the brink of his patience. With a fierce glare, he admonished, if you dare speak again, I shall break your legs. Startled, Zhang Tianzi fell silent. Meanwhile, Qin Bei observed that Zhang Tao's reaction was perhaps a bit excessive. Just moments ago, his son had narrowly escaped a dire situation, and now he was in need of comfort. Yet, instead of offering solace, the father chose to scold his son, silencing him in an inexplicable manner. Moreover, the considerable sum of 5,000 taels of gold had not cost him a single coin. I, who contributed financially, bore no resentment towards my son. However, it was at that instant that Qin Bei swiftly comprehended why Zhang Tao had instructed Zhang Tianzi to remain silent. His own son, Qin Hao, had leaped into his embrace. His face twisted with fury as he gritted his teeth and declared, Father, the wealth of the Qin family shall not be squandered. Now that we have escaped peril and Chen Xian is devoid of hostages, you are free to take action. I yearn to see him meet a fate worse than death. The stench of his foot odor was more pungent than that of a latrine, and Qin Bei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly rendering him breathless. He placed a hand on Qin Hao's shoulder, his voice hoarse and weighted with concern. Hao, please refrain from speaking. Chapter 87. A name well deserved. Why do you ask me to remain silent? Father, do you perhaps already harbor a plan for vengeance? Qin Hao's right hand clenched into a fist, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Having been subjected to the foul odor of his own socks for an extended period, he had grown accustomed to it, much like a person who, upon entering a latrine, initially recoils from the stench but soon becomes desensitized. However, the moment he spoke, his father could hardly endure the pungent fumes. The governor will make his own decisions. You need only observe and refrain from speaking further, Qin Bei said, suppressing his discomfort. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao immediately turned to his uncle Zhang Tao. Uncle, I want Qin Xian. Silence. Zhang Tao scolded with a dark expression. Qin Hao was bewildered, unsure of what offense he had committed to warrant such a reprimand. He felt a twinge of injustice, but dared not express it. My lord, it is the old servant's incompetence that has led to the young master's. The chief steward, bowing in self-reproach, began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhang Tao. You two should be quiet. Any matters can be discussed later. The steward was taken aback. He was one of Zhang Tao's trusted aides. Why was he not permitted to speak? However, being a man of considerable age, with sparse eyelashes, he quickly noticed that Chen Kuan and his son Qin Qing were discreetly covering their noses. Suddenly, he understood the situation. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Yet he chose to remain silent, standing aside and breathing through his nose. Xiao Lu, what are your socks made of? Chun Xian remarked with a look of disbelief. Deeply suspicious that Xiao Lu's foul socks not only harbored an excess of bacteria, but might have even spawned a virus. He anticipated that Zhang Tianxi and the others would return home only to fall gravely ill. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Lu scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. They're just the dirty socks I tossed together. I have no one to help me wash them, and over time, they've developed a smell. Chun Xian shot him a sidelong glance. You call that dirty socks? You are a walking contagion. Enough. Let us conclude this transaction. Payment exchange for goods. The matter is settled, and you may all disperse. Chun Xian waved his hand, signaling for everyone to leave, deeming it unnecessary to linger. However, if Zhang Tao and his companions did not depart, matters would surely escalate. Chun Xian, your men have taken our carriages laden with silver. You have received the payment, yet you must return the carriages to us. Chen Kuan said, his brow furrowed. Lu Jinyu scoffed dismissively. What a miser. It's just a few carriages. We'll return them in a few days. What do you mean, in a few days? Chen Kuan's expression darkened considerably, as he felt a sense of futility akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, gone without a trace. The gold and silver were still within the carriages, yet to be unloaded. They would be returned once they were finally offloaded. Lu Jinyu dug into his ear and extracted a pea-sized earwax, shaping it into a small ball to play with, exuding a somewhat mischievous air. Are you all still here, hoping I will invite you to stay for dinner? Qin Xian remarked nonchalantly. This was indeed a dismissal. The sky had grown quite dark by now, with fiery clouds rolling and surging on the horizon, signaling the arrival of dusk. In that moment, Chen Kuan, Qin Bei, and others turned their gazes toward Zhang Tao. Should they depart, maintain their stalemate, or engage in a life-or-death struggle? It all hinged on Zhang Tao's decision. Zhang Tao's face was inscrutable, and at that instant, no one could discern his thoughts. Chun Xian observed him with calm detachment. The moment Zhang Tao voiced an intention to strike, the 4,000 elite soldiers surrounding them would spring into action, and Chun Xian would seize him without hesitation. Whether to eliminate Zhang Tao would depend on how events unfolded. Chun Xian was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was a governor appointed by the court, a 7th-rank official, slightly above the 9th-rank bureaucrats. Leave. After a prolonged internal struggle, Zhang Tao clenched and relaxed his fist hidden within his sleeve, ultimately letting out a cold snort, sweeping his sleeve dramatically before turning to depart. Chen Kuan and the others displayed expressions of hesitation. They had been extorted for a significant sum, and leaving just like that felt utterly unsatisfactory. Yet, what alternative did they have? With the governor gone, the soldiers surrounding the courtyard would undoubtedly withdraw as well. Staying behind would only invite further extortion. Reluctantly, Chen Kuan and his son, Qin Qing, departed. Father, did I really endure this beating for nothing? Qin Hao looked at Qin Bei with pleading eyes, knowing well that his father was particularly indulgent towards him, hoping to elicit a display of paternal affection. Indeed, upon seeing his son's woeful countenance, Qin Bei's anger flared, intensifying his resentment towards Qin Xian. However, a glimpse of Ling Mo, still seated on the ground in meditation, doused him like a bucket of cold water, bringing him back to his senses. We shall remember this, Dad. Our Qin family will not let this go, and we will reclaim it with interest. With that, he pulled Qin Hao away. Commander, are you all right? Several centurions approached, their concern evident as they watched Ling Mo, who remained with his eyes closed, suppressing his injuries. The governor had departed, Yet he lingered, indicating the severity of his wounds. I am fine. Upon hearing his name called, Ling Mo opened his eyes and braced himself on the ground, preparing to rise. However, just as he stood, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and his body swayed as if he were someone who had been crouching for too long and suddenly stood up, causing a momentary lapse in clarity. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. Commander! The centurions were startled and quickly extended their hands to support him. Under normal circumstances, Ling Mo's strong-willed nature would have compelled him to push them away. The esteemed commander of the barbaric city, reduced to such weakness that he requires assistance from his subordinates, would surely become a subject of ridicule if word were to spread. Yet, at this moment, Ling Mo is acutely aware of the dire state of his own health. He is indeed gravely injured, suffering from internal wounds. The prowess of the earth-level martial arts is, without a doubt, as formidable as rumored. He cannot help but murmur to himself before issuing a command. Assist me back to the camp at once. Yes. Several captains nodded in acknowledgement, casting wary glances at Chen Xian before departing. Soon, the 4,000 elite soldiers surrounding the courtyard retreated. Is this all? These individuals are ostensibly legitimate soldiers, yet their prowess is rather unimpressive. The bandits under Lu Jinyu stared at one another in disbelief. With the crisis averted, they did not feel relief but instead displayed expressions of disdain and mockery. Observing their arrogant demeanor, Chen Xian furrowed his brow and exchanged a significant glance with Lu Jinyu, his expression laden with meaning. Chapter 88. Commander Lu. At this moment, Lu Jinyu was secretly reveling in his triumph. Previously, when they had been bandits on the Bandit Mountain, the arrival of government troops would send them fleeing in disarray. Now, however, surrounded by numerous adversaries, it was the soldiers who were retreating. How could he not feel elated? He overheard his underlings mocking the governor's office and the troops, but he paid them no mind. Suddenly, he caught the gaze of Chen Xian, which sent a jolt through him. What did that look signify? A moment's reflection led him to a realization. He immediately berated his arrogant subordinates. You fools! With your tails in the air, what are you so pleased about? The government troops have retreated. What does that have to do with you? They fled out of fear of Master Chun, who drove them away. If it weren't for Master Chun, those soldiers would have come charging in and slaughtered you all. Our safety today is entirely thanks to Master Chun. So what are you celebrating? His scathing remarks silenced the mockers and inadvertently flattered Chen Xian. However, Chen Xian was not interested in flattery. He discerned that Lu Jinyu had not fully grasped the meaning behind his gaze. Pausing briefly, Chen Xian addressed the group with a serious tone. Since you have chosen to follow me, I must inform you of an important matter. From this day forth, you are no longer bandits. You are now my men, Chen Xian's men. You must fundamentally alter your mindset and shed the thoughts of your former lives as outlaws. I intend to create an iron army that will march into battle and expand our territory. You will be the first members of my iron army. Starting tomorrow, I will devise a specialized training regimen for you. Remember, your identity from now on is not that of a bandit, but of a soldier. Upon hearing this, the 500 outlaws exchanged bewildered glances, each one taken aback by the sudden change in status. Little Six, with a glimmer of cleverness in his eyes, quickly spoke up. Master Chun, since we are now soldiers, does that mean we can no longer call you the big boss? How should we address you? Should we call you Commander Lu? At this, Lu Jinyu was momentarily stunned. Then he gave Little Six a thumbs up, thinking to himself that the lad was quite sharp. Raising his voice, he declared to the crowd, you all better remember this. From now on, I am your commander. If anyone dares to call me Big Boss again, they'll get a beating from me. All hail the commander. Little Six immediately saluted, proving his quick wit in everything he did. Well done, you. I appoint you as centurion. Lu Jinyu erupted in laughter. Little Six's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Thank you, Commander. I want to be a centurion too. I want to be one. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a frenzy, each clamoring for power and rank. Lu Jinyu instinctively stroked his chin, realizing that this fellow was indeed contemplating whom to appoint as centurions. However, he soon became aware of his own momentary pride. He quickly stole a glance at Chen Xian's reaction, then cleared his throat and declared with feigned authority, Am I in a position to assign centurions? What am I, after all? Such a significant role can only be designated by Master Chun. The same goes for the position of commander. It's not simply because you call me commander that I am one. I am only the commander by Master Chen's decree. Furthermore, Xiao Yozai, The centurion position I just mentioned for you is hereby revoked. With that, he turned to Chen Xian with a beaming smile, adding, Master Chun, I shall abide by your commands regarding this matter. Chen Xian replied coolly, the positions of centurion and decurion will be made public after I discuss with Lu Jinyu. As for the commander, Lu Jinyu, you shall remain in that role. Very well, let us leave it at that for today. He gestured dismissively and turned to enter the courtyard. The others set up camp nearby, as the courtyard was limited in space and could not accommodate many. Moreover, it was home to Chen Xian's women, and without permission, the men outside were not allowed entry. Even Lu Jinyu would need to announce his arrival in advance. My dear, you have returned. Su Ruolin was the first to greet him, affectionately linking her arm with Chen Xian's, embodying the image of a devoted wife. Among all of Chen Xian's women, she was the most enthusiastic. I apologize for alarming you all today, Chen Xian said with a smile, a hint of apology in his tone. Had I shown a little more leniency, perhaps you wouldn't have been so on edge. Oh, my dear, you speak too humbly. We sisters adore your strong and resolute nature. If you were to soften and appear weak, we would have parted ways long ago. Su Ruolin interjected. Women are naturally drawn to strength. No woman desires a timid and submissive man. Chen Xian surveyed the group. While none of the women voiced their thoughts, their expressions spoke volumes. Su Ruolin was indeed correct. Turning to Li Xiaoning, he smiled. Today we earn some money. As usual, you will manage the finances. Each woman shall receive 1,000 taels to spend. With Ying'er included, there were 8 women in total, 8,000 taels to distribute. Though Ying'er was not part of Chen Xian's harem, he would not neglect her, treating her like a sister. 1,000 taels each? Is that truly the case? My dear? Su Ruolin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That is quite a substantial sum. Indeed, it is true, Chen Xian replied with a smile. Thank you, my dear. Su Ruolin exclaimed, immediately planting a kiss on Chen Xian's cheek. Ding! Su Ruolin's affection increased by 10. Sisters, why do you remain so motionless? Hurry and express your gratitude to our dear. Su Ruolin urged, gracefully stepping toward Lu Qiqi, pulling her along with fiery enthusiasm and signaling her to join in the appreciation. Lu Qiqi found herself in an awkward situation, ultimately inclining slightly, and, with a flushed face, expressed her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Following this, Su Ruolin urged Lu Yi, Li Xianshu, and Su Qingcheng to hasten as well. The three, feeling rather embarrassed, had no choice but to chorus, Thank you, my lord. Lastly, Su Ruolin cast a knowing glance at Ying'er. Huh, do I need to express my thanks too? Ying'er inquired, somewhat bewildered. Of course, Su Ruolin affirmed with a nod. Ying'er replied, then, Thank you, my lord. Oh dear, Ying'er, we are all inner ladies of the Lord. Hence we may address him as such. However, you are not one of us, so you should say thank you, young master. Su Ruolin teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. Chapter 89. The power of wealth. Ying'er's face instantly flushed a vibrant red, reminiscent of a monkey's posterior. She hurriedly waved her hands, exclaiming, I misspoke. It is not thank you, my lord, but rather thank you, young master. No, that is incorrect as well. It is thank you, you rogue. Su Ruolin immediately chimed in teasingly. Oh, dear Ying'er, if you wish to marry my lord, we would not stand in your way. However, being the youngest, you would be the 8th wife. We could call you Old 8. Absolutely not. I refuse to marry this rogue. Ying'er shook her head vigorously, resembling a rattling toy. Why do you always refer to my lord as a rogue? Have you had some encounter with him? Su Ruolin winked mischievously. Upon hearing this, Ying'er recalled her first encounter with Chen Xian, when this rogue had stolen a kiss from her lips, her very first kiss. Yet, as a young lady, how could she possibly voice such a thing? If she spoke of it, she would undoubtedly be subjected to Su Ruolin's relentless teasing. She quickly shook her head and remarked, The reason I call him a rogue is that he is exceedingly lecherous, marrying so many wives. Is he not a rogue? Is that truly the case? Su Ruolin blinked her large eyes, clearly skeptical, a sentiment echoed by the other women present. Ying'er grew anxious. Believe it or not, it matters not. I speak only the truth. Ha. Very well. We believe you. Su Ruolin laughed heartily, finding it most entertaining to tease the youngest. Seeing Su Ruolin's persistent jests, Ying'er swiftly retorted, What about Sister Roashue and Sister Xiaoning? Why don't you ask them to express their gratitude to this rogue? Su Ruolin's smile faltered instantly. Typically, she prided herself on being part of the third house, considering herself older and thus able to admonish the others. Yet, Li Xiaoning belonged to the first house, and in Ruoxue to the second, both formidable figures, not to be trifled with. Su Ruolin must have been out of her wits to provoke them. No need for my instruction. The first and second houses will undoubtedly thank my lord. Su Ruolin quickly reverted to her cheerful demeanor. Boring. And Ruoxue expressed her disinterest, finding the playful banter among the women rather tedious, and turned to retreat to her room. Second house, if you have no interest in money, I could safeguard your 1,000 taels of silver, Su Ruolin called after her retreating figure. But Ruoxue paid her no mind and entered her chamber. The first house, her silence is an acceptance. Su Ruolin promptly turned her gaze to Li Xiaoning. I shall manage her finances, Li Xiaoning stated calmly. Su Ruolin could not suppress a roll of her eyes, pouting in response. Soon, under Li Xiaoning's organization, each woman received 1,000 taels of silver. However, they all ultimately desired gold, specifically 100 taels of gold. It seemed that, in comparison to silver, the women held a greater affection for gold. Li Xiaoning personally delivered Ruoxue's share to her room, as each individual received their share of wealth. The resounding echoes of the system's notifications reverberated through Chun Xian's mind, causing him to pause in astonishment. He was taken aback to discover that Su Ruolin's affection had increased by 5 points, and indeed, every woman's fondness had risen. Even the previously unyielding Ruoxue had shown an unexpected surge in her favorability. What a delightful surprise. Upon delving into the system's interface, he observed the following. Li Xianxian. Current affection 28. Lu Yi. Current affection 27. Su Qingcheng. Current affection 29. Lu Qiqi. Current affection 28. These four women's affection levels were nearing 30 points. As for Li Xiaoning, her affection stood at 15, while Su Ruolin was at 45 points, and Ruoxue at 48 points, and Ying'er at 50 points. With continued effort, it was conceivable that Ying'er's affection could surpass 60 points, leading to unknown rewards. With such thoughts, Chun Xian felt a promising future ahead. However, he had numerous other tasks to attend to. My dear, you must be weary. Allow me to prepare a meal for you, Su Ruolin said as she gathered Lu Qiqi and the others to cook. As for Ruoxue and Li Xiaoning, Ruoxue needed no sustenance. Thanks to her spirit, nourishing pills, while it was hardly fitting for Li Xiaoning, as the primary wife, to engage in such domestic duties. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chun Xian exited the courtyard and suddenly beckoned Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu, come here. Master Chen, what is your command? Lu Jinyu approached enthusiastically, revealing a perfect set of pearly whites. I recall that Ling Mo bestowed upon you a pill, correct? Chun Xian inquired. Lu Jinyu, momentarily taken aback, nodded and produced the pill, albeit with a tinge of reluctance, offering it with both hands. Master Chun, it would be a waste for me to use this. I present it to you. He assumed Chun Xian desired the pill. Chun Xian, with a look of disdain, pushed the pill back, frowning. What would I want with this? Lu Jinyu was taken aback, puzzled. You don't want this pill? Then why bring it up? Isn't that an indication of desire? I ask you, how long would it take to reach the 9th rank of warrior after consuming this? Chun Xian queried. At most, 3 days, at least 1 day. Lu Jinyu replied promptly. He had been entrenched in the 8th rank for several years, solidly rooted in that realm. Excellent. And after breaking through to the 9th rank, how long would it take to ascend to the rank of master? Chun Xian continued his inquiry. Well, that could take a minimum of 6 months. Or as long as 3 to 5 years. Lu Jinyu gestured with his fingers, speaking earnestly. Such a lengthy duration? Chun Xian furrowed his brow. Lu Jinyu chuckled wryly. Master Chun, I must say that my progress is quite rapid. Many individuals remain ensnared at the 9th level of martial artists, never truly grasping the threshold of becoming a martial master throughout their lives. Just look at that old steward at the governor's residence. Despite his advanced age, he is still merely a martial master. I am confident that within a few years, I shall break through to the rank of martial master, which is already a considerable testament to my talent. Not everyone possesses your extraordinary gifts at such a tender age. As he spoke, his gaze towards Chun Xian was akin to that of one beholding a rare marvel. In his early 20s, at the martial master level, and proficient in earth-tier martial techniques, he had single-handedly incapacitated the 4th-grade martial artist, Ling Mo, leaving him severely injured and unable to stand. What manner of prodigy is this? What if I were to give you this? Chen Xian suddenly produced a blue-hued pill. Upon its emergence, it immediately exuded an enchanting fragrance that was utterly captivating. This is... Lu Jinyu's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Although he was unfamiliar with the pill, the aroma it released assured him that it was undoubtedly a treasure. Chen Xian spoke with a calm demeanor. This is a qi-gathering pill. Chapter 90. A letter from the capital, the qi-gathering pill? A flicker of confusion passed through Lu Jinyu's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a sudden realization that sent tremors through his very pupils. He fixated intently on the pill in Chen Xian's hand, his throat involuntarily convulsing as he struggled to swallow. What is the greatest challenge for a martial artist striving to transcend to the realm of a master? It lies in the arduous task of consolidating all their internal energy within the dantian, thereby forming a unique essence of qi. This essence, akin to internal force yet distinct, can be channeled from the dantian to the limbs, referred to as true qi. The difficulty for a martial artist in achieving this breakthrough to master lies in the ability to coalesce this essence, transforming the dantian into a qi dan. Now, the pill in Chen Xian's possession presented a monumental opportunity for martial artists seeking to ascend to the master level, significantly expediting the process of their breakthrough. Were the chief steward of the governor's mansion to acquire this pill, he could elevate himself from the pinnacle of martial artist to the realm of master overnight. If he were aware of the qi-gathering pill in Chen Xian's grasp, he would surely regret having offended him, for even a half pill would suffice for his ascension. Moreover, the transition from martial artist to master is known to extend one's lifespan. The chief steward, already advanced in years, stands on the precipice of mortality. A breakthrough could grant him at least an additional decade of life, rejuvenating his once gray hair. With this, how long do you believe it will take you to reach the master level? Chen Xian inquired. Lu Jinyu gulped nervously, hesitatingly extending a finger, his lips trembling with excitement. One month. Yet, he abruptly shook his head. No, half a month. At most, I can break through to master in half a month, and possibly sooner. Excellent. I am in need of capable individuals for significant endeavors. This qi-gathering pill is yours as a reward. Chen Xian tossed the pill into the air. Lu Jinyu, quick as a flash, caught it. Yet as he held the qi-gathering pill in his hand, an overwhelming sense of unreality enveloped him. Such a pill, capable of aiding one in transcending from martial artist to master, would command a fortune anywhere, and yet was now casually tossed, as if it were merely a sweet treat. Lu Jinyu was both astonished and exhilarated. Focus on your training and aim for a swift breakthrough. Also, I require a list by tomorrow morning. You are the commander of the Xiantai army. Provide me with the names of the 5 captains and 50 squad leaders. Starting tomorrow, I will implement a comprehensive training regimen for everyone. Very well, that will be all for now, Chen Xian said, clasping his hands behind his back as he turned to enter the courtyard. Master Chen, I shall not let you down, Lu Jinyu proclaimed, his voice resonating with determination. He suddenly felt that Chen Xian treated him remarkably well, almost as if he were a reincarnated parent. The vicinity of the courtyard had already been populated with numerous tents. They were positioned on the outskirts of the city, no longer within its boundaries, surrounded only by a few scattered households. While it was labeled as the suburban area, it scarcely differed from the countryside. One could only say that Chen Kuan, the rotund fellow, had indeed exerted considerable effort to find such a distasteful location for Chen Xian. While others were crammed into tents with a dozen individuals, Lu Jinyu was assuredly enjoying his solitude in a tent of his own. Delighted, he entered his tent with a medicinal pill in hand, preparing to sit cross-legged and cultivate, intending to advance to the 9th level of martial artist that very night. Suddenly, a corner of the tent was lifted, and Xiao Liuzi stealthily crept inside, crouching low. His arms were bulging as if concealing something, ensuring there were no other souls around. Xiao Liuzi leaned closer to Lu Jinyu and whispered, "Boss, a letter has arrived from the capital." Hearing this, Lu Jinyu, who had been immersed in joy, immediately furrowed his brow. He swiftly extended his hand, and Xiao Liuzi, understanding the cue, hurriedly produced a carrier pigeon from his bosom. The bird's leg was bound with a small bamboo tube. After removing the tube, Lu Jinyu opened it and poured out the contents of the letter. Lu Jinyu squinted as he read the letter's contents. What did the boss have to say? Xiao Liuzi couldn't help but inquire, his eyes darting about. Lu Jinyu shot him a glance and coldly huffed, Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Xiao Yozi immediately closed his mouth in compliance. Lu Jinyu lit a candle and incinerated the letter until nothing remained. He paced back and forth within the tent, as though contemplating something of great significance. Boss, should we send a reply to the capital? Xiao Yozi asked. Under normal circumstances, Lu Jinyu would have unhesitatingly penned a response, detailing the situation on Chun Xian's side. After all, the esteemed Qin from the capital held a keen interest in Chun Xian. However, now, Lu Jinyu pondered for a moment before replying. We shall not respond for the time being. We will inform Lord Qin when significant events unfold. This pigeon should be cooked. What? Xiao Yozi was taken aback. Such a carrier pigeon, capable of finding its way, was exceedingly difficult to nurture, requiring immense effort and resources for each one raised. Moreover, this pigeon served as their communication bridge with the capital. Yet now, Lu Jinyu intended for him to cook it? Boss, that might not be wise. If Lord Qin were to find out. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Jinyu shot him a fierce glare and reproached him in a hushed tone. Fool. Matters like this are ours to know. If you do not divulge it, who will? At this point, he cast a significant glance at Xiao Yozi and inquired. How long have you been with me, Xiao Yozi? In that moment, Xiao Yozi sensed an overwhelming wave of peril. He realized that if he did not respond appropriately, he might soon meet an untimely end. Lu Jinyu, having risen from a fugitive to the formidable leader of the Lufeng stronghold, is undoubtedly a ruthless character. Should any destabilizing elements emerge in his vicinity, he would not hesitate to eliminate them without a second thought. Chief, I have served alongside you for 3 years. Although I too was rescued from prison by Lord Qin, to speak candidly, after years of serving him, I have nearly repaid my debt of gratitude. However, the kindness you have shown me, Chief, is something I can never repay in this lifetime or the next. With that, Xiao Yozi fell to his knees, bowing deeply in reverence. Whatever you command, I shall obey, whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or plunging into a cauldron of oil. If I, Xiao Yozi, were to so much as frown, I would no longer be a man. He displayed keen insight, for Lu Jinyu had indeed harbored a fleeting intention of violence towards him. Yet, having uttered such words, it would be quite unreasonable for Lu Jinyu to act against him now. Chapter 91. Conspiracy and Deception. Moreover, Xiao Yozi had become somewhat of a notable figure in Chun Xian's circle. This young man possessed discernment and knew how to navigate situations adeptly. Within the entire bandit stronghold of Lufeng Zhai, aside from Lu Jinyu, who was a favored confidant of Chun Xian, Xiao Yozi was the only other one in such a position. Should he unexpectedly meet his demise, it would be challenging for Chun Xian to account for it, and the same would hold true for Lord Qin. Lu Jinyu had yet to decide definitively whom to pledge his allegiance to. Thus it was prudent to leave a margin for safety in his dealings. Having followed me for so many years, I have never treated you unfairly. You know what is expected of you, Lu Jinyu remarked, as he helped Xiao Yozi to his feet, patting him on the shoulder. There is no need for me to further instruct you on the matters ahead, is there? Xiao Yozi nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Rest assured, Chief. I know what to do. Very well, you may leave. Lu Jinyu waved his hand, indicating he was ready to focus on his cultivation. Busy as always, Chief. Xiao Yozi responded, hurrying away. At the governor's office, a profound humiliation consumed Zhang Tao. The families of Chun Kuan and Qin Bei had gathered there, and Zhang Tao clenched his teeth in anger. 4,000 elite soldiers surrounded the courtyard, yet not only did they fail to compel Chun Xian to surrender anyone, but he had also extorted an additional 1,000 taels of gold from them. This affair could not remain concealed. It was bound to spread. Soon, not just the inhabitants of Monsong, but all 24 cities in the border region would mock him, and even neighboring countries would find amusement in his disgrace. The events of today could be forever etched upon a pillar of shame. If this grudge remained unavenged, how could Zhang Tao still hold his head high as the governor of Monsong? With a heavy fist, Zhang Tao slammed the table, splintering it into pieces, a testament to his fury. But, my lord, even Commander Ling Mo is no match for Chun Xian. To seek vengeance may prove exceedingly difficult, Chen Kuan interjected, feigning concern. He had anticipated Chun Xian's demise today, but the outcome had left him sorely disappointed. Suddenly, Qin Bei chimed in, brother-in-law, why not launch a surprise attack tonight? Under the cover of darkness, while they slumber, we can mobilize 8,000 elite troops and eliminate Chun Xian and his subordinates in one fell swoop. Zhang Tianxi immediately echoed with gritted teeth, "I support Uncle's plan. Tonight, we shall ensnare them all." Chen Kuan and his son, Qin Qing, quickly aligned themselves with the proposal. "We also agree." After all, they were not required to expend their family's resources or efforts. Merely consenting was sufficient. However, the infuriated Zhang Tao scoffed and retorted, "You fools! If Chun Xian can incapacitate Ling Mo with a single strike, what difference would it make to surround him with 8,000 soldiers? Who among you can guarantee his certain death? If he escapes, what good would it do us to eliminate everyone around him?" For Zhang Tao, the fates of Chun Xian's companions were of no consequence. What truly mattered was the life or death of Chun Xian himself. If he could eliminate Chun Xian directly, he would not hesitate to issue the order to act tonight. However, he was deeply concerned that Chun Xian might escape. If Chun Xian managed to flee alive, then Zhang Tao would be left in a state of restless anxiety, unable to sleep through the night. After all, if Chun Xian were to stealthily infiltrate the governor's mansion under the cover of darkness to assassinate him, who could possibly stop him? Thus, in Zhang Tao's perspective, it was either to refrain from action or, if action were to be taken, Chun Xian must perish. "Governor, I have a plan." Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across Qin Qing's face. Zhang Tao, at the sight of him, felt a surge of irritation, wishing he could slap him twice. If it weren't for Qin Qing's covert machinations that had forced Zhang Tianxi to impede Qin Xian's entry into the city, there wouldn't have been so many subsequent troubles. Nevertheless, Zhang Tao restrained his temper, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What scheme do you propose?" Qin Qing hastily replied, "Recently, the bandits have been rampant, have they not? Our borders' 24 cities have all been pillaged by these marauders, and the nearby populace is filled with lamentations. What do the bandits desire most? Gold and jewels. We could spread a rumor that Chun Xian possesses a substantial treasure brought from the capital, and that he has extorted a considerable sum from us, while he only has 500 men at his command. Moreover, he is accompanied by 8 enchanting beauties, each more alluring than the last." Upon hearing this news, the bandits will not only be driven by greed, but will also be tempted by the presence of these lovely maidens, prompting them to take action against him. At that point, we would not need to lift a finger. The bandits would take care of him for us. If, by some stroke of luck, Chun Xian survives and escapes, it would not concern us. The destruction of his family would be the work of the bandits, not us. He would have no reason to seek vengeance against us. Upon hearing this, Chen Kuan's eyes instantly brightened, and he clapped his thigh, exclaiming, "My son, what an excellent strategy. This is truly a plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone." Qin Bei immediately chimed in, "Brother-in-law, I find this plan quite feasible." Zhang Tao was somewhat taken aback. He had initially expected Qin Qing to propose an unreliable scheme. However, upon reflection, he found this stratagem rather commendable. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. You will be responsible for conveying the message to the bandits," Zhang Tao instructed Qin Qing. "Me?" Qin Qing was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to provide an idea, never expecting Zhang Tao to assign him the task of executing it. This was somewhat burdensome. Zhang Tao, already harboring disdain for him, cast a sidelong glance at his hesitance and remarked coldly, "Since this idea originated from you, it is only fitting that you handle it. I shall grant you 3 days. I expect to see the bandits take action against Qin Xian. If there is no effect, do not blame me for being unkind." This Qin Qing's expression immediately shifted, and he felt a surge of regret for having spoken up. He felt as though his good intentions had been met with ill fortune. But it was too late for regrets now. "My lord, 3 days is an exceedingly tight time frame. The vast expanse of the borderland makes it challenging, as the bandits do not reside in a single location. They raid and plunder indiscriminately, and even locating them may take more than 3 days. How long do you propose it should take?" Zhang Tao let out a cold snort. Qin Qing promptly suggested a more conservative estimate, 3 months. 3 months? Do you presume this governor has nothing better to do than wait idly for you? Am I to simply bide my time for 3 months? I shall grant you a maximum of 1 month. If within that period you fail to bring the bandits to confront Qin Xian, I shall hold you accountable." A glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhang Tao's eyes. He had initially considered suggesting a fortnight, but upon reflection, deemed that duration too brief and thus added another half-month. Qin Qing immediately appeared disheartened, as though he had just lost a beloved father. He could not help but glance at Chen Kuan beside him. seeking his father's assistance in softening the governor's stance. Chapter 92, Breakthrough. Chen Kuan naturally noticed the half-dead expression on his son's face and immediately prepared to plead for mercy, hoping Zhang Tao would extend the time. However, before he could utter a word, Zhang Tao waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Enough, everyone leave." With that, he turned and strode away, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. This was truly a denial of any opportunity for appeal. Patriarch Chen, you must exert all your efforts to deal with Chen Xian regarding the bandit issue, Qin Bei taunted, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. After offering a slight bow, he departed, leaving Chen Kuan and his son Chen Qing standing there, their faces a picture of distress. That night, in the courtyard, it became apparent that none slept soundly. In fact, many were restless, fearing a retaliatory strike from the governor's residence. Even Chen Xian remained on high alert, prepared for any emergencies. Should the governor's residence dare to act, he would ensure and Rushu safeguarded Li Xiaoning and the others while he charged through the chaos, determined to capture Zhang Tao at any cost. With his martial prowess, complemented by the dragon claw and the mighty diamond foot techniques, he could easily dominate in the barbarian city. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. The following day, "My dear, you're awake. Breakfast is ready," greeted the women as Chen Xian emerged from his room. Su Ruolin had thoughtfully prepared a basin of water for him to wash up. Such is the allure of wealth. When the money flows, women readily provide emotional support. Noticing the women's weary expressions and dark circles under their eyes, it was evident they had not rested well the previous night. "Thank you all for your hard work," Chen Xian smiled. "By the way, my dear, Lu Jinyu has been waiting at the door since early morning to see you. He didn't come in as you were still asleep," Su Ruolin reminded him, noting Lu Jinyu's commendable adherence to etiquette. After refreshing himself, Chen Xian stepped outside, where he was surprised to find Lu Jinyu standing at the entrance, accompanied by 500 subordinates, all neatly arranged in 5 groups of 100. "Master Chen, you're awake," Lu Jinyu exclaimed, his face beaming with enthusiasm upon seeing Chen Xian. Chen Xian sensed a distinct change in his demeanor, as if he radiated a newfound strength. "Have you experienced a breakthrough?" Chen Xian inquired, astonished. Lu Jinyu sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "After taking the elixir Ling Mo provided last night, I unintentionally broke through. In the coming days, I just need to solidify my foundation, and then I can take the Qi gathering pill you gave me to advance to the martial master realm. It's merely a matter of time." "Excellent. Keep up the good work." Chen Xian nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, Lu Jinyu presented a list and said, "Master Chen, here is the list of centurions and decurions you requested. I have arranged everything." The bandits emerging from Lu Feng's stronghold had, after all, followed Lu Jinyu, and he was fully aware of the capabilities of each individual under his command. Therefore, the decision of whom to promote and whom to overlook did not require Chen Xian's deliberation. He could leave it to Lu Jinyu to ponder. Chen Xian glanced at the list and noted that it contained 5 centurions, all of whom were familiar to him, having interacted with them for nearly a month. He had a clear impression of those with notable skills. Lu Jinyu's selections were sound. However, one name was conspicuously absent, prompting Chen Xian to inquire, "Why is Xiao Liuzi not on this list?" Chen Xian had assumed that Lu Jinyu would certainly allocate a centurion position to Xiao Liuzi. Yet, not only was there no centurion title for him, but he was also missing from the decurion list. In response to Master Chen, "Although I am the commander, I cannot handle everything alone. I require someone capable to assist me, which is why I have Xiao Liuzi accompanying me." Rather than appointing him a centurion to oversee 100 men, Lu Jinyu chuckled. In essence, Xiao Liuzi was a confidant, and Lu Jinyu's actions reflected this trust. Of course, whether there were ulterior motives was something Chen Xian was unaware of and had no interest in discovering. How can you expect Xiao Liuzi to command respect without authority? Can he find balance within himself? Chen Xian remarked, shaking his head. "Add one more name to this list. Deputy Commander Xiao Liuzi." "Absolutely." Lu Jinyu promptly accepted the revised list with a broad smile. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuzi hastily knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Chen." Chen Xian acknowledged his thanks with a simple grunt. "All of you, stand at attention. I will now impart some lessons." Subsequently, Chen Xian began instructing them on military posture, standing at attention, and saluting, effectively applying the training methods he had learned during his previous military service. Such experiences were foreign to this band of brigands. Among them were a few who had once served as soldiers in the Great Qian dynasty but had turned to banditry for various reasons. During their time in the military, they had never encountered the training Qin Xian was imparting, such as calling out one-to-one while running or reporting when there was an issue. Initially, they struggled to adapt. However, after several hours of training, they gradually became accustomed to the regimen. Xiao Liuzi, keep a watchful eye here. Ensure everyone is training diligently and no slacking allowed. Lu Jinyu, accompany me to the city, Chun Xian instructed, pointing at Lu Jinyu. Yes, Xiao Liuzi, shedding his previous unseemly demeanor, now stood erect under Chun Xian's guidance, like a spear poised and ready. Subsequently, Chun Xian entered the courtyard and addressed the gathered ladies. I intend to venture into the city. Does anyone wish to accompany me for shopping? Those interested may join me now. Lu Qiqi was engrossed in playing the piano. Lu Yi was skillfully plucking the pipa. Li Xianxian was absorbed in her reading, while Li Xiaoning was diligently calculating figures on her abacus. Each woman was preoccupied with her own endeavors. Upon hearing his words, they all set aside their tasks. My dear, winter is fast approaching, and I wish to knit some garments for our child. Necessitating a trip to procure fabric from the city, Su Rulin chimed in sweetly. This remark caused a slight flush of embarrassment to rise in Qin Xian, who could not help but respond. But we have yet to consummate our union. Where would the child come from? Su Rulin immediately covered her mouth with a light laugh, replying, who knows? Perhaps tonight will be the night. With a timely conception, the child could be born just in time to wear the garments lovingly crafted by their mother, ensuring they do not feel the cold. Chapter 93. The beggars in the city. Su Rulin has always possessed a rather unique thought process, and her incessant references to matters of intimacy have become a familiar quirk to everyone. Very well, if Rulin is going, what about the others? Chun Xin inquired, gazing at the group of women. I shall abstain from joining. I procured everything I needed yesterday, Lu Qiqi replied. Likewise, Lu Yi added softly. Ultimately, Li Xiaoning and Ruxua, Li Xianyan, and Su Qingcheng decided not to accompany them. I will go, Ying'er declared, brandishing her firearm. Pointing at the worn muzzle, she stated. This gun has seen better days. I must venture into the city to seek a blacksmith for a new one. Since the demise of the entire escort agency, Ying'er had come to a profound realization of her own inadequacies. Throughout their journey to the border, she had diligently practiced her marksmanship, and her current weapon had significantly deteriorated. All right, then it shall be just as few. Chun Xian consented, instructing Lu Jinyu to prepare the horses for their ride into town. Fortunately, although they resided in the outskirts, the distance was not excessive, and within a short span, they arrived at the city gates. It's that Chun from the capital. Do not engage him. Quickly turn away and pretend not to see, the soldiers guarding the city exclaimed upon spotting Qin Xian, as if they had encountered a harbinger of calamity, hastily averting their gazes. Chun Xian felt a twinge of confusion. Was he truly that fearsome? However, their avoidance provided him a rare moment of peace as he rode directly into the city. Master Chun, it appears your reputation has spread throughout the barbarian city. Even the guards are subdued in your presence. Lu Jinyu chuckled, reveling in the aura of intimidation that accompanied them. Fear of power rather than virtue, Qin Xian mused, recalling the arrogant demeanor of these soldiers just the day prior. Their current behavior was a stark contrast to their previous bravado. Such is human nature. When faced with someone stronger, they cower and seek to attach themselves. When encountering someone weaker, they wish to dominate. Lu Jinyu jested. Sister Su, what do you wish to purchase? Chun Xian queried, turning his attention to Su Rulin. Initially, he referred to her as Miss Su, but she found that designation rather formal and unappealing, prompting him to address her as Rulin. Later, feeling that this made her sound like a concubine, she requested another change. Since Su Rulin was slightly older than Qin Xian, he ultimately settled on calling her Sister Su, occasionally using Rulin. Of course, when he used sister, there was a playful undertone, and at times he would intentionally miscall her sister Yujia. Initially, Su Rulin was perplexed by the term Yujia, mistakenly believing it to be the name of a new seductress that Qin Xian had taken, and she contemplated rallying her friends to confront him, demanding to know whether he had indeed sought another consort. Later, after much effort and explanation by Qin Xiansha, they came to understand that the term Yujia refers to a mature and charming woman, and thus they spared him. In truth, I had little desire to purchase anything. I had acquired all I needed yesterday. I merely wish to roam about, enjoy some fresh air, and perhaps indulge in a little spending," Su Ruolin remarked with a smile. For a woman of her disposition, remaining confined within the courtyard each day was akin to torment. The joy lay in the act of spending. After all, Chun Xiansha had bestowed upon her 1,000 taels of silver just the day before. With such wealth, what purpose did it serve to refrain from expenditure? It was not as though she had a younger brother to support, nor any need to prepare dowries or housing, and she had no habit of saving. When she had money, she spent it without hesitation. "Let us first visit the jewelry shop to acquire some adornments," Su Ruolin mused, glancing at her jade bracelet, which was of inferior quality and in need of replacement. She also thought of updating her earrings and pendants. "We should first stop by the blacksmith," Ying'er suggested, noting that crafting a weapon would require time. They could allow the smith to work while they explored the surroundings and gathered information about the city of man. As they ambled along, Chun Xiansha, glancing about from horseback, suddenly furrowed his brow, and the deeper he ventured, the more pronounced his frown became. Lu Jinyu had been observing Chun Xuansha's reactions in secret and, noticing the frown, promptly inquired, "Master Chun, is something troubling you?" He could not fathom what could cause discontent in Chun Xiansha, who was a skilled martial artist, possessed of earth-level techniques, and surrounded by 8 women, a veritable winner in life. "My dear, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast," Su Ruolin asked curiously, having noted the transformation from a smile to a subtle frown, which deepened into a serious expression, suggesting a weighty concern. "Have you not noticed the excessive number of beggars in this city?" Chun Xiansha remarked in a low voice. In truth, he had observed many beggars outside the city even before entering. Initially, he had paid them little mind, for he had encountered numerous types of beggars during his journey from the capital, where even in the bustling heart of the empire, beggars were a common sight. However, upon entering the city, he was struck by the multitude of beggars lining the streets, some sitting or lying down, all disheveled and ragged. The roadways were nearly overwhelmed by their presence. Some beggars, emaciated to the point of resembling mere skin and bones, lay motionless, leaving one to wonder whether they were alive or deceased. "My dear, your observation prompts me to recall, when we arrived yesterday, it seemed we encountered very few beggars. How is it that so many have appeared overnight?" Su Ruolin expressed in astonishment. "As we ventured to the marketplace yesterday, the most crowded of places, even the beggars were driven away to other locales. Today, however, we traversed a different path, revealing the more unsightly aspects of the city." Chun Xian spoke calmly. "These beggars are truly pitiable. Should we not spare a few coins for them to procure some food?" Ying'er remarked, feeling a twinge of sympathy. "Absolutely not. My dear sister," Su Ruolin interjected hastily. Having once been a courtesan and having endured the struggles of the lower strata, she possessed a keen understanding of the character of the common folk, or rather, a profound comprehension of human nature itself. She continued softly, "If you truly feel compassion for them, why not spend a bit of silver to have a large pot of porridge prepared and distributed among them?" Chapter 94. Wealth can move mountains. Excessive kindness is essentially cruelty. The notion that Ying'er had just entertained, bestowing money upon beggars, was, in truth, a rather imprudent approach. Converting that money into porridge and distributing it in portions would be the wisest course of action. Perhaps, as Sister Ruolin suggested, she was indeed correct. During the time when my father was still alive, he used to serve porridge at our doorstep. However, the beggars in the capital often looked down upon the porridge he offered, many disdainfully rejecting it, considering my father's generosity as miserly. Reflecting on past events, Ying'er could not help but exhale a soft sigh. Her father, Yang Sun, had performed numerous charitable deeds during his lifetime. Yet not every good deed reaped a favorable return. The capital was relatively affluent, populated with wealthy individuals, some of whom were kind-hearted and would offer silver coins upon seeing beggars. Over time, this had spoiled the beggars, who became increasingly discerning, preferring cash over food. Chun Xian began to explain slowly. In simple terms, the beggars in the capital had become accustomed to such treatment, now even rejecting food that was inferior in their eyes. After learning the address of a blacksmith shop, they continued deeper into the city. Gradually, they spotted an individual pushing a cart, inspecting the beggars nearby. The cart was laden with the corpses of beggars, some already beginning to decompose, flies perched upon them. The cart's operator focused on those beggars who lay motionless on the ground. Some were too weak from hunger to move, Others were gravely ill but still clinging to life. While some had truly passed away, their bodies stiffening. One by one, the operator lifted the corpses onto the cart to be removed. As for those still breathing, as long as they were not dead, the cart's operator would pay them no heed, returning the next day to check if they were still alive. They would be ignored again, and if they had succumbed, they would be unceremoniously dragged away to a remote area, without even a mat to lay upon. This was a makeshift graveyard, devoid of even a pit for burial. This scene inevitably reminded Chen Xian of the previous day at Qin Manor. Despite Chen Kuan's relentless antagonism, he still managed to maintain a facade of propriety, feasting on lavish dishes and fine wines. The stench of opulence contrasted starkly with the frozen bones along the roads. Chen Xian shook his head slowly, unable to suppress a sigh. Many poems encapsulate sentiments that are difficult to grasp without experiencing them firsthand. It is only through personal encounters that one can truly appreciate their essence. My dear, you can compose poetry as well? Su Ruolan looked at Chen Xian with a hint of surprise. Just a smattering, Chen Xian replied dismissively. Lu Yi and Li Xianxian, among other ladies from Jiangnan, had a fondness for talented men. You could compose a few exquisite verses for them to brighten their spirits. Who knows? They might be so delighted that they would consider bearing your children, Su Ruolan teased lightly. Chen Xian felt a flush of embarrassment. This woman could hardly divert her thoughts from the subject of children. Yet, her words held some merit. Perhaps he could indeed compose poetry to win the favor of Lu Yi and the others, just as their affinity levels were a few points shy of reaching 30. A breakthrough would grant them a system reward. Should fortune favor them with a critical hit, they would soar to new heights. Before long, they arrived at the blacksmith shop, where several burly men were hammering away at iron with fervor. Among them, an elderly man reclined in a wicker chair, leisurely smoking a pipe, while a young boy fanned him with a palm leaf. Chen Xian immediately recognized the old man as the proprietor of the blacksmith shop and approached him directly. Old man, I wish to commission a silver spear. Unfortunately, I find myself rather pressed for time today. Young Master Liao has already requested 10 blades from me. Can you see my apprentices are all occupied? If you desire a silver spear, please return in a few days. The old man did not even lift his gaze, brusquely dismissing Chen Xian. Amused, Chen Xian had specifically inquired about this blacksmith shop, renowned for its superior craftsmanship, hence his visit. Yet, upon arrival, he was met with a firm refusal. Undeterred, he placed 10 taels of silver on the table, the coins ringing out with a resounding thud. Are you certain? He inquired. Upon hearing the heavy clink of silver against wood, the old man's eyes fluttered open slightly. Upon catching sight of a full ingot of silver, his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Typically, forging a weapon would cost merely dozens of copper coins. A generous patron might offer a few hundred. 1,000 copper coins strung together equated to 1 string of coins, which in turn was worth 1 tael of silver. Thus, even the most extravagant customer would find a few hundred copper coins insufficient for a single tael of silver. Chen Xian, however, had laid down a full 10 taels, akin to a nouveau riche throwing money around. Yet the old man, maintaining his pride, shifted his gaze from the silver and replied with a stern countenance. I have already stated that today I must forge weapons for young Master Liao. My apprentices and disciples are unavailable. If you wish for a spear, return tomorrow. This was a slight concession. He had initially suggested a visit in a few days, but now he mentioned the next day. It appeared that the money had indeed made an impact, albeit a modest one, indicating that it was still insufficient. Chen Xian smiled and remarked, "This is merely a deposit." The old man's eyes, which had just closed, instantly sprang wide open. Chen Xian continued, a subtle smile playing on his lips. I have heard that your blacksmithing skills are unparalleled, which is why I have come to seek your expertise in crafting a suitable silver spear for my sister. Crafting a weapon for this young lady? The old man cast a sidelong glance at young Ying'er and scoffed. Why should a young girl, who ought to be preparing for marriage, be playing with weapons like a man? Young Ying'er, upon hearing this, became indignant. Old man, do not look down upon me. What is wrong with being a girl? Does that make me inferior to men? Ah, so the little girl has a fiery temper, it seems. Perhaps I shall not forge that spear after all, the old man retorted with a dismissive snort, revealing his spirited character. Young Ying'er was instantly filled with indignation. If you choose not to fight, then so be it. Who cares about your presence? The entire barbarian city is not solely comprised of your blacksmith shop. However, Before she could voice her thoughts, Chen Xian raised a hand to signal her to remain silent. In the next moment, the elderly man, with his eyes closed, once again heard the resounding thud. It was the familiar, weighty sound of silver coins colliding with the table. Yet this time, the old man did not open his eyes. For he had already declared that weapons would not be forged. To do so now would be a considerable loss of dignity. Observing this, Chen Xian remained unperturbed. Generally speaking, those with talent tend to possess rather peculiar temperaments. He slowly began to speak with a smile, still 10 taels. The old man remained as still as a statue. Chen Xian continued, "Gold. What did you say?" The old man's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 95. The royal blacksmith. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a dazzling gold ingot placed directly before him. The old man rubbed his eyes vigorously, questioning whether he was mistaken. This was indeed 10 taels of gold. If you possess the skill, this gold ingot is yours. If not, then so be it. With that, Chen Xian reached out to reclaim the ingot. "Please, dear guest, wait a moment." The old man's eyes widened in disbelief. This was gold, a full 10 taels. He could hardly fathom how much iron one would need to forge in order to earn such wealth. He instinctively cradled the gold ingot in his arms, unwilling to let Chen Xian take it back. "I had intended to retire, leaving the craft of blacksmithing to my apprentices. But it's been so long since I wielded a hammer that my skills may have dulled. Alas, young man, I sense a connection between us. My hands have grown restless of late, so I shall reluctantly emerge from retirement to forge a fine weapon for this young lady." With that, the old man sprang from his rattan chair in an exaggerated manner. He beckoned to Ying'er, saying, "Come here, young lady. There is an array of weapons over there, including many spears. Try them out and see which one feels most comfortable. I shall craft one tailored to you." Ying'er pursed her lips, having expected a more dignified demeanor from the old man. Yet, upon seeing the gold, he was as compliant as ever. "No need to look further, just replicate this spear." She tossed the severely worn silver spear in her hand to the old man. The old man took one glance and immediately began to curse. "Who on earth crafted this wretched silver spear? It is utterly disgraceful. It reflects poorly on our craft that a mere girl could wear it down to this extent. The maker of such a weapon has brought shame upon our profession." Hearing the old man's tirade, Ying'er could not help but express her skepticism. "Old man, do you truly possess the skill? Or are you merely spouting nonsense for the sake of gold? I warn you, should the spear you forge fail to meet my standards, I will ensure you regret it." The old man puffed up his cheeks and glared at her. "Little girl, what do you know? This pitiful spear is nothing more than rubbish. Even my apprentice's first attempts far surpass this sorry excuse. Just wait and see. I shall personally forge you an extraordinary weapon." With that, he shooed away one of his apprentices who was currently working, insisting on doing the forging himself. "Isn't that old Li from the blacksmith shop? Didn't he claim he had retired from the craft?" Old Li's blacksmithing skills were unparalleled. In his youth, he had forged swords for numerous generals and was renowned in the capital as the royal blacksmith. However, for reasons unknown, he had left the city. This old fellow had quite the temper. It was said that a few years ago, when the governor requested him to forge several weapons, he had vehemently declined, vowing never to forge again. Why was he now resuming his craft? Surrounding the blacksmith shop, a steady stream of pedestrians passed by, their expressions transforming into astonishment upon witnessing the elderly craftsman, old Li, laboring at his forge. It was as if they had stumbled upon a new world, and they halted in curiosity. Chen Xian and his companions had initially intended to explore other areas, considering that blacksmithing held little allure. However, upon overhearing the discussions surrounding the old man, a flicker of interest ignited within them. Was he not once favored by the late emperor in the capital, a royal blacksmith? What had compelled him to leave the imperial city? Clearly, he possessed some remarkable skills worthy of observation. Soon, Chen Xian beheld the old man placing a piece of iron into the furnace for tempering, simultaneously shedding his upper garments. Although he was advanced in years, his hair and beard a snowy white, his physique remained robust and muscular. The apprentices around him, bare-chested, exhibited well-defined musculature, yet in comparison to the old man, they appeared as mere whelps. The old man seemed entirely absorbed in his craft, oblivious to the external world, and radiated an aura of mastery. In that moment, he resembled a seasoned artisan, commanding respect simply by his presence. Seizing the opportunity while the elder tended to his work, Chen Xian engaged in conversation with the onlookers. However, his discourse did not pertain to blacksmithing. Rather, he broached a different subject. Friends, why is it that upon entering the city, I am met with a multitude of beggars? I recall that although the borders of Deqian are not particularly serene, trade with neighboring nations flourished during times of peace, suggesting a reasonably prosperous economy. Yet, as I traversed the streets, I encountered countless beggars and the lifeless bodies of the deceased, carts piled high with corpses, a sight both harrowing and disheartening. Is this truly a normal city? In times of peace, such loss of life is inconceivable. Friends, you must be from afar. Unaware of the current state of affairs in this city of Man presently, Man City is divided among the three prominent families, the Qin, the Chun, and the Liao. The Qin family, being relatives of the governor, wields considerable influence, reigning supreme within the city. The local banks are owned by the Qin, alongside gambling establishments. The Chun family engages primarily in rent collection. Countless properties belong to them, and they operate pawn shops, colluding with the Qin to swindle the heirlooms of gamblers at meager prices. Their involvement extends to brothels across the region. As for the Liao family, their transgressions are even more egregious. The patriarch initially amassed wealth through illicit means, subsequently establishing casinos and brothels, importing women from distant lands for sale. However, the most despicable act of all is that the Liao family controls the largest rice shop in the entire city. Since the Liao family seized control of the rice shop, the price of grain has risen day by day. Many common folk, unable to afford sustenance, resorted to selling their homes and lands, and ultimately, even their own children in exchange for food. In the end, faced with no alternatives, they either succumbed to starvation as beggars or gambled their lives away in casinos. Those despicable members of the Liao family are truly worse than animals, causing countless families to shatter and countless lives to be ruined. When many speak of the Liao family, it is with clenched teeth and deep-seated hatred. Food is the foundation of the people. Thus, deliberately inflating grain prices is tantamount to endangering lives for profit. How can the actions of the Liao family be so egregious without intervention from the governor's office? Young Ying'er asked indignantly. Intervene? What a joke. The governor's office is in league with them. Why would they intervene? Someone retorted sarcastically. Chapter 96. The Liao family every year. The Liao family bestows an unfathomable sum of silver upon the governor's office. The officials, mere gluttons and drunkards, squander the funds on revelry and brothels, utterly indifferent to the plight of the common folk. As for the governor, he perpetually turns a blind eye, preoccupied solely with his 8,000 elite soldiers. To him, as long as he wields this military power, our humble lives are inconsequential. Indeed, the governor is a scoundrel. When bandits invaded Man City, he chose to conserve his forces rather than resist, allowing the marauders to pillage our homes. Those who dared to petition the capital regarding his misdeeds invariably vanished without a trace, likely silenced by the governor's henchmen or perhaps shielded by powerful allies in the imperial city. We, the commoners, are utterly powerless against him. In short, life has become unbearable. Many could no longer contain their grievances, and public discontent surged. Chen Xian furrowed his brow. Realizing that the governor and the three prominent families of Man City were in collusion, preying upon the populace without a shred of decency. Hush, my friend, speak softly. Such words are dangerous. Should they reach the governor's ears, your life would be forfeit. And even if they were to reach the three families, it would suffice for you to lose a layer of skin. Just recently, a man cursed the Liao family for deliberately inflating grain prices and was executed by hanging on the city wall the following day. Our situation grows increasingly dire. A chorus of sighs echoed through the crowd, with some elders and women unable to suppress their tears, their faces etched with despair. Suddenly, someone remarked, I heard that a formidable figure appeared yesterday, assaulting the governor's son, Zhang Tianzi, at the city gate. It is said he even killed a centurion and a 100-man commander. Commander Ling Mo himself intervened, yet he could not subdue this man, who ultimately entered the city unscathed. Your information is quite outdated. As I have learned, this bold individual did not merely confront Zhang Tianzi. He also wreaked havoc at the Chen residence and subsequently assaulted Qin Hao of the Qin family, taking him hostage and demanding a ransom. Is that true? Is he truly that formidable? Does he not fear retaliation? Indeed, there has been retaliation. A relative of mine works in the magistrate's office, and he informed me that the governor dispatched 4,000 elite soldiers to encircle this man, demanding the return of the hostage and an apology. Can you guess what happened next? What happened? Everyone eagerly leaned in, straining to hear the speaker. The individual cleared his throat theatrically, adopting an air of mystery. To everyone's astonishment, the governor capitulated, compelling both the Qin and Chun families to pay 25,000 taels of silver for the release of their kin. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. No wonder those soldiers were absent from my tavern yesterday, as they had been summoned by the governor. This man is extraordinary, daring to confront the governor head-on. Uncertain whether he is indeed a virtuous man or if he will champion the cause of the common folk, many gazes were imbued with a sense of anticipation. However, it wasn't long before a dissenting voice extinguished their hopes. You are overthinking, it remarked. I suspect that in the end, he will merely conspire with the likes of the governor and his cohorts. Alas, there is some truth to that. We ordinary citizens are akin to cattle or sheep, perhaps even dogs, but never regarded as human. Surrounding them were a cacophony of voices, each expressing varied opinions. Upon hearing the commoners speak of their plight and recount their tales, Chun Xian felt an inexplicable sensation. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the populace's resentment towards the three prominent families and the governor's office. It appears that Zhang Tao is also a nefarious character. It is no wonder that his son, Zhang Tianzi, is so arrogant and overbearing. Meanwhile, at the Yihong courtyard, the largest brothel in the barbarian city, one could find not only local maidens, but also those from afar, including foreign beauties with golden hair and azure eyes. Liao Jun was in a luxurious private room, surrounded by women, his hands incessantly roaming over their bodies, intoxicated by the pleasures of the moment. Young Master Liao, do taste the grapes imported from my homeland. They are exceptionally sweet, cooed a stunning woman of Western appearance as she offered him a peeled grape with a flirtatious smile. As Liao Jun savored the fruit, he gazed at her with a mischievous grin, replying, "The grapes from your homeland are nothing compared to yours." "Oh, young Master Liao, you are insufferable," they teased, their voices laced with playful affection. Suddenly, a knock resounded from outside the chamber. "Young Master, there is something to report." The smile on Liao Jun's face vanished in an instant, replaced by displeasure. "What is it? Can't you see I am reveling in the company of these lovely ladies? We have not entered, so we can only listen. We have not seen." "Young Master, it is old Li from the blacksmith shop. He is personally crafting a silver spear, and many people have already gathered to witness." "What did you say?" The door flung open, revealing Liao Jun, his attire disheveled, covered in lipstick marks. However, the jovial expression that had once adorned his face was now replaced by a menacing glare. "That old fool Li is forging weapons for someone." The servant, terrified, immediately fell to his knees, trembling, fully aware of the dire consequences that would ensue should he provoke the young master. "In response to your words, it is indeed true." Upon hearing this, Liao Jun's expression turned somewhat sinister, a cold sneer escaping his lips. "That old fool truly has grown weary of life. I requested him to forge a few weapons for me, yet he persistently declined, offering a multitude of excuses, claiming he had retired from the craft and would never forge weapons again. Yet now, he dares to create silver spears for others? How delightful! This is a blatant disregard for my authority. It is an affront to the Liao family. Does he believe that the treasures bestowed upon him by the late emperor will shield him from consequences for eternity? His refusal to craft arms for the governor has already drawn the ire of the governor. Were it not for the dagger granted to him by the late emperor, he would have met his demise countless times over. The governor has long since lost patience with him, and now he audaciously forges weapons for others behind our backs. In the entire barbarian city, who does not know that he has spurned both the governor and the Liao family? This is a deliberate slap in the face to both the Liao family and the governor. It seems this old man truly has a death wish. Liao Jun's cold smile deepened. Chapter 97. Castration of the old man leading the way. I must ensure that this old rascal pays for his transgressions today. Furthermore, I am eager to discern who it is that has summoned this old man from his retirement to forge iron. Liao Jun hastily donned his attire, disregarding any frivolities with the maidens, and instructed his attendants to guide him and his entourage directly to the blacksmith's shop. Meanwhile, the iron block, having undergone quenching, glowed a fiery red. The old man extracted the iron block with tongs and wielded a hefty hammer, relentlessly hammering the metal until it began to transform. gradually taking the shape of a spearhead. His rhythm in swinging the hammer was as natural as breathing, distinctly different from that of ordinary blacksmiths. This alone revealed the considerable disparity between him and the average craftsman. Make way, make way. Young Master Liao has arrived. All who wish to live, step aside. At that moment, a voice filled with contempt pierced through the air. Trouble loomed. Liao Jun, the infamous scoundrel, was upon them. Old Li was in peril now. Shoo, keep your voice down. If Liao Jun hears you calling him a scoundrel, be wary of him flaying your skin. I'm far enough away, he shouldn't hear me. But old Li and those young men assisting him will undoubtedly face the brunt of his wrath. Liao Jun will not let them escape unscathed. Soon enough, the crowd began to part, creating a clear path. A grand palanquin, borne by 8 bearers, was ushered in. The distance from the Yihong courtyard to the blacksmith shop was merely a few paces around a corner. Yet it required the strength of 8 men to carry the sedan chair, making for a truly ostentatious entrance. Liao Jun descended from the palanquin, clad in resplendent silk robes, adorned with exquisite jade ornaments at his waist, standing in stark contrast to the ragged, patched attire of the common folk surrounding him. Upon disembarking, Liao Jun immediately spotted Old Li fervently hammering away at the iron, his physique robust and muscular, showing no signs of age. This sight ignited a fire of indignation within Liao Jun. When he had previously requested that Old Li forge weapons, the old man had either claimed he could no longer work due to age or feigned weakness, always evading the task with a myriad of excuses. Yet now, the vigor with which he wielded the hammer outmatched that of many younger men. This left Liao Jun feeling as though he had been made a fool of, toyed with like a mere monkey. Well, 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 you old rascal, making excuses before me while demonstrating such prowess for others. Do you take me for a jester? Liao Jun, furious to the point of laughter, waved his hand commandingly. Seize him. Destroy his blacksmith shop. Instantly, a throng of people surged forth, prepared to demolish the establishment. Though Old Li's apprentices were tall and imposing, they dared not intervene upon witnessing the scene, rendered utterly helpless. After all, how could they stand in the way of the young Master Liao? To do so would invite relentless and merciless retribution. At this moment, they cast glances at the old blacksmith, filled with a sense of reproach, unable to comprehend why he had agreed to aid Chen Xian in crafting a silver spear. Although Chen Xian had indeed offered a considerable sum, the old man, at his advanced age, was not in want of money. Having already incurred the displeasure of the governor, he was now on the verge of inciting the wrath of the Liao family. It seemed that the blacksmith shop was doomed. Not only was the shop in peril, but the safety of the people involved was also at stake. Young man, this silver spear is your request for assistance. If these people prevent me from forging it, do not hold me accountable. I shall not refund the money you have provided, the old man remarked to Chen Xian, his focus unwavering as he wielded the heavy hammer with rhythmic precision. Lu Jinyu. Chen Xian immediately shot Lu Jinyu a look. Why had he brought this fellow along if not to perform the laborious tasks? Indeed, Lu Jinyu, having recently ascended to the 9th tier of martial artists, was eager to test his newfound strength. It was as though fortune had smiled upon him at the right moment. He boldly stepped forward to confront the numerous servants of the Liao family, exuding an aura of defiance that seemed to challenge an army. I shall join as well. You scoundrels, the old man is currently crafting a weapon for me, and you dare to interfere? Watch how I deal with you. Ying'er also advanced. Her own martial prowess, not particularly formidable, but recently elevated to the 3rd tier. Having overheard the grievances of the townsfolk regarding the Liao family, she regarded them with disdain and was prepared to engage. However, the Liao family boasted 20 or so members. Upon witnessing only Lu Jinyu and Ying'er standing against them, they erupted in derisive laughter. What foolishness! They dare obstruct the path of our young master, who intends to crush their shop. How brazen! In Nching, aside from the governor's estate, no one has the audacity to impede young Master Liao. At that moment, Liao Jun's voice rang out. You all tread carefully. This woman is quite appealing. Capture her alive. As for the man, dispose of him immediately and feed him to the dogs. His eyes glinted with lascivious intent as he admired Ying'er's beauty. Disgusting. Ying'er fumed. Ha ha ha, such spirit. A fiery steed, just to my liking. Liao Jun laughed heartily. Oh, and that other woman. She is truly exquisite. It has been ages since I have encountered such a striking beauty in Nching. I desire her as well. Capture both. He pointed at Su Ruolin, licking his lips, his mind already spiraling into vile fantasies. Truly revolting. My dear, such a man must be dealt with harshly. Su Ruolin expressed her disdain. Chun Xian frowned, noticing the gluttonous desire flickering in Liao Jun's eyes. His intentions were directed at my woman. Sister Su, how do you suggest we handle him? Chun Xian inquired, turning to Su Ruolin. To deal with such repulsive, lecherous individuals, transforming them into eunuchs would be the most effective remedy. Deprived of that appendage, I wonder how they would continue to toy with women. Su Ruolin huffed disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian found her reasoning quite compelling, and thus turned to Lu Jinyu, commanding, make him a eunuch. Understood. With that, Lu Jinyu sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to the nearest servant of the Liao family, sending him flying. There was no need to employ the dragon claw technique against these individuals. Mere ordinary strikes sufficed to leave them in disarray. Bang! Bang! Lu Jinyu's fists flew with such rapidity that they appeared to create afterimages. And in the blink of an eye, several more servants of the Liao family were sent hurtling away. Hey, don't be so swift. Leave a few for me to handle. Ying'er shouted anxiously from behind, rushing forward to join the fray, fearing that Lu Jinyu would resolve the matter entirely on his own. Chapter 98, A Familiar Tactic. Ying'er was acutely aware of Lu Jinyu's formidable prowess. With merely a handful of over 20 individuals from the Liao family, they were no match for him. Eager to test her own skills, she eagerly stepped forward. Lu Jinyu, understanding her intent, deliberately allowed her two opponents to confront. During this period, due to Ying'er's martial training, Chun Xian had instructed Lu Jinyu to teach her certain techniques. Thus, they shared a sort of mentor-student relationship. Bang! A loud thud echoed as a figure was sent flying. In mere moments, all 20 or so subordinates of the Liao family were dispatched. The scene fell into a profound silence, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? How could the Liao family's men be so easily vanquished? Good heavens, he is Master Liao, surrounded by skilled warriors. Who was this person exhibiting such ferocity? Many stood dumbfounded. Yet, in the next instant, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Lu Jinyu seized Liao Jun by the throat, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. Why you? Don't act recklessly. I am from the Liao family. My father is Liao. Liao Jun attempted to assert his lineage to instill fear in Lu Jinyu. However, Lu Jinyu was not one to entertain idle threats. Who had the time for your nonsense? If Master Chun decreed your downfall, then your fate was sealed. With a swift kick aimed at Liao Jun's groin, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from him, his face flushed crimson as if scalded by boiling water. Almost immediately, the hue shifted from red to a deep purple, ultimately darkening to a shade of black. Thud! Lu Jinyu discarded him onto the ground as one would toss aside refuse. Liao Jun curled into a fetal position, clutching his groin, writhing on the ground like a worm, his face contorted in agony, rendered mute by pain. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped in shock. Especially the men, instinctively feeling a pang of sympathy, shivered at the thought of their own vulnerabilities. It was over. Master Liao was undoubtedly finished. Such a brutal kick would incapacitate anyone. The Liao family had no other heirs. With him incapacitated, would not the family descend into madness? Who were these individuals, capable of such savagery? As everyone remained in shock, they speculated about the identities of Chun Xian and his companions. My word, are today's youths truly this terrifying? Old Li, engrossed in his smithing, momentarily diverted his attention. Upon witnessing Liao Jun's pitiful state, even at his age, he instinctively tensed, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Master Chun, the matter is resolved, Lu Jinyu respectfully announced upon his return. I have also concluded my task. Ying'er was drenched in sweat, facing off against the two subordinates left for her to practice on by Lu Jinyu. Although their martial prowess was lacking, they still posed a challenge that necessitated considerable effort from her. It hurts. Oh, how it hurts. I might as well be doomed. Liao Jun writhed on the ground, his mouth emitting continuous cries of anguish. Ying'er spat in disdain, exclaiming, how shameless. Your Liao family deliberately inflated rice prices, forcing the common folk into dire straits. To afford rice, they must either sell their homes or gamble their lives away in casinos. When they lose everything, they resort to borrowing at usurious rates from the Qin family's pawnshop. You scoundrels conspire to exploit the common people. I say, You deserve to be utterly extinguished. You possess an audacity I cannot fathom. Your words not only curse my Liao family, but also the Qin, Zhang, and Qin families. Liao Jun gritted his teeth, his body slick with cold sweat, yet he maintained his defiance. What of your curses? I speak nothing but the truth. Ying'er retorted with a haughty snort. Chun Xian interjected coolly. You have 1 incense stick's worth of time to summon help. If anyone can save you, you may live. If not, well, your life will be forfeit. As his words lingered in the air, Lu Jinyu stepped forth, brandishing a knife against Liao Jun's neck with a chilling sneer. Boy, today you have fallen into the hands of your Uncle Lu. Consider yourself unfortunate. The icy blade pressed against Liao Jun's throat sent a wave of terror coursing through him, causing an involuntary shiver. He had never anticipated that his confrontation would nearly cost him his life. Why you dare to kill me? Liao Jun stammered, his voice trembling. Lu Jinyu regarded him with a mocking expression, taunting, you have merely 1 incense stick's time to live. After that, if you cannot summon aid, let us see if I will sever your head. Test me if you doubt it. As Liao Jun heard Lu Jinyu's derisive laughter, he felt a chill envelop him, the specter of death looming ominously overhead. In desperation, he shouted to his subordinates nearby, hurry, summon my brothers. I need their help. The Liao family subordinates had already received quite the beating at Lu Jinyu's hands. Yet, among them were a few who could endure more. Upon hearing Liao Jun's plea, they scrambled to their feet. Young master, hold on. We will fetch reinforcements. We shall not let them go unpunished. With that, the subordinates scurried away in haste. Let us see what allies you can muster, Qin Xian scoffed. A sudden thought struck him. He recalled an old tactic. Zhang Tianxi and Qin Hao had previously fallen victim to his schemes and had helped him secure his first fortune in the barbaric city. Now, as for Liao Jun, money was no longer an issue for Qin Xian. What he truly lacked was grain, for he had 500 souls to sustain. If the governor and the Qin family conspired to withhold supplies from him, it would spell disaster. However, no amount of wealth in one's possession proves to be of any significance. Coincidentally, the Liao family holds dominion over the entire rice shop in the barbarian city. Qin Xian cast a glance at Liao Jun, suddenly perceiving him as an exceedingly valuable asset. Still within the Yihong courtyard, at this moment, Qin Hao, Zhang Tianzi, and Qin Xing found themselves in the same private chamber. Beside them were scantily clad courtesans, attending to their whims. The trio frequently convened at this esteemed establishment, for it is renowned as the largest and finest brothel in the barbarian city, offering a diverse array of women. Moreover, since the Yihong courtyard is owned by the Liao family, their visits were devoid of any financial burden. Initially, Liao Jun was in the same chamber as them, but seeking a more extravagant experience, he opted to secure a separate room for himself. At that moment, a servant abruptly entered, whispering into Zhang Tianzi's ear, Young master, Liao Gongzi has been assaulted. Chapter 99. The Three Heroes of Barbarian City. What did you say? Zhang Tianzi and his companions were reveling in the company of beautiful women and fine wine when they paused, momentarily bewildered, questioning whether they had misheard. Liao Jun had been assaulted? How could that be possible? Who in Barbarian City was not familiar with the esteemed Liao Gongzi? Wait, could it be that the perpetrator was that calamity, Qin Xian? After exchanging glances, the faces of the group conjured the visage of Qin Xian in unison. A wave of indignation washed over them, as if that face bore the weight of unspeakable crimes. It had to be him. Who else would dare to strike individuals of their stature? Zhang Tianxi clenched his teeth in silent fury, yearning for immediate vengeance. Yet, he was acutely aware that even his father, accompanied by troops, had failed to subdue Qin Xian, ultimately conceding and paying compensation. The prospect of revenge seemed daunting. My lord, Liao Jun's subordinate has returned, seeking your intervention to discipline the one who harmed him, the servant continued. Zhang Tianxi's countenance darkened instantly. To confront Qin Xian? Was this not a recipe for disaster? If they proceeded, who could guarantee the outcome? Where is Liao Jun now? He inquired. In reply to the young master, the individual who was attacked has been detained, came the response. At this revelation, the corners of Zhang Tianxi's mouth twitched in disbelief. After assaulting someone, they had the audacity to detain him? This manner of operation increasingly resembled the notorious antics of Qin Xian. Cousin, could it be that this unfortunate Liao Jun has truly crossed paths with Qin Xian? Qin Hao interjected with a peculiar expression. Beside him, Qin Xing whispered, Without witnessing it firsthand, we cannot ascertain the truth. Zhang Tianxi shot him a sidelong glance, coldly retorting, "Are you suggesting we should personally investigate and ascertain if it was indeed Chen Xian who assaulted Liao Jun?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao shook his head vigorously. "No, we absolutely cannot go. If it truly is Chen Xian, that calamity will surely turn his wrath upon us. If we were to be captured again, demanding ransom, my father would surely flay me alive." Despite his desire for revenge, he was loath to encounter Chen Xian. Zhang Tianxi turned to Qin Qing, suddenly inquiring, "Young Master Qing, how goes your endeavor to enlist the bandits to deal with Chen Xian as my father requested?" Mentioning this matter only deepened Qin Qing's gloom. Initially, he had only intended to strategize, guiding the officials to seek the bandits to confront Chen Xian, but he found himself ensnared in this predicament. The bandits were elusive. Locating them was no simple task. "I have only just dispatched my men," Qin Qing sighed, shaking his head. Zhang Tianxi expressed his dissatisfaction. "It must be expedited. My father has granted you but a month." He added ominously, "My father's words carry great weight. If you fail to fulfill your promise within a month, even my intercession will not save you." The implication was clear. If you cannot manage this, your life is forfeit. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing felt an overwhelming pressure, and a sense of heaviness settled upon his heart. Let us speak of Liao Jun's predicament. The individual who assaulted him may not necessarily be Chen Xian. It could very well be some reckless youth lacking discernment. We, who frequent his pleasure house daily without offering any compensation, now find ourselves in a dilemma. Should he summon others to exact vengeance upon us, our refusal to comply might dishearten him, leading to a future where we are compelled to pay for our visits. Qin Hao suddenly interjected, "Ultimately, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. How about this, young Master Qing? You should pay a visit, after all. You share a familial connection of sorts with that pestilential Chen Xian. Surely, he would not resort to abducting you as well?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qing's countenance turned a ghastly shade of green. Was this not a perilous suggestion? My family has long since severed ties with him. He vehemently refused to go alone, insisting that either they all accompany him, or none should go at all. Outside, Liao Jun's subordinates awaited with palpable anxiety. Chen Xian had only granted them the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Why were these three gentlemen taking so long to emerge? Enough already. Is it merely Chen Xian that has instilled such fear in you? Even if he truly holds Liao Jun captive, what of it? We have not provoked him this time, and thus he has no grounds to entrap us again. As Qin Qing remained unwilling to venture forth alone, and Qin Hao also hesitated, Zhang Tianxi's ire flared. When did the three heroes of Ying'er become so meek? In the end, he decisively declared that the three would go together. Though Qin Hao and Qin Qing were averse to the idea, they had little choice. After all, he was the son of the governor, and they dared not disobey, mustering the courage to acquiesce. In the blacksmith shop, the rhythmic clang of the hammer resounded, sparks flying. Liao Jun, akin to a condemned prisoner being led to execution, knelt upon the ground, utterly disheveled. Yet, his spirit remained unyielding. He cast a withering gaze upon Chen Xian and Lu Jinyu, his expression contorted with a hint of malevolence. "I assure you," he proclaimed, "the humiliation I endure today shall be repaid tenfold." Lu Jinyu pointed towards the incense burning nearby, jesting, "Still harboring thoughts of revenge? You might want to reconsider. That stick of incense is nearly burned out. Where are your men to rescue you? I must warn you, should it extinguish without anyone coming to your aid, you shall find yourself in dire straits." Liao Jun snorted derisively. "You would do well to worry for yourself. In Ying'er, no one has ever dared affront me in such a manner. My pleasure house hosts 3 esteemed guests, and any one of them could easily ensure your undoing. My subordinates have already gone to summon them. Once they arrive, even if you prostrate yourselves in supplication, it will be too late." Lu Jinyu chuckled. "And who might these illustrious guests be? They sound quite formidable. I am trembling in my boots." Liao Jun retorted scornfully, "Tremble? It is far too late for that. They are none other than the 3 heroes of Ying'er." At this point, Liao Jun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He believed he too deserved recognition as one of Ying'er's elite. Thus the designation should rightfully include him, rendering it the 4 heroes of Ying'er. Regrettably, the illustrious trio of Ying'er does not include his name, much to his long-standing discontent. The Ying'er 3 heroes? Lu Jinyu's expression turned peculiar. The moniker struck a familiar chord. He involuntarily glanced at Chen Xian, only to find him wearing a rather odd smile. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon Lu Jinyu, prompting him to exclaim, "The MNCHing three heroes you speak of cannot possibly refer to Zhang Tianzi, Qin Hao, and Chen Qing, can it? Oh, you've heard of them, have you? Now you're feeling apprehensive, aren't you? Let me assure you, it's too late." Liao Jun mocked, all the while secretly resolving that the nickname of the MNCHing three heroes was indeed quite renowned. Once this matter had passed, he would insist upon having his own name added, transforming the MNCHing three heroes into the four heroes. Chapter 100. What is the worth of your face? Seeing Liao Jun's mocking expression, Lu Jinyu couldn't help but laugh and jest. Of course, who doesn't know the three masters of Man City? If only you had mentioned your acquaintance with them earlier and summoned them forth, I wouldn't have been so rude to you alone. Of course, it was not just him being rude to one person, but rather to four. However, how could Liao Jun discern that Lu Jinyu was ridiculing him? He merely perceived Lu Jinyu as afraid and immediately scoffed. So now you understand fear? Let me tell you, it's too late for that. Here they come. It's young Master Zhang and his entourage from the governor's office. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, and the onlookers quickly parted, creating a pathway for Zhang Tianzi and his companions to enter. Accompanying them were several subordinates, all skilled martial artists, with the strongest among them at the 8th rank, capable of commanding 1,000 troops under Ling Mo's command, yet now serving as guards beside Zhang Tianzi. Zhang Tianzi truly had arrived, and misfortune awaited these few individuals. The entire Man City belonged to the governor's office. In plain terms, we common folk are but livestock raised by the governor. If he wishes for us to live, we shall live. If he wishes for us to perish, we must perish. Liao Jun and Zhang Tianzi were indeed cut from the same cloth, and this time, those who had attacked him were genuinely in peril. They deserved it. They had brought this upon themselves. Many had warned them to leave swiftly, yet they stubbornly remained. Who could they blame? However, it would be remiss not to acknowledge that the Liao family had committed numerous atrocities, raising grain prices to unbearable heights over the past 2 years, leading to countless deaths. Hadn't one observed the daily sight of corpses being transported out of the city? Now, with the arrival of someone capable of teaching them a lesson, the common folk should indeed offer their support. Why should I care? Some murmured. The ones starving are not me. I merely came to witness the spectacle. Those who have offended Liao Jun will surely meet a grim fate. In that moment, the surrounding populace expressed a mixture of sighs and sarcastic remarks. Their opinions varied. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianzi and his companions had arrived, and their eyes immediately fell upon the familiar face of Chen Xian, a visage that made them grit their teeth. Simultaneously, they also spotted Lu Jinyu, the very person they wished to flay alive. Damn it, I knew it was him. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Qin Hao instinctively turned to flee. Yet, as he stood there, retreating would only invite ridicule if word got out. Besides, Zhang Tianzi was present. If he ran, Zhang Tianzi would be the first to ensure he faced consequences. Zhang Tianzi's countenance was particularly grim. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of Chen Xian still weighed heavily on his heart. Accompanied by a flicker of anxiety, what if Chen Xian decided to resort to unscrupulous means and bind them? Young Master Zhang, young Master Qin, young Master Chen, you three have finally arrived. Upon the sight of the three individuals, Liao Jun's demeanor transformed as if he had encountered saviors, his excitement palpable. The trio, witnessing his exuberance, felt an overwhelming urge to confront him with anger. You scoundrel! You've been beaten and detained, yet you don't summon your father for aid. Instead, you call upon us? Are we particularly close? Do the names of the three heroes of Manqing even include yours? Esteemed friends, you must avenge me. These ruffians have dared to strike me, and I cannot swallow this indignity. Liao Jun uttered through clenched teeth. The presence of Zhang Tianzi instilled in him a sense of confidence regarding his vengeance, for he recognized the bodyguard at Zhang's side, a formidable warrior of the 8th tier, capable of vanquishing all present. Under ordinary circumstances, Liao Jun's plea for retribution would have been met with an immediate acquiescence from Zhang Tianzi, particularly given the Liao family's rise to prominence, second only to the Chun and Qin families, with their mutual interests ensuring a modicum of respect. However, the three men regarded Liao Jun in silence. Not a word uttered among them. Liao Jun, taken aback, questioned, "Why are you all silent?" Zhang Xiao, Qin Xiao, Chen Xiao, Is it so difficult to assist me in avenging this slight? These individuals hail from distant lands. Your bodyguard could effortlessly dispatch them all. He awaited with bated breath for Zhang Tianzi to command his protector to take action. Yet, after a considerable pause, Zhang Tianzi remained unresponsive. Liao Jun's expression soured. But he dared not confront Zhang Tianzi directly, furrowing his brow as he implored, "What is your intent, Zhang Xiao? Am I asking too much for your assistance? If you instruct your bodyguard to intervene, I promise to procure a stunning array of beauties from the western regions, all virgins, for your enjoyment." He attempted to entice Zhang Tianzi with the allure of exquisite beauty. Indeed, Zhang Tianzi's interest was piqued, albeit momentarily, before he ultimately refrained from uttering a word. "What does this mean, Zhang Xiao? Even if you are unwilling to assist, could you at least offer a word? This silence is unbecoming, especially with so many witnesses present. Your refusal to assist is a slight to my dignity. What will others think of me?" Zhang Tianzi regarded him with a piercing gaze, his brow furrowing into a deep line of contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed Chen Xian, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Liao Xiao is my friend. Grant me this favor and release him." "Grant you face?" Chen Xian replied with a knowing smile. "And what is the worth of your face?" Boom. The words struck like a meteor crashing into a tranquil lake, unleashing tumultuous waves of astonishment among all present. What did he just say? Did I mishear? You heard correctly. He audaciously questioned the worth of young Master Zhang's reputation. My heavens, has this individual lost his senses? This is none other than young Master Zhang, the esteemed son of the governor. How dare he speak to him in such a manner? A lunatic. This person is undeniably insane. He is doomed. Just wait and see. Young Master Zhang will assuredly not let this affront go unpunished. The dignity of the governor's son is not to be trifled with. Many were left in shock, vigorously shaking their heads, convinced that Chen Xian's actions were tantamount to courting disaster. Look, young Master Zhang's expression has already darkened. He is on the verge of fury. Someone, trembling with trepidation, dared to speak, clearly observing that Zhang Tianzi's countenance had shifted ominously, his entire being subtly quaking, a manifestation of his wrath. Chapter 101. We are strangers, Zhang Xiao. How dare he insult you? What are you hesitating for? Command your men to eliminate him immediately, Liao Jun hastily urged, a cold smile creeping into his heart as he deemed Chen Xian nothing but a fool. Had he shown Zhang Tianzi the proper respect and let Liao Jun go, perhaps he could have preserved his life. Now, however, he had the audacity to offend Zhang Tianzi. This was a fate that would lead to his corpse being desecrated. Yet, as soon as Liao Jun's words left his mouth, he did not witness Zhang Tianzi issuing orders to strike. Instead, he caught a fierce glare directed at him from Zhang Tianzi. "Zhang Xiao, why are you glaring at me? Gaze upon him instead." Liao Jun eagerly pointed at Chen Xian. Did this fellow truly lack the understanding of human expressions? He was utterly foolish. Qin Hao muttered a curse under his breath. The reason why Chen Xian was not among the three heroes of Manching was precisely due to his lack of intellect. Chen Qing shook his head discreetly. Meanwhile, Chen Xian had already begun to chuckle. "Zhang Tianzi, do you wish to defend him?" Zhang Tianzi's expression stiffened. Defend Liao Jun? Only a deranged mind would consider such an action. He promptly shook his head and, with a forced bravado, declared, "I am not familiar with him." "Oh, you are not acquainted with him, yet here you are? Are you hoping for me to grant you some favor? It appears you long to visit my abode once more." Chen Xian replied with a somewhat radiant smile. Nevertheless, this smile, in the eyes of Zhang Tianzi and Qin Hao, resembled that of a devil emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. Another visit to his place? The two recalled the previous day's humiliating experience of being bound like dumplings. The most distressing part was not merely being restrained, but having foul socks stuffed in their mouths. An experience that had truly marinated their senses. The thought of it made them both feel nauseated. "This is bad, cousin. This plague-bringer is once again smiling with ill intent. Shouldn't we make a hasty exit? If he binds us again and my father demands a ransom, he will truly kill me." A wave of ominous premonitions surged through Qin Hao. Chen Qing also wished to avoid this murky predicament and whispered, "Let us depart. At worst, we shall refrain from visiting the Liao family's pleasure house in the future." Zhang Tianzi felt a sense of frustration. Leaving just like that would be utterly disgraceful. However, remaining could lead to being captured by Chen Xian. Observing his hesitation, Chen Qing whispered, "Zhang Xiao, Have you forgotten the governor's instructions? During this period, do not provoke Chen Xian. Once I locate the bandits, I will avenge the grievances against Chen Xian in due time. What are you all chattering about? Are you intending to defend Liao Jun? Or have you come here merely to support him? Chen Xian spoke with a sardonic smile. As he had recently found himself in need of funds, he scrutinized the three of them as if appraising 3 pieces of gold ingots. The expressions of the three immediately shifted. This is grave. The plague bringer truly intends to capture them for ransom. We were merely passing through. Do not act recklessly. Zhang Tianxi spoke with palpable trepidation. Indeed, we are not well acquainted with Liao Jun. Your personal grievances with him are your own business. Do not involve us. Qin Hao quickly interjected. Young Master Zhang, young Master Qin, we still have a poetry gathering to attend. We should hasten, lest we arrive late, Chen Qing urged, casting meaningful glances at the two. Ah, yes, we have a poetry event to attend. We cannot afford to waste time here with you. Qin Hao readily chimed in. Without further ado, the trio turned to leave. You three, what does this mean? Liao Jun was left utterly bewildered. Were these not the very individuals he had summoned for assistance? Now, they were abandoning him? What sort of conduct was this? Most infuriating was their public declaration of unfamiliarity with him. It was simply outrageous. You 3 ingrates, who feast and frolic at my establishment daily. Now turn your backs on me. He shouted. Young masters, come back. As Zhang Tianxi and his companions distanced themselves, Liao Jun called out desperately. However, his shouting only encouraged them to flee faster, as if they were evading a plague, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Liao Jun's frustration reached a boiling point. Was he truly a pariah? Why else would they scurry away so hastily? The entire scene fell into a brief silence, punctuated by a myriad of incredulous expressions. What was occurring? Had Zhang Tianxi truly fled? The most ludicrous aspect was their claim of unfamiliarity with Liao Jun. It was preposterous, considering their camaraderie. Could it be that they feared the individual before them? All eyes turned to Chen Xian, each person puzzled, grappling with the question of why Zhang Tianxi, son of the governor, would harbor fear of him. Suddenly, someone had a revelation, slapping their thigh in surprise. Of course, this must be the person who killed the centurion at the city gate, who threatened Zhang Tianxi, repelled Ling Mo, and subsequently kidnapped Zhang Tianxi while extorting a sum of money. Despite the governor's and the Qin family's efforts to suppress the scandal, as it was a matter of disgrace, word had spread throughout the city like wildfire. Yet, the populace knew little beyond the existence of Chen Xian. They were oblivious to his appearance or name. Now, with the reminder, realization dawned upon them. Who else could compel Zhang Tianxi to flee but the very man who had previously abducted him? Unbelievable, it's him. No wonder he dared confront Liao Jun. It makes sense why Zhang Tianxi and his companions dashed away faster than rabbits. They had encountered their nemesis. People murmured, astonished yet bewildered. Hadn't they all heard he resided on the outskirts of the city? How could he possibly have the audacity to enter the city boldly? Risking the governor's wrath? What emboldens Chen Xian to dare enter the city, accompanied by merely a handful of individuals? This seems to signify a blatant disregard for both the governor and the Qin family. However, to consider them with any esteem would be contradictory, especially given his involvement in extortion. The blacksmiths at the forge exchanged glances, initially believing that the presence of Chen Xian heralded the imminent dismantling of their workshop. To their astonishment, nothing of the sort transpired. Instead, it was Liao Jun who found himself in dire straits. It is no wonder that the esteemed master himself took to the forge, not out of an interest in the price of gold, but rather drawn by the presence of this individual. The master has always held the governor of Barbarian City in contempt, wielding great military power, yet failing to eliminate bandits, instead oppressing the very people he should protect. With someone capable of confronting the governor now in sight, the master undoubtedly rejoiced, prompting his personal involvement. Chapter 102. A dull mind nevertheless. One must ponder how Master discerned that this individual could contend with the prefect. Have you all forgotten? Master has always had a penchant for revelry. Yesterday, when the incident unfolded at the city gate, he was present to witness it. Later, when Qin Hao was struck while maneuvering a cart at the market, Master was there as well, drawn by the spectacle. Subsequently, as the prefect gathered his troops to besiege the courtyard, Master intended to observe, yet was thwarted when the prefect barred entry and exit from the city. Thus, he could not attend, but he had indeed witnessed the earlier events and must have recognized this person. The apprentices of the old blacksmith stood around, gazing at Chen Xian, unable to restrain their voices. Meanwhile, the old man himself, with a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips, was fervently hammering away at the iron. What should have been a monotonous chore transformed into a rhythmic symphony under his relentless strikes, resonating like music. Are you the one who captured Zhang Tianzi and his companions? Liao Jun, not a fool, pieced together the whispers surrounding him, finally realizing why Zhang Tianzi had fled. Are you only just coming to this realization? Might it be a tad too late? Chen Xian neither confirmed nor denied, yet his words bore an implicit acknowledgement. You. Damn it. Encountering you is my misfortune. How much do you want? I can offer you some money. Just let me go. Liao Jun felt as though he had swallowed a fly, discomfort washing over him. This morning, his father had cautioned him against conflict with those who had abducted Zhang Tianzi, advising that the Liao family had no enmity with this individual. If Zhang Tianzi sought to incite him against Chen Xian, he mustn't fall for it, lest he be used as a pawn. He had promised to heed this advice. Yet here he was, embroiled in trouble. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. You wish to offer me money? Are you truly affluent? Chen Xian chuckled. Liao Jun, wary. Proposed. Let us consider this. I acknowledge my lack of foresight in confronting you. Why not visit my Yihong courtyard? You may choose any woman you desire, and I shall not charge you for it. We need not be adversaries. Let us befriend one another. Men are inherently lustful. He hoped to temporarily beguile Chen Xian with the allure of beauty. However, before Chen Xian could respond, Su Ruolin could no longer contain herself. Pointing an accusatory finger at Liao Jun. You lecherous scoundrel. It is one thing to be debased yourself, but to attempt to lead my husband astray into such disreputable places? You think you can corrupt him? Let me assure you, you are merely dreaming. My husband lacks not for women. Abandon such hopes. Ying'er chimed in coldly. What a filthy man. It appears that kick I gave you did not render you a eunuch after all. Perhaps you require another. Ying'er's mention of this incident rekindled Liao Jun's agony, which he had just begun to forget. The pain from Lu Jinyu's earlier kick had already left him feeling as though he were in hell. Another blow might truly send him to his demise. He instinctively clenched his backside. I have no interest in the women of your Yihong courtyard, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. Damn that Liao Jun. What does he think he is? A ladybug? Well, let me offer you some money. How about this? I will give you 1,000 taels of silver to settle this matter. The incident that just transpired was merely a misunderstanding. Consider this sum as a gesture of friendship. In the future, should you require assistance in Man City, do not hesitate to call upon me. As a friend, I will certainly help wherever I can, Liao Jun said, gritting his teeth. Regardless of the circumstances, he thought it best to muddle through and persuade Chen Xian to let him off the hook, even if it meant parting with some money. He rationalized it as a financial loss to avert disaster. However, Chen Xian shook his head, saying, Do you know the ransom that Zhang Tianzi and his companions are demanding? Upon hearing this, a wave of foreboding washed over Liao Jun. How could he possibly be unaware? Chen Xian was demanding 1,000 taels of gold per person. Yet he had extorted an astonishing 5,000 taels of gold in total. Surely, you do not intend to extort my Liao family for 1,000 taels of gold? Liao Jun said, his face grim. Chen Xian merely shook his head. I do not lack for money. At this, Liao Jun secretly sighed in relief. As long as it was not money, anything could be negotiated. If you do not desire money, what is it that you seek? Women? I have many young women from my Yihong courtyard. How many would you like? Chen Xian noted that this scion of extravagance could only think of money or women in mere moments. It was evident that such a debauched lifestyle had corrupted him profoundly. Chen Xian replied nonchalantly, I have heard that your Liao family controls more than half of the rice shops in Man City. Is that correct? In that case, let your family provide 10,000 stones of rice as ransom for your release. Boom. At this proclamation, a stir erupted throughout the gathering, akin to a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples of astonishment. What? He was asking for not money, but rather grain? Had he lost his mind? Demanding 10,000 stones of rice. It must be noted that in our great Qian dynasty, 1 tael of silver could only purchase 2 stones of rice. Therefore, 10,000 stones of rice would be worth a staggering 20,000 taels of silver. In the great Qian dynasty, rice from other regions could be purchased at the rate of 1 tael for 2 stones, whereas rice in Man City was sold at 1 tael for 4 stones, essentially doubling the price. This meant that he was essentially demanding the equivalent of 40,000 taels of silver from the Liao family. While the Liao family could indeed provide 10,000 stones of rice, it would be akin to slicing off a piece of their flesh. They would never agree to such a proposition. 10,000 stones of rice would be sufficient to sustain the entire populace of Man City for 2 to 3 months. Shock permeated the assembly. Given that Man City was already facing a food shortage, Chen Xian's audacious demand was nothing short of outrageous. Impossible. My father would never be able to procure such a quantity of rice to ransom me. Liao Jun could hardly fathom that Chen Xian would prefer grain over silver. Grain was worth far more than silver. He would rather part with 1,000 taels of silver than relinquish 10,000 stones of rice. With resolve, Liao Jun said, "If you truly desire money, I can offer you the same price as Zhang Tianxi, but do not even think about the grain." Chen Xian then regarded him with a look of incredulity, coldly scoffing. "Are you the one who has kidnapped me, or am I the one who has kidnapped you? Do you truly believe you have any grounds for negotiation? Do you even think you are worthy?" Having said that, he could not be bothered to engage in further conversation with Liao Jun, realizing that the man appeared to be somewhat mentally unstable, which explained why the 3 heroes of Manqing had chosen not to include him. Chen Xian cast a knowing glance at Lu Jinyu, who understood immediately. Grinning mischievously as he procured a filthy rag from nearby and stuffed it into Liao Jun's mouth, silencing him. He then secured Liao Jun with some hemp rope, subjecting him to the same treatment as Zhang Tianxi had received the previous day. Muffled sounds escaped Liao Jun's lips as he attempted to speak. However, Chen Xian was in no mood to grant him that opportunity. Addressing the gathered crowd of citizens, he declared, "I kindly request that someone from the Liao family be informed that before sunset today, a shipment of 10,000 shi of rice must be delivered to my residence on the outskirts of the city. Should this not be accomplished, rest assured that his son's life will be in grave danger, and the Liao family shall face utter extinction." Chapter 103. Trouble arises from one's words. The multitude of onlookers, drawn together by curiosity, exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of intrigue. What a turn of events! It was indeed a case of the Liao family facing extortion for the first time, a family notorious for their own acts of coercion against the citizens of Manqing. The sum demanded was staggering. Lu Jinyu removed the filthy rag from Liao Jun's mouth, granting him a fleeting opportunity to speak. "Do not act rashly. My father has an insatiable greed for wealth. Even if you were to abduct me, he might not part with 1,000 stones of rice to rescue me." Liao Jun's visage betrayed his distress. Regret washed over him as he lamented his hasty decision to stir trouble without first discerning the true situation. Had he known that Chen Xian was the very person responsible for the abduction of Zhang Tianxi, he would have thought twice before provoking him. "I care not for your grievances. If your father does not procure rice for your ransom, I shall ensure he loses a son, plain and simple." Chen Xian had little desire to engage in further dialogue. Liao Jun was merely a pawn in his hands. With leverage in his possession, negotiations became straightforward. After exchanging a glance with Lu Jinyu, the latter promptly replaced the rag in Liao Jun's mouth, muffling his protests. At that moment, the resonant voice of the blacksmith broke through the tension. He wielded a pair of tongs, meticulously shaping a silver gun barrel, which gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. With deft hands, he inserted a silver rod into the barrel, thereby crafting a magnificent silver spear. What a treasure! Lu Jinyu's eyes sparkled with appreciation for the craftsmanship. The blacksmith's skills were indeed remarkable, for the spearhead was not only a work of art, but also exquisitely sharp. "Young lady, see if it suits your hand." The blacksmith tossed the silver spear to young Ying'er, who caught it effortlessly and showcased her prowess with a few practiced maneuvers, her face alight with excitement. "This spear is simply delightful to wield. Your craftsmanship is unparalleled." The blacksmith, with a hint of pride, stroked his graying beard and declared, "Indeed, in my youth, I was the royal craftsman for the imperial court." Young Ying'er, astonished, could not help but inquire, "Is that truly the case? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? There are but a few royal craftsmen in the capital. How come I have never heard of your name?" In response, the blacksmith huffed, a touch of arrogance in his tone. "That is because I left the capital over a decade ago." Young Ying'er, skeptical, retorted, "Why would you leave such a comfortable life in the capital for the hardships of the frontier?" "Humph, you know nothing, young lady. I simply refuse to serve under a female emperor. It is utterly absurd for the Grand Qin dynasty to be governed by a woman." I will not conspire with the spineless sycophants of the capital. Grandfather, perhaps you should temper your words. Master, words can lead to calamity. One must speak with caution. As the elderly man grew increasingly agitated, it seemed he was on the verge of revealing some hidden truths. The apprentices, alarmed, rushed to cover his mouth. Stand back. Have you all turned against the heavens? Are you now silencing me? The old man, with a fiery temper, pushed them all away. Yet, he appeared to recognize that he had indeed spoken out of turn. After shoving aside his disciples, he became considerably more subdued and refrained from further indiscretions. Chen Xian could not help but scrutinize the old man, realizing that he was a figure of considerable depth and complexity. A royal craftsman, he held a title that was possessed by only a handful within the entire Deqian dynasty. If he remained in the capital, the privileges he would enjoy would be exceedingly high, comparable even to those of a third-grade official. At his age, wouldn't it be better to reside in the capital, relishing the comforts of life? Why then had he chosen to retire in this remote place? Even a commoner like Liao Jun could bully him. Furthermore, from the old man's earlier remarks, it was evident that he harbored significant discontent toward the current emperor of the Deqian dynasty. Old man, I have heard that you have washed your hands of weapon crafting. Why, then, have you agreed to forge this silver spear for us today? Chen Xian inquired. Typically, such capable individuals have rather eccentric temperaments and are resolute in their decisions. If he claimed to have retired from weapon crafting, it would be improbable for him to violate his own principles. Was it truly possible that Chen Xian had swayed him with merely 10 taels of gold? It seemed rather unlikely that a man who looked down upon the opulence of the capital would be tempted by a trifling sum of silver. There must be some underlying motive at play. The notion of having retired from his craft seemed merely a matter of personal discretion. The old man had grown accustomed to living life on his own terms. I shall forge weapons for you if I so desire, he declared. Reclining back in his wicker chair with his hands behind his head, his tone imbued with pride. I find you young ones pleasing to the eye, and I am inclined to craft armaments for you. Who could possibly dissuade me? His reasoning held a certain validity, prompting Chen Xian to express a kind smile. However, the old man's apprentices wore expressions of despair, as if mourning a loss. Grandfather, when the prefect requested that you forge weapons, you flatly refused. He made it clear that should you decline his request, you were not to craft for anyone else either, lest it be seen as a deliberate affront. Over the years, you have indeed refrained from making weapons for others, which is why the prefect has not troubled us until now. But now that you have broken the rules, I fear the prefect will not let this go unpunished. Our blacksmith shop is surely doomed, and you may very well find yourself seized by the prefect. Upon hearing this, the old man snorted coldly. Let him dare to seize me. I possess the imperial edict bestowed by the late emperor. Even if the empress herself were to arrive, she would still grant me a measure of respect. Despite his display of bravado, his disciples could not muster any joy. Master, that edict was given to you by the late emperor and has been utilized numerous times. The former governor might have shown you some deference, but it is uncertain whether he would do so now. Indeed, you are aware of the methods employed by the governor of our frontier city. Should he choose to act with malice, that edict would be nothing more than a scrap of paper to him. One by one, they could not help but sigh in despair, perplexed by the old man's line of thinking. Can one truly rely on an imperial edict, especially one from the late emperor? In a border town where news seldom reaches the capital, is it wise to depend on such a token for a lifetime? Chapter 104. An Era of Peace and Prosperity. Humph, let Zhang Tao give it a try. Should he dare to show any disrespect, I shall undoubtedly report him to the capital. The old man remained obstinately unyielding in his convictions. His disciples and apprentices were left in a state of helplessness. Did he still intend to report to the capital? Would Zhang Tao grant him the opportunity to escape? Furthermore, even if he did report to the capital, who would care about his affairs there? Who would dare intervene? After all, he was the first to oppose the empress upon her ascension. Later, when the empress sought to retain him, hoping he would forge the most resilient armor and the sharpest weapons for the soldiers of Deqian, he defiantly declared, "Leave or die." In any case, he was resolute in refusing to serve the empress. Logically speaking, the empress had countless reasons to take the old man's life for such words. However, for the sake of the greater good, and perhaps due to the rarity of a royal-level craftsman, the empress ultimately spared him, allowing him to depart with dignity and without revoking his official credentials. His departure stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the city, causing considerable embarrassment for the empress. Now, having suffered grievances outside, he wishes to return to the capital to lodge complaints? Who would dare take on his troubles? If they did, what if the empress were displeased? Thus, his disciples and apprentices believed that the old man was sometimes excessively stubborn. Had he displayed a modicum of tact, their lives would have been significantly improved. Nearby, Chun Xian discerned the concerns of the old man's disciples. "Are you worried that the governor will come to find fault?" he inquired with a smile. One person promptly replied, "Isn't that the case? The master has forged weapons for you, and the governor will undoubtedly nitpick. We cannot survive in this city any longer." Continuing, he addressed the old man, "Master, we should hastily pack our belongings and leave while the governor remains unaware of this matter. We must seek refuge elsewhere." Immediately, some genuinely began to prepare to flee, for if the governor caught wind of it and closed the city gates, they would have no chance to escape. Do not panic. At this moment, Chun Xian could not help but chuckle. His 500 Xian iron troops, though reformed bandits, had yet to develop combat prowess. However, Chun Xian believed that with his modernized training, given time, they would undoubtedly cultivate formidable fighting strength. What his Xian iron troops lacked most at present was equipment. If only all 500 of them could don heavy armor, their combat effectiveness would soar. 500 men could even contend with 5,000. Chun Xian was troubled about where to procure armor for them. After all, such equipment was typically reserved for the court, and the court forbade anyone outside its ranks from privately hoarding heavy armor. For commoners to possess heavy armor would be a grave offense. Moreover, the art of forging such armor was exceedingly complex, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Before him stood a living embodiment of a former master blacksmith of royal stature. A rare and fortuitous encounter that Chun Xian could not afford to overlook. With a smile, he declared, "What is a mere city governor to fear? Fear not, my esteemed elder. Why not relocate to my abode? With me around, not even a prince could inflict harm upon you." The disciples looked at one another in bewilderment. Was Chun Xian truly contemplating offering them refuge? "You, who are akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, wish to shelter us?" Doubt flickered in their eyes. "A clay Buddha?" Chun Xian chuckled. "I have kidnapped Zhang Tianxi and Qin Hao, and I have slain both a centurion and a captain. Do you see me in any peril now?" His disciples exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, one ventured, "You may be safe for now. But we are acutely aware of the city governor's reputation for vindictiveness. He will undoubtedly retaliate." Chun Xian shrugged nonchalantly. "In fact, I welcome such a confrontation. It would provide the perfect pretext to deal with him." At this pronouncement, his disciples were left astounded. Was he truly eager for the governor's vengeance? Viewing it as an opportunity? They had always sought to avoid conflict, yet he seemed to crave it. Their skepticism grew regarding Chun Xian's intentions. However, his demeanor radiated an unwavering confidence that suggested sincerity. "Dear elder, accompany me, and I assure you a life of luxury and indulgence," Chun Xian said, gazing at the old blacksmith with a smile. Though he had several disciples, the authority truly resided with this elder. Securing his allegiance would mean all disciples would follow suit. "Young man, do you believe you can keep me? Even the current empress cannot retain my service. What makes you think you can?" The elder regarded Chun Xian with intrigue, neither outright rejecting nor accepting his proposition. "Simply put, I can offer you what you desire," Chun Xian replied, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed his pearly white teeth. "Oh, you know what I seek." The elder's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Pray tell, what do I desire?" Chun Xian raised 4 fingers and proclaimed, "For words, a prosperous and peaceful era." In that instant, the elder felt as if his mind had been struck by a thunderous blow, a sound reverberating within him. His pupils constricted in shock, utterly astonished by Chun Xian's unexpected declaration. "You must be jesting, young man. The empress reigns, and the great Qian dynasty enjoys peace. Do you not find your words absurd?" The elder scoffed. Chun Xian replied calmly, "If you believe the world is indeed at peace, then why do you refuse to remain in the capital?" This statement seemed to strike a nerve with the elder, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Chun Xian spoke slowly and deliberately. "Is the world truly at peace? All I observe in the vicinity of the capital is rampant banditry, with even a notorious criminal stronghold emerging that the imperial army cannot eradicate. The borders are fraught with incessant warfare, and despite the presence of 100,000 troops stationed here, the result is a growing number of displaced citizens. rather than confronting the enemy or suppressing the bandits. The imperial forces have retreated within the city walls to preserve their strength, turning their efforts towards subjugating their own people. The government remains inactive, allowing unscrupulous merchants to arbitrarily inflate grain prices, resulting in countless citizens perishing in the streets due to starvation from the unaffordable rice. I witnessed cart after cart of corpses being taken beyond the city for burial. Is this truly still a realm of humanity? Chun Xian's voice grew increasingly incisive, and the topics he addressed became ever sharper. In that moment, the elderly man felt an overwhelming sense of breathlessness. Yet, his eyes suddenly sparkled with newfound brilliance. Chapter 105. Indifference to Wealth. Young man, do you mean to say that you wish to alter all of this? Do you possess the capability to do so? The old man's voice was calm and composed. He was astonished by Chun Xian's thoughts, yet he was not the kind of naive youth just entering society. It was improbable that Chun Xian could sway him with mere words. Why was that? Chun Xian smiled, exuding confidence and warmth. As one chosen by destiny with a system at his disposal, what could he not accomplish? Elder, I reiterate. Follow me, and I can offer you the prosperous era you yearn for. Should you consent, I shall honor you as a distinguished guest. If you decline, fret not. I will arrange for your safe passage out of the city. As long as I am present, none shall dare obstruct you. Chun Xian articulated each word with conviction, his voice resonating powerfully. Having expressed himself so thoroughly, if the old man truly wished to remain independent, Chun Xian would not force him. The elder's numerous disciples looked on, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Some wore hopeful faces, believing Chun Xian possessed the strength to confront the governor. Others appeared frantic, eager to escape the barbaric city, deeply concerned that the elder might choose to stay. After all, the governor commanded an army of 8,000. Moreover, among the 24 border cities, many governors were acquaintances of the governor of the barbaric city if he were to summon reinforcements. How could Chun Xian's modest following stand against such might? Thus, it was imperative not to wade into these murky waters. The old man regarded Chun Xian with admiration, clicking his tongue in intrigue. Young man, I shall accompany you for 1 month to ascertain whether you are truly capable or merely spinning grandiose tales. If within this month I witness any achievements in you, I shall devote all my knowledge to crafting any weapon you desire. However, let me make one thing abundantly clear. Should I discover that you are but a charlatan, I will immediately depart with my disciples. This was a commitment to remain. Chun Xian's face brightened with joy. No problem at all. Master, think carefully. An elder disciple expressed his discomfort, feeling as though he had swallowed a fly. How could they not seize the opportunity to flee, yet choose to stay instead? Were they truly prepared to confront the governor head-on? Fool, do you need to instruct me on my decisions? The old man glared at the disciple, who recoiled, lowering his head in silence, evidently respecting the elder's authority. Young man, my followers cannot accompany you without compensation. With over 10 disciples, you must ensure their welfare, the old man declared, lifting his chin. Chun Xian nodded. Of course, I can provide for them, offering each a monthly stipend of 10 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the old man's disciples sparkled with excitement. Even those who had wished to leave the barbaric city could not help but lift their heads in astonishment. 10 taels per person a month far surpassed what they earned in the blacksmith shop. After all, forging iron is not a daily business, and the old man has more than a dozen apprentices to support. Earning just a couple of silver coins each month would be commendable. When Chun Xian generously offered them 10 taels of silver, it was truly a manifestation of benevolence. Young Master Chun, with such a generous sum, aside from eating and sleeping, I shall forge iron for you daily, even if it means swinging the hammer until it smokes. Someone exclaimed with excitement. Ultimately, it is the allure of money that invigorated them, as the prospect of such earnings breathed new life into their spirits. Seizing the moment, Chun Xian continued, the 10 taels of silver each month is merely your basic wage. For every weapon you forge, I shall provide additional stipends, 101 for a small weapon, 501 for a medium-sized weapon, and 1,001 for a large weapon, equivalent to 1 tael of silver. If iron is consistently available for forging, it is conceivable that each of you could earn dozens of taels in a month. This is indeed a most generous offer. Young Master Chun, is this true? Doubt flickered in some eyes. The terms were simply too enticing. Indeed, it is true, but there is a prerequisite. The weapons you produce must meet quality standards. As long as the quality is assured, I guarantee sufficient payment. Chun Xian replied with a smile. It was merely money, something he currently had in abundance. Even if his funds dwindled in the future, he possessed myriad ways to acquire more. Thank you, young Master Chun. Immediately, several apprentices expressed their gratitude. I say, young man, are you trying to entice my apprentices away from me? Old Li huffed, feigning indignation. Chun Xian chuckled. Not only will they receive 10 taels a month, but you shall also be compensated. Yours will be in gold. Old Li was taken aback. This young man was indeed generous. He was currently in need of funds, having offended the local governor, which deterred many from seeking his services. As a result, even for a simple kitchen knife, patrons would turn to the neighboring blacksmith, leaving him with a heavy burden of apprentices to support and little left in his pocket. I may not care for money, but if you insist on providing me with a wage, I cannot refuse your kindness, the old man replied heartily. Chun Xian smiled in acknowledgement. He then surveyed the various tools and iron blocks in the smithy, a contemplative look crossing his face. These are the fruits of my labor in the barbarian city. I must find a way to transport them, Old Li remarked earnestly. To craft weapons, the array of tools in the smithy is indispensable, particularly the furnace for melting iron. However, with only a dozen individuals in the forge, and with Chun Xian and Lu Jinyu being two formidable men, they would undoubtedly require more manpower to manage the extensive equipment. Very well, I shall arrange for someone to carry them away. Chun Xian nodded in agreement. The proprietor of the blacksmith's forge undoubtedly must accompany him to the outskirts of the city, thus necessitating the transportation of these tools. Alas, the city remains firmly under the control of the governor, Zhang Tao. For now, Chun Xian can only thrive on the fringes, awaiting the opportune moment to surge into the city and seize dominion over the entire barbarian stronghold. Let us depart the city for now, Chun Xian declared, his mind devoid of any inclination to meander elsewhere. First and foremost, he must ensure the safe passage of the blacksmith's personnel to the outskirts, as he seeks to bolster his ranks and grow ever more formidable. Before long, they exited the city, and the soldiers stationed at the gates, having learned their lesson, promptly parted ways upon seeing Chun Xian, fearful of incurring his wrath. Once outside the city, one soldier could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "That fellow named Chun has finally departed, but why have they bound another person?" Interestingly, the individual who was bound appeared somewhat familiar. Chapter 106. The human trafficker, the person who has been abducted. Do you not think he bears a striking resemblance to the young master of the Liao family, Liao Xiao? Indeed, there is a resemblance, though it seems unlikely to be him, given his disheveled state. If you were caught and taken by him, you would appear equally disheveled. Could it be that this Chun Xian ventured into the city solely to abduct Liao Xiao? It is not out of the realm of possibility, especially since he has already kidnapped young masters Zhang Tianzi and Qin Hao. This individual is a human trafficker. Quickly, we must report this matter to the governor. What? My son has been kidnapped? At the Liao residence, Liao Qing was savoring his tea when he abruptly stood up upon hearing the servantess report, his eyes wide with rage. Who did this? The family head's words were from Chun Xian. The servant replied with utmost respect, trembling uncontrollably, perhaps from sheer fear. Chun Xian? The one who kidnapped Zhang Tianzi and the others? A foreboding feeling surged within Liao Qing. Yes, it is he. Master. He demands 10,000 stones of rice for the return of our young master. Upon hearing this figure, Liao Qing's lips twitched in disbelief. 10,000 stones. At the current price in the barbarian city, that equates to 40,000 taels of silver. Moreover, due to the grain shortage, Liao Qing intended to raise the price of rice to 5 taels per stone. Thus, in the barbarian city, rice is only becoming more valuable. Chun Xian's demand for rice, rather than silver, is truly a heart-wrenching demand. How outrageous. Where am I to procure 10,000 stones of rice? This is impossible. I must seek out the governor. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Qing ordered preparations for a sedan chair. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, Chun Xian has captured Liao Jun. Chun Kuan gazed in astonishment at his son, Chun Qing. After being frightened away by Chun Xian, Chun Qing hurriedly returned to report the matter to his father. He demands 10,000 stones of rice. What audacity! After understanding the situation, Chun Kuan sneered. Liao Qing is not as generous as I and Qin Bei. We would exhaust our fortunes for our sons, but for Liao Qing, Extracting even a single tael of silver from him is akin to carving out his flesh. Now that he has managed to inflate the price of rice so high, it is the perfect time to reap the rewards from the common folk. Chen Xian's demand for 10,000 stones of rice is tantamount to a death sentence for him. Given Liao Qing's miserly nature, it is impossible for him to comply. However, should he refuse, his son's life may very well be forfeit. Knowing Chen Xian's cruelty, he is indeed capable of executing a death threat. Liao Jun has fallen into his hands. What a stroke of misfortune for him. At this point, a playful expression graced Chen Kuan's face. Regardless of the fact that it was not his son being abducted, he could now relish the spectacle as an onlooker, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. In the next moment, he addressed Chen Qing, commending him on his adept handling of the situation, advising him to avoid entanglements with a person like Chen Xian and to steer clear of him in the future. He chuckled, intrigued by how the miserly old Liao would rescue his son. Surely, he would not simply allow his son to perish, would he? Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, you were fortunate to escape quickly. Otherwise, I would have been compelled to pay a ransom for you. Upon uttering these words, the elder declared, from this moment forth, you are confined to the estate. Hearing this, Qin Hao was left dumbfounded. Father, why am I being confined? He inquired. Is it not because I fear you might wander the city and encounter that unfortunate Chen Xian? During this time, you are to remain quiet. Until Chen Xian is dealt with, you are forbidden from stepping outside the Qin household. At the governor's residence, damn it, that detestable old Li Taibing. Despite my repeated requests for him to forge weapons, he has continuously found excuses to decline. Yet, when Chen Xian approached him for the same, he readily acquiesced. This is utterly outrageous. Zhang Tao slammed his palm onto the table in a fit of rage. His son, Zhang Tianci, stood before him, relaying what he knew of the situation. Zhang Tao was not particularly concerned about Liao Jun being kidnapped, as it was not his own son this time. However, the fact that the old man Li Taibing had agreed to craft weapons for Chen Xian infuriated him. After all, he had made numerous requests for the old man to assist him, only to be met with a barrage of excuses, while he so readily complied for Chen Xian. What does that imply? In contrast, it made him, the governor, appear as a mere jest. It was as if his words were disregarded as mere folly. Governor, the head of the Liao family seeks an audience. At that moment, the chief steward hurried in to inform Zhang Tao, already in a state of agitation. Upon hearing that Liao Qing sought an audience, Zhang Tao furrowed his brow. Father, he must be here concerning his son Liao Jun. Zhang Tianci quickly interjected. Zhang Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, pausing before responding in a low voice. Do not grant him entry. Inform Liao Qing that I have gone to Tiger City to meet with the governor there. There are countless reasons to wish to meet someone, yet only one to decline. To simply say one is not at home suffices. Understood. The chief steward nodded in compliance. Soon, at the entrance, what? The governor is not at home? Liao Qing appeared taken aback. How could the governor not be home? When did he leave for Tiger City? Steward, surely you are not deceiving me. The chief steward's displeasure became evident, and he replied coldly, the governor and the governor of Tiger City are close friends. It is entirely normal for him to meet with him. Should the governor travel, must he specifically report to you? Sensing the steward's irritation, Liao Qing quickly raised his hands in a gesture of appeasement. No, steward, that is not my intention. Very well, if you wish to see the esteemed governor, please return in a few days. The head steward offered him no opportunity for further discourse, swiftly turning to re-enter the estate, denying Liao Qing even a sip of tea, leaving him to face the cold shoulder. How infuriating! Liao Qing was incensed. He had intended to seek justice from the governor, yet he could not even gain an audience. Off to Tiger City. What an absurd deception. The soldiers within Barbarian City remained utterly still, and given that Tiger City lay several dozen miles away. In this chaotic era of warfare, could the governor venture forth without the protection of 1,000 or 2,000 troops to ensure his safety? Clenching his teeth, he pivoted and made his way to the Chen residence. What? The head of the Chen family is also absent? Once again, Liao Qing was met with a closed door, as the servants informed him that the master was not at home. As for his whereabouts, how could the servants possibly know such details? Chapter 107. The dragon crossing the river after being thwarted, Liao Qing turned back towards the Qin residence. After all, Qin Hao had also been kidnapped by Chen Xian. Perhaps he could enlist Qin Baye's support to confront Qin Xian. I sincerely apologize, Master Liao, but our lord has just stepped out. A servant from the Qin household bowed and expressed regret. Liao Qing was seething with anger. It was one thing to be denied entry at the governor's office and another to be turned away at the Qin residence. Now, even at the Qin house, he faced the same predicament. Were these three families conspiring against him? Where has your lord gone? Liao Qing pressed, suppressing his fury. That I cannot say. When our lord leaves, he does not inform us servants. The servant shook his head. The response mirrored that of the Qin family, merely stating that their master was out and not at home. When asked about his destination, it was met with ignorance. When will he return? Liao Qing inquired. That is also unknown. Unaware, is it? Then I shall remain here at your Qin residence until your lord returns. Liao Qing was infuriated. To his surprise, the servants of the Qin family did not impede him. Rather, they welcomed him warmly, offering tea and treating him like an honored guest, suggesting he could stay for as long as he wished. In the courtyard, a servant reported respectfully, Sir, it appears that Master Liao truly intends to stay until you return. At that moment, Qin Bayi was leisurely sipping tea with Qin Hao in the rear courtyard, utterly unconcerned. As for Qin Bayi, he had no inclination to meet Liao Qing. This old fellow expected me to join him in confronting the pestilential Qin Xian. How could I be so easily deceived? Let him stay in the front hall. After all, it was his son who had been kidnapped. Before long, he would become restless and depart on his own. Qin Bayi chuckled dismissively, not troubled in the slightest by Liao Qing's presence. In the courtyard, Xiao Lu, upon seeing Lu Jinyu return with a captive, was filled with excitement. Who have you brought back this time, Master Qin? This young master from the Liao family is now under your supervision. Just ensure he remains alive. Lu Jinyu casually tossed Liao Jun to Xiao Lu. Subsequently, under Chun Xian's direction, arrangements were made for the elderly Tai Bing and his disciples to be accommodated. These individuals were crucial as Chun Xian's smiths, responsible for crafting the armaments and armor for his future troops. They were to be cherished and nurtured. The difference between an armored army and an unarmored one is monumental in terms of combat effectiveness. What was Chun Xian's purpose in coming to the frontier? Beyond escaping the turmoil of the capital, the most significant aim was to seize military power. However, before amassing such power, he needed to cultivate a cadre of loyal warriors. The individuals he brought from the Bandit Mountains were precisely the ones he intended to train as his loyal soldiers. Though Qin Xian was aware of Lu Jinyu's potential ulterior motives and hidden agendas, it mattered little. As long as he possessed sufficient strength and could provide Lu Jinyu with enough benefits to keep him in check, this individual would eventually become unwaveringly devoted to him. Why have you brought someone back again? Li Xiaoning looked at Chun Xian with a peculiar expression. She realized that Chun Xian possessed a certain aptitude for abduction. Who else would return from an outing with a captive in tow? The other women also displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, Chun Xian hailed from a prestigious family in the capital, so why engage in such rogue and bandit-like behavior? The scion of the Liao family had essentially delivered himself to their doorstep. Chun Xian chuckled and recounted the circumstances surrounding the incident. Upon hearing his explanation, the women's expressions shifted to one of understanding. So, this individual truly had come of his own accord, Li Xiaoning murmured softly. Yang Ying'er immediately retorted, not just that. This person is utterly deserving of his fate. He seeks trouble even when others are merely assisting him. His arrogance knows no bounds. And he has grown accustomed to acting as if he is superior. Furthermore, his family is utterly unscrupulous, purchasing rice from others at the lowest prices and selling it at exorbitant rates, causing countless commoners to starve for the sake of affording their meals. I've also heard that they operate brothels, peddling women throughout the city, reducing us to mere playthings for men. At these words, Li Xiaoning and the others seethed with anger. Women are inherently empathetic beings, and upon learning of the Liao family's various and scrupulous deeds, they suddenly felt that Chun Xian had performed an act of great merit. That scoundrel truly deserves his fate. Lu Yi exclaimed indignantly. Generally a gentle woman from Jiangnan, she could no longer conceal her inner fury and could not refrain from cursing. Ding! Lu Qiqi's affinity increased by 5. Lu Yi's affinity exceeded 30 points, granting the host the dual cultivation technique of yin and yang. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chun Xian's mind, causing him to feel a surge of joy. Another person's affinity had surpassed 30, thus entitling him to a system reward. Regrettably, There was no critical reward. Wait, what on earth is the dual cultivation technique of yin and yang? Could it be some form of mystical skill? Chun Xian felt a rush of excitement. If he were to master such techniques, would he not ascend to the realm of immortality? While everyone else trained in martial arts, he would be cultivating immortality. What an invincible position to be in. However, as Chun Xian absorbed the contents of the dual cultivation technique of yin and yang, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? How could it be this? Chun Xian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. For this technique concerned matters between men and women, detailing the various postures and durations that would enhance their intimate experiences. Simply put, it was a manual on the art of lovemaking. Lu Yi, who appeared to be such a respectable young woman, how could the system bestow such a reward upon him? Could it be that she possesses a striking contrast to her outward demeanor? The possibility was certainly there. Suddenly, Chun Xian thought that he might find an opportunity to train her in the future. Ding! As the system's voice resonated once more, Chun Xian could not help but display a look of astonishment. To his surprise, a woman's favorability had increased as well. What exactly were the Qingyun boots? Upon inspecting the system's description, he discovered that these were a pair of boots that, once donned, enabled the wearer to run with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly scaling walls and traversing rooftops. Provided one possessed sufficient stamina, wearing these boots could allow one to cover 1,000 miles in a single day, akin to a swift steed. How extraordinary! With such an item, one could truly traverse the world as if one were a beast of burden. Chun Xian stroked his chin, a peculiar expression adorning his face. The boots resided within his system space, readily accessible at the mere thought of him. Just when Chun Xian believed the matter had concluded, suddenly, the system's notification chimed once again in his mind. Ding! Li Xianxian favorability at 5. Favorability surpasses 30 points. Chapter 108. Continuous breakthrough. Congratulations to the host for having another woman's favorability exceed 30 points, resulting in an elevation of cultivation by 1 level. Boom! Chun Xian felt his dantian ablaze with fervent energy surging forth, a grand force radiating through his limbs, filling his entire being with an abundance of strength, as if he were an unstoppable force of nature. At last, he had achieved an enhancement in his cultivation. Chun Xian's heart swelled with joy. Regrettably, he had yet again failed to receive a critical reward. Just as he believed it had come to an end, the system's notification echoed once more. Ding! Su Qingqing's favorability. 5. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 30 points in favorability, earning a reward of a 1-level cultivation increase, along with a critical reward of a low-grade mysterious weapon, the Crimson Fire Sword. Boom! Before Chun Xian could fully revel in his joy, a thunderous sound reverberated from his dantian again. An even more intense sensation of heat spread from his dantian to his limbs, making him feel as if he had transformed into a blazing fireball, engulfed in a fierce conflagration. Martial artist, 3rd level. In mere moments, he had soared through 2 minor realms. Furthermore, he had acquired a precious sword. In this world, aside from the distinctions of strength and rank, elixirs, techniques, martial skills, and weapons are all graded into 4 categories: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Each of these categories is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Typically, the weapons wielded by ordinary individuals bear no grade, being mere iron implements. However, more formidable martial artists or masters can commission renowned craftsmen to forge weapons for them at great expense. Generally, martial artists in the realms of martial artist and martial master utilize yellow-grade weapons, whereas mysterious-grade weapons are typically reserved for the elite of the martial king level. Now, Chun Xian had unexpectedly acquired both the low-grade mysterious-grade weapon, the Azure Cloud Boots, and the Crimson Fire Sword. It must be said that the system had been exceedingly generous. Primarily, Chun Xian had not anticipated that capturing Liao Jun would elevate the favorability of the women around him. It appeared that Liao Jun's notorious deeds had incited the wrath of Su Qingqing and her companions. Witnessing such a villain being dealt with by Chun Xian brought them immense satisfaction. Ding! Li Xiaoning's favorability. 5, currently at 15 points. Still needing 27 points to restore her original favorability of 42 points. The host is encouraged to continue making efforts. Ding! And Rushue's favorability. 10, currently at 45 points. Not only had the favorability of Lu Yi and her companions increased, but that of Li Xiaoning and Rushue had also risen. Alas, despite their progress, neither reached the requisite threshold for new rewards just yet. Particularly, Li Xiaoning remained some distance from regaining her 42 points of favorability. Nevertheless, capturing Liao Jun had essentially elevated the favorability of all the women around him. At this moment, Chen Xian felt nothing short of exhilarated. Why do I feel that you have become even stronger? And Rushue squinted her eyes, scrutinizing Chen Xian from head to toe. Moments ago, as Chen Xian experienced his breakthrough, she stood nearby and distinctly sensed a surge of formidable power emanating from within him. Though it remained suppressed and did not erupt, the transformation was palpable to her. Beside her, Lu Jinyu scratched his head, his expression peculiar as he remarked, "Master Chun, I share that sentiment," while others may not have perceived it. And Rushue and Lu Jinyu, possessing considerable strength themselves, had an acute awareness of the sudden spike in Chen Xian's internal energy. Haha, really? Perhaps I was just overly elated, and my power was momentarily unrestrained. Don't overthink it, Chen Xian chuckled heartily, deflecting their curiosity with a casual excuse. For now, he wished to keep his breakthrough a secret. Nonetheless, regarding the extent of his strength, neither in Rushue nor the others had any inkling. Since their acquaintance with Chen Xian, he had never faced defeat, embodying the notion of growing stronger in the face of adversity. Only he knew the true realm he had attained. Lu Jinyu, send someone to inform Liao Jun's father that if he wishes to rescue his son, he should bring rice. Time waits for no one. Chen Xian commanded. Understood. Lu Jinyu promptly dispatched someone, unable to suppress his admiration. After years of being a bandit in the Bandit Mountain, he had only enjoyed a few days of fortune alongside Chen Xian. Just look at the wealth amassed in these 2 days in Barbarian City. The speed of their enrichment far surpassed anything he had experienced on the Bandit Mountain. Only by following a talent like Chen Xian could one hope for a prosperous future. In the main hall of the Qin residence, Qin Bei had been waiting for nearly an hour, having already consumed 2 pots of tea. Yet he had yet to catch sight of even a shadow of Qin Bei. The sky began to darken. When will your master return? He inquired impatiently. We are uncertain about that. The whereabouts of our master are beyond the comprehension of us servants. He might return at any moment. Or he may not return tonight at all, came the ambiguous reply. It was a classic case of not knowing anything at all. Liao Qing was no fool. He immediately discerned that Qin Bei was toying with him. The old man surely knew of his arrival, deliberately avoiding him. The governor, Chen Kuan, and Qin Bei are all conspicuously avoiding me. Am I a plague? Or are they simply afraid of Chen Xian? That fellow is merely a young lad in his 20s. What is there to fear? Are we, the local tyrants, afraid of such a passing dragon? The more Liao Qing pondered, the angrier he became, simmering with rage and itching to smash something. However, this was not his domain. The Qin family possessed greater wealth than his Liao family. And with the governor as a significant backing, if he were to vandalize the Qin residence, they would surely retaliate. When your master returns, let him know I have been here. Liao Qing suppressed the fury surging within him and, having spoken his mind, hurriedly departed with his companions, making his way directly to the city gates. With no allies to be found, he had no choice but to confront Chen Xian for negotiations alone. As soon as Liao Qing exited the city, reports of his departure reached the residences of the governor, the Qin family, and the Qin family almost simultaneously. They dispatched individuals to monitor Liao Qing's movements, eager to discern what sort of negotiations he might engage in with Chen Xian. Father, even our governor's office has suffered at the hands of that scoundrel Chen Xian. Surely Liao Qing will be treated like a mere plaything by him, Zhang Tianxi remarked, somewhat perplexed. In his view, the forces of their barbarian city ought to unite against Chen Xian. Yet now, Liao Qing was left to confront him alone. What if, in a fit of anger, Liao Qing switched allegiances to Chen Xian? You remain oblivious to Liao Qing's true origins. He is not so simple. Zhang Tao's gaze flickered, revealing a hint of a cunning smile. Chapter 109. The Tianshan sect. What other background could he possibly have? He is merely a native of Barbarian City. Zhang Tianxi displayed a hint of disdain, asserting that had it not been for his father's patronage, he would not have attained his current status. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's expression abruptly turned stern, his voice icy as he retorted, You spend your days indulging in revelry, utterly oblivious to the circumstances surrounding those beside you. Do you truly believe I promoted Liao Qing for his capabilities? Humph, if we are to assess talent, there are at least 80, if not 100, within Barbarian City who surpass him. The only reason I support him is due to his fortuitous marriage to a remarkable wife. She is a true disciple of the Tianshan sect, holding a significant position within the sect. Had it not been for her, do you think I would have entrusted the brothel and rice shop businesses to Liao Qing? Surely. I am aware of the substantial profits these enterprises generate annually. Zhang Tianxi's face transformed in shock, disbelief washing over him as he exclaimed. That old scoundrel Liao actually married a true disciple of the Tianshan sect? Good heavens, is this a stroke of luck from our ancestors? No wonder you turned a blind eye when he ventured into the brothel and rice shop business. I could not comprehend it at the time. But now it all makes sense. The Tianshan sect is the foremost sect in the border region. While it may not rival the Xuejian sect, wherein Ruxue resides, it is not far behind. The sect master of Tianshan is said to be a peak martial king, on the verge of entering the martial emperor realm, a truly formidable figure. Not only does he wield immense influence in the borderlands, but he also commands respect throughout the entire Deqian dynasty. True disciples of the Tianshan sect are undoubtedly core figures within the sect. After all, a sect typically categorizes its members into outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Upon reaching a certain age, they ascend to the rank of elders. Should the Tianshan sect dispatch a true disciple, any governor in the 24 cities of the border region would extend a warm welcome. Even the regional governor, who oversees these 24 cities, would show them due respect. Father, considering this, Chun Xian's foolish act of abducting Liao Qing's son is a monumental blunder. Liao Jun's mother, the true disciple of the Tianshan sect, will undoubtedly seek retribution. A sudden surge of exhilaration washed over Zhang Tianxi, akin to stumbling upon a windfall from the heavens. Humph. This is precisely why I refuse to wade into this murky water. Just wait and see. Liao Qing will not part with that 10,000 stones of rice. And Chun Xian is an insatiable individual who will not release him without what he desires. Their conflict will surely be a matter of life and death. I eagerly anticipate the outcome. If Chun Xian manages to eliminate Liao Jun, it would be splendid. Liao Jun's mother will stop at nothing to eradicate Chun Xian, even mobilizing the might of the Tianshan sect. If the forces of the Tianshan sect are indeed summoned, 10 Chun Xians would not suffice to face the consequences. Within the governor's residence, a series of chilling and sinister chuckles echoed. In the courtyard, a young lad named Xiao Li rushed in, exclaiming, "Master Chun, Liao Jun's father has arrived." The atmosphere was filled with the tantalizing aroma of dinner as twilight descended upon the surroundings, and the occupants were partaking in their evening meal. Oh, he has finally come. I was beginning to think he would not show. His precious son would have gone hungry for the entire day. Chun Xian remarked with a hearty laugh, casually inquiring about the amount of rice he had brought. Xiao Li scoffed, retorting, "He brought nothing but a single cart and a few servants. Did he come without rice?" Chun Xian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He dares to come here without provisions and still seeks his son? I must meet him and see what tricks he intends to play. Yesterday, when the governor demanded a person, he had come armed with soldiers, yet Liao Qing had the audacity to arrive with merely a handful of servants. How bold! Chun Xian strode purposefully out of the courtyard, immediately spotting a sedan chair at the entrance. Liao Qing had already disembarked, accompanied by several subordinates. To Chun Xian's surprise, one of the servants exuded a fierce aura, unmistakably different from the rest, showcasing significant prowess. This individual was a martial artist of considerable skill, a martial artist willingly serving the Liao family. It seemed they possessed some degree of influence. "Are you Liao Jun's father?" Chun Xian inquired, not particularly concerned about the martial artist, having discerned that he was merely at the first level of martial arts mastery. In contrast, Chun Xian had attained the third level. Even without employing any techniques, he could easily overpower this martial artist, who was hardly worth a second glance. "You are Chun Xian? You are the one who has kidnapped my son." Liao Qing scrutinized Chun Xian from head to toe. He was aware of Chun Xian's reputation, but was taken aback by his youthful appearance, seemingly in his early 20s. How had he become a source of frustration for the governor? That is a gross mischaracterization. What do you mean I kidnapped your son? It was your son who instigated trouble, seeking confrontation, and when he was bested, I merely acted in self-defense. Chun Xian shrugged. The term kidnapping was too harsh, making it seem as though he were the villain. It was evident that Liao Jun had provoked the situation, and it was merely unfortunate for him that he had encountered Chun Xian, a formidable opponent. Had Chun Xian been any less capable, it would have been Liao Jun lying defeated on the ground, possibly losing more than just a fight. I care not for the nuances of right and wrong. I only know that my son is in your possession. Speak plainly. What must I do to secure his release? Liao Qing's expression was stern. He was fully aware that Liao Jun was the instigator, yet the Liao family considered themselves superior and held themselves to a higher standard, believing it only natural to act with such arrogance. Chun Xian observed that Liao Qing was exceedingly arrogant, clearly coming to redeem his son, yet his demeanor was haughty, even surpassing that of a governor. Did I not inform you? 10,000 pickles of rice in exchange for your son's life, Chun Xian stated calmly. Without a moment's thought, Liao Qing flatly rejected the offer, exclaiming, "That is impossible." Is it? Chun Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of determination flashing within them as he fixed his gaze upon Liao Qing. He enunciated each word with precision. By noon tomorrow, if I do not see 10,000 pickles of rice, your son shall perish. Given the unwavering stance of his adversary, Chun Xian deemed it unnecessary to mince words. He was resolute in his own strength. How dare you? Liao Qing's eyes bulged in disbelief. If you doubt my words, you may certainly test them. Chun Xian replied with a cold smile. Yang Lao, teach him a lesson. Liao Qing, seething with rage, suddenly directed his ire towards the martial artist by his side. Chapter 110. A single step to resolution. To be precise, this individual was not a mere servant. He was simply clad in the attire of one. Liao Qing addressed him as Elder Yang, clearly demonstrating profound respect. The young man, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, spoke with a reckless boldness that could lead to his own detriment. Elder Yang stepped forward, his lean frame betraying his age. Yet his sharply defined features and robust voice exuded authority. He fixed his gaze upon Chun Xian, adopting the tone of an experienced elder coupled with an air of superiority. Chun Xian glanced at him, shook his head, and replied nonchalantly, "At your advanced age, do you not understand the importance of prudence? Have you lived so long only to end up in disgrace?" "What did you say?" Elder Yang's eyes widened, his brows furrowing as he glared at Chun Xian, indignantly declaring, "In my many years, I have never encountered anyone who dares to speak to me in such a manner." With a grin, Chun Xian retorted, "And now you have." This sharp-tongued youth intrigued Elder Yang, who was eager to test whether his skill matched his audacity. Fuming with rage, Elder Yang lunged forward with the grace of a tiger, his fists transitioning seamlessly through various martial forms, culminating in a powerful strike aimed directly at Chun Xian's head. Yet, to the astonishment of all, Chun Xian stood resolutely, unmoving. This lad must be paralyzed with fear, Elder Yang mused, convinced that his imposing presence had rendered Chun Xian speechless. Liao Qing, observing the scene, emitted a hint of disdain and urged, "Elder Yang, seize him. Is he not holding my son as a hostage? Once captured, we can use him as leverage." In a flash, Elder Yang's fist was upon Chun Xian, bearing down with terrifying force toward his eye. Should this blow connect, it would surely spell disaster for Chun Xian. "Ah, be careful, my lord," cried out the women from the courtyard, who had rushed out, initially eager to witness how Chun Xian would deal with the despicable Liao family. Their anticipation turned to horror as they saw him on the brink of being struck. "Watch out, Chun Xian," shouted Lu Jinyu and Xiao Lu, their voices tinged with alarm. They had assumed Chun Xian would effortlessly evade the attack, thus they did not intervene. Lu Jinyu, in particular, stood back, shocked by the unfolding events. How could this be happening? Suddenly, in that critical moment, Chun Xian sprang into action. With remarkable swiftness, he seized Elder Yang's wrist. Halting the fist that was perilously close to his eye, less than a centimeter away, suddenly frozen in place as if time itself had come to a standstill. "You." Elder Yang's expression, once marked by disdainful mockery, transformed instantly into one of disbelief. He had initially believed that Chun Xian would be unable to withstand his punch. To his astonishment, not only did Chun Xian intercept it, but his grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly immobilizing Elder Yang's hand, preventing any further advancement of his fist. When he attempted to retract his punch, he was shocked to discover that Chun Xian had a vice-like grip on his wrist, rendering it utterly impossible to withdraw. "How can you possess such strength?" Elder Yang was profoundly astonished. "Is this your limit? There's more, should you wish to experience it." In the next instant, Chun Xian suddenly exerted pressure with his 5 fingers. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing resonated through the air. Ah! Elder Yang shrieked in agony as a searing pain surged through his wrist, realizing that his bone had been crushed by Chun Xian's grip. You! Stop! Release me! Elder Yang emitted a piercing scream. It was the first time since ascending to the martial master realm that he found himself in such a vulnerable state. You reside in Barbarian City. Are you unaware that I nearly incapacitated Ling Mo with a single kick? Chun Xian scoffed, loosening his grip on Elder Yang's wrist. In the next moment, he delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen. Boom! Elder Yang's body contorted like a shrimp, flying backward and crashing into the sedan chair with a resounding thud, shattering it to pieces. This scene felt eerily familiar to Lu Jinyu, who watched in astonishment. Unable to contain a mumbled remark, Ling Mo had endured the same fate, being sent flying by Chun Xian's kick, resulting in Governor Zhang Tao's sedan chair being reduced to splinters, while Zhang Tao himself was left in a pitiable state, requiring rescue. The entire scene was momentarily engulfed in silence. He was actually kicked away? The other servants of the Liao family were wide-eyed, nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief, utterly incredulous at what they had just witnessed. The invincible Elder Yang in their eyes was so easily vanquished. In truth, Chun Xian had shown mercy. He had not employed the Earth-grade martial technique, the Great Power Diamond Kick. Had he done so, Elder Yang would have been dispatched with a single blow, his body punctured through. As it stood, he was merely gravely injured. A third-tier martial master easily subdued a mere first-tier martial master without expending significant effort. Wonderful, my husband is unharmed. Su Ruolin and her companions, who had been anxiously gripping their hearts, finally exhaled in relief, unable to suppress their eye rolls at Chun Xian. That situation had been perilously tense, utterly frightening. Lu Jinyu and the others also breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly realizing that Chun Xian's earlier inaction had been a deliberate ploy to toy with the old man. Elder Yang, are you all right? Liao Qing, both shocked and enraged, hurriedly joined the other servants to assist Elder Yang. The situation could have been manageable, but upon contact with the wound, he let out a cry and expelled a copious amount of blood, his body collapsing into a hunched position on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. A formidable master of martial arts, reduced to such a state by a mere kick. Chen Xianyu. Liao Qing's face turned ashen. Yang Lao was the strongest combatant his family could muster. Yet, before Chen Xian, he proved utterly ineffectual. No wonder the governor's forces, despite their overwhelming numbers, could not subdue him. What do you mean, what? Do you wish to feel the force of my Chen's kick as well? Lu Jinyu sneered, casting a disdainful glance in his direction. Let me enlighten you. The last time the commander of Montsong, Ling Mo, faced my Chen's kick, it rendered him incapacitated. Now it's this old man, both of them masters of martial arts, unable to withstand a single blow from Chun. You, worthless wretch, should you endure such a kick? I assure you, Lu will ensure your swift passage to the afterlife. Chapter 111. By Susu listening to Lu Jinyu's words, Liao Qing could not help but shudder. The gruesome example was right before him. Master Yang, a martial arts expert, trembled uncontrollably after receiving such a kick, bleeding and howling in agony. Although Liao Qing was also a martial artist, he was merely at the 4th rank. If he were to endure a similar blow, he would either perish or be left crippled. Please, do not act recklessly, Liao Qing managed to say, his voice strained. It was preposterous. You initiated the attack, and now, upon realizing you cannot win, you expect us to refrain from retaliating? It is not that simple. Lu Jinyu, hang him up, Chun Xian commanded. Lu Jinyu chuckled sinisterly, spat into his palm, rubbed his hands together vigorously, and strode forward with determination. What do you intend to do? Please, don't, Liao Qing panicked, attempting to flee. But Lu Jinyu swiftly seized him by the neck like an eagle capturing its prey, lifting him effortlessly. The attendants nearby sought to protect their master, but their strength was no match for the 9th-rank martial artist Lu Jinyu. Resembling a toddler facing a robust adult, they were utterly powerless. Soon, Liao Qing found himself subjected to the same treatment as his son, bound tightly like a rice dumpling. Following Chun Xian's orders, he was hoisted up onto a tree. How dare you humiliate me? Liao Qing roared in a frenzy, resembling a rabid dog, his voice hoarse and his expression twisted in rage. Enough with the incessant whining. Xiao Liuzai, bring forth your treasure for him to sample, Lu Jinyu said, visibly annoyed. glancing at Xiao Yozai with a knowing look. All right, my treasure, guaranteed to be substantial. Xiao Yozai grinned mischievously, scampering into his tent. Moments later, he emerged with a small bundle. Even before the package was opened, Chen Xian could already detect a pungent odor. Once unwrapped, the stench assaulted the senses. Inside, not only were there foul socks, but also yellowed shorts, marred with dried remnants of unknown substances, as though they had not been washed in a decade. In short, the smell was overwhelmingly repugnant. Old man, I have specially chosen a prime specimen for you to experience. Xiao Yozai exclaimed with excitement, reveling in the peculiar pleasure of forcing his used, odorous garments upon others. Quickly, he selected a pair of yellowed underpants, first bringing them to his own nose to inhale deeply. Ah, the scent is just right, ample in potency. Xiao Yozai's face was a portrait of ecstasy, as if he had encountered the finest fragrance in existence. Su Ruolin could not help but fan her face with her hand, commenting, Xiao Yozai certainly has peculiar tastes. The other women subtly furrowed their brows. This young man, who usually treated them with respect, revealed a starkly contrasting side in private. Hey, don't be anxious, old man. I, Sixth Master, will attend to you with utmost care. With a deranged grin, he suddenly seized Liao Qing's cheeks, forcing his mouth shut. Almost immediately, his other hand began to push a pair of soiled undergarments toward Liao's lips. No, you cannot treat me this way. Whether it was from choking or sheer terror, tears streamed down Liao Qing's face. Elder Yang, save me. Elder Yang, he desperately cried out, thrashing his head in a futile struggle. However, Sixth Master firmly grasped his jaw, immobilizing him, wearing a twisted smile. Shout all you want. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one can save you. As for Elder Yang, that old man is barely clinging to life himself. How could he possibly rescue you? As he spoke, the undergarments continued their torturous advance toward Liao's mouth, as if time had slowed. Sixth Master was deliberately prolonging the torment, not shoving them directly into his mouth, but inching them closer, intensifying the psychological pressure. It was akin to a man carrying a bucket filled with filth. Before the contents splashed upon you, a sense of dread loomed large. Yet, once the filth had indeed sullied you, that fear dissipated, leaving only anger and revulsion in its wake. Li Xiaoning and the others turned away, unable to bear the sight. Chen Xian stroked his chin, realizing that Sixth Master was truly a perverse individual. If he were to hold a high position in the Ministry of Justice, he could surely devise the most gruesome tortures of the great Qian dynasty. My wife is by Susu. You cannot harm me. As the foul undergarments brushed against his lips, Liao Qing could endure no more and screamed. Sixth Master halted his movements, turning to Chen Xian, awaiting his command. Who is by Susu? Chen Xian asked, his expression peculiar as he glanced at Lu Jinyu. Lu scratched his head, bewildered. I have no idea. You're toying with me, aren't you? Sixth Master shot a menacing glare at Liao Qing. In a panic, Liao exclaimed, my wife, by Susu, is a direct disciple of the Tianshan sect. Elder Yang is the one she assigned to protect me. The Tianshan sect? Upon hearing this, Sixth Master's expression shifted to one of astonishment. While he might not recognize by Susu, he certainly knew of the Tianshan sect. After all, the name of the Tianshan sect resounded like thunder. Being one of the 10 major sects of the great Qian dynasty and the foremost sect in the border regions. Sixth Master. He claims his wife is a direct disciple of the Tianshan sect. Sixth Master turned to Chen Xian. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that Liao Qing possessed such connections. No wonder his tone is so elevated, as arrogant as a certain character from folklore. Even more so than the governor Zhang Tao. He claims that his wife is a true disciple of the Tianshan sect. Does that make it an indisputable fact? What if this old rascal is merely spinning tales? Lu Jinyu interjected with scorn. I could just as easily proclaim that my wife is the granddaughter of the current prime minister. Does that make it true? Xiao Liuji nodded in agreement. Indeed, great leader. Oh no, Supreme Commander is correct. This old fellow may well be deceiving me. With a sinister grin, he fixed his gaze on Liao Qing. Old man. If I find out you've tricked me, I'll have no choice but to sever your tongue. I am not lying. My wife truly is by Susu, a genuine disciple of the Tianshan sect. In a few years, she will ascend to the rank of elder. Liao Qing hastily retorted. Although the distinction between a true disciple and an elder is but a single level apart, the disparity in status is immeasurable. Chapter 112, a significant background. He spoke the truth. His wife is indeed Bai Susu, a direct disciple of the Tianshan sect, and her father is Elder Bai, one of the 4 esteemed elders of the sect. Elder Yang coughed violently, clutching his chest, and after spitting out a trace of blood, he mustered his frail body to speak. His complexion was ashen, yet pride illuminated his face when he mentioned Elder Bai's name. It was evident that Elder Bai was a remarkable figure. However, it must be noted that attaining the position of a chief elder in the Tianshan sect undoubtedly speaks to one's formidable strength. After all, within the vast Tianshan sect, there are countless disciples, yet only one sect leader and 4 chief elders, standing above all others. So, you are indeed the son-in-law of Elder Bai? Chen Xian expressed his surprise. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Liao Qing's eyes, suggesting some untold secrets, but it vanished just as quickly. He gritted his teeth and threatened Chen Xian. Are you not going to release me and my son? If my wife is provoked to intervene, even if you had 10 lives, it would not suffice. First, silence him, Chen Xian replied nonchalantly. Threatening me? Such words had long lost their impact. Very well, little Lu. Indifferent to whether your woman belongs to the Tianshan sect or any royal lineage, would execute any command from Chen Xian without hesitation. He promptly stuffed a foul piece of clothing into Liao Qing's mouth. Instantly, a nauseating stench filled his oral cavity, surging against his tongue and overwhelming him, causing tumult within his stomach, yet he was inadequately restrained to expel it. His face turned a shade of dark liver. Elder Yang, terrified, turned even paler than before. Fearing a similar fate, he clutched his stomach, pretending to be on the verge of death. Chen Xian, uninterested in dealing with him, turned to Enrushue and inquired, Missen, how much do you know about the Tianshan sect? Enrushue, a true disciple of the Xuejin sect, was well informed due to the exchanges and sparring among such prominent sections. She furrowed her brow and replied, though the Tianshan sect does not surpass my Xuejin sect, it is undoubtedly a formidable entity. Their sect leader has reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm for many years, and the 4 chief elders beneath him are all top-tier experts at the 7th or even 8th level of the martial king realm. Upon hearing this, a twitch appeared at the corner of Chen Xian's mouth. 7th or even 8th level of the martial king realm. Such experts could extinguish him with a mere hand. Regardless of whether he possessed earth-level or even heaven-level martial skills, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In our esteemed sects, hierarchy is strictly observed. Without connections, martial apprentices belong to the outer disciples, tasked with menial chores. Martial warriors are inner disciples, receiving teachings on techniques and martial skills from the sect, alongside being assigned tasks that yield rewards from the sect. The martial artist is a true disciple, typically attaining this level through the mentorship of an elder, thereby establishing themselves as a significant presence within the sect. Upon reaching the realm of martial king, one is automatically elevated to the status of elder, becoming a pivotal figure within the sect. The individual mentioned that his wife is on the verge of becoming an elder, indicating that she has likely attained the pinnacle of martial mastery, if not at least at the 7th or even 8th tier. The name Bai Susu is unfamiliar to me. However, Elder Bai, the chief elder of the Tianshan sect, is a person of remarkable talent and prowess, and it is quite possible that he will succeed the current leader upon retirement. At this juncture, Enrushue's expression grew grave. If Liao Qing's father-in-law truly is the chief elder of the Tianshan sect, then Chen Xian has undoubtedly encountered formidable opposition. This individual possesses significant influence. Chen Xian's face contorted with incredulity. The atmosphere in the room suddenly fell silent, each person rendered mute by the weight of the moment. It was then that Elder Yang abruptly straightened, sneering. Are you finally afraid? Why not release Liao Qing at once? And my young master, Liao Jun, it is said that a son is the heart's delight of his mother. If Susu discovers that you have kidnapped her son, she will not let this transgression go unpunished. His reference to Liao Qing was direct, while he addressed Liao Jun with the title of young master. This subtle distinction in address revealed his profound respect for Liao Jun, contrasting sharply with his apparent disdain for Liao Qing. Chen Xian's gaze flickered momentarily. Could it be that Elder Yang remained with the Liao family at Bai Susu's behest to protect Liao Jun? In that case, Liao Qing's situation seemed far more complicated than it appeared. Perhaps this is a tale of a fallen man entangled with a wealthy woman. As the daughter of the chief elder of the Tianshan sect, Bai Susu would be hard-pressed to find a suitable match among men of her caliber. Moreover, her father, Elder Bai, would undoubtedly have high standards, seeking a son-in-law of equal standing. Emir Liao Qing would certainly not meet his expectations. Not to mention that Liao Qing is merely the head of a minor family in Monsong. Even if he were the governor of Monsong, Elder Bai would still look down upon him. From Chun Xian's understanding of the people in this world, if Liao Qing shared a close relationship with Bai Susu, he would have leveraged her name and the Tianshan sect's prestige to intimidate Chun Xian, rather than finding himself in such a dire predicament. Furthermore, given Bai Susu's illustrious lineage, it would not be difficult for her to secure a position for Liao Qing, perhaps as a governor of one of the 24 cities. Yet the Liao family's standing in Monsong is inferior even to that of the Chun and Qin families. Moreover, few are aware of the connection between Liao Qing and Bai Susu. The common folk of Monsong certainly do not know, or else rumors would abound. There is something amiss here. Lu Jinyu, separate and confine them all, Chun Xian commanded with a grand gesture. Lu Jinyu was perplexed by Chun Xian's intentions. Having already stirred a hornet's nest, what did it matter if he offended the Tianshan sect? Did he believe that pleading for mercy would spare him? Whatever Chun Xian instructed, he complied obediently. Soon, Liao Qing, Elder Yang, and the surrounding attendants were seized and confined in distinct tents, with guards assigned to watch over them. If what Liao Qing said is true and Bai Susu arrives with the Tianshan sect to demand the release of captives, what will you do? And Rushue inquired gravely. In the entire border region, there exist only two dominant forces. One is the governor, who commands 100,000 troops of the imperial court, ruling over the 24 cities of the frontier. The other is the Tianshan sect. Chapter 113, An Enigmatic Dilemma thus. And Rushue felt that Chun Xian must seriously contemplate the path that lay ahead. If circumstances became untenable, he would have to seek refuge elsewhere. Although the Tianshan sect was formidable, the vast expanse of the Great Qian territory ensured there were places beyond their reach. There was little choice. Offending a governor could be managed with relative ease, but the Tianshan sect was a behemoth beyond measure, and Chun Xian, in his current state, was still too feeble. I should have a word with that brat Liao Jun, he mused, stroking his chin. I suspect he remains oblivious to his mother's true identity. When Chun Xian had apprehended Liao Jun, the latter only mentioned his father, never once alluding to his mother. How could he not leverage such an impressive maternal figure? There were only two possibilities. Either he dared not, or he simply did not know. In any case, Chun Xian sensed a deeper intrigue at play and felt compelled to investigate personally. Inside a tent, Liao Jun lay askew on the ground, his mouth stuffed with a filthy rag, and his body bound tightly like a dumpling, utterly immobilized. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, tears of indignation. After all, he had never tasted hardship since birth. He had lived a life of ease, indulging in every whim, bullying others, and coercing the unwilling. Yet today, what kind of existence was he enduring? He was beaten, bound, and his dignity utterly shattered. He had yet to eat dinner, and now he felt both fatigued and famished, the taste of the rag in his mouth rendering him particularly miserable. Of course, he was unaware that his father was similarly gagged with the undergarments of a certain Xiao Yozi. Had he known, perhaps the taste of the rag would seem pleasant by comparison. As Chun Xian lifted the tent flap and entered, darkness had fallen, casting a dim light within the confines of the tent. He lit a candle, illuminating the space. Liao Jun, initially bearing a sorrowful expression, abruptly changed countenance upon seeing Chun Xian. He wriggled desperately to the side, as if trying to escape from a harbinger of doom. Why are you retreating so far? I have no intention of devouring you, Chun Xian chuckled, amused to find this fellow so frightened of him. He took a couple of steps forward, and Liao Jun squirmed even more, emitting muffled sounds that seemed to plead for distance. Chun Xian dismissed his antics. A captive like him had no authority to negotiate terms. He advanced and firmly grasped Liao Jun's head, eliciting a look of sheer terror and despair from the young man. In that moment, Liao Jun's mind was consumed by a singular thought. His father had refused to grant Chun Xian the 10,000 stones of rice. Therefore, Chun Xian had come to silence him. However, in the next instant, he felt the pressure on his mouth ease, allowing him to greedily inhale the fresh air. The filthy rag was extracted from his mouth by Chun Xian. What do you intend to do? Liao Jun stammered, fear evident in his voice. Chun Xian released his grip on Liao Jun's head, realizing that the young man's constant writhing made it difficult to remove the rag without holding him still. Do not be nervous. I have a few questions for you. If you answer correctly, I might consider alleviating some of your suffering. Should you choose to be dishonest, I possess countless methods to make your existence unbearable. Do you understand my meaning? Chen Xian casually seated himself beside him. Liao Jun, feeling the tension coursing through him, sensed that he was in the presence of a beast ready to pounce rather than a mere man. What do you wish to ask me? Liao Jun had shed his initial arrogance, now appearing as compliant as a lamb. Do you know a woman named Baisusu? Chen Xian inquired deliberately. Baisusu? Liao Jun's mind raced as he recalled the virtuous women he had encountered, searching for any with that name. After much contemplation, he found none. Could there possibly be a courtesan named Baisusu in the brothel he owned? What could the connection be between this Baisusu and Chen Xian? I do not know any woman by that name, nor do I have any courtesans named Baisusu in my establishment. Among the women I have known, none bear the surname Bai. Liao Jun vehemently shook his head, desperately trying to dissociate himself from any potential implications. Seeing his distressed state, Chen Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, you don't even know your mother's name? This is becoming quite amusing. Your father, Liao Qing, has already paid a visit. Chen Xian continued with a grin. Has my father come to rescue me? Liao Jun's face lit up with hope. He did attempt a rescue, but alas, it was unsuccessful. For I have captured him as well. His predicament is now akin to yours, Chen Xian stated matter-of-factly. Liao Jun was left utterly dumbfounded. His father had also been apprehended? Why did you capture my father? If you have him, who will come to redeem us? Chen Xian replied with a smirk. I suggest you have your mother bring rice to redeem both of you. At these words, Liao Jun's expression stiffened. Observing this, Chen Xian narrowed his eyes. What? Does your mother not wish to part with her rice? Are your lives of lesser value than a mere sack of rice? Liao Jun shook his head. I have no mother. She passed away when I was born. Oh, is that so? Chen Xian's gaze flickered with intrigue. Liao Jun believed his mother to be dead? Then who was Baisusu? Could it be that Liao Qing was deceiving him? Yet, who would dare to toy with the honor of the daughter of the Tianshan sect's chief elder? Even Liao Qing would not have the audacity. Thus, the situation grew increasingly enigmatic. Your mother is deceased? Then surely your father must have taken a concubine. Would it not suffice for a concubine to bring rice to rescue you both? Chen Xian continued to probe. Liao Jun shook his head once more, stating, My father was deeply devoted to my mother. After her death, he never sought another woman. Had he truly never sought another, or was he simply too afraid? Chen Xian chuckled softly, sensing he was beginning to grasp the complexities surrounding the Liao family. The affair between Liao Qing and Baisusu was evidently kept under wraps, while Liao Jun remained oblivious to the fate of his own mother. This indicates a tumultuous fate. Baisusu has a son named Liao Jun. Yet the Tianshan sect refuses to acknowledge him, even threatening Liao Qing against revealing this truth, resulting in only a handful of individuals being privy to such knowledge. This cannot stand. You must release either myself or my father. Without our guidance, you shall not attain your desires. Liao Jun declared through clenched teeth in a hushed tone. Very well then. Since your father is in our custody and is rather uncooperative, we shall let you go. However, you must procure 10,000 stone of rice to secure his release. Chen Xian replied with a chuckle. Regardless of whether it is a father rescuing a son or a son rescuing a father, as long as the outcome remains unchanged, it matters not. Chen Xian promptly untied Liao Jun and led him out of the tent. At this moment, the night was fully enveloped in darkness. With a bright moon hanging high in the sky, the air outside was refreshingly crisp. Liao Jun was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of unreality. Had he truly been released? Lu Jinyu, accompany him to the Liao residence to gather the rice. By dawn, I expect to see 10,000 stone delivered. Chen Xian instructed Lu Jinyu. Chapter 114. Is it a matter of incompetence? Should he gather rice? Lu Jinyu was taken aback. Initially, it was his son who was captured, requiring him to bring rice to rescue him. Now, both he and his son were imprisoned, and they expected the son to bring rice to save his father? This was utterly absurd. What further discussion was necessary? If ordered, he must comply. Remember, before dawn, I demand to see 10,000 stones of rice. Chen Xian gestured for him to hurry. Lu Jinyu had no choice but to gather a few men and depart with Liao Jun. What are your plans regarding the Tianshan sect? And Rushua inquired, her brow furrowed. If that Baisusu is indeed Liao Jun's mother, this matter becomes exceedingly complex. I just subtly probed Liao Jun, and you won't believe what I discovered. Chen Xian suddenly chuckled. The ladies leaned in with curiosity. Moments ago, Chen Xian had entered the tent to converse with Liao Jun, keeping everyone at bay. Liao Jun was utterly unaware of who Bai Susu was. He told me that his mother had passed away during his birth. Chen Xian sneered. Passed away? The women exchanged glances, astonished. So, Liao Qing has deceived us? Perhaps this Bai Susu has nothing to do with him? Upon hearing this, Enrushua shook her head and stated solemnly, no one would dare joke about the purity of a sect's chief elder's daughter, unless Liao Qing is courting death. Suddenly, I recalled something a senior sister mentioned during my time in the sect. There was a tale of an elder's daughter who fell in love with an ordinary man and secretly bore his child. When the elder discovered this, he was furious, for he had planned for his daughter to marry the son of the sect leader. In a fit of rage, he sought to kill both the man and their child. The daughter pleaded desperately, threatening to take her own life. Eventually, the elder relented, choosing not to murder them, but warned that the man must never speak of his relationship with her, otherwise he would face dire consequences. Furthermore, the daughter could never see the man and their child again, or the elder would personally ensure their demise. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at each other in disbelief. The tale seemed rather dramatic, yet such events transpired in reality. Chen Xian and the others could not help but draw parallels between the story's protagonists and Liao Qing and Bai Susu. Is this story true? Lu Yi asked curiously, and Rushua nodded. My senior sister is a disciple under the elder responsible for sect intelligence. She is well versed in worldly affairs. If it came from her, it cannot be false, though she merely mentioned a sect without specifying Tianshan. Each sect has its own intelligence network, akin to the court's spies across the nation. One can grasp the world's happenings without stepping outside. If the matter is indeed as Liao Qing and Bai Susu have described, then Liao Qing and his son Liao Jun could be considered unfortunate souls. Lu Yi suddenly murmured softly. Unfortunate? What utter nonsense. Su Ruolin immediately scoffed. Sister Lu, you are far too kind-hearted. You only see the surface of things. Perhaps, emotionally, this father and son duo may evoke sympathy, but in terms of their character, they are worse than beasts. Just look at their deeds. The father controls a significant portion of the rice shops in Barbarian City, yet he raises prices unscrupulously, causing the demise of countless innocent citizens. The son, equally wicked, has opened brothels throughout the city, ruining the lives of innumerable virtuous women. The misdeeds committed by this father and son are simply beyond reckoning, and all their wealth is tainted with moral decay. Su Ruolin unleashed a torrent of criticism, having herself been sold to a brothel in her past, which made her harbor a deep-seated loathing for such establishments. Lu Yi, momentarily taken aback by the scolding, hesitated before softly admitting, Sister Ruolin, you are correct. I have viewed the situation too one-dimensionally. She appeared gentle and pitiful. Su Ruolin sighed, offering comfort. Sister Lu, you have experienced little, and thus you are unaware of the treachery that pervades this world. Most men are not to be trusted. At that moment, Chen Xian could not help but clear his throat. After all, there was still a man standing nearby. Su Ruolin cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xian, her demeanor alluring as she exclaimed, Oh, of course, my husband is the exception. He not only rescued us, but also provides us with food, clothing, and financial support, expecting nothing in return. A man of such unparalleled virtue is a rare find, so we must cherish him dearly. As she spoke, her delicate hand playfully patted Chen Xian's sturdy chest, winking flirtatiously, My dear husband, how about letting me serve you tonight? Chen Xian immediately recalled the recently acquired tome, The Dual Cultivation of Yin and Yang, which delves into the intricacies of romantic entanglements. However, the courtyard was rather confined, and engaging in such activities would surely provoke jealousy among the other women. What if it diminished their affections? Moreover, given Su Ruolin's spirited nature, she would undoubtedly emit peculiar sounds during such moments, disturbing everyone's rest late into the night, further jeopardizing their sentiments. Ahem, a man of honor, born of heaven and earth, must prioritize his endeavors. Matters of romance can wait for another time. Chen Xian coughed lightly and, under the pretense of training his subordinates, quickly made his exit. The longer he lingered, the more he feared Su Ruolin might utter something scandalous. Oh, my husband. Every time I mention such matters, he bolts like a frightened rabbit, making me seem ravenous for him. Su Ruolin wore a look of reproach, lamenting how other men would eagerly embrace such intimacy with their partners. While he seemed to flee at every opportunity, Li Xianxian, Lu Yi, and the other women, feeling bashful, blushed deeply upon hearing her words. And Ru Shui wore a look of utter disbelief. What woman would speak of such intimate matters so openly? In our household, could it be that our husband has some issues in that regard? Suddenly, Su Ruolan seemed to have an epiphany and immediately turned her gaze towards Li Xiaoning. What do you mean? Li Xiaoning inquired with a slight frown. Oh, what else could I mean? Whenever I suggest attending to our husband in the evenings, he always manages to evade me. Is it possible that he is lacking in that department? Su Ruolan spoke earnestly, and the more she pondered, the more convinced she became. After all, what man could possibly lack an interest in romance? Surely, there must be something amiss with their husband. Had she not broached the topic, Li Xiaoning would have remained oblivious. However, once it was mentioned, it reminded her of her father, the emperor of the Tang Kingdom, who had dozens of beautiful concubines and would rotate through them daily. Her royal brothers, too, were never without a woman by their side, reveling in nightly festivities. In contrast, Chun Xian, who shunned female company, truly stood out as an anomaly. Chapter 115, what do you two think? Big Room. How about we venture into the city tomorrow to procure some aphrodisiacs for our husband? Let us give him a boost, Su Ruolan suggested, her eyes twinkling. Li Xiaoning immediately shook her head. I shall not go. Why not? You are the eldest wife, bearing the responsibility of expanding the Chun family's lineage. This matter requires your utmost attention. Su Ruolan retorted, exasperated. If you wish to go, you may do so yourself. Li Xiaoning firmly refused once more. Fine. If none of you are going, I shall go alone, Su Ruolan declared, hands on her hips, her temper flaring. At the city gate, a guard called out, Halt. The city gates are closed. If you wish to enter, return tomorrow. The grand gates had been shut, leaving only a small entrance for 2 or 3 individuals to pass. According to the rules of the city, once night fell, no one was permitted to enter or exit without the command of the governor. Open your eyes wide and see who I am. Liao Jun stood silently behind, while Lu Jinyu strode forward, hands on his hips, chin held high, exuding arrogance. Who the hell are you to act so presumptuously? The guards guarding the city were immediately incensed. Individuals like them, referred to as military lords, were typically treated with utmost respect by the common folk. Have you lost your mind? Do you wish to defy the heavens? One soldier pulled out a whip, ready to strike. Hey, are you insane? Do you know who he is? However, one of the guards recognized Lu Jinyu and was taken aback, hastily restraining the whip-wielding soldier. The soldier, startled, inquired, Who is he? Is he significant? I do not know how significant he is. But his master is a lunatic. He is the one who killed the centurion and kidnapped Lord Zhang and Lord Qin, that Qin Xian. Upon hearing this, the soldier with the whip trembled in fear. Qin Xian? This name had recently echoed throughout the military of the city, as his outrageous deeds had even left their commander, Ling Mo, severely injured. Goodness, no wonder he is so arrogant. The soldier broke out in a cold sweat, glancing behind Lu Jinyu for Qin Xian, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon not seeing him. However, being associated with Qin Xian certainly indicated that Lu Jinyu was not an ordinary character. My apologies. Esteemed sir, I failed to recognize your stature and spoke out of turn. I was blind and am truly sorry. The soldier with the whip slapped his own face twice. Bowing profusely in apology, Lu Jinyu was somewhat taken aback. He had merely pretended to be domineering to intimidate the guards. To my utter astonishment, it seems I have managed to instill such fear in the opposing party. It appears that the formidable reputation of Lord Chun has truly penetrated the hearts and minds of the people, evoking a sense of dread akin to that of whispers of impending doom. Knowing that Master Lu intends to enter the city, why do these dim-witted guards remain here? Blocking the way? Lu Jinyu erupted in a tirade, brazenly confronting them. In truth, these city guards would dismiss you if you approached them with courtesy. However, should you regard them with disdain, they would respond with utmost deference. This is the essence of human nature. Fear of authority outweighs respect for virtue. Do not be angered. My lord, we shall open the city gates for you at once. Several guards chuckled awkwardly, promptly unlocking the small entrance for his entry. With a wave of his hand, Lu Jinyu's subordinates assisted Liao Jun into the city. Among them, one figure appeared particularly familiar. Are you referring to the one encircled in the middle? Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance to young Master Liao. Once Lu Jinyu and his entourage had entered the city, and their figures faded into the distance. The guards finally felt emboldened to converse. What resemblance to young Master Liao? That is Liao Jun himself. Have you forgotten? He was abducted today. It was none other than Qin Xian who orchestrated this. One soldier slapped his forehead in realization. Had you not mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten. Wasn't he the head of the Liao family, supposed to be here to negotiate his son's release? Why hasn't he returned, yet his son has? Returned? Have you not seen that his son is flanked by guards? He is being coerced. Let us hurry and report this matter to the governor. A quarter of an hour later, at the Liao residence, under the watchful eye of Lu Jinyu, Liao Jun had no choice but to summon all the family servants and begin loading barrels of rice from the Liao family's granary in the barbarian city onto carts, intending to transport them out of the city. There was no alternative. After all, this barbarian city belonged to Governor Zhang Tao. Although the rice was Liao's, it was effectively under Zhang's control. He could seize it at will, draining the Liao family's granary without fear of opposition. However, once the grain was transported out of the city, the circumstances would shift dramatically. Once it left the city confines, it would unequivocally belong to Qin Xian. Even Zhang Tao, despite his covetousness, would not dare to seize it unless he was prepared to confront Qin Xian directly. Liao Jun watched in despair as barrel after barrel of rice was loaded onto the carts, destined for the Liao estate, only to soon be transported to Qin Xian. His heart ached at the thought of the financial loss. This rice represented tangible wealth, hard-earned from the blood and sweat of countless common folk. Now, all of it would fall into Qin Xian's grasp. At the governor's office, Zhang Tao was well aware of the unfolding events. He summoned Qin Bei and Qin Kuan, informing them of the situation. What are your thoughts on this matter? Zhang Tao inquired, his gaze calm, yet penetrating. Qin Bei felt a sly grin creeping upon his lips. Reveling in the misfortune befalling the Liao family, which was suffering even more gravely than his own. It was a welcome relief to have a scapegoat in this predicament. Certainly, such emotions must remain concealed. Qin Bei clenched his fists, adopting an expression steeped in bitterness and resentment. That wretched Qin Xian, insatiable as ever. What is your perspective? Qin Jun? He directed the inquiry towards Qin Kuan. With an impassive countenance, Qin Kuan replied, What else can I think? Did not the governor just mention it? The one returning to the city this time is that subordinate of Qin Xian's, known as Lu Jinyu. He is no trifling character. A flicker of menace crossed Qin Kuan's eyes at the mention of Lu Jinyu. His impression of Lu Jinyu was profoundly etched in his mind, bordering on loathing. He had previously informed Qin Xian that if Lu Jinyu were handed over to him, all past grievances could be forgiven. Even the incident where Qin Xian had brutally kicked one of the Qin family's servants could be overlooked. Yet, Qin Xian had shown him no consideration whatsoever. Governor, we currently face 2 choices. I wonder if you wish to hear them? Qin Kuan remarked, furrowing his brow. Chapter 116. That fellow has returned. What choice do you propose? Zhang Tao inquired nonchalantly. Whatever Qin Kuan decided was his own affair. Whether he would heed his counsel was Zhang Tao's prerogative. While he was open to suggestions, the ultimate decision lay firmly in his hands. Clearing his throat, Qin Kuan articulated his first proposal with deliberate clarity. Firstly, we could dispatch soldiers to seize the Liao family's rice, preventing them from transporting it out of the city. Once that rice leaves, it would be akin to a meat bun thrown to dogs, gone without a trace. Our city is already facing a severe food shortage. This rice must not fall into Qin Xian's hands. Moreover, Lu Jinyu, being Qin Xian's right-hand man, must be eliminated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao shook his head in disapproval. It was evident to him that Qin Kuan harbored a personal grudge against Lu Jinyu. Following Qin Kuan's initial strategy would mean a direct confrontation with Qin Xian. A course of action Zhang Tao was unwilling to pursue. Let us move directly to the second option, he stated calmly. Qin Kuan felt a twinge of regret. The opportunity to eliminate Lu Jinyu had slipped away, and he could only wonder when another chance might arise. However, with the governor disinclined to take action, Qin Kuan certainly would not be the one to take the lead. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Kuan continued, The second choice is to remain indifferent. Feigning ignorance to the animosity between the Liao family and Qin Xian, allowing them to resolve their own issues. Based on my understanding of Liao Qing, he would never accept such a significant loss without retaliation. Governor, we both know what sort of person Liao Qing's secretive wife is. He paused, a cunning smile creeping across his face. Huh. It seems the head of the Chun family and I are of one mind. Zhang Tao chuckled in response. At that moment, Qin Bei interjected, but Liao Qing is such a coward. Would he dare approach his secretive wife? If he were to venture to the Tianshan sect, they would likely reduce him to ashes. Zhang Tao's eyes glimmered with a cold amusement. There is no need for him to go to the Tianshan sect personally. In a few days, the annual disciple selection of the Tianshan sect will commence, and we have 3 slots available. Representatives from the sect will come to our city. All we need to do is inform them of Liao Jun's abduction, and Bai Susu will undoubtedly intervene. How could she stand by while her own son suffers such indignities? Even if she cannot descend the mountain herself, sending a few skilled warriors to deal with Chen Xian would pose no issue. No matter how formidable Chen Xian may be, he cannot rival the prowess of the Tianshan sect's experts. Each sect selects exceptionally talented individuals annually from various locales to become disciples. However, those chosen do not immediately become outer disciples. Instead, they serve as attendants, responsible for menial tasks such as fetching tea and washing clothes for both outer and inner disciples. Subsequently, the sect will select a portion of exceptionally gifted individuals from among the miscellaneous workers to become outer disciples. After enduring rigorous training, they may have the opportunity to ascend to inner disciples. The major sects are exceedingly stringent in their selection of disciples. Typically, a single city might only recruit a few individuals. The foundational base of the Tianshan sect comprises the 24 frontier cities, from which they dispatch individuals annually to scout for talent in each city. Therefore, this presents a significant opportunity. Then, my lord, shall we allow them to transport the rice just like that? Chun Kuan furrowed his brow, feeling intensely discomfort by Chun Xian's seemingly carefree existence. If you wish to intervene, you may personally lead a team to do so, Zhang Tao remarked with a hint of a smile. Chun Kuan immediately shook his head. You brought along Ling Mo and gathered a full 4,000 elite soldiers, yet you were unable to lay a finger on Chen Xian. How many individuals does my Chen family possess? Although we do have martial masters, they are no match for someone who could injure Ling Mo with a single kick. Our martial master is of advanced age and frail. Humph, let this Chun Xian revel in his days a while longer. Chun Kuan scoffed. Zhang Tao cast a sidelong glance at him, and then casually reminded, do not place all your hopes on the Tianshan sect. Your son's endeavor to seek out the bandits to deal with Chen Xian cannot be delayed. If the Tianshan sect does not intend to confront Chen Xian, utilizing the bandits could prove advantageous. One cannot place all their eggs in a single basket. Having 2 plans is certainly superior to having just one. Rest assured, my lord, my Chen family has already dispatched numerous individuals to track the whereabouts of the bandits. As soon as there is news, I shall inform you immediately. Chen Kuan nodded. It would be impossible to eradicate the bandits. Preserving one's military strength was paramount. However, utilizing others was entirely feasible. Soon, the collection of 10,000 stones of grain was completed. Yet, due to the excessive quantity and the limited number of carts from the Liao family, Lu Jinyu had to bring in donkey carts and ox carts. Even then, it was insufficient, necessitating multiple trips. No matter, let us first transport this out of the city. Lu Jinyu commanded with a wave of his hand. Before long, the carts laden with rice arrived at the city gates. Open the city gate for me. Lu Jinyu shouted loudly. Captain, that fellow has returned. The soldiers guarding the city exclaimed. A captain furrowed his brow and addressed Lu Jinyu. Do you possess the order from the governor to exit the city? Without a moment's thought, Lu Jinyu began to bellow profanities. You, old hag, hurry up and open the door for me, or I will make you regret it. The captain's expression darkened immediately. After all, he was a captain overseeing 1,000 soldiers. Aside from the governor and the commander, who dared to speak to him in such a manner, Lu Jinyu not only cursed but did so publicly, causing him immense embarrassment. Still not opening the door, are you? I must inform you that Lord Chun is waiting outside the city. Should he become impatient, do you believe he would hesitate to storm in and end your life? He has already eliminated a centurion, who is likely still wandering along the path to the underworld. If you hasten your pace, perhaps you might join him on that journey. Lu Jinyu continued, this time invoking the name of Chun Xian. Indeed, upon hearing Chun Xian's name, the centurion's expression shifted noticeably. As the saying goes, a person's reputation precedes them. Chun Xian boasts a record of single-handedly defeating a centurion. A recent event that occurred merely yesterday, leaving even their commander at a significant disadvantage. Such a person is not to be trifled with. My friend, without the orders of the governor, we are not permitted to leave the city. May I request permission to send someone to notify him? The centurion clasped his fists and spoke with a reluctant demeanor. His attitude had softened. Open the city gates first, allowing my men to exit. I have rice to transport back and forth multiple times and cannot afford any delays, Lu Jinyu replied impatiently. Chapter 117. Torment after much deliberation. It was decided that he should first open the city gates. As for notifying the governor, he could do as he pleased. Zhang Tao was undoubtedly already aware of his entry into the city. Should Zhang Tao attempt to impede their rice transport, Lu Jinyu was indifferent, as he could simply report the matter to Qin Xian, who would handle it adeptly. The captain of the city guards hesitated repeatedly, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and commanded the gates to be opened, simultaneously instructing someone to report to the governor's office. After all, if the governor later ordered him to stop the transport, he would comply. If not, it would be a mutually beneficial situation, allowing everyone to coexist peacefully. Smart move. Lu Jinyu chuckled inwardly, relishing the power he wielded to instill trepidation and even fear with just a few words. With a grand gesture, the convoy of rice-laden carts, drawn by horses, donkeys, and oxen, triumphantly exited the city. The soldiers stationed at the gates retreated to either side, watching in silence as the procession departed. Report. The governor's orders have arrived. A young soldier galloped forth, his steed coming to a halt before the captain. What did the governor say? The captain's expression grew tense. If the governor's command was to prevent their exit, would he obey or refuse? To comply would be perilous, as Qin Xian was not one to be trifled with. After all, just yesterday, another captain had met his demise, and Commander Ling Mo was still recuperating from injuries. Conversely, refusing to execute the order would leave him accountable to the governor's office. In essence, he found himself in a precarious dilemma, with his life hanging in the balance. The governor has commanded them to be allowed to exit the city, the soldier reported. Upon hearing this, the captain released a sigh of relief. Allowing them to leave meant peace would prevail, and for the time being, his life was spared. The fact that even the governor had acquiesced indicated that Qin Xian was indeed a formidable adversary. The captain murmured to himself, vowing to avoid encounters with Qin Xian and his associates in the future. Transporting 10,000 stones of rice required 6 trips in total. Lu Jinyu instructed his men to construct a temporary granary near the courtyard. After all matters were settled, dawn began to break. Lu Jinyu refrained from disturbing Qin Xian's slumber, opting to let him awaken naturally, as he presumed Qin Xian was currently in the embrace of some favored concubine. Master Lu, the 10,000 stones of rice have been delivered. I am utterly exhausted. May I rest for a while? Liao Jun spoke weakly. Having been kidnapped the previous day, he had not consumed a single grain of rice or a drop of water. Coupled with his injuries and a night devoid of sleep, he was now on the verge of collapse. Your father has yet to be released. How can you possibly sleep? Lu Jinyu teased, observing Liao Jun's newfound humility, as he now referred to him as master. The rice you requested has already been delivered. I firmly believe that Master Chun is a man of his word, and you will undoubtedly release my father. I wish to rest for a moment. Liao Jun still appeared exceedingly weak, seemingly drained by the allure of beauty. Even the slightest exertion left him utterly exhausted. You truly are a devoted son, Lu Jinyu chuckled. Upon seeing him smile, Liao Jun quickly implored, Master Lu, may I rest now? Lu Jinyu's expression turned stern in an instant. No, Master Chun has yet to awaken. How can you think of sleeping? Any matters can wait until he is awake. If you dare to sleep, I shall break your legs. Such cruelty left Liao Jun's heart chilled. A rumble from his stomach echoed in the silence. Lu Jinyu cast a sidelong glance at him, sneering, have you come to understand the pangs of hunger? When your family feasted and indulged, did you ever consider the countless impoverished souls who perished from starvation? You and your father are devoid of conscience, lower than beasts. Can you not endure a single day of hunger? He had initially considered allowing his subordinate to offer Liao Jun a piece of flatbread to stave off his hunger. But he reconsidered. How many ordinary citizens had perished due to the inflated rice prices set by the Liao family? In contrast, Liao Jun's hunger was trivial, while others had lost their lives. Despite Liao Jun's pitiful appearance, there are always hateful aspects to the pitiable. Liao Jun's complexion had turned sallow, and he sank helplessly to the ground, utterly exhausted. With no other choice, he felt both famished and fatigued, teetering on the edge of collapse. Dizzy when he attempted to stand. "Did I permit you to sit?" Lu Jinyu glared at him fiercely, commanding, "Stand up." Trembling in fear, Liao Jun complied, shakily rising to his feet. Yet, as soon as he stood, the world spun around him, and he felt faint, staggering on the brink of falling again. Fortunately, Xiao Liuji, quick on his feet, rushed to support him. "What is this? You can barely stand for a punishment?" Xiao Liuji exclaimed. "Aren't you wealthy young masters accustomed to delicacies? How can your constitution be so feeble? Pathetic, truly." Xiao Liuji maintained his grip on Liao Jun, preventing him from collapsing. "Ensure he remains upright," Lu Jinyu instructed. "Rest assured, Commander, I shall fulfill my duty." Xiao Liuji grinned. He then summoned two others, who positioned Liao Jun's arms in a straight line, forcing him to endure the torment of standing. Tears threatened to spill from Liao Jun's eyes. "Was this not sheer torture? If only you would kill me," he lamented, unable to bear the ordeal any longer. "And this is all it takes for you to reach your limit? We haven't even begun with the real punishment," Xiao Liuji mocked. Lu Jinyu issued a direct order. "If he dares to whimper again, claiming he wishes to die, do not hesitate. Simply snap his neck." With that, he stationed himself at the entrance of the courtyard, awaiting Master Chen's emergence, eager to claim his reward. Liao Jun felt utterly miserable, as though he had swallowed a fly. Initially, he intended to feign a pitiful state, but upon hearing Lu Jinyu's words, he was completely petrified into silence. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The sun hung high in the sky. Within the courtyard, Chun Xian finally roused from his slumber. Upon stepping out of his room, he found Su Rulin and the others had prepared breakfast, along with water and towels for washing. "My dear husband, you have finally awakened." Su Rulin's sweet voice resonated. Among the numerous women in the courtyard, she alone consistently expressed such warmth towards him. "Ah, you have all worked hard," Chun Xian remarked, taking in the spotless courtyard and the delightful aroma of breakfast. He felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that he had treated these women well, and they, in turn, had reciprocated his kindness. "It hasn't been burdensome at all. While you toil outside to earn a living, we women must surely take good care of our humble abode." Su Rulin replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 118. A deep father-son bond. The other women, upon hearing Su Rulin's overly sentimental words, did not feel discomfort. Instead, they joined in laughter. Even Enrushue allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace her lips. "Go wash up first. Lu Jinyu is still waiting outside. After you finish discussing matters with him, you may come for breakfast," Li Xiaoning gently suggested. "Haha, understood." Chun Xian felt a warm glow in his heart. These women remained by his side, and he vowed to protect them with all his strength. After completing his personal grooming, Chun Xian strode out of the courtyard and immediately spotted Lu Jinyu. The man stood as straight as a spear, and upon seeing Chun Xian, he promptly saluted, "Master Chun." This gesture of respect was one that Chun Xian had taught them during military training the previous day. Although Lu Jinyu found the salute somewhat peculiar, he had secretly practiced it. "Have you secured the rice?" Chun Xian inquired. Lu Jinyu nodded eagerly, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. 10,000 stones of rice. Every last pound is accounted for. We nearly emptied the Liao family's rice shop." "Excellent. Lead the way," Chun Xian replied with a smile. With provisions secured, he could now undertake even greater endeavors. Lu Jinyu promptly guided Chun Xian to a nearby makeshift granary, where a mountain of pristine white rice was stacked inside. Gazing at the towering piles of rice, Chun Xian couldn't help but reflect. So many common folk had yearned for just a taste, only to perish from hunger. And yet here was a bounty, enough to sustain their group of over 500 for a decade. What of Liao Jun? After closing the granary door, Chun Xian inquired. "Someone is stationed nearby to keep watch," Lu Jinyu replied with a chuckle. Chun Xian noticed a sly glint in his smile and couldn't help but ask, "Have you resorted to torture?" Lu Jinyu quickly shook his head vigorously, denying the accusation. "No, absolutely not. You haven't employed any coercive measures?" Chun Xian frowned. Lu Jinyu waved his hands in protest. "Master Chun, without your orders, I wouldn't dare lay a hand on him." Chun Xian's frown deepened, and he shook his head in disappointment. "Why not? Such a person deserves to endure some suffering. It would be a disservice to those who perished from hunger due to the Liao family." "Ah." Lu Jinyu looked momentarily bewildered, his mind struggling to catch up. Initially, he thought Chun Xian was reprimanding him for torturing Liao Jun, hence his vehement denial. But now, it seemed Chen Xian was chastising him for not doing so. This situation felt quite awkward. Well, I did, but not excessively, Lu Jinyu replied with a forced chuckle. What do you mean by that? Chen Xian's interest was piqued as he gestured for Lu Jinyu to lead the way. Before long, they arrived at a tent where Xiao Liuzai lounged with his legs crossed. Beside him stood two subordinates, each holding Liao Jun, who appeared utterly drained, as if he had lost half his life force. Rise and shine, you lazy boy. Did you not see that Master Chen has arrived? Lu Jinyu kicked Xiaolu in the rear, prompting him to spring upright, rubbing his backside while forcing a laugh. Master Chen, you have come. Chen Xian acknowledged with a grunt, then began to scrutinize Liao Jun. He noticed that, although Liao was forcibly made to stand, his eyelids drooped heavily, as if he could scarcely open them. Xiaolu, bring out your treasure to rouse him, Chen Xian instructed. Sure thing. Upon hearing the word treasure, Xiaolu instinctively knew what was required and dashed out, returning shortly with a parcel in hand. Chen Xian instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. Lu Jinyu positioned himself in front of Chen, inhaling deeply as though attempting to absorb all the foul odor, ensuring that Chen would remain oblivious to the stench. It must be said, this fellow sometimes displayed an absurdly peculiar behavior, as if he feared Chen would not recognize his sycophantic tendencies. Here you go, authentic underwear. Your sixth master still has one left. Your father enjoyed one, so this remaining piece is for you, Xiaolu announced as he rummaged through the parcel. Finally locating the most pungent item, grinning widely, Liao Jun, who had been lethargic, was suddenly invigorated by the overwhelming and acrid scent. His eyes widened in horror as Xiaolu pinched his cheeks, prying his mouth open. This fellow had been practicing this act for some time, and was now quite adept at it. Stop. No, please. Liao Jun cried out, fearing it seemed as though Xiaolu intended to cut out his tongue. Enough. Halt this nonsense. Chen Xian shook his head, satisfied that the boy was sufficiently revived. Fine, Xiaolu replied, a look of disappointment on his face. Consider yourself lucky. Liao Jun immediately cast a grateful glance toward Chen Xian. Bring the rest of the Liao family here. Chen Xian commanded. Before long, Liao Qing, several subordinates, and Elder Yang were brought forth. The undergarment had been removed from Liao Qing's mouth, and upon seeing Liao Jun, he was instantly overwhelmed with emotion. My son, father, Liao Jun cried, resembling a child who had suffered injustice while away from home. Enough of this father-son drama. Lu Jinyu scoffed. What do you intend to do? Liao Qing inhaled deeply, striving for composure as he regarded Chen Xian with apprehension. I have secured 10,000 stones of rice. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. If I procure the rice, I will release you. Chen Xian spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Liao Qing and his son exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. Chen Xian would actually free them? If the roles were reversed, they would certainly not release him, even with the rice in hand. In war, deception is key. We desire both the rice and the captives. However, just when the father and son believed they were on the brink of survival, Chen Xian suddenly shifted his tone. Initially, only Liao Jun had offended me. Thus, according to the rules, I intended to deal solely with him. Yet, you, Liao Qing, also sought to trouble me. Therefore, for the release of one individual, I demand an additional 10,000 stones of rice if you wish for both of you to be freed. Upon hearing this, Liao Qing immediately exclaimed in agitation. Another 10,000 stones? Where would we procure such a sum? Our entire granary and all the rice shops combined yield merely 11,000 stones. And you have nearly emptied them. Is that so? Chen Xian smiled, and without further ado, he stated, in that case, only one of you can leave. As for who that shall be, the decision lies with the two of you. The initiative was thus handed over to the father and son, leaving them both bewildered, staring at each other in stunned silence. Chapter 119. The scheme of division, only one of the two can exit. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that both desire to escape. For Chen Xian, it feels akin to a prisoner confined within the walls of a jail, enduring an unbearable existence. Yet, should one emerge, the Liao family's substantial resources, despite the significant losses incurred by their rice shop, would still allow them to squander a sum of 10 to 20,000 taels of silver. In essence, one of the father and son duo could enjoy a life of comfort while the other remained behind to endure hardship. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyu observed the intense exchange between the father and son, unable to suppress a chuckle. He found Chen Xian's ploy utterly unscrupulous, an insidious strategy of division. Now, both were eager to leave, ensuring that resentment would brew regardless of who remained. You have 10 breaths to decide who among you shall go out. Make your choice swiftly. Chen Xian urged. Father, Liao Jun immediately interjected, deliberately feigning a hoarse voice, projecting the image of a grievously ill man on the brink of death. Father, I am so hungry, so unwell. Liao Qing's face contorted with anguish, his heart wavering. Yet, gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and declared, Ying'er, should you leave? You lack the means to rescue me. However, if I go, the situation will be different. I can save you. Had this been a prior circumstance, Liao Jun would have wholeheartedly believed him. But now, whom were they confronting? It was Chen Xian, a figure beyond even the governor's reach. Liao Qing was acutely aware of his own limitations. In the entire barbarian city, the hierarchy stood with the governor at the top, followed by the Qin family. Then the Qin family, with the Liao family relegated to 4th place. If the top 3 could do nothing against Chen Xian, how could he, the 4th, succeed? Father, enough of this. In the vicinity of Lei City, Ice City, and Storage City, I have acquaintances whose families also operate rice shops. With my connections, procuring 10,000 pounds of rice to ransom, you should pose no issue. Liao Jun weakly argued. Upon hearing this, Liao Qing instantly recognized its impracticality and shook his head without hesitation. Ying'er, those friends of yours are nothing but fair-weather companions. Allow your father to venture out and come to your rescue. Father, Liao Jun attempted to plead further. Liao Qing interrupted sternly, silence. This matter is settled. Let me go, and you will only suffer a few more days. A father's love is fierce. How could I not save my own son? Liao Jun's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Liao Qing offered no room for rebuttal and turned directly to Chen Xian, stating, Chen Xian, allow me to exit. Are you certain? Chen Xian inquired, scrutinizing him. Liao Qing nodded with unwavering conviction. Chen Xian then replied with utmost seriousness. It is imperative that both you and your son agree to this arrangement before I release anyone. With that, his gaze shifted to Liao Jun. Ying'er, do you consent to your father's exit while you remain here? His demeanor resembled that of a judge delivering a verdict. Liao Jun felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Although they were father and son, who could possibly know how long he would be confined here under Chen Xian's watch? It was evident from the incident at the city gate, where Chen Xian had mercilessly executed both the 1,000-man commander and the 100-man commander, that he was a man capable of taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. To remain here was tantamount to placing one's head on the line, with the ever-present possibility of losing it. However, he understood that even if he opposed his father's departure, his father would undoubtedly refuse to let him go as well. In such a scenario, neither father nor son would escape, and their fate would be far worse. Let my father go. Liao Jun's tears streamed down his cheeks. Why are you crying? Are you a baby? Xiao Liuzi couldn't help but mock. Rest assured, my son, I will find a way to rescue you. Liao Qing gritted his teeth, resolute. Chen Xian raised his chin slightly, commanding, untie him. Xiao Liuzi promptly complied, untying Liao Qing with agility. Nearby, Old Yang and several subordinates exhibited expressions of anticipation. If Liao Qing was released, would they not also be freed in turn? Why were the others still bound? Feeling the newfound freedom in his limbs, Liao Qing stretched and then pointed at Old Yang. Old Yang was affiliated with the Tianshan sect S by Susu. To contact her, they needed to rely on him. Did I say I would release them? Chen Xian inquired. You. Liao Qing was taken aback, never having expected that Chen Xian would only release one person. If you want me to release them, it's quite simple. 10,000 sure of rice per person. Chen Xian gestured, indicating 3 subordinates along with Old Yang, totaling 4 individuals, thus demanding 40,000 sure of rice. The crux of the matter was that the Liao family's rice store had been completely depleted. From where could they procure 40,000 sure of rice? Moreover, while Old Yang was worth 10,000 sure, did the other 3 servants merit such a price? The Liao family is willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver for Old Yang's release. I need him for my protection. Liao Qing insisted, steeling himself. There was no alternative. Old Yang was simply too vital to their safety and had to be taken along. Fortunately, although the rice store was empty, the Liao family still had money. Liao Qing surmised that Chen Xian must be a man of greed. If he were not, he wouldn't extort so much from the governor. Do I look like someone in need of money? However, Chun Xian's words left Liao Qing utterly bewildered. I only require rice, not silver. Liao Qing hastily replied. I need Old Yang for my protection. Chun Xian feigned surprise and suddenly said, Ah, so you require a bodyguard. That's simple. My trusted aide here can be rented. It will only cost you 500 taels of silver a day. His strength rivals that of a martial master. I doubt your Old Yang would stand a chance against him in a duel. He gestured towards Lu Jinyu, who was left dumbfounded. Is this how we play? Renting me out? 500 a day means 5,000 in 10 days, and 15,000 in a month. This is nothing short of robbery. Master Chun is indeed full of cunning ideas. Liao Qing's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He desired only Elder Yang. What use was Lu Jinyu to him? Moreover, Elder Yang is a genuine master of martial arts. Lu Jinyu, a mere martial artist, even if of the 9th rank, is inconsequential until one reaches the master realm. They are but ants. He felt that Chun Xian was merely toying with him, taking advantage of the situation. What, are you dissatisfied? If so, I am also available for hire, at the rate of 1,000 taels of silver per day, with immediate payment upon completion, ensuring your personal safety. Chun Xian spoke earnestly. Beside him, Lu Jinyu and Xiao Lu nearly collapsed to the ground. My goodness, Master Chun actually intends to rent himself out? Is this even a viable option? Chun Xian, I am not jesting with you. Liao Qing's expression darkened. Chun Xian regarded him with an impassive countenance. Do I appear to you as one who trifles with such matters? Chapter 120. Robbing the rich to aid the poor Master Chun. Are you serious? Lu Jinyu and Xiao Yoji were left utterly astounded, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. They had initially presumed that Chun Xian's suggestion of renting himself was merely a jest aimed at Liao Qing. However, the earnestness displayed by Chun Xian was far from playful. The two were incredulous. Could one truly engage in such a farcical arrangement? Liao Qing's expression was a portrait of despair. Rent Chun Xian? What nonsense is this? We have a vendetta. How can I exact my revenge if I have to keep him under my watch? Moreover, a rental fee of 1,000 taels of silver a day is exorbitantly extortionate. Ultimately, Liao Qing departed alone, despite his meticulous scheming to take Elder Yang with him. Chun Xian would never grant him that opportunity. Upon returning to the Liao residence, he was met with the lamentations of the household staff. Master, our rice shop is on the brink of being emptied. Liao Qing's heart sank into profound desolation. After engaging in deceitful schemes and exerting great effort to procure such a substantial amount of rice, he had aimed for a windfall. Yet, now all of it had become a mere gift to Chun Xian. Chun Xian, I vow that we shall not coexist peacefully. With that, he immediately summoned a sedan chair to head to the governor's mansion, intent on borrowing assistance. In the courtyard, Chun Xian instructed Lu Jinyu, make a trip to the city. Inform the townspeople that we are selling rice at the standard price of 1 tael of silver for a stone of rice. With the vast stockpile of rice he had acquired, it was impossible for him to consume it all. Furthermore, Chun Xian's intent in acquiring such an abundance of rice through nearly predatory means was not for his own benefit, but rather to assist the citizens of the town. Of course, he would not simply distribute the rice for free. He intended for them to purchase it at a fair price, imparting the lesson that there are no free lunches in the world. Understood, Master Chun. Lu Jinyu nodded, setting off with a few companions to disseminate the news. Xiao Yoji. Establish a location for distributing porridge. Allow the homeless and starving vagrants in the city to come and receive sustenance, ensuring they do not perish from hunger, Chun Xian continued, resolute in his mission. There were far too many impoverished souls, both within and beyond the city limits, who had lost everything and were already emaciated from hunger. These individuals lacked the means to purchase food, and Chun Xian could not bear to watch them suffer. Thus, he proposed the establishment of a porridge distribution point, where they could line up to receive meals twice daily, ensuring they would not starve. My dear, the world is fraught with malice. What if those with wealth intentionally refuse to buy rice and instead flock to seize porridge alongside the destitute? Su Ruolin inquired with concern. Chun Xian, however, dismissed her apprehension with a wave of his hand. Those with silver in their pockets would hardly regard such meager porridge. It cannot satiate their hunger, only stave it off. They will still prefer to spend their money on rice. Should one encounter those who are excessively fond of petty gains, even the affluent who seek to benefit from free porridge, let them indulge in their small advantages. After all, if they are vying for even a bowl of porridge, What more can Chen Xian say? In any case, he possesses an ample supply of rice. No matter how it is consumed, it shall not impoverish him. Before long, two pieces of news swiftly spread throughout the entire barbarian city. Have you heard? A Chun family rice shop has opened outside the city, where rice is priced at merely 1 tael of silver per shur. In our great Qian dynasty, 1 shur equates to 100 jin of grain. Thus, 1 tael of silver per shur translates to a mere 10 won per jin of rice. Can it be true? Hasn't the price of rice already surged to 4 or 5 dozen won per jin? Is there truly rice available for just 10 won per jin? Is this Chun family rice shop related to the Chun family of Qinkuan? How could it possibly be associated with the Qinkuan family, whose rice is several won more expensive per jin than that of the Liao family, earning profits that lack conscience? Yet why is the rice at this Chun family rice shop so remarkably inexpensive? Surely there must be some issue with their rice, perhaps? As rising prices became the norm and grain returned to its original value, the common folk began to feel a sense of unease, even questioning the reliability of the grain. Oh, you still do not know the truth about the rice from the Chun family rice shop, do you? Their rice is undoubtedly safe and reliable. How can you be so certain of its safety? What if it is toxic? Toxic? Impossible. Their rice is sourced from the Liao family. I witnessed it with my own eyes yesterday, as the Liao family's rice was transported outside the city. It is said that Liao Qing had to compensate with 10,000 shur of rice to rescue his son. Is that really true? Absolutely. Did you not notice that the Liao family rice shop is closed today? Upon learning the truth, the populace was left astounded. The Liao family was actually robbed? But to be fair, if even the governor can be robbed, it seems quite normal for the Liao family to suffer the same fate. The proprietor of the Chun family rice shop is none other than the ruthless individual who executed the centurion at the city gate, mercilessly beat Zhang Tianxi, whipped Qin Hao, and even captured Liao Jun alive. His name is Chen Xian. My goodness, it is indeed him. The Liao family truly encountered misfortune by crossing paths with him. Why is he selling rice at such a low price? Who knows? Perhaps he is a good person. After all, in recent days, he has performed deeds that have brought great joy to us common folk. The first piece of news that spread throughout Barbarian City was the affordability of rice at the Chen family rice shop. The second piece of news conveyed that there is a porridge distribution station outside the city, where each person may receive 2 bowls of porridge per day. Surely, 2 bowls are insufficient to satiate hunger. Indeed, even if they were 2 bowls brimming with rice, it would still not suffice. However, the reality is that there are far too many beggars and vagrants. If it were to be transformed into 2 bowls of rice per person daily, Chen Xian would quickly find himself impoverished. Moreover, Chen Xian understands a vital principle. It is commendable to do good, but one must not be overly altruistic. There must be a limit. As long as these destitute individuals find themselves in want of sustenance, they will inevitably devise means to earn a living and procure rice through their labor, thereby generating wealth. Naturally, there are those who may choose to languish in idleness. However, should one encounter such individuals, Chen Xian remains powerless to alter their fate. At the Chen family's rice shop, a lengthy queue formed, comprised solely of patrons seeking to purchase rice, for the prices offered by Chen Xian are undeniably reasonable. Only a fool would persist in patronizing the unscrupulous rice vendors in the city. Nevertheless, Chen Xian cannot afford to sell all his rice indiscriminately. He has imposed a limit whereby each individual may purchase no more than 2 pounds of rice per day. This measure is to prevent certain individuals from hoarding hundreds of pounds at once, subsequently inflating the prices for resale, an act akin to scalping, which Chen Xian resolutely refuses to tolerate. Additionally, at the porridge distribution station, another long line has formed, consisting of ragged beggars awaiting their turn to receive a bowl of porridge. Chapter 121. Worthless, these individuals appeared gaunt and emaciated, resembling mere skeletons. Some were so weakened by hunger that they had to be carried to receive their porridge. There were even those who had suffered broken limbs, victims of thugs employed by the Qin family due to unpaid gambling debts. The reasons for their financial ruin were manifold. Some were inherently prone to gambling, and their current state was nothing short of deserved. Others were victims of deceit, burdened by debts that compelled them to gamble, ultimately leading to even greater losses. Still, some had gambled in a desperate bid to procure food for their families, only to end up with nothing. Each individual bore a unique story, a different journey. Yet their destination was invariably the same, a tragic demise. Witnessing this scene, Chen Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow, reminiscent of the saying, "The wealthy indulge while the poor freeze." Life at the bottom of this societal hierarchy was indeed arduous. Mere survival was a luxury. They should not have been subjected to such abject misery. As Chen Xian pondered, he suddenly spotted some familiar faces, the royal blacksmith Li Taibing and his apprentices. The old man stepped out for some fresh air and, upon witnessing the scene, recognized Chen Xian's noble intentions. "Young man, you truly did not deceive me." Li Taibing regarded Chen Xian with evident admiration. Just yesterday, when Chen Xian spoke of his desire to aid the common people, Li Taibing, having lived a long life, had dismissed it as mere rhetoric, doubting the sincerity of his words. Yet, barely a day later, Chen Xian had begun to act for the benefit of the populace, showcasing a quality that set him apart from others. "This is merely a trivial matter," Chen Xian chuckled lightly. "Trivial? No, no, no." Li Taibing shook his head, his expression turning grave. "What may seem insignificant to you is, in fact, a matter of life and death for these refugees. You have done well, and I commend you for your efforts. Whatever kind of weapon you wish to forge, I, as an imperial blacksmith, will gladly assist you, especially in light of your benevolence towards the common folk." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian's heart stirred. It is said that there are only a handful of imperial blacksmiths in the entire Deqian dynasty. Li Taibing had offended the empress and refused to serve her, which, under normal circumstances, would warrant 100 deaths. Yet, the empress had spared him, valuing his talent. This spoke volumes of his worth. Moreover, Chen Xian had witnessed the old man's skill firsthand. Crafting a single weapon could take days, if not longer, with even the shortest requiring half a day. However, when Li Taibing forged the silver spearhead for Ying'er, he completed it in less than an hour, a testament to his extraordinary speed. The spearhead was exceptionally sharp, a true masterpiece. From this, one could discern the old man's prowess. Moreover, Chen Xian sensed that the old man had not exerted his full strength while crafting the spearhead, for he seemed to treat the process with effortless ease, as if it were as simple as dining or drinking. Only he truly knew the extent of his capabilities. Suddenly, an idea struck Chen Xian. He produced a pair of boots and presented them to the old man with a smile, saying, "Senior, what do you think of this treasure?" These were the Azure Cloud boots, a reward from the system, classified as a low-grade mystical artifact capable of transforming one into a beast of burden, enabling them to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Li Taibing was utterly perplexed, having not observed any package on Chen Xian. Yet here appeared a pair of boots seemingly from thin air. Nevertheless, he refrained from questioning, for this world was rife with peculiarities. What was a pair of boots materializing out of nowhere? His eyes fixated on the boots, gleaming with interest. Chen Xian's face lit up, judging by the old man's expression. It seemed his Azure Cloud boots were indeed a remarkable treasure. However, the old man's demeanor soon shifted to one of disdain. "These are low-grade mystical boots, aren't they? They appear exquisite but are ultimately impractical. While they might allow for swift short-distance travel, any master at the martial artist level could outpace them. They are more suited for long distances." Shaking his head, he continued, "If one must journey far, why not ride a horse?" Thus, while they may seem appealing, their utility is quite limited, truly a trivial item. Chen Xian fell silent, realizing the old man's words bore considerable truth. The boots indeed lacked substantial worth. Simultaneously, he found himself secretly astonished. The old man had merely glanced at the boots, without even touching them, yet he discerned their low-grade mystical nature and accurately articulated their function. One could not deny his remarkable insight. What about this? Chen Xian then stowed away the boots and produced a crimson sword, another reward from the system. Also a low-grade mystical weapon. He had possessed the sword for merely a day and had yet to wield it. After examining it for a moment, Li Taibing slowly remarked, "Ah, another low-grade mystical weapon. Its appearance is satisfactory. It would suffice for someone at the martial artist level." Chen Xian noticed the old man's nonchalance as he spoke. Clearly, he held this item in low regard. Perhaps sensing Chen Xian's surprise, the old man remarked coolly, "Youngster, I was once a royal craftsman. Do you comprehend the weight of those words? I have encountered no fewer than 800 of such mystical weapons. The royal armory is filled with them. They hold little value. Should I wish to forge one, given the appropriate materials, I could craft it for you in mere days. Common iron blocks suffice for weapons lacking any grade. However, once weapons attain a certain rank, Even a low-grade yellow weapon no longer suffices. It necessitates the incorporation of rare and unique materials. The higher the weapon's rank, the more precious and scarce the required materials become. The treasured artifact of the Great Qian Dynasty is a heaven-grade weapon, rumored to be crafted from materials that are utterly unattainable in this world, having descended from the heavens as a piece of mysterious iron that struck the earth. Such treasures are serendipitous finds that cannot be sought after. Concurrently, the creation of a superior artifact is not solely reliant on the craftsmanship of the artificer. It also demands the prowess of the artifact's master. The greater the strength, the finer the artifact that can be forged. For instance, the aforementioned heaven-grade weapon of the Great Qian Dynasty was not merely a product of its extraordinary material, the otherworldly mysterious iron, but also a culmination of the collective efforts of the most esteemed artificers of that era, alongside the founding emperor of the Great Qian Dynasty, who together forged this remarkable creation. Chapter 122. Secrets. The founding emperor was an invincible powerhouse of the martial sovereign level. His blood was infused into the treasures, which is why they possessed such formidable strength. Thus, to forge an unparalleled weapon, the alignment of time, location, and personnel is indispensable. Senior, are you capable of forging a celestial-grade weapon? Chun Xian suddenly inquired. He recalled that the Chun family had ascended to one of the three premier families of the Qian dynasty largely due to possessing a celestial-grade weapon. All three prominent families held such artifacts. Li Taibing cast him a sidelong glance, exasperated. What are you thinking? In this world, no one can forge a celestial-grade weapon. Even if I were to collaborate with several of those old fellows in the current court, it would be utterly impossible. There are no martial sovereigns left in this world. Those whom Li Taibing referred to as old fellows were undoubtedly royal weapon masters of his caliber. To forge a celestial-grade weapon, one must infuse the blood of a martial sovereign, creating an inseparable bond between the weapon and its master. Such treasures cannot be perceived through ordinary worldly standards. Currently, the strongest beings are merely martial emperors. While forging earth-grade weapons is feasible, celestial-grade ones are but a dream. As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered across Li Tiebing's face. For a weapon master, the ultimate aspiration in life is to forge a weapon that endures for millennia. Only celestial-grade treasures can achieve such longevity. Unfortunately, the highest tier of weapon he has ever crafted fell short of celestial-grade, not due to a lack of skill, but because there are no martial sovereigns remaining. The late emperor had the potential. The old fellows and he had once collaborated to create a treasure that was even a half-finished celestial-grade weapon. Alas, it ultimately fell short. Li Taibing sighed deeply. Chun Xian understood that the late emperor he spoke of referred to the previous emperor of the Qian dynasty. The old man held great respect for the former emperor, but displayed a lack of goodwill towards the current empress, the reason for which remained a mystery to Chun Xian. Does this mean the late emperor reached the pinnacle of martial emperor? Chun Xian could not contain his curiosity. He knew little about the previous emperor of the Qian dynasty, yet it was said that he was exceptionally skilled in both civil and martial affairs. A true leader of revitalization. However, his reign was tragically cut short by his untimely death. Some claimed it was due to the burdens of prolonged warfare leading to accumulated ailments, which ultimately overwhelmed even a martial emperor's physique. Others speculated there were darker circumstances surrounding his demise, perhaps involving a dangerous misstep in his cultivation. Not just that, the late emperor had already one foot in the martial sovereign realm, merely a step away. Li Tiebing's emotions surged, yet he abruptly halted at a critical juncture. Chun Xian eagerly awaited him to continue. Consequently, Li Taibing sealed his lips, uttering not a single word. Why the silence? The late emperor's demise harbors hidden truths? Chun Xian scrutinized him. Enough. It is all in the past. There is nothing more to discuss. Li Taibing waved his hand dismissively. The old fellow is teasing my curiosity. Chun Xian could not help but roll his eyes. He understood Li Tiebing's disposition. Matters he chose to withhold would not yield to coercion. This old man had the audacity to disregard even the empress. By the way, your father is Chun Tianjiao, correct? Suddenly, Li Tiebing's gaze bore a significant weight upon Chun Xian. Chun Xian was taken aback. Indeed, Chun Tianjiao was the father of this body. However, Chun Xian was not well acquainted with him, as his soul had long since been replaced. Moreover, Chun Tianjiao had passed away when Chun Xian was quite young. Even the original owner of this body did not possess a profound impression of his father, only knowing that Chun Tianjiao was, as his name suggested, a remarkable talent. Unfortunately, his presence was but a fleeting meteor across the resplendent night sky, gone in an instant. Your father was a genius, yet alas, if the late emperor had not passed, he would not have met his end. Li Taibing sighed once more. Chun Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to contain his inquiry. Senior, what do you mean by that? Is my father's death linked to the late emperor? Li Taibing waved his hand, stating, do not inquire further. Knowing too much will not benefit you. Your primary objective now is to enhance your abilities. When you possess sufficient strength to stand on your own, there are secrets I will reveal without your asking. However, you may know this. Your father was the most esteemed general of the late emperor. Had the late emperor not passed, and your father not died, he would surely be the grand general of the kingdom. The Daqian dynasty would have flourished long ago, rather than languishing in this state. As he spoke, Li Taibing clutched his heart, overwhelmed with sorrow. Chun Xian suddenly grasped the truth. The reason Li Taibing chose to follow him was not solely based on Chun Xian's character and strength. More crucially, this old fellow recognized him as the son of Chun Tianjiao. This was the true motive behind Li Taibing's allegiance. Senior, I require your counsel on a matter. Chun Xian's expression turned solemn. Speak freely. As long as it does not pertain to the late emperor's demise or the true cause of your father's death, I can share. Li Taibing responded. Chun Xian discerned that the circumstances surrounding his father's death were far from simple. The depths of this situation were profound enough that he could not yet fathom. As far as I know, this world is divided into 8 realms: martial disciple, martial artist, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial venerable, martial sovereign, and martial saint. However, the strongest individual known to me is the founding emperor of the Daqian dynasty, a martial venerable expert. So, do the latter 2 realms, martial emperor and martial saint, truly harbor such beings? Upon hearing this, Li Taibing exhibited a contemplative expression, falling into silence for a moment before he spoke. Since there exist legends of the martial emperor and the martial sage in this world, they must indeed hold some truth. Chun Xian, taken aback, inquired, you have never encountered them? Li Taibing shook his head, responding, I have already stated that they are merely legends. However, there exists another perspective. The martial emperor, the martial sage, and the martial sovereign are all beings of equivalent strength, merely differing in nomenclature due to the passage of time. For instance, in ancient times, the powerful were referred to as martial emperors, whereas in the distant past, they were known as martial sages. Naturally, this is but a legend, for no one has truly beheld the martial emperor or the martial sage. They may be as formidable as the martial sovereign, or perhaps even possess strength that transcends 1 or 2 realms. He then turned to the young man and queried, what realm do you currently inhabit? From what I observed during your earlier endeavor, you are likely at the first stage of a martial master, not even a martial king yet. Do not ponder the future too much. Diligent cultivation is the most fundamental pursuit. Chapter 123. The culprit Chun Xian extended 3 fingers, correcting, no, it is the 3rd tier of martial master. You? The 3rd tier of martial master? Li Taibing exclaimed in astonishment. He had presumed that Chun Xian's prowess had barely reached the 1st tier, yet astonishingly, he had ascended 2 tiers overnight. Is it so surprising? I am the chosen one, a rare genius among men. Chun Xian boasted. Li Taibing scoffed. Youngster, do not revel in your triumph too soon. While it is indeed rare for someone your age to attain the 3rd tier of martial master, it is not without precedent. Your father had already reached the pinnacle of martial master at your age. The pinnacle of martial master naturally refers to the 9th tier, just a step away from the realm of martial king. Chun Xian knew that his father had achieved the status of martial king at the time of his death, though the specifics of his tier remained unknown to him. What surprised Chun Xian was that Li Taibing was aware that his father had reached the pinnacle of martial master at merely 20 years of age. Either Chun Xian's father was extremely renowned, known to all, or Li Taibing had been well acquainted with him. From their recent conversation, it seemed both were true. Young man, strive diligently to follow in your father's footsteps, Li Taibing encouraged, patting Chun Xian on the shoulder. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and added meaningfully, by the way, your maternal grandfather is still alive. If the opportunity arises, you should pay him a visit. As long as he recognizes you as his grandson, your path ahead will be considerably smoother. With that, Li Taibing turned and walked away. Chun Xian fell into deep contemplation. His maternal grandfather, of course, was his mother's biological father. Chun Xian's mother was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the Tang Kingdom, who had once taken a liking to Chun Xian's father for reasons unknown. The relationship between the Tang Kingdom and the Great Qian dynasty was rather strained. Although large-scale wars had been absent in recent years, skirmishes continued unabated. Moreover, tensions had escalated over the years, and the animosity between the two nations had deepened, making conflict inevitable. This was also the reason why Li Xiaoning had not received any preferential treatment after her capture. When Chun Xian's mother wished to marry his father, the wealthiest man in the Tang Kingdom vehemently opposed it. Naturally, a citizen of the Tang Kingdom was expected to marry within their own, not to a person of the Great Qian dynasty. What kind of sense did that make? Despite the persistent opposition from her wealthy father, Chun Xian's mother married him and brought a substantial dowry. This dowry, of course, had been provided by Chun Xian's grandmother. The various jewels alone were worth a fortune, not to mention the gold and silver. Unfortunately, Chun Xian ultimately failed to retain this dowry, as it was seized by the Chun clan and the influential figures of the capital. Even the last few shops and residences were given to the Chun clan in a bid to rescue Li Xiaoning and the others, leaving him completely impoverished. Chun Xian was left pondering why Li Taibing had suddenly mentioned that his maternal grandfather was still alive. In truth, Chun Xian could not seek out his maternal grandfather. Firstly, the grandfather had severed ties with his mother, and secondly, Chun Xian's soul did not truly belong to this realm. Thus, he placed little significance on the notion of blood relations and harbored no emotional connection with this grandfather. Should they meet, the old man might assume that Chun Xian was merely interested in his wealth. Chun Xian, being financially independent, found no necessity to engage in such an endeavor. However, he pondered the possibility of meeting his grandmother, particularly since his mother's opulent dowry had originated from her. Notably, the grandmother's wealth was self-earned, not derived from the grandfather, as she was the wealthiest woman in the Tang Kingdom, possessing her own business. Both grandparents were strong-willed individuals, neither willing to yield, and had long since separated. In Chun Xian's memory, following the demise of his parents, his grandmother had attempted to take him into her care, sending emissaries to the Chun family. However, the clan opposed her wishes, asserting that Chun Xian belonged to the Chun lineage. The clan leader rejected her request outright. With no alternative, his grandmother sent a substantial sum of money to the Chun family, hoping they would care for Chun Xian adequately. Where that considerable sum ultimately ended up, Chun Xian was unaware. It certainly had not been spent on him. He resolved to inquire about his grandmother, Lu Ning, when the opportunity arose. A woman who ascended to become the foremost female tycoon of the Tang Kingdom. Her life was nothing short of legendary. As for his grandfather, Chun Xian chose to disregard him. Upon returning to the courtyard, each woman was preoccupied with her own tasks. Suddenly, Li Xiaoning approached him. "I have something to discuss with you." Chun Xian was taken aback. He seldom initiated conversations with her. They stepped aside, and Chun Xian inquired, "What is it?" Li Xiaoning frowned and replied, "The number of vagrants and beggars in Man City is even greater than we anticipated. The line outside for porridge has formed an endless queue." Chun Xian nodded in acknowledgement. "There is little choice, for now. I can only provide them with some porridge daily to ensure they do not starve." Li Xiaoning asserted, "Have you considered who is truly to blame for all of this?" Chun Xian chuckled. "Isn't it obvious? It is the Liao family, the Chun family, and the Qin family. These three families essentially monopolize the rice trade in Man City. The Liao family controls nearly 60%, while the Qin and Chun families each account for about 20%. The Liao family inflated rice prices, and the other two followed suit, adhering to the adage that wealth is best shared among the affluent. While these three families are indeed the culprits, have you contemplated that the root issue may not lie solely with them?" Li Xiaoning gazed earnestly at Chun Xian. Chun Xian nodded and remarked, "In truth, the principal orchestrator behind this is Governor Zhang Tao. Without the tacit approval of this scoundrel, even with 100-fold courage, Liao Qing and his ilk would not dare to indiscriminately raise grain prices. Moreover, to my knowledge, the richest source of grain in the entire barbarian city does not lie with the Liao, Qin, and Qin families, but rather with the governor's estate. In order to ensure the sustenance of his 8,000 troops, Zhang Tao has hoarded an immeasurable quantity of provisions. He is, in fact, the foremost landowner. Liao Qing and his associates merely serve as scapegoats, enduring the blame on his behalf. Although they have been dealt with, it is abundantly clear to Chen Xian that the root of the problem lies with Zhang Tao. Li Xiaoning's face illuminated with a glimmer of admiration. Initially, she harbored concerns that Chen Xian might not fully grasp the depths of the intrigue within Barbarian City, and she had intended to offer him a word of caution. To her pleasant surprise, he possessed an innate discernment, as if he held a scale within, perceiving the situation with crystal clarity. Chapter 124, Long-Term Strategy. Thus, although you have dealt with the Liao family, and even if you subsequently address the Qin and Chen families, emptying their rice shops in the process, it is merely a superficial remedy. The rice you acquire will eventually be consumed. You cannot perpetually sustain these commoners. Li Xiaoning's expression was solemn as she continued with deliberate clarity. To truly resolve the issue, one must employ decisive measures. From her demeanor, Chen Xian discerned a resolute spirit, which surprised him. He suspected that Li Xiaoning had conceived a plan and inquired, "What decisive measures do you propose?" Li Xiaoning replied earnestly, "How can one allow others to slumber beside them? You have become a thorn in Zhang Tao's side. He yearns for your demise, and as long as you draw breath, he cannot find peace at night. I surmise that his current hesitation to act against you stems from the fear of not eliminating you in one fell swoop. Should you escape and seek vengeance, his insomnia would only worsen. Despite our seemingly tranquil existence, currents of turmoil are surging beneath the surface. Zhang Tao is undoubtedly devising ways to eliminate you, or has perhaps already begun to act, unbeknownst to us. Therefore," Li Xiaoning's eyes glinted with a cold brilliance as she articulated with precision, "rather than waiting passively for fate to unfold, we should take the initiative." Chen Xian sensed a fleeting aura of lethal intent emanating from her. "Do you mean to suggest that I should eliminate Zhang Tao now?" he asked. Li Xiaoning nodded. Chen Xian stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Eliminating Zhang Tao was not particularly challenging, when he was merely a first-tier martial artist. No one could have stopped him from doing so. Now, as a third-tier martial artist, it would be even easier. However, the significance of Zhang Tao's demise was rather limited. Moreover, considering Zhang Tao's position as a court official, how would the other 23 city governors react to his assassination? They would undoubtedly grieve for him. In that event, they might collectively petition the governor of the border state to take action against me. The governor commands an army of 200,000. The border's 24 cities indicate that the barbarian city has 8,000 troops, suggesting that Zhang Tao is indeed held in high regard by the governor. If he were to be killed, the governor would certainly seek retribution against me. At that point, survival here would be impossible. Li Xiaoning spoke calmly. Whether Zhang Tao lives or dies is inconsequential. My suggestion to take the initiative refers to seizing Zhang Tao's power, thereby establishing you as the true master of Barbarian City. Let the governor become a mere figurehead. Only by assuming genuine authority over Barbarian City can you alter the dire circumstances faced by the populace. The sole effective means of rendering Zhang Tao a mere ornament is through military power. With 8,000 troops at your disposal, if they are all loyal to you, what is there to fear in achieving great success? Each of Li Xiaoning's words resonated with strength and conviction. Truly, as a princess, her thoughts are profound and her vision far-reaching. While other women ponder how to spend the money given by Chen Xian, Li Xiaoning has already begun to contemplate the future path that Chen Xian should take, strategizing on how to maximize benefits. Frankly, even Chen Xian himself had not initially considered such complexities. His original intention was to cultivate his personal guards, the 500 men brought forth by the fierce bandit Shan, while also tending to the women around him to enhance their affections. As their fondness grew, so too would his own strength. As for Zhang Tao, as long as the young man did not provoke Chen Xian, he preferred to leave him be. However, now, Li Xiaoning's words undoubtedly urged Chen Xian not to remain passive, but to take the initiative and carve out a grand destiny. You make a compelling argument. Yet seizing control of the 8,000 soldiers in Barbarian City may not be so simple, Chen Xian murmured to himself. Suddenly, Li Xiaoning smiled and said, "If it were anyone else, it might prove challenging, but for you, it would be considerably easier." "Oh, what leads you to say that?" Chen Xian inquired, surprised, sensing that Li Xiaoning must have a well-considered answer. "Lingmo?" Li Xiaoning slowly pronounced those two syllables. Him? Chen Xian's mind conjured the image of Lingmo, not his usual aloof and imposing demeanor, but rather the disheveled expression he wore after sustaining a severe injury from a kick. Since that incident, Chen Xian had yet to see him again, uncertain whether he was recuperating or otherwise occupied. Indeed, Li Xiaoning affirmed, he is the commander of those 8,000 elite soldiers. They all fall under his command. Although superficially, Ying'er is governed by the governor of Barbarian City, in reality, the true authority over him lies with the Western king of your great Qian dynasty. If you can persuade Ying'er, then Zhang Tao will be trivial. Even if he is the governor of Barbarian City, what of it? You can easily undermine his authority and render him your puppet. At that point, you will undoubtedly be the true master of Barbarian City. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian was secretly astonished. He had not anticipated Li Xiaoning's foresight. Truly, as a princess, her strategic thinking was profound. However, it is also reasonable that someone raised in a royal environment, steeped in schemes from a young age, would naturally engage in such contemplations. What I have just articulated would be exceedingly difficult for others to accomplish. Yet for you, the likelihood of success is significantly high. I perceive that Ying'er is no ordinary individual. He is proud and ambitious, unwilling to settle for being merely the leader of a small barbarian city. Having been easily defeated by you, he will surely harbor resentment. You can exploit his discontent, gradually gaining control over him until he ultimately becomes yours. I've said enough. The methods are yours to devise. However, I must caution you, women are drawn to strength. Only the powerful can provide a sense of security for them. Currently, the women surrounding you remain by your side because they perceive hope in you. Thus, they have willingly crowded into this modest courtyard without a hint of complaint. However, should you become complacent and fail to illuminate their future, it won't be long before the number of women in the courtyard diminishes. Li Xiaoning continued calmly. Chen Xian began to grasp the underlying meaning. The women may endure hardships with you, but they cannot dwell in adversity indefinitely. The implication is clear. While they can share in your struggles, they must ultimately see a glimmer of hope. To retain their company, Chen Xian must invest more than others. Xiaoning. As Li Xiaoning turned to depart, Chen Xian suddenly called out to her. What is it? Li Xiaoning responded, unsure if Chen Xian had truly absorbed the weight of her words. Chapter 125. A bright future. Thank you for your plan. If I succeed, it will be you who has saved this family. Chen Xian beamed, revealing a set of neat, white teeth. His words radiated warmth, akin to the gentle embrace of spring. Li Xiaoning was taken aback, surprised by his sudden declaration, which inexplicably brought her comfort. This man truly listened to her. There's no need for thanks. I merely offered a few suggestions, Li Xiaoning replied. Chen Xian smiled, saying, your suggestions are of great importance, truly invaluable. Li Xiaoning felt her cheeks warm at his words. Everyone enjoys a compliment, and Chen Xian had always held her in high regard, treating her with utmost respect. Human hearts are tender, and over the past few days, Li Xiaoning had observed Chen Xian's actions. Although she often appeared aloof and silent, she was acutely aware of everything. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, she said, quickening her pace to distance herself from him. She feared that if their conversation continued, Chen Xian might utter something overly sentimental, leaving her at a loss for a response. Moreover, her cheeks felt increasingly flushed, and her heart raced inexplicably. She worried about blushing, especially if Su Ruolin were to witness it. That insufferable woman would certainly tease her. As the rightful wife, she needed to maintain the dignity befitting her position, undisturbed by embarrassment. Ding! System notification. Li Xiaoning's affection 10. Suddenly, the system notification startled Chen Xian, leaving him momentarily speechless. Such a significant increase in affection? It seems that women indeed require gentle persuasion and enjoy hearing words that please them. As long as they are satisfied, their affection soars. Chen Xian felt as though he was beginning to understand women more and more, which filled him with optimism for his future. Ying'er, he chuckled softly. It appeared to be the right moment to seek an opportunity to meet him. At the governor's mansion, Liao Qing had returned. However, this time, Zhang Tao did not turn him away, but instead personally came to meet him. Master Liao, I sincerely apologize. The governor was not in the mansion yesterday and has only just returned today. I heard from my servants that you came to see me yesterday, but were unable to meet, which is truly unfortunate. Furthermore, it is infuriating that Chen Xian extorted 1,000 taels of silver from you. Zhang Tao spoke courteously. Liao Qing waved his hand dismissively, replying, It was unavoidable that the governor was visiting an old friend in Tiger City yesterday and could not meet with me. He was unsure whether Zhang Tao had genuinely gone to Tiger City or was merely using it as an excuse. Regardless, that was what the servants had reported, and he merely echoed their words. Zhang Tao chuckled lightly, saying, "Let us not dwell on yesterday's events. What brings Master Liao to seek me today? Surely, you do not wish for me to intervene on your behalf and demand 1,000 stones of rice from Qinxian?" When he spoke those words, his tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, clearly implying that he wished to convey, "Do not involve me in this matter. I am equally incapable of resolving it." Liao Qing shook his head and replied, "That scoundrel Qinxian possesses considerable skills. I am well aware that the governor has suffered losses at his hands. I do not wish to trouble the governor further, yet my son remains in Qinxian's clutches, and I am determined to rescue him. The only means I can conceive of to save my son is to seek assistance from my ex-wife." As he uttered the last sentence, Liao Qing visibly struggled to articulate it. Ordinarily, it is the man who divorces the woman, but in Liao Qing's case, it was the woman who had divorced him. He dared not admit to having been the one abandoned, for if the Tianshan sect were to discover this, they would scoff. "How could a mere waste like you divorce the daughter of our esteemed chief elder?" With a mere command, he would find himself in dire peril. Upon hearing that Liao Qing intended to seek out Bai Susu, Zhang Tao's demeanor shifted to one of somber seriousness. Internally, he fervently hoped that Liao Qing, the wretched fool, would hasten to exact revenge upon Bai Susu. Yet outwardly, he maintained a grave expression and spoke with earnestness. "Liao Patriarch, it is not my intention to reprimand you, but I am somewhat aware of your enmity with the Tianshan sect. The identity of the woman who divorced you is not lost on you. And if you dare approach her, are you not courting your own demise?" Liao Qing's countenance suddenly morphed into one of fierce terror as he gritted his teeth and declared, "My son is currently in Qinxian's possession, and the fortune I have painstakingly amassed over a lifetime has been largely consumed by that accursed Qinxian. I can no longer afford to be cautious. Even if it leads to my demise, Qinxian must perish. Susu still harbors feelings for me, despite the years of separation that may have dulled our bond. Ying'er is her son. She cannot possibly stand by while her own flesh and blood is in danger. Only Susu's intervention can ensure Jun's safe return and eliminate Qinxian, thereby quelling the resentment that gnaws at my heart. As long as Qinxian is dead, I shall disregard all else." Witnessing his intense hatred for Qinxian, Zhang Tao felt a surge of elation within, though he maintained a solemn facade and inquired, "Then, Liao Patriarch, what is the purpose of your visit to me? Since you seek vengeance, why not go directly to Bai Susu? What business do you have at the governor's residence, where she is not present?" "The governor, I wish to borrow some men to escort me to the Tianshan sect." Liao Qing furrowed his brow, his tone hesitant, concerned that Zhang Tao might be unwilling. The journey from Monsong to the Tianshan sect spans over 500 li, a treacherous path fraught with danger from bandits and the potential for encountering assassins from foreign lands. Without the protection of Yang Lao, the sole martial expert of the Liao family, Liao Qing could not dare to embark on such a perilous journey. "You expect my men to escort you to the Tianshan sect?" Zhang Tao's brow furrowed deeply. To speak candidly, he had no desire to be entangled with the Tianshan sect in any capacity. Firstly, he is affiliated with the Lord of Jinshi. Should the Lord of Jinshi discover his dealings with the Tianshan sect, what might he think? As an official of the court, how can one neglect their duties to engage with members of a sect? It is important to remember that the court has always been vigilant against the powerful sects, which, despite their formidable strength, cannot be utilized by the court, hence the need for caution. Secondly, Zhang Tao is acutely aware of Liao Qing's precarious situation within the Tianshan sect. Liao Qing, having aligned himself with the Tianshan sect, is regarded as a pariah, universally reviled. The entirety of the Tianshan sect holds him responsible for abducting Bai Susu, deceiving her, and causing her to bear a child. In summary, Liao Qing's reputation within the Tianshan sect is not merely tarnished, it is abominably so. Zhang Tao fears that sending someone to escort him to the Tianshan sect may lead to dire repercussions. Chapter 126. An unwelcome arrival. Master Liao, it is not that I, the governor, am unwilling to assist you, but rather that the soldiers guarding the barbarian city cannot be moved without orders from the king of the West. If you seek an escort to the Tianshan sect, it is quite simple. There are several escort agencies in Barbarian City. With a bit of money, You can hire their services to ensure your safety. Zhang Tao sipped his tea, setting the cup back on the table and covering it with a lid, smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Liao Qing's expression darkened immediately. Governor, could it be that you are unwilling to help me with such a trivial matter? Zhang Tao's countenance stiffened. Under normal circumstances, he would have dismissed Liao Qing without a second thought. However, this situation was different. He intended to visit the Tianshan sect to seek Bai Susu. If Liao Qing whispered ill of him in Bai Susu's ear after he found her, the Tianshan sect could easily make things difficult for a mere governor like him. Master Liao, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but without the command of the King of the West, no soldier from Barbarian City can be dispatched. If I were to send troops to escort you to the Tianshan sect, I fear for my own head, Zhang Tao said, his expression reflecting the dilemma he faced, though he felt a rising irritation within. Typically, Liao Qing approached him with utmost respect. Now, emboldened by his pursuit of Bai Susu, he dared to make demands. Since the governor is unwilling, I shall not press the matter further. However, once I meet Susu, I shall inform her of who aided me and who did not. Liao Qing turned his face aside, performing a half-hearted bow, his displeasure evident. Governor, I take my leave. He rose to depart. Wait. Zhang Tao suddenly called out to him. Is there something else, Governor? Liao Qing replied coolly. Zhang Tao longed to strike him. If it were not for Bai Susu, would he even have the audacity to stand here and speak to him? Yet, the truth remained that Liao Qing's connection to her instilled a sense of caution in him. Master Liao, in 3 days, the Tianshan sect will send representatives to select individuals of commendable aptitude to become disciple attendants. Barbarian City has 3 slots available. At that time, I can introduce you to the people from the Tianshan sect. This way, you need not journey far to seek them out, Zhang Tao proposed. Liao Qing furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of the Tianshan sect, feeling a twinge of trepidation at the prospect of meeting them. Yet, he had no choice. If he wished to rescue his son, he must find someone from the Tianshan sect. After much hesitation, he finally replied earnestly, Very well. I shall rely on the governor's kindness. Ah, it's but a small matter, Zhang Tao said, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes, a smile that hinted at a small triumph crossing his face. As long as Liao Qing could meet the people from the Tianshan sect, the subsequent developments would depend entirely on Liao Qing himself. Within Barbarian City, at the training grounds, numerous soldiers were engaged in their exercises. As the commanding general, Ying'er was naturally present. His keen gaze swept over each soldier, instantly discerning any that faltered in their movements, and he sternly corrected them. On ordinary days, Ying'er would often spend most of his time in the martial training grounds. However, today he only stayed for a short while before retreating to his chamber. As night fell, the training grounds fell into silence. Ying'er meditated in his room for an entire day without venturing outside. He had no need for meals. When hunger struck, he would consume a grain of a special dan. Such pills were typically reserved for the inner disciples of the sect. Being a member of the court with a respectable position, Ying'er was not impoverished like the sect, and thus could receive several grains each month. Moreover, if he could accumulate sufficient military merit on the battlefield, he could exchange this merit for even more extraordinary elixirs. As the night deepened, Ying'er slowly exhaled a plume of white vapor. He pressed his hand against his abdomen, his expression tinged with a hint of pain. Suddenly, he unfastened his clothing, revealing the skin of his abdomen. At the navel, there lay a dark bruise shaped like a footprint. This mark was undoubtedly left by Chun Xian's formidable Vajra foot. He had not anticipated that a technique of the earth rank could be so fearsome. Several days had passed, and the injury on his abdomen showed little sign of improvement. Ying'er's countenance darkened. He was acutely aware that he had sustained internal injuries this time, and he did not know how long they would persist. After all, he had never before been harmed by an earth-rank martial technique. The visage of Chun Xian flashed in Ying'er's mind. To speak the truth, he bore no personal grudge against Chun Xian. In fact, he held a measure of admiration for Chun Xian's audacity in slaying his subordinate at the city gate. The only reason Ying'er had taken action against Chun Xian was due to the command of the governor. Before knowing Chun Xian's true capabilities, Ying'er had even considered that turning Chun Xian into his deputy might be a splendid choice. Unfortunately, Chun Xian seemed disdainful of such a subordinate position. Regardless of any prior admiration, they were now adversaries, and their next encounter might very well lead to a life-and-death struggle. Chun Xian, Ling Mo squinted, murmuring the name, feeling a mix of resentment and trepidation. Just then, a light chuckle echoed from the doorway. In the next moment, the door swung open, and a familiar figure strode in confidently. Ling Mo's expression changed. "It's you. How did you get in here?" How fortuitous that he had just uttered Chun Xian's name, only for him to appear at that very moment. "The security system of your training grounds is merely a decoration to me. I can enter or exit at will." Chun Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Ling Mo's expression darkened. "You seek me out for a purpose?" He had not expected Chun Xian to come knocking at his door. This situation was undeniably ominous. Those who come bearing ill will do not arrive uninvited. He worried whether Chun Xian had come to exact revenge, wishing to eliminate future threats. "Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause you any trouble," Chun Xian reassured him, as Ling Mo assumed a stance that seemed almost confrontational. Chun Xian couldn't help but chuckle. He casually chose a seat and scrutinized Ling Mo, noticing that the latter's complexion was far from healthy. It appeared that the previous kick had inflicted considerable harm. "It seems that kick has left quite an impression on you," Chun Xian remarked with a smile. Ling Mo's expression turned grave as he replied, "You didn't come to see me merely to discuss such trivialities, did you? If there's something to say, just say it." He regarded Chun Xian with a sense of trepidation, acutely aware that this individual posed a genuine threat to his safety. "Do you know the name of the martial technique I employed when I kicked you?" Chun Xian inquired with a grin, only to answer his own question. "It's called the Mighty Vajra Kick." Ling Mo, on high alert, fixed his gaze on him. "What does this mean?" he queried, momentarily at a loss to decipher Chun Xian's intentions. Had he sought him out solely to disclose the name of this earth-tier martial skill? Chapter 127. "Allow me to teach you." Ling Mo bore a heavy heart, perplexed by Chun Xian's intentions. Was this merely a display of idle mischief? Or was there a deeper motive at play? Observing Ling Mo's confusion, coupled with his vigilant demeanor, Chun Xian could not help but chuckle. "Would you like to learn?" Boom. The simplicity of those 3 words struck Ling Mo like a thunderclap, jolting him from his thoughts. He could hardly fathom that Chun Xian would utter such a proposition. "What do you mean?" Ling Mo questioned, his mind a tumult of suspicion and wariness. The earth-tier martial arts were a closely guarded secret. Even the esteemed Tianshan sect and Shuejian sect permitted only their elders to partake, leaving even the core disciples unqualified. Yet here stood Chun Xian, inquiring if he wished to learn. What was the implication? It was, of course, a straightforward proposition. "If you wish to learn, I can teach you." Chun Xian beamed at him. "Impossible. You must have some ulterior motive." Ling Mo fixed his gaze on Chun Xian, as if attempting to peer into the depths of his soul. Yet, Chun Xian remained composed, smiling amiably, exuding an air of unblemished integrity. "Ulterior motive? I, Chun, would not stoop to such underhanded schemes. I merely hold great admiration for you, Ling Mo," Chun Xian replied with a grin. Ling Mo's brow furrowed tightly. To claim he was not swayed by the allure of earth-tier martial arts would be disingenuous. However, having traversed the years, he understood well that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Chun Xian could not possibly offer him martial skills without reason. "Speak plainly. What is your true intention? If you refuse to disclose it, I see little value in continuing this conversation," Ling Mo stated calmly. "It appears that Commander Ling is a wise man, recognizing that nothing comes without a price," Chun Xian observed. He then rose, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced thoughtfully before continuing. "What is your perspective on the governor of Man City?" The mention of the governor caused Ling Mo's expression to darken. Worry lines etched across his forehead, rendering him exceedingly solemn. He had anticipated Chun Xian would broach this subject. Given the intensity of their discord, it was clear that only one party could emerge unscathed. "I have no particular opinion on the governor," Ling Mo replied coldly. In truth, the governor was his superior, and regardless of his true feelings, he could not express them. "Is that so? Your silence speaks volumes, since you choose not to voice your thoughts. Allow me to articulate them on your behalf." Chun Xian chuckled lightly. He then recounted the dire plight of the citizens of Man City, the starving refugees, the homeless destitute, sharing the grim realities he had witnessed firsthand. "I observed that Man City, a modest little town with merely tens of thousands of inhabitants, harbors thousands of homeless wanderers and beggars. Each day, lives are lost to starvation. However, the prefect Zhang Tao deliberately allowed the Qin, Chun, and Liao families to inflate the rice prices, amassing wealth beyond measure. Such a prefect, whose only concern is profit, is unworthy of being a guardian of the people. And you, Ying'er, as a soldier, what is your duty? It is to defend the homeland, to protect the citizens of this nation. Presently, the populace of Man City under the Great Qian dynasty is being tormented and ravaged by Zhang Tao and his cohorts. As the commander of the Man City garrison, how can you remain indifferent? Every word spoken by Chun Xian pierced Ying'er's heart like a steel needle. As the commander of Man City, how could he be unaware of its plight? Yet many matters were beyond his control. Thus, even amidst the throngs of refugees within the city, Ying'er could only turn a blind eye. What you say is beyond my jurisdiction. If you truly wish to intervene, seek out the king of the West and report to him. Ying'er replied calmly. Seek the king of the West. What a jest. The king of the West is perpetually occupied. He has no time to meet with me. Chun Xian shook his head, pondering his true desire to seize control of Man City. Zhang Tao, however, is a man of the king of the West. Each prefect of the 24 cities along the frontier has been personally selected by him. To approach the king with a grievance would only invite trouble upon oneself. One would have to be quite foolish to do so. Furthermore, even if the king were to learn of Man City's circumstances, what would it matter? For him, as long as Man City provides sufficient tax revenue punctually each month, the well-being of its citizens is inconsequential. All that matters is the flow of money. You speak of these matters yet refuse to approach the king. What is it that you truly desire? Do you wish for me to slay the prefect and take his place? I assure you, that is an impossibility. Ying'er coldly shook his head, even gesturing dismissively for Chun Xian to take his leave. Who said I wanted you to kill Prefect Zhang Tao? Chun Xian replied, bewildered, and added, I have no interest in the position of the prefect of Man City. At this, Ying'er was momentarily taken aback. For a moment, he struggled to ascertain Chun Xian's true intentions. Quite simply, I only wish for you to ally with me, to follow my commands, and to surround the prefect's residence with troops. Zhang Tao need not perish, but he must be placed under house arrest. From henceforth, the affairs of Man City will be under my purview. You will remain the commander, and Zhang Tao will still be the prefect. But I will hold the reins of authority in Man City. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chun Xian patiently elucidated. Ying'er grasped the concept. Chun Xian wished to undermine Zhang Tao and claim dominion over Man City. Do you believe that is feasible? Ying'er shook his head. There is nothing impossible. Chun Xian suddenly produced a book from his garments. It was a handwritten copy of the mighty Vajra foot, which he had painstakingly composed during the day. It is impossible for Chun Xian to impart knowledge to Ying'er in the same manner he did with Lu Jinyu, akin to a sudden enlightenment. If he were to do so, it would likely result in another woman's favor towards him being completely extinguished, a price Chun Xian is unwilling to pay. Moreover, there exists another critical reason. Should he choose to utilize the system to directly enlighten Ying'er in the formidable great strength diamond leg technique, he must contend with the fact that Ying'er is a fourth-tier martial artist, a level above Chun Xian himself. If Ying'er were to harbor any malicious intent, Chun Xian would find himself with no avenue of escape. Instead, by transcribing the great strength diamond leg technique into written form for Ying'er to study, even if he were to learn it rapidly, it would still require several months of diligent practice. To truly master it and unleash its full potential as an earth-tier martial art, a foundation of several years is indispensable. Thus, by entrusting this technique to Ying'er for gradual learning, Chun Xian harbors no concerns about being threatened once Ying'er has acquired the skill. Who knows what level of strength he may attain in a few months' time. Chapter 128. The choice Ying'er's pupils contracted as he witnessed Chun Xian toss a book in his direction, for he caught sight of the words inscribed upon its cover. A martial technique of the earth rank, eagerly sought after by countless individuals, lay before him, inviting his interest. Chun Xian chuckled softly and subsequently retrieved another tome from his bosom, casting it onto the table with nonchalance. I have always believed in being generous and thorough. To truly be a good person, one must see matters through to the end. Since I have bestowed upon you a martial technique, allow me to offer you another, a high-tier earth-rank technique, the Dragon Claw Hand, which possesses power rivaling your Tiger Demon Fist. As he composed the great strength diamond kick that day, Chun Xian effortlessly inscribed the Dragon Claw Hand technique as well. However, it was evident that the manuscript of the Dragon Claw Hand was noticeably thinner than that of the great strength diamond kick. The higher the rank of the martial technique, the more intricate its content would naturally be. It was said that a celestial rank martial technique, if contained within books, would require dozens of volumes to encapsulate its essence. The more formidable the martial skill, the greater the depth of detail and the volume of information it contained. The Dragon Claw Hand? Ling Mo's eyes twinkled. He had witnessed Chen Xian execute this move firsthand. Furthermore, Chen Xian had once sparred with him using this very technique. Thus, Ling Mo was acutely aware that Chen Xian's Dragon Claw Hand surpassed the might of his own Tiger Demon Fist. And now, this esteemed high-tier Earth-rank technique was being gifted to him without reservation? This was nothing short of sheer extravagance. Such a high-tier Earth-rank martial technique was beyond the reach of even the ordinary true disciples of prestigious sects like the Tianshan sect. Yet here was Chen Xian, unperturbed, offering it to him so freely. Even the aristocracy of the royal family in the capital would hesitate to be so generous. At the very least, the Prince of Jinshi, a royal relative, had never presented Ling Mo with such a precious gift. The mid-tier Earth-rank technique he possessed, the Tiger Demon Fist, was earned through his own martial exploits. It could be said that Chen Xian resembled a foolish son of a wealthy family, carelessly distributing two formidable martial techniques that could incite chaos, as if they were mere trifles. He was even more generous than a biological father. To claim that he was unaffected would be a lie. Ling Mo's throat constricted slightly, and he felt a parched sensation. Yet, gritting his teeth, he resolutely turned away and declared in a deep voice, "Please take your belongings back. I cannot engage in an act of besieging the governor's office." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian could not help but stroke his chin, suddenly struck by an idea. He smiled and said, "That is simple. If you do not wish to lead troops to encircle the governor's office, then do not. I shall take my people and occupy the governor's office, while you remain idle." How does that sound? As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Any situation can be resolved with a little ingenuity. Forcing Ling Mo to lead troops against the governor's office would place him in a position of disloyalty and injustice. However, allowing him to ignore the matter while feigning ignorance would alter the circumstances entirely. Ling Mo's brows furrowed deeply as he began to ponder whether Chen Xian's strategy could succeed. Chen Xian chuckled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Commander Ling. I merely intend to seize control of the governor's mansion. I have no desire to harm anyone within. My only objective is to gain dominion over man's city, not to take lives. In a few days, once I am prepared, I shall act against the governor's mansion. At that time, you need only remain still. There is no need for you to intervene in any other matters. Once my plan is accomplished, I shall bestow upon you even greater rewards." As he spoke, Chen Xian approached the door of the room. Ling Mo scoffed, "You are but a mere first-tier martial artist, relying on Earth-tier combat techniques to display formidable strength. What more could you possibly offer me?" He believed that the Earth-tier low-level martial skills were the most valuable assets Chen Xian could possess. However, Chen Xian merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, "What you know about me is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Earth-tier low-level martial skills are insignificant scraps in comparison to what I will learn in the future. To be frank, such Earth-tier techniques do not even pique my interest. Only the celestial tier holds any allure for me. And allow me to remind you, I am no longer merely a first-tier martial artist. I have recently broken through to the third tier." Upon hearing this, Ling Mo's pupils widened in shock. "What did you say?" He stepped forward, grasping Chen Xian's wrist, eager to test his pulse. Chen Xian understood that Ling Mo sought to gauge his strength through the rhythm of his pulse, so he did not resist, allowing Ling Mo to hold his wrist. The surge of vitality was indeed indicative of a third-tier martial artist. In just a few short days, how could you possibly? Ling Mo's astonishment was palpable. When he first encountered Chen Xian, the young man was just in his early 20s, already a martial artist, sufficiently impressive to astound Ling Mo. Now, merely days later, he had ascended 2 additional tiers. Ling Mo perceived that, although Chen Xian was already a martial artist at the age of 20, it would typically take a minimum of a decade to reach the pinnacle of martial artistry, advancing a level each year. Such a pace was remarkably swift. After all, it had taken Ling Mo a full decade to progress from first-tier to fourth-tier martial artist. Yet now, Chen Xian's rapid advancement made him feel as though he were witnessing a prodigy. "Ling Mo, remember my words. My interest in you is a privilege for you. Follow me, and I shall ensure your future is bright. This opportunity is singular. The choice is yours." Chen Xian withdrew his hand and departed, leaving Ling Mo time to contemplate. Should Ling Mo choose to heed his counsel, Chen Xian would accept the two manuals, Mighty Golden Buddha Foot and Dragon Claw Hand, for self-study. Conversely, if Ling Mo stubbornly opposed him and refused to allow Chen Xian to control Man City, he would return the manuals. Chen Xian retained faith in Ling Mo's integrity. With that, Chen Xian exited. In Ling Mo's chamber, an unusual stillness enveloped the air. The flickering candlelight cast a gentle glow, illuminating the two ancient tomes that lay unobtrusively upon the table. Ling Mo's countenance was marked by a trace of confusion. Since ascending to the position of commander of the Forbidden Army in Man City, he had never before felt such uncertainty. Should he align himself with Chen Xian? Although Chen Xian's cultivation level did not surpass his own, his prowess was undeniably superior. Most notably, Chen Xian was merely 20 years of age, brimming with boundless potential for the future. Moreover, he had already begun to unveil his ambitions. Man City was merely the inception of his grand aspirations. In time, this small town would surely prove too confining for such a formidable presence. If Ling Mo were to join him now, the day Chen Xian achieved greatness would also herald Ling Mo's own rise to prominence. To follow or not to follow. Chapter 129. An irresistible reason at the crossroads of life. Ling Mo found himself confronted with a pivotal decision: to continue as the commander of the barbarian city's elite guard or to secretly follow Chen Xian. For a moment, he was at a loss. Chen Xian departed from the martial arts arena, finding his entrance and exit as effortless as strolling through his own garden. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered Li Xiaoning still awake, seated on a stone bench, draped in a cloak. A candle flickered beside her as she perused a book on state governance. Chen Xian was unsure why she would be engrossed in such reading. Yet it was not unusual for a royal princess to do so. Despite the prevailing societal norms that favored men and deemed a woman's lack of talent as virtue, there were exceptions. The great Qin dynasty, renowned for its patriarchal views for centuries, now found itself under the rule of an empress. "Why are you still awake?" Chen Xian approached, a light-hearted smile gracing his lips. "Did you seek out Ling Mo?" Li Xiaoning lifted her gaze, her bright, clear eyes illuminated by the soft moonlight, rendering her delicate features even more enchanting, causing the surrounding scenery to pale in comparison. Chen Xian found himself momentarily entranced before quickly regaining his composure. "How did you know I went to see Ling Mo?" When he left, he merely told them he was going for a walk and that they need not wait for him to return. It was unlikely the other women could have guessed his true destination, yet Li Xiaoning seemed to have surmised it. "Returning this late, coupled with the things I mentioned earlier, if I couldn't figure out where you had gone, it would be quite foolish of me," she replied calmly. Suddenly, she inquired, "How did the conversation go? What are your chances of winning Ling Mo over to your side?" Chen Xian noted her keen interest in the matter. Securing Ling Mo would essentially ensure his triumph over the governor, Zhang Tao. 100%. Chen Xian declared with a smile. Li Xiaoning was taken aback. She had anticipated a more cautious estimate of around 50%. If Chen Xian had claimed a 60% likelihood, that would have been impressive. However, his bold assertion of complete certainty seemed rather audacious, raising her suspicions. "Are you certain?" she asked, her tone tinged with doubt. If Chen Xian were indeed boasting, it would cast a shadow on her trust in him. "Absolutely," Chen Xian replied with confidence. "On what grounds do you believe Ling Mo will align with you?" Li Xiaoning frowned. "Because I presented him with an offer he cannot refuse." Chen Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. "What offer?" Li Xiaoning inquired, astonished. Though Chen Xian was not impoverished, he was hardly wealthy. To assert that he could buy Ling Mo's allegiance with mere money seemed implausible. As the esteemed commander of the barbarian city army, it would be too trivial to win over Ling Mo with mere trifles. One might argue he possesses a following. Yet Chen Xian's ranks barely number over 500, including the women by his side. To speak favorably, they are known as the Xiantai army. To speak candidly, they are merely a ragtag band of brigands, lacking any genuine combat prowess, especially when juxtaposed with Ling Mo's 8,000 troops, who would render them scarcely more than a collection of insignificant minions. As for provisions, he has merely 10,000 stones of grain, procured through dubious means. In contrast, Ling Mo's subordinates are nourished by the military rations provided by the court, rendering Chen Xian's meager supply inconsequential. Thus, after much contemplation, Li Xiaoning found it perplexing how Chen Xian could present any terms that Ling Mo would find irresistible. Upon her inquiry, Chen Xian offered a mysterious smile. Li Xiaoning, an astute woman, understood the principle of knowing when to withdraw. She remarked, "If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, then let it be. Although we may lack the essence of a true marriage, we bear the title of husband and wife, and as long as you remain here, you are my legitimate spouse. What could possibly be inconvenient to discuss between partners?" Chen Xian responded with a tender smile. Had such words been spoken upon their first meeting, Li Xiaoning would have found him insipid, frivolous, and utterly distasteful. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt a sense of comfort upon hearing them now. Chen Xian was treating her as one of his own. Alert! Li Xiaoning's favorability has increased by 5. Is this how one can enhance favorability? Chen Xian was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, women seem to relish sweet words. I presented Ling Mo with a manual of earth-level martial arts and another of advanced profound-level techniques, promising him that should he align with me, a bright future awaits, provided he possesses the wit to make the right choice. Chen Xian articulated his rationale. Li Xiaoning was left momentarily stunned. Earth-level martial arts and advanced profound-level techniques? Each of these, even individually, would hold immense significance within the royal court of the Tang Kingdom. Particularly, earth-level martial arts, regardless of their simplicity, are reserved solely for the direct descendants of royalty. Yet, Chen Xian had so casually bestowed such treasures upon another. It is worth noting that prior to his allegiance to Chen Xian, Ling Mo was considered an adversary. In this context, Chen Xian effectively gifted a grand package to his foe. While the offerings are indeed enticing, have you contemplated the potential repercussions should Ling Mo accept your gifts yet refuse to honor them? What if he continues to oppose you? Li Xiaoning furrowed her brow, perceiving Chen Xian's actions as somewhat imprudent. If I extend such sincere offerings, and he still chooses to oppose me, it would indicate that my gifts have not been sufficiently compelling, failing to reach a point where he cannot refuse. In that case, I shall provide him with even more until he is thoroughly satisfied, Chen Xian replied confidently. To win over someone, one must offer ample benefits. Are you not concerned he may turn out to be a treacherous ingrate? Li Xiaoning challenged. After all, throughout history, whether it be between sovereign and subjects, or master and servant, or superior and subordinate, an excess of nourishment often leads to a phenomenon of rebellion against the provider, even if he is merely a whelp. As long as he is well-fed and not hungry, he will refrain from biting. However, should he one day nurture ambition and desire to attack, is there not a possibility that I could swiftly retaliate and eliminate him with a single strike? Since I am capable of providing him with sustenance, I can equally reclaim it at any moment. As long as my own strength is sufficiently formidable, even the most rebellious whelp would not dare to act against me. Chen Xian spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, to Li Xiaoning, his words were profoundly shocking. For Chen Xian exhibited an unparalleled confidence, a composure that she had never witnessed. Even in her father, the emperor, she could not fathom the source of Chen Xian's unwavering self-assurance. Yet she sensed that he possessed the capability to turn his words into action. Chapter 130, A Change in Fortune? I shall await the outcome. Li Xiaoning's beautiful eyes curved into crescent shapes, revealing a delightful smile reminiscent of a young girl. This was the first time Chen Xian had witnessed such a smile from her, and it stirred within him an inexplicable flutter. In that moment, the scene inspired an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Just then, an utterly untimely voice pierced the air. The door to Su Ruolin's room swung open, and she rushed over. Her skirts lifted, wearing an expression of playful accusation as she scrutinized the pair before her. Honestly, you two, during the day, you act as if you barely know each other. Yet here you are, clandestinely meeting under the cover of night, keeping us sisters in the dark. Li Xiaoning's face flushed instantly. Whether from embarrassment or anger, she couldn't tell. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm not speaking nonsense. I've seen with my own eyes, you know. Why are you blushing, Li Dafeng? Should I not have interrupted your private moment? Su Ruolin continued, suddenly realizing something. She slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear. How could I possibly disturb your romantic interlude? Li Dafeng, my husband, let us pretend I never arrived. I shall quietly return to my slumber." With that, Su Ruolin hurried back to her room. But just as she was about to close the door, she poked her head out again, grinning mischievously. "Husband, since you've spent the night with Li Dafeng, you must accompany me tomorrow. I have made a prior reservation, so you are to first attend to me." not the other sisters. With a flirtatious wink, she shut the door. Li Xiaoning was both exasperated and amused by her antics, while Chun Xian felt a sense of resignation. He noted that Su Rulin had a knack for appearing unexpectedly, always speaking in a way that startled the senses. Get some rest. Li Xiaoning's voice suddenly broke through his thoughts. When Chun Xian turned to look at her, she had already taken a lamp and a book back to her room. A gentle breeze stirred the strands of hair at his temples, and from the front, his expression of disbelief was evident. He pondered whether Su Rulin's intrusion was truly accidental or if she had been observing from the shadows. Waiting for the moment when Chun Xian felt the urge to embrace Li Xiaoning, knowing she would not refuse. Perhaps she sensed the growing tension and decided to intervene. If it were the former, that would be one thing. If the latter, Chun Xian suddenly recalled his previous life, where he had seen his fair share of palace intrigue dramas. The thought overwhelmed him. 3 women vying for attention was merely a prelude to the 8 women he now faced. He could only hope for a harmonious coexistence among these ladies. There was no alternative. Both the palm and the back of the hand were flesh, and thus Chun Xian could only pray in this manner. The following day, upon awakening early in the morning and having breakfast, Chun Xian opened the gate of the courtyard to find Lu Jinyu already waiting at the entrance. Today, they would continue with the military training, and Chun Xian brought forth the scientific training methods from his previous life as a soldier. The bandits had been renamed the Xiantai Army. From now on, they would no longer be mere bandits, but soldiers. Since they were to be soldiers, they must possess the spirit of soldiers. Thus, Chun Xian aimed to train them both mentally and physically. Lu Jinyu, during this period, you may leave the training matters to Xiao Liuzai. As for you, focus on your cultivation. Within half a month, I expect to see you break through to the martial master realm. Chun Xian declared with a serious expression. What he required were formidable subordinates. Although Lu Jinyu had already attained the 9th stage of martial prowess, it was still far from sufficient. Thank you, Master Chun. Lu Jinyu felt a surge of joy in his heart. He could hardly wait to enter seclusion for cultivation. However, without Chun Xian's instruction, he had to remain on standby at all times, and he had yet to utilize a single gathering chi pill. Now that Chun Xian had spoken, he could cultivate at any moment, which was a tremendous boon for him. In the following days, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The Chun, Qin, and Liao families, along with the governor's office, were surprisingly quiet. Chun Xian had been selling rice at normal prices while also distributing porridge to aid the common folk, earning a stellar reputation within the city. Among the populace, Chun Xian's prestige gradually rose, with some even regarding him as a savior, and others believing he was more suited to be the governor. In short, within just a few days, Chun Xian garnered considerable support from the people. Governor. Chun Xian harbors great ambitions. Many citizens have benefited from him, calling him the benevolent lord, and some have even begun to privately refer to him as the new governor. This is a clear affront to your authority. The chief steward reported the situation within the city to the governor's office. Zhang Tao sat at his desk, wholly disengaged from his work. Clenching his fist, he let out a heavy snort. A group of unruly citizens. They deserve punishment. Do they wish for Chun Xian to replace me? Not a chance. He turned to the chief steward, speaking each word deliberately. Go inform Liao Qing that today, the Tianshan sect will arrive in the city to select those with spiritual roots for the position of steward. Tell him that at noon, the steward will be lodging at the Zui Xianlu. Yes. The chief steward promptly withdrew. Within the room, only Zhang Tao remained. At that moment, a sinister expression crossed his face. Chun Xian, you wish to contend with this governor? You are still far too inexperienced. This move of using another's blade to kill. Let us see what you will use to defend yourself. In the courtyard, Chun Xian had waited several days without news from Ling Mo. He understood that Ling Mo was still contemplating, for this matter pertained to Ling Mo's entire life. Chun Xian was not anxious and would not rush him, as he was not yet prepared to take action against Zhang Tao. Master Chun, there is unfortunate news. Suddenly, Xiao Liuzi entered to report that due to Lu Jinyu's recent seclusion for cultivation, he had entrusted Xiao Liuzi with managing all matters, both trivial and significant. What news do you bring? Chun Xian inquired. Xiao Liuzi's breath was somewhat labored, and his expression bore an air of urgency, suggesting that the matter at hand was of considerable importance. According to the latest intelligence, the Tianshan sect has dispatched a steward to Man City. intending to select 3 ordinary individuals with commendable spiritual roots to participate in an assessment. Should they succeed in this selection, they will have the opportunity to become servant disciples of the Tianshan sect. Xiao Liuzi stated earnestly. The so-called servant disciples are those who assist the outer disciples, while the outer disciples, in turn, serve the inner disciples, who are ultimately under the command of the true transmission disciples. Chapter 131. The arrival of the Tianshan sect. As for the stewards, one might say, they are merely elevated menial workers. Within the Tianshan sect, the stewards are disciples of the inner sect who aspire to ascend to true discipleship, yet find themselves unable to do so due to insufficient talent and capability. These individuals, unable to grasp the status of true disciples, cannot remain as inner sect disciples for eternity. Thus, they are bestowed with the title of stewards, tasked with undertaking the more arduous and unseemly duties of the sect. Recently, they have begun recruiting ordinary individuals with spiritual roots from the outside to serve as stewards. Of course, the status of a steward is not insignificant. At least within the Tianshan sect, a steward's rank is superior to that of an inner sect disciple, though it falls short of that of a true disciple. In the outside world, such a position is undoubtedly one of great esteem. For those fortunate enough to attain the role of steward, they are at least masters of martial arts. Moreover, with the Tianshan sect as their formidable backing, anyone who encounters them will extend a measure of respect. The Drunken Immortal Tower stands as the largest reputable tavern in Montsong. Today, the establishment has been entirely reserved. A steward from the Tianshan sect, accompanied by 2 menial disciples, has set up a registration desk here. Any young individual under the age of 20 is welcome to sign up, after which they will be personally interviewed by the steward. If deemed suitable, they will be invited to remain. This process will span a full 3 days. Subsequently, all young individuals retained by the steward will undergo another round of selection, ultimately leaving only 3 fortunate souls to join the Tianshan sect as menial disciples. One by one they come. What is your name? Li Zhuang. How old are you? No good. You are already 21. Be gone. Do not waste our time. Next. You, what is your name? At the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Tower, a long queue has formed, teeming with people. Throughout Montsong, whether from distinguished backgrounds or impoverished circumstances, every young person has flocked here, eager to test their luck. After all, should one be fortunate enough to be chosen by the steward and become a member of the Tianshan sect, even as a mere menial disciple, it would be a matter of great pride for their family. Moreover, their friends and relatives would also rise in fortune merely through their association. Thus, countless individuals are jostling to register. The 2 menial disciples at the entrance are overwhelmed, diligently recording the names of all those under 20 who appear physically fit. The emphasis today is on registration. The selection process will come later. Meanwhile, the steward is enjoying tea inside the tavern, being well attended to. For individuals of their stature, adherence to rules is essential within the Tianshan sect, yet outside, they are regarded as superiors, commanding respect from all. Make way, make way. At this moment, Liao Qing is carried to the entrance of the Drunken Immortal Tower on a grand sedan chair, his family's attendants clearing a path with forceful authority, causing the ordinary citizens who had come to register to hastily retreat to the sides. Damn it. We are all here to register. Why should he cut in line? To cut in line is one thing, but to resort to violence? This is utterly outrageous. Hush, keep your voices down. The individual who cut in line and struck someone is none other than Liao Qing, the head of the Liao family. Recently, he has been thoroughly humiliated by the benevolent Chen Xian, and I suspect he is seething with anger, looking for an outlet. If he overhears your insults, you will not fare well. Liao Qing, what brings him here? This is the venue where the Tianshan sect selects individuals with spiritual roots, specifically those under the age of 20. What business does a middle-aged man have here? Is he attempting to enroll his son? However, it is said that his son is currently in the hands of the benevolent Chen Xian. Many displayed expressions of confusion. At that moment, 2 disciple attendants from the Tianshan sect also noticed Liao Qing. They expressed their dissatisfaction and coldly remarked, "This is the Tianshan sect's selection for those with spiritual roots. Do you dare to cause a disturbance? Are you seeking death?" Truly, the Tianshan sect commands a formidable presence. They do not care about Liao Qing's status. Anyone who dares to disrupt their affairs is courting disaster. Liao Qing smiled as he presented 2 ingots of gold. openly slipping them into the sleeves of the two disciple attendants, and said with a grin, "I am Liao Qing, the head of one of the 3 prominent families in Monsong. I apologize for any offense caused, and I hope you will be lenient." Each ingot weighed about 20 taels, quite substantial. The 2 disciple attendants, initially displeased with him and prepared to deal with him, found their opinions softening upon witnessing Liao Qing's approach. "So, he is the head of the Liao family. What brings you here? Are you here to enroll your son?" The 2 were not from Monsong and were oblivious to the significance of Liao and Qin families. However, since Liao Qing had introduced himself and was generous, they naturally granted him some respect. "Excuse me, may I inquire if Deacon Fong is inside?" Liao Qing glanced towards the tavern. One of the disciple attendants replied, "Our deacon is resting inside. Are you truly here to enroll your son? If not, do not linger here." Liao Qing cupped his hands and said, "I kindly request that you introduce me. I wish to meet Deacon Fong." Upon hearing this, one attendant displayed visible displeasure and reprimanded, "The deacon is not someone you can simply meet at will. Do not think that your generosity grants you the right to make demands. Either leave promptly, or we shall deal with you." Such arrogance is typical of the Tianshan sect. Liao Qing's expression stiffened slightly. He could discern that these 2 attendants were at most mere martial apprentices. After all, if they were true martial artists, they would not be attendants but outer disciples. Why should these insignificant apprentices dare to speak to him in such a manner? If Elder Yang were present, he could easily incapacitate both of them. However, if Elder Yang were here, he would not need to humble himself to meet Deacon Fong. "I have very important matters to report to Deacon Fong. I kindly ask for your understanding." Liao Qing let out a dry chuckle and promptly instructed someone to bring forth a small chest. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a dazzling array of gold, estimated to weigh around 70 or 80 taels. A mere token of appreciation, yet it was far from a grand gesture. The 2 junior disciples exchanged glances, a sense of hidden delight swelling within them. Initially, they had thought that selecting individuals with spiritual roots would be a tedious task, given that it entailed not only the inability to cultivate, but also a long and arduous journey. However, it now appeared to be quite the lucrative endeavor. "You certainly possess an understanding of the situation." The 2 junior disciples felt no hesitation, directly closing the chest and claiming it for themselves. "Now, what is it that you wish to discuss with our steward?" one of them inquired. "Such matters, could they be divulged? The fact that Bai Susu had borne him a son, if it were to circulate, would surely incite the wrath of the Tianshan sect. In that eventuality, even if Liao Qing possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice to save him from the dire consequences." Chapter 132. Senior sister. When the 2 inquired about the matter he sought to discuss with the steward, Liao Qing steadfastly refused to divulge any details. He forced a faint smile and replied, "I have urgent matters to report to the esteemed steward, and it is truly inconvenient to speak of them here. I kindly ask for your understanding." After delivering his words, he repeatedly clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, having already accepted the payment. It was unreasonable to refuse the request now. Before the money was exchanged, such demands could easily be dismissed, but now, to reject them would be inappropriate. Surely, he could not return the money. After a moment's hesitation, one of them furrowed his brow and said, "Please wait here while I report to the steward. As for whether the steward will see you, I cannot guarantee that." Implicit in his words was the notion that should the steward be unwilling to meet with him, the money would not be refunded. Immediately, one of them resumed his duties at the entrance while the other slipped inside. At that moment, Steward Fong was reclining leisurely in a chair. When the errand disciple entered to relay the situation, Fong Han did not even lift his eyelids, calmly inquiring, "How much did you take from him?" Coughing lightly, the disciple replied, "Not much, just 50 taels." He raised a hand to demonstrate with 5 fingers. 50 taels of silver? Fong Han scoffed, "That is indeed a paltry sum." Just as he was about to wave him off, the errand disciple added with a chuckle, "I meant not 50 taels of silver, but 50 taels of gold." Oh, Fong Han's interest was piqued upon hearing it was gold. It seemed the man was attempting to secure a place for his son within our Tianshan sect. "Very well, let him in. Let us see if he is worthy." The assessment of worthiness pertained to Liao Qing's understanding of the situation and the amount he was willing to offer. As long as the sum was sufficiently substantial, one could indeed purchase a spot among the 3 errand disciples in Ying'er, which could be deemed as taking a shortcut. These stewards worked tirelessly for the sect's benefit, earning a little extra on the side. There was no shame in that. After all, with 3 slots available, 2 could be filled with qualified individuals, while 1 could be given to a wealthy patron. Even if the sect caught wind of such arrangements, they would likely turn a blind eye. For the scions of affluent families, acquiring a place in the Tianshan sect, even as an errand disciple tasked with menial labor, was a golden opportunity. Once outside, they could boast of being disciples of the Tianshan sect, claiming connections with notable figures. Thus, the prospect of purchasing a position could be seen as gilding oneself. Even as merely an errand disciple, one would still be affiliated with the Tianshan sect. Moreover, if one refrained from declaring their status, who would know the difference? Those unfamiliar with one's background would generally assume a stronger standing. Before long, Liao Qing was invited in. Are you Liao Qing, the head of the Liao family? Fang Han reclined on his chair, showing no intention of rising. In his view, as a steward of the Tianshan sect, he was not someone a mere petty landlord like Liao Qing could approach casually. Only the governor of the city held the privilege to request his attention with courtesy. Upon encountering Steward Fang, Liao Qing politely clasped his hands in greeting. Fang Han waved his hand dismissively, curtly stating, "Please spare me the pleasantries of the mundane world. Speak plainly, what is it you desire from me?" Nearby, a servant disciple quickly interjected, "Our esteemed steward is exceedingly busy. Time is precious. Speak your piece swiftly, lest you waste his invaluable moments." With that, he shot a pointed glance at Liao Qing, making his intentions clear. It was time to offer some monetary incentive to smooth the way. "Steward Fang, I have an unreasonable request," Liao Qing said, producing a letter from his robes and presenting it with both hands. "I wish to ask you to deliver this letter to Bai Susu. I am willing to offer 100 taels of gold as a token for your trouble." At the mention of Bai Susu's name, Fang Han's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Clearly, her name held considerable weight in his heart. However, upon hearing Liao Qing's paltry offer of 100 taels, his displeasure became evident. The servant disciple, perceptive as ever, noticed Fang Han's discontent and shot a reprimanding glare at Liao Qing, admonishing, "What do you take our esteemed steward for? A mere errand boy? And a mere tea-fee? What are you really? The steward's time is exceedingly valuable, priceless." The implication was clear. Not only would 100 taels be insufficient, but even 1,000 might not guarantee the favor he sought. As a businessman, Liao Qing understood the underlying message. Yet he found the notion of parting with 1,000 taels merely to send a letter absurd. "What is your relationship with Sister Bai?" Suddenly, Fang Han's gaze sharpened, and he sat up, fixing a penetrating stare on Liao Qing. After all, the Bai family was of paramount importance within the Tianshan sect. With a bitter smile, Liao Qing replied, "Sister Bai and I are friends. I wish to send her this letter to request her assistance." "Friends?" Fang Han scrutinized Liao Qing, his expression revealing disbelief. The implication was unmistakable. How could someone like you claim friendship with Bai Susu? Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own worth? What is her status compared to yours? Seeing Fang Han's skepticism, Liao Qing could only manage a wry smile. "Bai Susu and I met when she descended the mountain to hone her skills. We shared some camaraderie. She once promised that if I ever found myself in need, I could call upon her assistance." As he spoke, his face was etched with a sense of helplessness. He could not afford to speak the truth, and thus had to weave a story. Now, faced with a significant dilemma, he needed her help but could not reach her directly, so he had to implore Steward Fang instead. Upon hearing this, Fang Han raised his eyebrows. He was convinced that Liao Qing would not dare to speak falsely, who would fabricate tales about the Tianshan sect. Moreover, nearly all disciples of the Tianshan sect indeed descend from the mountain to undergo trials in their youth. "You claim that Senior Sister Bai promised to assist you? Such words are devoid of evidence. Did she leave behind any token?" Fang Han inquired lightly. Indeed, Liao Qing promptly produced an ancient jade from his bosom. Fang Han signaled, and a nearby servant disciple immediately stepped forward to retrieve the jade, presenting it to Fang Han. The jade was warm to the touch, exuding a creamy white hue, clearly of exceptional quality and rarity, adorned with a small white inscription. "This is the unique Tianyu of our Tianshan sect's sacred peak, bestowed only upon inner disciples and above as a reward from the sect. This Tianyu also serves as a symbol of sect identity. It seems you have not deceived me after all." With an air of nonchalance, Fang Han accepted the ancient jade into his possession. Chapter 133. Speak of the devil and he appears. The ancient jade, which signifies the identity of Bai Susu, was directly claimed by him. With a casual gesture, he commanded, "Bring me the letter," in his hand. The servant disciple promptly retrieved the letter from Liao Qing's grasp. A flicker of joy surged within Liao Qing. Since the letter had been accepted, it would surely be delivered to Bai Susu. However, in the next moment, he was struck dumb. He witnessed Fong Han brazenly tearing open the letter, reading it right before his eyes. "Deacon Fong, you." Liao Qing's expression soured. This was a letter intended for Bai Susu, and yet Fong Han had the audacity to open it in his presence, blatantly disregarding him. Fortunately, the contents of the letter made no mention of the marital bond between him and Bai Susu. It merely referred to her as a friend. Although Liao Jun was mentioned, it only stated that Liao Jun was Liao Qing's son, without alluding to the relationship between Liao Jun and Bai Susu. Those unaware of the context would never draw such distant connections from this letter. "Oh, your son has been captured. Such a trivial matter hardly warrants Bai Shiji's personal intervention. Is she not currently sequestered in seclusion, striving for the martial king realm? Should she succeed, she will become a newly appointed elder of our Tianshan sect. At this critical juncture, no one should disturb her." Fong Han spoke nonchalantly. Liao Qing's face stiffened. "Then my son." "Your son?" Fong Han scoffed. "Is it not merely your son who has been taken? In light of this celestial jade, I shall send someone to rescue him. From this day forth, Bai Shiji's promise to you is nullified. Should you encounter further troubles, do not expect her assistance again." He intended to consume this jade pendant for himself. Later, he would return to Bai Susu, perhaps earning her favor and, in turn, acquiring some elixirs to aid his breakthroughs, or even transitioning from a deacon to a true disciple. That would be a tremendous gain. Even without such advantages, having resolved a minor inconvenience for Bai Susu would leave her indebted to him. He could leverage this favor to exchange for resources beneficial to himself. Regardless of the perspective, it was a clear profit. "You wish to help rescue my son?" Liao Qing was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he spoke. "Deacon Fong, the one who kidnapped my son is Chen Xian. He is a ruthless individual, notorious for his misdeeds, having even abducted the governor's son, leaving the governor powerless against him." Before he could finish, Fong Han interrupted him. "Humph, do you look down upon me, the deacon?" "And no, of course not." Liao Qing hastily waved his hands, fearful of inciting his wrath. Fong Han sneered. "What is Chen Xian but a mere pawn? Here in the frontier, only our Tianshan sect and the Prince of Jinshi hold dominion over this land. Anyone we wish to rescue, even a deity, would not dare to hinder. Qian Bin, accompany him. You have 1 hour to retrieve his son." Having spoken, Fong Han cast a glance at the servant disciple beside him. The disciple immediately nodded, affirming, "Yes, steward." Liao Qing's expression froze, questioning, "Steward Fong, will you not go personally?" It was one thing to look down upon Chen Xian, but to send a mere servant disciple, who was only at the martial apprentice level. To rescue him was a blatant display of disdain. Did he truly regard others with such contempt? Did he think the steward had nothing better to do? After all, it was merely a matter of saving one person. A servant disciple would suffice. Fong Han reclined back in his chair, tossing out a token, which Qian Bin promptly caught. The token bore the character for heaven on one side and mountain on the other. It was the Tianshan token, a symbol of identity and status within the Tianshan sect. To behold this token was akin to encountering the Tianshan sect itself. Even the king of Jinshi would show it due respect. With this token, the endeavor to rescue was more than feasible. Fong Han spoke with an air of pride, his demeanor swelling with honor as he mentioned the Tianshan sect. "Very well. The steward wishes to rest now. Please lead the way." Grasping the token, Qian Bin felt as though he held an imperial edict, his heart swelling with pride. Liao Qing, uncertain of the outcome, pondered that while others might fear the Tianshan sect, Chen Xian was no ordinary adversary. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to treat this desperate gamble as a potential salvation. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Please, follow me." Leading the way, Liao Qing guided them out of the tavern, assisting Qian Bin into a carriage as they departed. What on earth? How did someone from the Tianshan sect end up in Liao Qing's carriage? Where could they possibly be headed? Observing their direction, it appeared they were leaving the city. Could it be that they were going to seek out Chen Xian? Had the head of the Liao family managed to enlist the aid of the Tianshan sect to rescue his son? The onlookers still queued outside the tavern exchanged astonished glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. It seemed plausible. After all, when Liao Qing had bribed them, he had offered gold. undoubtedly spending a fortune to secure the Tianshan sect's assistance in saving his son. But would Chun Xian, known for his tenacity, allow them to take him without a fight? Surely he would comply, for who in this realm would dare offend the Tianshan sect? It was difficult to say. Chun Xian was indeed a formidable character, a true man of grit, one whom even the governor could not subdue. After all, the governor was an ally of the king of Jinshi. Could it be that the king of Jinshi was inferior to the Tianshan sect? Let us go, let us see, urged one individual. People are inherently drawn to spectacle, and once such curiosity ignites, all other concerns fade away. Thus, the long queue of applicants shifted direction, heading toward the city gates, each eager to witness whether Liao Qing could indeed persuade the Tianshan sect to rescue his son. Meanwhile, at the courtyard, Xiao Lu reported that someone had arrived from the Tianshan sect. However, it seemed they were not there to pick a fight, but rather to seek out individuals with spiritual roots to bring to the Tianshan sect for selection. Those who passed the selection would have the opportunity to become servant disciples. Master Chun, Xiao Lu inquired, I believe that Liao Qing will certainly summon the members of the Tianshan sect. Should we prepare in advance? No need. Chun Xian responded nonchalantly with a smile. Regardless of whether they come or not, our people will conduct themselves as they should. Report. Master Chun, Vice Commander Lu. Liao Qing has arrived, and he is outside clamoring to see you. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in to convey the message. These rascals have arrived so swiftly? Xiao Lu expressed his astonishment. He had just finished reporting to Chun Xian, and Liao Qing had already shown up? Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chun Xian chuckled. If I am not mistaken, he must have enlisted the aid of the Tianshan sect. Let us go and see for ourselves. Without the Tianshan sect by his side, Liao Qing wouldn't dare approach me, not even with 100 times his courage. It seems he has grown bold, emboldened by his newfound allies, coming here to flaunt his power. Chapter 134. A resounding slap as Chun Xian stepped out of the courtyard. He was met by a throng of people gathered before him. At the forefront stood Liao Qing and his entourage. Beside Liao Qing was a young man clad in a gray long robe, who held his chin high, exuding an air of superiority as if the entirety of his surroundings consisted of inconsequential debris, with only he himself being the singularly unique entity. His haughty demeanor unmistakably indicated his origins from a prestigious sect or a prominent family, radiating an oppressive aura. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xian discerned that this individual was a disciple of the Tianshan sect. The multitude trailing behind Liao Qing consisted of onlookers from the city, eager to witness whether Liao Qing could rescue his son. There was no necessity for Liao Qing to disperse them, for if he succeeded in saving his son, it would be a blow to Chun Xian's reputation, casting him into disrepute. Conversely, should he fail, the disgrace would not rest upon Liao Qing, but upon the Tianshan sect. The prestige of the Tianshan sect was of utmost importance. Could they afford to lose face over such a matter? Thus, regardless of the outcome, Liao Qing stood to gain. Qian Bin, too, showed no inclination to shoo away the curious onlookers. On the contrary, he relished the prospect of their presence, for it allowed him to display his authority. No one dared defy the Tianshan sect. With a mere shout from him, he could compel Chun Xian to surrender the individual, leaving him trembling in fear. The exhilaration of such a scenario was beyond compare. Once Chun Xian complied, Qian Bin would assume an even loftier stance to deliver a reprimand, and Chun Xian would accept it in terror, instilling fear in the hearts of the spectators. The mere thought of wielding such power sent Qian Bin into a fervor of excitement. For the onlookers, the spectacle was too enticing to miss. Upon spotting Chun Xian, Liao Qing swiftly leaned in to whisper a few words to Qian Bin. Upon hearing this, a mocking smile emerged on Qian Bin's face. He scrutinized Chun Xian for a moment before raising his head defiantly and declaring, "You are that Chun Xian?" Chun Xian regarded him thoughtfully, noting that Qian Bin's aura was remarkably feeble, seemingly only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. This individual appeared to be no more than a martial apprentice, not even a full-fledged warrior. What kind of absurdity was the Tianshan sect engaging in by sending such a weakling? And who might you be? Chun Xian inquired, feigning ignorance. Qian Bin immediately elevated his chin to an arrogant height, glaring at Chun Xian with his nostrils flared, proudly proclaiming, "I am Qian Bin, a disciple of the Tianshan sect." Qian Bin? Oh, I have not heard of you. Chun Xian replied with a shake of his head. This was the truth. He genuinely had not heard of him. Qian Bin's expression darkened as he realized that Chen Xian was somewhat lacking in awareness. A typical individual would be quaking in fear at the mere mention of the Tianshan sect, yet Chen Xian's response was one of indifference. The focus should be on the Tianshan sect, not merely on the name Qian Bin. How utterly preposterous! Qian Bin scoffed. I am but a mere disciple of the Tianshan sect, surrounded by countless prodigies and talents. I am nothing but an unworthy disciple among them. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. It appears you possess a modicum of self-awareness. Indeed, you are quite ineffectual. Qian Bin's countenance darkened immediately. His words were merely a display of modesty. Yet he did not anticipate that Chen Xian would so brazenly ridicule him for his self-awareness. This is outrageous. Do you have any idea who you are addressing? He retorted angrily. Chen Xian, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Fool, you have just acknowledged yourself as the ineffectual Qian Bin. You. Qian Bin's fury ignited. Since descending the mountain to explore the world, he had encountered nothing but reverent individuals who honored him. The illustrious reputation of the Tianshan sect commanded respect, and anyone hearing he was a disciple would break into a sweat, treating him with utmost deference. Yet now, in front of so many witnesses, Chen Xian had the audacity to strip him of his dignity and humiliate him publicly. I see you are courting death. Qian Bin seethed. Are you truly this foolish? Chen Xian regarded him with an expression of disdain. Very well, you dare to insult me. Qian Bin laughed bitterly in his rage. Meanwhile, Liao Qing increasingly sensed something amiss. Weren't you here to rescue my son? How has this devolved into a quarrel between the two of you? Though he found their bickering somewhat amusing. For the deeper their animosity, the more profound the ensuing conflict would be, he still thought it prudent to first rescue his son. Young Master Qian, might we attend to my son first? Liao Qing implored softly. In other circumstances, he would hardly spare a glance at someone of Qian Bin's martial apprentice caliber. After all, he had many subordinates of higher rank within the Liao family. Yet, due to Qian Bin's affiliation with the Tianshan sect, Liao Qing felt compelled to adopt a subservient stance. Humph, do I require your guidance in my affairs? Qian Bin, already incensed, found Liao Qing's lack of awareness particularly irksome. Liao Qing was momentarily taken aback. The one insulting you is Chen Xian. Direct your ire towards him, not me. Of course, he dared not voice this thought. Chen Xian, I shall grant you an opportunity to preserve your life. Release Liao Qing's son and publicly kneel, acknowledging your mistakes until I am satisfied. Qian Bin proclaimed with arrogance. Chen Xian suddenly perceived that there was a flaw in Qian Bin's reasoning. With impatience, he addressed Xiao Liuzai. Xiao Liuzai, go and deliver a couple of resounding slaps to him. Xiao Liuzai, a fourth-stage martial artist, was more than capable of dealing with someone like Qian Bin. He certainly. Xiao Liuzai chuckled, disregarding Qian Bin's identity or background. Following Chen Xian's orders, he swiftly approached and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Qian Bin's face. Qian Bin was utterly unable to comprehend the situation, his mind a blank as he plopped down onto the ground, the vivid handprints of crimson adorning his cheeks. What nonsense is this? How dare they threaten Master Chen? After receiving a couple of resounding slaps from Lu, let us see how compliant he remains. Lu spat a thick gob onto the ground, cursing under his breath. The entire scene was enveloped in a sudden silence. Moments later, an uproar erupted. What madness is this? My heavens, did I just witness Chen Xian's subordinates assaulting a disciple of the Tianshan sect? How audacious! What audacity is this? The son of the governor was struck without hesitation. Yet this situation is different. To strike the governor's son is one thing, as the governor has no means to challenge Chen Xian. However, the disciples of the Tianshan sect represent the honor of their entire sect. Chen Xian striking a disciple is tantamount to slapping the face of the Tianshan sect itself. Chapter 135. Sixth Master teaches you how to conduct yourself. Everyone was astounded. Among them was Qian Bin, who found it almost impossible to believe that, as a disciple of the Tianshan sect, he had been struck. His subconscious insisted that such a thing could not be true. In this border region, no one dared to provoke the Tianshan sect. Yet the fiery sensation on his face incessantly reminded him that this was indeed reality. How dare you hit me? Qian Bin glared fiercely at Xiao Liuzai, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. And what if I do? Sixth Master retorted with disdain. Not only will I hit you, but I will also kick you. With that, he delivered a powerful kick to Qian Bin's abdomen. Qian Bin's pupils contracted in shock, unable to react in time. He was sent soaring several meters through the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. His body curled up like a shrimp, his stomach churning violently, leaving him in unbearable discomfort. Finally, unable to contain himself, he vomited forth the remnants of his undigested breakfast, covering the ground. Sixth master teaches you how to conduct yourself. Let us see if you dare to be so arrogant in the future. Xiao Liuzai sneered at him. At that moment, everyone present was utterly stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Facing a member of the Tianshan sect, Chen Xian had not even deigned to intervene personally, allowing his subordinate to administer the beating instead. Moreover, this subordinate seemed even more audacious than Chen Xian himself. Just a subordinate. What gave him the audacity? Liao Qing was filled with exhilaration. In his eyes, the more severely Xiao Liuzai punished Qianbin, the better. Ideally, he would incapacitate Qianbin right then and there. This way, the enmity between Chen Xian and the Tianshan sect would escalate to an irreparable extent. However, it appeared that Xiao Liuzai, after sending Qianbin flying, had no intention of continuing the assault. Liao Qing narrowed his eyes slightly. He could not allow both parties to enter a state of calm. He needed to stoke the flames further. Immediately, Liao Qing bellowed, Chen Xian, you are incredibly bold. Do you have any idea whom you are striking? Chen Xian cast him a glance, his tone indifferent. Isn't he just a member of the Tianshan sect? What is the big deal? Liao Qing smirked. Since you recognize him as a member of the Tianshan sect, how dare you strike him? This is not merely an insult to him, but a provocation against the entire Tianshan sect. His voice boomed, reverberating across the vicinity, ensuring that everyone heard his words. Chen Xian was not oblivious to the old man's intentions. He sought to intensify the conflict between Chen Xian and the Tianshan sect, thereby escalating the situation, which would lead to even harsher retaliation from the sect. Yet Chen Xian remained unfazed. As a man equipped with a system, why should he fear the vengeance of a mere sect? Liao Qing, do not try to intimidate me with your hollow threats. Do you think I am unaware of your shallow knowledge? This fellow before us is not even a martial apprentice, yet he dares to represent the Tianshan sect? Chen Xian let out a cold laugh, directly resorting to threats. How dare you flaunt your power at my doorstep? You truly overestimate your worth. Little Lu, ensure that these two are rendered unrecognizable, then dispose of them. Yes, Master Chen. Little Lu immediately chuckled with glee, eagerly rubbing his hands together, exhilarated at the prospect of violence. Suddenly, he felt that merely rubbing his hands was insufficient for the occasion. He spat 2 thick loogies into his palm before rubbing them in vigorously. So it was you, Liao Qing, the old rogue, scheming behind the scenes, wasn't he it? I shall grant you a grand lesson. With a swift motion, Little Lu lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to Liao Qing. His subordinates rushed to intervene, but were swiftly subdued by Little Lu's men, leaving Liao Qing with no means of escape as he received the full force of the blow. Enduring the slap was one matter, but the accompanying stench from the phlegm smeared on Little Lu's hand was another. After all, saliva is already unpleasant. And what more so thick phlegm? Liao Qing was both shocked and enraged, yet before he could regain his composure, Little Lu's second slap came crashing down. No. Liao Qing desperately attempted to evade, but it was futile. Little Lu pursued him relentlessly. In mere moments, Liao Qing was left battered and bruised, blood streaming from his nose. Several teeth knocked out, his head swollen and grotesque, resembling that of a pig, utterly unrecognizable. Nearby, Qianbin, having regained a modicum of strength, initially intended to maintain a facade of bravado, doubting that the esteemed Tianshan sect's reputation would falter under Chen Xian's influence. However, upon witnessing Liao Qing's pitiful state, Qianbin trembled in fear, promptly silencing himself. Yet Little Lu had no intention of sparing him. After all, Chen Xian had just declared that both Liao Qing and he were to be punished in tandem. Little Lu flashed a signature malevolent grin at Qianbin, a smile that struck an ominous chord in Qianbin's heart. What do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. Qianbin found himself seated on the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What am I going to do? Did you not hear Master Chen's words? I, Little Lu, shall teach you a lesson. With a mocking laugh, despite Qianbin's desperate retreat of several meters, Little Lu swiftly closed the distance with long strides, raising his hand to deliver a blow to Qianbin's face. In no time, Qian Bin's screams echoed, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The onlookers, witnessing the brutality, bared their teeth in shock. Such ferocity! It is indeed audacious to strike a disciple of the illustrious Tianshan sect reduced to a pitiful state. Finally, with a flourish, little Lu grasped one in each hand and, akin to discarding refuse, unceremoniously hurled Liao Qing and Qian Bin out. Both had become unrecognizable, their heads swollen to the point where only slits remained for their eyes. Today, I shall impart a minor lesson to the two of you. Should you dare to cause trouble again, I shall break your limbs. With a sharp clap of his hands and a scornful remark, Xiao Liuji turned on his heel and departed. Master, are you unscathed? Young Master Qian, please awaken. The retainers of Liao Qing rushed forward to offer their support, each bearing wounds inflicted by Xiao Liuji's subordinates. These ruffians were ruthless and brutal, their condition scarcely better than that of Liao Qing and Qian Bin. Quickly, take us to the drunken immortal pavilion. I must meet with the steward. Qian Bin's voice was hoarse, nearly grinding his back teeth to dust as he spoke, blood spilling from his lips with every utterance. Hurry, take us to Steward Fong. Liao Qing growled through clenched teeth. Chapter 136. The insignificant characters soon. Liao Qing and Qian Bin were carried away, and the onlookers dispersed like startled birds. Outside the courtyard, tranquility was finally restored. All right, everyone, return to your tasks. Chun Xian gestured, indicating that those who needed to train should do so, and those who had work to accomplish should attend to it. The earlier incident was merely a trivial matter. Our esteemed Chun is indeed a ruthless individual, his subordinates marveled. He struck without hesitation, and after the fray, he acted as if nothing had occurred, completely unfazed. Of course, if Chun Xian were not formidable, could he have commanded our leader's respect? Remember, he single-handedly stormed into our Flow Peak stronghold on horseback. In all my years as a bandit, I have never encountered such audacity. What bandit? Can we even call ourselves that? We are now a bona fide army. Indeed, we are the Xintai army. Though, I wonder why our leader chose not to name us the Chun family army instead. Enough chatter. Chun Xian has his reasons for this. Outside the courtyard, serenity returned. As for those within, although Li Xiaoning and the others did not venture out to assess the situation, they were well aware of what transpired. Chun Xian had struck again, and this time, it was not just anyone, but members of the Tianshan sect. However, they were accustomed to this. It would be strange if Chun Xian refrained from such actions. Moreover, this time, he had not instigated the conflict. Rather, it was the Tianshan sect that had come to provoke him, compelling Chun Xian to retaliate in self-defense. As for the Tianshan sect's thoughts on possible retribution, Li Xiaoning and the others were disinterested. After all, Chun Xian would handle everything. This man continually provided them with a sense of security. At the drunken immortal tower, Fong Han reclined on a lounge chair, admiring a piece of white jade pendant in his hand, a smile gracing his face. Once Qian Bin resolved Liao Qing's troubles and returned to the Tianshan sect, he would immediately seek to cultivate connections with Bai Susu. What a fortuitous turn of events! If he were to win Bai Susu's favor, the very thought sent exhilarating shivers down his spine. Suddenly, amidst Fong Han's daydreaming, another servant disciple rushed in, exclaiming, "Disciplinary master, trouble has arisen. Fool, what a disgraceful display of panic. You are a member of the Tianshan sect. Your every action reflects upon our honor." Fong Han reprimanded sharply. The servant disciple immediately knelt, bowing his head in submission. "The disciplinary master is right. I acknowledge my error." Fong Han huffed coldly before inquiring, "What has transpired? Why the commotion?" The servant disciple hastily replied, "Qian Bin went to deal with that man named Liao Qing, and the outcome was..." What was the outcome? Fong Han's brow furrowed in concern. As a result, they were all beaten, and now the individuals are being carried back. What do you say? In the grand pool, Fong Han suddenly rose from his deck chair in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is impossible." Just then, the door of the tavern was flung open, and a throng of people surged in. "Make way, clear the path." The servants of the Liao family carried Liao Qing and Qian Bin directly into the establishment and placed them before Fong Han. Gazing at the two battered figures before him, Fong Han struggled to distinguish between Liao Qing and Qian Bin, ultimately recognizing them only by their differing garments. The steward, that Fong Han, is utterly contemptuous of the law, displaying boundless arrogance, daring even to strike members of our Tianshan sect. A disgruntled servant disciple exclaimed through clenched teeth. Fang Han's expression hardened, his face as cold as frost. He gripped the jade pendant tightly in his hand, a sardonic smile creeping across his lips. I did not expect that a character would emerge from Ying'er. One bold enough to strike at the dignity of the Tianshan sect. I must personally confront this Fang Han. I shall see if he possesses 10 lives to be so audacious. With that, he commanded the attendants to carry Liao Qing and Qian Bin, intending to take matters into his own hands, not only to exact revenge for the two, but also to restore the honor of the Tianshan sect. Steward Fang, wait. As he prepared to depart, Liao Qing's weak voice interrupted. What is it? Fang Han turned to him immediately. Liao Qing hastily spoke. Steward Fang, that Chen Xian is no trifling opponent. In addition to being ruthless, he is also a formidable expert. Our MNCH's military commander, Ling Mo, is a martial master of the 4th tier, yet he was grievously injured by a single kick from Chen Xian. If we simply confront him, we may suffer his wrath. In my opinion, it would be wiser to report to the Tianshan sect and have them dispatch some experts to apprehend Chen Xian. This would be the most prudent course of action. He feared that Fang Han would only find himself on the receiving end of a beating. After all, Fang Han had been promoted from an inner disciple to a steward without attaining the status of a true disciple, which implied a deficiency in strength. If he were sufficiently powerful, he would have been directly promoted to a true disciple, receiving the sect's genuine teachings rather than managing trivial affairs as a steward. That mere Chen Xian is but an inconsequential character, unworthy of my attention or consideration. Fang Han retorted dismissively. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Liao Qing quickly cautioned. Steward Fang, do not underestimate him, our commander Ling Mo. Before he could finish, Fang Han interrupted with a wave of his hand. Enough. What commander Ling Mo? I have never even heard of him. How dare he compare himself to me? With a decisive gesture, he ordered the men to take Liao Qing to Chen Xian. If he does not pay a heavy price today, I shall have my name written in reverse. The Liao family servants, having just brought Liao Qing in, now found themselves obliged to return him with great fanfare. In the courtyard, Master Chun, Liao Qing has been brought back again, and it is said that a significant figure from the Tianshan sect has also arrived. Little Lu entered to report the situation. He had been monitoring Liao Qing's movements, and as soon as that group emerged from the tavern, Lu's men hurried back on horseback to relay the news. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoning and the other women immediately stepped out, their expressions grave. A significant figure has arrived? How significant? Chen Xian inquired with curiosity. Little Lu promptly replied. It is said that he is a steward, specifically sent to Barbarian City to recruit individuals with potential for the Tianshan sect's examinations. Those who pass will become servant disciples. That person named Qian Bin is one of the steward's subordinates. Steward? Chen Xian turned to Enrushue and asked, is a steward highly regarded in the Tianshan sect? Enrushue was momentarily taken aback, her initial concerns resurfacing, especially after Little Lu's mention of a prominent individual. The outcome. Chapter 137. What do you intend to do? Is this the outcome? The steward, having served as an inner disciple for many years, yet lacking the requisite strength to ascend to a true disciple, possesses only mediocre talent. Consequently, the sect strips them of their inner disciple status, relegating them to the position of steward. Typically, the strength of a steward hovers below the 9th level of martial artist and the 4th level of martial master. Anyone surpassing the 4th level of martial master is nurtured as a true disciple. And Enrushue spoke softly. So it is thus. I had thought we had caught a great fish, but it appears we have merely snagged a foul one. Chen Xian shook his head in disappointment. Chen Xian, come out. A furious roar echoed from the outer sect. Little Six raised his head, saying, Master Chun, someone has arrived. Chen Xian immediately smiled. Then let us go and meet them. Upon witnessing Chen Xian's grin, Li Xiaoning realized that he must be concocting some mischief once more. After all, he is a steward. We must not lead him to ruin someone else's life. Furrowing her brow, she cautioned, do be careful. She then exchanged a glance with Enrushue, silently urging her to offer some counsel. As Chen Xian is fearless, it seems there is no one in this world he would not dare to confront. Understanding the unspoken message, Enrushue stepped forward, speaking earnestly, although the stewardess status is inferior to that of a true disciple. Some elder stewards possess deep connections within the sect, and their standing may not necessarily be lower than that of true disciples. Moreover, many stewards are related to elders. Hence, some matters should not be taken too far. In this society, there exists an extensive network of interpersonal relationships, and the same holds true within the sect. Many individuals in management are relatives of this elder or that elder, resulting in a complex web of connections. Those with backgrounds often enjoy a superior status wherever they go. Rest assured, I am well aware of this, Chun Xian replied with a slight smile. However, his smile only heightened and Ru Shui's concerns, as it suggested that he intended to escalate the situation further. This man truly does not make it easy for others, Li Xiaoning lamented. Ah dear. Men should handle their own affairs. Women need only to manage their own responsibilities. Besides, my husband is quite reliable in his endeavors. There is no need for excessive worry. Su Rulan chimed in boldly. Outside, as Chun Xian emerged, he beheld two stretchers bearing Liao Qing and Qian Bin. Beside them stood a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, exuding an air of superiority and arrogance. Those accompanying him bowed deeply, displaying utmost deference. Not far behind, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered. Fang Han had not made an effort to disperse the curious citizens. In his view, the reputation of the Tianshan sect was of paramount importance. The common folk bore witness to the embarrassing spectacle of the Tianshan sect, and now, Fang Han was determined to reclaim the dignity lost by Qian Bin. Are you Chen Xian? Upon spotting Chen Xian, Fang Han scrutinized him, realizing that he appeared far younger than he had anticipated. With a scowl, he pointed at Liao Qing and Qian Bin, who lay on the stretcher, and demanded, Did you strike these two? Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I did. What of it? Fang Han was taken aback by his unflinching admission, devoid of even a hint of hesitation. Was he not intimidated by the steward? He scoffed heavily. So, it is merely a callow youth, unseasoned and audacious. No wonder you dared to strike members of the Tianshan sect. Chun Xian regarded him with a discerning eye and inquired, What is your name? Fang Han, brimming with disdain, retorted, You presume to know my name? Kneel before me. How brazen. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow. Fang Han sneered. To command you to kneel is already an act of leniency. Accept your punishment with humility, and should I be in a good mood, perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, Observing his arrogance, Chun Xian shook his head in disappointment. Do you know what fate befell the last person who spoke to me in such a manner? What fate? Fang Han replied with haughty indifference. Chun Xian gestured toward the fallen Qian Bin at his feet. See for yourself. In an instant, Chun Xian lunged forward, propelled by his third-tier martial prowess, moving with a swiftness that surpassed his previous capabilities. Before Fang Han could react, Chun Xian was upon him, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Fang Han's face. The impact sent Fang Han sprawling, as though struck by a wooden post, crashing heavily into the crowd. The onlookers gasped in shock, instinctively retreating to avoid the chaos, none daring to intervene as Fang Han landed in a disheveled heap. You! He scrambled to his feet, clutching the swollen half of his face, which was visibly puffing up before their eyes. He could hardly fathom that Chun Xian would dare to strike him. After all, he was a steward of the Tianshan sect, not some insignificant pawn like Qian Bin. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished, never expecting Chun Xian to act with such speed and precision, leaving no time for a counterattack. Liao Qing, lying on the stretcher, cursed silently, having previously warned Fang Han to summon a skilled master from the Tianshan sect to deal with Chun Xian. But did he listen? Now, he was paying the price for his folly, reaping the consequences of his own actions. Regrettably, Chun Xian's actions were still too lenient. He wished fervently for Chun Xian to strike with greater ferocity, ideally to the point of extinguishing Fang Han's life. After eliminating this scoundrel, the Tianshan sect would undoubtedly dispatch formidable experts to investigate, and at that juncture, it would spell the end for Chun Xian. How dare you strike me? Fang Han spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva onto the ground, his gaze fixed on Chun Xian with a blend of hatred and fury. He had come representing the Tianshan sect to seek retribution, yet Chun Xian's slap had effectively nailed him to the pillar of humiliation. The fact that he could still speak indicated that the blow had been too gentle. It was a pity that Lu Jinyu was in seclusion. Otherwise, there would have been no need for him to intervene personally. Chun Xian shook his head and, in the next moment, suddenly stepped toward Fang Han. What do you intend to do? Fang Han exclaimed in alarm, attempting to retreat. What do you think I intend to do? Chen Xian closed the distance between them in 2 strides and raised his hand to deliver another resounding slap. Although Fang Han possessed the strength of a first-tier martial artist, he was utterly inconsequential in the presence of Chen Xian. Chapter 138. So intense. In other realms, a first-tier martial artist may be deemed formidable, yet in Chen Xian's presence, he is merely a sandbag capable of enduring a few blows. As several resounding slaps landed upon Fang Han, his head visibly swelled, leaving him dizzy and seeing stars, his consciousness dwindling under the onslaught. With another sharp slap from Chen Xian, Fang Han felt the world spin chaotically before crashing to the ground with a thud. The atmosphere fell into an abrupt silence, for none anticipated that Fang Han, brimming with bravado, would meet such a fate. Could it be that my eyes are deceiving me? This individual is a steward of the Tianshan sect, a person to whom even the governor would show deference, reduced to such a state? Chen Xian, it appears, speaks no falsehood. When he vowed to turn a head into a pig's brain, he indeed fulfilled his promise. The shock reverberated through the crowd, surpassing even that of when Chen Xian had bested Zhang Tianxi. After all, Zhang Tianxi's backing was merely the governor, while Fang Han was supported by the entire Tianshan sect. Little Lu, bind him and hang him beneath that old locust tree for 3 days and nights, Chen Xian commanded, gesturing toward a substantial tree nearby. Very well. Little Lu chuckled, excitement evident in his demeanor. He rallied a few companions and swiftly procured a pipa hook to secure the unconscious Fang Han's pipa bone. There was no other option. Despite Fang Han's weakness, he was still a martial artist, and ordinary ropes would be insufficient to restrain him once he regained consciousness. However, locking his pipa bone would render him powerless, akin to a shrimp on soft feet, possessing strength yet unable to wield it. Without intervention, Fang Han would remain bound until death. In a matter of moments, they had him suspended beneath the old locust tree. A steward, you say? Quite impressive, aren't you? This is the fate of those who overestimate themselves. Little Lu clapped his hands, cursing under his breath. You'll pay for this. At that moment, one remaining Tianshan sect disciple, having accompanied Fang Han, was paralyzed with fear. Though he had 2 fellow disciples assisting him, and Qian Bin now lay on the ground, this individual quaked in terror. Yet, as a disciple of the Tianshan sect, he had the weight of the sect behind him, despite his trembling limbs and a body rendered weak with fright. His tongue remained defiant. After uttering a fierce threat, he turned to flee, intent on returning to the sect to lodge a complaint. Did you truly think you could escape? Chen Xian clicked his tongue and exchanged a knowing glance with Little Lu. Brothers, seize this little brat. Little Lu shouted, fervently. Damn it, this is our territory. We will not allow you to flee. As soon as the words were spoken, the soldiers of the Xiantai army nearby erupted into a cacophony of bizarre howls, resembling a band of robbers preparing for a raid rather than the disciplined demeanor of soldiers. After all, they were merely a band of brigands masquerading as soldiers, struggling to adapt to their new roles. The hapless servant disciple, unfortunately, bore the brunt of their fury, receiving a brutal beating until he was nearly lifeless. With a resounding thud, he was unceremoniously tossed at Chen Xian's feet, akin to discarding a lifeless pig. Master Chen, how shall we deal with these individuals? Xiao Li pointed towards Qian Bin, Liao Qing, and the nearly beaten servant disciple. At that moment, the onlookers among the common folk had been rendered utterly speechless. Such ferocity was astonishing. It was hard to believe that anyone would dare to confront the disciples of the Tianshan sect in this border region. One should know that the Tianshan sect ruled this territory with an iron fist, where even a mere servant disciple could stride about with impunity, feared only by the subjects of the king of the West. Yet here was Chen Xian, not only having struck them, but also hanging them up for display. This was nothing short of inconceivable. Liao Qing, I had intended to spare you, but you chose the path of your own demise. Tell me, how shall I deal with you now? Chen Xian mused, stroking his chin while contemplating Liao Qing's fate. Master Chen, I have erred. I truly recognize my mistakes. A miraculous transformation occurred as Liao Qing suddenly sprang from the stretcher, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing to Chen Xian, tears streaming down his face in a torrent of anguish. Master Chen, it was the folly of my heart that led me astray. I should not have been so desperate to rescue my son that I foolishly sought the aid of Tianshan sect disciples. I see my error now. I genuinely see my mistake. I implore you, spare me. Following this, he bowed deeply 3 times, seemingly unsatisfied, and continued, Master Chun, I only acted out of desperation for my son. I am of an age where I have but this one child, who is to carry on my legacy. Now that he is in your grasp, I am frantic to save him. That is why I was momentarily blinded by my emotions. I beg of you, Master Chun, considering my age, please let me go. In that moment, he had completely capitulated, no longer daring to show defiance before Chun Xian. After all, Chun Xian had the audacity to not only confront, but also hang a steward of the Tianshan sect. What else was beyond his reach? Liao Qing was genuinely fearful that Chun Xian might end his life there and then, so he hastily sought to placate him, postponing thoughts of vengeance for another day. Chun Xian regarded him thoughtfully, a smile breaking across his face as he stroked his chin. You old rascal, quite the actor, are you? Now you recognize your error? You seek to apologize? Yearning for your life? Liao Qing nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Master Chun, if you spare me, I am willing to pay any price. Very well, as you say, Chun Xian instructed Xiao Lu to fetch a stool for Liao Qing to sit upon. This unexpected courtesy made Liao Qing feel uneasy, as though he were perched upon a bed of nails, sensing an impending financial calamity. What other assets does your family possess? Chun Xian inquired directly. Liao Qing's expression stiffened, realizing that Chun Xian had set his sights on his family's wealth. With a swift motion, Xiao Lu delivered a sharp slap to Liao Qing's forehead, scolding him. Master Chun is inquiring, and yet you feign ignorance here. Already battered and bruised, Liao Qing found himself at the mercy of Xiao Lu's strikes, which deliberately targeted his injuries, leaving him grimacing in pain and on the verge of fainting. Chapter 139, Coercive Transactions. I, under the Liao family name, possess 5 rice shops, with approximately 2,000 to 3,000 stones of grain remaining, along with some land contracts, property deeds, and several residences. Liao Qing stammered, fully aware that he was about to incur significant losses today. However, Chun Xian suddenly shook his head, clicked his tongue, and remarked, You old rascal, you're not being entirely forthright. There are matters you have yet to disclose. Liao Qing's mind raced through his possessions. He had mentioned the rice shops and property deeds. What else could there be? Noticing Liao's genuine confusion, Chun Xian subtly prompted, What about the brothels? Are you intentionally omitting that? As far as I know, more than half of the brothels in the entire Man City are operated by your Liao family. Realization dawned on Liao Qing, and he quickly forced a wry smile, replying, Master Chun, those brothels are not mine. They belong to my son. Isn't that the same as saying they are yours? Dare you to argue with me? Chun Xian glared intently. At his side, Xiao Lu immediately bent his fingers, poised to deliver a sharp blow to Liao Qing's forehead, causing Liao to instinctively retract his neck in fear. Master Liao, if you wish to preserve your life, there is but one path before you, to squander your family wealth. Do you comprehend my meaning? Chun Xian regarded Liao Qing with a semblance of a smile, but his tone carried an icy detachment. Liao Qing's complexion drained of color. Squandering his wealth? He fully grasped the underlying implication. Chun Xian intended to seize all of the Liao family's assets. You have 1 hour to bring me all your property deeds, land contracts, shop ownerships, and the contracts of the women from your brothels, Chun Xian commanded coldly, simultaneously instructing Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, keep a close watch on him. Should he dare to play tricks, execute him without hesitation. Xiao Lu nodded eagerly. Lu Jinyu had gone into seclusion, and as Chun Xian's right-hand man, the more tasks he undertook, the more esteemed he would become in the future. Understood, Master Chun. Xiao Lu grinned wickedly, turning his gaze upon Liao Qing with a menacing smile. Old man, you best behave. If you dare to be dishonest, Master Chun has granted me the authority to execute first and question later. I shall send you straight to the afterlife. Bring this old fool a stretcher. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Lu summoned around 30 men, who proceeded to carry Liao Qing away in a grand procession. As for Qian Bin and another miscellaneous disciple, they received treatment akin to Feng Han's, bound and suspended beneath the old locust tree. However, given their weakness, they were not subjected to the more severe restraints. Employing such methods on them would be a waste. The onlookers, a mix of townsfolk, exchanged glances, some trailing behind Xiao Lu into the city like eager spectators, while others lingered around the courtyard, occasionally glancing at the 3 disciples of the Tianshan sect dangling from the old locust tree, and then casting their eyes toward the courtyard, showing no signs of departing. Knowing Xiao Lu would soon return with the captured individuals, Chen Xian had no intention of driving the common folk away. Their penchant for mingling was welcome. It would serve as a demonstration of his prowess, fostering goodwill for future endeavors. He turned back to the courtyard and smiled at Li Xiaoning and the others, saying, "Prepare yourselves. We are about to relocate." "Relocate? To where?" they inquired, concern etched on their faces. "My dear husband, has the situation escalated to such a degree that we can no longer remain here?" Chen Xian was taken aback by their misunderstanding and chuckled, "Not at all. I have already sent Liao Qing to retrieve the deed. We shall move to the city. I apologize for having confined you to this small corner for so long. Soon, you will reside in a spacious home." "Is that true?" The women's expressions shifted to astonishment. The courtyard was indeed limited, with only 4 rooms, 1 for Chen Xian, 1 for Li Xiaoning, 1 for Enrushua, and the largest shared among Su Rulin and the others. While sharing a room could strengthen bonds, the lack of privacy was quite inconvenient. Moving to Liao's residence would grant each person their own bedroom, greatly enhancing comfort. "Of course it's true," Chen Xian grinned. "When have I ever deceived you? Oh dear husband, you are truly wonderful. I adore you," Su Rulin exclaimed, suddenly leaping forward to plant a fervent kiss on Chen Xian's left cheek. Caught off guard, he could not evade her surprise attack. Ding! Su Rulin's affection 5. Before he could respond, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. Li Xiaoning's affection 15, Lu Yi's affection 5, and Rushua's affection 5. To Chen Xian's delight, not just one, but every woman's affection for him had increased. The most significant rise was from Li Xiaoning, whose affection soared by 15 points. Coupled with the meals he had prepared in recent days, their affections had incrementally grown. The affection points deducted for imparting knowledge to Lu Jinyu were nearly fully restored. Indeed, having a home significantly elevated the women's affections towards him. Even Enrushua, who was least likely to warm up, had gained 5 points. Soon, the women busied themselves in their respective rooms, packing their belongings in preparation for the move. This little courtyard had merely served as their temporary haven. In truth, Chen Xian's original plan had been to acquire the Chun residence in Man City. But unforeseen circumstances thwarted him. Chen Kuan, a cunning old fox, was astute enough not to provoke Chen Xian, making it difficult for him to take action against him. Meanwhile, Liao Qing found himself in unfortunate circumstances, as everything had now fallen into Chen Xian's hands. Xiao Liuzai proved to be remarkably efficient in his endeavors. Chen Xian allotted him an hour, yet he returned in merely half that time, bringing with him an assortment of property deeds and contracts from the Liao family, as well as the contracts of courtesans. Chen Xian summoned all the townsfolk present to bear witness as he purchased all of Liao Qing's assets for the standard price of a consistent copper coin. To speak candidly, this transaction bordered on coercive acquisition. However, not a single person among the common folk expressed any dissent regarding Chen Xian's actions. On the contrary, they erupted in applause. This was largely due to the fact that the Liao family's wealth was predominantly ill-gotten gains, amassed through unscrupulous means. Now, this money had found its way into Chen Xian's hands. During this period, he had engaged in numerous acts of righteousness, thus in the eyes of the populace. Chen Xian's acquisition of the Liao family's fortune was deemed an extraordinary stroke of fortune. They firmly believed that he would utilize the funds for benevolent endeavors. Chapter 140. Exhausting family wealth. Liao Qing felt utterly despondent, akin to one who has consumed a lifeless child, overwhelmed by an unbearable malaise. Chen Xian, with his customary meager offer, sought to acquire the entirety of the Liao family's assets for a paltry sum of copper coins. This act was not merely robbery. It was a profound humiliation. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless. Signing the transfer agreement, although it rendered him destitute, would at least safeguard his life. Refusing to sign? That would result in both loss of life and wealth. After all, the enforcers of the Tianshan sect had already beaten one of their own half to death and hung him from a tree. Terminating a mere landlord like him would be a trivial matter. Liao Qing's resentment towards Feng Han was palpable. Had this insufferable fellow not so brazenly sought trouble with Chen Xian, none of these calamities would have befallen him. He had encountered unreliable individuals before, but none as utterly untrustworthy as this. Ultimately, with a heart as cold as ashes, Liao Qing signed the transfer document. Chen Xian tossed him a single copper coin and remarked indifferently, "Master Liao, Having feasted on the blood of the poor, you have never truly experienced their suffering. Now, it is time for you to understand their plight. You may leave now. The coin, while modest, would suffice for Liao Qing's sustenance for a time. However, it must be noted that transitioning from frugality to opulence is a simple task, while the reverse is fraught with difficulty. A landlord of Liao Qing's stature, accustomed to extravagance, would find that a single copper coin barely covered the cost of one meal. Of course, Chen Xian had no interest in his predicament. If he were to perish from hunger on the streets, he would have earned such a fate. Countless citizens had suffered and died from starvation due to Liao Qing's deliberate inflation of grain prices. Such a man was deserving of his end. Master Chen, my son, an elder Yang. Liao Qing, clutching the copper coin, felt a deep pang of sorrow. He immediately began to plead, I am now left with nothing. I implore you, Master Chen, spare my son and elder Yang. He had resolved that if Chun Xian released these two, he would promptly dispatch elder Yang to escort them to the Tianshan sect to seek Bai Susu. Even if the Tianshan sect intended to execute Liao Qing, surely they would not slay Liao Jun as well. Given Bai Susu's character, how could she bear to see her son endure such hardship? She would undoubtedly descend to exact vengeance. At that moment, Chun Xian spoke coolly. The usual terms apply. One person for 10,000 stones of rice. If you can produce 20,000 stones, I will release them immediately. If not, do not linger here. Xiao Li shoved Liao Qing, sending him sprawling to the ground, and cursed, get lost quickly, do not tarnish Master Chen's dignity. Liao Qing, trembling and on the verge of retort, caught sight of Xiao Li's fierce glare, which conveyed an unmistakable message. If you do not depart at once, your life is forfeit. Terrified, Liao Qing scuttled away, eager to escape before he lost any further opportunity to do so. As he watched Liao Qing flee in a panic, Chen Xian found himself pondering whether he had unwittingly assumed the role of a villain. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. Though Liao Qing may appear pitiable at present, one must remember that those who evoke sympathy often harbor their own faults. His survival in such dire circumstances is indeed a stroke of fortune. Subsequently, Chen Xian issued a decisive command for a grand relocation. First and foremost, all the gold and silver from the courtyard were to be transported to the Liao residence. The plaque bearing the Liao name was removed and replaced with that of the Qin family. Furthermore, the 10,000 stones of rice extorted from Liao's grain shop had dwindled to nearly 9,000 stones, which Chen Xian also ordered to be returned to the shop. The 5 grain shops belonging to the Liao family were now under Chen Xian's control. Many citizens and refugees expressed concern that the rice would become more expensive or that the distribution of porridge would cease once it was returned. In response, Chen Xian assured them that rice would continue to be sold at regular prices, with no increase whatsoever. Additionally, a new porridge distribution site would be established. Moreover, Chen Xian planned to initiate various projects to provide work for the refugees, ensuring daily wages were dispensed. In essence, this was a means of labor for relief. It was impractical to allow the refugees to rely solely on free food and drink indefinitely, as it could foster idleness. Instead, providing them with work would enable them to earn their keep, fostering a spirit of diligence and self-sufficiency. In addition to the relocation of Chen Xian and his 8 companions, the over 500 subordinates would also move to the city. The Liao family owned ample real estate in the city, sufficient for their accommodation, thus negating the need for makeshift tents. Training could be conducted directly in the backyard of the Liao residence. As the group comprised only 500 individuals rather than 5,000, a modest transformation of the backyard into a small training ground would suffice. Lu Jinyu, engrossed in seclusion within his tent, was summoned by Xiao Liuji to relocate for further cultivation. Emerging from his retreat in a state of bewilderment, Lu Jinyu was oblivious to the events that had transpired. He had intended to break through to the martial master realm before re-emerging, and the interruption by Xiao Liuji left him somewhat irked. Upon learning of the situation, Lu Jinyu slapped his thigh in regret, lamenting that he should have delayed his retreat by 2 days. Now, all the accolades would be claimed by Xiao Liuji. Concerned that upon his next emergence, Xiao Liuji might usurp his position as Chen Xian's favored confidant, Lu Jinyu resolved to devote himself to his training with utmost urgency, striving for a swift breakthrough. As for the 3 members of the Tianshan sect suspended beneath the old locust tree, Chen Xian remained true to his word, keeping them in suspension for the promised 3 days. However, as they prepared to depart, Chun Xian commanded that the three be taken along. The cunning Xiao Liuji instructed his subordinates to uproot the old locust tree and carry it to the entrance of the Liao residence for replanting. Henceforth, all who passed by the Liao residence would behold the three suspended figures. In the Liao estate, the decor was both elegant and rich in antiquity, a testament to refined taste and historical charm. Once everyone had settled into their respective rooms, adorned with fresh linen, Chun Xian gathered them together and produced all the contracts of servitude, an astonishing total of 130. This signified that the fates and lives of 130 women were now firmly grasped in the hands of the Liao family. Of course, these contracts now belonged entirely to Chun Xian. What do you intend to do with these women? Li Xiaoning inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion over Chun Xian's sudden decision to present the contracts to her. Nearby, Su Ruolan appeared to be lost in thought, as she herself had once been sold into a brothel. Although she had the fortune of being a courtesan, allowing her to entertain without compromising her body, she was acutely aware of the tragic circumstances endured by the women in such establishments. My dear husband, these women are all unfortunate souls. We must treat them with kindness, Su Ruolan said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 141, The Reformation of the Brothel, Part 1. In an instant, all the women present turned their gazes toward Chun Xian. The fates of these 130 women rested entirely in his hands. I intend to shut down the brothel, Chun Xian said with a smile. Splendid. I wholeheartedly endorse this proposal, Ying'er exclaimed, clapping her hands without a moment's hesitation. However, Su Ruolan displayed an expression of concern. Sister Su, if the brothel is closed, these women will be liberated. Why do you appear so troubled? Ying'er couldn't help but voice her bewilderment. Su Ruolan sighed softly. Sister, this matter is not as simple as you perceive. If we close the brothel, what will become of these women's livelihoods? Without the brothel, they will lack an income source. Are we to stand by and watch them starve? The women in the brothels of Man City are predominantly not locals. After all, it is disgraceful to be reduced to a woman of the night, and thus most do not engage in such activities locally. Rather, they travel from elsewhere. Many of the women in the Liao family's brothel, although purchased, are from outside. Some local women have indeed been bought, but the Liao family sells them to other cities, a tacit rule of the trade. Li Xiaoning nodded in agreement, slowly articulating. The brothel must close, yet these 130 women represent 130 mouths that need to be fed. We must address their livelihood concerns. This is quite straightforward. I have already devised a solution, Chun Xian replied with a slight smile. Since he contemplated the reformation of the brothel, he naturally had his own methods for dealing with these women of the night. What solution do you have in mind? Li Xiaoning asked. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Chun Xian. Chun Xian chuckled. The wise man has his own ingenious plans. He then entrusted the property deeds and land contracts to Li Xiaoning for safekeeping, but retained the 130 contracts of sale for himself. Preparing to head to the brothel. Sisters, let us accompany our husband to the brothel. Those cunning women there are more astute than one another. We must ensure that the allure they exude does not ensnare him. Let us keep a watchful eye, Su Ruolan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Her concern stemmed from the fear that Chun Xian might fall victim to their charms. After all, the women of the brothel are adept at employing every trick in the book, and few men who enter emerge unscathed. With 8 women already at home, what if Chun Xian returned with a few more? Chun Xian, well aware of their thoughts, chose not to dwell on it. If they wished to follow him, so be it. Perhaps witnessing his unwavering virtue amidst temptation would earn him even greater affection. In total, there were 6 brothels in Man City, 4 of which belonged to the Liao family, with the largest also being theirs. Chun Xian instructed Xiao Liuzai to summon the head madams of the 4 brothels, then requested that they bring forth the women under their care. Ah, my lord, are you planning to select a few lovely maidens to attend to you? Rest assured, my lord, the maidens of our establishment have been meticulously trained to ensure your utmost comfort and satisfaction. The matriarchs are well versed in the desires of men, casting flirtatious glances while stifling giggles. Before long, all the staff of the brothel had assembled. To Chun Xian's surprise, although there were only 130 contracts of servitude, over 150 individuals had arrived. Why were there 20 more than expected? It was later revealed that some had voluntarily joined, not out of necessity, but rather to earn a modest income in dire circumstances. A rare few, driven by hedonistic inclinations, found a peculiar enjoyment in this line of work. Additionally, a small number had redeemed their contracts but, having grown accustomed to this lifestyle, found themselves at a loss for what to do outside the brothel and chose to remain while their youth and beauty still lingered. Naturally, these were exceptional cases. Those capable of redeeming their contracts were seasoned employees who had labored for many years. The exploitation of the women within the brothel was severe. For instance, they might earn merely 10 coins for one encounter, of which the establishment retained 90%, leaving only 10% for the women. From this meager sum, they were required to pay for food, lodging, and various other expenses. Moreover, the women needed to purchase cosmetics to enhance their appearance, further diminishing their earnings. Consequently, many of these women found themselves toiling year after year, serving men daily, yet saving scarcely a few coins. This was nothing short of the exploitation of slaves by their masters. Chun Xian's expression grew peculiar as he noticed several men among the women, some of whom were quite handsome. Su Ruolin, knowledgeable in the workings of this world, softly explained that some affluent individuals possess unique tastes, showing little interest in women and instead favoring men. Thus, the brothel maintains a select few male companions for such clientele. Chun Xian experienced an epiphany. These male companions were, in essence, akin to the courtesans of the opposite gender. Which one do you fancy, my lord? I can promptly instruct the staff to prepare a delightful experience for you, ensuring your complete satisfaction, chimed the four matriarchs, their smiles radiant. They had received word that the Liao family's fortune now belonged to Chun Xian, and as his loyal subjects, they were eager to serve him with utmost reverence. In that moment, the maidens of the brothel exhibited a range of emotions. Some wore expressions of hope, dreaming of being chosen by Chun Xian, which could elevate them to newfound heights. Others displayed concern, anxious that he might harbor peculiar preferences or indulge in extravagant whims that could prove unbearable. Yet, the majority appeared numb, having long succumbed to degradation, their thoughts tainted and their lives shrouded in darkness. Chun Xian cast his gaze over all of them, fell silent for a moment, and suddenly declared with resolute authority, "From this day forth, there shall be no 4 great brothels in Barbarian City. All of you are forbidden to engage in the profession of the flesh trade, and you shall not rely on the sale of your bodies for sustenance." Boom. The moment these words were uttered, it was as though a thunderous clap had struck a tranquil lake, sending forth tumultuous waves. "Master Chun, what are you saying?" Everyone questioned whether they had misheard. How could Chun Xian decree that the courtesans were no longer to pursue this profession? Was he serious? What a jest! I ask you, do you have any objections to the closure of the brothels? Chun Xian turned his attention to the hard-of-hearing matron. Oh dear heavens! Master Chun, are you jesting with me? Closing the brothels. How are we to survive? Chapter 142, Reforming the Brothels, Part 2. In an instant, several madams spread their legs and plopped down on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Master Chun, the brothels cannot be closed. They simply cannot. The girls rely on this profession to make a living. If the brothels are shut down, they will starve. Master Chun, you are driving these girls to a dead end. The 4 madams wailed, their sorrow surpassing even the loss of their own parents. Below them, the courtesans also began to weep, covering their faces. If the brothels were to close, they would be left homeless, unsure of where to seek refuge. Why are you all crying? Since your husband has spoken, he will surely care for your well-being. Su Ruolin interjected sharply. Upon hearing this, the madams immediately ceased their tears and cautiously inquired, "What does Master Chun intend for us to do next?" Chun Xian saw no need to prolong their anxiety. He directly stated, "There are 4 brothels here, totaling over 150 individuals. I plan to make the following changes. The pleasure forest will be transformed into a restaurant, dedicated solely to legitimate dining. Yihong Courtyard will become a garment workshop, a place for making clothes. Heaven on Earth will be renamed Human Supermarket, and from now on, the girls here will serve as proper waitstaff. Lastly, Drunken Immortal will be renamed Agriculture Pavilion, as I happen to have several hundred acres of land that require cultivation." Chun Xian laid out his plans, with one brothel converting into a restaurant, another into a clothing workshop, a third into a supermarket, and the last transforming into an agricultural facility. The crowd was left bewildered, especially the madams, who never anticipated such a drastic overhaul of the brothels. It was utterly outrageous. "Rest assured, I will not force you to stay. Those without a contract can leave at any time. For those bound by a contract, I will not make things difficult. Just pay 1 or 2 silver, and I will return your contracts. Chun Xian spoke calmly. The entire scene erupted in astonishment. What? Only 1 or 2 silver? This is simply a bargain. Master Chun is truly benevolent. This is a grand act of kindness. The contracts in Chun Xian's possession were worth at least 50 silver, with some exceeding 200. A lifetime of servitude could not even hope for redemption. At this moment, Chun Xian boldly proclaimed a flat price for the release of any indentured servant. A mere 2 taels of silver would suffice for their freedom. Is this statement true, Master Chun? Someone could not help but inquire. Indeed, Chun Xian affirmed with a nod. If he were to retrieve the full value of these contracts, it would undoubtedly yield him several thousand taels of silver. Yet, Chun Xian could not engage in such unscrupulous dealings. His true intention was to liberate these unfortunate women. The nominal fee of 2 taels was merely to instill in them the understanding that having signed the contract, there was a cost to be borne. He could assist them, but not without compensation. Master Chun, I wish to redeem myself. Immediately, a woman could no longer contain her eagerness and produce the copper coins she had painstakingly gathered. For them, even accumulating small silver was a challenge, so amassing a handful of copper coins was quite an achievement. Very well, step forward. Chun Xian gestured to the first woman who spoke. She hurried over, presenting her coins to Su Ruolin, who counted them, precisely 1,001 of copper, equating to 2 taels of silver. What is your name? Chun Xian inquired. Lu, she replied, her face alight with hope. Let me find it, Chun Xian said, swiftly sifting through a pile of indenture contracts until he soon located Lu's. Is this the one? Lu took the contract, and tears streamed down her face as she nodded fervently. Yes, it is. Excellent, it is now yours. You may burn it, destroy it, or even consume it. You are free. From this day forth, you may do as you wish, for no one has the right to bind you, Chun Xian remarked with a gentle smile. In a moment of overwhelming gratitude, Lu knelt before Chun Xian, bowing 3 times with profound appreciation. Thank you, Master Chun. Your kindness is beyond measure. I shall repay you in the next life, even if it means being a beast of burden. Do not mention it. You can repay me now by becoming my employee. Chun Xian chuckled softly. Upon witnessing Chun Xian's honesty, realizing that 2 taels of silver indeed could redeem their contracts, the surrounding women became electrified with excitement. Master Chun, I wish to redeem my contract too. Me too. My name is Li Fengfei. And I as well. Be patient, one at a time, Chun Xian urged, signaling for them to form an orderly line. After nearly half an hour, he had successfully processed 130 contracts, leaving 50 remaining. This meant 50 women were without the means to reclaim their indenture. Those who had secured their freedom were overwhelmed with joy, some even weeping tears of relief, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Meanwhile, the women who lacked the funds to redeem their contracts could only express their envy. Chun Xian surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with authority as he proclaimed, as of now, I have facilitated the redemption of 80 young women from their contracts of servitude, while 50 remain unredeemed. Yet, do not despair. As long as these contracts reside in my possession, I shall permit your redemption for a mere 2 taels of silver. Furthermore, I assure you that I will not leave you without employment. Now, let me address the matter at hand, and I implore all of you to listen closely. All young women working under my auspices, whether in the tavern, the weaving house, the marketplace, or in the agricultural sector, will receive a monthly stipend of 301. Additionally, I shall provide for your meals and accommodation. You shall also enjoy 8 days of rest each month. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Chun Xian's declaration undoubtedly left everyone present in a state of disbelief. Did I hear correctly? 301 a month, with meals and lodging included? Is Master Chun truly a reincarnation of a benevolent deity? Chapter 143, Reformation of the Brothel, Part 2, in the Savage City. Earning 200 coins a month is considered a rather decent remuneration. However, this amount does not even cover food and accommodation, leaving one with little to save over the course of a year. In contrast, Chun Xian's situation is markedly different. His provision of food and lodging signifies that no expenses are incurred. Thus, over the span of a year, one accrues 3,600 coins, which translates to over 3 taels of silver. In essence, Merely working for Chen Xian for a little over 3 months would suffice to redeem one's contract of servitude. Most importantly, one can also save money. This is significantly more lucrative than relying on one's body as a means of income. The exploitation in brothels is exceedingly severe. For each client attended, a girl might only receive 1 coin from the 10 paid. It would take 300 encounters to earn what Chen Xian offers in a month. Is everything you say true, Master Chen? The girls gazed at Chen Xian with renewed hope, as if he were a savior in that moment. Many of them had initially planned to leave upon reclaiming their contracts, but upon hearing the remarkably generous terms proposed by Chen Xian, how could they possibly bear to depart? They would vie to remain, no matter the cost. The only ones displeased were the madams, who had relied on the girls as their sources of income. Chen Xian's actions effectively severed their financial lifeline, much to their chagrin. Indeed, it is true. Chen Xian smiled slightly, then instructed Xiao Liuzi to fetch the ledger. He continued, "Those who wish to stay and work for me, please come forward to register your names and details. The young and beautiful will serve in the taverns and supermarkets, while those of advanced age will work in the agricultural sector. Those in poorer health will be assigned to the weaving house." Chen Xian began to allocate tasks to each individual. The strong and robust would naturally undertake labor-intensive work, while those with frail constitutions would be directed to gentler tasks. As for the beautiful ones, they would serve as waitresses, for beauty is indeed an asset. A more alluring waitress would attract a greater number of patrons to the tavern, and Chen Xian aimed to profit, not incur losses. Before long, nearly all the girls chose to remain, including a few male companions. If given the choice, no one would willingly engage in such a profession. The desire to reform was universal. However, the madams were unwilling to comply. When they had been working for the Liao family, they had earned substantial sums, tens of taels of silver each month, through the exploitation of the girls beneath them, who were obliged to serve them with utmost deference. Now, with Chen Xian proclaiming equality among all, declaring that everyone would be colleagues, no one was deemed superior to another, this shift was unbearable for the madams, who were accustomed to being revered. Thus, they unanimously resolved to seek refuge in 2 other brothels. After all, the brothels in the savage city were not limited to just the 4 owned by the Liao family. Moreover, with the closure of the Liao's establishment, a gap in the market would emerge. They could eventually start anew, opening another brothel of their own. "Several madams, where do you intend to go?" Chen Xian observed the irate brothel keepers with a smile. "Master Chen, as the saying goes, we do not conspire with those who follow a different path. You traverse the righteous way, while we tread the dubious side. Since our earnings do not align, we shall take our leave," one of the madams retorted bluntly. Chen Xian chuckled, revealing his teeth as he replied, "You may leave, but might I kindly request the repayment of the debts you owe me?" "Master Chen, what do you mean? When have we ever owed you money?" Chen Xian, unfazed by their protest, produced 4 contracts of indentured servitude. "I have kept your indenture contracts aside, just for you 4. Each contract is worth 500 taels of silver. Collectively, they amount to 2,000 taels. Originally, Liao Qing had no intention of relinquishing the contracts of these 4 individuals, yet little Six, with his cunning nature, left no secrets concealed from him. Chen Xian understood the character of the brothel keepers well. Initially, he had planned to overlook their transgressions, offering a mere silver tael for their contracts if they complied. However, their blatant disregard for decorum rendered any leniency unnecessary. "How could you possess our contracts?" The 4 madams had long been covertly aware of Chen Xian's collection of 130 contracts, and, upon discovering their absence, presumed that Liao Qing had hidden theirs away. They were utterly unprepared for Chen Xian's deliberate omission. "All assets of the Liao family now belong to me. How could you question my possession of the contracts?" Chen Xian smiled before his demeanor shifted to one of dispassionate authority. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of the ill-gotten gains you have amassed by exploiting the young women under your control. Today, I demand you return every last coin, with interest. Little Six, I am here." Little Six promptly stepped forward. "Take these madams away and ensure they comply with the payment to redeem their contracts. Today, they must pay 500 taels, tomorrow, an additional 100. And the day after, 200 more. In essence, for each subsequent day, they shall owe an extra 100 taels." Chen Xian's commands were ruthlessly executed, contrasting sharply with his usual gentleness towards the young women, revealing a chilling resolve. The 4 madams were left aghast, each resorting to desperate pleas, wailing and lamenting their plight in a manner typical of women in distress. Little Six, however, remained indifferent to their theatrics. Any who dared to raise a commotion would swiftly face his blade at their throats, threatening dire consequences for further dissent. Witnessing Little Six's unwavering determination, the madams quickly capitulated and obediently followed him. In that moment, the young women regarded Chen Xian with a mix of reverence and trepidation. They still believed that Chen Xian was a good-hearted person. However, observing his ruthless methods in dealing with the brothel madams revealed a different side. It can be said that Chen Xian's approach was a harmonious blend of softness and severity, deeply resonating with the hearts of many. The task of reforming the 4 renowned brothels cannot be entrusted to just anyone. It is best left in your capable hands. Xiaoning, you shall oversee the coordination of this endeavor, as the finances are under your control, and the final decisions shall rest with you. Sister Rulan, you will manage the restaurant. Ying'er, you will take charge of the agricultural establishment. Yi and Chi-Chi, you two will be responsible for the supermarket, while Xianxian and Qingcheng, you shall oversee the garment workshop. As for Ruxue, you will ensure safety. Should anyone dare to cause trouble, simply have Xiaoliuzai handle it. In truth, Chen Xian was uncertain of what specific tasks to assign to Ruxue, but since the other women had their responsibilities, it seemed inappropriate to leave her without any. Thus, he decided to assign her this role. Chapter 144. It is you. Thus, everyone rejoiced, as all 8 women had tasks to undertake. And Ruxue cast a sidelong glance at Chen Xian. She neither agreed nor opposed the arrangement. Her silence spoke volumes, indicating a tacit acceptance. Chen Xian chuckled lightly, for the specifics of the matter did not require her involvement. Should any disturbances arise, little Lu would handle them, and if he were unable to do so, he would inform Chen Xian. In essence, and Ruxue, as the head of security, was merely a figurehead, while others, such as Li Xiaoning and Su Rulan, were tasked with substantial responsibilities. Why am I assigned to manage the agricultural building? Do I appear to be a farmer? Yang Ying'er pondered, bewildered by Chen Xian's decision. Cough. Cough. The agricultural building oversees the transportation of fruits and grains. These goods may be susceptible to theft during transit from our fields, necessitating protection, an area in which your escort agency's expertise aligns perfectly, Chen Xian explained, somewhat misleadingly. Yang Ying'er found a semblance of logic in his words. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if she were being deceived, though she could not articulate why. Rest assured, we are currently short-staffed, hence the temporary assignment. Once we find suitable personnel, you may return to a leisurely life, Chen Xian reassured with a smile. This was indeed the truth. He was in dire need of hands, and he could not trust others. The bandits under his command were adept at robbery, and entrusting them with business ventures would be a folly. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on the women around him for the time being. Once the matters were clarified, Chen Xian could relinquish further concerns, as Li Xiaoning would handle the arrangements adeptly. They were no longer residing outside the city. They had become city dwellers. Later, Chen Xian returned home, intending to retreat and reflect upon himself. The favorability ratings of Yang Ying'er, Su Rulan, and Ruxue had already surpassed 50 points. Chen Xian merely needed to perform a few more gestures to evoke their emotions, and the ratings would swiftly ascend to 60 points. Upon reaching this milestone, he would receive another reward from the system. The reward for 60 points would undoubtedly surpass that of 30 points. As for Lu Qiqi, Lu Yi, and Su Qingqing, their favorability ratings had recently surpassed 30 points, granting Chen Xian a reward. Now, they had accumulated over 40 points, not far from the coveted 60 points. The only one with a comparatively low rating was Li Xiaoning, who lingered in the 30s. However, it is worth noting that Li Xiaoning's favorability was diminished because Chen Xian had imparted the divine power of the Vajra leg directly to Lu Jinyu, resulting in a reset of her favorability rating, a price he had to pay. Had this incident not occurred, Li Xiaoning's favorability would have surpassed 60 points today, making her the woman with the highest regard for Chen Xian among all. It seems the whip of the emperor's concubine is in need of use. Chen Xian suddenly recalled that he possessed a whip capable of enchanting women, which could be used once a day. This implement, when struck upon a woman, would passively grant him 5 points of affection. He had previously wielded it upon Su Rulan a few times, but after arriving in Barbarian City, the confines of the courtyard rendered its use impractical. Now that he had relocated to a grand estate, The opportunity to employ this item had presented itself once more. Whom should he target tonight? Shui? Upon reflection, he reconsidered. Her emotions were far too volatile, leading to significant fluctuations in affection. Should he risk provoking her displeasure? He could face a drastic deduction of affection points, leaving him with nowhere to lament his misfortune. Li? That would not suffice, for she was his legitimate wife. In a marriage, mutual respect was paramount, and such frivolities were reserved solely for concubines. Should he select Lu Yi, Su Qingsheng, or perhaps Lu Qiqi, or even Li Xianxian? The more he contemplated, the more he shook his head. These women were all innocent maidens, with conservative mindsets that would struggle to accept such unconventional treatment. What about Ying'er? That was even more unthinkable. Ying'er's father, Yang Sun, had sacrificed his life to escort Qian, with the entire escort agency perishing at the hands of bandits. Before his demise, he entrusted Ying'er to Qian, who had vowed to care for her. How could he possibly betray that trust by taking such liberties? After much contemplation, it seemed there was only one suitable candidate. Qian unconsciously thought of Su Ruolin. Very well, it shall be her. He sighed, not out of disdain for Su Ruolin, but rather out of a sense of guilt, as she often bore the brunt of his misdeeds. Fortunately, she had a fondness for wealth, and he could offer her a greater sum as compensation. Meanwhile, at the governor's residence, an uproar ensued. What did you say? He not only assaulted the steward of the Heavenly Mountain sect, but also humiliated him before the entire populace of Barbarian City? An ultimate disgrace? With a resounding clap, Governor Zhang Tao leaned heavily on his desk, glaring intently at his son, Zhang Tianzi. Father, that's not all. He has also acquired all of the Liao family's assets, houses, property deeds, rice shops, and even brothels, at a mere price of one string of cash. He has now moved from that dilapidated courtyard into our city. According to my subordinates, he has just ventured into a brothel, summoned all the girls together, and I am uncertain what he discussed. However, I know that he has just emerged, and the brothel sign has already been taken down. Zhang Tianzi, with a sinister glint in his eyes, spoke. Although he was now wary of provoking Qian, it did not mean he was oblivious to Qian's every move. Unable to confront Qian directly, he could only observe from the shadows like a cunning villain, waiting for the opportunity to strike. What was the meaning of dismantling the brothel's sign? What was he plotting? Zhang Tao snorted in disdain. This rascal was becoming increasingly audacious. Report. At that moment, a guard entered, bowing respectfully as he announced, My lord, Master Liao seeks an audience outside. Liao Qing wishes to see me? Zhang Tao's eyes immediately narrowed into slits. Father, it is clear without a doubt that this inept individual has come to solicit your assistance. He is devoid of any value now. In my opinion, we should simply dismiss him. Zhang Tianzi wore an expression of displeasure. He had initially contemplated using Liao Qing as a pawn to eliminate Qian with the aid of the Tianshan sect. Even if that plan failed, at the very least, it would leave Qian somewhat diminished. Yet, what transpired? Not only did nothing befall Qian, but he has only grown stronger. Now, he possesses wealth and resources. And to add insult to injury, he has become Zhang Tianzi's neighbor in the city. The Liao residence is but a short distance from the governor's mansion, just a few turns away. Chapter 145. A request from the prefect in Zhang Tianzi's eyes. Liao Qing was truly the most useless of the useless. He was even contemplating the notion of eliminating Liao Qing, yet the latter still dared to seek assistance at the prefect's residence. Zhang Tao, observing the fierce expression on Zhang Tianzi's face, suddenly admonished him, Fool, how did I end up with such a dim-witted son? Although Liao Qing is indeed a failure, he still holds some value. As long as he lives, he can summon Bai Susu. If Bai Susu intervenes, even 10 Qians would not suffice to survive her wrath. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, Bring Liao Qing in. Although Zhang Tianzi felt utterly humiliated by the reprimand, he could not afford to act defiantly in front of Zhang Tao. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Father, your words are indeed wise. Before long, Liao Qing was brought in. Upon seeing Liao Qing's face, swollen and grotesque like that of a pig, Zhang Tao momentarily questioned whether they had mistakenly brought in the wrong person. Though Liao Qing had entered middle age, he had once been quite handsome. After all, it was his charm that had won him the affections of Bai Susu, the daughter of a wealthy family. Now, however, only a third of his former human appearance remained, the rest resembling a pig. Prefect, you must stand up for me. Liao Qing immediately knelt upon seeing Zhang Tao, sobbing and accusing Chun Xian of heinous crimes, painting him as a villain of unspeakable evil, with misdeeds too numerous to recount. Zhang Tao, well aware of the events transpiring, knew that Liao Qing's accusations were laced with exaggeration. His subordinates had been monitoring Chun Xian's actions closely. Nevertheless, as Chun Xian was their common foe, he had no intention of exposing Liao Qing's fabrications. This Chun Xian is utterly despicable. He deserves to die. Zhang Tao's face contorted with indignation. Since his arrival here, he had turned the entire barbarian city into a chaotic mess. What was truly infuriating was that, as the prefect, he felt utterly powerless against him. At this point, Zhang Tao pounded his chest, revealing a mix of sorrow and helplessness. Seeing this, Liao Qing quickly spoke, "Prefect, I possess a means to eliminate him." "You?" Zhang Tao looked at him, sighing and shaking his head. "You have fallen so low. How can you possibly seek revenge?" Liao Qing hastily replied, "Surely the prefect remembers my past. I am the husband of Bai Susu, the true disciple of the Tianshan sect, and my son is her own flesh and blood. Now that we find ourselves in dire straits, if I appeal to Bai Susu, she cannot possibly turn a blind eye. Moreover, Chun Xian has audaciously insulted the steward of the Tianshan sect today and has even detained its members, preventing them from seeking help. If I can reach the Tianshan sect and meet Bai Susu, for the sake of both my child and the reputation of the Tianshan sect, they will surely send someone to eliminate Chun Xian. However, the Tianshan sect is situated in a remote and lofty region, and I find myself alone and unable to embark on the journey. Thus, I beseech the governor to dispatch a few individuals to escort me to the Tianshan sect. Once my mission is accomplished, I, Liao, shall be eternally grateful. The purpose of my visit to Zhang Tao is, after all, akin to my previous endeavor, seeking an escort to the Tianshan sect. The borders are currently rife with unrest, plagued by numerous bands of marauders who roam freely, pillaging at will. Moreover, there are instances when cavalry from enemy territories swoop in like the wind, stealing and killing before vanishing without a trace. Among the 24 border cities, only within the city walls can one find safety, as each city is heavily fortified. Outside, chaos reigns, and perishing on the road is a commonplace occurrence. Even engaging the services of a security agency proves futile, for those brigands have no regard for such escorts and will strike without hesitation. However, if one were to be escorted by soldiers of the court, the situation would differ markedly. The mere sight of armored soldiers on the main road would send the marauders fleeing, devoid of any intent to confront them. Last time, Zhang Tao had fabricated a pretext to refuse Liao Qing. Yet, this time, he perceives the threat posed by Chun Xian as increasingly formidable. One cannot allow others to slumber soundly while danger lurks so near. Zhang Tao has been experiencing restless nights of late. After contemplating for a moment, he slammed his palm upon the desk, letting out a heavy, disdainful snort. That Chun Xian is excessively tyrannical. How can I, as the governor, remain indifferent? He summoned his attendants, commanding them to bring Commander Ling Mo to him, for after a prolonged period of recuperation, his wounds should have healed. Yes, an attendant promptly departed to locate Ling Mo at the training grounds. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Ling Mo received reports regarding Chun Xian's actions. It can be said that he and Governor Zhang Tao received this news almost simultaneously. Upon learning that Chun Xian had not only dispatched the Tianshan sect as steward, but had also hung him up, Ling Mo's expression grew complex. After all, were such an act to fall upon him, he would not dare to commit it. It could only be said that Chun Xian is exceedingly ruthless, displaying a fearlessness that is truly alarming. The Tianshan sect is a formidable power that even the king of Jinshi must regard with caution. It is worth noting that the king of Jinshi commands over 100,000 troops, all wary of the Tianshan sect, underscoring its strength. As for this Chun Xian, he truly leaves Ling Mo at a loss for words. He suddenly cast his gaze towards his bed, where beneath his pillow lay 2 tomes. One is a low-grade, earth-level martial art, Mighty Diamond Foot, while the other is a superior-grade mystic-level technique, Dragon Claw Hand. These texts were bestowed upon him by Chun Xian a few days prior in an attempt to win his favor. To claim he is not tempted would be disingenuous. Yet, Ling Mo has been diligently restraining himself, forcing himself to refrain from studying them. He is in a profound internal struggle. Upon reflection, It is evident that one must covertly align with Chen Xian and act tantamount to betraying the Prince of Jinqi. Although the prince may remain oblivious to such a minor figure, Ling Mo cannot shake off his concerns. The prospect of remaining undiscovered is preferable, yet if revealed, the consequences would be unfathomable. However, the allure of the earth-rank martial arts is undeniable. Ling Mo finds himself in a profound dilemma, engaged in an internal struggle over the past few days. Yet now, upon hearing that Chen Xian has bested the stewards of the Tianshan sect, the shackles of his inner turmoil suddenly shatter. Clarity dawns upon him. If Chen Xian fears not even the Tianshan sect, what is there for him to fear? To follow Chen Xian may lead to a life beyond merely serving as the commander of a barbarian city, potentially opening doors to a grander destiny. Taking a deep breath, he draws his gaze back from the bedside, clenches his fist, and resolves within himself a newfound determination. At that moment, hurried footsteps echo from outside, and a soldier rushes in, kneeling on one knee, and declares, "Commander, the governor requests your presence." Chapter 146. The Arsonist of Affection. What could the governor possibly want with me? Ling Mo pondered, somewhat taken aback. Ever since he had been injured by Chen Xian, the governor had instructed him to recuperate thoroughly, and he had not been summoned since. Why then, the sudden request now? The messenger, merely a subordinate, could not fathom the governor's intentions and promptly shook his head in ignorance. "Lead the way," Ling Mo replied coolly. The martial arts arena was not far from the governor's residence. In fact, one could say it lay within the very gardens of the governor's estate. In but a brief moment, Ling Mo arrived. Zhang Tao quickly apprised Ling Mo of the situation. It turned out that the governor had specifically summoned him to escort Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect with a retinue of several dozen men. Zhang Tao had evidently made a bold decision, entrusting such a significant task to a commanding figure like Ling Mo. Liao Qing was both surprised and delighted. With Ling Mo as his escort, he would undoubtedly traverse the journey unscathed. Ling Mo's brow furrowed at once. He had just resolved to align himself with Chen Xian, and now Zhang Tao was dispatching him for this mission? What? Is Commander Ling unwilling? Zhang Tao, noticing Ling Mo's frown, continued with a hint of surprise. This governor recalls that Chen Xian publicly inflicted severe injuries upon you. You must harbor a desire for revenge, do you not? He sought to ignite the embers of Ling Mo's animosity. Of course, Ling Mo responded without hesitation. However, venturing out during the day would be too conspicuous, likely drawing Chen Xian's attention. Let us wait until nightfall, and I shall disguise myself before we depart. Zhang Tao laughed heartily. I did not expect you to be so prudent. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Liao Qing felt a surge of joy. He had not anticipated Ling Mo's swift agreement. Commander Ling, how many men do you plan to bring to escort me to the Tianshan sect? Ling Mo cast him a measured glance and replied coolly, "One is sufficient." Just you? Liao Qing was taken aback. Do you not have others to accompany you? Ling Mo's gaze sharpened, and Liao Qing, overwhelmed by his intensity, dared not meet his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he forced a laugh. With Commander Ling escorting me, one person is certainly enough. Then it is settled. I shall prepare my belongings now and will come to collect you this evening at the governor's residence. With that, Ling Mo turned and strode away. Liao Qing watched his retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping over him. Zhang Tao, noticing Liao Qing's apprehension, clapped him on the shoulder and said with a wry smile, "Fear not, Master Liao. When Commander Ling undertakes a task, success is assured." That night, the governor's residence had prepared 2 horses. Ling Mo donned a black cloak, enveloping himself in its shadows. Liao Qing similarly disguised himself. Without a closer inspection, one could hardly discern their appearances. Under the cover of night, they slipped silently out of the city. At Chen Xian's estate, a playful voice chimed, "My dear, how vexing. You tease me again, leaving me all aflutter, only to walk away as if nothing happened." Su Ruolan's delicate face flushed with color, her expression one of deep melancholy as she stood at the threshold of her bedroom. In her eyes, Chen Xian's figure swiftly vanished. Moments earlier, after counting her amassed treasures of gold and jewels, she was ready to embrace slumber with her precious possessions. Suddenly, Chen Xian stealthily entered, eliciting both surprise and joy from Su Ruolan. She thought to herself that after all her flirtations with her husband, he could no longer resist her allure. Indeed, he had come to her this very night. Moreover, Chen Xian produced the small whip he had previously used on her, igniting a flurry of excitement within Su Ruolin. Her husband was indeed the charming rogue she believed him to be, outwardly proper, yet displaying stark contrasts in private. Just as Su Ruolin anticipated a fiery encounter, Chen Xian instructed her to turn around and struck her with the whip. Naturally, she complied, letting out soft, delicate gasps, for men are known to relish such sounds. Chen Xian, upon hearing her, could hardly contain himself, urging her to refrain from such cries. But how could she heed his words? Men, she mused, often speak in contradictions. The more they protest, the more they desire what they deny. Su Ruolin responded with even more fervent exclamations, her voice laced with seduction as she turned to assist Chen Xian in shedding his garments, her porcelain hands already halfway through removing his trousers. Just as she anticipated that Chen Xian would succumb to temptation, he abruptly pulled up his pants and declared it was late and she should rest, before hastily fleeing through the window. By the time Su Ruolin pursued him, he had vanished without a trace. Her frustration was palpable. Su Ruolin felt a profound sense of grievance. Had Chen Xian not come, she could have endured her solitude. Yet, he had stirred her desires only to abandon her. How could such a detestable person exist in the world? Just as Su Ruolin prepared to retreat to her bedroom in exasperation, a shadow materialized behind her. As she turned, nearly colliding with him, she was startled. "Ah, husband, have you returned? I knew you couldn't bear to leave me. But why have you changed your clothes?" The night was too dark for Su Ruolin to discern the identity of the newcomer, mistakenly assuming it was Chen Xian returning. That mischievous man, playing games of desire. She instinctively raised her little fist to playfully strike the chest of the figure in black, declaring her intent to engage him in a passionate duel of 300 rounds, determined to exhaust him. However, just as her hand was poised to make contact, the figure seized her wrist, lowering his voice to a chilling whisper, "Take me to see Chen Xian. Do not make a sound, or I shall kill you instantly." The pain in her wrist was sharp, his grip powerful, and Su Ruolin sensed that he could easily crush her hand or even take her life if he so wished. "Who are you?" she inquired, her heart racing. Su Ruolin's complexion was ashen. She could hardly fathom that on the very first day of residing in her new home, she would encounter an assassin. "Huh." The figure clad in black emitted a cold grunt of inquiry, the implication unmistakable. "Do not ask what should remain unasked. Please, do not kill me. I can take you to my husband." Su Ruolin stammered, her body trembling in fear. Under the duress imposed by the man in black, she had no choice but to lead him to Chen Xian. Fortunately, she was well acquainted with the locations of each person's chambers. Before long, she passed by the room occupied by Enrushiwe and paused at the entrance. "Is Chen Xian residing here?" the dark-clad figure inquired in a low voice. Su Ruolin nodded in affirmation. Stepping closer, the man suddenly sniffed the air, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Why is there a scent of perfume? How could there be a woman's fragrance at the door of a man's chamber?" Su Ruolin hurriedly explained, "My husband has just left my room. Is it not normal for the lingering scent of a woman to remain in the air?" Chapter 147. A familiar face. This makes sense. Having just emerged from the woman's chamber, a distinct fragrance lingered in the air, marking a rather peculiar time. "What brings you to seek my husband?" Su Ruolin inquired softly, already harboring an answer within her heart. In the dead of night, under a shroud of darkness, a cloaked figure stealthily infiltrated another's abode. Was he not an assassin? Clearly, there was a purpose behind his visit. The cloaked figure spoke with an air of indifference, releasing Su Ruolin as he approached the door to exit. However, at that very moment, the door was forcefully flung open, and a glistening sword lunged directly at the figure's throat. It was an attempt to end his life in one swift stroke. The figure's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" A cold voice pierced the silence. Chen Xian had appeared beside Su Ruolin, blocking the retreat of the cloaked figure. His escape route was effectively sealed. Clang. With no means to evade, the cloaked figure was compelled to intercept the deadly thrust aimed at him. He had no intention of engaging Chen Xian. The wielder of the sword was Enrushiwe, and the figure presumed she might be easier to handle. Yet, as the encounter unfolded, regret flooded over him. He was astounded to discover that Enrushiwe's prowess surpassed that of Chen Xian, barely managing to parry the initial strike. Enrushiwe's gaze turned icy as she deftly unleashed a second thrust. Simultaneously, Chen Xian closed in from behind, employing his dragon claw technique to tear away the figure's mask. You dare to attempt an assassination on my very first day here? Watch as I unmask you and deal with you accordingly. Chun Xian scoffed, his movements swift as lightning, poised to unveil the figure's identity. Then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The cloaked figure voluntarily removed his mask. It's you. Upon recognizing the face concealed beneath the mask, Chun Xian's demeanor shifted abruptly. Meanwhile, Enrushue's blade showed no sign of halting, still aimed at the cloaked figure's throat. Yet, the figure stood motionless, seemingly resigned to his fate. Stop! Rushue, quickly cease. Chun Xian urged urgently. Buzz. The blade emitted a clear, resonant hum. Halting mere millimeters from the figure's throat, the razor-sharp edge eliciting a suffocating sensation in the air. Just a fraction more, and the blade would pierce his throat, severing his life from existence. Yet, it remained poised, a testament to Enrushue's mastery over her weapon, demonstrating an unrivaled finesse. What brings you here? Chun Xian scrutinized the cloaked figure with evident surprise. This enigmatic figure was none other than Ling Mo. Do not tell me you have come to assassinate me. Ling Mo glanced at Chun Xian and then at Enrushue, a fleeting shock appearing in his eyes. He took a deep breath to calm his emotions and said, I once believed you to be the strongest here, yet it seems your surroundings are filled with hidden talents, including such formidable experts. Chun Xian chuckled lightly. My depths are unfathomable. There are many things you remain unaware of. Now confess, what brings you to my abode at this late hour? He sensed that Ling Mo's visit was far from ordinary. Ling Mo furrowed his brow slightly and replied, What if I claim I am here to assassinate you? Would you believe me? Chun Xian shook his head. I trust you are not that trivial. Ling Mo commanded 8,000 elite soldiers from the barbarian city. To deal with Chun Xian, the most effective approach would be to mobilize his army and besiege Chun, exhausting him utterly. Even if Chun were to carve a path of blood for himself, none of his companions would survive. After all, these were seasoned soldiers, trained in warfare and far from a disorganized rabble. Moreover, Ling Mo understood Chun Xian's prowess well enough to know that attempting to assassinate him would only lead to his own demise. Enrushue held her sword firmly against Ling Mo's throat, her decision over his life and death resting solely in her hands. Yet, she was also curious about the reasons behind the late-night visit of the commander of the Imperial Guards. Ling Mo composed himself and spoke calmly. I have come to a realization. You are indeed remarkable, capable of providing what I seek. I have decided to support you. He was a man of directness, eschewing convoluted speech for straightforwardness. Chun Xian immediately laughed, saying, Years from now, you will realize that today's decision is the wisest choice you will ever make. However, I am curious, since you intend to follow me, why not simply send someone to inform me? Why the need for such stealth in the dead of night? This could easily lead to misunderstandings. Ling Mo's expression turned serious. There are reasons for my actions. He then revealed the cause of his clandestine entrance. Half an hour earlier, he had ridden out of the city with Liao Qing. Liao Qing had believed that Ling Mo would personally escort him to the Tianshan sect, ensuring a safe journey. Yet, scarcely a mile outside the city, as they passed Chun Xian's courtyard, Liao Qing had cursed, proclaiming he would turn the place into a latrine, burying Qin's remains beneath it. Suddenly, Ling Mo had struck him unconscious, bound him, and confined him within the courtyard. Ling Mo then scaled the walls back into the city and infiltrated Qin's residence. It was then that he encountered Su Ruolin. Who would have thought that Zhang Tao would send you to escort Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect? Chun Xian mused, stroking his chin while laughing. Little did Zhang Tao and his companions anticipate that Ling Mo would secretly ally himself with Chun Xian. Of course, this was primarily due to the substantial offerings made by Chun Xian. The Earth-grade martial arts techniques are coveted by many, a dream that eludes countless individuals throughout their lifetimes. It is worth noting that despite Ling Mo's years of service as a commander, he could only exchange his military merits for an intermediate mystic-grade martial art, the Tiger Demon Fist. Furthermore, this was merely an appetizer provided by Chun Xian. Heaven knows what even more exhilarating treasures he might unveil in the future. Oh, it turns out you are one of us, my dear husband. You truly startled me just now. Su Ruolin approached, linking her arm with Chun Xian's, appearing as if she had been profoundly frightened. Enrusue cast her a glance, her tone indifferent as she inquired, Why did you bring him to my quarters? Fortunately, As a practitioner of martial arts with formidable strength, she had sensed their arrival the moment Su Ruolin led him to her door. Chapter 148. Conspiracy and Deceit. Ling Mo turned to Su Ruolin, feeling somewhat exasperated by the woman. She had promised to lead him to Qinxian, yet instead brought him to Enrushua's doorstep. It could only be said that this woman was truly cunning, and he had fallen for her trick. Su Ruolin, feeling a bit embarrassed, forced a smile and said, "Oh dear second room, among us sisters, you are the most capable fighter. If I do not bring people to you, where else could I possibly bring them? If I were to take them to another sister, wouldn't that be detrimental to them?" This reasoning was quite sound. However, Enrushua suddenly pointed at Qinxian and coldly remarked, "You could very well lead them to him." Su Ruolin let out an awkward chuckle. "I am simply concerned for my husband's safety. We women are all watching over him. Besides, second room, your strength has always been unfathomable. I feel assured bringing people to your side." Observing her charming demeanor, Qinxian couldn't help but marvel at Su Jijia's thoughtfulness. Yet, Enrushua snorted coldly, warning, "If this occurs again, I will not be so forgiving." What happened? What is going on? At that moment, Shaoli hurried in with a group of people. Since moving in, he had arranged for personnel to patrol the estate, and upon hearing commotion, he rushed over immediately. "Damn it, Ling Mo! There's an assassin." Upon seeing Ling Mo's attire, Shaoli's face turned a ghastly shade of green. It was only the first day since they had moved in, and Ling Mo was already engaging in such antics. Most importantly, he and the patrolling guards had failed to notice anything at all. This made Qinxian question Shaoli's capabilities severely. Such a failure could greatly impact his future. "Seize him." Shaoli ground his teeth, issuing the command. His subordinates immediately prepared to charge forward, regardless of whether they could win. They simply intended to act first. That won't be necessary. Qinxian raised his hand to halt them. Shaoli promptly knelt on one knee, pounding his chest in despair. "Master Chun, it is my incompetence that has allowed someone to infiltrate the estate without my knowledge. I am truly useless. Please, punish me." He presented himself as one at your mercy. Qinxian shook his head calmly and replied, "Ling Mo's abilities far exceed yours. It is entirely natural for him to infiltrate silently. Now, you may all withdraw." Seeing that he would not be punished, Shaoli secretly sighed in relief. He was unsure of Ling Mo's intentions for entering, but judging by the situation, it appeared that Ling Mo and Qinxian were not adversaries. In fact, their relationship seemed rather amicable. What was wrong with this guy Ling Mo? If he wished to converse with Master Chun, could he not simply enter openly? Why resort to such stealth, causing unrest? After internally cursing his dissatisfaction, Shaoli finally led his men away. The estate may be modest in size, yet the commotion it stirred was anything but trivial, naturally drawing the attention of Li Xiaoning and her companions, who hurriedly emerged from their rooms to inquire about the unfolding events. Upon grasping the full context, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, accompanied by an undercurrent of elation. With Ling Mo's allegiance, Qinxian and his companions would undoubtedly solidify their foothold here. Li Xiaoning's eyes sparkled with admiration as she regarded Qinxian. Previously, she had urged him to win over Ling Mo, yet he had returned after a brief outing, merely taking a stroll. Initially, she had doubted the possibility of his success, but reality had pleasantly surprised her. "Liao Qingren has been confined in the courtyard you once resided in. What are your plans for him?" Ling Mo inquired, contemplating whether to make him vanish from this realm or spare his life temporarily. Qinxian pondered briefly before responding with a smile, "There's no rush. Let him live for now. Liao Qing's life may prove useful in the future." Ling Mo nodded, suddenly recalling something vital. "There is one matter I must bring to your attention." "What is it?" Qinxian asked. Ling Mo calmly explained, "In addition to employing others to eliminate you, the governor's office has devised another scheme against you. This insidious plot was proposed by Qinqing, who intends to summon bandits to confront you. Since you reside outside the city, they need only spread rumors of your vast wealth in gold, provisions, and beautiful women to lure the bandits like hungry dogs to their prey. Once the bandits attack, a massacre is inevitable. Even if you manage to escape, those around you will not be spared. If you survive but your companions perish, for Qinqing and the governor, it would equate to revenge. Moreover, should you seek retribution, you would find it impossible to target the governor and his cohorts, as the ones responsible for the carnage would be the bandits." Ling Mo relayed Qinqing's initial plan without omission. Upon hearing this, the women were incensed. What a despicable scoundrel. A man of stature, too cowardly to seek vengeance openly. Resorting to such treacherous schemes is truly contemptible. Chen Xian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The governor, Chen Qing, and Qin Bei are indeed unworthy of respect, forever relying on underhanded tactics, oblivious to the truth that one must be strong oneself, no matter how one employs others to do their bidding, without personal strength. All schemes are rendered insignificant. It can only be said that the governor Zhang Tao and his ilk conspire in their cowardice, engaging in schemes that lack any honor, truly deserving of disdain. What do you plan to do next? Will you act as if nothing has transpired and continue to be at a standstill with the governor? Or do you have alternative options? Ling Mo queried. Should Chen Xian choose to remain complacent, Ling Mo would need to vanish for a time. After all, he is currently accompanying Liao Qing on the journey to the Tianshan sect under the orders of the governor. It is certainly not the right time for him to make an appearance. He will return in a few days to inform Zhang Tao and the others that Liao Qing has safely arrived at the Tianshan sect. As for what follows, he is uncertain. Once Liao Qing reaches the Tianshan sect, the subsequent affairs will be Liao Qing's own responsibility. Zhang Tao and the others will then anticipate Liao Qing returning with by Susu to exact revenge. However, amidst their expectations, they will ultimately discover that it was a mere illusion, having fallen into Ling Mo's trap. The alternative course of action will depend on Chen Xian's own inclinations. Chen Xian stroked his chin, a sudden smile gracing his lips as he declared, "If we are to act, let us make it a grand endeavor. Ling Mo, I need to know whether your 8,000 Imperial Guards obey your command or Zhang Tao's." Chapter 149. Who is rebelling? Of course, it is I who commands. Ling Mo replied without hesitation. The military talisman is in my hands. In truth, the governor and the commanding general do not operate within the same framework. The governor is a civil official, while the general is a military officer, both appointed directly by the court. However, the situation at the border is somewhat distinct. The authority of the Prince of the West here is more formidable than that of the court. Whoever the Prince of the West appoints as governor will indeed become the governor, and whoever he dismisses must depart. As a high-ranking official, he possesses this prerogative. Yet, this is also a reflection of the delegation of power by the Empress. She places immense trust in the Prince of the West. If she did not trust him, she would not have entrusted him with an army of over 100,000 to guard the border fortresses. Therefore, strictly speaking, both Governor Zhang Tao and Ling Mo are representatives of the court, yet simultaneously, they are also under the sway of the Prince of the West. Moreover, Zhang Tao is, in fact, Ling Mo's superior. This is why Chen Xian questioned whose command the troops actually followed, his or Zhang Tao's. In reality, they follow neither Ling Mo nor Zhang Tao, but the military talisman. The talisman of the troops in Man City rests in Ling Mo's hands. Very well, then. You are to assemble the troops immediately and besiege the governor's residence, the Chun residence, and the Qin residence. Tonight, I intend to change the heavens over Man City. Chen Xian's eyes shimmered with determination. He had resolved to undertake a grand endeavor. You plan to act now? Ling Mo was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed Chen Xian would bide his time, secretly cultivating his own power. To his utter astonishment, Chen Xian exhibited no patience whatsoever. He aimed to confront the governor tonight. Of course, with you under my command and your 8,000 troops, why should I wait? Chen Xian smiled slightly, his confidence radiating. This evening, he would seize his first city. However, Ling Mo hesitated, solemnly stating, "Capturing the governor's residence is not difficult, but if news leaks out, whether it reaches the court or the Prince of the West, we will be branded as traitors. At that point, the Prince of the West will surely dispatch troops to quell us. Our stronghold is merely this small Man City, which cannot withstand the might of the Prince of the West's army." He feared being labeled a rebel. Chen Xian's expression turned peculiar, and he could not help but say, "We are merely taking control of the governor's residence. We are not staging a rebellion. Man City is still part of the great Qin dynasty. It belongs to the Prince of the West. We are also subjects of the great Qin dynasty. Whatever the court instructs us to do, we shall do. Why would the court seek to punish us?" Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was momentarily taken aback and involuntarily remarked, "Did you not intend to rebel?" Chen Xian looked utterly perplexed. "Who said I was rebelling? I am merely dealing with a villain, a corrupt official who exploits the common people. Regardless, whether we speak of it or not, the court and the Prince of the West remain unaware, However, there is no wall in this world that does not let the wind through. They will eventually find out. What difference does it make to know? Our only duty is to remain loyal to the court. For the court, what they seek are capable individuals who can assist them, not the likes of Zhang Tao, a disgraceful figure who indulges in the spoils of the dead. Besides, I have no intention of killing Zhang Tao or becoming the governor. If the court were to inquire, I could simply state that you, Ling Mo, were displeased by Zhang Tao's oppression of the common people, which prompted our alliance to suppress him. During this period, I shall diligently manage the affairs of Man City, breathing new life into it. Once the court witnesses my capabilities, they will not only absolve me of blame, but perhaps reward me, possibly even bestowing upon me the title of governor of Man City. As Chen Xian spoke, a smile crept across his face. He realized that Ling Mo harbored a grave misconception, believing that Chen Xian intended to rebel. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Xian would only resort to such folly if he were utterly deranged. He lacked both men and funds. Why would he not relish the sustenance provided by the court? Ling Mo's eyes widened in realization, suddenly feeling a surge of clarity. His hesitance in aligning with Chen Xian had stemmed from an unconscious association of Chen Xian with rebellious factions. Now he perceived that Chen Xian was anything but a rebel. Indeed, he was a loyal patriot of the great Qian dynasty. Even Li Xiaoning and her companions were taken aback, as their thoughts mirrored Ling Mo's initial beliefs. Chen Xian's opposition to Governor Zhang Tao seemed a manifestation of discontent towards the court. Tell me, Ling Mo, do you truly believe that my conflict with Governor Zhang Tao signifies a desire for rebellion? If so, I must assert that you are overthinking. Zhang Tao does not represent the court. Chen Xian shook his head, adding, moreover, my current capabilities pale in comparison to the court, akin to a firefly beside the full moon. Only a fool would dare to oppose the court. I only contend with those who oppose me. To put it plainly, if Zhang Tao did not provoke me, I would tend to my own affairs and leave him be. Indeed, we might even collaborate if we found common ground. Alas, he chose to oppose me, leaving me no option but to confront him. Initially, Chen Xian had planned to foster good relations with the Chun family upon arriving in Man City, to develop gradually, enjoying a life of warmth with family. However, upon his arrival, the Chun family had sought to undermine him, leading to a series of events that disrupted his plans. Coupled with the chaos within Man City and the suffering of the populace, it was only then that Chen Xian contemplated taking action against Zhang Tao. To reform Man City, he needed absolute power, and that power resided solely with the governor. If Zhang Tao refused to grant it, then it would have to be seized. So it was. Ling Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had previously viewed Chen Xian as a potential rebel when he had urged him to ally with him. Had it not been for the substantial offerings from Chen Xian that stirred Ling Mo's heart, he would have long since reported to the Prince of Zhunnan. Only after discerning that Chen Xian harbored no rebellious intentions did he realize he had overthought the matter. Little did he know, for Chen Xian, the absence of such intentions was merely a reflection of inadequate strength, refraining from indulging in fanciful dreams. If he possessed an army of several 100,000. Enough of idle talk. Let us proceed as I instructed earlier. Seize control of the prefect's residence, the Qin family, and the Chen family. Bring them all to the prefect's residence and await my judgment. A smile graced Chen Xian's lips. Ling Mo nodded in agreement, stating, mobilizing the troops requires time. Grant me 1 hour, and after that, you shall come directly to the prefect's residence. With that, he departed, having initially scaled the walls to enter, now leaving through the grand entrance with all due formality. Chapter 150. A change is coming. Chen Xian summoned Xiao Liuzi, instructing him to dispatch 2 individuals to leave the city and fetch Liao Qing from the Sihiyuan. Xiao Liuzi hurried off to fulfill the task. Meanwhile, at the training ground, Ling Mo returned and immediately convened the 8 centurions. Following the death of one at Chen Xian's hands, the position of centurion could not remain vacant for long, so a replacement was appointed. Commander, I thought you were in seclusion? The centurions were taken aback upon seeing Chen Xian. They had received orders the night before stating that Ling Mo would be in seclusion for a period, and any matters arising should be reported directly to the governor's office, with strict admonishments against disturbing Commander Ling Mo under threat of severe punishment. The governor's office had intended to keep the matter of Ling Mo escorting Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect a secret, revealing nothing even to Ling Mo's most trusted subordinates. Thus, during Ling Mo's absence, His subordinates were led to believe he was in seclusion. However, it had not been long before he emerged. Moreover, he summoned them in the dead of night, indicating that matters were far from simple. Listen to my command. Ling Mo's piercing gaze swept over each of them, instilling an immediate sense of pressure that suggested significant events were about to unfold. Li Fei Zhaochuan, you two will lead 2,000 troops to seal off the entire city, allowing no one to enter or exit. Wang Shan, you will command 1,000 troops to besiege the governor's office. Not a single bird shall escape. Jiang Baishan, you will take 500 troops to encircle the Qin residence. Capture all direct descendants of the Qin family alive and bring them to the governor's office. Li Jingfeng, you will lead 500 troops to surround the Chun residence. Capture Chen Kuan, Chen Qing, and the other members of the Chun family alive, executing any who resist before reporting. The remaining troops will remain at the ready, awaiting orders. Military orders are as firm as mountains. Anyone who dares to defy them will be deemed a traitor and executed on the spot. Ling Mo's voice resonated with authority, each word echoing in the ears of all present like thunderclaps. The 8 were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom why Ling Mo had suddenly issued such commands. It clearly indicated an impending assault on the governor. Though shocked, none dared to inquire further, for Ling Mo exuded the formidable presence of a vengeful deity. Any who dared to speak out might find themselves the target of his wrath, the first to be made an example of. Is there any dissent? Ling Mo thundered, observing their silence. None. We await your orders, Commander. They responded in unison. Excellent. Proceed immediately. With a sweeping gesture, Ling Mo revealed the tiger tally in his hand, and the 8 centurions moved into action. At the outset, the 8 individuals harbored varying degrees of thoughts, yet upon glimpsing the tiger tally, their expressions instantly transformed, becoming as clear as crystal. With the tiger tally in hand and the considerable prestige that Ling Mo had amassed over the years in the barbarian city, the army promptly began to mobilize. In the governor's office, Zhang Tianzi's face radiated excitement as he exclaimed, "Father, what an unexpected turn of events." Ling Mo personally escorted that worthless Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect. This time, our victory over Chen Xian is all but assured. I can hardly contain my anticipation for the arrival of the Tianshan sect members in Barbarian City. When they do, I shall ensure that the detestable Chen Xian's head adorns the city wall, while his body suffers 1,000 cuts to satiate my burning hatred. Zhang Tianzi seethed at the thought of the humiliation he endured at Chen Xian's hands, his teeth grinding in fury. Zhang Tao glanced at his son, whose face was etched with animosity, and furrowed his brow. He spoke in a low, firm voice. Once the Tianshan sect arrives, you must suppress your animosity towards Chen Xian. Under no circumstances should they perceive any hint of our intentions, particularly that we plan to use them as pawns in our scheme. For the Tianshan sect, eliminating Chen Xian was an exceedingly trivial task. They could dispatch him with ease. However, it was imperative they remain oblivious to being manipulated by us, as the consequences would be dire for both of us. It is universally unpleasant to be used as a tool, especially for a prestigious sect like the Tianshan. Should they discover our machinations, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of my responsibilities, Zhang Tianzi replied, a smirk playing on his lips, as if he could already envision Chen Xian kneeling before him. The day he avenged his grievances would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating of his life. Commander Ling, what brings you back? The governor's assistant interjected. The governor is currently in session with the young master. You cannot enter without prior notice. Suddenly, the study's door crashed open as the chief steward barged in. Despite possessing the strength of a 9th-tier warrior and being known as a half-step martial master, he was utterly inconsequential before Ling Mo. With a mere kick, Ling Mo sent him tumbling into the study where Zhang Tao and his son were present, shattering the door in the process. What in the world is happening? Zhang Tao and Zhang Tianzi were taken aback. This was the governor's estate. Who dared to create such an uproar? What had they just heard? Commander Ling? Hadn't Ling Mo gone to escort Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect? At that moment, Ling Mo strode in with purpose, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an overwhelming presence as he locked eyes on Zhang Tao and Zhang Tianzi. Ling Mo, what brings you back? Zhang Tianzi stammered, his mind racing. Given the circumstances, Ling Mo appeared anything but amicable. Please, Governor, step into the front hall, Ling Mo commanded. his disdain for Zhang Tianzi evident as he directed his unwavering gaze solely towards Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao's countenance darkened as he spoke in a low voice. Was it not my directive for you to escort Liao Qing to the Tianshan sect? Why do you defy my orders? Ling Mo, utterly disinterested in engaging with such rhetoric, turned to the individuals behind him and declared, "Since the magistrate appears incapable of comprehending reason, let us proceed to take action." He had no desire to elucidate further, nor to engage in vacuous philosophical discourse. Despite his courteous invitation to step into the front hall, it was as though he were conversing with someone unable to grasp the essence of the matter. Faced with such obstinacy, it seemed the only recourse left was to resort to force. At that moment, two centurions burst in, ready to take decisive action. "How dare you? I am the magistrate of the barbarian city. Let us see who dares to lay a finger on me," Zhang Tao exclaimed in a fit of rage. The two centurions hesitated momentarily, casting furtive glances at Ling Mo. Noticing the chill in Ling Mo's expression, their hearts raced with trepidation. Chapter 151. An invitation from the commander. Ling Mo's gaze had already conveyed his stance. "If you two dare to lay hands on him, I shall retaliate against both of you." The centurion was no longer in a position to continue. He might as well retreat to the stables and tend to the horses. With matters having escalated to this extent, there could be no turning back. "I apologize, Lord Governor." The two centurions took it upon themselves to forcibly escort Zhang Tao and Zhang Tianzi to the front hall. They were uncertain of the purpose behind bringing these two to the hall, but the commander had issued the order, and they complied without question. "Release me. My father is the governor of Man City. How dare you treat us this way? Do you wish for your wives and children to accompany you to the grave?" Zhang Tianzi seethed with fury, shouting defiantly. The two centurions, irritated by his outburst, responded with a sharp slap. "We cannot strike the governor, but are we to fear you? You are merely the governor's son. Truly, you overestimate your worth." After receiving the blow, Zhang Tianzi immediately fell silent, casting a pitiful glance at Zhang Tao, as if seeking his father's intervention. Zhang Tao was filled with a multitude of frustrations, yet the current circumstances were beyond his control. He was grappling with his own survival, let alone advocating for his son's justice. Such aspirations were mere folly. "Ling Mo, tell me why?" As he was being led out of the study, Zhang Tao fixed his gaze fiercely on Ling Mo, gritting his teeth in inquiry. Ling Mo glanced at him, furrowing his brow before slowly responding. "You have offended someone you cannot afford to offend." With that, Ling Mo turned to leave, ignoring Zhang Tao's relentless questioning. A chill washed over Zhang Tao, transforming his expression repeatedly. He racked his brain, attempting to recall any significant figures he may have wronged recently. He even went through a mental roster of notable individuals he had known over the past decade. But to no avail. Who could possibly be so formidable that he had offended them? He completely overlooked Chen Xian, as deep down, he believed he could confront him without consequence. Moreover, Ling Mo harbored a grudge against Chen Xian, so he could not fathom the two aligning against him. The individual capable of persuading Ling Mo to betray the governor must possess an extraordinarily intimidating background. Thus, Zhang Tao was engulfed by trepidation, pondering who might be orchestrating his downfall. Meanwhile, at the Chun residence, Chen Kuan and his son Chen Qing had already succumbed to slumber, surrounded by scantily clad beauties. Suddenly, the estate was pierced by a series of startled cries. The father and son abruptly rose from their beds, determined to ascertain the commotion. Upon opening the door, they were met with a blade poised at their throats. "Master Chun, young Master Chun, our commander requests your presence," said Centurion Li Zhongfeng with a smile. Upon realizing that Ling Mo's men had forcibly entered to apprehend them, Chen Kuan was struck with a mix of shock and anger. A request? Is this how one issues an invitation? However, he suppressed his fury and forced a smile, inquiring, "Lord Li, what is the reason for this?" Li Zhongfeng shrugged and replied, "It is the command of the commander." Chen Kuan's expression darkened considerably. "Is it truly necessary for the commander to summon me in the dead of night in such a manner? My Chen family is not to be trifled with." At that moment, a door in the back courtyard suddenly burst open, and an elder stormed out, his hair standing on end in a display of furious indignation. He emanated a terrifying aura, for he was an esteemed ancestor of the Qin family, a master martial artist. To intrude upon my Qin family and attempt to seize our people, what audacity! The martial artist ancestor snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as lightning. as a first-tier martial artist. He was undeniably formidable, and his wrathful demeanor suggested he was ready to take lethal action at any moment. Yet, Li Jingfeng appeared unfazed. A nonchalant smile graced his lips as he remarked, "You overestimate your capabilities." In the next instant, he raised a hand, and at once, a line of soldiers emerged, drawing their bows and aiming at the martial artist ancestor. Over 100 bows were readied, each not merely ordinary but specially crafted, capable of piercing the defenses of even the mightiest martial artist. As the volley of arrows was released, it mattered not whether one was a martial artist. They would be reduced to a sieve. The Chun family elder recognized the gravity of the situation. Despite his prowess, could he truly contend with the arrows in my possession? A mocking smile played upon Li Zhengfeng's lips as he observed the elder's expression shift to one of intense apprehension, rendering him unable to act. After a moment of hesitation, he opted for a conciliatory tone, asking, "It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. May I inquire, Lord Li, what transgression my Liao family has committed? Why must the prefect act in this manner?" He mistakenly believed this was orchestrated by Zhang Tao. Li Jingfeng shook his head and replied coolly, "The thoughts of the esteemed are beyond the comprehension of mere individuals like us. I merely hope you do not force my hand. Comply with me, and rest assured, I shall not impose upon you. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. The commander has decreed the city sealed. Heavy troops guard the gates, and soldiers patrol the perimeter. Should anyone attempt to flee, irrespective of the reason or identity, they shall be shot without question." With that, Li Jingfeng waved his hand. And Chen Kuan and his son Chen Qing, along with the other direct descendants of the Chen family, were promptly taken away, including the martial artist ancestor. Li Jingfeng's warning was undeniably effective. The 8,000 elite soldiers stationed in the city were not to be trifled with. No one dared to challenge them recklessly. Even a martial artist would think twice. Unless one possessed strength beyond the 5th tier of martial arts, carving a bloody path to freedom was impossible. Yet, it was evident that this elder lacked such prowess. Meanwhile, at the Qin family estate, Qin Bei and Qin Hao were undergoing experiences strikingly similar to those of the Qin father and son. Qin Bei, naturally, was cursing vehemently, wondering if these individuals were instigating a rebellion. "The governor is indeed my brother-in-law," and various threats were made using Zhang Tao's name. However, it proved utterly futile. After a thorough reprimanding, the father and son became docile. Before long, they found themselves apprehended at the governor's residence. "How audacious! You dare to bring us to the governor's abode? Truly, you have forsaken the path to paradise and recklessly barged into the gates of hell. Just wait and see how I will have the governor teach you a lesson. If your captain can still hold his position, then I, Qin Bei, will write my name backwards." With that, the father and son's demeanor transformed into arrogance. Upon entering the governor's mansion, Qin Bei immediately spotted Zhang Tao in the main hall and raised his voice in accusation. "Brother-in-law, your subordinates have truly gone against the heavens, daring to invade my residence to seize individuals. This is absolutely outrageous. I implore you, brother-in-law, to issue an immediate command for this scoundrel to be subjected to 1,000 tortures. With a powerful ally at his back, why should he endure humiliation?" Yet, despite his incessant ranting, he soon realized that Zhang Tao was unresponsive. "Brother-in-law, what troubles you? Why do you remain silent?" Chapter 152. Everyone stunned. Qin Bei wore a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend why Zhang Tao remained unresponsive. "Master Qin, perhaps you should maintain your silence," Chen Kuan interjected, visibly agitated. Upon his initial capture, the moment he laid eyes on Zhang Tao, he had immediately sought to report to Qin Bei, much like the latter. However, Zhang Tao had instructed him to address Ling Mo instead. Chen Kuan, obediently, approached Ling Mo to question him about the legitimacy of his intrusion into the Chun residence. Ling Mo's response was a direct threat. Should Chen Kuan dare to inquire further, he would have his tongue severed. The gravity of this statement left Chen Kuan thoroughly unnerved. He was acutely aware of Ling Mo's formidable reputation, a man forged from the crucible of blood and battle, whose words were as final as his actions. Furthermore, Chen Kuan was perceptive enough to recognize the shift in Zhang Tao's demeanor. The once spirited commander now resembled a captive in chains. This realization struck Chen Kuan with a sense of impending calamity. Yet, when he attempted to caution Qin Bei, the latter retorted with disdain, "What are you even worth? I am conversing with my brother-in-law, so why should I remain quiet?" This provocation ignited Chen Kuan's ire. How could his well-intentioned warning result in scorn? You should be the one to hush. At that moment, Zhang Tao shot a fierce glare at Qin Bei. Though the latter opened his mouth to protest, he felt a wave of indignation wash over him. Nevertheless, fear of Zhang Tao compelled him to fall silent. Now that everyone is present, Ling Mo, you may enlighten us as to who seeks our audience. Zhang Tao addressed Ling Mo, his voice heavy with foreboding. It appears everyone has arrived. Came a light-hearted laugh from the direction of the entrance. Instantly, all heads turned to behold Chen Xian, who entered with a buoyant stride and a smile upon his face. Chen Xian? This individual had also been captured? No, he bore no semblance of a captive. Rather, he strode in with an air of confidence. The moment they laid eyes on him, Qin Bei and the others fixated upon Chen Xian, their instincts screaming that something was amiss. For behind Chen Xian, there were no subordinates of Ling Mo to restrain him. At that juncture, Ling Mo approached Chen Xian with purposeful strides, slightly bowing his head in acknowledgement. Master Chen. Having allied himself with Chen Xian, he intended to address him in the same manner as Lu Jinyu and Xiao Yozi. Indeed, you have executed this task splendidly. Your efforts are commendable, Chen Xian replied with a satisfied smile. However, this seemingly innocuous address of Master Chen sent shockwaves through the assembly. Not only Zhang Tao and Qin Bei, but even Ling Mo's own 8,000 captains were left utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Commander, how could you refer to your adversary as Master Chen? Ling Mo, do you understand the implications of your actions? Zhang Tao fixed his gaze intently on Ling Mo, his eyes almost bloodshot with disbelief. How could the Ling Mo, who had been obediently escorting Liao Qing out of the city to the Tianshan sect just 2 hours ago, have turned against him so swiftly? Ling Mo turned to glance at him, calmly asserting, I am fully aware of my actions. Zhang Tao trembled with rage, feeling as if he were a mere puppet being mocked. All soldiers, heed my command. I now suspect that the true Ling Mo has been slain, and the one before us is an impostor. In his capacity as governor, he ordered, seize Ling Mo at once. He dared not utter the name Chen Xian, having witnessed the latter's speed and fearing a swift retribution. It was easier to target Ling Mo instead. Did he not know the truth of Ling Mo's identity? Certainly. It was genuine. This was merely a deliberate attempt to slander him as a fraud. In that moment, the numerous captains exchanged glances, their eyes wide in confusion. Some among them even began to entertain the notion that Zhang Tao's claims might hold water. Could it be that Ling Mo had indeed been replaced? Seeing signs of doubt among his subordinates, Zhang Tao's heart swelled with delight. He urged, what are you all waiting for? Move swiftly to avenge the true Ling Mo. Meanwhile, Chen Xian stood by with arms crossed, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest, though he had no intention of intervening, eager instead to see how Ling Mo would respond. How could these fools be so incapable of discerning the truth? Ling Mo thought, as he sensed some of his men wavering. He cast a fierce glance, and an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him. The soldiers felt a chilling dread seep into their bones. Only those who had clawed their way out of the depths of battle could exude such a haunting presence. It is indeed Commander Ling. I have followed him for many years. I would never mistake him, declared one of the captains with certainty. Yet, confusion lingered in the air. But Commander, why would you act this way? Perplexed expressions adorned the faces of the onlookers. How could Ling Mo, in good standing, align himself with Chen Xian? At this juncture, Chen Xian spoke up. Why this course of action? The reason is quite simple. Governor Zhang Tao is no good. The Qin, Chen, and Liao families, the 3 great clans of Man City, are colluding with Zhang Tao, oppressing the populace and causing untold suffering, leading to countless deaths by starvation. They are all despicable. Think carefully, everyone. You all have loved ones. If your kin were to live in Man City under the rule of a governor like Zhang Tao, would they stand a chance of survival? Chen Xian's gaze swept across the assembly. He was not one to engage in persuasion lightly, yet some truths must be spoken. Especially to the soldiers, it was crucial that they discern right from wrong, understanding what is virtuous and what is vile. Chen Xian sought to unify their hearts and minds. Thus he needed to engage in extensive ideological work with them. Immediately, he enumerated the heinous deeds committed by Zhang Tao, Liao Qing, Qin Bei, Chen Kuan, and their accomplices over the years, including the establishment of gambling dens, extortionate lending, trafficking in women, and inflating rice prices. Countless unforgivable transgressions. Brothers, he implored, consider this. If a woman sold into a brothel were your sister, how would you respond? If your father fell victim to a scheme and incurred usurious debts, what would you do? If your mother were to perish on the streets due to an inability to afford exorbitant rice prices, how would you react? Would you continue to support Zhang Tao, that tyrant who preys upon the common folk? I believe you all understand that my words are not mere fabrications, nor are they baseless claims. Every statement I make, every single word, is a testament to the harsh realities born of blood and tears. Chapter 153. A fate worse than death. The citizens of Barbarian City endure a life that is all too familiar to everyone present. Who is the root of this calamity? It is he, Zhang Tao. Chun Xian's voice roared like thunder, and all eyes turned towards Zhang Tao in unison. As a soldier of Barbarian City, how could one be unaware of the plight of its people? However, since they rely on the officials' patronage for their sustenance, it is unthinkable to rebel against the authorities. Thus, even if some harbored discontent, they dared not voice it. Even Commander Ling Mo adhered to the will of the prefect. Who among the subordinates would dare to act recklessly? Yet, the situation has drastically changed. Commander Ling Mo has defied the prefect and wields military authority. At such a juncture, those who recognize the shifting tide are indeed wise. I believe young Master Chen speaks the truth. Over the years, the lives of Barbarian City's citizens have deteriorated day by day, while that wretched prefect has drained the populace dry, engaging in countless nefarious deeds. Immediately, a centurion stepped forward, his voice resounding. I stand with the commander and young Master Chen. With the first brave soul to speak out, the morale of the troops began to waver. Soon after, another centurion declared, I too support the commander and young Master Chen. The vile prefect has committed unforgivable sins. The Chun, Qin, and Liao families have perpetrated countless wrongs. They deserve death. We vow to follow the commander and young Master Chen to the end. As the second voice joined in, it was not long before a third, a fourth, and more began to rise. Ultimately, all of Ling Mo's subordinates knelt on one knee, hands clasped over their hearts, pledging their unwavering loyalty. Zhang Tao's eyes widened in fury. He had hoped to leverage his prefect's prestige to sway these men to his side. Yet, to his utter astonishment, Chun Xian's words, combined with Ling Mo's military might, rendered his own authority trivial. I am the prefect appointed by the court, a trusted confidant of the King of the West. Do you dare to treat me with such disrespect? Are you not afraid of the court's wrath and the King of the West's punishment? Zhang Tao seethed with rage, attempting to use the court and the king as a shield. It must be said that this tactic proved somewhat effective. Upon hearing his words, those who had just pledged their loyalty now displayed signs of trepidation and hesitation. They instinctively looked to Ling Mo. After all, Zhang Tao was indeed a prefect sanctioned by the court, a seventh-rank official whose authority surpassed that of many sixth-rank officials, especially given the strategic significance of the border fortifications. Despite his current seventh-rank status, his position held substantial weight. Should he be reassigned to the capital, he could easily ascend to fifth rank or higher. Furthermore, Zhang Tao was still relatively young, just in his 40s. Who could predict how far he might rise in the future? Moreover, he had the formidable support of the King of the West. Unlike the court in the capital, which lay 1,000 miles away, the king resided right at the border. Thus, to challenge him, one must tread carefully. As everyone's gaze turned towards him, Ling Mo felt a momentary surge of pressure. Chun Xian erupted into laughter, mockingly retorting, "What a joke! Do you really think you can stand in for the court? Do you believe you are worthy? With the trifling deeds you've committed, 100 heads wouldn't suffice if I reported you to the court. Considering the quality of life of the common folk in Man City and the countless refugees, what Zhang Tao has done is enough to warrant 10 executions." Yet, Zhang Tao suddenly smirked coldly. "Chun, do you think that because I dare to act in Man City, reporting me to the capital will yield any results? Have you forgotten who my backer is?" The mention of a backer made Zhang Tao's chest swell with pride, an air of arrogance enveloping him. "Isn't it the King of the West?" Chun Xian chuckled dismissively. His nonchalant demeanor left everyone present in shock. "Isn't it the King of the West?" Such a statement was uttered so lightly. The King of the West holds immense power in the western frontier of the entire Daqian dynasty. Not only were the surrounding soldiers astounded, but even Ling Mo displayed a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback by Chun Xian's audacity. "How audacious! You dare to show disrespect to the King of the West?" That is a crime punishable by extermination of 9 clans. Zhang Tao immediately seized this apparent flaw, grinning menacingly at Qin Xian. It is said that the emperor's majesty must not be offended. Although the king of the West is not the emperor, his authority at the border is even greater than that of the court. If he wishes, he can choose to heed orders or disregard them entirely. To show disrespect to the king of the West is to invite death. Exterminate my 9 clans? Qin Xian laughed as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world, suddenly turning to Chen Kuan and his son Qin Qing, and teasingly remarked, Chen Kuan, what do you think of your esteemed governor's intention to exterminate my 9 clans? Chen Kuan's face turned pale, for among those 9 clans was his own. However, at that moment, he was on the side of the governor and could not possibly speak in defense of Qin Xian. Besides, Zhang Tao's so-called threat of extermination was merely an attempt to intimidate. He lacked the power to carry it out. Humph! Chen Kuan scoffed, deliberately turning his head away, refusing to respond to Qin Xian. Beside him, Qin Qing mimicked his father's attitude, turning his head aside, ignoring whatever Qin Xian had to say. Seeing the two of them so unappreciative of the situation, Qin Xian shook his head and sighed. What a pity. I had hoped that if you two were a bit clever, I might let you go, after all. You share the Qin surname and carry the blood of the Qin family. Alas, you both chose to act as traitors. Hence, I cannot spare you. After saying this, a cold glint flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. Chen Kuan's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily inquired, what do you intend to do? Don't act recklessly. Qin Xian shook his head and replied, I do not intend to do anything. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yozai. This fellow possesses a remarkable talent for tormenting others. Little Lu could hardly contain his eagerness for Qin Xian to assign him the task. Upon noticing Qin Xian's gaze upon him, he erupted into exuberant laughter, exclaiming, Master Qin, you can entrust these 2 scoundrels to me without a second thought. I assure you, Little Lu will make them submit completely. Qin Xian responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, stating, just ensure that no lives are lost in the process. Rest assured, Master Qin, I have ample experience in such matters. Little Lu grinned mischievously, then beckoned to the side. Immediately, several subordinates approached, prepared to escort the father and son duo, Chen Kuan and Qin Qing, away. Qin, please let us go. We realize our mistakes and promise never to oppose you again. Unexpectedly, Qin Qing fell to his knees, pleading desperately for mercy. His fear of death consumed him, and even more so, he dreaded a fate worse than death itself. Chapter 154, A Misunderstanding. At this moment, Qin Qing was engulfed by a profound sensation. Once he fell into the hands of Xiao Yozai, it would undoubtedly be a fate worse than death. The fates of Zhang Tianxi and Qin Hao serve as a glaring testament to this. After being captured by Qin Xian, these two had returned after a ransom was paid. Yet their mouths had been foul for several days, repelling anyone who dared to approach. Moreover, it was unclear whether they had been poisoned or afflicted in some other manner, as they continuously vomited their food. In just a few days, they had lost over 10 pounds. Regrettably, Qin Qing lacked medical knowledge and was oblivious to the intricacies of fungal infections. Xiao Yozai's preserved, years old, foul-smelling socks were so infectious that merely touching them would result in contamination. How much worse was it to have them stuffed into one's mouth for several hours? It was a miracle that the two had not succumbed to a bacterial infection. Now they sought mercy? It was far too late. Xiao Yozai clicked his tongue, regarding Qin Qing with an expression of utter disdain. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Qin Qing pleaded with Qin Xian, for the sake of our shared surname. Please spare us. His face was a mask of regret, and he implored Chen Kuan, who stood beside him, to join in the supplication. Although Chen Kuan felt a twinge of shame, the value of his life far outweighed any concern for his dignity. He steeled himself, striving to convey an expression that conveyed his deep remorse, and begged, Qin Xian, we are of the same root. Why must you be so hasty in your cruelty? Spare us, if only for the sake of mercy. However, Qin Xian could not be bothered to spare them a glance. Xiao Yozai, keenly observing the scene, wasted no time in mocking the father and son duo. You two fools, do you think that a show of self-pity will work? Qin Yi would never fall for such tricks. Someone gag them. If they dare utter another sound, knock their teeth out. Xiao Yozai's subordinates, seasoned in such ruthlessness, swiftly silenced the pair. Just as they prepared to take them away, a commotion arose as several individuals burst into the room. Let me go? My wife is from the Tianshan sect. Release me immediately, or you shall face dire consequences. Liao Qing's voice, laced with false bravado, echoed in everyone's ears. The man was genuinely terrified. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to threatening with his wife's affiliation. It was well known that the Tianshan sect forbade him from mentioning this, and if they learned of it, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to contemplate such matters. His priority was to ensure his own survival. Initially, he had been blissfully accompanying Ling Mo out of the city to the Tianshan sect, convinced that their success was assured. He had even begun to fantasize about rekindling his romance with Bai Susu, envisioning a dramatic confrontation that would enrage her, leading her to exact revenge upon Chen Xian. Who could have anticipated that in the blink of an eye, the seemingly amiable Ling Mo would turn against him, rendering him unconscious? Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself bound in the courtyard once occupied by Chen Xian. He racked his brain, unable to fathom why Ling Mo had betrayed him in such a manner. As he grappled with an excruciating headache, unable to comprehend the situation, the underlings of Xiao Liuzi found him and took him away. He was filled with a mix of dread and astonishment, cursing incessantly until they arrived here. Master Liao, it has been quite some time since we last met. Chen Xian greeted Liao Qing warmly upon seeing him. Liao Qing's tirade abruptly ceased, and he stood there, dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Chen Xian. Why you? How did you end up here? Then, he noticed Ling Mo and Zhang Tao, and suddenly regained his confidence. Chen Xian, truly, you have traversed the path of heaven without hesitation and barged into the gates of hell. This is the residence of the provincial governor. Ha! Commander Ling Mo, the governor is present. Today will be your demise. Although he could not fathom why Ling Mo had knocked him out, he understood that both Zhang Tao and Ling Mo harbored enmity towards Chen Xian. Now, all of Chen Xian's adversaries were gathered in one place. Liao Qing felt a surge of hope. Governor, quickly issue the order for Ling Mo to eliminate him. Liao Qing urged impatiently. However, Zhang Tao remained unresponsive. Governor, why are you still dawdling? If he dares to show up at the governor's residence today, what will stop him from attempting to seize it tomorrow? Such a person cannot be spared. Hasten and let Ling Mo take action. Liao Qing pressed fervently. Yet no matter how he implored, Zhang Tao remained silent. Looking up, Liao Qing then realized that Zhang Tao's face had turned ashen, displaying an expression of utter dismay. Governor Yu. Liao Qing immediately sensed something was amiss. Chen Xian regarded him with a shake of his head, remarking, for someone in business, you certainly lack the ability to read the room. He himself is a clay Buddha crossing the river, struggling to protect himself. How can you expect him to assist you in vengeance? At this, Liao Qing felt as if struck by lightning. Even the governor dared not lay a hand on Chen Xian. At that moment, Xiao Liuzi suddenly broke into a grin. I say, Liao, are you planning to have Ling Mo assist you? Let me tell you the truth. Ling Mo is far more astute than you fools. He is already on our Master Chen's side. Boom. These words struck Liao Qing like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly shaken. He had envisioned countless scenarios. Perhaps thinking Ling Mo was not Chen Xian's match and thus hesitant to act, or that Ling Mo feared repercussions from Chen Xian's hold over the governor. Yet, he had never considered that Ling Mo would actually pledge allegiance to Chen Xian, becoming one of his own. Ling Mo, you. No wonder you knocked me out when we left the city. Truly, guarding against family thieves is the hardest. I never imagined you to be such a person. Liao Qing glared at Ling Mo, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in fury. He felt an acute sense of betrayal. However, Ling Mo showed no concern for his feelings, merely casting him a disdainful glance. Does a great dragon care about the feelings of an ant? Though Ling Mo is not a dragon, Liao Qing is indeed that ant. Enough of your prattle. Xiao Liuzi, take him down as well. Let the father and son reunite. Chen Xian waved his hand, feeling somewhat irritated by the incessant chatter. Wait. Just as Xiao Liuzi was about to drag him away, Liao Qing suddenly spoke with a grave expression. What do you intend to do? Speak swiftly, or let your words flow freely. Xiao Liuzi cursed under his breath. To everyone's astonishment, Liao Qing suddenly knelt before Chen Xian and bowed his head. This unexpected gesture left Xiao Liuzi utterly dumbfounded. Chen Xian was likewise taken aback. Wasn't he this man just boasting with bravado moments ago? Why this sudden display of submission? Master Chen, I have made my decision. Like Ling Mo, I shall also pledge my allegiance to you. As the saying goes, It is better to resolve enmities than to foster them. From this moment forth, I, Liao Qing, am a servant of Master Chun in life and a ghost of Master Chun in death. Chapter 155. Labor Reform. Liao Qing spoke with fervor and conviction, his words resonating like a solemn oath. Yet, to Qin Xian, the rhetoric felt somewhat nauseating. Master Chun, I implore you to take me in. Liao Qing bowed his head in a profound gesture of submission. It is often said that beneath a man's knees lies gold. Such an act of kneeling seems rather unseemly. Qin Xian, with his hands clasped behind his back, shook his head in disapproval. A chill ran through Liao Qing's heart. He was acutely aware that should Qin Xian refuse him, his aspirations would forever remain unfulfilled. The thought of seeking out the Tianshan sect to find Bai Susu was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Master Chun, my intentions are genuine. Look, I have relinquished all my possessions to you. Does that not attest to my loyalty? Liao Qing pleaded. Qin Xian regarded him with an expression akin to that of a bemused observer, retorting, "What do you mean by saying you have given me your possessions? It sounds as if you are making a selfless donation, when in fact, it is merely compensation for the emotional distress you caused me." Nearby, Xiao Liuzai silently marveled at Qin Xian's eloquence, who managed to articulate the act of robbery in such a refined manner. Moreover, let me clarify, Ling Mo's situation is entirely different from yours. I actively invited him and invested a considerable sum to have him by my side. He is my right-hand man. And you? Why would I take you in? Why would I shelter someone who could betray me at any moment? Am I out of my mind? Upon finishing his remarks, Qin Xian waved his hand, signaling Xiao Liuzai to expedite the removal of Liao Qing. The latter, feeling a sudden chill, hastily attempted to utter more words. However, Xiao Liuzai, quick on his feet, swiftly covered Liao Qing's mouth and rendered him unconscious before escorting him away. Master Chen, why not simply execute him? Xiao Liuzai inquired in a hushed tone. There's no rush. We can subject him to labor reform, allowing him to generate value. If he continues to disobey, we can always deal with him later. Qin Xian replied nonchalantly. Labor reform? Xiao Liuzai pondered, confused by the term, which did not seem to convey positive connotations. To avoid appearing foolish, he feigned understanding and chuckled. I shall heed your directives, Master Chun. Qin Xian then turned his gaze toward Qin Bei and Qin Hao. Master Chun, I pledge my allegiance to you. I beg you to spare our lives. Qin Bei exclaimed, immediately dropping to his knees, pulling Qin Hao down with him. You wish to pledge allegiance to me? What benefit do I derive from that? Qin Xian inquired with a sidelong glance. Qin Bei quickly replied, I am willing to donate all my assets to you, Master Chun. Qin Xian shot him a glare, chastising fool. Do I require your donations? Am I not capable of seizing what I want directly? What? Qin Bei's jaw nearly hit the ground. Master Qin Yu, Xiao Liuzai, you know the drill. Take the Qin family members away. Have them all toil in the fields, each one subjected to labor reform. Qin Xian declared, dismissing any further discussion with a grand gesture. The Qin family, in a state of distress, was taken away. Subsequently, Qin Xian's gaze fell upon an elderly man, a member of the Qin family. Qin Xian spoke with a hint of indifference. This elder was no ordinary individual. He was a master martial artist. However, the impression he left on Qin Xian was not particularly formidable. He felt that he could easily overpower him with a single hand. By your lineage, you ought to address me as ancestor. The elder declared, his hands clasped behind his back, attempting to assert his seniority. He understood that since Qin Xian esteemed the concept of bloodline, he should be respected as an elder of the Qin household. Ancestor, Qin Xian replied, his expression betraying incredulity as he mocked. You, with but a mere wisp of Qin blood coursing through your veins, presume to have me call you ancestor? Under normal circumstances, you should kneel before me at once, for I am of the direct lineage of the Qin clan. Yet, not only do you refuse to kneel, but you dare to flaunt your arrogance before me. This warrants even greater punishment. Lin Mo, restrain his peepa bone, and then, Xiao Liuzai, take him away for labor reformation. Lin Mo nodded, and, with an impassive demeanor, approached. He produced several silver needles and swiftly pierced the designated spot on the elder's peepa bone, sealing his acupoints and locking his meridians. The elder did not dare to resist, fully aware of Lin Mo's prowess. To not resist was his wisest choice. To do so would provoke Lin Mo, with dire consequences to follow. Ultimately, he too was taken away. Walk obediently. Master Chun is granting you the opportunity to engage in menial labor, which is a sign of his regard for you. You wretches have enjoyed a life of comfort for far too long, and now you face hardship. Consider it a just recompense. Xiao Liuzi scolded as he ordered his subordinates to escort the elder away. In the end, only Zhang Tao and his son, Zhang Tianzi, remained. To kill? Lin Imo inquired. Chun Xian stroked his chin, appearing contemplative. Please, do not kill us. Zhang Tianzi implored, visibly distraught. Why do others have the chance for labor reformation while I am faced with death? Am I not entitled to a chance at life? Do you wish to live? Chun Xian asked, his gaze fixed on Zhang Tianzi, who immediately nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Provide me with a reason to spare your lives. Chun Xian replied, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. My father serves the king of Jinxi, Zhang Tianzi hastily exclaimed. Before Chun Xian could respond, Zhang Tao shot a fierce glare at his son, admonishing, Fool, is this truly the time to mention such things? Do you wish for our demise to come even sooner? Xiao Liuzi could not help but roll his eyes. This unfortunate child is dreadfully foolish. Father, without such a plea, how else can we survive? I do not wish to die. Our Zhang family has been passed down for 5 generations. If I perish, our lineage and ancestral rights will cease. In the netherworld, there will be no one to burn paper money for us. Our Zhang family must not end. Zhang Tianzi lamented, tears and snot mingling, genuinely terrified. The governor's mansion had now become Chun Xian's private garden, and he felt utterly despondent. The only means he could conceive of to save himself was to invoke the king of Jinxi. Zhang Tao's facial muscles twitched violently. He did not wish for death. However, the current predicament left him with no choice. Chun Xian, I am willing to offer my entire fortune, all that I possess, in exchange for the safety of my son and me. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Tao seemed to have made a resolute decision. Oh, and how much does your entire fortune amount to? Chun Xian inquired. Zhang Tao immediately responded. First, promise me you will spare the lives of my son and me. You need not look around. My wealth is not concealed within the governor's mansion, but rather hidden elsewhere. Even if you were to turn the governor's mansion upside down, you would find at most a mere 1,000 taels of silver. Should I perish, you will never discover my riches. He spoke with unwavering confidence. Chun Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, How much have you hidden? Do share, for if the sum is too trivial, I may not be interested. At that moment, all eyes turned toward Zhang Tao, who calmly extended 4 fingers. Chapter 156, 400,000 taels. What do 4 fingers signify? 40,000 taels of silver? Upon hearing this, Chun Xian could not help but shake his head, questioning whether he truly lacked such a trifling sum. From this day forth, not only would the entirety of the Liao family's wealth belong to Chun Xian, but so too would that of the Chun and Qin families. In fact, the latter 2 families possessed even greater fortunes than the Liao family. Thus, while 40,000 taels was indeed a substantial amount, Chun Xian found it somewhat insignificant. Furthermore, he harbored suspicions regarding Zhang Tao's integrity. After all, how could he, having served as governor for so many years, only amass 40,000 taels of silver? It seemed implausible. The wealthiest in the entire barbarian city was undoubtedly the Zhang family. Suddenly, Ling Imo furrowed his brow and spoke. If I am not mistaken, he must be referring to 400,000 taels. Upon uttering these words, an immediate silence enveloped the room. Even Chun Xian found himself momentarily bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. He could not resist turning to Ling Imo, asking, Are you certain you are not mistaken? Ling Imo shook his head, then nodded thoughtfully, saying, Zhang Tao's wife is a businesswoman whose enterprises span all 24 cities along the border. With Zhang Tao as her support, she has accumulated considerable wealth. At this point, Chun Xian suddenly recalled that he had never seen Zhang Tao's wife. She was the mother of Zhang Tianzi and the elder sister of Qin Bei. Initially, Chun Xian had dismissed the matter, but now, with Ling Mo's insight, he began to suspect that Zhang Tao's wife might possess some remarkable qualities. Where is she now? Chun Xian inquired. Having worked alongside Zhang Tao for many years, Ling Mo surely knew something. If all goes as expected, she should be in Tiger City. Ling Mo replied earnestly. Tiger City, the second city among the 24 border cities, far surpassed Barbarian City in both scale and population. Its level of prosperity was not comparable to that of Barbarian City. The foremost city along the border, however, was Dragon City, the residence of the Prince of the West, where the prince's palace was situated. Essentially, Dragon City served as the prince's private garden, with all its industries belonging to his family. In contrast, Tiger City was known as a hub for commerce among the common folk. Of course, while it was said to be a marketplace for the populace, the intricate web of connections in Tiger City was far from simple. The governors of the 24 border cities all had family members engaged in business there. Additionally, during peacetime, Tiger City remained the most frequented locale for trade among merchants from nearby nations. For 100,000 taels of silver, you truly are a wealthy old fellow. Chen Xian's gaze towards Zhang Tao resembled that of someone beholding a golden goose. I had thought that even if one were to gather all the gold and silver from Barbarian City, one could not possibly amount to 400,000 taels. Who would have thought you were engaged in commerce? Yet, upon reflection, it is not surprising. Throughout history, collusion between officials and merchants has been commonplace. As the governor of Barbarian City, it is only natural that you would leverage your power to amass wealth. Ying'er suddenly continued, if I am not mistaken. He intends to use this money to purchase an official position. Originally, reaching the rank of Taisho in his lifetime was his utmost limit. However, with the right financial connections, he could ascend further, and with sufficient maneuvering, he might even secure a position in the capital. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian found no surprise in the matter. During the lifetime of this body's previous owner, he had heard numerous accounts of the buying and selling of official titles. There were times when the imperial treasury fell short, and the empress herself would permit her subordinates to sell positions to raise funds. The current Qian dynasty, in its decline, no longer resembled its former glory. Furthermore, it was embroiled in continuous warfare across all fronts. Except for the Western commander's formidable army of 180,000 safeguarding the western borders, there were threats from the nomadic tribes of the north, as well as numerous small nations like Tang and Yu in the south. Although the east faced the ocean, the East China Sea harbored 4 islands, often banding together as pirates, wreaking havoc along the coast. Domestically, natural disasters and human calamities had spawned a multitude of bandits. Thus, while the Qian dynasty appeared stable on the surface, it was fraught with peril. Enemies lurked everywhere, waiting to strike at the first sign of weakness, eager to feast upon its flesh and blood. Nevertheless, despite its decline, the Qian dynasty still held significant strength. A thin, dying camel is larger than a horse. Although neighboring adversaries eyed it covetously, the dynasty remained formidable, boasting an army of 1 million. Should anyone dare to rise against it, the empress, in her wrath, could personally march forth and obliterate the enemy. For 1,000 taels of silver would undoubtedly be insufficient to save your lives, but 400,000 could certainly do so. Chen Xian chuckled softly, addressing Zhang Tao. Write a letter now, instructing your wife to send the money. Nearby, Xiao Liuzi swiftly organized the necessary writing materials. You want all my wealth? Zhang Tao exclaimed in disbelief. He had merely informed Chen Xian of his financial capacity to convey his influence, hoping to preserve his life. If Chen Xian desired money, he could offer a portion. After all, he had only needed 10,000 taels to save his son, right? Even if their relationship had soured. Securing his life with 50,000 taels should not pose a problem. To his utter astonishment, Chen Xian was demanding all his possessions. It was as if he were devouring him whole. What, do you have objections? Chen Xian cast a sidelong glance at him. What does that look? Do you consider me too greedy? Let me clarify. Your money is not truly yours. It is the hard-earned wealth of the common people. I am merely reclaiming it on their behalf. Reclaiming wealth for the common people? What nonsense. Not only did Zhang Tao and his companions doubt him, but even Xiao Liuzi and Ling Mo found Chen Xian's words utterly absurd, perceiving him as merely embellishing his own image. It is impossible. I would pay no more than 100,000 taels of silver for the lives of my son and myself, Zhang Tao declared, shaking his head without a moment's hesitation. 400,000 taels was a fortune he intended to invest in his own career advancement. Even if he were to relinquish the barbarian city to Chen Xian, the remaining funds would allow him to govern another city or even secure a position in the capital. To hand it all over to Chen Xian would spell the end of his ambitions. He still believed he had some leeway. Clearly, you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin. Chen Xian sighed in disappointment, shaking his head. In that case, I shall not accept the 400,000 taels. After all, your ill-gotten gains are far too hot to handle. Zhang Tao was infuriated by this remark. Had he not just claimed that this money was reclaimed for the common people? Now he was labeling it as tainted and untouchable. It seemed that every possible phrase had been thrown at him. Zhang Tao, your wife must still be quite young, Chen Xian suddenly remarked with a malicious grin. Chapter 157. The Beauty Trap, what do you mean by that? Upon seeing Chen Xian's malicious grin, Zhang Tao's heart sank, enveloped by an intense sense of foreboding. He was all too familiar with that glint in the eyes. It was the very same expression his son, Zhang Tianci, wore when he was about to take advantage of a woman from a humble background. What do you mean? Since we are all men here, there is no need for pretense. Do you think that your unwillingness will deter me from taking your wealth? Chen Xian chuckled gleefully, asserting that once he eliminated you, your wife would be left all alone. Surely she could not remain solitary for the rest of her life. Eventually, she would seek the companionship of another man. Conveniently, I have an abundance of single men at my disposal. All I need to do is send someone to be by her side, attending to her every need and showering her with affection. Women are inherently emotional. If one cares for them adequately, they will inevitably be moved, and over time, she will surrender her heart completely. Your wife is still capable of bearing children, and at just over 40, she remains in the prime of her allure. In due course, if she were to have another child, their fates would become intertwined, making her even less likely to part from the attentive man who cares for her so devotedly. In that eventuality, not only would you, Zhang Tao, cease to exist, but you would also lose your wealth. Classic case of losing both life and fortune. As for Zhang Tianci, congratulations, for he is soon to have a half-brother. As Chen Xian spoke, his grin stretched almost to his ears, resembling a person brimming with malicious intent, openly declaring his nefarious plans right before your eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao's complexion turned a sickly green, his very essence seemingly drained away. Nothing is more disheartening for a man than to wear the shame of a green hat. And now, Chen Xian was brazenly informing him that not only would he be victimized, but he would also be made the object of ridicule. His woman, his wealth, the fruits of his lifelong toil, all claimed by another. Beside them, Ying'er suddenly perceived Chen Xian's cunning nature. Was this not mere bullying? However, upon further reflection, he recalled that Chen Xian's method appeared to be a common tactic employed by this father-son duo in the entire barbarian city, spanning several dozen miles. If a woman was deemed attractive, regardless of her marital status, this father and son would seize her if they fancied her. The common folk had nowhere to voice their grievances. Seek justice? By the time they reached the court, the first words from the magistrate would likely be, "Who dares to accuse this official?" It was inconceivable. My mother is not that kind of woman. You believe yourself charming enough to ensnare my mother with your beauty trap? Let me assure you, you are merely indulging in a foolish fantasy. Zhang Tianci glared at Chen Xian furiously. Just moments ago, he was filled with dread, but upon hearing Chen Xian's intentions toward his mother, his protective instincts surged, and he stood his ground. Chen Xian cast a sidelong glance at him, shaking his head lightly. Who said I intended to seduce your mother? She is but a faded beauty, and I have no interest in her. Women of her age are often predatory, drawn to virile men, of which I have no shortage. For instance, there is Commander Ying'er and Lu Jinyu beside me. With so many men around, surely one of them could unlock her heart. As he spoke, a mischievous smile crept across his face. At that moment, Ying'er was taken aback, wondering why he was mentioned. It seemed inappropriate for him to be enlisted to entice Zhang Tao's mother. However, he recognized this as perhaps Chen Xian's method of provocation, so he remained silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu felt quite hurt, realizing he was overlooked in Chen Xian's scheme of handsome candidates. Do I resemble some sort of fool? He mused. He had always considered himself rather appealing, having held a respectable position in Lufeng village, and now he was a favored companion of Chen Xian. Convinced he possessed a measure of masculine charm, Zhang Tianci's face flushed with anger, a desire to curse burning within him. Yet, Xiao Lu stepped forward, casting him a malevolent glance, promising that should he dare to speak out of turn, he would face dire consequences. Fearing retribution, Zhang Tianci swallowed his words. Feeling the tension rise in his throat, his complexion fluctuating between crimson and pallid. On the other hand, Zhang Tao's expression was even more grim. To his dismay, Chen Xian had included Ying'er in his ploy. If it had been anyone else, Zhang Tao might have dismissed it, but Ying'er was different. He was a man without a wife, having spent years on the battlefield or training, with no scandal to his name. It was said he still remained a virgin. Women were often drawn to such a man with a clean personal life. Zhang Tao's wife was well aware of this and had lauded Ying'er as the epitome of manhood on numerous occasions, asserting that a man who shuns the company of women is indeed a good man. This served to subtly highlight Zhang Tao's own indulgences. After years of sharing a bed, how could Zhang Tao be oblivious to his wife's nature? Thus, he now felt a creeping sense of crisis, as if he were already wearing half of a metaphorical green hat. Chen Xian, having observed the obvious discomfort on Zhang Tao's face, felt a stir of intrigue. In truth, his earlier words had been mere jest. He himself doubted the viability of such a scheme. However, Zhang Tao's reaction suddenly led him to believe he might have unwittingly stumbled upon a fruitful avenue. With a deliberate boldness, Chen Xian called out, "Xiao Lu, fetch me 2 lengths of hemp rope." After all, he is a magistrate, a government official. Though his rank may be modest, we ought to offer him some semblance of dignity. Understood, Xiao Lu nodded, muttering under his breath about the unfairness of it all. As he dispatched someone to retrieve the ropes, Zhang Tao's expression shifted instantly, revealing that Chen Xian truly intended to leave him no escape. 200,000. My son and I can at most offer 200,000 taels of silver for our lives. He clenched his fists tightly beneath his sleeves, gritting his teeth as he spoke. However, Chen Xian merely shook his head, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. If you both perish, Ying'er will acquire your woman, and the entire 400,000 taels would rightfully belong to me. Why would I settle for merely half? This is absurd. Ying'er, speechless, pondered why he was being dragged into this conversation. Do I appear to be the type who favors older women? Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he did not allow any hint of dissatisfaction to surface on his face. Instead, he wore an expression of intrigue. This was due to his observation of Zhang Tao's decidedly unsettling demeanor. Ying'er was not a rigid individual. He understood the necessity of adaptability when the moment demanded it. Just then, Xiao Liuzi entered with a length of hemp rope. Behold this rope, thick and sturdy, ensuring that it would not falter when used for hanging. Chapter 158. A difficult journey. The moment Xiao Liuzi entered with the hemp rope, Zhang Tao's heart sank completely. A profound sense of despair enveloped him as he realized that Chen Xian was indeed serious. Conveniently, there was a tree in the courtyard, and without waiting for Chen Xian's instructions, Xiao Liuzi directly looped the rope over a branch and tied a knot. Then, with an air of triumph, he smiled at Chen Xian and said, "Master Chen, it's all set." Chen Xian nodded. "Send these 2 on their way." Instantly, Xiao Liuzi signaled to his subordinates, who promptly approached and each took hold of Zhang Tao and Zhang Tianxi's arms, preparing to escort them. "Father! Father! Help! Save me! Father, speak to me! Help!" Zhang Tianxi cried out hysterically, desperately calling for his father. However, it was to no avail. Zhang Tao remained silent, his lips sealed in defiance as if to convey, "I will not give you 40,000 taels, even if you take my life." Though Zhang Tianxi shouted until his throat was hoarse, it proved futile. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air. Xiao Liuzi waved his hand in front of his nose, his face contorted in disgust. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Zhang Tianxi had soaked his trousers, droplets trickling down. "Have you wet yourself?" Chen Xian remarked with surprise, taken aback by how this arrogant young man, who usually strutted about with such bravado, had been reduced to this state by fear. "Father, please relent. Give him whatever he desires. I don't want to die." Zhang Tianxi pleaded, tears streaming down his face. "Can you truly bear to see the Zhang family come to an end?" Zhang Tao's muscles tightened, his face a mask of fury as he ground his teeth and spat. What a useless fool. In the next moment, he turned to Chen Xian, his expression twisted with rage. 40,000 taels, I will pay." Regret washed over him as he realized the magnitude of Chen Xian's demands. Had he known Chen Xian's appetite was so insatiable, he would never have claimed to possess such wealth. Initially, his declaration of 40,000 taels was meant to convey his worth and deter Chen Xian from contemplating his demise. As long as he was alive, the possibility of vengeance remained. Moreover, with the pretext of needing 10,000 taels to rescue Zhang Tianxi, Zhang Tao had believed that offering a few thousand taels would suffice to secure their freedom. Yet, he had utterly miscalculated Chen Xian's ravenous greed. Had I known it would come to this? Chen Xian shook his head, presenting him with the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, prepared well in advance. Under Chen Xian's watchful gaze, Zhang Tao could not attempt any tricks. Ultimately, His hand trembled as he penned a letter. The contents were simple. He instructed his wife to liquidate all their assets, converting them into gold and silver, including the earnings from before, and to transport everything to Manqing. Is this too simplistic? Chen Xian pondered, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the letter's contents. Zhang Tao's wife is a shrewd businesswoman, unmatched in her astuteness. Upon hearing Zhang Tao's request to liquidate their assets, she would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Why would a thriving businessperson wish to sell off everything? Recognizing the inconsistency, she might think to herself, so you have ulterior motives, do you? With this realization, Chen Xian let out a cold chuckle and gestured to the blank page beneath the letter. Continue writing here, he instructed. Indicate that you are about to journey to the capital to assume a high office and require substantial funds for arrangements. Once you arrive in the capital, the 24 forts along the frontier will no longer provide you refuge. Without your presence here to maintain order, your business will be seized by others, who will profit from your absence. Furthermore, he emphasized that this matter must remain confidential, with funds discreetly transported away. At these words, Zhang Tao felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Intentionally omitting the reason for liquidating their assets, he anticipated that his wife would harbor suspicions, making it unlikely she would easily part with the money. Ideally, she would become alert and seek out the Wang of Jinshi to inquire about the situation in Man City. Once the Wang's men arrived in Man City to investigate, he would surely be saved. He had intended to employ this little ruse, but he never expected the young Chen Xian to be so perceptive. Though Zhang Tao was reluctant, he had no choice but to proceed as Chen Xian instructed, adding the details about purchasing an official position and making arrangements to the letter. Chen Xian meticulously reviewed the contents of the letter, scrutinizing each word with care. Once satisfied, he placed it into an envelope and sealed it with wax. Xiao Yozi, take these two away. Chen Xian waved his hand. Zhang Tao quickly interjected. I have written the letter as you requested. Should you not honor your promise and release my son and me? Chen Xian, perplexed, responded. I merely said I would spare your lives. When did I promise to let you both go? You have broken your word. Zhang Tao was instantly filled with the sensation of being toyed with. With an expression of feigned innocence, Chen Xian retorted, must you hastily cast accusations? If I were to break my word, I would have killed you both by now. Enough, Xiao Yozi, take these two away for hard labor. Xiao Yozi immediately silenced Zhang Tao with a gag and forcibly escorted both father and son away. Having served as a governor for half his life and enjoyed a position of authority, Zhang Tao had never endured such treatment. His heart brimmed with resentment. Ever since Chen Xian arrived in Man City, nothing had gone smoothly for him, and now he felt as if he had lost everything. Captain Ling. Chen Xian suddenly turned a beaming gaze towards Ling Mo. The smile was unmistakably indicative of mischief. Ling Mo, instantly alert, inquired, Master Chen, what are your orders? Chen Xian replied with a grin. It seems this letter requires your personal delivery. I deliver it personally? Ling Mo was taken aback. Chen Xian nodded. You are acquainted with Zhang Tao's wife. If you personally deliver the letter, she will undoubtedly trust it. If it were sent by someone else, she would surely harbor suspicions of deceit. This 400,000 taels of silver is essential for our venture, and we must secure it. His words seemed somewhat anachronistic. Although Ling Mo understood, he felt a strange dissonance. What was this talk of ventures and initial capital? It sounded entirely out of place in the context of the great Qin dynasty. Nevertheless, Ling Mo recognized the validity in Chen Xian's reasoning. After all, the matter concerned the entirety of the Zhang family's fortune, and Zhang Tao's wife would surely approach it with utmost caution. Indeed, there was no one more suitable than Ling Mo to deliver this letter. The journey from Man City to Tiger City spanned over 200 li, with certain paths treacherous for horses. Thus, wear this and let the person serve as your steed. Chapter 159. A reward for the right guest. Chen Xian directly retrieved a pair of azure cloud boots from the system space. Once donned, these boots would undoubtedly render the wearer capable of extraordinary feats, akin to that of a tireless steed traversing vast distances. Just as a spirited horse can gallop tirelessly for 1,000 miles, a person with sufficient stamina can achieve the same with these boots. Given that Ling Mo, a formidable expert at the 4th level of martial mastery, possessed ample endurance, he could easily traverse 3,000 miles within 3 days while wearing them. Feeling that he had little use for such an item, Chen Xian decided to bestow these boots as a reward to Ling Mo. Upon laying eyes on the exquisite footwear, Ying'er immediately sensed its exceptional quality. The texture felt sublime, evoking an impression of warmth akin to jade, despite being merely a pair of boots. These were indeed a low-grade treasure of the Xian rank, azure cloud boots. With a gentle smile, Chun Xian remarked that they were quite remarkable and insisted on gifting them to Ling Mo for his hard work. Ling Mo was taken aback. In the heat of battle, wearing such boots would allow him to move with unparalleled swiftness. When one's strength is on par with that of the enemy, the speed conferred by these boots could prove decisive in determining the outcome of a confrontation. It was fair to say that these boots were invaluable, especially given their superior quality as a low-grade treasure of the Xian rank. Master Chun, one must not receive rewards without merit. You have already bestowed upon me so much. Ling Mo quickly attempted to return the azure cloud boots. He understood Chun Xian's generosity, but was astonished by the extent of it, having already received Earth-ranked martial techniques and advanced Xian-ranked martial skills. He was now being gifted an Xian-ranked weapon. No father could be as generous as this. What do you mean by no reward without merit? You have achieved great merit today. Chun Xian chuckled heartily. I sent you to Hu City to deliver a message, not for leisure. Wearing these boots will ensure you travel swiftly both to and from your destination. Accept them without further reluctance. Accompany me, and you shall enjoy the finest rewards. Chun Xian insisted on placing the azure cloud boots into Ling Mo's hands, who, unable to refuse, ultimately accepted the gift. This act of generosity painted Chun Xian in a new light for Ling Mo. He truly offers substantial benefits for those who assist him. Nearby, Xiao Yoji could hardly contain his envy, nearly drooling at the sight. Xiao Yoji, what level of power do you currently possess? Chun Xian inquired suddenly, seemingly preparing to reward him as well. In response to Master Chun, I am currently at the 4th level of martial mastery, nearing a breakthrough to the 5th. Xiao Yoji replied. His prowess was not particularly strong. Within the Flow Peak stronghold, he wouldn't even rank among the top 20. Yet, he thrived in the stronghold, being a favored figure by Lu Jinyu, not due to strength, but rather his keen insight. Somewhat lacking, Chun Xian murmured. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yoji's heart sank. Was he being deemed inadequate? However, in the next moment, Chun Xian unexpectedly produced a crimson sword from seemingly nowhere and casually tossed it to Xiao Yoji. Master Chun, this is... As Xiao Yoji grasped the fiery red sword, he instantly sensed that it was no ordinary weapon. It imparted a profound feeling that with it in hand, he could vanquish any adversary. A sword of the low-grade mystic rank. Possessing such an artifact would render even skilled warriors of the 7th or 8th tier impotent against him. Serving as a formidable means of self-defense, Chun Xian elucidated. He had directly presented 2 mystic rank treasures awarded by the system as a gift. Xiao Yoji was overjoyed, realizing that Master Chun had not forgotten him. However, he did not accept it immediately. Instead, emulating Ling Mo's demeanor, he feigned reluctance and said, Master Chun, one should not accept rewards without merit. Such treasures are far too precious. I, Xiao Yoji, am unworthy. You deserve this for your unwavering support during this time. Chun Xian insisted, compelling him to accept it. Naturally, Xiao Yoji could not be overly courteous any longer and happily accepted the gift. Everyone has worked hard tonight. Let us return and rest. We shall discuss matters in the morning. Chun Xian waved his hand, signaling for everyone to depart. Afterward, he returned to the Chun residence, where Li Xiaoning and the others were still awake. After all, this night was destined to bring change, and by morning, it would be uncertain whether the city would belong to the Zhang or the Qin family. Even the most untroubled soul would find it difficult to sleep at such a moment. My husband has returned. Upon seeing Chun Xian return safely, Su Rulin exclaimed with joy. Li Xiaoning and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief. What is the situation? Li Xiaoning inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Guess, and a prize awaits those who are correct, Chun Xian teased, deliberately withholding information. Oh dear husband, you are wicked. You know we women are not clever. Yet you still make us guess. How cruel. Su Rulin playfully chided, her voice sweet and enticing, leaving one entranced. In the presence of another man, he might have succumbed to overwhelming desire. Very well, I shall reveal it to you. The Chun and Qin families have been thoroughly raided. The governor's mansion has also been seized, and Zhang Tao and his son Zhang Tianxi have become my captives. Furthermore, I have made a tremendous gain this time. As he spoke, a broad smile spread across Chun Xian's face, his joy evident. What tremendous gain! Ying'er immediately inquired, having never witnessed Chun Xian so elated. Can you guess how much Zhang Tao possesses? Chun Xian continued to playfully withhold the answer. Whoever guesses correctly may have one request granted. Su Ruolin, upon hearing this, eagerly asked, My husband, can any request be fulfilled? As she spoke, she fluttered her eyelashes, her gaze sultry, as if she wished to extract every ounce of him. Chun Xian, well aware of her intentions, nodded. Indeed, even outrageous requests may be accommodated. In her heart, she fervently wished that Su Ruolin could figure it out. If that were the case, she could openly share a bed with him. During this period, being constantly teased by Su Ruolin had ignited a fervent desire within Chun Xian, leaving him on the brink of losing control numerous times. Were it not for the fear that other women might diminish his affections, he would have willingly succumbed to the allure. Should Su Ruolin successfully guess the truth and request to consummate their relationship, Chun Xian would undoubtedly acquiesce. This way, there would be no objections from the other women, and even if jealousy arose, it would hardly affect his feelings. I shall make the first move, Su Ruolin thought, believing her opportunity had arrived. If she could guess correctly, claim Chun Xian's body, and conceive a child, she would bear a son. This would be her precious firstborn. As the saying goes, a mother's status is elevated by her child. With a son, her position would be firmly secured. Chapter 160. Guess, my dear husband. Zhang Tao is a notorious scoundrel who has committed countless misdeeds over the years. I surmise that the wealth he has amassed from the people far surpasses that of the Liao, Qin, and Chun families combined. Therefore, I believe that the hidden treasures of gold and silver within the governor's residence, along with various other valuables, must exceed 60,000 taels of silver. Su Ruolin calculated with her fingers, her words laced with curses directed at Zhang Tao. Chun Xian chuckled heartily and teased, Sister Su, you are indeed correct. Oh, I have guessed right. Su Ruolin was instantly filled with excitement, nearly leaping from her seat. She placed her finger to her lips, blushing with a coy smile. My dear husband, tonight. Li Xiaoning and the others furrowed their brows. They had grown accustomed to Su Ruolin's uninhibited nature, as well as to Chun Xian's role as a moral paragon. Now, with Su Ruolin having guessed correctly, did that not imply that Chun Xian would no longer fulfill his role as a virtuous gentleman this time? Women's thoughts are often sensitive and intricate. Although they were not inclined to pursue a romantic relationship with Chun Xian, witnessing another woman engage with him stirred an inexplicable discomfort within their hearts, akin to a sense of territory being encroached upon. Yet, Li Xiaoning, being of royal lineage, concealed her discomfort with poise, maintaining an upright posture that exuded grace and dignity. Ying'er pouted, her displeasure evident on her face as she crossed her arms defiantly, turning her head with a huff. And Ruxue, throughout, maintained her inscrutable demeanor, embodying an ice queen, seldom revealing her emotions. As for Li Xianxian, Lu Qiqi, Su Qingcheng, and Lu Yi, each harbored their own thoughts. Some found Su Ruolin's words too explicit and embarrassing, while others remained indifferent, and some pondered deeply, lost in their own reflections. Regardless of the sentiments of the other women, Su Ruolin's intentions were transparent, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. My dear husband, after teasing me so many times, the tables have finally turned in my favor. Chun Xian, sensing the precariousness of the situation, quickly cleared his throat. Ahem, Sister Su, your joy may be premature. You have only guessed half of it. At this, the women were taken aback. My dear husband, what do you mean by that? Su Ruolin felt a sudden unease. Indeed, Zhang Tao's fortune exceeded the combined wealth of the Liao, Qin, and Chun clans, yet it did not amount to 60,000 taels of silver. Moreover, your earlier statement contained a fallacy. The total wealth of the Liao, Qin, and Chun families far exceeds 60,000 taels of silver. Chun Xian chuckled softly. Su Ruolin exclaimed in dismay. Oh dear, I did not guess correctly. You led me to believe I was right, only to reveal it was only half the truth. You truly are incorrigible, my dear husband. I must guess again. Very well. Each person is allowed 3 attempts, but do not be greedy. Chun Xian deliberately set a limit on the guessing opportunities. Given infinite chances, one could undoubtedly guess correctly at least once by continuously providing numbers. Therefore, a restriction on the number of attempts was necessary. I wager 100,000 taels of silver. Su Ruolin exclaimed, immediately utilizing her second chance. Chen Xian shook his head. Sister Su, you are mistaken. Then I guess 150,000. Su Ruolin, fearing someone might steal her opportunity, quickly used her third chance. Sister, you are wrong again, Chen Xian said with a smile, shaking his head. Oh dear, this is so frustrating. Su Ruolin stomped her feet in annoyance. Next, who will guess? Chen Xian looked at the others. I will. Ying'er volunteered, rolling up her sleeves. All right, Sister Ying'er, please proceed, Chen Xian encouraged. Who is your sister? Don't be so familiar. Ying'er rolled her eyes. Chen Xian was perplexed as to what had offended her that evening. Previously, she had no objections to being called Sister Ying'er, yet now she seemed displeased. I guess 110,000 taels of silver, Ying'er declared. Incorrect, try again. Chen Xian replied, shaking his head. Ying'er furrowed her brows slightly. Then it's 130,000. Still incorrect. Chen Xian shook his head once more. Ying'er puffed her cheeks in annoyance. 140,000. Incorrect. Your 3 chances have been exhausted. Please welcome the next lovely contestant. Chen Xian grinned. This is utterly unamusing. Ying'er stomped her foot in frustration. Next, Lu Chi took her turn and guessed 160,000, 180,000, and 200,000, thankfully without success. I say, my husband, when we guess, the number shouldn't be a round figure, should it? If there are still several thousand or hundreds left, we could guess all night and still be wrong. Su Ruolin suddenly had a thought and immediately spoke up. Am I the kind of person to play tricks? It must be a whole number. There are no thousands or hundreds after the 10,000 mark. Chen Xian said earnestly. That's good. If you dare to toy with us, sisters, beware that we will unite against you. Su Ruolin retorted. Next, Lu Yi took her turn to guess, but she too was incorrect. Li Xianxian and Su Qingcheng met the same fate. By this point, the guesses had climbed to nearly 250,000 taels of silver. First house, second house, it's your turn. Who will guess first? Su Ruolin eagerly inquired. However, Enrushua scoffed, turned away, and disdainfully remarked, boring. She had no interest in guessing. Second house, are you not going to guess? Su Ruolin's eyes twinkled with mischief. Since you are uninterested, why not forfeit your 3 opportunities to me? Enrushua glanced at her and replied coolly, no, I give them to Ying'er. She pointed at Ying'er. Upon hearing this, Su Ruolin immediately retorted, how stingy. It was just bringing the assassin to your room tonight. Why hold a grudge over that? Ying'er never anticipated that she would be granted another 3 opportunities. She immediately turned to Enrushua and smiled sweetly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Rushua. During this time, Enrushua not only taught her martial arts and offered various insights, but also provided considerable care in other aspects of her life. It is safe to say that Ying'er had come to regard Enrushua as a beloved older sister, feeling deeply grateful. After finishing her smile at Enrushua, she turned to Chen Xian, quickly adopting a serious expression, and retorted, I guess it's 260,000 taels. No, wait. 27? Still incorrect. 28. It must be this number. Ying'er was somewhat flustered. She hoped to guess correctly so that she could offer the opportunity to make a request to Enrushua as a form of gratitude. Sister Ying'er, congratulations. You are entirely mistaken. Chen Xian chuckled mischievously. Chen Xian, are you trying to get yourself killed? Hearing the first part, she thought she had guessed correctly and felt a fleeting joy, but upon hearing the last 2 words, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. She realized she had been tricked, which left Ying'er seething with frustration. Chapter 161. The right guess. This is not right, nor is that. What is it then? The women began to express their grievances, harboring serious doubts that Chen Xian was deliberately teasing them for his amusement. Continue guessing. This is the last chance. If you fail to guess correctly, the opportunity to make a wish will be lost. Chen Xian chuckled, finally directing his gaze towards Li Xiaoning. Everyone had taken their turn, leaving only Li Xiaoning remaining. Come on, you must guess quickly. Once we finish, we can return to our slumber. Su Ruolin yawned, her enthusiasm waning. In her eyes, if no one else could guess, then Li Xiaoning certainly wouldn't succeed either. Given that, it would be better to disperse and retire for the night. Moreover, at this hour, fatigue was evident on everyone's faces. If they didn't sleep soon, dawn would break. 200,000 taels of silver, Li Xiaoning suddenly spoke up. Su Ruolin immediately retorted, are you muddled from staying up too late? 200,000 taels is the number we just mentioned. The other women also displayed expressions of surprise. unable to comprehend why Li Xiaoning would reiterate a number already stated. Chen Xian raised an eyebrow in surprise, believing Li Xiaoning to possess a good memory. Was she doing this on purpose? No. Guess again, Chen Xian said, suddenly noticing the slight upward curve of Li Xiaoning's lips. 300,000 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, Su Rulan shook her head vigorously. This is sheer nonsense. The range is far too wide. The other women nodded in agreement, asserting that Sister Xiaoning must be weary and was merely uttering random figures. I think so too, since no one can guess correctly. It's better to just throw out a random number. Meanwhile, Enrushua turned to leave for her room, believing this tedious game had come to an end. However, just as everyone assumed Li Xiaoning was merely fabricating numbers, Chen Xian noticed the curve of her smile growing wider. This made him pause. Could she possibly know something? Or did she believe she could guess correctly? This is the last opportunity. I must cherish it. Li Xiaoning's voice was soft yet melodious, akin to a lark song. Under the gazes of all present, she slowly uttered 3 words, for 100,000. A gasp erupted in the room. Su Rulan was the first to exclaim, "This is impossible. It's far too exaggerated." Even the usually quiet and reserved Lu Yi couldn't help but interject. 200,000 was already terrifying. 300,000 was unimaginable. And now 400,000 taels of silver. This is utterly absurd. This is simply an astronomical figure. Su Qingqing murmured. Even if we emptied the pockets of every citizen in the entire barbarian city, it would not amount to such a sum. Ying'er whispered. It seems Sister Xiaoning is truly exhausted and is just throwing out random numbers. Am I mistaken in my guess? Li Xiaoning revealed a playful smile, a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. You're just rambling. How could you possibly guess correctly? Had I known you would spout such nonsense, I would have gladly taken your 3 opportunities instead. Su Rulan couldn't help but interject. Just as she finished speaking, she was taken aback by the remarkable expression on Chen Xian's face, which was a tapestry of astonishment, disbelief, and incredulity. My dear husband, what is that expression? Su Rulan exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her, and she gasped. Could it be that the first room has stumbled upon a stroke of luck and guessed correctly? At this, a wave of shock swept through the room. For Chen Xian did not immediately refute her. Instead, he slowly nodded in affirmation. What? Good heavens, has Sister Xiaoning truly guessed correctly? Is it indeed 400,000 taels of silver? My word, how much has this corrupt official embezzled? No wonder the citizens of the city are in dire straits. This avaricious soul has enriched himself at the expense of so many lives. He is nothing more than a parasitic leech, a malignant tumor. The women began to express their disdain vocally. Sister Xiaoning, how did you arrive at the figure of 400,000 taels? Ying'er inquired with curiosity. When the number reached 200,000 taels, it was already hard to fathom. 300,000 taels seemed utterly preposterous. Beyond that, no one dared to even contemplate. Yet, Li Xiaoning dared to think beyond. Chen Xian, too, regarded Li Xiaoning with intrigue, sharing the curiosity of the other women present. He wondered how she had managed to guess correctly. However, Li Xiaoning merely smiled and said, I was just taking a wild guess. Su Rulan sighed, a look of regret on her face. I knew it would be like this. Had I been bolder in my guess, perhaps I would have been the one to hit the mark. The other women concurred, realizing they had also taken random guesses, attributing their misfortune to luck, while Li Xiaoning's fortune had far surpassed theirs. Yet, Chen Xian felt a stirring in his heart. He did not believe that Li Xiaoning had merely guessed without thought. Rather, he sensed she must have discerned some underlying pattern, enabling her to arrive at the correct figure. As for the nature of that pattern, he himself was oblivious. Perhaps only Li Xiaoning could unravel it. After all, he had noticed the unmistakable smile that danced upon her lips. Xiaoning, you have guessed correctly. What wish do you desire? Chen Xian asked with a smile. Initially, he had not anticipated that they would arrive at the answer. The purpose of this game was to cultivate camaraderie among them. After all, relationships require nurturing, blossoming through repeated interactions rather than spontaneously emerging from mere cohabitation. Consider it this way. During your school days, did you suddenly develop fondness for your classmates? Such feelings do not arise out of nowhere. They are born from mutual exchanges and interactions that foster special sentiments. Engaging in gaming wagers serves as a bridge that fosters connections between individuals. Big house, my dear husband has granted you a wish. What do you intend to wish for? Su Rulan remarked with an expression of envy. She felt that her chance of bearing a son had slipped away, with Li Xiaoning poised to take the lead. The son born to Xiaoning would undoubtedly be the legitimate firstborn. Such a position would solidify her standing even further. Sister Xiaoning, what wish do you plan to make? Yang Ying'er inquired with curiosity. The other ladies also turned their gazes towards her. Even the typically aloof and indifferent Enrushua could not help but glance over, intrigued. Li Xiaoning, her face radiant like spring, gazed into Chun Xian's eyes and smiled. Are you able to grant any wish? Without hesitation, Chun Xian nodded affirmatively. As long as it is within my power, I shall grant any wish you desire. Chapter 162. An unintentional promise to fulfill another's wish. It must, of course, lie within the bounds of one's capabilities. Should one promise a desire that exceeds one's abilities, what would that be? It would simply be an empty dream. For instance, what if Li Xiaoning aspired to become the emperor of the great Qin dynasty? While not entirely impossible, such a desire is far too distant and elusive, fraught with the potential for sudden demise. Therefore, any wish must remain within the realm of Chun Xian's attainable abilities. Li Xiaoning paced back and forth, her hands clasped behind her back, deeply contemplating what wish she might bestow. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she smiled at Chun Xian, exclaiming, I've made my decision. Instantly, everyone turned their eager eyes toward her. What could the financially astute Li Xiaoning possibly desire from Chun Xian? I've decided to temporarily set this wish aside, as I currently desire nothing. When I know what I want, I shall speak. With a playful arch of her eyebrow directed at Chun Xian, she added, wishes, after all, should be allowed to be saved, right? You can't possibly pressure me to reveal it now. This sudden gesture caught Chun Xian off guard. He had never anticipated that the typically composed and mature Li Xiaoning could exhibit such a lively and endearing side. Her playful eyebrow raise did not merely lift her brow. It stirred Chun Xian's heart. Unconsciously, his lips curled into a smile that reached his ears. Sisters, look at our husband. He can hardly contain his joy. Su Ruolin observed with a teasing tone, clearly amused, though she bore no hint of jealousy. Husband, you have yet to respond to the eldest lady's query. Can wishes truly be saved? Chun Xian nodded affirmatively. Of course, they can be preserved. For how long, though? Surely not just a few days? Li Xiaoning teased. With a smile, Chun Xian replied, if I were to attach a duration to it, I would say forever. Oh, how utterly sweet. Someone exclaimed. No, not sweet, it's charming. Our husband certainly knows how to delight a woman. At the utterance of the word forever, every woman present, even in Rushua, displayed a noticeable brightness in their eyes. Seizing the moment, Chun Xian continued. I wish that this notion of eternity extends not only to this wish, but also to all of us gathered here. We hail from distant corners of the world, and in the grand tapestry of fate, we may never have crossed paths. Yet, here we are, brought together by destiny, and it is our bond. Thus, I hope we can remain together, forever and always. Here, I make a solemn promise to you all, regardless of what the future holds, as long as I draw breath. I will protect your peace and ensure your safety throughout your lives. A powerful declaration, resonating deeply. This was Chun Xian's heartfelt sentiment. Devoid of any insincere flattery aimed at winning their favor, there was not a hint of pretense. My husband, young Master Chun, you scoundrel, why utter such nauseating words? In an instant, Su Ruolin, Yang Ying'er, and Su Qingcheng felt their eyes welling up with emotion. As the saying goes, a kind word can warm 3 winters, while harsh words can chill the heart in June. From the moment they met Chun Xian, he had never spoken a harsh word to them. He always spoke gently, revealing his fiercest side only to outsiders while showing them his softest demeanor. I, Chun Xian, act according to my conscience. My promises to you shall be fulfilled, and should I ever betray my oath, may heaven and earth conspire against me. Chun Xian raised a hand, his gaze resolute. Ding! Lu Yi's favorability 5, Su Qingcheng. Suddenly, the system's notification echoed in Chun Xian's mind. Except for Enrushua and Li Xiaoning, whose favorability did not increase by 5 points. Every other woman's favorability rose uniformly by 5 points. The reason for the discrepancy in the two was that Li Xiaoning's favorability had increased by 10 points, while Enrushua's surged by a full 15 points. Enrushua's favorability has exceeded 60 points. Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward, an elevation in strength by 1 tier. Boom. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberated from within Chun Xian's bones. This was the sound of the dragon bones in his spine strengthening. Upon reaching the realm of a martial master, the human spine comprises 9 crucial dragon bones. Each cracking sound signifies the enhancement of one, thereby elevating one's strength. Now, as the dragon bones in Chun Xian's spine emitted a sound, his power ascended a level, from the 3rd tier of a martial master to the 4th. However, this was not the end. Chun Xian heard the system's voice resonate again in his mind. And Ru Xue is the first woman to surpass 60 points in favorability. Congratulations, host. You have received a critical hit reward. Strength elevated once more by 1 tier. At the very instant the first dragon bone cracked, before Chun Xian could savor the moment, the second dragon bone resonated once more. He instantly felt as though every pore in his body had unfurled. A surge of terrifying energy erupted within him, causing his clothing to inflate as if filled with air. However, at that moment of energy release, to avoid startling Li Xiaoning and the others, Chun Xian quickly restrained his aura, and his suddenly inflated clothing returned to its original state. Chun Xian was overwhelmed with joy. His power had soared from the 3rd tier of a martial master to the 5th tier. Your strength? The other women felt nothing unusual. They merely observed Chun Xian's clothing briefly swell before promptly returning to normal. However, as a female disciple of the Snow Sword sect, and Ru Xue possessed formidable strength, standing at the pinnacle of the martial master realm, several levels above Chun Xian, although she had yet to fully recover from her injuries to return to her peak form. In that fleeting moment, she keenly sensed a sudden surge in Chun Xian's power. The sound of the dragon bones resonating was all too familiar to her. Had he truly just elevated his strength by 2 entire levels? And Ru Xue voiced her disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. The progression of human ranks is typically gradual. So how could Chun Xian leap 2 minor realms in one go? Aware that he could not conceal the truth from her, Chun Xian chuckled and replied, I was simply overwhelmed with joy and inadvertently broke through. In response, and Ru Xue stared at him in disbelief. You mean to say that out of sheer happiness, you accidentally achieved a breakthrough? Does that even sound plausible? Chapter 163. The betrayer. Any individual of sound mind typically ascends in mastery step by step. Furthermore, prior to such breakthroughs, one must engage in seclusion, preparing various elixirs and treasures required for this solitary endeavor. Yet, here stands Chun Xian, casually conversing and laughing. Who inadvertently achieves a breakthrough? Is this behavior characteristic of an ordinary person? How could such a phenomenon occur? And Ru Xue found it utterly unbelievable. Chun Xian pondered for a moment and replied with a smile, perhaps it is a case of latent potential finally emerging. It is widely acknowledged that I have long been regarded as a cultivation failure, vulnerable to the whims of others. However, my foundation is remarkably solid. Over the years, despite my lack of progress, the strength of my foundation has remained unwavering. Consequently, when I finally break through, it is as if I soar like a firecracker, advancing at a pace surpassing others. This explanation was merely a whimsical concoction. After all, he could hardly divulge to Ru Xue that he possessed a system, could he? Upon hearing this, Ru Xue, though incredulous, could not find an alternative explanation. After all, Chun Xian had indeed been a cultivation failure. Were he not, he would not have been so easily bullied. The vast family fortune left by his parents had been entirely seized, leaving him with only a few modest shops and an old residence. My dear, your cultivation has broken through once again. How splendid! It fills me with a profound sense of security. Su Ruolan exclaimed, ever the master of creating a lively atmosphere, rubbing her hands together in delight. What realm do you currently inhabit? Li Xiaoning inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Xian replied with a grin, I am invincible beneath the martial king. Li Xiaoning continued her questioning. And what of those above the martial king? I cannot defeat those above the martial king, but against those at the 1st tier of martial king, provided they lack earth tier martial skills, I can hold my own. Chun Xian spoke with confidence. Li Xiaoning immediately turned to Ru Xue for counsel, asking, Ru Xue, does he speak in hyperbole? And Ru Xue considered for a moment and responded, there is indeed an element of exaggeration, yet there is also a semblance of truth. The specifics can only be determined through combat. However, those who attain the martial king realm typically hail from esteemed families or great sects, often receiving earth-tier martial skills from their families or sects by the time they reach the 9th tier of martial master. As she spoke, She cast a significant glance at Chen Xian, implying he should remain humble and cautious to avoid grave misfortune. And Ru Shui, do you also possess earth-tier martial skills? Li Xiaoning pressed on. And Ru Shui nodded affirmatively. My master is one of the 4 great elders of the Xuejian sect, and I am her most outstanding disciple, so of course I do. Second mistress, this implies you are quite formidable. Yet, why were you captured and reduced to a prisoner like us? Su Ruolan inquired with curiosity. Each of them had their own reasons for being imprisoned. For instance, Su Ruolan had married a corrupt official and was implicated when the court confiscated his assets, leading to her incarceration. Similarly, Lu Yi, a lady of the Jiangnan water towns, found her family imprisoned due to their collusion with rebels, resulting in their downfall. For instance, Li Xiaoning, originally a princess of the Tang dynasty, accompanied the Tang envoy to Deqian. She intended to investigate the conditions in Deqian personally, to ascertain whether the populace lived in peace and prosperity, and whether the court had succumbed to corruption. However, she was mistakenly apprehended by the court's enforcers, who believed her to be a spy from Tang. After being injured, she was captured. Although her true identity as a Tang princess was eventually revealed, she had already suffered harm and imprisonment. Releasing her at that point would pose a dilemma in how to explain the situation to the Tang court. Thus, a sinister plan was devised to eliminate her discreetly, ensuring that the Tang court remained oblivious. If questioned, they would simply deny any knowledge of the Tang princess's arrival, claiming they had never seen her. Since Li Xiaoning had secretly departed from the envoy, any misfortune that befell her would be the responsibility of her own people, and Deqian would bear no blame. Originally, Li Xiaoning was to be executed in secret, but then the wrongful imprisonment of Chun Xian occurred. The Chun family is one of the 3 foremost families in Deqian, with many members holding high positions in the court. Chun Tian, intent on eliminating Chun Xian, utilized various connections to transfer Li Xiaoning from prison to the Chun residence, hoping that Chun Xian would choose her and thus be ensnared by her, leading to his downfall. Unexpectedly, a series of events unfolded, and not only did Chun Xian survive, but he grew increasingly formidable. Far away in the capital, Chun Tian remained unaware of the unfolding chaos. Had he known of Chun Xian's remarkable rise at the border, he would likely have been consumed by rage and despair. Enru Hua, as a descendant of the Snow Sword sect, could not have gone unnoticed by the court. The Snow Sword sect is the foremost sect in Deqian, and any harm inflicted upon Enru Hua would surely provoke the court's caution. Yet, in reality, Enru Hua was not only captured but nearly sentenced to death. Had it not been for Chun Xian advocating for her, she might have already become a lifeless corpse. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Enru Hua. Curiosity piqued about her experiences. Furrowing her brow, Enru Hua reflected. In the past, had anyone inquired about her capture, she would have remained silent. However, now, after a slight frown, she gradually spoke. This matter is rather lengthy. The reason for my capture is entangled with internal court factional disputes. But the most significant reason is that I was framed. As she spoke, her teeth clenched in fury. The individual responsible for her framing was an object of her utmost hatred. Who is the one that framed you? Do they possess considerable influence? Li Xiaoning could not restrain her curiosity, and Ru Hua replied solemnly, "It is perhaps better for you not to know. Knowing too much serves no benefit for anyone." Su Ruolan scoffed, "What is there to fear? We are under the protection of our husband, who belongs to the Qin family. With such a formidable ally, even if your adversary holds immense power, they cannot surpass the Qin family." And Ru Hua's expression remained stoic as she replied, "Their influence indeed surpasses that of the Qin family. Even my master holds a degree of trepidation towards them." Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback, including Chun Xian, who displayed a look of astonishment. After all, who exactly is Enru Hua's master? One of the esteemed 4 elders of the Snow Sword sect, his standing ranks just beneath that of the singular leader, and his prowess is beyond question. Such a formidable individual, yet he harbors trepidation towards the one who seeks to undermine his disciple? The origin of this adversary must be astonishingly formidable. Could it possibly be that the one who has conspired against you, Shui, is none other than the chancellor of the great Qin dynasty? Exclaimed Li Xiaoning. For even the 6 ministers of the court would hardly instill fear in the chief elder of the Snow Sword sect. Moreover, Enru Shui has just mentioned that the individual who schemes against her possesses a power and background even more formidable than that of the Qin family. The Qin family, after all, is a prestigious lineage that has endured for centuries within the Great Qin dynasty. In the vast expanse of the Great Qin, how many can claim a lineage more powerful than that of the Qin family? Thus, after much contemplation, Li Xiaoning concluded that the one who seeks to bring her harm must indeed be the current chancellor. Chapter 164. A startling revelation, however. One might wonder how a minister of the court could harbor thoughts of eliminating a disciple from the Snow Sword sect. Confusion was evident on everyone's faces. Suddenly, Enrushua shook her head and solemnly stated, "It is not the minister of the court." "Then who could it be?" Chun Xian inquired. "I do not wish to disclose it. Please refrain from asking." Enrushua clenched her silver teeth, clearly harboring a deep-seated hatred for the individual seeking her demise. Yet, this person wielded immense power, so much so that she hesitated to utter their name, for revealing it would only bring harm to Qin Xian and the others. Some secrets are indeed better left undiscovered. "Rushua, do you harbor intense hatred for this enemy?" Li Xiaoning suddenly regarded her with seriousness, and Rushua scoffed coldly. "I would relish the opportunity to crush his bones into dust." "Very well," Li Xiaoning nodded slightly, then turned to Qin Xian with a grave expression. "Do you recall your earlier promise? The one where you wagered 40,000 taels of silver and agreed to grant me a wish?" "Of course, I remember." Qin Xian affirmed with a nod, sensing that Li Xiaoning intended to invoke that wish. "Indeed," Li Xiaoning continued gravely, "my wish is that you avenge Rushua, regardless of how formidable her enemy may be or the extent of their background. Will you undertake this task? Time is of no consequence, be it 10, 20, or even 30 years, just ensure that revenge is served." Without hesitation, Qin Xian responded with a smile, "No matter who he is. Should he dare to lay a hand on my woman, he shall have 3 years to live." He extended 3 fingers, declaring, "I will give him no more than 3 years, and after that, I shall march upon the capital to claim his head." "Very well, we place our trust in you." Li Xiaoning smiled, her beauty shining like a celestial being. "Miss Sin, may I now know the identity of your adversary? I wish to have clarity on the matter." Qin Xian said with a smile. In the past, Enrushua would have found Qin Xian's promise utterly laughable. Yet now, she felt an inexplicable conviction that he might indeed be capable of fulfilling it. After a moment of silence, Enrushua asked, "Are you certain you wish to know? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back." Qin Xian nodded. "I have stated that regardless of who he is, should he harm my woman, I will seek vengeance without fail." "Very well, I shall tell you." And Rushua took a deep breath. In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon her. Curiosity piqued about the identity of the person who could instill such fear in her. And Rushua enunciated each word with precision. "He is none other than the Crown Prince." Boom. This revelation struck like a meteor, shaking the very foundations of their understanding. "My heavens, it is the Crown Prince?" They gasped, realizing he was destined for greatness. The future ruler, a figure above all others. We had all misjudged. Who could have imagined it would be him? Su Rulin, Su Qingqing, and the others stood in stunned silence. At that moment, Li Xiaoning felt a pang of regret, wishing she had not chosen to use her wish on the matter of avenging Qin Xian. The vengeful prince is an adversary to the entire De Qian. No wonder Enrushua has been reluctant to speak of it. Indeed, some matters are better left unspoken. Observing the astonished reactions of those around her, Enrushua could not help but smirk, thinking to herself that it would have been better had she remained silent. "You may retract your earlier statement. I do not require you to avenge me," Enrushua said calmly to Qin Xian. She presumed Qin Xian would be daunted and apprehensive. The current crown prince wields immense power, and even the prime minister must eventually retire, yet the crown prince does not. Should he ascend further, he would attain the exalted throne. To her astonishment, upon hearing it was the crown prince, Qin Xian not only displayed no fear, but instead stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The crown prince? Is he truly that formidable? Just wait and see how I deal with him." This remark left all the women present utterly dumbfounded. Even Enrushua was taken aback. "Are you jesting? He is the crown prince, not merely a prince." Enrushua spoke with a grave expression. Though the difference between crown prince and prince is but a single character, their status and position are worlds apart. "What of the crown prince? Should he dare to harm you, I shall handle him just the same. Even if he ascends the throne, I can always revolt." Qin Xian replied nonchalantly with a smile. "Why have I come to the frontier? It is specifically to seize military power. A man must live his life striving to achieve something remarkable. In that moment, all present were left in a state of disbelief. They had never anticipated that Chen Xian harbored thoughts of rebellion. It is worth noting that when he departed from the capital, he was accompanied by merely 8 women and 50 guards from the Ping and Escort Bureau. Shortly after entering the Bandit Mountains, the Ping and Escort Bureau, save for Ying'er, suffered complete annihilation. Upon exiting the Bandit Mountains, he was followed by 500 bandits. Did Chen Xian truly intend to lead 500 bandits to seize the realm? Such a notion was utterly ludicrous. Are you serious? And Rushua asked incredulously. Were it anyone else, she would dismiss it as mere bravado, an empty promise. Yet, the speaker was Chen Xian, instilling in Rushua an undeniable conviction that he was not exaggerating. Of course it is true. When have I ever spoken falsely? Chen Xian beamed, and Rushua replied earnestly. Very well, I believe you. On the strength of your word, I shall accompany you for 3 years. If, after 3 years, you truly manage to avenge me, I shall remain by your side. If not, I shall not hold it against you. Having reached this point in their conversation, Chen Xian realized that if he failed to seek vengeance within 3 years, Rushua would undoubtedly depart. In truth, Rushua had intended to leave once her injuries healed. Although her time with Chen Xian had been thrilling, they ultimately belonged to different worlds, and she would inevitably return to the Shuejian sect. However, now, because of Chen Xian's promise, she had firmly resolved to stay with him. Very well, I shall fulfill this 3-year pact. Chen Xian nodded vigorously. Simultaneously, he felt a weighty pressure, for after all, the other party was the Crown Prince. Fortunately, he possesses the remarkable ability to transform pressure into motivation. As for you, my dear, since your husband has made a promise, he shall undoubtedly fulfill it. However, I cannot help but wonder what led to your enmity with the Crown Prince. Why would he seek to conspire against you? Su Ruolin could not refrain from asking. Her inquiry echoed the sentiments of all present, as everyone yearned to uncover the reasons behind the Crown Prince's desire to see her perish. Chen Xian was equally intrigued. This time, Rushua exhibited no hesitation. Revealing the truth, he wishes to claim me as his own, to reduce me to a mere pawn embedded within the Shuejian sect. During my travels in Jiangnan, I fortuitously encountered him. He disguised himself as a chivalrous hero, rescuing a child oppressed by a landlord. Rushua gradually unraveled the intricate web of events. Her acquaintance with the Crown Prince was, in its essence, a carefully orchestrated conspiracy. Chapter 165. All are pawns. According to Rushua, it was the Crown Prince who orchestrated their acquaintance. Initially, she believed he was a chivalrous hero and became friends with him. It was only later that she discovered his true identity as the Crown Prince. Subsequently, the Crown Prince pursued Rushua with fervor, yet she consistently maintained a prudent distance. After all, she belonged to a sect and wished to avoid becoming entangled with the court. The Crown Prince eventually promised that if Rushua were to become his, he would elevate her to the position of the Holy Maiden of the Snow Sword sect. While there were many true disciples within the sect, only one could hold the esteemed title of Holy Maiden, whose status surpassed that of ordinary elders, second only to the chief elders. The Crown Prince hinted at having hidden connections within the Snow Sword sect. This proposition was undeniably alluring. However, Rushua resolutely declined. Fully aware that the Crown Prince's affections were not genuine, his pursuit was merely a means to control her and infiltrate the sect, ultimately aiming to dominate the entire Snow Sword sect. After being repeatedly rebuffed, the Crown Prince, filled with indignation, turned hostile, seeking to forcefully possess Rushua. Naturally, she vowed to resist with her life, but she was no match for the Crown Prince and suffered severe injuries. Fortunately, she possessed a protective talisman left by her master, which allowed her to escape. The Crown Prince, relentless in his pursuit, aimed to humiliate her before taking her life, intending to teach her a lesson for defying him. At that moment, the Grand Chancellor of the court arrived with an imperial edict to seek the Crown Prince. The Grand Chancellor, a peerless master at the pinnacle of martial prowess, sensed the unusual circumstances upon entering the Crown Prince's residence and swiftly apprehended the fleeing Rushua, rendering her master's talisman ineffective. The Crown Prince, upon discovering that Rushua had fallen into the Grand Chancellor's hands, was taken aback. His clandestine plans to use her to infiltrate the Snow Sword sect could not be exposed, especially not to the Empress, lest she suspect his ambitions to usurp the throne. In such a case, his position as crown prince would be in jeopardy. Therefore, the crown prince cunningly accused Enrushue of attempting to assassinate him and expressed relief at the Grand Chancellor's timely arrival, declaring his intent to execute her. However, the Grand Chancellor intervened, insisting that they investigate the matter thoroughly before passing judgment, especially since Enrushue was associated with the Snow Sword sect. If she were an ordinary person, her death would be inconsequential, easily disposed of in a nameless grave. Yet, one could not simply kill a member of the Snow Sword sect. Thus, the crown prince, unable to refute this reasoning, begrudgingly acquiesced. Subsequently, the crown prince requested the Grand Chancellor to incapacitate Enrushue to prevent any chance of her escape. The Grand Chancellor complied, stripping Enrushue of her cultivation. But he was unaware that the Snow Sword sect's techniques possessed restorative capabilities. Given time, she could gradually regain her strength. Consequently, Enrushue was imprisoned, and under the crown prince's machinations, she was sentenced to death, awaiting execution in the autumn. Subsequently, it remains unclear what transpired with the Qin family, but they brought Enrushue over. Accompanying her was Princess Li Xiaoning of the Tang dynasty. This was due to a senior elder from the Qin family, the younger brother of the family head, who currently holds the position of Minister of Justice in the court. Furthermore, he is the paternal grandfather of Chen Xian. Hence, both Li Xiaoning and Enrushue ultimately fell into the hands of the Qin family. These two individuals are akin to hot potatoes, should they meet their demise. Both the Shuejian sect and the Tang dynasty might retaliate against the Qin family, as they would have no recourse against the court. However, every situation necessitates a scapegoat, does it not? Thus, the execution of these two was intended to be carried out by the Qin family. Unexpectedly, the head of the Qin family executed a cunning maneuver, allowing Chen Xian to select these death row inmates as wives and concubines. After making his selections, they were dispatched to the border. Whether they lived or died was of no concern to the Qin family. Should either Enrushue or Li Xiaoning perish along the way, word would inevitably reach the Tang dynasty and the Shuejian sect, prompting the court to assign blame to the Qin family, which would then fall upon Chen Xian. As for Chen Xian, once they were deceased, he would merely take on the role of the scapegoat. This exemplifies the struggles among the upper echelons. Matters are far more intricate than they appear. Without such circumstances, how could Chen Xian, a mere invalid incapable of cultivation and burdened by past crimes, possibly win the affections of Li Xiaoning and Enrushue? Moreover, regarding the accusation against Chen Xian for theft, as one of the three foremost families in the Daqian dynasty, could the Chen residents truly be unable to uncover the truth? Deliberately denying Chen Xian the opportunity to clear his name was, in essence, a ploy to make him the scapegoat. After all, within the vast Qin family, only Chen Xian lacked any backing. Although his bloodline is of the purest descent, his parents have long since passed, leaving him without support and making him the perfect candidate for a sacrificial pawn. Of course, Enrushue's knowledge is limited. She is only aware that after being captured by the chief steward, she was sentenced to death by the Ministry of Justice and subsequently ended up in the Qin family. The intricacies of these events were only revealed to Chen Xian upon his return to the capital. To put it plainly, the current circumstances of Chen Xian, Enrushue, and Li Xiaoning render them mere pawns in the game of those who dwell in the clouds. In truth, that day, although the head of the Qin family ostensibly granted Chen Xian the opportunity to choose a wife and 2 concubines, in reality, he had no choice. Regardless of whom he selected, the Qin family would ensure that all the women were bestowed upon him. They had concluded that these women would inevitably perish alongside Chen Xian. Rather than squander time on executions, it would be far simpler to allow Chen Xian to lead them to their deaths. Should they die, it would be of little consequence to the Qin family. If they survived, then the Qin family would need to reconsider what treasures the father of Chen Xian, the youngest genius general in the history of the Qin family, might have left behind. After all, the death of Chen Xian's father was entangled with the late emperor. The reasons behind their deaths are mired in complexity. This prince is truly beneath contempt. Upon hearing Enrushue's words, all present were instantly filled with indignation. Thus, it appears that the prince is now aware of your survival and your safe arrival in the barbarian city. It seems that the number of those in the capital who wish for our demise has increased. Chen Xian stroked his chin in contemplation. Enrushue nodded. I initially planned to leave in a few days to avoid entangling you all, but upon further reflection, considering the prince's ruthless nature. Even if I were to depart, he would not spare you. He would be concerned that I might reveal this secret to you, even if I remained silent. He would pursue you relentlessly. Ah, does this not place us in a precarious situation? Su Rulin's eyes widened in alarm. Chun Xian replied with a cold smile. If he dares to send someone to eliminate us, I shall ensure that his men return to him empty-handed. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, in the capital, the night was shrouded in thick clouds, with fierce winds howling, sending sand and stones swirling in every direction. Chapter 166. The Crown Prince soon. Thunder rumbled, and torrential rain poured down. The rain pattered against the banana leaves with a soft rustling sound, as countless droplets cascaded from the eaves. In the front hall of the Crown Prince's residence, a young man clad in a dragon robe sat indoors, gazing at the sudden downpour outside. He held a steaming cup of tea in his hands, yet his expression was clouded with a brooding intensity. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached. A eunuch rushed in, shielding himself with an umbrella, his trousers soaked through from the rain. Your servant pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. The eunuch set the umbrella down at the entrance, entered the room, and hastily knelt on the ground, bowing his forehead to the floor. This young man, dressed in the dragon robe, was none other than the Crown Prince of the current Daiqian dynasty. Rise, he commanded, one hand cradling the cup while the other used the lid to brush away the tea leaves floating atop the brew. Thank you, Your Highness. The eunuch quickly stood up. What of the person I asked you to investigate? The Crown Prince inquired with a tone of quiet authority, his voice resonating with a commanding presence that brooked no dissent. Reporting to Your Highness, we have discovered that the criminal woman, Enrushua, has married a man named Chen Xian. This Chen Xian is the son of the former General Chen Tianxiao, a legitimate heir of the Chen family. However, he is a cultivational failure and, not long ago, committed a grave offense of theft, resulting in his exile to the frontier. The eunuch proceeded to relay all the information he had gathered in meticulous detail. Essentially, it was revealed that Chen Xian had departed from the capital towards the frontier. Of course, the latest news from the capital indicated that he had just arrived in Man City, and the subsequent events there had yet to be relayed. How foolish. How can the Chen family handle matters so incompetently? To slay a woman requires such underhanded tactics? I believe the position of Minister of Justice is one the Chen family is utterly unworthy of. Upon learning that Enrushua was not only unharmed but had also married another man, the Crown Prince was consumed with jealousy. The woman he, a dignified prince, could not possess was now in the arms of another. It was utterly intolerable. How infuriating. Were it not for the Empress summoning me to the palace and compelling me to serve as a mourner for the late emperor for a month, Enrushua would have long since met her demise. How could such a series of events have transpired otherwise? With that thought, the Crown Prince smashed the teacup onto the floor, shattering it into pieces, causing tea and shards to scatter everywhere. After Enrushua was imprisoned, he could have employed various means, both overt and covert, to eliminate her. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Empress had suddenly summoned him to the palace, demanding that he remain in mourning for a full month. What was the purpose of mourning for a person who had been dead for nearly 20 years? Furthermore, during this period of mourning, he was not permitted to meet with anyone from the outside world. To the Crown Prince, this felt more like a form of veiled house arrest. For an entire month, he had been utterly oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Until today, he finally emerged from the palace, and the first matter on his mind was to inquire whether Enrushua had been executed. After all, the woman he could not possess, who was aware of his ambitions, must not be allowed to live. To his astonishment, he learned that Enrushua was, indeed, still alive and had even married. This was utterly preposterous. The Crown Prince, in his fury, demanded calm. The eunuch, witnessing his rising anger, trembled in fear. Bloodshot veins appeared in the Crown Prince's eyes as he gritted his teeth in resentment. Enrushua's survival must be a deliberate act by the Qin family, who supported the 8th Prince and secretly conspired against me at every turn. Do they truly believe my position as Crown Prince is so precarious? Humph. The mere mention of the 8th Prince ignited a fierce hatred within the Crown Prince, evidently directed towards someone who posed a threat to his authority. In the realm of emperors, even siblings born of the same mother and father may become bitter enemies. Suddenly, a thought struck the Crown Prince, and he coldly fixed his gaze upon the eunuch. You just mentioned someone named Chun Tian from the Qin family, who is Chun Xian's nemesis, correct? The eunuch promptly nodded, stating that Qin Tian had arranged for ambushers to target Chun Xian's group on their journey, but unfortunately, they had passed through unharmed. Useless fools. The crown prince scoffed disdainfully, but quickly shifted his tone, instructing, investigate where Chun Tian will be during this period. I shall meet him in person. Remember, this clandestine meeting with the Qin family must remain utterly confidential. Neither the 8th prince nor the empress must be made aware. The servant acknowledged, and after a dismissive wave from the crown prince, the eunuch dared to withdraw. The crown prince toyed with the jade ring on his thumb, a smirk of amusement gracing his features. Qin Xian, is it? The son of Qin Tianxiao. Heh, I shall make you understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. In the barbarian city, dawn broke. After freshening up, Chun Xian arrived in the main hall to hear a report from Xiao Yozi. Master Chun, based on the efforts of our brothers last night, we managed to seize a total of 1,500 taels of gold and 12,000 taels of silver from the Qin family, not including the value of the paintings and antiques. From the Qin family, we extracted 8,000 taels of gold, while the silver amounted to 21,245 taels, excluding the value of paintings and the like. Furthermore, we have taken control of the rice shops, pawn shops, taverns, and banks from both the Chun and Qin families. The combined wealth of the Chun, Qin, and Liao families has now entirely fallen into Chun Xian's hands. Issue a decree that from this day forth, all grain prices must return to normal. Simultaneously, we shall open our granaries to provide relief. There are far too many destitute citizens within the city with nothing to do. We need to initiate some projects, employing them in exchange for relief, ensuring the populace not only has food to eat, but also a means to earn a living. Chun Xian conceived numerous strategies to revitalize the barbarian city. To prosper, one must first pave the way. He intends to assign a portion of the refugees and beggars to repair the roads, while another group will be tasked with clearing the silt from the waterways, as well as cultivating and reclaiming land. As the measures were implemented day by day, Xiao Yozi exclaimed in admiration, Master Chun is truly formidable, a veritable ruler of Mang City. By the way, I recall that Mang City boasts a total of 6 brothels, correct? Aside from the 4 brothels controlled by the Liao family, there are 2 others, and the women in these establishments must also be liberated. Chun Xian embarked on a series of sweeping reforms, determined to transform the entirety of Mang City into a new realm. At noon, Ling Mo approached Chun Xian, accompanied by an individual. Master Chun, this person is Jiang Bailey, my trusted confidant. Ling Mo introduced, revealing that Jiang Bailey holds the rank of a centurion. Upon meeting Chun Xian, Jiang Bailey immediately knelt on one knee, clasping his fists in respect. Chapter 167, The Value of Gold. No need for excessive formalities. Since Commander Ling has brought you to me, it signifies his trust in you. If he believes in you, I shall naturally extend my trust as well. Chun Xian chuckled heartily, stepping forward to assist Jiang Bailey, who was kneeling on one knee. Suddenly, Ling Mo presented an item. Master Chun, I am about to depart for Tiger City. You must keep this tiger talisman safe. With this talisman in hand, the 8,000 troops of Man City will be at your disposal. Ling Mo spoke with a grave expression. Chun Xian was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Ling Mo would entrust him with such a significant military symbol. It was a matter of life and death. Should Chun Xian fail to return it, and if the king of Jinshi were to discover this, his fate would be sealed. You should keep this for yourself. Chun Xian shook his head in refusal. Ling Mo immediately responded earnestly. In recent years, banditry has proliferated, growing bolder. Previously, they dared only to raid villages near the city. But now their numbers have swelled, and they even dare to assault cities. During my absence from Man City, if bandits were to invade, without the talisman, I would be unable to command the troops effectively. Thus, it is prudent for you, Master Chun, to retain it for unforeseen circumstances. Though Chun Xian was initially reluctant, he could not resist Ling Mo's repeated insistence and eventually accepted it with a smile. After Chun Xian received the talisman, Ling Mo turned to Jiang Bailey with utmost seriousness. Bailey, the talisman is now in Master Chen's possession. From this day forth, you and the other 7 captains must obey Master Chen's commands. Should anyone dare to defy him, do not let Master Chun take action himself. You understand my meaning? Jiang Bailey certainly grasped the implications. Ling Mo was wholly and unreservedly aligning himself with Chun Xian. leaving no room for doubt. If any of his subordinates disobeyed Chen Xian, Jiang Bailey was authorized to eliminate the insubordinate individual on Ling Mo's behalf. This also provided him an opportunity to prove himself before Chen Xian. Bailey understands. Jiang Bailey nodded without hesitation. Excellent. I hope you will not disappoint me. Ling Mo nodded in approval, then prepared to bid farewell to Chen Xian, as he was to head to Tiger City to retrieve the 400,000 taels of silver for him. Just as he was about to take his leave, Ling Mo suddenly sensed a change in Chen Xian's aura from the day before. Yesterday, Ling Mo could still feel that Chen Xian's cultivation was beneath his own. However, today, he perceived an unfathomable depth to Chen Xian, as if his strength surpassed his own. How could this be? Master Chen, why do I feel that you? Ling Mo could not suppress his curiosity. Chen Xian interrupted with a smile. You feel that I have grown stronger, don't you? Ling Mo nodded in affirmation. Chen Xian chuckled. It's quite simple. I inadvertently achieved another breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Ling Mo was utterly astonished. Upon his first encounter with Chen Xian, the latter's prowess was merely that of a first-tier martial master. Remarkably, by their second meeting, only a few days had elapsed. Yet Chen Xian had astonishingly ascended to the third tier of martial mastery. Just a single night had passed, and he had achieved yet another breakthrough? Master Chen, he ventured to inquire, what is your current realm? Ordinarily, following such a significant advancement, Chen Xian would be expected to reach the fourth tier of martial mastery. However, for reasons unknown, Ling Mo harbored a peculiar sense that Chen Xian's strength might extend beyond even that. This sensation startled him deeply. Could one truly leap through realms? In the past, he would have deemed it impossible. Yet, having witnessed Chen Xian's rise from the first to the third tier, he found it plausible that another leap could occur. Fifth tier of martial mastery, Chen Xian replied with a smile, displaying no hint of concealment. Although Ling Mo had mentally prepared himself for this revelation, hearing it directly from Chen Xian left him profoundly astonished. He opened his mouth, rendered speechless for a moment, before finally exclaiming, Master Chen, you truly are full of surprises. Chen Xian patted his shoulder and laughed. I have long told you that following me is undoubtedly the wisest decision of your life. In the past, Ling Mo would have harbored considerable skepticism towards such a statement. However, he now found Chen Xian's words increasingly laden with merit. Before long, Ling Mo departed. Unlike his usual practice, this time he chose to walk rather than ride, eager to test the efficacy of the cloud-soaring boots bestowed upon him by Chen Xian. Additionally, the distance from Tiger City to Barbarian City was less than 300 miles. With the enchanted boots, he could traverse 1,000 miles in a single day, rendering a horse unnecessary. Although Ling Mo had left Jiang Bailey at Chen Xian's disposal, the latter had little need for his services, allowing him to pursue his own affairs. Subsequently, Chen Xian set forth various plans, ensuring that the displaced populace had sustenance and labor, addressing their hunger while also attending to their housing needs. Each task proved to be a formidable challenge. Master Chen, the steward named Fong Han from the Tianshan sect wishes to see you. Just as Chen Xian was immersed in his bustling endeavors, Xiao Liuzi arrived. This fellow seized any opportunity to approach Chen Xian with reports, yearning to remain in his presence, akin to a chief eunuch at the emperor's side. It can only be said that Lu Jinyu's seclusion had afforded him many such opportunities. Oh, the Tianshan sect wishes to meet me? What is their purpose? I shall not meet with them, Chen Xian replied, his interest decidedly lacking. The Tianshan sect was notorious for employing the same tactics, utilizing their sect's influence to threaten Chen Xian, who had no intention of indulging them. Master Chen, it is said that Fong Han will return to the Tianshan sect tomorrow to report, and should he fail to do so, the sect will undoubtedly dispatch personnel to investigate in Mnching. At that time, Master Chen, you will find yourself in a predicament. Fong Han and his companions have now realized their misjudgments and have resolved to cease their opposition to you. They assure that if permitted to return, they will refrain from seeking vengeance. Little Lu mimicked Fong Han's pleading tone and recounted his words. However, upon hearing such declarations, Chen Xian could only chuckle. Little Lu, do you truly believe what this Fong says? Without a moment's hesitation, Little Lu retorted. I trust him as far as I can throw him. That scoundrel appears compliant on the surface, yet harbors treachery within. If we were to allow him to return, who knows how he might tarnish our reputation with the Tianshan sect. Hence, I gave him a good beating. After speaking, Little Lu wore a grin, clearly seeking praise. What do you think, Master Chen? Am I clever? Just then, a resounding explosion echoed from the Chun residence. Chapter 168. Ingenious stratagem. Within the confines of a room in the Chun residence, a formidable aura erupted. Suddenly, the door burst open, and in an instant, dust and smoke filled the air. The resounding boom was so thunderous that it reached the ears of Chen Xian, who was occupied in the front hall. Master Chen, there has been an incident in the backyard, exclaimed Xiao Lu, clearly astonished. The entire barbarian city had fallen under Chen Xian's control. He could not comprehend who would dare to cause trouble at such a precarious time. Was this not akin to disturbing the very earth beneath the sovereign's feet? Without hesitation, Chen Xian rose to his feet, his expression calm as he remarked, "Indeed, something has occurred, but it is a fortuitous event." With that, he strode directly toward the backyard. Fortuitous event? Xiao Lu was perplexed, hastily following behind in confusion. Soon, they arrived before a house. By then, the swirling dust had begun to settle, and a hearty burst of laughter emerged from within. "I have succeeded." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu immediately grasped the situation. The good news Chen Xian referred to was none other than Lu Jinyu. "Boss," Xiao Lu called out towards the house. The moment he spoke, the raucous laughter ceased abruptly, and Lu Jinyu emerged with purposeful strides. Upon seeing Chen Xian's enigmatic smile, he quickly knelt on one knee, offering a respectful salute. "Greetings, Master Chen." Chen Xian, accepting the gesture, nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "You have made a breakthrough?" A look of joy illuminated Lu Jinyu's face as he replied, "Indeed, Master Chen. I have made a breakthrough and am now able to continue serving you." As he spoke, thoughts of the governor crossed his mind, and a sinister grin spread across his face. "Master Chen, we have already dealt with the Liao family. In my humble opinion, our next course of action should be to address both the Chun and Liao families, as well as that old rascal, the governor, who has repeatedly opposed you. He must not be spared." Upon hearing this, Chen Xian could not help but chuckle. Xiao Lu, beside him, doubled over with laughter, unable to contain himself. Seeing this, Lu Jinyu was filled with confusion. Was there something amiss with his words? Or was his suggestion truly so ludicrous? He could not fathom it, convinced that his strategy was nothing short of brilliant. "Xiao Lu, please elucidate." Chen Xian directed the question towards him. Lu Jinyu immediately turned his gaze to Xiao Lu, pressing for an explanation. "Xiao Lu, what is the matter? What are you and Master Chen laughing about?" Though he held utmost respect for Chen Xian, he felt no need to be deferential toward Xiao Lu. A hint of trepidation flickered within Xiao Lu as he regarded Lu Jinyu. Despite enjoying favor in Chen Xian's presence, it did not grant him the audacity to overstep Lu Jinyu. Without a moment's delay, Xiao Lu recounted the reason for their laughter, which stemmed from the events of the previous night. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's explanation, Lu Jinyu stood there, utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. He never anticipated that the clever scheme he had conceived just a short while ago had already been executed by Chen Xian and his associates the previous night. Alas! Upon discovering the truth, Lu Jinyu regretted his folly, lamenting with fervor, "How foolish I am, choosing to enter seclusion yesterday of all days. I cannot fathom the multitude of opportunities one have squandered. Last night was indeed a splendid occasion for achieving great feats. Had he been present to support Chen Xian, perhaps Chen would have been pleased enough to bestow upon him some valuable rewards. Now, due to his seclusion, he had perfectly missed out on all of it." Lu Jinyu was filled with regret, resembling a restless monkey, unable to restrain himself from tugging at his ears and scratching his head. Particularly after learning that Xiao Liuzi had obtained a low-grade Xian weapon, Lu Jinyu felt as if he had missed out on a fortune. "Master Chen, your efficiency is truly remarkable. I thought my rapid breakthrough to the martial artist realm after just one night of seclusion was impressive, but in comparison to your speed, it pales in insignificance." Lu Jinyu offered a flattering remark. Despite the obvious flattery, Chen Xian was pleased, chuckling with delight. "Consolidate your realm well. I shall have tasks for you to undertake, so do not let me down." Lu Jinyu immediately stood at attention and saluted, promising, "I assure you, Master Chen, I will not disappoint." This routine was something Chen Xian had taught him. It is often said that men are careless. However, they are merely indifferent unless they truly care. Take Lu Jinyu, for instance. Born a bandit, one would presume him to be the most reckless. Yet in the presence of Chen Xian, he exhibited utmost meticulousness. After resolving matters concerning Lu Jinyu, Chun Xian proceeded to meet with Zhang Tao, Liao Qing, Chen Kuan, and others. Their lives were spared for the time being. But that did not imply Chen Xian would show them leniency. Currently, these pairs of fathers and sons were imprisoned together, and Chen Xian would not permit them to idle away their days. During daylight, they were made to toil in the fields, and by night, they tended to the pigs, even shoveling manure for the vegetables. In essence, they were to experience every laborious task typical of the impoverished. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, these individuals, who had grown plump and prosperous, were ill-prepared for such hardships. Within just a couple of hours, they began to wail in despair. Chen Xian was not one to indulge them. Should they fail to complete their assigned tasks, they would be denied food, allowing these gentlemen to experience the struggles of the common folk. Moreover, Chen Xian took special care to ensure they were closely monitored, assigning additional personnel to oversee their labor, rendering any thoughts of escape or self-harm utterly futile. Meanwhile, the citizens of Man City, oblivious to the events that transpired the previous night, noticed Chen Xian stepping forth to take charge, while the governor and others had vanished. It dawned upon them that the power dynamics of the city had shifted overnight. Simultaneously, in the imperial capital, in the grandest brothel of the capital, the Heavenly Fairy Pavilion, within one of its elegant chambers, Chen Tian found himself surrounded by a bevy of enchanting beauties, each exuding an exotic charm. For a young master such as him, indulging in merriment in such a realm of pleasure was a common pastime when he neglected his cultivation. In truth, Chen Tian possessed commendable talent, yet he had only attained the 3rd level of martial prowess. This was a consequence of his persistent diversion of time and energy to such establishments. Had he devoted himself to diligent training, given his innate ability and the heritage of the Chen family, he would have easily reached at least the 6th level of martial arts, if not higher. Just as Chen Tian reveled in the company of the alluring courtesans, the door to the chamber was abruptly thrust open, and a figure strode boldly into the room. Chapter 169. Spare me, Your Highness. The person who pushed open the elegant room and entered scrutinized Chen Tian from head to toe. Who the hell are you? Do you not see that I am here enjoying the company of these lovely ladies? Who allowed you to barge in? Chen Tian was instantly filled with irritation at this unexpected intrusion. Impudent. The intruder, noticing Chen Tian's blatant disrespect, immediately retorted with a fierce reprimand. Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Chen Tian's anger flared. He was reveling in the company of beautiful women. And not only did this person enter uninvited, but they also dared to speak to him insolently. It was utterly outrageous. Seeing the situation, the intruder smirked coldly. Do you have any idea who I am? At this, Chen Tian scoffed derisively. Why should I care who you are? What are you? To act so grandly in front of me? No one in the capital dares to put on airs before a member of the Chen family. When it came to strength and influence, who could the Chen family possibly fear? Ah, how amusing. The intruder was clearly incensed by Chen Tian's words. To think a mere member of the Chen family would be so brazen. Chen Tian, upon hearing this, immediately mocked. You must be tired of living to dare belittle the Chen family. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to pay the price. Then I shall see if you dare to make a move against me. The intruder replied with a sneer. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, and a scrawny, sharp-featured man entered the room. Li Gonggong. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Chen Tian's heart sank. This was none other than Li Gonggong from the Crown Prince's Eastern Palace, a favored confidant of the Crown Prince. Should the Crown Prince ascend to the throne, Li Gonggong would naturally become the Grand Controller of the Inner Court, wielding immense power. Greetings, Li Gonggong. Chen Tian, who had been slightly intoxicated, found his senses instantly sharpened at the sight of Li Gonggong. Slap. Without any preamble, Li Gonggong delivered a resounding slap to Chen Tian's face. The surrounding beauties gasped in shock, while Chen Tian stood there, utterly bewildered. He covered his stinging cheek. Confusion etched on his face as he asked, Why did you hit me, Li Gonggong? You fool. Open your eyes and see who stands before you. Li Gonggong scolded sharply. Chen Tian remained perplexed, for he did not recognize the figure before him. Suddenly, he caught sight of a jade pendant at the newcomer's waist, intricately carved with a dragon's head. In that moment, it felt as if lightning had struck him. Such pendants were typically reserved for royalty. And Li Gonggong was from the Eastern Palace. Could it be that the person before him was the Crown Prince? Though Chen Tian had encountered Li Gonggong before, he had never laid eyes on the legendary Crown Prince himself. He may outwardly appear as the esteemed scion of the illustrious Qin family, yet in the grand tapestry of the capital, he scarcely commands any significance. The prospect of meeting the crown prince is entirely beyond his reach. Indeed, although the Qin family ranks among the three foremost noble families of the Qin dynasty, only a select few are privileged to stand before the crown prince, namely, the family patriarch and a handful of officials, including his grandfather, the Minister of Punishment. For Qin Tian, the aspiration to meet the crown prince is akin to an ant gazing at the vast sky. His acquaintance with the esteemed eunuch Li stems from Li's visits to the Qin residence, wherein he received certain favors from the family. In an instant, Qin Tian comprehended the true identity of the figure before him, and he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his lips quivered. Before him stood the crown prince. How dare he utter such arrogance? Knowing this, eunuch Li did not deny it, instead casting a cold reprimand. In that moment, Qin Tian's heart plummeted into a chilling abyss. He could never have imagined that he would meet the crown prince, and in such a manner. Commoner Qin Tian pays his respects to your highness. He promptly knelt, bowing his head thrice, his face paling in terror. The beautiful women who had been reveling with him stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the crown prince would deign to visit a brothel. The crown prince regarded the kneeling Qin Tian with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, he would not stoop to acknowledge such a worthless individual. However, the situation was exceptional. There might be a use for him yet. Despite the murderous intent brewing within, the crown prince restrained himself and spoke with measured patience. Ignorance is no crime. Rise. A weight lifted from Qin Tian's heart, granting him a sense of reprieve. He suddenly felt as if he had escaped a near catastrophe. He understood the precariousness of his position. Knowing that the Qin family supported the eighth prince, and while they maintained some ties with the crown prince, the relationship was tenuous at best. Had the crown prince intended to take his life, no one could have intervened to save him. Thank you for your mercy, your highness. Qin Tian dared not rise. Remaining on his knees, his garments soaked with cold sweat, beads of perspiration trickling from his forehead, he racked his brain, unable to fathom how the crown prince came to be there. Was it that the women of the Eastern Palace were insufficient to satisfy him? Or did the crown prince seek the allure of the forbidden? If he wished to indulge in such pursuits, why must it be within his chamber? Qin Tian felt woefully unfortunate, as if he had ventured outside without consulting the omens. In a city as vast as the capital, what were the odds of encountering the crown prince? He had no inkling that the crown prince had come specifically to seek him out. Eunuch Li, I implore you. I wish for no one to know of my presence here. The crown prince cast a sidelong glance at the sinister eunuch Li standing beside him. Very well. Li Gonggong nodded slightly and closed the door to the private room. In the next instant, more than 10 silver needles shot forth from his hand. The needles made a swift whooshing sound as they pierced the throats of every woman present. Remarkably, no sound escaped their lips, nor did a single drop of blood spill forth. However, the eyes of these courtesans widened in horror, their faces contorted in agony. Ultimately, their bodies convulsed twice before falling utterly still. They had been slain. Qin Tian, struck with terror, turned pale and repeatedly bowed his head in supplication, pleading, Your Highness, spare me. I am a member of the Qin family. My grandfather is the Minister of Justice. Our lineage holds significant influence within the Qin clan. I beseech Your Highness to show mercy. A bump formed on his forehead as he bowed fervently, his head moving with such rapidity it almost seemed to blur. Chapter 170. Capturing a man. Qin Tian was nearly paralyzed with fear. He could never have anticipated that his mere visit to a brothel for a bit of revelry would lead to such a predicament. Now, he had no choice but to distance himself from the Qin family, hoping that His Highness the Crown Prince would spare his life out of respect for the Qin clan. However, the Crown Prince remained unresponsive to his pleas for mercy. He had already discerned the true nature of Qin Tian. By merely applying pressure, he could easily manipulate him. The Crown Prince cast a glance at the corpses of the dozen or so courtesans surrounding them, his brow furrowing in displeasure as he remarked, I wish to see no more of these filthy women. Eunuch Li nodded in acknowledgement, stating, This old servant shall make them vanish. He then produced a small vial from his sleeve, pouring a gray powder over the bodies. In an instant, the corpses ignited spontaneously, engulfed in gray flames. Within the span of a brief moment, the remains of the courtesans were reduced to ashes, as if they had never existed at all. Witnessing this, Chen Tian's face drained of color. This was nothing short of obliteration. Should the crown prince choose to act against him, his fate would likely mirror that of these courtesans, utterly erased from existence, as if he had never set foot in this world. Your Highness, spare me. I beseech you. Chen Tian stammered, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Desiring to stay alive? The crown prince looked down at Chen Tian, who resembled a frightened dog. Chen Tian nodded fervently. Very well. I shall pose some inquiries, and if you wish to live, you must answer truthfully. Should I uncover even a hint of deceit, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Desperate for salvation, Chen Tian nodded vigorously. Your Highness, please inquire. I shall speak without reservation, holding nothing back. The crown prince smirked, fully aware of the man's fear. He then coldly asked, what do you know about Chen Xian? At this, Chen Tian was taken aback. Why was Chen Xian being brought into this? Though he was unscrupulous, he was not foolish. He quickly realized that this encounter with the crown prince was no coincidence. His adversary had come specifically to find him. How could that wretched Chen Xian be connected to the crown prince? In a bid to save his own life, he hastily replied, Your Highness, I grew up alongside Chen Xian. I am his elder brother. He recounted every detail of Chen Xian's life, portraying himself as a noble protector, detailing how he had shielded Chen Xian from the bullying of others, fulfilling every responsibility expected of a brother. So, you share a close bond with Chen Xian? The crown prince, well aware of the embellishments, sneered coldly. I intend for Chen Xian to perish. Since you have such a fond connection with him, you shall join him in death. Achoo. Manching. As Chen Xian diligently planned the renovation of an old house, he was unexpectedly seized by a sudden sneeze. Why did I just sneeze? He pondered, a look of bewilderment etched upon his face. Ever since he attained his cultivation, his physical form had been remarkably robust, generally. A sneeze would suggest a cold, or perhaps allergies. Yet, he was devoid of either affliction. And the inexplicable sneeze led him to suspect that someone might be harboring thoughts of him. It seems I must consult with old Li and his disciples to forge more weapons, Chen Xian murmured to himself. At present, he commanded an impressive force of 8,000 troops, bolstered by an additional 500 from the brigands he had subdued. Despite this considerable number, only a few hundred could don armor, as such equipment was exceedingly rare. Even within a grand dynasty, it was improbable that every soldier would possess armor. In fact, it was fortunate if even 1 in 100 had the privilege to wear it. Fortunately, Chen Xian had at his disposal a royal armorer, Li Taibing, who could craft several sets of armor in a short span, significantly enhancing the capabilities of his soldiers. Master Chen, we've apprehended someone. Just as Chen Xian contemplated discussing armor production with Li Taibing, Lu Jinyu hurried over. Since his return from seclusion, he had dismissed Xiao Liuzi, assigning him other responsibilities. And from now on, all messages for Chen Xian would be relayed by him. Xiao Liuzi harbored deep grievances, feeling that the chief had unjustly deprived him of opportunities to shine before Chen Xian. Alas, in Chen Xian's eyes, there could only be one favored disciple, Lu Jinyu. What have you caught? Chen Xian inquired, his brow furrowing. Lu Jinyu quickly replied, It is an envoy sent by Chen Qing, returning to report to the Chen residence. Upon sensing something amiss, he attempted to flee but was captured by us. Upon hearing this, Chen Xian recalled a particular scheme that Ling Mo had previously divulged. Chen Qing and his associates had concocted a devious plan to utilize hired thugs to spread rumors that Chen Xian resided in a courtyard on the outskirts of Man City, laden with treasures and women, enticing the brigands to raid him. Moreover, the local governor of Man City harbored animosity toward Chen Xian and would undoubtedly refrain from sending troops to assist or to quell the bandits. However, this scheme had only progressed halfway before Chen Xian had decisively thwarted them all. Now, with an individual returning to report, could it be that they had discovered the brigands? Was it not said that brigands roamed freely, making them elusive to capture? Certainly. The primary challenge in eradicating banditry lies in the reluctance of the governors of the 24 border cities to deploy their forces, allowing the menace to flourish unchecked. Bring him to me. I shall conduct the interrogation personally, Chen Xian commanded. In a matter of moments, a battered man, his face bruised and swollen beyond recognition, was presented before Chen Xian, his visage marred with injuries. Have you subjected him to torture? Chen Xian inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jinyu, his brow slightly furrowed. Lu Jinyu immediately assumed an expression of ignorance, addressing his subordinates in a low voice. Did you employ torture on him? The subordinates were momentarily taken aback, wondering if the chief had indeed instructed them to inflict such treatment. However, they were not foolish. They understood that such a revelation could lead to their own downfall at the hands of the chief. Thus, one of them ventured, in response to Master Chun. This old rogue proved uncooperative. Upon capturing him, he obstinately denied any affiliation with the Qin family. Consequently, we were left with no choice but to resort to some minor measures. Chapter 171. The Black Whirlwind. Is this merely a trivial means? Chun Xian mused, gazing at the man whose face was swollen and bruised, resembling that of a pig. He harbored doubts. Did this individual genuinely confess his servitude to the Qin family? Or was he coerced under duress? Nevertheless, the nature of his confession was inconsequential. What truly mattered was that he had been apprehended in a furtive manner at the gates of the Qin residence. One of Qin's kin? Chun Xian inquired, his hands clasped behind his back, looking down upon the man from a position of authority. Has the master of the Qin family posed a question to you, and your ears have failed you? Lu Jinyu reprimanded the man sharply. Answer Chun with utmost honesty. Should you utter even a single falsehood, I shall bring about your demise. Having spent many years as a bandit, Lu Jinyu found it challenging to shed his rough demeanor. Even after aligning himself with Chun Xian and transitioning to a more disciplined role, under his stern admonition, the subordinate trembled in fear, nodding vigorously as he stuttered. In response to Master Chun, I am indeed a servant of the Qin family. Oh, I hear you returned from outside the city, correct? Pray, enlighten me on your endeavors. Chun Xian continued with a nonchalant tone. Be forthright, and I shall not cause you distress. I might even offer you a respectable position. For my grievances lie solely with Chun Kuan and his son, not with you humble servants. The man recognized the gravity of his situation. The Qin family had fallen under Chun Xian's dominion. To preserve his own life, he had no choice but to comply. In response to Master Chun, I was dispatched by Chun Xian to seek information regarding the whereabouts of the bandits. Upon discovering them, I was to return immediately with a report, as they intended to utilize the bandits against you. What he had presumed would be a formidable task turned out to be serendipitously simple. Upon hearing this, Chun Xian's eyes glimmered with interest. The threat posed by banditry was a significant calamity. The marauders at the border were of a different ilk than those from the notorious bandit stronghold, Han Fei Mountain. The latter predominantly plundered within their vicinity, while the border bandits ravaged relentlessly, leaving devastation in their wake. Please elaborate, Chun Xian commanded, inclining his chin to encourage him to continue. The man, anxious not to delay, pressed on. While I was stationed near Shicheng, I observed numerous refugees fleeing towards the city. Upon inquiring, I learned that these individuals had escaped from the countryside, seeking sanctuary within the city, for a band of bandits known as the Black Whirlwind was pillaging mercilessly. They have claimed many lives. Nearly all the men were slain, while the women were abducted, prompting the populace to seek refuge within the city walls. The 24 cities along the border are each protected by military forces. In larger cities, such as Longcheng and Huqing, there are often over 10,000 soldiers stationed. Smaller cities, like Mianxing, boast 7,000 to 8,000 elite troops, while even the least fortified possess at least 2,000 soldiers to guard their gates. Therefore, these bandits are fundamentally cowards, reluctant to venture into the cities to commit their crimes, as the stationed forces would undoubtedly retaliate. However, the common folk beyond the city walls are suffering greatly. It is crucial to understand that only half of the total population at the borders can reside within the city. The other half dwells in small towns or villages. The primary targets of the bandits are these defenseless, ordinary people outside the city. Occasionally, emboldened by their audacity, they dare to linger near the city. The governors of the major cities are reluctant to deploy their forces against these bandits. First, they fear that engaging in a confrontation with the bandits would result in significant losses, and should too many soldiers perish, their positions as governors would be jeopardized, as the king of the West would demand their heads. Second, the bandits are cunning. They are not caged animals, but rather elusive foes who vanish the moment an army is deployed. Even if the forces pursue them, they would only manage to capture a few insignificant stragglers, rendering the effort futile. Third, the king of the West has not issued orders to eradicate the banditry. For him, the banditry is merely a secondary concern. His primary focus is on stationing troops at the borders to prevent incursions from enemy nations. As long as the banditry does not escalate to a large-scale uprising of thousands, it is hardly worth mentioning, merely a rabble that can be dealt with at any time. Moreover, allowing the bandits to amass wealth is not necessarily detrimental. After all, the more they plunder, the more the king perceives them as fattened pigs under his care, ready to be slaughtered whenever he desires, at which point he would order their extermination. The riches that the bandits have accumulated over the years would ultimately belong to him. Consequently, he would not only gain a commendable reputation for eliminating banditry, but also acquire substantial wealth. Truly a win-win situation. As for the common folk living in dire straits, they are of little consequence. To a figure of the king's stature, the populace is merely expendable. As long as the Dacian dynasty remains unshaken, all is well. The bandits led by Chun Yi and Black Whirlwind have already pillaged the villages and towns surrounding Snake City. Given that Snake City is defended by 4,000 troops, the bandits would certainly not dare to assault it. Their next target is undoubtedly our barbarian city. I hastily returned to report this to Chen Qing. The servant continued. Chen Xian furrowed his brow. The Black Whirlwind and his band of marauders, having plundered their way here, would certainly not dare to attack Barbarian City. However, the nearby towns and villages would undoubtedly be their next targets. Chen Xian could not ignore the plight of these citizens. Very well, I understand. You may leave now, he said calmly. Lu Jinyu, assign him a task. Lu Jinyu nodded and sent someone to escort the servant away. Summon Jiang Bailey for me, Chen Xian instructed. I have some inquiries for him. Shortly, Jiang Bailey was brought in. Upon seeing Chen Xian's grave expression, he immediately felt a weight in his heart and cautiously asked, Master Chen, you called for me? He was perplexed by Chen Xian's sudden grave demeanor. Could it be that a significant event was about to unfold? Bailey, please take a seat. Chen Xian gestured for him to sit, then ordered someone to pour a cup of tea for him. Jiang Bailey understood that this indicated a serious conversation ahead and promptly settled down, lifting the cup to take a sip, a gesture signifying trust. Master Chen, do you have something to ask me? Jiang Bailey inquired, taking the initiative. Chen Xian nodded and, unexpectedly, produced a map, laying it before him. This was a map of the western frontier of the Dacian dynasty, detailing the terrain, including the 24 cities. Notably, 2 locations were emphasized. One was the Heavenly Mountain sect, and the other was the Jinshi Pass. Chapter 172. Please enter the trap. The Heavenly Mountain sect requires no introduction. It stands as one of the top 10 prestigious sects of the Dacian dynasty, its strength beyond dispute, even instilling a measure of trepidation in the Western King. The Western Pass serves as a crucial border point between the Dacian dynasty and several other nations, acting as the lifeblood of the frontier. As long as the Western Pass remains under the control of Dacian, they enjoy an advantageous position in terms of timing, geography, and human resources. However, should the Western Pass fall, the peril would extend to all 24 cities along the border. Jiang Bailey appeared somewhat bewildered, his expression reflecting profound confusion. He could not fathom why Chen Xian was presenting him with a map. Sir Chen, what is the meaning of this? He inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. This map of the border region, I trust you are intimately familiar with, Chen Xian began slowly. Jiang Bailey nodded. Indeed, he had scrutinized such maps countless times, perhaps even possessing a more detailed version. The one in Chen Xian's possession was merely a rough civilian edition. Now, do you know how many bandit groups operate throughout the border? Chen Xian finally broached the subject. He handed Jiang Bailey a pen and continued. Please mark the approximate locations of these bandits. Though Jiang Bailey was puzzled by this sudden inquiry, he complied dutifully. He marked 4 circles on the map, indicating that 18 of the 24 cities were encompassed within these boundaries. According to my information, there are 4 bandit groups in the entire border region, each with its own territory, engaging in robbery, murder, and arson within the marked areas. However, they dare not approach Long City and Tiger City. They might prey upon the rural populace of other cities without consequence. But should they extend their reach beneath the very eyes of the Western King, their demise would be inevitable. Chen Xian nodded in agreement. The bandits could evade the Western King's gaze when plundering elsewhere, but encroaching upon his domain would be akin to provoking a dragon in its lair. The bandits may be wicked, yet they were not devoid of cunning. And what of the bandits within the circle encompassing our barbarian city? Chen Xian inquired, pointing at a circle that enveloped 5 cities, including Barbarian City and Snake City. Jiang Bailey promptly responded, The bandit group in this circle is known as the Black Whirlwind, named after their leader. The members of the Black Whirlwind are exceptionally cunning, numbering over 3,000, though most are merely a ragtag bunch. However, there are formidable individuals among them. It is said their leader is a 6th-tier martial artist, even surpassing Commander Ling Mo in prowess. A 6th-tier martial artist could secure a comfortable life anywhere, should he choose to serve his country. His status would likely eclipse that of Ling Mo. Yet now, he finds himself leading a band of brigands. Chen Xian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Jiang Bailey sensed that Chen Xian's inquiries were not without purpose, and he could not help but ask, "Master Chen, why do you suddenly inquire about the bandits? Could it be that the Black Whirlwind's men have committed misdeeds near Man City?" A person capable of attaining the position of a 1,000-man commander must possess not only strength but also keen intellect, allowing him to quickly contemplate such possibilities. Chen Xian, with no need for subterfuge, nodded in affirmation. "I have just received news that the Black Whirlwind's men have plundered the towns and villages near Snake City, and now they are sweeping towards our villages in Man City. These bandits leave devastation in their wake, akin to locusts ravaging the land." Jiang Bailey immediately inquired, "Then Master Chen, what do you imply?" He was uncertain of Chen Xian's stance on the bandits. Did he share the same feigned ignorance as Governor Zhang Tao, choosing to refrain from action as long as the bandits did not assault Man City? Or would he take the initiative to launch a campaign against them? Chen Xian looked at him with a smile. Jiang Bailey was taken aback. Realizing the decision lay with Chen Xian, why then did he seek his opinion? Nevertheless, since Chen Xian had asked, he felt compelled to respond, his mind racing through numerous potential answers. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately declared, "I shall abide by Master Chen's arrangements." He could not fathom Chen Xian's thoughts. Since he could not decipher his intentions, he opted to express his own stance. Chen Xian's laughter rang out, as he articulated, "The bandits, who rob and murder indiscriminately, are irredeemable villains in the eyes of the common folk. Until the threat of banditry is eradicated, the people shall suffer. Therefore, the bandits must be eliminated." The final words resonated with a force that brooked no dissent. Jiang Bailey was momentarily taken aback. Although he had considered the possibility that Chen Xian might be interested in eradicating banditry, he deemed it unlikely. After all, if all the border's 24 cities refrained from such actions, would it not render him an outlier? Yet, to his astonishment, Chen Xian had openly declared his intent to confront the bandits. "Master Chen, I naturally support your decision, yet eliminating banditry is no simple task." Hesitation flickered across Jiang Bailey's face. Chen Xian chuckled and remarked, "I do possess a strategy." Jiang Bailey promptly inquired, "What strategy?" Chen Xian replied, "Baiting the enemy into a trap." Baiting the enemy into a trap? Jiang Bailey was momentarily stunned. Chen Xian had originally devised a plan to deal with me, and now it could be turned against him. Chen Xian's eyes gleamed as he instructed Jiang Bailey on the course of action. A short while later, Jiang Bailey, with a serious demeanor, assured, "Yes, Master Chen. I understand what to do and will ensure there are no missteps." Exiting the main hall, Jiang Bailey's expression was grave, for Chen Xian had entrusted him with a formidable task. "Since Ling Mo has assigned you to assist me, it is clear he trusts you. Given his trust, I too shall place my faith in you. This matter must not falter." Chen Xian patted him on the shoulder. Jiang Bailey nodded vigorously, assuring, "Rest assured, Master Chen." Soon after, he withdrew. "Lu Jinyu, come here, and bring along Xiao Liuji." Chen Xian beckoned Lu Jinyu. "Master Chen, what are your orders?" Lu Jinyu hurried over with enthusiasm. Ever since he learned that during his seclusion, Xiao Liuji had accompanied Chen Xian on numerous ventures and had acquired a low-grade mystical weapon, Lu Jinyu felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he not secluded himself, all the treasures that Xiao Liuji obtained would have rightfully belonged to him. Thus now, whenever Chen Xian had any tasks, he was determined to be more diligent than anyone else. Xiao Liuji also hurried over, eagerly awaiting Chen Xian's instructions. "Lu Jinyu, you will accompany Jiang Bailey to the courtyard to make arrangements. Xiao Liuji, you shall accompany me outside the city." Chapter 173. Qin Tingyu. Lu Jinyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain his inquiry. "Master Chen, why is it that you have chosen to send little Liuzi out of the city with you?" He found it perplexing, clearly. His own prowess surpassed that of Liuzi, so why would Chen Xian prefer to have the lesser-equipped Liuzi by his side? Had he, in the span of a mere day, fallen out of favor? Liuzi was equally astonished. He had presumed that upon Lu Jinyu's emergence from seclusion, any matters of importance would be directly communicated to him, as he was the favored one. To his surprise, he was instead tasked with accompanying Chen Xian, a most unexpected turn of events. Your mission is of utmost significance. Chen Xian was well aware of Lu Jinyu's thoughts and promptly laid bare his stratagem of entrapment. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu's understanding dawned. So that is the reason. Master Chen, I assure you I will collaborate seamlessly with Jiang Bailey. Chen Xian acknowledged him with a nod and continued. There is another reason for not having you accompany me into the city. What reason might that be? Lu Jinyu inquired. With a smile, Chen Xian replied. You possess a rather imposing physique, which does not lend itself to the guise of a commoner. Should you accompany me to meet with the minions of the Black Whirlwind, you would hardly resemble a servant. Conversely, Liaozi was more fitting for the role. With his rather unremarkable stature and appearance, he epitomized a typical peasant. Thus, he was far more suitable for the ruse. Upon hearing this explanation, Lu Jinyu exploded into laughter. Meanwhile, Liaozi felt a twinge of discontent. Do I truly appear so unrefined? Enough, Chen Xian instructed. Prepare yourself. In half an hour, Liaozi will accompany me out of the city. After issuing his commands, he returned to his residence to discuss his plans with Li Xiaoning and the others. You're going in alone? Isn't that too perilous? Upon learning of Chen Xian's intentions, the women were taken aback. One must enter the tiger's den to capture the tiger cub. To lure them in, it is imperative that I take the lead, he explained. Seeing the continued concern etched on Su Ruolin and the others' faces, Chen Xian chuckled and reassured them. I have previously stated that beneath the martial king, I am invincible. Above that, I can exchange blows. I have already discerned that the strongest within the Black Whirlwind is merely a 6th-level martial master. If they turn hostile, I can depart at any moment. None shall impede me. Shui, during my absence, the safety of Xiaoning and Su Jie will rely upon you. And Rushuan nodded impassively in acknowledgement. After ensuring everything at home was in order, Chen Xian awaited Liaozi's arrival in the parlor. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Liaozi arrived, having prepared 2 horses, and the duo set forth from the city. In the capital, the crown prince begged for mercy. Please spare me. Chen Tian knelt, repeatedly bowing his head, a large bump forming on his forehead. His face was a mask of terror. Just moments ago, the crown prince had declared his intent to execute him. The gruesome sight of several courtesans being slaughtered and their remains obliterated was still vivid in his memory. He was profoundly terrified that he too would meet a gruesome end. Wishing for survival, the prince observed his horrified demeanor with a scornful expression. Desire it. Chen Tian fervently nodded, willing to serve the prince like a beast of burden. Even as a pig or a dog, if only it meant preserving his life. He was prepared to pay any price for survival. How well do you know Chen Xian? The prince inquired nonchalantly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Chen Tian acutely sensed an aura of murderous intent, startling him. Had he misjudged the situation? Were the prince and Chen Xian not allies, but adversaries? What could possibly provoke someone as seemingly insignificant as Chen Xian to offend the esteemed prince? The prince, as the master of the Eastern Palace, held a status even more exalted than that of their Chun family's patriarch. Chen Xian, a mere waste, struggled to even gain an audience with the family head. How could he have dared to offend such a lofty figure? Most perplexingly, how had he managed to survive after incurring the prince's wrath? This was utterly inconceivable. Your Highness, Chen Xian is indeed a complete failure. Moments prior, Chen Tian had boasted of his fraternal bond with Chen Xian, but now he swiftly transformed his stance, labeling Chen Xian as a base villain. The prince listened silently until he finally sneered. So, you harbor a deep-seated grudge against Chen Xian? Chen Tian immediately nodded. I would relish the opportunity to tear him to shreds. The prince chuckled coldly. In that case, I assign you a task. You are to succeed or face dire consequences. Should you fail, do not expect to live. At this pronouncement, Chen Tian's heart raced. Did he have the option to refuse? Absolutely not. Your Highness, please instruct me. I assure you I will fulfill your command. It was a matter of survival. Agreeing meant a chance at life, while refusal could lead to his immediate demise. Excellent. You demonstrate understanding. Come here. The prince beckoned to Chen Tian, who crawled towards him like a loyal dog, remaining kneeling, too fearful to rise. Now you shall. In Huqing, the second largest city along the border, its expanse dwarfed that of Monsong. Disguised, Ying'er entered the city, heading directly to the Zhang family's pawnshop. "Greetings, esteemed guest. What might you wish to pawn?" The shopkeeper smiled amiably, welcoming all who entered, regardless of their status, for there was profit to be made. "I wish to see Qingtingyou." Ying'er was not one to beat around the bush. He stated his intent directly. The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback. "What is your relationship with our proprietress?" Without responding, Ying'er produced a jade pendant, tossing it forth. "Show this to Qingtingyou. She will recognize me after seeing it." "This is a jade pendant taken from Zhang Tao." "Very well, esteemed guest. Please hold on for a moment." The shopkeeper, not daring to waste any time, promptly departed with the jade pendant, instructing the servant to attend to Ying'er with utmost care. Such enigmatic individuals often possess formidable identities and statuses. He could not afford to be negligent. In the courtyard of the pawnshop, a dignified and elegant woman was presently sharing tea with a middle-aged man. The woman's face displayed a troubled expression as she forced a smile and said, "Lord Zhao, your request places me in an exceedingly difficult position." The middle-aged man, portly and with an abundance of flesh upon his face, surveyed the woman with a lecherous gaze, grinning as he replied, "Madam, I advise you to contemplate my words carefully. I am here to inform you, not to negotiate." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened slightly, and she responded with evident displeasure, "Lord Zhao, I bear you no grudge. Why must you make things difficult for me?" Chapter 174. Walking sideways, are you troubled? The portly middle-aged man revealed a sinister smile. "My dear lady, I believe you are well aware that it is not I who burdens you, but rather you who burdens yourself. My request is not excessive. A mere nod from you would suffice. Once you acquiesce, you shall enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence in this city of tigers, far more delightful than anyone else." As he spoke, Zhao Zhong's gaze incessantly roamed over Qingtingyou's graceful figure, even audaciously licking his lips as he watched. "There is no need for further conversation, Master Zhao. Please take your leave." Qingtingyou's expression turned cold, and she gestured for him to depart. "You wish to drive me away?" Zhao Zhong scoffed. "It seems you are truly ungrateful for the courtesy extended to you. I was merely negotiating with you out of respect, now that you refuse to listen. Do not blame me." With that, Zhao Zhong lunged towards Qingtingyou. "What do you intend to do?" Qingtingyou gasped in shock. Fully aware of Zhao Zhong's notorious fondness for married women, particularly those of a more mature and alluring nature. However, she never anticipated his audacity would reach such heights. "My husband is the governor of the city." She quickly dodged, reprimanding him. "How dare you show me such disrespect? If my husband learns of this, he will not let you off lightly." Yet, upon hearing her words, Zhao Zhong not only showed no fear but burst into laughter. "What is the governor of the city to me? What if I have dallied with his wife? Would he dare utter a word against me? I assure you, if Zhang Tao, the governor of the city, stood before me, with just a word, he would obediently deliver you to my bed without a moment's hesitation." His face was filled with disdain, as if the governor of a city were nothing more than a mere trifle in his eyes. He continued to advance towards Qingtingyou, who was understandably terrified and kept dodging. "Dodge," Zhao Zhong sneered, finding pleasure in her evasion. "You enjoy running, do you? No need to rush. I shall take my time with you. Today, you shall not escape my grasp." His eyes became increasingly lustful, fixated on the ample curves of Qingtingyou's bosom, as his desire intensified for that which he could not possess. "Madam, a distinguished guest has arrived to see you." At that moment, the pawnshop owner entered, holding the jade pendant that Ying'er had entrusted to him. Upon entering, he immediately witnessed Zhao Zhong's impending violation of Qingtingyou. Seeing him, Qingtingyou rushed forward as if she had spotted a savior, barely glancing at the pendant. "Where is the esteemed guest? Please, take me to him at once." Without a second thought, she sought to escape the situation. "Hold on, did I permit you to leave?" However, Zhao Zhong suddenly intercepted them. Sneering at the pawnshop manager as he commanded, "Get out and tell that person that Madame Qin is not available today. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow." The pawnshop manager's face revealed a flicker of hesitation. How could he be oblivious to the situation unfolding? Zhao Zhong's lecherous gaze was practically fixated on Qingtingyou. This was an attempt at something unspeakable. "Master Zhao, this is rather inappropriate. This esteemed guest holds significant influence. It would be best for my lady to meet with him first," the manager stammered. With a resounding slap, Zhao Zhong struck the manager across the face, sending him crashing to the ground. "You wretched cur, How dare you bargain with me? Get out. If you do not leave, I shall ensure your disappearance from this world. Bring it on. With Zhao Zhong's command, several young men leaped down from the rooftop. Each possessed martial prowess at the 6th or even 7th rank. Throw this fool out and guard the entrance. No one is permitted to enter. Any matters can wait until I am finished. The newcomers nodded and swiftly seized the manager by the feet, dragging him outside before unceremoniously tossing him away. The door to the room was then shut, and they stood guard, preventing anyone from entering. Madam Qin, now no one can disturb us. Zhao Zhong grinned lecherously at Qin Tingyu, his face adorned with a lascivious smile. Despair washed over her. In this Tiger City, Zhao Zhong was a man who could act with impunity. Even the governor of Tiger City had to treat him with utmost deference. Yet, if a woman like her were to be sullied, how could she survive in this world? Do not think of escape. If you submit to me, I assure you that from this day forth, you may walk freely in Tiger City and the entirety of the border's 24 cities. Zhao Zhong leered as he advanced toward her once more. Inside the pawn shop, Ying'er sat like a statue, meditating quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes to see the manager entering, rubbing his face, one side swollen and red, the imprint of a hand distinctly visible, and his eyes slightly bloodshot. Most importantly, he held the jade pendant Ying'er had given him. What transpired? Ying'er inquired, brow furrowed. The manager, seething with indignation, replied, "It was that scoundrel Zhao Zhong. He has been pursuing our lady boss for days. Out of respect for her status, she has kept her distance. Yet today, that rogue grew impatient and attempted to force himself upon her. When I went in to rescue her, I was thrown out instead." He recounted the events. Upon hearing this, Ying'er's expression darkened. "Take me there." He rose decisively. Ying'er had come to see Qin Tingyu, but he bore a mission. Should Qin Tingyu be subjected to humiliation and ultimately perish from the disgrace, what then would become of the situation? How could Ying'er possibly explain this to Qin Xian? Therefore, it is imperative to prevent such an occurrence. The shopkeeper was taken aback to see Ying'er intent on intervening. He had merely expressed his grievances after being assaulted. The notion of rescuing the mistress was beyond his wildest imagination. Even if the governor of Tiger City were to arrive, he would not dare to involve himself in such matters. Esteemed guest, I would strongly advise you to remain here and wait quietly. For Zhao Zhong is not a man to be trifled with. His influence is formidable and quite terrifying. This is a well-meaning caution. Moreover, there is another concern. He feared that if Ying'er attempted to rescue her and failed, he might fall into Zhao Zhong's clutches. Should he, the humble shopkeeper, be implicated as a traitor, his fate would be dire. Thus, it is wiser to avoid unnecessary trouble. If the mistress must endure some indignities, so be it. After all, she is not his wife. Chapter 175. The background is unfathomable. Take me to see him immediately. Ying'er's eyes narrowed. He could easily discern the trepidation in the shopkeeper's demeanor towards Zhao Zhong. Yet, Ying'er felt no fear, regardless of who stood before him. Today he was resolute in rescuing Qin Tingyu. Towering in stature, and having been a commander of elite soldiers in the past, Ying'er exuded a vibrant aura. A man forged by the crucible of battle, who had emerged countless times from the clutches of death. When he fixed his gaze upon the shopkeeper, the latter felt as if the king of beasts had set its sights on him, trembling with such fright that he nearly lost control of himself. Please, follow me." The shopkeeper, fearful for his life, pointed shakily towards the direction of the backyard, obediently leading the way. Soon, they traversed through the pawnbroker and arrived at the rear courtyard. "Do not, please, have some restraint." From afar, Ying'er's keen ears caught the sound of Qin Tingyu's desperate cries. He lifted his gaze to see several figures stationed at the doorway of her room, resembling sentinels, forbidding any entry. Inside the chamber, aside from Qin Tingyu's exclamations, there was the vile and triumphant laughter of Zhao Zhong, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of fabric being torn asunder. "Sir, the lady is within that room, but Zhao Zhong's guards are at the entrance, preventing anyone from approaching. I was just struck. I dare not go any closer," the shopkeeper stammered in fear. Ying'er, unfazed by the shopkeeper's pleas, allowed him to remain behind as he strode forward with purpose. "Stop. What is your business here? Master Zhao is occupied. If you value your life, keep your distance." The guards swiftly obstructed Ying'er's path, barring his entry. Ying'er cast a fleeting glance at them, uttering no words. In the next instant, his hands transformed into lethal claws, aimed directly at the throats of the guards. If Chun Xian were present, he would be taken aback, for the technique Ling Mo employed was none other than the dragon claw. However, his execution appeared somewhat clumsy, lacking the swiftness and precision that mastery demands, indicating he was still in the early stages of comprehension, barely having grasped the fundamentals. After all, profound martial arts cannot be mastered in mere days. They require time, practice, and relentless refinement to achieve lethal accuracy. Nevertheless, even as a novice in this technique, Ling Mo found it more than sufficient to deal with these minor adversaries. In the span of a mere breath, he had seized the guards by the necks, twisting with a swift motion that resonated with a sickening crack, sending them to their demise. Before long, the incapacitated guards lay sprawled upon the ground. The shopkeeper, witnessing this spectacle from a distance, stood in utter disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor, utterly astonished by Ling Mo's formidable prowess. Most alarmingly, he had just witnessed a murder. Clang! After dealing with the guards, Ling Mo forcefully kicked open the door, only to witness Zhao Zhong tearing at Qin Tingyu's garments. Her azure robe lay in tatters, exposing her undergarment, and her disheveled hair added to her pitiful appearance. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhong, in a state of unrestrained excitement, had already stripped off his shirt, revealing his corpulent form, his face alight with fervor. "Who the hell are you?" Zhao Zhong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by Ling Mo's abrupt entrance, before his anger flared. He was in the throes of excitement, and being interrupted was infuriating. Commander Ling Mo. Qin Tingyu, upon spotting Ling Mo, seized the opportunity like a drowning person grasping a lifeline, urgently imploring, "Commander Ling Mo, please save me." The mention of Commander Ling Mo sparked a flicker of realization in Zhao Zhong's eyes. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead, as if enlightenment had struck him. "No wonder you look familiar. You are the Ling Mo from Man City, the one commanding my uncle's 8,000 elite troops." He quickly deduced Ling Mo's identity. "Since you are the commander of Man City, I shall not make things difficult for you. Just leave this matter be, and you can continue your role as commander unscathed. However, should you dare interfere, well." Zhao Zhong's expression twisted into a cold smirk, his meaning abundantly clear. He had ample means to deal with Ling Mo. Ling Mo regarded him with a furrowed brow, recognizing the man before him. The words exchanged had also revealed Zhao Zhong's lineage. The Prince of the West was his uncle, and his wife belonged to the prestigious Zhao family of the borderlands. Thus, Zhao Zhong's audacity and reckless behavior stemmed from his status as a direct descendant of the Zhao clan. With the Zhao family and the Prince of the West as his formidable backing, no one dared to confront him. The words he had spoken were not mere boasts. They were the stark truth. Seeing Ling Mo frown, Zhao Zhong assumed it was a sign of fear, prompting him to laugh triumphantly. "Good. Now be on your way and do not delay my affairs." His tone grew increasingly arrogant. In all 24 cities along the border, as long as he did not encounter anyone from the Tianshan sect, he could act with impunity. And even if he did face the Tianshan sect, he remained unperturbed. Invoking the names of the Zhao family and the Prince of the West would surely earn him a measure of respect. Despair washed over Qin Tingyu's face. To her, Ling Mo's frown signified trepidation and fear. Upon returning, he would undoubtedly inform Zhang Tao of this incident. How would Zhang Tao perceive her then? The notion of relying on Zhang Tao for vengeance was utterly futile. He would not dare retaliate against Zhao Zhong. However, he might very well choose to cast her aside. What was she still doing there? As Ling Mo stood there, furrowing his brow without making a move, Zhao Zhong's dissatisfaction became apparent, prompting him to unleash a torrent of curses. Ling Mo replied coolly, "If you depart from this place now, I shall not make things difficult for you." "What did you say?" In an instant, Zhao Zhong's eyes widened, casting doubt on his own hearing. Was Ling Mo actually instructing him to leave? "I see you've grown quite reckless. Just because I address you as commander, you truly consider yourself of great importance, don't you? Do you believe that with a mere word to my home, I could have you dismissed from your position as the commander of Man City and sent to toil in the coal mines?" Zhao Zhong sneered. In the next moment, he boldly approached Ling Mo, raising his hand arrogantly to deliver a sharp slap across his face. 20 miles away from Man City, within an inn, Chun Xian and Xiao Lu rested while gathering information. Suddenly, Chun Xian let out a sneeze. Chapter 176. The Pursuit by Bandits. What is happening? Why am I sneezing again? That makes it 2 times today. Chun Xian rubbed his nose, displaying a peculiar expression. Master Chun, are you catching a cold? Xiao Liuzi inquired with concern. Do you truly believe I would succumb to a cold? Chun Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Xiao Liuzi chuckled and immediately began to flatter. Master Chun, you are blessed with great fortune and robust health. You certainly would not fall prey to such trivial ailments. Then why do you suppose I sneezed twice? Chun Xian stroked his chin, an instinct suggesting that these two sneezes were not mere coincidences. The first sneeze imparted a sense of danger, while the second evoked a feeling of impending misfortune. Yet, here he was, peacefully enjoying tea, having neither engaged in a brawl nor uttered any curses. How could he possibly attract trouble? Could it be that his subordinates had caused some mischief? Although this sensation felt rather peculiar, it was inexplicably potent. Xiao Liuzi scratched his head, utterly at a loss for how to respond to Chun Xian's musings. At that moment, they suddenly noticed a throng of ragged citizens on the road, carrying bundles of belongings as if fleeing from disaster. They ran with an air of panic, occasionally glancing back in terror, as though ferocious beasts were in pursuit. Xiao Liuzi, bring someone over to inquire about the situation. Chun Xian's eyes gleamed with realization. These individuals were likely the impoverished residents of Xiqing. Xiao Liuzi nodded and hurried over, soon returning with an elderly man and a small girl. Both appeared disheveled, their clothes tattered and faces grimy, embodying the weariness of their journey. Good sir, where are you headed? Chun Xian asked politely. The old man, parched and hoarse, struggled to articulate a response, his throat devoid of moisture after enduring a relentless cloud of dust without a drop of water. Chun Xian immediately gestured for Xiao Liuzi to pour a bowl of tea for the old man. After doing so, Xiao Liuzi presented the tea to the elderly man, who unexpectedly offered it to the little girl beside him. The girl, displaying remarkable maturity, took a small sip and then insisted on giving the rest to her grandfather. Despite his insistence that she drink more, she resolutely refused, wishing to preserve the precious tea for him. Witnessing this scene, Chun Xian felt a pang of sadness. He personally prepared another bowl of tea and handed it to the old man, smiling as he reassured, "Do not worry, good sir. We have ample tea here for both you and your granddaughter." He gently patted the teapot on the table, indicating that it was all theirs. Upon hearing this, the old man, overwhelmed with gratitude, knelt on the ground alongside the little girl, bowing and expressing his thanks. Chun Xian felt a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. He had only offered them a cup of tea, yet it had elicited such profound gratitude. This clearly illustrated the dire state of the common people's lives. After the little girl had consumed 2 bowls of tea and the old man 5, depleting the entire pot, he finally managed to utter a sound from his throat. "Thank you, benefactor. Your immense kindness shall never be forgotten." "Hee, no need for thanks." Chun Xian chuckled softly before inquiring. "Elder, I noticed many people on the road, much like yourselves, traveling in haste as if they were being pursued. What is the matter?" Upon hearing this, the old man's face instantly turned pale with terror, and he hurriedly replied, "Benefactor, you must escape quickly. That band of marauders has ravaged all the villages near Snake City. They not only steal, but also commit murder and arson. We are fleeing towards Barbarian City with no choice. To survive, we must keep moving." Chun Xian furrowed his brow and asked, "Why are you heading towards Barbarian City? Is it not possible to enter Snake City? The governor there should not deny you entry, even if he doesn't send troops to quell the bandits." The old man sighed, offering a bitter smile as he explained, "Snake City is already overcrowded with countless people, while there may still be room for many more. The governor has ordered the gates closed. He fears a riot among the populace would threaten his rule. Moreover, with so many people crammed into the city, the governor would have to provide sustenance for them all. He is no benevolent ruler. Even if the grain in the granary were consumed by rats, he would never part with it for us common folk." As he spoke, the old man wiped away his tears with the corner of his garment, lamenting, "What kind of world is this? Life is unbearable. We are either oppressed by the authorities or tormented by bandits, leaving us commoners with no escape." Chun Xian's fists clenched in silent resolve, acknowledging the suffering of the borderland populace. "What if, upon reaching Barbarian City, they too refuse you entry?" Little Liuzi suddenly questioned. The old man sighed again. "In that case, we would have no choice but to continue fleeing, to Golden City, Yellow City, wherever we might find refuge. If nowhere will take us in, we would simply starve on the road. Yet, even to perish on the road is a fate far better than falling into the hands of those fiends. Those brutes are beyond human. My granddaughter's mother was not only violated by them, but was also killed. My son, seeking revenge for his wife, met the same fate. His head severed and kicked about like a ball. How can one bear such humiliation to a human being? As the old man spoke, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Nearby, the little girl, upon hearing the tragic fate of her parents, burst into tears, her tears falling like a string of lustrous pearls. Chen Xian let out a gentle sigh, took out a few pieces of silver, and placed them in the old man's embrace, saying, "Elder, though it is not much, please accept this. No, kind sir, your offer of tea fills my heart with immense gratitude. Moreover, your generosity is overwhelming. We cannot accept such an abundance." The old man hastily returned the money, a few pieces of silver that could sufficiently cover the expenses for several months for an ordinary person. However, Chen Xian pushed the money back, insisting, "I do not require this trifling amount. Please accept it. If you lack funds for your journey, both you and your granddaughter may face starvation." The patched clothing they wore revealed the dire straits of their existence, compounded by the loss of their son and daughter-in-law, making survival a daunting challenge. After several refusals, the old man gratefully accepted the money. He placed a hand on the little girl's head, and both grandfather and granddaughter knelt on the ground, bowing deeply to Chen Xian. "Kind sir, you must depart swiftly. That band of marauders will soon be upon us." Chapter 177. The kill. Are you suggesting that the bandits of Black Whirlwind are behind us? Chen Xian pointed towards the direction of Snake City. The old man immediately nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, I understand. Thank you for your kindness. You may leave now." Chen Xian chuckled softly. "Aren't you all leaving?" The old man, burning with urgency, had long wished to flee. It would have been ideal if Chen Xian and his companions had departed alongside him. However, it seemed that Chen Xian had no intention of retreating. "Leave? That is entirely out of the question. We have specifically come in search of the Black Whirlwind bandits." Chen Xian casually fabricated an excuse. Naturally, the old man did not press further. After bowing several times with his granddaughter, he expressed his profound gratitude, vowing to repay the favor when the opportunity arose, and then hurriedly took his leave. "Xiao Li, let us go." Chen Xian wasted no time, swiftly mounting his horse alongside Xiao Li, galloping towards Snake City. Meanwhile, in Tiger City, Zhao Zhong raised his hand and struck fiercely at Ling Mo's face. "Fool, do you not comprehend human speech? Allow me to bring you to your senses." Zhao Zhong's expression was menacing, and his slap carried a force so great it seemed intent on rendering Ling Mo's face unrecognizable. "Commander Ling!" Qin Tingyu cried out in alarm, attempting to warn Ling Mo to be cautious, but Zhao Zhong's hand descended too swiftly for her warning to reach him in time. The innkeeper at the door was utterly terrified, pondering the futility of the situation. Why would one provoke someone they dared not offend, all for a misguided attempt at heroism? Now, he faced humiliation before a lady, having failed to save her, and it was nothing short of self-inflicted misery. However, just as everyone believed Ling Mo was about to be dishonored, he suddenly grasped Zhao Zhong's wrist, halting his hand mere inches from Ling Mo's face. With a powerful grip, Ling Mo squeezed. "Ah!" Zhao Zhong's wrist twisted painfully, and he emitted a heart-wrenching scream, feeling as though it might snap under the pressure. "It hurts. Let go, you bastard." His face contorted in agony, his cries echoing like the lament of a slaughtered pig. With a forceful flick of his wrist, Ling Mo sent Zhao Zhong hurtling away, landing with a thud and rolling several times on the ground. Clutching his wrist, Zhao Zhong panted as if it had been scalded. "Wang Shan, Liao Gu, are you all dead? How could you let him in and allow him to injure me? I swear, you fools are courting death." Zhao Zhong berated the guards at the entrance, seething with anger at having been bested by Ling Mo. In the past, his subordinates would have scurried to appease him after such outbursts. Yet today, they remained utterly unresponsive. Zhao Zhong was filled with rage, continuing to hurl insults. "You useless wretches! How dare you not respond to me? Do you believe I will return and sever your heads?" His voice was piercing, akin to a deranged eunuch shrieking wildly. Yet, once again, no one answered him. This silence sent a shiver of foreboding through Zhao Zhong, prompting him to shout once more. "Enough of your shouting. They are already dead." Ling Mo interjected coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhong's face paled. You dare to kill them? I not only intend to kill them, but you as well," Ling Mo declared as he stepped forward. Zhao Zhong was immediately struck with fear. "You, don't be reckless. I am Zhao." Before he could finish, Ling Emo seized his throat and twisted it. Zhao Zhong fell lifeless to the ground. Qin Tingyu was left in shock. Captain Ling, you. She understood that Ling Emo was inherently cold-hearted, reserved, and more lethal with his hands than with his words. However, she never anticipated that he would dare to take Zhao Zhong's life. Although Zhao Zhong was not a core member of the Zhao family, he was nonetheless a direct descendant, possessing a certain status. His death would undoubtedly provoke an investigation from the Zhao family, and this matter would not simply be brushed aside. Madam, it would be prudent to dress, Ling Emo remarked, casting a glance at Qin Tingyu. Despite nearing her 40s, she still possessed radiant skin that glowed. And although age had etched a few wrinkles on her face, it only added to her mature allure. Her figure remained striking, tall and slender, accentuated by her scanty attire, which left little to the imagination. Yet, Ling Emo merely glanced at her, devoid of any desire, and turned away. Qin Tingyu suddenly realized her lapse in decorum, her cheeks flushing as she hurried to don a garment. Captain Ling, I am dressed, she stated. Ling Emo acknowledged her with a slight sound, exhibiting little response. This man is so cold. Qin Tingyu pondered whether it was her lack of charm or Ling Mo's indifference towards women. Whenever she ventured out, countless men would turn back for just a glimpse of her. It was indeed her beauty that had attracted Zhao Zhong's covetous gaze, emboldening him to disregard even Zhang Tao. Women harbor a certain vanity regarding their beauty, regardless of age. Ling Mo's indifferent demeanor was akin to that of a cold stone, leaving her with an uncomfortable feeling. Come, Fu, close the pawn shop. We shall decline all visitors today. With no time for sentimentality, Qin Tingyu looked at the corpses on the ground and issued orders to the terrified shopkeeper at the entrance. Remember, what transpires here must remain secret, otherwise, none of us shall survive. The shopkeeper was already paralyzed with fear. Regardless of whether he is the murderer, Zhao Zhong met his demise here, right under his very nose. Once the Zhao family traces the matter back to this location, his fate is sealed. Thus, he finds himself with no alternatives, compelled to dutifully follow Qin Tingyu's instructions, his legs propelling him towards the pawn shop as if greased, hastily securing the door behind him. Subsequently, he must return to the courtyard to tend to the corpse. With a complex expression, Qin Tingyu gazed at Ling Emo and inquired, Commander Ling, what brings you here? To deliver a message, Ling Emo replied succinctly, producing a letter from his bosom. It was indeed the missive that Chen Xian had compelled Zhang Tao to compose. Its essence urged Qin Tingyu to liquidate his assets, as he was poised to enter the court as an official, necessitating a substantial sum of silver to facilitate the endeavor. A letter for Zhang Tao? Questioned Qin Tingyu. Ling Emo nodded in affirmation. Qin Tingyu took the letter but refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, she sighed gently. Commander Ling, your actions were rash. You should not have taken his life, her gaze drifting towards Zhao Zhong. Who claims that I killed him? Ling Emo countered. Chapter 178, Beasts. Qin Tingyu was momentarily taken aback as she observed Zhao Zhong lying motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless corpse. Just moments ago, she had distinctly heard the ominous crack of his neck. Ling Emo had mercilessly twisted it. Yet now, Ling Emo questioned, who claims I have slain him? If the figure on the ground is not deceased, could he possibly still be alive? Commander Ling, he is still alive, Ling Emo replied coolly. Qin Tingyu quickly extended a delicate finger to feel for a pulse at Zhao Zhong's acupoint, and indeed, there was breath. In an instant, her expression shifted dramatically. The thought of a deceased Zhao Zhong instilled fear, but the prospect of a living Zhao Zhong was far more terrifying. For a moment, Qin Tingyu felt a wave of panic. After all, Zhao Zhong's background was formidable, and given the events of today, he could not be allowed to leave this place. The consequences would be unimaginable. After a brief moment of disarray, Qin Tingyu swiftly regained her composure. She regarded Ling Emo earnestly and inquired, I did not expect you to spare his life. What do you intend to do next? Ling Emo was somewhat surprised by her rapid calmness. She was indeed a woman capable of managing all of Zhang Tao's assets, having weathered numerous storms and maintaining her poise even in dire circumstances. I shall take him back to Man City, Ling Emo replied calmly. Qin Tingyu raised an eyebrow, frowning as she asked, do you plan to hand him over to Zhang Tao? A scene flashed through her mind. If Zhang Tao were to see Zhao Zhong, he would likely be taken aback. From what I know of him, should you bring Zhao Zhong back for him to handle, he would undoubtedly be startled, and then respectfully return Zhao Zhong to the Zhao family, while distancing himself from the affair, placing all blame squarely on your shoulders. At that point, you would be in grave danger. Qin Tingyu took a deep breath, her tone grave. It was evident that she was genuinely concerned for Ling Mo, even belittling Zhang Tao in the process. Her words, however, were rooted in truth. After years of marriage, who could understand Zhang Tao better than she? Nevertheless, Ling Mo shook his head and replied calmly, "As for who will handle him, I have my own arrangements." Qin Tingyu was taken aback from his words. It seemed that upon returning to Man City, Zhao Zhong would not be entrusted to Zhang Tao. In all of Man City, only Zhang Tao held the highest status. If not him, to whom else could Zhao Zhong be entrusted? Who do you plan to place Zhao Zhong in the hands of? Can that person resolve this matter? Qin Tingyu could not help but ask. Was there some extraordinary figure in Man City that she was unaware of? This matter does not concern you. He can handle it. For now, you should read the letter. Ling Mo gestured towards the missive. As for to whom Zhao Zhong would be entrusted, naturally, it would be to Chen Xian. Ling Mo had faith that Chen Xian could address the predicament posed by Zhao Zhong, considering that he had effortlessly dealt with even the emissaries of the Tianshan sect. Moreover, Ling Mo had another reason for bringing Zhao Zhong back. After all, Chen Xian had already offended numerous individuals, each with increasingly formidable connections. What did it matter to add one more Zhao Zhong? A multitude of lice does not fear the itch. Very well. Qin Tingyu nodded slightly. As Ling Mo had conveyed his intentions quite explicitly, what more could she say? As for other matters, she refrained from further inquiries. Understanding that Ling Mo would speak of what he wished, and that questions regarding his reticence would yield no fruitful answers, she slowly unwrapped the letter sent by Ling Mo. Reading it with earnest attention, her beautiful eyes gradually widening in astonishment. He actually wants me to liquidate my assets? On the road to Snake City, Chen Xian and Shaoli were galloping on horseback. Along the way, they witnessed countless refugees fleeing towards Barbarian City, leading one to think they were escaping a calamity. Damn it, when we were at Bandit Mountain, although the locals feared us, it was not to this extent. The bandits along this border are even more ruthless than we are. Shaoli, observing the terrified expressions of the fleeing populace, could not help but murmur in dismay. As for Chen Xian, his brow remained furrowed throughout. What had become of these once decent folk? Not only was their sustenance in question, but their very survival hung in the balance. Suddenly, the young man spotted a village ahead. As they approached, Chen Xian's nostrils flared, and his demeanor darkened. He detected a faint yet potent scent of blood permeating the air. This sanguine aroma was alarmingly intense, indicating that many had perished ahead, the stench wafting to their location. Quick, let us hasten. Chen Xian cracked his whip against the horse's flanks, urging it to accelerate, and Shaoli scrambled to keep pace. Soon, they beheld the village engulfed in raging flames, accompanied by the sound of women weeping, children crying, and men screaming in agony. "Please, spare us." A few disheveled women, clutching their children, knelt on the ground, pleading desperately. Nearby lay the bodies of several men. Dozens of bandits surrounded them, laughing mockingly. "Filthy whores. If you had handed over your money promptly, your men wouldn't have met such a gruesome fate. Who the hell told you to dawdle with your cash? This is your own doing. We will slaughter every man and child in this village. As for you women, ha ha ha." All these bandits were men, their eyes leering at the sobbing women, grins of lascivious intent plastered across their faces. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore. It's been nearly half a month since I've touched a woman. I'm bursting with pent-up frustration, and I need to find a woman to relieve myself." Suddenly, a man with several scars resembling centipedes crawling across his face lunged forward, selecting a woman who appeared youthful and reasonably attractive. He seized her ankle and began dragging her towards a nearby haystack. "No, please, let go." The woman struggled desperately, screaming in terror, trying to break free. "You filthy wretch." The bandit ruthlessly struck the woman across her face, causing blood to seep from the corner of her mouth. "You dare to resist? I am granting you a modicum of mercy. Defy me again, and I shall end your life with a single thrust." The scarred bandit glared malevolently. His visage contorted into a terrifying grimace, the scars on his face twisting in a manner that evoked sheer horror. The woman, gripped by fear, turned pale. "Huh, Scarface, take care not to kill her. She possesses a certain allure that we ought to preserve for our comrades' enjoyment later," jeered his companions, their laughter echoing in the air. "Rest assured, while I feast upon the flesh, you shall partake of the broth." The scarred man chuckled, dragging the woman by her ankle towards a pile of hay. "Chuyer, no! You beasts, I shall fight you to the end," yelled a man, forced to kneel before the bandits, his voice filled with defiance. Chapter 179. Did the sixth master agree? "You beasts!" A dark-skinned man roared as he rushed forward, witnessing his beloved being dragged away for violation. However, in the next moment, a bandit approached and plunged a knife into him, the blade piercing through with a swift brutality. He collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth as he convulsed. These beasts. His voice grew weaker, desperate to rise and avenge himself, yet the wound had sapped all his strength, rendering his words barely audible. Ha ha ha. This fool thinks he can save his woman? How laughable. What does he even think he is? They mocked mercilessly. If it were me, oldly, I wouldn't have killed him outright. I would let him live, forced to watch as we toy with his woman, consumed by rage yet utterly powerless. Now that would be entertaining. Their derision echoed around him. For such individuals, killing was devoid of thrill. It was the torment of others that provided genuine amusement. As the laughter surrounded him, the man's gaze grew more vacant, the world around him blurring into obscurity. The sounds behind him faded into silence. Finally, he lay still, his body lifeless. "Please, no. No." Simultaneously, from behind a haystack, a woman's anguished cries resonated, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Chun Xian rode forward, witnessing the horrifying scene. The upper half of the woman's clothing had been stripped away, and the scarred bandit was in the process of tearing off her trousers. Beasts! Fury ignited within Chun Xian. He swiftly retrieved a golden pellet from his pocket. With no other weapon at hand, he could hardly dismount to search for a stone. With a flick of his finger, the golden pellet shot forth like a bullet, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Thud! The pellet penetrated the bandit's temple, his actions halting abruptly as he fell, his body twitching violently, foam escaping his mouth. The woman, stunned and bewildered, instinctively grabbed the shredded remnants of her clothing, hastily attempting to cover herself. "How dare you lay a hand on our people? You've truly sought death." As the scarred face fell lifelessly to the ground, the previously mocking bandits now glared at Chun Xian, their expressions twisting into fierce hostility. "Shao Liuzi kill," Chun Xian commanded coldly. He cast a fleeting glance and was immediately struck by the sight of blood splattered across the ground. This village was small, home to merely a few dozen souls. Yet now, the living numbered fewer than 10. "Indeed, Master Chun." Shao Liuzi let out a sharp cry. In the next instant, he drew the crimson fire sword gifted to him by Chun Xian. As a martial artist in his own right, wielding the crimson fire sword rendered him virtually unmatched against anyone below the 8th tier of martial prowess. The 20 or so bandits present, the strongest among them merely at the 5th tier, stood no chance against him, especially with Chun Xian commanding him to act alone. "Damn it! You dare to charge at me alone? Go, tear him apart and feed him to the dogs." The bandits sneered, brandishing their weapons as they advanced toward Shao Liuzi. Among them, the closest assailant wielded a large blade adorned with iron rings, swinging it menacingly at Shao Liuzi. Without hesitation, Shao Liuzi raised his sword. In an instant, the crimson fire sword clashed with the iron-ringed blade. Only women wield swords. Real men use knives. The bandit mocked. However, in the next moment, astonishment washed over him, swiftly morphing into terror. The slender crimson fire sword effortlessly cleaved through the bulky iron-ringed blade as if it were mere clay. Without pause, the blade continued its trajectory towards the bandit's head. With a sickening thud, the bandit's head was severed cleanly. It arced through the air before landing on the ground, rolling several times, while blood gushed from his neck in a frenzied torrent. With just a single strike, Shao Liuzi had decapitated his foe. So sharp, the surrounding bandits were left in stunned silence, and even Shao Liuzi himself was taken aback. He had known that the item bestowed upon him by Chun Xian was extraordinary, but he had never anticipated it to be this formidable. In an instant, his confidence surged. "Damn it, I killed the one with the ringed blade," he thought. "This sword is indeed a treasure. Everyone, let us go. Capture this gem and present it to the chief. He will undoubtedly be delighted." Witnessing the demise of their comrade, the remaining bandits displayed not fear, but rather a glint of excitement. They gazed at Shao Liuzi's crimson fire sword with the same fervor as wolves eyeing a rare beauty. If they could seize this weapon and present it to the chief, he would surely be overjoyed. They were impatiently reckless, daring to set their sights on Xiao Liuzi. With a cold smirk, Xiao Liuzi turned to Chen Xian and inquired, Master Chen, shall we eliminate them all, or how shall we proceed? Chen Xian replied icily, leave not a single one alive. Understood. Xiao Liuzi responded with zeal. In the next moment, he launched himself into action, sword raised, ready to strike. Thud, thud, thud. Despite the considerable prowess of these bandits, they proved utterly ineffectual against the formidable Liuzi. With each swing of his sword, a head would fall. Initially, these brigands exhibited a reckless bravado, their eyes fixated solely on the blade in Liuzi's grasp, eagerly yearning to seize it for themselves. However, as the confrontation unfolded, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Liuzi's ferocity was unparalleled. With each stroke, he dispatched a bandit with a grace that resembled the flow of water, devoid of any hesitation or clumsiness. In a mere matter of breaths, 2/3 of their number had been slain. This lad is too formidable. We cannot prevail. Flee, and return for reinforcements. With only 8 bandits remaining, any semblance of their previous arrogance had vanished. Fear now etched on their faces, they turned to flee. Attempting to escape? Have you inquired whether Lord Liu has granted you permission? A cold laugh from Liuzi resonated ominously behind them. Chapter 180. Revenge. Despite the remaining bandits turning to flee, their speed could not possibly match that of Xiao Liuzi. He swiftly caught up, dispatching each with a single stroke of his sword. In the blink of an eye, the last 8 were mercilessly slaughtered. For the final bandit, Xiao Liuzi chose not to strike at his head, but instead severed the tendons at his ankles. The bandit collapsed, his face scraping against the ground, losing several teeth in the process. By the heavens, I have truly relished this slaughter. Xiao Liuzi laughed heartily, raising his sword with its tip pointed towards the sky. The crimson blade gleamed under the sun's rays, appearing as pristine as if it had just been washed, despite the numerous lives it had claimed. After sheathing the red fire sword, Xiao Liuzi stepped forward, placing a foot on the back of the last surviving bandit. Although Chen Xian had commanded him to leave no one alive, Xiao Liuzi, being astute, recognized the value of sparing one for interrogation purposes. Spare me, noble hero. Please, spare me. The bandit, trembling in terror, pleaded desperately. Despite their fearsome fade, the bandits were merely bullies, quick to kneel when faced with true strength. Master Chen, how shall we deal with this scoundrel? Xiao Liuzi inquired, just as Chen Xian was about to instruct him to extract the whereabouts of the Black Whirlwind's leader. A woman, previously nearly assaulted, snatched a knife from the ground and lunged at the last bandit, plunging it into his neck. With a sickening thud, blood gushed forth, splattering the woman's face. Xiao Liuzi momentarily froze. He could have intervened to prevent her from killing the bandit, but upon glancing at Chen Xian and seeing no objection, he understood that Chen Xian tacitly permitted the act and thus refrained from stopping her. After slaying the bandit, the woman felt no elation from avenging her grievances. She touched the warm blood on her face. It was still hot. As she smeared it across her visage, her entire countenance became a crimson mask, the metallic scent of blood overwhelming. Yet, in that moment, she exhibited no reaction. Suddenly, she sank to the ground, weeping silently. Her husband, her children, all were gone. The few remaining women also began to weep, for from a once thriving village of dozens, scarcely 10 of them remained. Witnessing this scene ignited a blaze of fury within Chen Xian. This was the true face of banditry, not the chivalrous figures depicted in tales from the past, but ruthless killers, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake, turning the world into a veritable hell. Damn it, these wretches deserve to die. Upon witnessing the multitude of women weeping, Xiao Liuzi clenched his teeth and began to curse vehemently. Although he too was a bandit, he was distinctly different from these vagabonds. During their time at the fierce bandit mountain, their primary modus operandi was to rob for wealth without shedding blood. The most egregious act they committed was coercing for lust. Yet they would often release their victims afterward, and those with a semblance of conscience would even offer some monetary compensation. Only in cases where individuals were remarkably obstinate or ungrateful would they resort to murder. Suddenly, Xiao Liuzi perceived that their comrades at Lufengzhai were, in comparison to the Black Whirlwind's bandits, veritable saints. The brutality exhibited by the Black Whirlwind's marauders was simply beyond comprehension. Chen Xian, observing the sorrowful women, let out a gentle sigh. Regrettably, he had arrived too late. Had he come sooner, perhaps he could have salvaged this village. Alas, The world does not afford such opportunities. He tossed down a bag of money, containing dozens of taels. Disperse this among yourselves, he spoke softly, for this was the extent of his assistance. He then motioned for Xiao Liuzi to depart. As Chen Xian prepared to leave, the women finally ceased their lamentations. Noble benefactor, please wait. You have avenged us, and we are eternally grateful, but we cannot accept your money. They implored to return the funds. However, Chen Xian shook his head and replied, in these tumultuous times, one cannot navigate without money. Moreover, you are women, and with your men gone, you shall perish from hunger without it. It is best you keep it. He paused momentarily before continuing. After you have buried your kin, if you find it impossible to survive here, journey to Manching and seek a woman named Li Xiaoning. She will assist you in finding a means of safe livelihood. If she inquires as to your identity, tell her you come at the behest of Chen Xian. With these words, Chen Xian spurred his horse, departing without a backward glance. He and Xiao Liuzi resumed their course toward Xiqing. Along the way, they encountered several waves of Black Whirlwind bandits committing their nefarious deeds. It was said that the Black Whirlwind's forces numbered nearly 3,000, a truly daunting figure, considering they were notorious for their heinous acts of arson, murder, and plunder. Chen Xian consistently sent Xiao Liuzi to confront them, not out of laziness, but because these lowly ruffians were unworthy of his direct intervention. Furthermore, Xiao Liuzi's lack of strength provided him with an opportunity for training. Before long, they gleaned the approximate location of the Black Whirlwind's formidable leader from the mouths of the bandits. Even as they faced their demise, the bandits defiantly proclaimed their allegiance to the Black Whirlwind, naive enough to believe this would instill fear in Chen Xian, only to hasten their own end. Finally, as they approached within 10 miles of Xiqing, Chen Xian beheld a high vantage point replete with numerous tents. At the summit, a black flag unfurled, emblazoned with the emblem of a tornado. This was indeed the stronghold of the Black Whirlwind. Unlike the bandits of Fierce Bandit Mountain, they lacked a fixed encampment. In truth, the notorious bandit groups along the border are ever-changing, seizing whatever they can wherever they go. Master Chen, we have arrived. By heavens, the Black Whirlwind has quite the audacity. Setting camp just outside Snake City, showing utter disdain for the city's governor, Little Six remarked, unable to suppress his disdain at the sight of the dense cluster of tents. The governor of Snake City commands a mere 3,000 troops, should a battle ensue. Victory over the Black Whirlwind is far from guaranteed. They dare not venture outside the city, opting instead to cower within its walls, a fact that the Black Whirlwind exploits without fear. Chen Xian spoke with a calm demeanor. Little Six chuckled softly and replied, Master Chen is indeed correct. They prefer to pick the soft fruit. They may act boldly before Snake City, but when it comes to Barbarian City, they will surely behave themselves. With 8,000 troops stationed there, the Black Whirlwind would never dare to camp too close to the city gates, and would even take a detour to avoid confrontation. Chapter 181. A fortuitous encounter. Chen Xian and his companion, Xiao Liuzi, rode their horses directly towards the main camp of the Black Wind stronghold. Stop! What brings you here? Suddenly, several rough-looking men, brandishing knives on their shoulders, scrutinized Chen Xian and Xiao Liuzi with ill intentions. You two possess quite the audacity to venture here. Do you even know where this place is? The bandits, although ruthless, were not simple-minded. They could discern that Chen Xian and Xiao Liuzi, dressed in fine attire and displaying an air of calm confidence, were not ordinary individuals. After all, any common person would have fled in terror upon encountering them. A smile crept onto Chen Xian's face as he replied, Of course, I am aware. This is the Black Wind stronghold. Ah, so you do know. Knowing where this is, yet you dare to come here? The bandits' demeanor shifted abruptly, and they raised their knives menacingly towards Chen Xian. We are here to seek your leader, Chen Xian stated, remaining calm and composed, resisting the urge to lash out at the bandits. After all, a minor grievance could lead to greater chaos. Seeking our leader? Who are you? And what business do you have with him? One of the bandits inquired, inspecting Chen Xian and Xiao Liuzi closely, as if trying to uncover their hidden motives. I have a lucrative deal to discuss with him. Chen Xian replied with a smile. A lucrative deal? The bandits erupted into laughter. Kid, are you jesting? Do you not know what we do? We are bandits, not merchants. Unfazed by their mockery, Chen Xian continued to smile. I am well aware of your methods. In fact, when I say I seek your leader for business, it is truly to present you with a sum of money. A substantial amount. He emphasized the last 4 words with intent. Oh, the bandits exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. How substantial? 50,000 taels of silver, along with 10,000 stones of grain. Would you consider that a substantial deal? Chun Xian stated nonchalantly. Moreover, I assure you, you will not have to spend a single coin. The bandits were momentarily taken aback by his words. Kid, are you pulling our leg? Of course not. Chun Xian chuckled. I will go report to our leader. If you dare to deceive us, we will ensure your demise. One of the bandits threatened before hastily entering the stronghold. You too, dismount quickly. The remaining bandits insisted, pressing Chun Xian and Xiao Liuzi to descend from their horses, fearing they might attempt to flee. Without objection, Chun Xian complied, and both men dismounted. Subsequently, a group of bandits brazenly detained the horses of the 2 individuals, evidently fearful that they might flee. In a mere moment, the messenger who had entered quickly emerged, accompanied by several imposing figures, unmistakably menacing in nature. Among them, one burly man bore a visage adorned with tattoos, a ghastly face on one side and a skull on the other, rendering him utterly terrifying. It is these 2. The messenger indicated Chun Xian and Xiao Liuzi to the tattooed giant. The man's eyes, unsettlingly disproportionate with mere pinpricks of black amidst a sea of white, added to his ghostly appearance, evoking an aura of dread that suggested he was neither a normal person nor truly alive. You 2 claim to wish to conduct significant business with our leader? The tattooed man rasped, his voice resembling the hoarse croak of a wounded duck, instilling discomfort and trepidation in those who heard it. Xiao Liuzi felt an overwhelming sense of oppression in his presence, an unsettling discomfort. Chun Xian discerned that this individual possessed the strength of a martial artist, though the precise rank remained uncertain, requiring direct confrontation to ascertain. This indicated that the Black Whirlwind bandits were formidable, hosting more than one martial adept among their ranks. It is us, Chun Xian stated calmly. Pray tell, what sort of business is this? The tattooed giant inquired ominously. Chun Xian responded with nonchalance. Can you truly represent the entirety of the Black Whirlwind? I shall only converse with the one who commands the entire band. At this, the tattooed man paused, momentarily taken aback. He then scoffed. You must be tired of living, speaking to me in such a manner. Nearby, a rough-looking thug sneered. This is our second in command. Do you believe he cannot represent the Black Whirlwind? You must possess no discernment. Searching for death like a lantern in a toilet. Chun Xian replied indifferently. It is not disdain for you, while you may be the second in command. This transaction truly requires the authority of your leader to materialize. The tattooed man scrutinized Chun Xian for a moment, then fell silent before rasping. Our leader is currently in seclusion. I am his younger brother. Whatever you wish to convey to him may be expressed to me as well. Chun Xian was taken aback by this familial connection. After a brief contemplation, he said, Since you can make decisions, it is reasonable to discuss matters with you. Do you know who I am? At this, the group fell silent, perplexed. Who would know you if you did not speak of it? Chun Xian introduced himself. I am the eldest son of the Chun family of Man City, Chun Qing. The Chun family requires no introduction, as we are one of the 3 prominent families of the entire Qin dynasty. Although my branch is merely a subsidiary of the Chun family, should trouble arise, the main family in the capital can dispatch martial kings to support us. Thus, gazing across the entire frontier, few dare to provoke the Chun family. He brazenly impersonated Chun Qing. The robust man with a ghostly visage fixed his penetrating gaze upon Chun Xian, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep tone. What does this have to do with the business you wish to conduct with us? Chun Xian suddenly let out a cold snort. Recently, we have been heavily extorted by an individual, and this person has rendered us somewhat powerless. We cannot swallow this indignation. Hence, I have sought you out, intending to present you with an opportunity for fortune. Oh, pray, tell us more. The ghostly-faced man immediately became intrigued, and the other bandits likewise perked up their ears to listen. Chun Xian's expression turned fierce as he gritted his teeth. Some time ago, a person arrived in Barbarian City, possessing considerable skill at the 5th tier of martial mastery. Upon his arrival, he deliberately sought trouble. Chapter 182. Fabrication. This individual first offended Zhang Tianxi, the son of the governor of Manqing, and gave him a beating. I intervened to mediate and was struck as well. Among those who were assaulted were several young gentlemen. The crucial point is that, While enduring this violence was one matter, he audaciously captured us, holding us as hostages and coercing our fathers to pay a hefty ransom. Ultimately, the three prominent families of Manching, along with the governor's residence, surrendered a total of 50,000 taels of gold and silver to secure our release. Moreover, this person had the audacity to extort an additional 10,000 stones of grain. In this era of famine, the worth of 10,000 stones of grain is something you are likely well aware of. At this juncture, Chun Xian clenched his fists, his face contorted with hatred. He spoke with such vivid detail that one might believe his tale to be true. In reality, the incident was indeed authentic, but he was not the victim of extortion. Rather, he was the perpetrator. The burly man with a ghostly visage, upon hearing this, could not help but display a glint of amusement. How intriguing. Yet, my boy, your story is riddled with inconsistencies. Feigning surprise, Chun Xian inquired, "Why do you say that?" The burly man smirked coldly. "You just mentioned that apart from yourself, several young gentlemen from Manchung were also kidnapped and assaulted, not to mention a significant figure, the son of the governor of Manching. As far as I know, the governor commands 8,000 elite soldiers. The person who abducted you would have to be incredibly audacious to provoke the governor, don't you think? To consider it from another angle, even if he dared to offend the governor and kidnap his son, do you truly believe the governor would remain passive? Would he not seek vengeance? Thus, in my view, your narrative is nothing more than a fabrication. Bandits may be wicked, but they are not foolish." However, if he could conceive of such matters, how could Chun Xian remain oblivious? He promptly retorted, "Do you think the governor did not surround this man with heavy troops? This person was exceedingly arrogant. After abducting us, he brazenly looted a courtyard on the outskirts of Manching, where he and his several hundred subordinates resided. Upon learning that his son had been kidnapped, the governor was furious. How could his son be abducted on his own turf? It was utterly outrageous. He immediately mobilized 4,000 troops to encircle the courtyard and demanded the release of the hostages. What do you suppose happened? The commander of the 8,000 elite soldiers, a master of the 4th rank, was actually grievously injured by this man. The governor, both enraged and infuriated, ordered the 4,000 troops to attack, annihilating the entire courtyard and the man's subordinates. At this point, Chun Xian deliberately paused, intending to create a sense of suspense. And what happened next? Why do you not continue? The surrounding bandits urged impatiently. Do not leave us in suspense. Beside him, Xiao Liuzai found the situation rather amusing. Suddenly realizing that Chun Xian was indeed a master of nonsense, his talent for spinning tales could easily qualify him as a storyteller. Chun Xian deliberately cultivated a mood of indignation, his expression contorted with feigned rage as he continued. Subsequently, the kidnapper known as Wang Xian boldly threatened the governor, declaring that should any harm befall him, he would make his escape. Even when surrounded by the governor's formidable army, he was confident in his ability to flee. Once free, he vowed to unleash endless vengeance upon the governor, systematically eliminating everyone close to him. Ultimately, the governor, left with no recourse, capitulated and reluctantly offered him gold and provisions. Upon hearing this, the burly man with a ghostly visage erupted in laughter. Your governor is utterly inept, yielding to such a trivial threat? How can he be so weak with so many troops at his disposal? What Chun Xian desired was precisely this arrogance and hubris. The more conceited, the easier to ensnare. After a moment of silence, Chun Xian deliberately replied, "One mustn't be so quick to judge. Our governor certainly has his reservations. Consider this. Wang Xian possesses the strength to defeat the commander of the barbarian city with a single strike. Thus, even when confronted by overwhelming forces, his chances of breaking free are considerably high. The governor cannot afford to gamble on such odds. Hence, he was left with no choice but to concede." However, in response to Chun Xian's words, the burly man could only respond with endless mockery. "So, what does it mean that you cannot deal with him and have come to seek my black whirlwind?" Chun Xian replied earnestly, "The governor cannot swallow this humiliation." And rather than retreat after receiving the money, he brazenly settled in a courtyard on the outskirts of the city, even taking several beautiful concubines, living in revelry. "This time, the governor has sent me to seek your assistance. If you can eliminate Wang Xian and all those around him, then the 50,000 taels of silver he extorted, along with 10,000 stones of grain, will all be yours." He even changed his surname from Chun to Wang, primarily as a ruse to deceive others. Chun Xian observed the reactions of those around him, clearly noting the glint of interest in the burly man's eyes. "Can you make decisions on this matter?" the burly man inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Chun Xian clarified, "This plan is not mine. It is the governor's intention. I am merely a messenger, a trivial character in this scheme." "Is that so?" The burly man scrutinized Chun Xian, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. After what felt like an eternity of inspection, he suddenly said, "Come with me." This signified passing the first test, as he would take them to meet the leader of the Black Whirlwind. Soon, Chun Xian and Xiao Liuzai were ushered into a black tent. Upon entering, one is enveloped in an oppressive darkness, devoid of any glimmer of light, to the extent that it could be said one cannot discern one's own hand before one's face. "Wait here," the burly man with a ghostly visage uttered before exiting the tent. Xiaolu, in a hushed tone, inquired, "Master, could there be danger?" This clever lad, aware of the potential for eavesdropping, refrained from addressing him as Chun Yi, opting instead for a more respectful title. "Just wait," Chun Xian replied calmly. Having reached this point in their discourse, he felt that if the men of the Black Whirlwind were truly unyielding, there would be little he could do. Should they wish to detain him and his companions, Chun Xian would have no choice but to carve a path through them. Although the Black Whirlwind boasted a formidable force of 3,000, in reality, most were but a rabble. Forging a bloody escape would prove a relatively simple endeavor. Chapter 183. Who is the hunter? The sole predicament lies in the uncertainty of whether Xiao Liuzi can indeed escape. The reason Chun Xian chose to keep Xiao Liuzi by his side instead of Lu Jinyu is primarily due to Xiao Liuzi's rather unassuming demeanor, which makes him appear more like a servant. In contrast, Lu Jinyu exudes a commanding presence befitting a leader, having held the position of chief for many years. It would be implausible for him to convincingly portray a subordinate without considerable acting prowess. Within the pitch-black tent, the passage of time seemed imperceptible, as if an eternity had elapsed, yet it also felt as though only a fleeting moment had passed. One could scarcely tell how long it had been. Suddenly, a corner of the tent was lifted, allowing a beam of light to pierce through. Shortly thereafter, a red candle was ignited within the tent. Chun Xian and Xiao Liuzi beheld the entrance of a towering man. His nostrils were remarkably large, reminiscent of a bull, and his skin was a deep shade of brown, with a head that appeared disproportionately larger than that of an average person, resembling not a human head but rather that of an ox. A stocky, dark-faced man followed him inside, whose robust physique appeared almost diminutive in comparison to the bull-headed figure. Chun Xian comprehended why this individual was dubbed the Black Whirlwind. With a stature nearing 2 meters, he loomed like a wall. "Brother, this is the man who claims to be Chun Qing, a member of the Chun family from Manqing," the tattooed giant announced to the Black Whirlwind. The two men were indeed brothers, though their resemblance was negligible, likely due to the multitude of tattoos adorning the face of the tattooed giant. "So you are the one who mentioned a certain Wang Xian kidnapping you and the son of the governor of Manqing?" The Black Whirlwind scrutinized Chun Xian intently for a moment. He discerned that the aura emanating from Chun Xian was quite feeble, suggesting he was merely a martial artist, with Xiao Liuzi exuding an even weaker presence. These two posed no threat whatsoever, should he desire to strike. He could easily dispatch them with a mere flick of his hand. "It was I?" Chun Xian nodded, acknowledging that the tattooed giant had apprised the Black Whirlwind of the situation. "Why should I believe you?" The Black Whirlwind suddenly scoffed. "What if this is merely a trap you have set, to lure me and my brothers to the location you describe, only to spring an ambush upon us?" One must concede that attaining the position of leader among 3,000 men requires a certain level of acumen. His instincts were remarkably sharp. Chun Xian smiled and replied, "There is no need for me to deceive you regarding such matters. Consider this. You harbor no grievances against the people of Manqing. Why would we lay a trap to harm you? You have plundered the wealth and women of the common folk of Manqing." The Black Whirlwind replied nonchalantly, his voice deep and resonant, akin to that of a seasoned bull, evoking the image of a formidable creature that had attained its corporeal form through mastery. "You robbed the ordinary citizens. How is that relevant to us?" Chun Xian shrugged dismissively, embodying an air of irreverence and disdain. The Black Whirlwind suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, you are the scion of a wealthy family. Such an air of disdain is all too familiar." Chun Xian retorted with a cold smile. The intent of our noble families, including the governors, is quite clear. This Wang Xian is to be dealt with by you. His treasures and women are yours for the taking. When you act, the governor assures that his troops will not intervene. As for whether you can seize them, that lies solely in your own capability. Upon finishing, Qin Xian exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Liuzi, clearly indicating that it was time to depart. Wait. However, the Black Whirlwind raised his hand to obstruct their path. What do you mean by this? We came here with goodwill to inform you of an unexpected fortune. And yet you refuse to let us leave? Isn't that a bit excessive? Qin Xian's expression turned icy. The Black Whirlwind laughed heartily. It is not that we do not trust you, but we require your guidance. If you lead us to Wang Xian's courtyard, I shall naturally allow you to go. The implication was unmistakable. They intended to detain Qin Xian and his companion, and only after ransacking the courtyard would they consider releasing them. Even then, it would not be without a price. The Qin family would have to pay a cost for their freedom. Such is the nature of bandits. There is no loyalty, no sense of gratitude. Betrayal is their norm. Xiao Liuzi, having risen from a life of banditry himself, could easily discern their ulterior motives. I must say, Black Whirlwind, your actions are rather excessive, Xiao Liuzi declared in a low voice. Yet, before he could finish, Qin Xian smiled and continued. Since the head of the Black Whirlwind holds us in such esteem and wishes for our guidance, we shall lead you. I trust that once we reach our destination, you will not resort to any trickery and will allow us to depart unscathed. Rest assured, when the time comes for you to leave, you shall be free to go. The Black Whirlwind replied with a grin. The implication behind his words was not lost on Qin Xian. The power to determine their fate resided with the Black Whirlwind. Should he wish for their departure, they could leave. Should he wish otherwise, escape would be impossible. Yet, Qin Xian remained unfazed, for in this game, he was the true hunter, and all the bandits of the Black Whirlwind were but his prey. We trust that the head of the Black Whirlwind is a man of his word, Qin Xian stated calmly, then inquired, when shall we set forth? The Black Whirlwind replied nonchalantly, tonight, under the cover of darkness, is the most thrilling time for murder and plunder, far more exhilarating than in the daylight. With that, he exited. However, the burly man with a ghostly face did not follow. Instead, he positioned himself at the entrance of the tent, evidently planning to stand guard and prevent Qin Xian and his companion from leaving. So, we are to be treated as prisoners? Xiao Liuzi expressed his displeasure. Qin Xian was indifferent. Fortuitously, there was a cool mat inside the tent, and he simply lay down upon it, succumbing to a deep slumber. Before long, he had drifted off entirely. Xiao Liuzi was left utterly astounded. Bro, this is on someone else's territory. Are you really going to just lie down and sleep here? Isn't that a bit excessive? This outrageous sense of relaxation was truly remarkable. The burly man with a ghostly visage was equally taken aback, never having anticipated that Qin Xian could be so carefree. However, this only served to further illustrate that Qin Xian was a wealthy young heir, naive to the treachery of the world. It is only such carefree individuals who dare to be so audacious. Soon, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Wake up, stop sleeping. Qin Xian was roused by the ghost-faced giant, who informed him that the journey to Man's city spanned several dozen miles and would require 3 hours. It was time to set off. Chapter 184. Utterly unrefined, the sun had just dipped below the horizon, around 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. A single hour consists of 2 hours. According to the burly man's account, the journey from this place to the bandit stronghold would take approximately 3 hours, equating to 6 hours in total. They would arrive at the stronghold just as the witching hour descended upon the land, a time most conducive to nefarious deeds. Indeed, Qin Xian had not truly slumbered throughout the journey, but merely feigned sleep. Beside him, Little Six was rendered somewhat anxious, for while Qin Xian pretended to rest, he dared not close his eyes, consumed by trepidation lest the Dark Whirlwind's men turn against them in a sudden ambush. Before long, they emerged from the tent, and Qin Xian was astonished to find that all members of the Dark Whirlwind had gathered, a formidable throng of 3,000, poised to listen to the chief's address. The contents of the speech revolved around an audacious heist plan for that night, promising the brothers a bountiful feast of wine and meat should they succeed. Failure? Such a notion was deemed impossible. For these bandits, nothing was more exhilarating than the prospect of plundering wealth, provisions, and women. Soon, the air was filled with the fervent cheers of the bandits, each one invigorated and shouting praises for their leader. In no time, the entire dark whirlwind set forth, Chun Xian and Little Six among them. To Chun Xian's dismay, the horses of the Black Wind camp were insufficient, numbering barely 100, leaving only a fraction of the bandits able to ride. The two steeds that Chun Xian and Little Six had ridden were seized by the dark whirlwind, compelling them to run alongside the other nameless ruffians. Damn it, these bandits are so inconsiderate. Little Six grumbled as they found themselves flanked by the galloping horses. They had no choice but to match the speed of the steeds, lest they be trampled underfoot. The iron-shod hooves of the horses posed a grave threat. Should they be crushed, even if not reduced to pulp, they would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Clearly, the members of the Dark Whirlwind exhibited no gratitude towards Chun Xian and Little Six for presenting them with an opportunity for fortune. Instead, they treated the duo as mere playthings. Ah, who truly plays the fool, one might ponder. A cold smile crept across Chun Xian's lips, as he had not anticipated the depths of the Dark Whirlwind's cruelty, denying them even a single horse to ride and deliberately humiliating them. Under normal circumstances, he would have been incensed enough to take action. However, patience was paramount. The bandit menace surrounding the stronghold must be eradicated. Firstly, to safeguard the local populace by eliminating the scourge. Secondly, for his own future ambitions, as he aspired to cultivate this area, and the bandits represented the greatest hindrance. Time slipped away as they ran, pausing only briefly for the duration of a tea break. Xiao Yozi felt as though his legs had become numb from running. It is worth noting that he is a minor expert within the realm of martial arts, yet he too felt the weight of exhaustion. To Chun Xian's surprise, many of the bandits from the Black Whirlwind, despite being of merely the martial apprentice level, were able to ride horses, those of lower status. Like Xiao Yozi and Chun Xian, had no such privilege and had to run. Although their strength did not match that of Xiao Yozi, some of them appeared unfazed even after such a long pursuit, carrying weapons with ease. Xiao Yozi could not help but comment on this phenomenon. The bandits of the Black Whirlwind seem to possess remarkable endurance. They are quite adept at running, suggesting they must be accustomed to it. Chun Xian chuckled softly. If these individuals were recruited, they could form a swift strike force for long-distance raids, potentially yielding impressive results. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yozi was taken aback, whispering, "Master Chun, you wouldn't consider recruiting them, would you?" He recalled his own brothers from the bandit stronghold of Lufengzai, who had indeed been incorporated by Chun Xian and were now being trained as an elite force. If the Black Whirlwind's men were also enlisted, it would inevitably create rivalry among them for Chun Xian's favor. Such matters warranted further contemplation. Chun Xian gently shook his head. Each of these bandits bore the stains of innocent blood on their hands. Thus the decision to recruit them required careful deliberation. Moreover, the Black Whirlwind boasted a full contingent of 3,000 men, unlike the 500 from Lufengzai, who had willingly pledged their allegiance to Chun Xian. The Black Whirlwind's men did not share such intentions. Therefore, the question of how to handle them remained a pressing concern. It would be unthinkable to eliminate all 3,000, yet if they dared to resist, such an outcome could not be dismissed. Ahead lay the barbarian city. "Where's the courtyard you mentioned?" At that moment, Chun Xian and Xiao Yozi were summoned forward by the leader of the Black Whirlwind, whose voice resonated like that of an ancient beast, robust and powerful, exhaling frosty breath as he spoke. Chun Xian and Xiao Yozi feigned breathlessness, with Chun Xian deliberately using his internal energy to sweat profusely, his face pale, as if he had just completed a grueling run. "The courtyard is in that location," he gasped, gesturing towards the northwest corner. The Black Whirlwind leader glanced at the direction, responding nonchalantly, "Lead the way." Chun Xian immediately interjected. "Now that we have reached the barbarian city, shouldn't we notify our home?" The leader scoffed. "There is no need. It can wait until after we conclude our business." Chun Xian frowned. "We must inform the governor. If you march so many troops into the city, what if the governor misinterprets your intentions as an attack?" The Black Whirlwind sneered. "Rest assured, the governor of Barbarian City will undoubtedly keep the gates tightly shut and will not dispatch a single soldier." He had long since discerned the nature of the governors of the 24 border cities. As long as the bandits refrained from assaulting the city, these governors would remain idle. Over the years, a tacit understanding had formed between the governors and the bandits, a mutual agreement to avoid crossing paths. The only ones suffering have been the common folk at the bottom of society. They have not even granted us the opportunity to return and report. Such behavior is utterly excessive. Chen Xian expressed his dissatisfaction, resembling a young master throwing a temper tantrum. However, to the Black Whirlwind and his companions, it appeared that Chen Xian was eagerly wishing to flee back to the city. Once inside, he and Little Six would be unable to venture out again. Thus, they could not allow Chen Xian and Little Six to depart.